I clearly awakened the ancient god's eye that can surpass everything. Yet it was cruelly dug out by my younger sister whom I raised myself, just because in my previous life, after the game descended into reality, I developed all the way, bringing her into the ranks of the top 100 strong in the world, becoming in existence admired by everyone. But as a fan, my sister not only did not feel grateful, but instead thought I was controlling her freedom, and in the end, she ruthlessly took away my dual eyes and gave them to her idol, leaving me to fend for myself in the deep mountains, now reborn back to the day before the game descended. I did not seek revenge on my sister immediately, but instead hurriedly prepared the bed to sleep, because I know that the game will first invade Blue Star in the form of dreams, and those who enter the virtual world first will have a certain probability of obtaining hidden professions, accompanied by a powerful flash of white light. A decision-making wheel for professions suddenly appeared before my eyes. I did not hesitate and made my choice directly. The gray-white pointer began to spin rapidly and finally stopped in an area marked with a question mark. I was delighted. This meant I was getting a hidden profession. The next second, a powerful black energy descended upon me. Congratulations! You have obtained the world's only profession, Shadow. Profession Passive 1, Stealth Duration doubled. Profession Passive 2, +1 Stealth level. Profession Passive 3, when attacking, if not in the enemy's line of sight, the damage of that attack is doubled. I was secretly pleased. Just these 3 initial profession passives meant my survival ability would be very strong. It is important to know that in the artifact game, survival ability is crucial. Although death at the beginning does not truly lead to disappearance, it will result in the loss of half of the remaining lifespan, and players can obtain lifespan by killing monsters, and lifespan will even become a universal currency in the world. Immediately, I checked my initial skills. The initial skill Shadow Step, enter a stealth state for 8 seconds. Attacking will reveal me. Cooldown of 30 seconds. Initial skill Backstab Enhancement. When attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 10%. After reading the skill descriptions, a hint of disappointment flashed in my eyes, as both skills were the lowest grade of inferior skills. Just when I was about to resign myself to fate, a voice echoed in my mind. The Eye of Judgment has been activated. You have gained the unique attribute Authority of Judgment, possessing the ability to transcend rules and order. Hearing this, I was utterly shocked. This was the ability that came with the ancient god's eye I awakened, and I never expected it to follow me back to life. In my previous life, I could never activate it no matter what, before I could regain my composure. Another voice sounded, the effect of the Authority of Judgment has been activated, and you have randomly drawn one top-tier talent. Congratulations, you have obtained the talent Infinite Evolution. When you kill monsters in solo mode, you will have a chance to gain evolution points for skill evolution, and you will automatically receive 5 evolution points every 24 hours. Currently holding 5 evolution points, I was overjoyed and unhesitatingly evolved the 2 skills. In the next second, the duration of Shadow Step increased to 32 seconds, surpassing the skill cooldown time, which completely allowed me to achieve infinite stealth, and each time I broke stealth for an attack would additionally grant 90 points of attack power, dealing several times more damage than others. It's about time. I can enter the game now. My lips curled up as the surrounding darkness faded away, revealing a dilapidated small town before me. In the square, several players in black robes were observing their surroundings with confused expressions. Welcome to the land abandoned by the gods, where countless monsters roam. Please be careful, they are always ready to tear you apart. Upon arriving in the land abandoned by the gods, every player receives a low-quality initial weapon that matches their profession. As an assassin, I received a rusty short dagger. I held the dagger in my hand and played with it for a moment, finding it quite comfortable to wield. Although I was a warrior in my previous life, I was not unfamiliar with short daggers. I smirked slightly, planning to leave the town immediately to hunt monsters and level up. Whether for leveling up or gaining evolution points, I needed to kill as many monsters as possible. At this time, no one knew that the monsters in this divine artifact game do not wait in place like in regular online games. They actively seek out players to steal their lifespans. As long as they steal lifespans, these monsters will evolve and become stronger. So in the divine artifact game, monsters can also be considered a different kind of player. The weak are preyed upon by the strong, and survival of the fittest. In my previous life, I faced many difficulties on my rise to power with my half-sister. But in this life, going solo, my development speed will definitely be much faster. As I walked along the road, I saw groups of players gathered together. By the roadside, a chubby boy was looking around with a confused expression. What is this place? I just laid down after an all-nighter. Could it be a hallucination? A young man wearing glasses next to him also looked a bit dazed. I don't know. I just ate chicken all night. And how did I end up here as soon as I fell asleep? I ignored them. It was normal for the first batch of players entering the divine artifact game to have such questions. Immediately, I released the shadow skill and walked on the dark scorched earth. After becoming invisible, the sounds of footsteps, breathing, and heartbeat would all be eliminated, aside from the collision volume. Everything else would be as if this person did not exist. Soon, I arrived at a sparse forest and saw a wild monster resting in the woods from a distance. Creeper LV1. Common grade. In the process of evolving, I could tell at a glance that this monster had just killed 5 players and was digesting their lifespans. After a monster hunts a player's lifespan, it requires time to evolve. The creeper in front of me was clearly very greedy, having hunted 5 players. It could have found a safe place to evolve but stayed here, obviously wanting to continue hunting. In that case, hand over your lifespan to me. I found a hidden corner, and as soon as my invisibility time ended, I immediately released Shadow Step again, quietly approaching the back of the crawler and striking in an instant. The scrap iron dagger flashed in the darkness, turning into a point of cold light, accurately landing on the crawler's nape. The nape is one of the crawler's weak points. As long as it hits a weak point, the damage will increase by 50%. Minus 372. Weak point attack. With just one strike, the crawler instantly collapsed to the ground. You have killed the crawler and gained 10 experience points. The next second, a ball of gray-white mist gradually condensed into a fist-sized light sphere above the crawler's corpse, which is the visualized lifespan. I reached out to grasp the gray-white mist, and the system prompt sounded. You have gained 3 days of tradable lifespan and 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Hearing the system's voice, I frowned. Killing a small monster only yields 3 days of tradable lifespan, which is not enough to extract any equipment skills. As for the non-tradable lifespan, it is of no use to me at the moment, so it seems I can only continue to look for monsters. I didn't think much more and continued to use Shadow Step, walking deeper into the woods. Just then, a young couple came to the place where I had just killed the crawler and immediately saw the crawler's corpse. Looks like this game isn't that hard. I told you not to be so nervous. Xiao Ya, just watch. If monsters come out later, I'll take you to slay them all. However, what they didn't know was that a huge shadow suddenly appeared on the tree above their heads. The two were still somewhat alert and immediately looked up to see what it was. Before they could clearly see what it was, they were ensnared by 2 strands of tough, white spider silk and bound to a nearby tree. A pitch-black spider, 2.5 meters tall, slowly descended along one of the white silk strands. Ah, a spider! The two screamed in fright. Breeder LV1. Top-level bronze level mini-boss. This was very appealing to me. As long as I killed a boss-level monster, I could earn evolution points with a 100% guarantee. Seeing this scene, I concealed my figure in the shadows nearby. The health of the bronze-level breeder is around 1500 to 2000, which is not something an ordinary novice player can contend with. At this moment, hiding in the shadows, I chose to watch coldly, because this mini-boss had many small spiders under its command, and these small spiders could devour novice players in an instant. Just then, a rustling sound came from the trees around, and a group of black small spiders quickly crawled towards the couple along the spider webs in the woods. The two were tightly bound by the spider web and could not move, only able to watch helplessly as the small spiders crawled in front of them and began to bite them. Accompanied by a series of screams, a continuous stream of damage numbers appeared above their heads, and in just a moment, the two had already died. The lifespan they exploded into turned into gray-white orbs of light, surrounded by about 10 small spiders that began to share and absorb them. But just at that moment, a flash of cold light passed by. Qinfeng's agile figure cut across one of the bronze-level feeder's large eyes in a flash. Minus 338, weakness attack. Steeply struck by a heavy blow, the hundreds of compound eyes of the bronze-level feeder instantly stared at Qinfeng. However, before it could spew out its spider silk, Qinfeng's figure had already stealthily disappeared, completely vanishing from in front of it. This bronze-level nurse seemed to freeze. The small spiders around them that were partaking of the lifespan were unaffected and continued to compete for the couple's lifespan. All the way to 26 seconds later, Qinfeng's sneaky shadow skill had cooled down. He appeared in the other direction of the feeder, and the scrap iron shortsword struck again, unleashing a weak point attack on one of the giant fiend's eyes. Minus 338, weakness attack. Qinfeng once again concealed his figure. As you can see, the feeder still has a little more than half a point left on its blood bar. 3 more attacks needed. Qinfeng retreated a long way after he got his hands on this attack. Fruity. That nurse was attacked twice in a row and couldn't find the attacker, so it had already become infuriated and began to spew out spider silk madly in all directions. With this kind of wide-range attack tactic, even a team of 6 players would likely be annihilated on the spot. However, Qinfeng was prepared and was completely unharmed. Waiting again until the sneak shadow skill had cooled down, he once again returned to the feeder. At this moment, this bronze-level mini-boss was already a bit annoyed and was twisting its body to prevent being sneak attacked. Unfortunately, the weaknesses in it are just too obvious. Qinfeng held the short blade of scrap iron in his hand and struck again. Minus 338, weakness attack. Another slash, and the nursemaid's blood drops further. Qin Feng scored a hit and became invisible once again. This type of play is considered a rogue type of play. But these demons could all be intelligent and couldn't just keep stopping where they were to take a beating. After only 1/3 of the blood bar was left, the bronze level feeder made a jump and actually climbed onto a side tree in one go. 2 last attacks to go. Qin Feng did not panic. After the sneak shadow skill had cooled down, he picked up a small stone on the ground. In the godforsaken game, various things on the map have attributes. For example, this fist-sized rock in his hand had 2 points of physical attack. Qin Feng found an angle and threw the stone towards the boss with force. Bang! The rock hit the soft belly of the nurse. -279, weakness attack. Since Qin Feng's main source of damage was subterranean shadows hidden breaking additional attack, so even if you throw a rock and hit an enemy, the damage is ridiculously high. After scoring a hit, Qin Feng was once again invisible. That feeder had been in a hurry, quickly traveling through the woods, trying to escape. Meanwhile the dozen or so sub-spiders, having finished partaking of the lifespans popped out by the couple players, went around trying to find Qin Feng's location. Unfortunately, they hadn't waited for them to find Qin Feng. Qin Feng had then appeared more than 20 meters away. Another small rock slammed out towards the fleeing feeder. This bronze-level boss wasn't too strong and wasn't too fast, mainly because of its large size, so Qin Feng's attacks were easy to hit. -279, weakness attack. You have killed feeder, bronze level. You have gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 2. Congratulations, you've gained 2 evolution points. Congratulations, you've opened the Shell Town ranking list, and you've gained 1 prestige point. At the same time, a system prompt rang out in the minds of all the players in Shell Town. Player Shadow killed feeder, bronze level, and was the first to level up to level 2. Shell Town leveling rankings are open. At this point, there were already over 300 players in Shell Town. These players, all of them are from Jianghai City. Since it was morning, these players were in their 20s and 30s. There are hardly any old people or children. Originally they were all marveling at how they had come to such a strange place when it was clear that they had only fallen asleep. As a result, this system prompt was suddenly heard. Sister Pair and the others who were searching within the town, as well as Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya who had just been killed back in the town, were all stunned. Chapter 8 Shocking the Town. Single kill bronze boss? Sister Pair's codename is Duck Pair. She, along with the 4 members of her team, were searching all over the town, not intending to leave any corner untouched. Unfortunately there has been nothing to show for it. Just then, the system prompt that Qin Feng had risen to level 2 and opened the town's level leaderboard came through, causing all 5 members of Duck Pair's team to be stunned. What's the situation? Pair-san, this shadow, he's the guy who just went out alone, right? It seems like, so soon he's level 2? Isn't the key thing that he killed a bronze level mini-boss? We can't even kill normal monsters in a group. He can kill a bronze boss solo. Are you kidding me? But this system alert can't be wrong. He went out and formed a team afterward, didn't he? No, you guys look at the leaderboard. He's the only one on the rank list. On Shell Town's leveling charts, there was currently only one shadow name, alone at the top. This was incredibly hard for all 5 of the duckpots to believe. This. Sister Pearly froze on the spot with her longbow in hand. This strange game, how strong the demons were out there. She had experienced it. 5 people teamed up and went out, only to be brutally killed by a level 1 normal small monster. They hadn't even knocked out half of that little monster's blood. But now, that shadow, who she thought was out looking for death, had single-handedly killed a bronze-ranked boss? It's not scientific. Sister Pearly was a bit skeptical. Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya, just resurrected in the middle of the town. The system prompted them that half of their lifespan had been deducted. What had been another 40 or 50 years is now only 20. It made them blush a bit. Guan Xiaoya's face turned a little pale. Niu Gang, you said this life expectancy deduction. Could it be true? Niu Gang shook his head vigorously. Impossible. How in the world can there be such a mysterious thing? Guan Xiaoya looked complicated. But we obviously just fell asleep. How could we come to this place together? This is obviously not a dream. If it is a game, then this game is also too real. Bulkong was also a little unsure. Just then, a prompt about Qin Feng killing the feeder and rising to level 2 resounded in the couple's heads. It gave them a moment of shock. What's the situation? That big spider that was 2.5 meters tall just now was killed? Who is this shadow? How could he kill that big spider? It can't be. Under that big spider's hand, there are more than 10 small spiders. The 2 of them, Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya, were a bit skeptical at once. The 2 of them were powerless before the large spider. But that shadow, surprisingly, directly finished it off. And looking at the leaderboards, there was only a lone shadow. The duo had to guess that the shadow had killed the feeder, fearing that it was a single kill. This just makes them cry out straight to the devil even more. The number of players who came to the Divine Forsaken Lands because they fell asleep was increasing. The number of players in Shell Town quickly came to 500. The town square was already filled with new players clad in black robes. There are new players that catch people and ask what's going on here. Unfortunately, no one can answer that question. Most people are rather clueless. There are some players, however, who realize that things are not simple. There was a young man with dyed blonde hair who was waving and shouting in the square. Folks, we all fell asleep and came to this so-called godforsaken place. We can't leave the game yet, and according to the hints, we'll gain longevity by killing monsters, and death will have our lifespan. Whether it's true or not, let's play it safe and keep everyone from going out alone. A number of players have already been killed by the demons out there and lost their lifespans. I suggest we form a team and go out exploring together. It's safer. Now brothers and sisters who want to go out with me, come and see me to sign up and register your occupation. This blonde-haired youth's words were listened to by some and lazily listened to by others. In the direction of the other exit of the town, there were 3 men and 3 women who had already formed a team. At the head of the group was a burly, strong man, lean and powerful. His name is Wang Mang. Wang Mang looked at the center square of the town from afar, listened to the blonde youth shouting from the vague sources, and did not care. He said to the 5 people beside him, "Now this god abandonment game, we'd rather believe it than not. Let's treat it as a normal game first. Go out and explore. As long as we can kill monsters and upgrade, then there's no harm for us. As for longevity, everyone just be careful not to die. I'm a holy shield warrior, and I have an initial invincibility skill that can block damage for you guys, so you just have to do your best to output." Wang Mang's teammates were all hidden professions that had been selected after Wang Mang's observation. Such a combination is definitely strong enough. In the meantime, within the town of Shell, there are also some internet addicts who usually team up together to score points, now together in the godforsaken game. Holy, won't the emergence of this game make us a big deal? Punchy. We may not be good at other things, but when it comes to games, hey, who can beat our 5 brothers? In this godforsaken game, a team has a maximum of 6 people, and we're still 1 person short? Find a pretty girl. We need a nanny, don't we? It's not just Shell Town. There are now thousands of towns with more and more players gathering. It is all humans who fall asleep at this point in time, and their consciousness is sent to the land of divine abandonment. Whether it's Dacia, or North America, or the West, people are new to the godforsaken game and are basically clueless. Some of these players, already with the attitude that they'd rather believe it than not, have begun to take it with a grain of salt. Many strong people, in fact, had already pulled away from the others when they were just starting out. For example, the current Qin Feng, level 2, opened the leaderboards and gained 1 point of prestige. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt and didn't pay much attention to it. Reputation is something. Of course, the more the better. The later you can rely on reputation and NPCs to buy high-level props. At this moment, Qin Feng stood stealthily in front of the corpse of the bronze-ranked feeder and prepared to harvest it. First is longevity. Qin Feng reached out and inhaled the grayish-white ball of light floating on the corpse of the big spider. You have gained 46 days of life, tradable. A single mini-boss is worth the longevity gain of a dozen or so normal mini-bosses. Under normal circumstances, this boss would have to be dealt with by several full squads teaming up, and that life expectancy is split evenly, not much per person. However, Qin Feng's harvest from killing the boss single-handedly was naturally considerable. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng pulled out 3 pieces of loot from under the boss's corpse. One of the skill books caught Qin Feng's eye. That's rich. Skill book, Greedy Hands, Bronze Assassin skill book. After learning it, it can be used on demonic corpses with a 20% probability of gaining an additional loot bonus. Learning requirement, level 1, 20% probability. Doesn't seem high, but the key is, Qin Feng could evolve this skill. Chapter 9, Gold Level Greedy Hands. The world has changed drastically. In addition to this skill book, this bronze level boss also exploded 2 pieces of equipment. Qin Feng didn't check his equipment for the time being. I had 1 evolution point left, and this boss gave me 2 points, totaling 3 points. This new skill that can evolve twice. Every time I kill a monster from now on, I have a higher probability of getting an extra piece of loot. Qin Feng knew that he had taken off. This was because the skill Greedy Hands belonged to the rare skills and was only bronze ranked at the highest. In his last life, anyone who learned this skill could become an important member of the guild with a superior status. Imagine that people have gone through a lot of trouble and finally killed a boss. Just by using Greedy Hand, it is possible to make the boss drop another extra reward. What kind of concept is that? Most importantly, the loot this skill is talking about includes tradable lifespans. I just wonder, does it include evolution points? Strictly speaking, the evolution points, too, were Qin Feng's loot from killing the boss. So Qin Feng was a bit curious. Whatever, let's evolve the skill first and try it out. Won't we know? Qin Feng gave the evolutionary command. You have consumed 1 evolution point and have 2 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Bronze Silver Assassin skill, can be used on demonic corpses, with a 20% 40% probability of receiving an additional loot bonus. It directly doubles the probability. The evolutionary effect of this skill made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Go on. There are 2 evolution points left, all of which are consumed. You have consumed 2 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Silver Gold Assassin skill, can be used on demonic corpses with a 40% 70% probability of receiving an additional loot bonus. Silver to Gold. The skill effect is dramatically increased. Surprisingly, from 40% probability, it has increased to 70%. Then wouldn't another evolution be 100%? Qin Feng's heart raced a bit. In the godforsaken game, this skill is only bronze level. However, Qin Feng, through the original primary talent, Infinite Evolution, was surprisingly able to increase its effects indefinitely. In the future, when I kill monsters, I can get 100% double rewards. Even more than double. Qin Feng did not hesitate. Still maintaining stealth, he aimed at the feeder corpse in front of him and unleashed the Greedy Hands skill. There were still a total of 12 sub-spiders around this boss corpse, but it was crushingly unaware that Qin Feng was right next to it. With his skill release, a large golden hand stretched out from the earth and grabbed towards the body of that feeder in the void. Skill Greedy Hands ruled successful. You have gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 46 days of life, tradable. At the same time as the system prompt came, 3 other pieces of loot burst out from underneath the body of the feeder. It worked. 70% success rate. Honest. Thankfully it's not a game of twisted vines. Qin Feng smiled contentedly. 2 evolution points. 46 days of tradable life. All critical. As for the loot that burst out, it wasn't that important to Qin Feng. This was because the boss had exploded 6 pieces of loot, and aside from the Greedy Hands skill book and an assassin's weapon, the other 4 pieces were not used by Qin Feng. Something for the other professions to sell back in town when the time comes. But, at this stage, no one can afford it, can they? Qin Feng shook his head. The trading currency of the godforsaken game is the tradable lifespan. Now that the game has just started, there are very few that can afford to pay the price. He looked to the assassin's weapon. Corrosive short knife, bronze plus 35 attack power, plus 4 agility. Requirements, level 1. Not much to say, just replace the scrap iron short blade. Originally, Qin Feng had risen to level 2, gained 2 points of full attributes, and his attack power was mentioned at 25 points. After switching to the corrosive short blade, Qin Feng's attack power, moreover, increased from 25 points to 50 points. It straight up doubled. Of course, Qin Feng's damage had not doubled. This is because the largest portion of his damage composition is the additional concealment breaking attack from the subterranean shadow skill. The other 4 pieces of loot. There were 3 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book, but they were not bronze level, but normal level. Start clearing the little monsters. I hope it comes with some evolution points. Beside the body of the feeder, there were 12 more sub-spiders that Qin Feng did not intend to let go. As he emerged from the shadows, he slashed across the abdomen of a spider, killing it with a single direct hit. When the other sub-spiders reacted, Qin Feng's figure had disappeared once again. With the infinite stealth ability, Qin Feng didn't need to think about survivability at all in the early stages. Just as Qin Feng started brushing the monsters, Blue Star, the real world, Daxia, Zhanghai Normal University, Qin Xiaoyu and her best friend, Xu Yan, were in the classroom. Suddenly, an unusual situation in the classroom caught everyone's attention. Just a boy in the class, asleep on his desk. When he falls asleep, his body, surprisingly, turned into a translucent vaporized state. Holy, Vicky, what's wrong with you, Vicky? The housemate next to him was startled when he turned his eyes and realized the change in the boy's state. The shrieks of the housemates also drew the attention of the class. The middle-aged Mediterranean teacher who was passionately lecturing also stopped lecturing and glanced over towards the boy, his face showing doubt. Many people gathered and scared. Housemates, teachers, and soon all tried to put their hands up and actually went through the boy's body. It was as if the boy didn't exist at all. Such a scene caused the entire class to suck in a breath of cold air. Looking shocked and nervous, Xiaoyu, what do you see going on over there with Zhang Wei? The short-haired girl, Xu Yan, pulled Qin Xiaoyu to look at the seat a few rows to the right front. A pair of beautiful eyes a little nervous. Qin Xiaoyu frowned. She wore a long white dress and looked pure and flawless, and due to her face value, she had a lot of suitors in school. That's one of the reasons she thinks so highly of herself. After all, licking G's is a lot. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's right front was already surrounded by people. It was all she could do to stand up, moving gently but gracefully. Unfortunately, she was not tall enough. Until she stood on her tiptoes, she finally saw that in the seat in front of the right, a boy fell asleep on the table. his body turned into a semi-transparent illusory state. Look it up on the internet. Qin Xiaoyu resumed her seat, took out her cell phone, and immediately began searching. Soon, she found some chat logs from some chat groups that had been forwarded by other groups, along with some pictures. Those pictures are of people who are asleep. The state is the same as the boy sleeping on his back. On the internet, countless speculations have been circulating, but since no one has woken up from their sleep yet, no one knows exactly what happened. Chapter 10, I'm not gonna reach out to him. The classroom was a mess. The middle-aged Mediterranean teacher shouted, "Students, Xihua, this Z class will first go, sang, to this Z teacher, Sai, communicate with the school leaders first." After saying this, that teacher left the classroom in a hurry, ready to call for information. The students in the classroom were talking and whispering. They all took out their cell phones to take pictures and upload them, chatting away on the internet. Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan did not participate in the discussion. They sat in their original seats and quickly swiped their cell phones. Soon after, Qin Xiaoyu frowned slightly. It seems like this seems to be a worldwide phenomenon, especially in some countries. It's nighttime and there are a lot of people who fall asleep, and as long as they fall asleep, they'll turn into this state. Chu Yan was a bit worried. What the hell is going on here? I'll have to contact my parents. Xiaoyu, don't you ask your brother to see if he's encountered anything? Qin Xiaoyu shook her head and said coldly, I'm not going to take the initiative to contact him. Chu Yan was helpless, but now that something like this has happened, there's no need to mess with your loved ones anymore, right? Qin Xiaoyu laughed. Family? He'll just be minding me. Does that count as kin? Anyway, I'm too lazy to care about him unless he takes the initiative to apologize to me. If Qin Feng saw this scene, he was afraid that he would want to laugh. In his last life, Qin Xiaoyu had exactly this attitude. She was more than not taking the initiative to contact Qin Feng. Even when Qin Feng texted her, she didn't reply, and she didn't answer when she called. Until the evening, Qin Feng personally came over to the school to look for her, begged for peace with her, apologized, and only then brought her home like an offering to an ancestor, and entered the godforsaken game with her. But this life, it's completely different. She didn't want to contact Qin Feng. It was even more unlikely that Qin Feng would take the initiative to contact her. In Qin Feng's eyes, this sister that he had taken care of for more than a decade was already equivalent to not existing. From her hand gouging out Qin Feng's eyes, Qin Feng would not be able to recognize her as his sister anymore. Bizarre phenomena that continue to occur all over the world, all over the globe. Officials from various countries have studied the matter and soon released a statement that people will enter a translucent and illusory state as long as they fall asleep. And for the time being, they don't know the reason for this, and they call on people to try not to fall asleep and wait for the experts to study the matter. So far, no sleeping people have woken up, so the people outside, they have no idea what's going on. And in the land of the godforsaken, in the middle of a small town, many of the players who entered the godforsaken game after these fell asleep began to act. They formed small groups and started going out to kill monsters. When you enter the godforsaken game for the first time and want to go offline, there is a precondition, that is to ascend to level 3. Qin Feng kept killing in the dark woods. In the godforsaken game, upgrading is difficult. It's almost impossible to solo in the early stages. And with a group, the experience and tradable lifespans are split evenly, so you can't upgrade fast enough. In Shell Town, it wasn't until the 20th minute after Qin Feng opened the leaderboards that someone else finally rose to level 2. It was an elite hidden profession squad led by a person codenamed Wang Mang. 6 of them, up to level 2 at the same time, occupying the 2nd through 7th spots on the Shell Town rankings charts. As for the golden-haired youth, he brought several dozens of players together to go out to hunt monsters, but soon they found a horrible thing. They gathered together, and no demons dared to come close at all. No matter what kind of demonic creature saw this group of players from afar, all of them turned around and ran, resulting in the group not getting much at all. The only gain, perhaps, was that they familiarized themselves with the terrain outside the town. Evolution points. Finally 3. When Qin Feng killed a level 1 creeper with a single slash, he heard the system prompt and finally lit up before his eyes. Just now, he killed the small spiders around the feeder, one after another. 12 sub-spiders, only gave him 2 evolution points, one of which was still touched with greedy hands. As you can see, it's difficult to get evolution points by killing small monsters if you don't encounter a boss. After taking out the little spiders, he looked around for other magical creatures. As he always remained invisible, Qin Feng came and went like the wind in the dark woods. 5 more level 1 creepers were soon taken out. At that moment, the 5th creeper that he had hacked to death finally gave him another 1 evolution point. It can evolve. Qin Feng opened the attribute panel. Continue to evolve greedy hands. You have consumed 3 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Greedy hands, gold platinum assassin skill. Can be used on demonic corpses with a 70% 110% probability of receiving an additional loot bonus. Evolutionary effects that completely exceed expectations. Xin Feng knew that in the godforsaken game, a probability of more than 100% would also take effect. The 110% probability of greedy hands means a 100% chance of one extra loot, and a 10% chance of another loot, or a third loot. Very good. After the evolution was complete, Xin Feng unleashed his greedy hands towards the reptilian corpse in front of him. Skill greedy hands rolled successful. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 3 days of life, tradable. You have gained 3 days of life, tradable. Xin Feng's eyes lit up. This hand, which directly triggered that 10%, gave him 2 extra rewards. Invincible. Xin Feng was shocked. These 2 evolution points, he wasn't going to use them for a while. It's amazing that evolving the same skill for the 4th time requires 5 evolution points instead of 4. It seems that the number of evolution points required is not an equivocal series. As for the exact pattern, wait until you evolve the greedy hand one more time. Xin Feng did not lack damage or survival for the time being. Even if he encountered a boss, he could deal with it with relative ease. All priority is given to evolving gainful skills that will allow him to develop faster. The best choice is the Hand of Greed. Xin Feng checked it out. I now have a tradable lifespan of 146 days, but to extract equipment and skills to reality, consuming tradable lifespans, at least 2.5 years, 900 days to be exact. Also, have to get to level 10 first. Xin Feng maintained his stealth and continued to travel through the woods. Suddenly, he sensed the movement of a battle ahead, quietly approaching over. Xin Feng was delighted in his heart. This was because what appeared in front of him was yet another bronze-ranked boss, and it was also a level 2 monster. Sprinter, LV2, grade, bronze. It was a humanoid reptilian creature with 6 legs, like a reptilian, with no eyes on its head but a rotting mouth, and 6 legs that moved extremely fast, at least twice as many as new players. New players can be considered very unlucky when they encounter this boss. There is no chance of escape. As for trying to kill sprinters, that can be more difficult than killing feeders. Chapter 11 Seconds to kill the polluter. Wang Meng's shock. When Xin Feng saw the sprinter, he subconsciously looked at his agility. Due to the Shadow's career bonus and the bronze grade corrosive short knife's agility edition, Xin Feng's agility attribute had now reached 34 points. In the godforsaken game, doubling your agility doesn't mean that your movement speed will also be doubled. Instead, there is a correlation formula. Initial 10 points of agility normally moves at about 3 meters per second, and can reach 5 meters per second at full run. I'm at 34 points of agility, while my usual movement speed is 83 meters per second, and running at full speed is 17 to 18 meters per second. Right now, Xin Feng's speed was already almost twice as fast as some new players. Even then, it was only just about as fast as the sprinter. Enough. It can keep up with the sprinter without worrying about it escaping. Xin Feng lurked in the shadows and looked toward the front. It was discovered that the sprinter was chasing a team of players. One of the people at the head of that group was a burly man with a big body, holding a poorly made shield, and was fending off the attacks of the sprinters while retreating. This burly man was the second-ranked player in Shell Town, codenamed Wang Meng. Behind him, there were 5 hidden profession players who were releasing their skills and attacking the sprinters with a stony face. Unfortunately, regardless of whether it was an archer or a mage, the 2 long-range professions, the man and the woman, had a hard time hitting the sprinter with their attacks, and the sprinters dashed left and right, relying on their corrupted claws and fangs, and soon had Wang Meng of the Sacred Shield Warrior profession's blood level down to half. Keep in mind that Sacred Shield Warrior has a high base tan. Blood and defense were both more than 30% higher than other novice players. The process of this team of people ascending to level 2 was all covered by Wang Meng in the front, and none of them encountered too dangerous a situation. But now, facing this bronze-level boss sprinting man, Wang Meng was clearly unable to top it. On the contrary, the sprinter still had at least 90% of its blood now. At this time, the young sharp-eyed archer in Wang Meng's team's attack fell short twice more, and his face was very ugly. No, this boss is too fast, and it's hard to hit with long-distance attacks. Wang Meng kept his cool. Just keep attacking. If you can't kill it, you can also grind the blood and revive it to come back and kill it again. Unfortunately, Wang Meng's plan was a bit too optimistic. As the battle stalled, other demons appeared in the woods off to the side. Polluter, LV2, grade, General. This was a level 2 ordinary demonic creature, also in humanoid form but covered in dark brown sludge, a demonic creature that attacked from a distance. In the woods, a full 3 polluters appeared and launched a sludge attack directly towards the back row of Wang Meng's team. Pust. A beautiful young girl with a staff and an excellent figure was violently hit in the chest by a cloud of sludge. This heavy one, so that the black robe in front of her chest, waves of trembling up, -32. The pretty young girl felt a foul odor come over her. Disgusting. And that's just the beginning. A massive sludge began to be thrown towards the team's back row output at a rapid pace. The ballistics of that sludge was so fast that they couldn't dodge it. The key is, there was also a bronze-level boss, sprinter, in front of them. If they run around to avoid long-range attacks, Wang Mang can't even block the sprinters for them. Once they are attacked by the sprinters, they will have to die in a few hits. For a while, Wang Mang's 6 men were in danger. The entire team's blood level dropped by leaps and bounds. Wang Mang. Xin Feng squinted his eyes and observed the group. Honestly, this man, he knew. Not now, of course. Rather, it was before the rebirth. At that time, Xin Feng was a strong player ranked in the top 100 globally. And although he was considered a hangman in the top 100, he was after all just an ordinary warrior profession. To be able to reach this achievement with an ordinary profession was already a legend-like existence. Countless people idolized Xin Feng. Among them was this Wang Mang. After all, Wang Mang was a hidden profession holy shield warrior, and in terms of profession bonuses and skills, he was much stronger than Xin Feng, an ordinary warrior. However, Wang Mang's battle power was no match for Xin Feng. This made him very convinced of Xin Feng. As for the two sides recognizing each other, it was because Wang Mang was the person in charge of representing the official daxia and cooperating with the Divine Beheading Guild created by Xin Feng. Xin Feng usually fought extra equipment and skill books, and if he couldn't use them within the guild, he would hand them over to Wang Mang and sell them to the daxia officials in exchange for tradable lifespans. In my last life, I formed a guild to better protect Qin Xiaoyu. Not in this life. Only, Wang Mang, this person, can still be befriended. Xin Feng now planned to convert all the excess equipment and skill books, all of them into tradable lifespans, and use them to upgrade himself. Then, it is important to find a stable sales channel. Wang Mang, this person, was still relatively reliable, and the official daxia represented behind him had enough financial power. These monsters have to be killed anyway. In that case, help him firsthand. Xin Feng did not intend to befriend the other party out of the blue. Just make an impression first. He surveyed the situation and quickly came up behind one of the polluters. Launch a surprise attack from the cold. The polluter, who was frantically throwing sludge at the pretty young girl with the staff, couldn't even imagine that there was an assassin behind him. The short corrosive blade, transformed into a bit of cold, landed on the back of the polluter's neck. -441, weakness attack. One hit kills. The polluter, in an instant, turned into a puddle of sludge and spilled onto the charred ground. You have killed polluter, LV2. You have gained 20 experience points. You have gained 1 evolution point. You have gained 4 days of life, tradable. The system prompt that rang in his head made Xin Feng a bit surprised that this little monster could give evolution points. Good luck. Casually unleash greedy hands. Skill greedy hands rolled successful. You have gained 4 days of life, tradable. Unfortunately, no evolution points. The probability of a normal glitch giving evolution points is inherently low. The additional reward from the Hand of Greed was an additional determination of 1 drop, which was equivalent to Xin Feng killing another identical demonic creature instead of replicating a copy of the reward. So not giving evolution points is normal. It's still the only way to get a steady gain of evolution points by killing bosses. Xin Feng finished off a polluter and was in no hurry. Before the demons and players in the field could react, he had already entered stealth once again. As they watched one of the polluters suddenly collapse into sludge, Wang Mang and the others were stunned. All they saw was a black figure that flashed by, and the polluter instantly fell to the ground. How is this possible? Even for a rank 1 creeper, we had to surround it for more than 10 seconds before we could kill it. And this rank 2 polluter, it was killed in seconds? For a while, all 6 members of Wang Mang's team were shocked. Chapter 12, Mighty Poison Dart, a skill that kills the boss in seconds. A polluter is taken out. The pressure on Wang Mang and their back row was instantly much less. The pretty young girl holding a staff had excitement and thrill in her beautiful eyes. There's a big brother coming to help us, eh? Could it be the shadow on the leaderboard? In fact, the young girl couldn't be seen as pretty now. She had sludge all over her body and face, and very little blood left. The only thing that's still hot is the body, so you can't help but look at it a little more. Her long legs kept moving and walking flexibly, looking lively and flexible. Hold on, Wang Mang's skills have cooled down. God's color was grave as he released the skill. Sacred Barrier. A golden glow enveloped his lanky frame, putting him into a state of invincibility that lasted for 3 seconds, able to hold out for a few more moments under the hands of the sprinters. The others had room to dodge. 1 less polluter, much less of a remote threat. Nearly half a minute later, Xin Feng reappeared behind another polluter. Instant strikes without warning. Spike the polluter again. No evolution points. Greedy hands. Ha! Exploded a skill book? Shinfeng picked up the skill book that the polluter had exploded in his hand. He checks the skill books in his backpack. Fierce Poison Dart, Normal Assassin Skill. Throws a highly poisonous dart with a maximum range of 12 meters. Adds 40 points of attack damage when it hits. And adds the Fierce Poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement, level 2. Fierce Poison, 30% attack damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Not stackable. Finally came an attack skill. And a mid-range, sustained damage skill at that. Even for ordinary players, learning one of these skills in the early stages would increase the development speed in a straight line. Only, the probability of normal monsters dropping skill books is low. Shinfeng had killed so many normal monsters, and the ones that popped skill books were only twice. One time it was the first creeper that popped the ice pick spell of this spell. Then again, this time, it's still the greedy hands that feel it out. Equipment and skill books, or boss explosion rate is higher, but for ordinary players, without the equipment and skill base, it's impossible to take out a boss, even the weakest bronze level boss. Shinfeng thought in his heart. He didn't hesitate. He still had 3 evolution points on him and directly evolved the Manticore Dart twice. Fierce Poison Dart, Normal Bronze Silver Assassin Skill. Throws a highly poisonous dart with a maximum range of 121314 meters. Adds 4080120 points of attack damage on hit. And adds the Fierce Poison status. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Learning requirement, level 2. Fierce Poison, 30% 40% 50% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus. Lasts for 5 seconds. Not stackable. After evolving this skill twice, the total damage had more than doubled directly. Shinfeng's movements were quick. Pick up skill books, learn skill books, and evolve skills all in one go. That last polluter just turned around and just wanted to spray sludge attack towards Shinfeng, but it turned out that Shinfeng was faster. With a lift of his hand, a fierce poison dart flew out. Instant hit to that polluter's head. In the place of other new players, there was no way they could have this attack accuracy of his. But Shinfeng's last life in the godforsaken game, crawling and fighting for 9 years, this long-range attack proficiency has long been engraved in the bones. Casually throws a fierce poisonous dart, hitting directly at the weak point of the head. Minus 237, weakness attack. The damage numbers don't look high. This is due to the fact that there is no broken concealment, no backstabbing, and even the other party has already discovered Shinfeng, leaving the Shadow's occupational passive not in effect, and there is no double damage. However, after Shinfeng struck, he directly concealed his figure. The whole thing turned green after that polluter was hit by the fierce poison dart. 2 consecutive damage numbers popped up above his head. Minus 158. Minus 158. Taking 2 fierce poison sustained damage. That polluter finally died. That's quite a bit of sustained damage. And with this sustained damage from being invisible after I launch my attack, I can actually eat my profession passive and double the damage? Shinfeng was more sensitive to damage. Spotted this immediately. Shadow's third career passive is to double the damage dealt when not in the enemy's field of view. He's all stealthy, so of course he doesn't count as being in the enemy's field of view. It's not unusual, then, for sustained damage to be doubled. Unfortunately, this last polluter, again, didn't pop anything. There was only one last bronze level boss sprinting one left on the scene, and that was the main event. And at this time, Wang Mang was already sweating profusely. I can't hold on any longer. The middle-aged female priest in the group was releasing healing spells on him non-stop, but unfortunately the effect was limited. Wang Meng's blood bar was still getting closer to the bottom little by little. Apparently, although this team had killed small monsters to level 2, they hadn't exploded any useful equipment or skill books, causing their fighting style to remain plain. Just then, a figure that violently appeared behind the boss sprinter. At the moment when the sprinter launched an attack towards Wang Mang, a poisonous dart flew towards the sprinter's head. A precise hit to the head. Minus 845, weakness attack. Break hidden. Back strike. Weakness attack. Take them all full. A shot in the arm. Wang Mang and the others were getting nervous when they saw the boss's blood bar at a glance, which had almost instantly dropped by half, and their eyes widened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wang Mang couldn't help but curse out a foul language. Their entire team, fighting the sprinters for half a day, had taken less than 10% of their blood. As a result, this mysterious character, a skill directly kills the boss half-blood? And that is just the base damage of the mighty dart. It's what comes next that's scary. Minus 324. Minus 324. Minus 324. Minus 324. As the sprinter's body turned green and 4 continuous damage numbers jumped out one after another, the sprinter didn't even have a chance to struggle and fell down directly in front of Wang Mang. Sure, Wang Mang and the others could not see the damage numbers of others. They could only see the blood bar above the boss's head. That blood bar, which dropped a notch every time it jumped, made Wang Mang's and their heartbeats beat along with it. Watching the bronze boss that had almost wiped out their regiment be poisoned alive just like that. Holy, this hurts. Is this even human? No. Is this really a player who entered the game at the same time as us? You guys didn't see the key. The key is, he was able to accurately hit the boss's head with a dart while the boss was fidgeting. That's right. With our long-range attacks, we had trouble trying to hit the boss, and he casually hit the weak points. Wang Mang's 6 men all sucked in a breath of cool air. They watched as the boss popped out a bunch of loot, but it was clear that they didn't have pickup privileges. In the Divine Abandonment game, the attribution of loot dropped by monsters belongs to a team or individual who has done the most damage. Right now, 90% of this sprinter's blood was taken out by Qin Feng. Rightfully so, Qin Feng had the right to all the loot. Chapter 13, So Many Creepers. I'm playing Nima? You have killed sprinters, bronze level. You have gained 600 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 3. Congratulations, you've gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of life, tradable. The moment the boss fell to the ground, a series of system prompts rang out in Qin Feng's head. After he threw that fierce poison dart, he then released his subterranean shadow and re-entered his stealthy state. Now the latent shadow cooldown is 26 seconds, which is still a bit long. Kind of takes away from the efficiency of brushing. Still, it's best to evolve greedy hands first with evolution points. Qin Feng thought to himself. He silently made his way over to the sprinter's corpse and picked up the pile of loot. And this scene, in the eyes of Wang Mang's 6 people, became incredibly bizarre. There's no sign of anyone. The loot next to that boss's corpse suddenly disappeared? Thanks a lot, friend. Wang Mang knew that big brother was beside him, and with a serious and earnest expression, he clasped his fists in the air and sincerely thanked him. Thank me? Qin Feng said indifferently, his voice seeming to come from all directions. In the wild, don't trust others so easily. These words made Wang Mang look aghast. I understand. Thanks for the reminder, big brother. In the godforsaken game, only the town is a safe zone. Players can also kill players as long as they are outside of the town, and once they die, half of their tradable lifespan, or non-tradable lifespan, will be dropped. Of course, the only thing a player can pick up is tradable lifespan. As for the non-tradable lifespan, players can't pick it up directly unless they go through the magical creatures. Let them absorb it, and then kill the magical creatures in order to convert 50% out. Obviously, if Qin Feng wanted to turn against Wang Mang now, he could easily take them out. It just wasn't necessary, because there's no way to pop anything. These guys, they're so poor. And at this time, Wang Mang also understood. If the big man really had it in for them, he wouldn't have opened his mouth to warn them. This made Wang Mang even more grateful. Then let's go first. We won't bother Big Brother tasting the equipment. My name is Wang Mang. If Big Brother needs any help in the future, just look for me. Wang Mang was very understanding, and after saying this, he intended to lead the people away. But the pretty young girl behind him, covered in sludge, suddenly waved her hand towards the surroundings. Big brother, I'm Blackbrush Big Plum. Can I add you as a friend? Hearing this young girl's self-reported code name, Qin Feng almost didn't laugh out loud. He actually knew this girl. In a previous life, of course, she was called this code name because her real name was Lin Li Fish, her father's surname was Lin, and her mother's surname was Li, and thus, Hybulin de Li Z was born. This girl is really pretty. Her personality is lively and cute, and her body is even hot. As for the profession, it was the hidden profession seer, which was quite a bit stronger than the average mage. In his last life, Qin Feng had even worked with her a few times. It looks like she's starting off the same way as her last life, by teaming up directly with Wang Mang. It later became an official member of Dasha. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. He didn't need to befriend the other man now. Then he blandly said, I'm sorry, I'm not interested in the big black Bruin Plum. That girl is not willing to not add Qin Feng friend. Still want a stalking. The result of the team of middle-aged female priests. A helpless face dragged her, turned away from, looking at their backs as they left. Qin Feng was also a bit emotional. This Wang Meng's profession Holy Shield Warrior. Meet or meet. Moreover, the middle-aged female priest in the team was also a hidden profession Oracle Priest, with an initial healing amount that was twice that of a normal priest. Otherwise, the team wouldn't have lasted this long. My attack, it looks like seconds, but it's limited by the cooldown of Sneak Shadow, which causes the attacks to be spaced out too long. From start to finish, it took almost 2 minutes to get rid of this boss and the 3 polluters. 2 minutes, in the hands of an ordinary team, would have long been under the hands of the sprinter group destroyed. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. This wave was full of rewards for him. When Wang Mang and the others left, Qin Feng unleashed greedy hand towards the corpse of the sprinter. Congratulations, you've gained 2 evolution points. You have gained 55 days of life, tradable. a bronze boss that gave Qin Feng a total of 4 evolution points, plus 110 days of tradable lifespan, and 5 pieces of loot. Nice haul. There are also 3 pieces of equipment inside the drop and 2 skill books. Only one of these pieces of equipment was something Qin Feng could use. Godforsaken game. There are so many professions that it's not unusual for them to pop up in other professions on a regular basis. Sprinting leather gaiters, bronze assassin's equipment. Physical defense plus 9, total elemental resistance plus 5, cooldown speed plus 15%. Requirements, level 2. The defense and elemental resistance of this equipment was of little use to Qin Feng, but 15% cooldown is nice. Put it on straight away. The cooldown of Sneak Shadow, from 26 seconds, has been reduced to 61 seconds, a good effect. In the Godforsaken game, there is no cooldown reduction in the regular attributes, only cooldown speed. In the later stages, the cooldown speed attribute is basically stacked to several 100%. For example, a 400% cooldown speed is equivalent to a 4 times faster cooldown, which is equivalent to 5 times the original, and a skill that originally had a 20-second cooldown now only takes 4 seconds. In short, final cooldown equals base cooldown / 1 plus cooldown speed. Keep brushing. One more evolution point will evolve the greedy hand to emerald level. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and continued to go deeper towards the dark woods. At the same time, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had reached 268 days. I still have quite a few equipment skill books from other professions on me. Once your backpack is full, go ahead and head back to town and trade your stuff for tradable lifespans. When the time comes, it's time to think about it and extract the equipment skills back to reality. No exaggeration. Qin Feng's development speed was more than 100 times faster than in his last life. Sounds like he developed very slowly in his last life. But it can't be helped, because when the number of players in the town increases, the demons outside, too, all gather. The difficulty will skyrocket for new players trying to hunt demons. Instead, many player squads were hunted by hordes of demons and kept losing their lifespans. For example, now Shell Town, Wang Meng, with his hidden profession squad, had returned to the area closer to the town. This side wouldn't brush level 2 monsters, only level 1 monsters. To their shock, when they returned, they quickly saw a party of 6 players that was being surrounded by more than a dozen creepers. If you take on a creeper alone, that's something many teams can kill these days. But, a dozen creepers? So many creepers? I'm playing Nima? A youth screamed and cursed in panic, followed by 3 creepers pouncing on him, tearing and gnawing. Chapter 14 Offer $10 million for Shadow Big Brother to bring upgrades? Prepare for battle. Wang Meng's face became extremely grave as he unfolded the inferior large shield in his hand. Having just come all the way here, they had rested for a few minutes halfway through the journey, and their blood and mana levels were pretty much restored. Originally, the pretty girl Lin Liu, who was holding a staff, was still dwelling on the fact that she had just not added Qin Feng as a friend. It must be that I'm covered in mud and the big man hates it. Oh, this girl is on the verge of tears. But before she could be sad for long, the scene in front of her shook her to her core, and immediately she held her staff, ready to engage in battle. A dozen creepers. In a few seconds, a squad of 6 players was killed. All of them. Originally, Wang Meng was still in a dignified state, preparing for battle. Results. The dozen or so creepers looked back at their team, seemingly sensing that they were different from the unusual team. All of them were a bit scandalized and turned away. Of course, before they left they still absorbed all the non-tradable lifespans that those 6 players had exploded. Although it takes time for demons to digest their lifespan, however, it is absorbed and stored quickly. Once that was done, more than a dozen creepers turned and fled deeper into the woods. Run away? Wang Meng and the others froze. These magical creatures. It's completely out of character. Also, those creeps are, truthfully, a bit fast. Although it was not as good as the sprinters, it was not something that Wang Meng and the others could catch up with. They're trying to run and we can't really catch up. These monsters, they still know how to bully? Wang Meng and Lin Liu, the 6 of them, all felt a bit unimaginable. Once again, there was an extra layer of awe for this godforsaken game. Monsters within this game. It's not at all like an unusual online game where you're just dumb enough to wait for the player to kill it. Instead, they will team up to hunt players, preying on the player's lifespan. As for what the demonic creature snatched the player's lifespan for, Wang Meng and the others didn't know for the time being, but this alone was already enough to make people's hearts run cold. Go! Wang Meng led the team and continued to advance. Soon another party of 6 was seen, 3 already dead and 3 left running for their lives. Unfortunately, they were too slow, and the 5 reptiles behind them were in hot pursuit, attacking them non-stop and looking to finish them off. Arcane spells. Triple shot. The 2 long range from Wang Meng's team attacked the 5 creepers from afar. Each hit a creeper, blasting away about 1/10 of its blood. Surround them. Don't let them get away. Wang Mang charged forward with his shield. Directly a jumping smash, landed with a bang and stunned all 5 of those creepers in place. It's happening all around the town of Shell. Originally, in people's impression, the demons that were supposed to be killed by them and turned into experience would actually join forces, would gather, and in turn surround the players. Town Square Resurrection Point. A white light kept flashing, hardly stopping for a moment. Every resurrected player's face became ugly. You have to go up to level 3 to return to reality. I thought it would be easy, but I didn't realize. Monsters know how to group up. This is going to take head to level 3? I have a question. If we never get to level 3, won't we be stuck here forever? So in reality, wouldn't we be vegetative? No, we have to gather more people. If a team of 6 won't work, then 2 teams, 3 teams together. No way. Too many people will attract the boss. Just now there was a 40-person group that attracted a cursed one of some kind, and a single skill seconded over 30 of them. Countless people were emboldened. It was also at this point that they suddenly saw, on the Shell Town's rankings chart, the number 1 ranked Shadow. His rank became level 3. Holy, is this Shadow really that good? We're struggling to even kill a small monster, and he's upgrading so easily? Shadow Big Brother seems to be soloing. After all, he's the only one on the list with such a high level. Definitely a solo brush. That's too fierce, isn't it? People have been incredulous. By now, many have left town. A deep realization of how ferocious the demons are out there. In this situation, the Shadow was able to solo and upgrade all the way. How powerful was this? At this point, Sister Pear, codenamed Duck Pear, brought her teammates and once again resurrected from the square. This black short-sleeved girl's face was already as black as charcoal, because this is her 3rd death. Her non-tradable lifespan, which had been 80 years, is now only 10 years, so you can say that she has lost a lot. Though, at the moment, she didn't know if the lifespan was real or not, but it still puts a kind of heavy psychological pressure on her. The soft, long-haired girl who had followed her back to life was now trembling a little in her hands. Pear's sister, what do we do now? The soft girl glanced at her experience bar worriedly. Their team had killed 4 creepers so far, and it was only less than 10 points of experience per person when they split it up, and it was still early to get to the 100 experience points needed to level up to level 2, let alone level 3, even though all 4 of these creeps were still very hard to kill, because, when they run out of blood, they run. Still the leader of the Pear sister had some means. After all, it was a hidden profession. With the longbow in her hand, she cleaned up the bloodied and escaping creeper. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to these 4 creeps. In short, no more death. The black short-sleeved girl Duck Pear, her face was very ugly, suddenly saw the leaderboard. Shadow level rose to level 3. It was a situation that caught her eye. All spread out for now and get the word out. Duck Pear said in a deep voice, I'll pay 10 million renminbi to let Shadow take me to level 3. In short, first return to reality before he upgrades so fast. Taking me to upgrade should be easy, right? Thus, such a message was quickly spread in the Shell Town. There was a big lady who was willing to spend 10 million renminbi to ask the Shadow Big Brother who was number 1 on the leaderboard to help bring upgrades. Meanwhile, Qin Feng happened to be on his way back. After finishing off the sprinters, he went through the dense forest and killed about 10 creepers in a row, finally touching 1 evolution point by Greedy Hand. Direct evolution Greedy Hands. You have consumed 5 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Platinum Emerald Assassin skill, can be used on demonic corpses with a 160% probability of gaining an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 20% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. The Hand of Greed, evolved to Emerald level, surprisingly had an additional special effect. There is a 20% chance that the extra loot is 1 rank higher. Invincible. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect is, to say the least, cool. If we continue to evolve, wouldn't we be upgrading the grade 100%? You can harvest silver equipment by killing bronze bosses. You can touch gold equipment when you kill a silver boss. Just in time, Qin Feng had now memorized the location of a boss. That boss is called the Cursed One, a demonic creature in the form of a dry tree man that seems to have taken out dozens of players and is hiding somewhere in the dense forest, digesting its lifespan. Soon, that Cursed One would be promoted to a silver-ranked boss. Chapter 15 Ice Pick Technique for Sale. The Condescending Missy. However, the boss advancement will take some time. No one can kill that boss at the moment anyway, so I'll give it some time to advance. Go back and take care of things first. Qin Feng looked at the backpack. He was now level 3.5, and his backpack, which only had 10 compartments, was full. It's all equipment and skill books that don't belong to his profession. To Qin Feng, they were of no use and were best exchanged for tradable lifespan. But to the other players in Shell Town, these were good things that could drastically increase their strength. For example, the Mage Skill Book Ice Pick. I believe. Once the skill is learned, the hit can slow down the target, and even have the probability of freezing the target. Of course, the boss control resistance is high, and it is difficult to control, but it's definitely a sharp tool to use against small monsters. On the way back to the shell town, Qinfeng saw a lot of people along the way were chased to death by creepers. No expression fluctuated on his face. This, too, is common early in the game. It doesn't take long for people to learn that all they need to do to deal with this situation is to add agility. With high agility and speed, you won't be chased to death, and it won't matter how many creepers come. And if a creeper wants to escape, he is also able to hunt him down with his speed. This was why Qinfeng wanted to add agility. As Qinfeng approached the shell town safe zone, he finally did not continue to be stealthy, but he called up the system panel and enabled the face masking function. In the godforsaken game, the player looks the same as reality and cannot be adjusted. I'm still a normal person in reality, and I don't have the ability to extract it for now. Can't reveal your identity. Qinfeng was well aware of this. Once he exposed his identity, with his current status as the number 1 in Shell Town, he would definitely have trouble coming to his door, or even killing him. This kind of thing, he'd seen a lot of it in his last life. After enabling the facial masking function, he had an additional black veil on his face that could not be seen through. What he wore was an initial black robe, and on his legs were brown leather gaiters of sprinting, and his feet also wore rotten leather boots, with only his cold eyes showing under the black veil. Shell Town. These players who all came from Jianghai City, each had a sad face. They want to get to level 3 and get back to reality. But now, they couldn't even kill a single creeper, and once they encountered one, it was a swarm, so how could they fight? So, they all crowded inside the shell town and kept discussing ways. When Qinfeng returned, his cold image instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding players. The leg guards and shoes on his body, as well as the corrosive short knife in his hand, were clearly equipment dropped by the wild monsters outside. In particular, the short sword and the leg guards were glowing with a faint bronze-colored light effect. Obviously bronze-level equipment. Who is this guy? So pretentious? Can people not be pretentious when they have 2 pieces of bronze equipment? Hiss. This can't be the shadow big brother who's at the top of the rankings, right? Damn. It seems to be true. Ha, big brother. Someone is offering you 10 million renminbi to bring you upgrades. Big brother, I don't need you to take me. I can give you 100,000. Just tell me how you soloed. As long as you are willing to take me, let me do anything. I am still a chick. For a while, a lot of people gathered around. There were those who wanted Qinfeng to bring upgrades, and there were also those who asked him how he soloed. Unfortunately, Qinfeng ignored them all. He headed straight for the town's central square, then came to a crumbling flower bed and sat down. He tapped on the stall function and set up the 10 pieces of equipment and skill books. Store name, equipment skill sale. Only 10 minutes. Want to buy quickly? There are a lot of people in the town now. Qinfeng estimated that 10 minutes was about right. When this stall came out, it immediately attracted everyone around it. Biggie, it's really Shadow Biggie. Cow wow. Big brother is actually selling equipment, and there are even 2 pieces of bronze equipment. Did this kill a bronze level boss? I heard that bronze level cursor killed yellow hair and the 30 or so of them back. Ha, yeah, a bronze boss that fierce. Can anyone really kill it at this stage? For a while, players from all walks of life gathered. Soon there was a woman in a gray vestment robe who walked over with her teammates. She shot a slightly curious glance at Qinfeng. How do you sell this ice pick technique? The gray-robed woman came up to look and immediately pursed her lips in question. Like Qinfeng, she had also turned on the facial masking function, but Qinfeng recognized it. This woman should be the Grey Rose who was currently ranked 11th in the Shell Town rankings. What she is wearing should be the poor quality vestments dropped by ordinary small monsters. With her this code name is quite match. Qinfeng glanced at her and said, 100 days of tradable life. Grey Rose frowned slightly. 100 days? That's too much. Can't afford it. Can it be cheaper? Qinfeng shook his head, not bothering to speak. The normal level skill Ice Cone technique, which could greatly increase the speed of the pre-magic department's monster brushing, was already cheap at 100 days. Grey Rose followed up with, can I use cash? Qinfeng said indifferently, if you have a lot of cash, you can buy life expectancy from someone else first and then come back to trade with me. If no one offers a higher price, I can keep the item for you. Grey Rose bit her lip lightly. Just a moment. She took her teammates aside and chatted in the team channel. Half a minute later, the Grey Rose reappeared in front of Qinfeng. Alright, 100 days of lifespan. Deal. Qinfeng had a total of 268 days of life to brush up to this point. Grey Rose, on the other hand, had risen to level 2 anyways, and led the team in killing at least 30 to 40 creepers. Except that the tradable lifespans of the creeper pops are split evenly between her and her teammates. At this time, Grey Rose, on the other hand, had gathered all of the team's tradable lifespans together and used them to purchase the ice cone technique so that they could develop faster. You have sold ice cone technique, skill book. You have gained 100 days of tradable life. Tradable life, 268 days 368 days. The transaction had just been completed when a few people suddenly pushed through the crowd somewhat roughly and came in front of Qin Feng, at the head of the group. It was clearly the ponytailed girl in black short sleeves, the pair-sister codenamed Duck Pair. This young girl obviously ripped off the sleeves of the initial black robe sent by the system, so it became short-sleeved and appeared relatively cool and lively. Shadow? Missy looked condescendingly at Qin Feng, who was sitting by the flower bed, and said condescendingly, "I'll give you a chance. Just take me up to level 3. When I return to reality, I'll give you 10 million renminbi. My dad is the chairman of Dajiang Industry, so don't worry about me not being able to afford it." The crowd was in an uproar at these words. 10 million, just take her to level 3. People around them were shocked. This is too good to be true, isn't it? It sure isn't hard for a shadow bigot to take someone to level 3. Yes, this is a casual income of $10 million. What people didn't expect though, Qin Feng, who was sitting at the edge of the flower bed, glanced at the short-sleeved girl without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. "I refuse." Chapter 16 The Ruthless Zhongli. Is this money that easy to get? No one could see that Qin Feng was sneering. When he first saw this duck pair before, Qin Feng didn't recognize it. After all, he had met so many people in his last life, how could he remember them all? But hearing the words Dajiang Industry, Qin Feng remembered. In front of me, this Missy lookalike is the daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Dajiang Industry, Zhongli. This woman has done some ruthless things in her last life. For example, acquiring tradable lifespans for cash, only to come back to reality and not only deny it, but pretend to give someone cash and kill them in reality while they're at it. At least a dozen people have been victimized by her. At that time, the whole community was already in disarray. The reality of killing people is all too common. And with these tradable lifespans acquired by Zhongli, coupled with the fact that he himself was a hidden profession, he quickly rose to prominence. Qin Feng remembers that it was not until the 4th or 5th year of the descent of the godforsaken game that Zhongli suffered retribution. Sure, none of these things had anything to do with him, because he brought Qin Xiaoyu with him in his last life. His upgrading speed was not fast in the early stages, and he didn't have much interaction with this Zhongli. As for now, Qin Feng certainly wouldn't believe her bull *******. 10 million RMB? For the time being, the money would be useful, but it depends on whether or not you have the life to get it. At this moment, although Qin Feng was in the godforsaken game and was stronger than everyone, in reality, he was still an ordinary person. Zhongli behind the big river industry, their own family have raised a bunch of beaters. Qin Feng dares to get the cash? To take is to die, so to speak. What's more, cash will soon be useless in this world. The world's currency of exchange will soon be longevity. Thus, Qin Feng was indifferent, pressing down and not bothering with the Zhongli in front of him, and Qin Feng's attitude made that Zhongli froze, as if he didn't expect that this person would completely ignore the temptation of $10 million. Zhongli frowned. "Shadow, although you are quite strong in this game, right now, no one knows what's going on in this game. If you can follow me, I'll make sure that you'll be able to eat and drink in the future, and you'll have everything you need. Cars, houses, women, whatever you need." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Get out of the way if you're not buying anything. Don't affect my business." You. Zhongli almost died from his anger. Since she was a child, she was the baby in the palm of her family's hand. In the eyes of outsiders, she was the daughter of Dajiang Industry, doted on by the chairman of the board, who dared to bully her. It could be said that Zhongli had never been treated like this before. A fierce light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Qin Feng, but she quickly hid it. She smiled. "Okay, since you don't want to, forget it." She turned away, her face resuming its grimace. Qin Feng watched her back as she left and did not care. At this point in time, no one knows that tradable lifespans can be used to extract equipment skills into reality. No one knew that the godforsaken game would bring down the order of reality. The only thing that is fundamental to everything is one's own strength. As for Zhongli, her proud background in Dajiang Industries would soon become meaningless. After leaving the central square of Shell Town, Zhongli was planning how she was going to find out Qin Feng's true identity. Just then, a young man with bare arms and a tattoo on his arm found Zhongli. "Sister Pair, my name is Mao Lijun. You can call me Old Mao." The youth smiled and said, "I'm at level 2 now, and I know some tricks on how to upgrade. I can take you to upgrade. Does that $10 million still count?" Hearing this, Zhongli raised her eyebrows. "Trick? What trick?" The youth codenamed Old Mao directly said, "I don't tell ordinary people, but since it's Pair's sister, as a sign of sincerity, I can tell you that if you want to upgrade in this situation now, you have to take the initial 5 attribute points and add them all to agility. That way, We can run at full speed just a little faster than the crawlers. Put it this way, you get it, right? Hearing this, Zhongli had a bit of a dawning realization, but soon this great lady frowned again, because she had taken the first 5 points of attributes and added them to strength, then thought that high damage was everything. Turns out I didn't expect to be blindsided by hordes of creepers. Okay, you take me to upgrade. Soon Zhongli said very boldly, but you're not as strong as Shadow. I can give you 5 million, except, take me to level 3 and give you cash back in reality. Old Mao readily agreed, no problem. As he said this old Mao was still thinking in his heart, that Shadow may be strong, but there seems to be something wrong with his brain? Don't want such a simple $10 million. How stupid. Unfortunately, this guy didn't know what kind of person Zhongli was. The 5 million. Where is it so easy to get? On Qin Feng's side, he quickly sold out everything. Compared to skill books, equipment is quite a bit cheaper. He also had 2 bronze level ones, a warrior equipment and a priest equipment, both with relatively average attributes, so they were both sold for only 30 or 40 days of tradable life. As for other poor quality equipment and skill books, the price is even lower. After selling all 10 pieces of equipment skill books, Qin Feng had harvested a total of nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable life, 546 days. Nice haul. At this time, that cursor should have advanced to the silver level, right? Qin Feng closed his stall and left Shell Town. While in stealth, he quickly rushed over in the direction where the cursed one was. On the way, he saw the appearance of a youth named Old Mao who was taking Zhongli out, preparing to take her for an upgrade. Qin Feng took a look at this and realized what happened to that old hare. But of course he didn't bother to remind the other side. To Qin Feng, as long as he didn't provoke himself, he didn't bother with anything else. 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng went deep into the dark and dense forest, came to the place where I saw the cursed one before, and sure enough, this boss has advanced to the silver level, and has a gray mist lingering on its body, and is actually still advancing. The silver to gold progression will take at least 7 or 8 hours. Too lazy to wait, Qin Feng decided to make a move. There are plenty of gold bosses behind them, so there's no need to wait here. Taking out the bosses first and becoming stronger is the right way to go. This place, it's a crisis. The dense forest is full of demons. Only Qin Feng could come here by virtue of permanent stealth. He didn't hesitate and silently came behind the cursed one that was like a dry tree man, and the fierce poison dart instantly struck, directly hitting the boss's head. A silver boss with 2 to 3 times the blood volume of a bronze boss. That's just 2 or 3 slam darts. Qin Feng threw a dart and became invisible. The cursed person instantly suffered heavy damage. His blood bar dropped by nearly a quarter, and he was still taking toxin damage. But it turned, but not even a shadow of a person. This caused the cursed one to let out a somewhat angry sound, raising its dry, thin arms, gray elemental energy dense in its hands, gathering, and then expanding. A large ranged attack skill with a diameter of more than 20 meters instantly erupted, flooding the area around it. Chapter 17, Kill the Silver Boss. Gold level equipment. The cursed one, belonging to was a magic boss of the law system. Most of the skills are ranged attacks and do a lot of damage. Qin Feng had already retreated as fast as he could after throwing the mighty poison dart. With his speed, he just barely managed to get out of the boss's attack range before its skills erupted. That was close. If this gets blasted, with my current blood and defense, I'll only die. Qin Feng's heart beat a little faster as he watched the large-scale gray mist erupt in front of him. This cursed one was the one who had killed more than 30 players and advanced to the silver level in one go. Even the lifespan plundered is enough for it to advance to gold, or even higher grades. It was only a pity that he had met Qin Feng. When the other party erupted in gray mist once, Qin Feng did not approach. Instead, he moved away from the boss and waited for his sneak shadow skill to cool down. The cursor, who kept raising his hand, released his gray mist blast skill towards the surrounding air. These small skills, the range wasn't as big, but they were also a big threat to Qin Feng. Once it hit Qin Feng was all but dead. Good for, he stayed invisible the entire time, away from the boss, and didn't encounter a single bit of danger. By the time Qin Feng's subterranean shadow had finished cooldown, that cursed one seemed to be a bit tired as well, releasing more than a dozen skills in a row, making it a bit unable to keep up with its mana value. The cursed one looked around with extreme caution and began to move deeper into the dense forest. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind it, and another fierce poison dart hit its head. -659, weakness attack, -219, -219. Qin Feng's figure flashed away. About 10 meters away, the dart accurately hit the boss's head. Just this long-range attack hit rate alone was completely out of the reach of other players. Qin Feng also did not dare to get too close. Then he was too late to escape from the boss ranged attack range. It's safe to say that right now he's strong on paper, but a big part of it, too, had to do with his vast experience of 9 years of fumbling around in his last life. With 2 fierce poison darts going down, the blood bar on top of the boss's head had gradually dropped to only 1/3. This cursed person cannot see where the enemy is. One could only frantically move deeper into the dense forest. A dry, skinny cursed one with long, skinny hands that hang down to its knees is running away as fast as it can. If anyone saw this scene, I'm afraid they would be amazed. No one could imagine that a boss that had advanced to the silver level would be chased by a player. One must know that this boss had exterminated dozens of players in one fell swoop at the bronze level. And at this point, a shadow, once again, appeared behind the cursed one. Mighty poison dart. Once again, the body of the cursed man was colored green, only to see under the continuous damage of the fierce poison, that cursed person's blood bar finally fell to the bottom, and finally died. Dry and thin body, collapsed on the decayed and damp dense forest floor. You have killed the cursed one, silver level. You have gained 1800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 5. Congratulations, you've gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of life, tradable. A large amount of experience value arrived, directly allowing Qin Feng to rise 2 levels in a row to level 5. Moreover, the silver-ranked boss gave Qin Feng 4 evolution points. Greedy hands. Qin Feng directly touched the corpse. Large golden hands poked out of the void and grabbed onto the dried-up corpse of the cursed one. Skill greedy hands rolled successful. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 124 days of life, tradable. You have gained 124 days of life, tradable. 2 extra bonuses straight away. Just this one silver boss brought Qin Feng 12 evolution points and 372 days of tradable lifespan. And, when Qin Feng used greedy hand, under the boss corpse, a golden light flashed. Is this out of the gold level? Not bad for an emerald-ranked greedy hand. Qin Feng knew that this was triggering the additional effect of the emerald-grade greedy hand, with a 20% probability of raising the additional loot by 1 grade. Cool is cool. However, Qin Feng was a bit depressed as he looked at the 7 or 8 pieces of loot under the boss's corpse. There are only 10 compartments in the backpack now, so we can't just kill a boss and run back, right? It's also a waste of time. I hope this cursor drops me a storage ring or something. That way there are more grids. With anticipation, Qin Feng reached out and touched the pile of loot under the boss's corpse, just as Qin Feng finished off the silver-level boss and ascended to level 5. In the middle of Shell Town, countless people were shocked on the spot when they saw the leaderboards. Level 3, jumping straight to level 5? Did this kill some powerful boss? I just saw the big guy selling his equipment more than 10 minutes ago, and he's leveled up 2 more levels so quickly? This is outrageous, isn't it? My sister is 18 this year. I really hope that the big man can look at my sister, so that I can also get the light and take me to upgrade. Come on, they can't even look at $10 million. Can they look at your sister? Small town center. Wang Meng and Lin Li Fish team of 6 had finally risen to level 3. They subconsciously glanced at the leaderboard. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team exploded. We've only risen to level 3, and that big guy is level 5? How can anyone live anymore? Wang Meng was also dumbfounded, but soon he shook his head and said gruffly, don't think about that for now. Let's first return to reality individually and inform our loved ones and friends about the divine abandonment game. The world is likely to be in turmoil, so let's at least get those close to us. Ready. Wang Meng's identity is that of an armed police officer. The reason why he fell asleep in the morning was because he had just come back from a shift to rest after an all-night stakeout of a suspect last night, and he didn't expect to enter the godforsaken game. Hearing Wang Meng's words, Lin Liu and the others nodded their heads gravely. They each returned to reality. In the body of the godforsaken game, it gradually becomes illusory until it disappears. Just as countless people were shocked, Qin Feng also had his bumper crop. From this silver-level cursor, he not only gained 12 evolution points, but also 372 days of tradable life. Even the non-tradable lifespan was directly gained for over 200 years. I now have a non-tradable lifespan of 418 years and 271 days. That seems like quite a bit of longevity. But later on in the advanced areas of the godforsaken game, or in the reality after the first spread of desolation, the rate of life expectancy passing will be faster and faster. Qin Feng shook his head, not thinking too much. He looked into his backpack. Let's look at that gold level equipment first. Cursed ring, gold common to all professions. Attribute, +8. Dark elemental resistance, +26. Weakness attack multiplier, +0. 1. Requirement, level 4. Full attribute ring? Qin Feng was still satisfied. With 8 points of full attributes, equivalent to 32 points of attribute value, this one ring was equivalent to the attributes that others could only obtain by ascending 3 levels. The additional dark elemental resistance is useful against many magical creatures. Weakness attack multiplier, initially 1. 5x. With this ring it's 1/6x. Not bad. There's no such thing as a blitz in a godforsaken game. Some only have a weakness attack multiplier for hitting weaknesses. In other words, this weakness attack multiplier is somewhat similar to the blast damage of some online games. Immediately afterward, Shinfeng looked at a skill book. Compared to equipment, Shinfeng clearly preferred skill books, because he can evolve his skills infinitely. And at this moment, a silver-level skill book exploded by the cursed one made Shinfeng's eyes light up with incomparable surprise. Chapter 18, Instant Shadow Chop. Diamond Grade Greedy Hands. Instant Shadow Chop, Silver Assassin Skill. Blinks in one direction, up to 15 meters, and enters stealth, lasts 5 seconds, dealing 3 slashes to all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10, 43 seconds. Learning requirements, level 4. Chopping width, 2, 1 meters. Each chopping attack adds 100 points of attack power, and 100% is considered a backstab. Shinfeng took the skill book in his hands and directly studied it. If he had learned this skill just now, the time it would have taken him to kill that silver-level cursor would have been saved by half. Most importantly, not only does this skill allow him to remain invisible, but it's also a ranged damage skill. As for cooldowns, 12 seconds is the base cooldown for the skill, and 43 seconds is the actual cooldown in effect. After all, Shinfeng carried a 15% cooldown speed attribute on him, an attack range of 15 meters long and 1 meters wide. It's especially good for attacking small monsters. By evolving, it should be possible to increase the range, but there's no rush yet. Shinfeng focused his attention on the Greedy Hand. Having evolved Greedy Hand 4 times before, it is now on its 5th evolution. The evolution points required are 1, 2, 3, 5 and 8. So the number of evolution points needed for each evolution of a skill is equal to the sum of the first 2 evolutions? If I'm not mistaken, the number of evolution points required for the 6th evolution of each skill is 13? While thinking this, Shinfeng consumed 8 evolution points to evolve the Greedy Hand once again. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 4 points remaining. Greedy Hand, Emerald Diamond Assassin Skill, can be used on demonic corpses, with a 160% 220% chance of obtaining an additional loot bonus. The additional loot obtained has a 20% 40% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. Looking at the effect of the skill enhancement, Shinfeng even sucked in a breath of cool air. Now every time you kill a monster, you're bound to get 2 more shares of loot. Killing 1 monster is equal to someone else killing 3. There's even a 20% chance of 3 more rewards. There's also a 40% probability of moving up 1 rank. As this skill evolved, Shinfeng felt that it was becoming more and more perverse. When he looked at the conditions for the Greedy Hand's next evolution, he found that sure enough, the number of evolution points required for the next evolution was 13. If there is no Greedy Hand, these 13 evolution points, Shinfeng is afraid to get half a day. But now, with Greedy Hands, evolution points come easily whenever there's a boss. There are 4 evolution points left, so let's boost the combat power first. Shinfeng realized that he had just been unable to kill a silver-level boss in seconds, so the battle power also need to mention, or encounter higher-level boss. The battle time is long and easy to accident. You have consumed 3 evolution points and have 1 point remaining. Instant Shadow Slash, Silver Gold Platinum blinks in one direction, up to 151821 meters, and enters stealth, lasts for 5-6-7 seconds, inflicting 3-4-5 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10, 43 seconds. Chopping width, 2, 1 2, 6 3, 1 meters. Each chopping blow adds 100150200 attack points. Evolved Instant Shadow Slash with no cooldown reduction? It's kind of hard, but, relying on the Instant Shadow Chop alone, I'll be able to achieve infinite stealth as well. 3 chopping blows that turn into 5. That's an explosion of damage. 1 evolution point left. No skills to evolve for now. Shinfeng looked at the remaining loot again. There was nothing left that he could use, but there was also a silver-level warrior skill book, Battle Cry, which increased the team's attack and defense by 20 points when released. This skill book, once learned, doubles the entire team's damage and candor in the early stages. If this were a warrior from the previous life, having this skill in the early stages would be simply unbeatable. But for now, the skill book can only be sold. Shinfeng was a bit of a pity. He stayed invisible and looked around. This dense forest was already a level 4 to 5 magical creature refreshment area, and that originally level 2 cursed one had also risen from level 2 to level 4 due to digesting its lifespan before bursting out level 4 loot for Shinfeng. Not far away, in the shadows of the woods, there were 3 rotting limb-catching creeps that were warily surveying the dead bodies of the cursed. Before they can react, Instant Shadow Chop, -725, -725, -725. The level 4 normal small monsters also had a blood level of around 1000 points. However, With an instantaneous shadow slash, Xin Feng's figure first manifested for about 0.1 seconds, then instantly penetrated more than 10 meters away. On the path, the three limb crawlers each received 2 decapitations and were killed on the spot. You have killed the limb crawler, LV4. You have gained 80 experience points. You have gained 5 days of life, tradable. A series of system prompts rang out in Xin Feng's head, easily decimating 3 minions. He returned to the minion corpses and unleashed Greedy Hands. Luckily Greedy Hands isn't on cooldown. It's just a bit of a shame that you can only touch each monster corpse once. If anyone knew what Xin Feng was thinking, they were afraid that they would be scolded. Still not thrilled with the 100% triple reward? Want to touch it a few more times? Want a face? And after instant shadow slash was learned, Xin Feng's efficiency in brushing monsters was instantly raised. It looks like it's only a matter of 2 hours to get to level 10. The corners of Xin Feng's mouth curled slightly, just as Xin Feng was planning to impact level 10 and extract his abilities into reality. Blue Star Reality. Around the globe, there were finally people who had risen to level 3 one after another, and all of these people returned to reality at the first opportunity. Originally, there were more and more people entering the godforsaken game because they fell asleep. In reality, their bodies turn into translucent illusions, causing panic in those around them, and even all sorts of talk about the end of the world, which spreads rapidly. But as level 3 players are coming back to reality, the truth is finally known to the public. After falling asleep, our consciousness actually goes to a godforsaken place? A godforsaken game? Just like the MMO? You can get stronger by playing games? I, Zhuo Benwei, am invincible by my actual name. Don't be too optimistic. It's rumored that most people are dying all the time now, with half of their lifespan deducted each time they die. You can gain longevity by killing monsters in a game? Wouldn't that make immortality possible? Who knows if this stuff is real or not? The power to potentially get everyone on the planet into the game after falling asleep. Who can explain that? Really, there's an old den in my town who originally had a lifespan of a few days, went out and died a couple times, and died violently on the spot. The whole town players received a death announcement, just wondering if reality died too. Countless discussion threads have appeared in countries around the globe and on major online forums. Godforsaken Games, which has jumped to become a buzzword on every website in the world. Jianghai City, Jianghai Normal University, Xin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan, who had already returned to the dormitory to rest, had of course learned about the Divine Abandonment game. Chapter 19, Xin Xiaoyu. Those who have risen to level 3 now are definitely bigots. In the dormitory, the 4 girls were having a lively discussion about the godforsaken game. The short-haired girl Chu Yan, also known as Xin Xiaoyu BFF, was packing up her things while saying, "It is said that people in the same area, as long as they fall asleep at the same time, they will appear in the same newbie town. I have to go back and bring my parents, who haven't played the game before. I'm afraid they won't be able to adapt." One of the girls said helplessly, "You don't want to hitch yourself up. We can actually develop ourselves first and turn around and take mom and dad." And a girl with glasses nodded her head like a chicken pecking. Yeah. We don't even have the means to ensure normal development ourselves." Xin Xiaoyu looked at her cell phone. In fact, she was waiting for an apology from Qin Feng. But, until now, there was no news of Qin Feng at all. This made Qin Xiaoyu increasingly annoyed. It's such a big deal that you don't come to me to apologize, with such a big frame? But it was even more impossible for her to take the initiative to apologize to Qin Feng. Most importantly, Xin Xiaoyu felt that it was not wrong at all for her to skip her exams and go to Song Fei's concert. In her opinion, how rare Song Fei's concert is. Where can it be compared to a district exam? You can make up a test if you lose it. You can retake it. If you don't make it to the concert, you've missed a chance to be close to your brother forever. Luckily, this time Chu Yan accompanied me. It's the closest I've been to my brother. Just thinking about Song Fei made Xin Xiaoyu feel sweet. Concert opening Song Fei that I miss you guys. Directly let Xin Xiaoyu back to the present. I also wonder, at what point will brother Song Fei enter the godforsaken game? With your brother's strength, you must be working hard, and you must be strong in the game. That's a funny thing to say. Now Qin Xiaoyu's brother in his mind. The vast majority of them are Song Fei, not Qin Feng. Qin Feng in his previous life didn't know this. Because of the emergence of the godforsaken game, Qin Feng even came to the school in person and found Qin Xiaoyu, apologizing and pleading before finally entering the game with her. And this life, do what you like. However, now the situation, because of Qin Feng's choice, would also change. In his last life, although Qin Feng didn't come to Qin Xiaoyu the first time after getting the news because he was at work, he has also been sending her messages to apologize and stabilize her. And this time, Qin Feng didn't care about her at all. Apologize? Rubber eating? So, Qin Xiaoyu is likely to enter the godforsaken game early in this situation. But what did this have to do with Qin Feng? Suddenly, Xu Yan looked at her cell phone and said in surprise, Sisters, look, Zhang Wei has actually risen to level 3 and has come out of the godforsaken game. Qin Xiaoyu was a bit surprised. So powerful? Those who have risen to level 3 now are definitely big shots. The words fell. She picked up her cell phone in the Vmail group. Aide Zhang Wei. Wei Zhang, the boy who fell asleep on his desk in class. When it appeared in the Vmail group, it instantly sparked a class-wide blowout. Little Yoyo, at Zhang Wei big brother. Is there any strategy to teach awe? The bragging from the whole class made Zhang Wei a little fluttery. In particular, Qin Xiaoyu's speech made Zhang Wei's heart happy, secretly thinking, isn't this the best chance to pick up a girl? On weekdays, Qin Xiaoyu's posture was not low. Zhang Wei is not Qin Xiaoyu's licking G, but it's a good idea to not take a girl who comes to you. So, Zhang Wei directly began to chat privately with Qin Xiaoyu and bragged to her about, don't worry yo, as long as someone in the town rises to level 5, they can light up the town's teleportation array. When the time comes, the initial towns can teleport to each other. You find a town first, form a random team to upgrade, and then I'll find you and take you flying. In addition to tell you a secret, into the game initial attribute points, all add agility, otherwise the speed is not fast enough, will be abused by the monster. Seeing Zhang Wei's message, Qin Xiaoyu was a bit puzzled. She asked, what if I'm a law profession? Do I need to add agility as well? Zhang Wei replied solemnly, right. Agility isn't completely useless for spell systems. It can speed up spell casting, and it's especially important in the early stages. Qin Xiaoyu, got it. Looking at Qin Xiaoyu's cute Vmail avatar, Zhang Wei is a bit fluttery, even fantasizing about the scene of picking up Qin Xiaoyu. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiaoyu, there was only one brother Song Fei in her eyes. The others, she wasn't interested in at all. In her mind, were just tool people to take her up the ladder. Qin Xiaoyu thought of Qin Feng and secretly sneered. It's a real shame for you that you haven't come to me now to apologize. In that case, I'll go in first to upgrade, and when someone in Zhang Wei's side of town rises to level 5, Zhang Wei can teleport over to take me. Qin Feng, by the time you enter the game, we won't know how many levels we'll be. She felt that with a big brother leading her, her upgrade speed must be fast. Unknown, Qin Feng had now risen to level 5. If Zhang Wei is a big shot, then what is Qin Feng? The teleportation array in the initial town is a two-way street. So, it's useless to light up a single town's teleportation array. You have to have people in other towns up to level 5 as well. This was the reason why Qin Feng didn't rush back to light up the teleportation array. Not to mention that for Qin Feng, he was planning to quickly brush up to level 10 and head to the main city, which was the real start of the godforsaken game. However, towns can teleport between each other for free. Can you recall what town Seinfeld was in? Qin Feng thought with narrowed eyes as he easily brushed the monsters in the dark forest. Not long after the opening of the last life, Qin Xiaoyu was trying to find Song Fei, but was controlled by Qin Feng, did not let go. Thanks to Qin Xiaoyu's blessing, there was a Seinfeld fan group at the time that learned about the initial town where Seinfeld was located. I think it's called Fluxville? Yes, go to Flux Flame Town later to upgrade and kill Song Fei once you see him. Qin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The in-game hunt is just a prelude to make them fearful down the line. The real hunt followed. Qin Feng glanced at Shell Town's rankings. Now he was the only one up to level 6. Everyone else is stuck at level 3. Trying to wait for players from other towns to level up to 5 and open up Intertown teleportation isn't that fast. Keep brushing. Instant Shadow Chop. -754. -754. -754. One by one, the ferocious and horrible demons in the eyes of the other players were instantly killed in seconds under Qin Feng's hands, and were turned into experience, bursting out with lifespans and loot. And in reality, Blue Star, Jianghai City. After Wang Mang returned to reality, he quickly drove to the bureau and reported the situation to the top. What? You're saying that in your Shell Town, someone has leveled up to level 5? And it's a solo brush? His code name is Shadow? If you rise to level 5 now, wouldn't that be the #1 in the world? Inside the bureau, more than a dozen official senior personnel, after hearing Wang Meng's report, all looked shocked. Chapter 20 Shock. Shadow shouldn't be a traveler, right? At this moment, some of the official bigwigs of Jianghai City were all gathered together. Some of them, usually, play games, kinda interested in this godforsaken game. Now, of course, as a Daxia official, there was only one thing that mattered most right now, and that was to maintain stability. After hearing the report from Wang Mang, one of the officials frowned. Wang Mang, according to you, that Shadow was level 3 half an hour ago, so how come he didn't come back to reality? Could it be that he doesn't have any relatives in reality and doesn't need to notify them? Wang Mang shook his head. I don't know then, maybe there really isn't one. At this time, a clear and nice female voice came out. This Shadow couldn't be a traveler, right? Aren't travelers usually orphans who then quickly rise to prominence? What? The crowd was stunned and looked over in unison. Just saw a beautiful policewoman in an elegant uniform with a natural look. Her legs were long and straight, her body full and very eye-catching. Seeing the crowd looking at her, the pretty policewoman's pretty face blushed. Am I wrong? A ministerial official sighed. And you? Let's tell you to read less novels in general. Don't make such jokes on such a serious occasion. Oh, the policewoman spat out her tongue and stopped talking. The officials continued to discuss about the shadow. From Wang Meng's description, this shadow's character doesn't seem to be bad. That's right, even though the temper seems a bit strange. But being able to save Wang Meng and the others means that there's nothing wrong with the person. So it would seem that this shadow is well worth befriending. The officials discussed for a moment and quickly made a decision to have Wang Meng and Yu, both of whom were responsible for befriending that shadow in the game. The first is to get a feel for the shadow's character. The second was to find out as much as possible about the reality of the shadow's identity. The third is to represent the crown and establish cooperation with Shadow. On the point of longevity, a message has been sent from above confirming the veracity of the longevity data. There were some older ones who died after entering the godforsaken game, and after subsequent data collection and comparison, it was confirmed that these dead people, who had died many times in the godforsaken game, had their lifespans constantly halved. If there is less than 1 day of life remaining, once you die, you will die by having 1 day of your life forcefully deducted from your life. So, the game is confirmed to be transcendent, and the world has taken the godforsaken game extremely seriously. Officially, there are two busy directions right now. One is to maintain social stability. One is exploring the godforsaken game, human lifespan, controlled by a mysterious and bizarre game. This makes the countries official have to pay attention to this game. Sure, now the officials of the countries and everyone in the world just know that this game can affect life expectancy. What really matters is, as soon as someone reaches level 10, they will get a system alert. It will be possible to extract in-game levels, attributes, equipment, skills, and everything else to reality by consuming tradable lifespans. At that point, that's when the global chaos begins. An hour or so later, Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to fall asleep in her dormitory and entered the godforsaken game. Same as the last one, she chose a random career, gained the hidden profession life sacrifice. This profession has a higher healing capacity than the average priest, and can maximize the survival environment of your teammates. In his last life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary warrior, and as a result, he has always been looked down upon by Qin Xiaoyu. Even if Qin Feng was strong in battle, Qin Xiaoyu still doesn't really recognize Qin Feng. But how could she have known that Qin Feng had only chosen the warrior profession because he wanted to protect her in the game? In this life, without her Qin Xiaoyu, Qin Feng directly obtained the only hidden profession Dark Shadow. Again, it's a hidden profession with a different class. Life sacrifices like this are normal hidden professions. Other people may also obtain these types of careers. However, Qin Feng's Dark Shadow possessed uniqueness. The intensity is higher than the average hidden profession. Great, I got the hidden profession. Like this, surely you're worthy of Brother Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyu was overjoyed. Thinking of Qin Feng again, she frowned. This person hasn't looked for me to apologize until now. What's going on? Good thing too. Now that the godforsaken game has appeared, I'm a hidden profession. Don't come begging me to bring you upgrades when the time comes. Qin Xiaoyu, who had obtained a hidden profession, was now very inflated. Moreover, there was Zhang Wei, who had already promised to come and take her, making her even more confident. However, she clearly misjudged the difficulty of the godforsaken game, for which she could be absolutely abused to death. Shell Town. Qin Feng filled a backpack with loot and planned to go back and dispose of it. Luckily I scored a storage backpack. Only 5 compartments, but it can hold 5 pieces of loot. Within the godforsaken game, players initially come with a 10-compartment backpack that hangs on the left side of their waist. Now, Qin Feng also had a black cloth bag on the right side of his waist, with an additional 5-compartment location. Qin Feng did a little math. These will sell for at least 500 days of tradable life. One should know that after killing the silver boss Cursed One and brushing for so long, he had only managed to brush up to 600 days out of his lifespan. That's a sizable 500 days already. Just as he was stealthily making his way back, he saw 2 figures. Area of Omi Industries? Qin Feng passed by her without a sound, overheard her conversing with the young man from her team. Old Mao, Missy, it's time to honor your promise after you've risen to level 3, right? Duck pair, don't worry, our big river industry can still less you so little money. We now go back to reality. You give you a cell phone number. You contact me on the line. By the way, you on the body of the tradable life expectancy are sold to me. Each day life expectancy, I out of 10, 000 to collect. Sell or not sell? Old Mao, okay, ha ha. The youth Mao Lijun was just an ordinary profession. with a self-selected archer, and with the addition of agility in the opening, it made his early leveling relatively smooth. Now that he's taken the ducks and pairs to level 3, it's time to reap the rewards. Shadow, even though you're up to level 7, it's just a game. Be like me, take the opportunity when you have it and turn your gaming prowess into cash. That's what makes you really smart. Even if this game does affect lifespan, that lifespan can be brushed at any time. So what's the rush? Mao Lijun was smug. Rejoice in the 5 million. No, 6 million or so that will soon be in your hands. In his life, he had never seen so much money, and it made him very excited. Qinfeng certainly didn't bother with those two. Soon, once again, it was back to Shell Town. Keeping his stealth up first, he headed to the basement of the center square and went down the stairs to meet a portal in a petrified state. He reached out and touched it. Congratulations on lighting up the Shell Town's teleportation array. Shell Town, which has been connected to other initial towns in Jianhai City, Great Xia Country, can be teleported once a day for free. Multiple teleportation requires consumption of tradable lifespan. You have gained 1 point of reputation. Only after it was done did Qinfeng return to the square. The black-robed assassin, who had reverted back to a veil covering her face, appeared within the sight of the town's players, drawing countless looks of envy, jealousy, and admiration. Chapter 21, Space Rings, Gold Class Boss. In Shell Town, Shadow was an existence that everyone looked up to. At a time when the vast majority of players can't even get to level 3, this Shadow had reached level 7. If it was just a normal online game, people would mostly just marvel and lament. But now, this game of divine abandonment is a transcendental game tied to longevity. How can people not be envious and jealous? Under the envious gazes of countless people, Qinfeng returned to Shell Town and first activated the portal in the basement of the plaza, reaping 1 point of prestige, then returned to the square and opened the stall again. Originally, there were quite a few other people setting up stalls around this broken flower bed, but when they saw Qinfeng appearing, people flocked towards and surrounded him. Big Brother is finally here. I've been preparing for 150 days of life expectancy, just waiting for Big Brother to sell something. The last time Big Brother showed up and sold a copy of the ice pick technique, it allowed Grey Rose to rush straight to second on the rank list. It's just too fierce. Nonsense. Big Brother's stuff. Can that be something ordinary? Many people gathered in anticipation. People knew that there were a lot of things with grades within what Qinfeng sold. At this stage, many players are able to brush normal monsters, but can't kill bosses. They can accumulate lifespans. They can brush small monsters to explode inferior equipment and a few ordinary equipment, but there is no way to obtain high-grade equipment and skill books. Buying from Qinfeng is the only way to go at the moment. After all, they couldn't beat a boss even if they met one in Qinfeng's hands, but whenever there were good equipment and skill books, they were definitely in short supply. For example, that Cursed One's exploded silver-level warrior skill book Battlecry was directly sold for 300 days of life. At that price, it's really not that bad. A skill book for almost a year of life. There are many warriors who also want to buy that battle roar, but can't afford the price, and can only look enviously at a level 4 warrior buying the skill book away. Is it worth it to buy a skill book for 300 days of life? It's torture to live any longer without money. You might as well trade your life expectancy for money. That's why you guys are short-sighted. People buy this skill book and double their efficiency in brushing monsters. What's a mere 300 days of lifespan? That's right, as long as one is strong enough, not to mention 300 days. Even eternal life is not impossible. In addition to the skill book, there were also some low-grade equipment and skill books. Inferior, common, bronze, all of them. Some of the better attributes are priced higher, such as footwear equipment that adds movement speed, and skill books with control effects and acceleration effects, all of which can be sold for 50 to 80 days of life. For the rest, the price is lower, only 20 to 40 days. And Qinfeng, in addition to selling things, but also marked on the stall, the need to acquire storage backpacks, a class of items. It didn't take long. A beautiful young girl wearing a black vestment with a slender figure and a staff hanging from her waist arrived in front of Qinfeng in a graceful manner. It was the hidden profession of Wang Ming's team, the maiden seer codenamed Blackbrush Big Plum. Prophets, belonging to the mage profession, can wear law equipment. Due to the career passive, seer is quite a bit more powerful than the average mage, mainly in terms of damage. Big brother, I have what you want. This pretty young girl playfully came to Qinfeng's side. Her eyes were animated as she stretched out her small white hand and displayed a finger ring in front of Qinfeng. Qinfeng looked at it. Space ring, comes with 12 compartments of storage space. Does not take up equipment slots in rings and backpacks. Seeing this thing, Qinfeng was a bit surprised. In the case of storage backpacks, each player can carry a maximum of 3, which means that 3 backpacks is the limit. Space rings, however, are special storage equipment that don't take up slots in your backpack. In other words, it's extra storage space. Although this item could pop from any monster, the popping rate was extremely low. In the previous life, a spatial finger ring could be sold for at least 10 years of tradable lifespan, which is 3650 more than a day. So Qin Feng asked, how do you plan to sell it? Blackbrush Big Plum said mysteriously, I don't want Big Brother's lifespan, I just want to be Big Brother's best friend. In addition, I want to ask Big Brother to join our team and kill a boss together. After thinking about it, Qin Feng sent out a friend request towards the young girl. Player Blackbrush Big Plum has agreed to your friend request. Player Blackbrush Big Plum has sent you a private chat. Qin Feng opened the private chat interface, had a private chat with a teenage girl. The situation was quickly learned. It turns out that after Wang Mang went offline, he wasn't online for a while, so this pretty girl was a bit bored. So she wandered around brushing monsters and ended up finding a gold level boss. She certainly couldn't fight it herself. It was going to be, wait until all the teammates were online and then go together. But on second thought, gold level boss, even if her whole team goes together, she most likely can't beat it. The bronze level sprinters from before had already impressed her. It just so happens that I've met Qin Feng now. Then he planned to get acquainted with Qin Feng. And by the way, he used that spatial finger ring in exchange for the opportunity to let Qin Feng help out once. Qin Feng thought about it and asked, that gold level boss, what's its name? The black cloth Big Plum shook his head. I was too far away to see it, but the gold level bloodstain is obvious. It's on a ship in the swamp that looks ragged. A ship? Qin Feng nodded, his heart in the right place. He said to the young girl in a private chat, I can help you fight it, and if the boss comes out with equipment and skill books that you can use, I can give them to you. Everything else goes to me. How about that? The pretty girl was a bit surprised. What about Captain Wang Mang and the others? Her intention was for Qin Feng to go with her team, fight the boss, and out whoever used it to take it. But that would be too much of a loss for Qin Feng. Qin Feng shook his head. Your team has all kinds of professions. If you don't give me the assassins, won't I be working for nothing? The big black brunette Plum thought about it, and rightly so. A gold level boss was definitely not that easy to deal with. So she retreated and continued. Then let's do as you say. However, I have a request. If we get out Captain Wang Mang's equipment and theirs, just give us a slight discount and sell it to us, okay? Qin Feng nodded. That's no problem. The pretty young girl nodded. Okay, then let's set off when the captain and the others come online. Qin Feng saw that he had sold almost all of his things, shook his head and said, no need to wait, just take me directly, I can kill it alone. At these words, the big black brunette Plum froze. Ha! The young girl froze. A person kills gold level bosses? That's a bit too inflated, isn't it? In the eyes of the young girl, although Qin Feng upgraded quickly, had high damage, and could be a god, the demonic bosses of this godforsaken game were also very strong, especially with a gold level boss. There was no way to know what skills the opponent had. This big guy, who was so sure he can get a single kill, overdoing it? Chapter 22, Stalking? Instant kill. Berserk region. In fact, Qin Feng's words were certainly not nonsense. Hearing the young girl's description, Qin Feng knew that the gold level boss was a rare special boss, the Golden Ghost Ship. This kind of boss will appear in any level segment. The level should be 5 if it appears near the initial town. Its blood volume and attack, an unusual gold level boss is about the same, but skills to be much more. The strategy is extremely difficult. Most crucially, this boss would drop a very useful special item. That special prop, at a later stage, is something that can't be bought with thousands of years of lifespan. Encountering a golden ghost ship so early in the initial town. What luck! And the level 5 gold ghost ships are the best to fight. If it's a high-level gold ghost ship, that skill range and damage are extremely outrageous. A few minutes later, Qin Feng sold the last 2 items and left Shell Town along with the young girl. Blackbrush Big Plum. He tallied it up. This time, the stuff added up to a total of 650 days of lifespan sold, bringing his accumulated tradable lifespan to 174 days now. But it's not enough. Wanting to extract the levels, attributes, professions, and equipment skills of the godforsaken game into reality, these 6 or 7 years of life were completely insufficient. It's not far from level 10. Until then, build up as much longevity as you can. The boss golden ghost ship that was accidentally discovered would be another turning point for Qin Feng. Once he killed him and popped out that special prop, Qin Feng's development would be even faster. Qin Feng took the Blackbriar Dahlias and left the town together. This pretty young girl, whose real name is Lin Liu, still carries a shock in the depths of her large eyes. It was a bit hard for her to imagine how Qin Feng was going to kill a gold-level boss single-handedly. A gold-level boss, surely it would have a wide-range attack, right? Even if he can be invisible, he can't be unharmed. With his assassin's body, once he is attacked by the boss, he will probably die violently. Suddenly, Qin Feng retreated to her side. You're a little slow, Qin Feng faintly said. Someone is following behind. The young girl's beautiful eyes widened. What about that? It was obviously not a good thing to have someone following you, and it would be hard if you were attacked while fighting the boss, Qin Feng said. Just keep walking, I'll go and come. Lin Liu didn't turn around. Her delicate body in her black vestments continued to walk on the scorched black ground. Forward. Qin Feng, on the other hand, quietly concealed his figure. A few seconds later, Qin Feng backed up to the woods dozens of meters away and caught a glimpse of the 5 players following him. Instant shadow chop. His form, a flash in the dark woods. Blade light bloomed. -817. -821. -798. 4 damage numbers floated up in front of Qin Feng's eyes. 4 stalkers, killed violently on the spot. There was also the last person. Watching the 4 people instantly killed in seconds, his face changed slightly, and he just wanted to run away. But as a result, a fierce poison dart accurately hit the back of his head. -948, weakness attack. Spot seconds. Unfortunately, these 5 guys are all poor. Qin Feng will be their burst of tradable life expectancy are picked up, adding up to only 10 days. Think of it as killing 2 small monsters. Qin Feng faintly left the woods. Let's go faster. Qin Feng returned to Lin Liu's side in front of him. Reaching straight out, he picked her up by the waist and slung her over his shoulder. Lin Liu is a little confused. This posture is so outrageous, like being captured by the king of the mountain to be his wife? But soon, she was shocked by Qin Feng's speed. The current Qin Feng, with a total of 72 points of agility, normally reached a speed of 8.5 meters per second, and when he ran at full speed, he was able to reach 25 meters per second. That means 100 meters takes only 4 seconds. This is far beyond the limits of what was once human. As soon as it reaches level 10, this attribute can be extracted to reality by consuming a tradable life. Let me have such attributes in reality. Qin Feng thought to himself. I have to say, Linley Fish has a nice body, willow waist and long legs. Granted, it's a game, but it's the same in reality. In the godforsaken game, the player's height, weight, and looks are no different from reality. This is yet another reason why people are quick to assume that this godforsaken game is a transcendent game. This technology is completely not something that can be realized by the current stage of Blue Star's technology level. At this point, although Qin Feng couldn't bring Lin Liu along with him to be invisible, carrying her and sprinting at top speed was not something others could catch up with. As strong as I am now, I have no anti-cloaking means and can only take out visible enemies. If someone follows me stealthily, I won't be able to detect it. He then had no choice but to carry Linley Fish and move forward as fast as he could, so that it would be impossible for either one to catch up. Based on Lin Liu's tips, Qin Feng advanced through this dark forest. When you encounter a small monster, you just casually kill it with a manticore dart in seconds. Linley Fish looks on and smacks his lips a little. Qin Feng's strength was too strong. After a full 10 minutes or so, the duo finally arrived at a cliff. Standing on the cliff and looking forward, he saw that below the small cliff more than 10 meters high was a swamp spreading with gray mist. In the middle of the swamp, there was a boat, a broken ship that vaguely shone a golden color, and the bloodstains on that ship could be vaguely seen even from a distance of more than 100 meters. That blood bar was very long and inlaid with a golden border, the very sign of a gold boss. It really is a golden ghost ship. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated a little when he saw the appearance of the broken ship. He set Lin Liu down on the cliff. Wait here and watch out for sneak attacks yourself. I'll go deal with the boss. After saying this, without waiting for Lin Liu to reply, Qin Feng found a path to the side and walked down the cliff along the path. When Qin Feng stepped into that swampy area, a system prompt rang in his head. Due to the ghost ship, this area has turned into a berserk zone. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 100 times. This swamp currently has 100 times the rate of life loss. That is to say, just staying within this berserk area for 15 minutes or so would consume a full day's worth of lifespan. Sure, this temporary area of frenzy has little impact, but a month after the godforsaken game descended, the first desolation spread erupted, and the entire Blue Star reality would turn into berserk zones, and even more horrific disaster zones, nightmare zones. Until then, it is only then that the catastrophe of mankind has truly struck. At this point, this system prompt just made Qin Feng look at it slightly and then didn't care. He had gone into stealth and walked across the swamp. Even on a swamp, players in stealth don't create footprints or anything like that. Qin Feng advanced towards the center of the swamp. Not long after, the gray mist dispersed like a cloud, and a ragged ghost ship, close to 5 meters long, appeared in front of him. On top of the ghost ship, there was a skeleton that was falling apart, holding an oar in its hand. In the bow position, there is a bell burning with golden ghost fire. Golden ghost ship, LV5, grade, gold, special, countdown to existence, 45 minutes, 25 seconds. Chapter 23, A Chance to Take Over the Boss? Reunited on the spot. Luckily, there's 45 minutes to spare. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. This kind of special boss, there is a time limit for its appearance. In one place, it will only be there for a while and then it will be gone. Now, there were still 45 minutes left. Enough time for Qin Feng to finish off this golden ghost ship. Open kill. Qin Feng glanced at the sneaky shadow skill, which had already cooled down, and directly launched an attack towards the golden ghost ship. Instant shadow chop. Minus 549. Minus 549. Minus 549. 5 damage numbers in succession instantly emerged from the ghost ship. Qin Feng's figure flickered away and reappeared immediately afterward, and a fierce poison dart landed on the golden bell on the ghost ship. Minus 621, weakness attack. Minus 207. Minus 207. The weakness of the ghost ship was not the oar-wielding skeletons on board, but the golden bell. After Qin Feng's 2 skills hit, he directly sneak-shadowed and retreated as fast as he could to the distance. Immediately afterward, the oar-wielding skeleton on that golden ghost ship was seen to emit a squeaking sound, and a pair of empty eye sockets lit up with ghostly flames. In the surrounding swamp, there was a sudden rush of water. There were dozens of torrential water jets that instantly erupted from around the ghost ship. Qin Feng knew very well that with his current fragile body, once he was hit by these water pillars, he would definitely die. Luckily he was prepared. Immediately after the sneak attack, he retreated, and even then, in front of him and behind him, there were jets of water erupting, making him almost GA. The closer you get to the ghost ship, the denser the water column becomes. Unless a set of silver-equipped warriors, they wouldn't be able to resist a single blast from this water column. Qin Feng was calm and self-assured, dodging one water jet eruption after another by anticipating and positioning himself away from the ghost ship. At the same time, after the water column erupted, there was a rotten water ghost, crawling out of the swamp. These rotten water ghosts, there were 12 of them, and each one of them was at the level of a silver boss's combat power. And there's no reward for killing these rotting water spirits. That's the nastiest part of the boss, the golden ghost ship. If you don't kill the water ghosts, 12 silver level monsters are enough to wipe out any team. Let's kill the water ghosts. There's no reward for killing them and it's a huge waste of time. The scariest thing, this golden ghost ship is summoning 12 rotting water ghosts every 3 minutes. If the team doesn't have enough output, the rotten water ghosts will become more and more numerous, leading to the final group destruction. As for the golden ghost ship's blood, even with Qin Feng's current damage, those 2 skills went down and only knocked out a tenth of it. It can be seen that the amount of blood is as much as 40,000 to 50,000 dollars. For players who now commonly deal 20 to 30 points of damage from a single skill, it was a fool's errand to kill this golden ghost ship. Blackie, I'm going to die once in a while. Qin Feng dodged skills while opening Lin Liyu's private chat and instructed her, you don't have to care about the boss during that time. Just wait for me to return. Hearing this private chat, Lin Liyu was a bit dumbfounded. Who is Blackie? Qin Feng, aren't you Xiaohei? Lin Liyu almost collapsed, but there was nothing to say. Who made her take an ID called Black Brindley Z? In the meantime, in Shell Town, on the way to this swamp, there are several players looking around. You really think I, Tatsuo, am easy to bully? A middle-aged man in heavy armor with a cross scar on his face was looking around for traces of Qin Feng with a gloomy face. This middle-aged man, codenamed Iron Man. Just now, the tracker that Qin Feng had killed in seconds was one of his men. When I used to hack legends and take down Shabak after Shabak, this kid was still breastfeeding. Tai Nan was interested in Qin Feng. He had been trying to follow Qin Feng all along, but it turned out that Qin Feng had been invisible since he left the town, making it impossible for him to find anyone. Finally, now he waited for his chance. Qin Feng took a sister out with him. Young people after all, can't resist taking a sister so soon? Tiernan laughed. He felt that if Qin Feng could be invisible, then the girl couldn't be invisible, right? Just follow along and learn Qin Feng's secrets. As a result, he didn't expect Qin Feng to turn around and kill all of his men. Now, Tainan was leading 20 or so people in the direction Qin Feng had moved away from, spreading out to look for him without stopping. During that time, there were quite a few minions, who were taken out by the demon siege, but Iron Man didn't care. As long as he could discover Qin Feng's secret, everything would be worth it. Finally, Boss found the woman. On top of a cliff, there's a swamp up ahead, and that shadow is soloing the boss. This discovery excited Tiernan immensely. He immediately had his men gather, 20 or so in total, and together they rushed towards that swamp. At this time, Qin Feng kept dodging the various water elemental attack skills released by the Golden Ghost Ship, and at the right moment, launched the instantaneous Shadow Chop and the mighty Poison Dart again and again. Since the boss attacked too often, Qin Feng didn't have many chances to attack. About 10 minutes had passed by the time he had beaten the boss down to half-blood. In other words, basically every 2 minutes, Qin Feng could only find an opportunity to strike. Just as the golden ghost ship was left with half of its blood, the ghost fire bell on the bow suddenly rang. A burst of invisible soul fluctuations, spreading out towards the surroundings, spreading more than 100 meters. When Qin Feng was touched by this soul fluctuation, he was instantly immobilized. Even if Qin Feng was in a state of stealth, he was swept out by this soul fluctuation. The next moment, a column of water erupted violently under his feet, enveloping him in it. Minus 1059, directly killing Qin Feng in seconds. This is the mechanism of the golden ghost ship Half-Blooded. Lasts for 5 seconds of a wide range of strong formulating body. There is no way to avoid it, only hard resistance. This, however, had been expected by Qin Feng. You are dead. You have lost 326 years of life, non-tradable. You have died and you have lost 1087 days of life, tradable. Directly exploded half the lifespan on his body. This loss could be said to be huge, but it had little impact. Qin Feng only had to return to pick up the tradable lifespan that had exploded. As for non-tradable lifespans, even if you pick them up from a demon, you lose 50%. Of course, this loss, compared to the item that the ghost ship would have exploded, was not important. Just as Qin Feng died back, Iron Man happened to arrive with his men. A glance at the scene where Qin Feng was killed and exploded his lifespan. Ha 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 ha, what a god help me. This stupid cup is so bloated. It really dares to take on a gold-level boss solo? Brothers, let's go. Let's take over the boss and pick up the lifespan that Shadow popped out on the way. Look at a gray ball of light that big. At least several hundred days of tradable life, right? Iron Man led his minions and rushed straight towards the golden ghost ship. But just a few moments later, in the swamp, there were 30 to 40 silver-level rotten water ghosts, and with the golden ghost ship's water pillars all over the place, they directly destroyed those 24 people. On the spot, they didn't even manage to get close to the place where Qin Feng died. Grayish-white balls of lifespan light exploded everywhere in the swamp. Where was the special boss that even Qin Feng had to die once before he could kill it so easily rated? Iron Man, who had died back in town, and his men were all dumbfounded. Nima, why is this boss so fierce? How in the world did that Shadow beat it Half-Blooded? Hell no? Chapter 24, All Service Gold First Kill. Shocking the world. Iron Man and his 23 men, all transformed into white light, were resurrected in Shell Town. Each of them had a hard look on their faces. I wanted to take over the gold-level boss that Shadow was dealing with, but as a result, I never expected that boss to be so fierce. It's outrageous. We just got into that swamp and were surrounded by silver monsters, and that water column is spraying everywhere. There's no time to dodge it. I would be able to react, but not fast enough. How agile should that Shadow be if he can dodge that water column? It must be all agility? How is it possible? Where did he get the damage from going all agility? How could he have knocked out half of the boss's blood? That's right, we still output for a while just now, and we ended up only hitting 3% blood in total. How on earth did he manage to beat Half-Blood all by himself? Tiernan's face was grim. They lost too much this time. According to Iron Man's theory, there's nothing wrong with dying and dropping some non-tradable lifespan. The key is to get strong enough before the non-tradable lifespan drops out. But now, they're giving it away this time. Go on, keep going over. Iron Man was naturally unwilling to do so, and under the astonished gazes of many people in Shell Town, he led the team to continue their journey. This situation of theirs surprised a lot of people in the town. By now, it's not often that so many people are reunited together, and so, others followed them, all the way out of the town and toward that swamp. However, Qin Feng was much faster than them. When Tainan led the people to set off again, Qin Feng had already re-arrived at that swamp. Instant shadow chop, fierce poison dart, continue to fight the same way as before against that golden ghost ship. After being half-blooded, the golden ghost ship had several more skills. One of them had a wide-range attack skill, and when the skeleton oars on the golden ghost ship made a stroke, a wave of water spread out in all directions. With Qin Feng's current attributes, being caught in that water wave would only lead to death. But for Qin Feng, this stuff was good to hide. When the water wave spreads over, just jump up. It's just that the water waves don't spread regularly, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, which requires a lot of reaction time from the player. If those with slower reaction speeds were to approach within 100 meters of that golden ghost ship, there would only be one way to die. As for the other skills of the boss, most of them are single skills. Since Qin Feng had been invisible, those skills wouldn't be released. Qin Feng only needed to dodge the ranged attacks. Just as the boss had a quarter of its blood left, Iron Man finally arrived with his men once again. They looked inside the swamp, at the lifespan orbs of light all over the place, and immediately wanted to go in to kill the shadow and grab the boss. But, when they were about to leave the woods and step into the swamp, Suddenly a thunderbolt flew out of the woods and landed on Iron Man and channeled towards several people around him. -39, -34, -36. This is the damage bracket for the vast majority of players at this stage. In order to stop anyone from bothering Qin Feng, Lin Liu hid in the woods and launched a sneak attack in the cold. Moreover, Wang Mang brought what was supposed to be an elite team. Knowing that agility was important in this game, Lin Liu's movement speed was quite a bit faster than that of an ordinary player. Sneak attack hit. See the opponent turn back. Lin Li Fish immediately run away. Qin Feng was circling the golden ghost ship in the swamp and took in the scene from afar, not caring too much. In fact, even if those people came in the swamp, they would most likely die. Instant shadow chop. Fierce poison dart. Qin Feng saw the opportunity and did another set. The boss was left with only the last 5,000 blood, and it looked like there was only 1/10 left on the blood bar. Just as another group of players followed Iron Man and the others all the way to the edge of the swamp as well. Qin Feng just happened to have the last instantaneous shadow slash and pass through the golden ghost ship. 5 slashes of blade light bloomed in succession, slashing at the boss ship in succession. -549, -549, -549. You have killed the golden ghost ship, gold class. You have gained 4,800 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 8. Congratulations, you've gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of life, tradable. At the same time, a service-wide announcement resounded in the minds of all the players of the godforsaken game. Player Shadow, Shelltown, is the first to kill a gold-level boss in the entire service, gaining 3 points of reputation. This announcement was played 3 times in a row. It left both domestic and foreign divine abandonment gamers all in a state of stagnation and shock. Gold boss? First kill? Asterisk 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 what the hell is this shadow? So fierce? Oh my god. I can't even ing beat a small monster. People are ing gold level bosses? What country is the initial town of Shell? The one who first kills a gold level boss must be our great cold kingdom's strongest smithy. Sakichi. This shadow is definitely an expert of our Sakura country. Players around the world who had entered the divine abandonment game were all shocked at this instant. Even in reality, anyone who had entered the godforsaken game had similarly heard the service-wide announcement. For example, Wang Mang. He had just finished his debriefing and was on his way back when he heard the announcement and was dumbfounded. Just said that Shadow could take on a bronze boss solo. It turned out to be suddenly. People have single-handedly killed gold-level bosses. How can people be so different from each other? I'm leading a hidden profession squad that can barely fight a bronze boss right now. And this Shadow is single-handedly killing gold? Wang Mang was instantly skeptical. God's forsaken land. Just as countless players around the world were shocked, Qin Feng's expression did not change in any way. After all, in his last life, he had first killed some bosses, although he was leading a team to raid together. But this kind of whole service announcement, he also triggered many times. Gold, platinum, emerald and diamond level bosses count first kills according to boss class. For example, the first kill of a gold level boss is only counted once. Now after Qin Feng triggered it, there would be no first kill for anyone else behind them to kill a gold level boss. However, if it was a boss that had reached the epic level, it was all famous and every boss killed would be announced throughout the entire service. This time, Qin Feng did not team up with Lin Liu, so on the announcement, it was just his name alone. When the last instantaneous shadow slash was unleashed, that golden ghost ship fell apart, bursting out a floor of loot. Before Qin Feng could pick it up, a group of players rushed into the swamp. Light, release the skill and find that guy. Finish him off and we'll have sole possession of the gold boss drop reward. A tall and thin young man with pale skin, but he looked at the loot popped out by the boss with glowing eyes, clearly wanting to grab it. A gold level boss. In other words, what exploded on the ground was at least silver level equipment and skill books. There was even a golden glow scene, meaning there was gold level loot. Immediately after, a hunter player behind him, with a lift of his hand, summoned a spectral horned eagle, which flew into the sky, a light blue energy ripple, spreading towards the surroundings. This energy ripple, it can be anti-hidden. According to the group of players' conception, they could locate the stealthy shadow and kill it. However, when the spectral horned eagle lifted its wings and slapped out a light blue ripple, it failed to spot any stealthy players. Chapter 25 Epic Greedy Hands, Ghost Fire Bells. At this stage, the anti-concealment skills that players can obtain have an anti-concealment level of 1. And Qin Feng, Shadow Profession, comes with +1 stealth level. Therefore, these players naturally couldn't discover Qin Feng. The loot on the ground. Qin Feng is not in a hurry. Anyway, there is a vested protection time. Others cannot pick up. Seeing those players summoning the spectral horned eagle, Qin Feng knew what they were planning to do. And you want to kill me and rob me? Overthink it. Qin Feng secretly sneered. He was like an invisible ghost, just wandering around the neighborhood. A total of 10 or so people on the other side, all gathered together, approaching towards the vicinity of the corpse of the golden ghost ship. They guessed that Qin Feng had run away. Otherwise there's no reason why they couldn't find it if they released the phantom horned hawk. Count him smart. The tall and thin young man sneered and raised his hand. But don't be careless, be ready to fight at any time. The protection time for the attribution of the boss loot is 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the loot of this boss will belong to us. The phantom horned eagle flew above their heads, a ripple of anti-hidden energy spreading, making them feel safe. But, suddenly, a figure flashed past their field of vision, accompanied by countless sword lights. They blossomed together on the 10 or so of them. All they could see were eye-filling damage numbers floating up around them, and then their eyes went black and they died on the spot. Instant shadow chop. If the other party spread out, it would still be a bit troublesome for Qin Feng to kill them, since they were gathered together. Qin Feng could not be blamed for being inappropriate. Full kill. The blade flashed, and beside the scattered corpses of the golden ghost ship, there were 12 more grayish-white lifespan balls of light all at once. The whole swamp, at last, was quiet. By the way, where did that girl Linley Fish run off to? Qin Feng looked around the swamp and didn't see any silhouettes. He didn't rush to use greedy hands on the corpse of the golden ghost ship, but opened the skill panel first. I had 6 evolution points before, and this boss gave me 7, which just makes up 13 points. Evolution Greedy Hands. Greedy Hands, Diamond Epic Assassin Skill. There is a 220% 300% chance to gain an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. Epic Greedy Hands. Direct qualitative change. 100% upgrade? It's not invincible? Qin Feng's breathing was a little short. Even if he had been crawling around in the godforsaken game for 9 years, he had never heard of such an outrageous skill. There's nothing to say. Just touch the body. You have used the skill Greedy Hands. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 216 days of life, tradable. You have gained 216 days of life, tradable. You have gained 216 days of life, tradable. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng's heart to race. All at once, 21 evolution points directly. 648 days of life. Qin Feng will be within the swamp. All the people burst out of the tradable life expectancy are picked up, also including his own burst out of more than 1,000 days. Then looked at his tradable life, 3,115 days. Another 21 evolution points. Continue to evolve the greedy hand. Qin Feng tapped on the skill panel. However, when he was about to evolve Greedy Hand, he heard a system prompt. Skill Greedy Hands has reached epic level, and continuing to evolve requires 10 times the amount of evolution points. Does it consume 210 evolution points to evolve this skill? Qin Feng chose no. 210 evolution points. Where did he get that many? To evolve from epic to legendary, you need 10 times the amount of evolution points. Wouldn't that take more back there? Qin Feng sighed. The good thing was that he was gaining evolution points faster now. With epic Greedy Hands, a gold level boss is 28 evolution points. In that case, the evolution points will have to be used to advance other skills. Qin Feng shook his head and did not move for the time being. Instead, he picked up all the loot that had been touched up on the golden ghost ship and examined it one by one. The most important of them was naturally the special prop that Qin Feng wanted. Ghost Fire Bell, special item when carrying it. Life expectancy will not be dropped upon death. Cooldown time for this effect is 1,815.65 seconds. Soul Sucking, passive, when you kill a demonic creature, the lifespan of the burst is increased by 20%. Frightened, active, shake a ghostly fire bell, inflicting a 3-second immobilization effect on all enemies within a 100-meter radius around you with a cooldown of 521 seconds. This special prop is the kind of thing that you can't necessarily buy even with thousands of years of lifespan in the late stages of the Divine Abandonment game. The most important effect is that soul-sucking. Lifespan of monster kills and explosions increased by 20%. In the godforsaken game, the importance of tradable lifespan cannot be overstated. It's not just extracting abilities to reality that requires the consumption of tradable lifetimes, but there are many other aspects that need to be used in the mid to late game. In short, the more tradable lifespans there are, the stronger the player will naturally be. And this Ghost Fire Bell isn't considered equipment. It's just a prop. It doesn't take up any equipment space, only a backpack compartment, and it's very easy to use. With the Ghost Fire Bell, there are sub-chances every half hour for the bearer to die without losing their lifespan. This was also an increased chance for Qin Feng to tolerate mistakes. After all, he can stay stealthy all the time now, but his body is still too brittle. Of course, there was another point that surprised Qin Feng the most. Even if you kill the golden ghost ship, it doesn't drop the Ghost Fire Bells 100% of the time. Statistically, the drop rate on this stuff is about 30%, and this time, the base drop, plus 3 additional drops from greedy hands, actually popped me 2 ghost fire bells? In the previous life, no one had ever obtained 2 ghost fire bells, so Qin didn't know if the effects of this thing could be stacked. He checked his detailed attributes. I found the entry kill lifespan increase and realized that it clearly said 40%, ***** against the odds. Qin was shocked. The effects of 2 ghost fire bells could even be stacked? The tradable lifespan he harvested from the monsters he swiped next would increase by 40%. Unfortunately, in the godforsaken game, effect cooldowns are shared for the same props. The passive effect of death doesn't lose lifespan. As long as it's triggered once, both ghostly flame bells will go on cooldown together with this passive. Frighten, active effect, same thing, use it once and both will cool down together. This is the base setting for a godforsaken game. Qin has been playing for 9 years, so of course he couldn't know better. Of course, even just the soul-sucking effect being able to stack was already very counterintuitive. Originally, Qin was developing fast. Now, is faster. Immediately afterward, Qin continued to check out the loot. Thanks to the effect of greedy hands, it allowed him to harvest a full dozen pieces of loot after finishing off the golden ghost ship. Among them, 11 gold equipment and skill books, as well as 2 platinum grade equipment and 1 platinum grade skill book. Chapter 26, Qin Xiaoyu surprise, the shadow god is from our city? Originally, the gold level boss drop, basically 2 to 4 pieces of silver equipment. There is a small probability that gold equipment will come out, but now, due to the effect of the epic greedy hands, any loot popped out by the boss would have its grade added by 1. Directly, 3 of the gold trophies were upgraded to platinum level, and among these loots, the ones that could be used by assassin line professions, there were a total of 3. Qin viewed them in turn. First up is a platinum assassin's weapon. Ghost ship twin blades, platinum assassin's weapon. Attack power plus 136, agility plus 22, attack speed plus 24%, plus 17 armor break. Equipment requirements, level 5. Unique effect, each of your parry attacks deals 2 damage. This special effect doesn't do much. After all, I use all my skill output. However, the weapon's base attack is high enough to add 22 points of agility. Attack speed, which also speeds up skill release and reduces skill backswing, isn't completely useless. As for the armor breaking attribute, the benefits are also high. Just now, when he dealt with the golden ghost ship, the damage dealt by his skills was obviously much lower than when he fought the other demons. This was because this gold class boss had too much defense. The benefits of the armor breaking attribute are quite good. Qin directly replaced this weapon. Check out the next piece of equipment immediately afterward. Ghost fire leather armor, gold physical defense plus 25, fire elemental resistance plus 50, damage block plus 14, life value plus 419. Equipment requirements, level 5. A nice piece of defense, especially the damage blocking attribute. Once this dress is worn, most players at this stage, hit me simply can't break the defense. And I upgraded without adding physique, and now my blood level is only 350 points. This dress, it added 419 points directly to me. After all, it's gold level equipment. One piece of equipment has higher attributes than someone else's full set. And finally, a skill book. Ghostly Blur, gold level assassin skill, passively gains 15% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. Seeing this skill, Qin eyes lit up. Finally came an assassin survival class skill. The dodge stream, in godforsaken games, is not mainstream, but that's because, in general, dodge rates don't stack high. Even with 50% evasion, it's easy to die. But I can evolve my skills infinitely. Even just getting to 80% evasion would be a sizable effect. Qin looked at it and he now had 21 evolution points. If you were someone else and faced with all these skills on your body, it would definitely be hard to decide what skill to advance. But for Qin, the judgment was quickly made. Keep pulling damage first. The more damage you do, the stronger the boss you can raid and get better loot. Qin temporarily ignored the newly learned Ghostly Blur. Instead, he chose to advance the instant Shadow Chop. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points and have 13 points remaining. Instant Shadow Slash, Platinum Jade Diamond blinks in one direction, up to 212427 meters, and enters stealth, lasts for 789 seconds, inflicting 567 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 12, 10, 43 seconds. Chopping width 3.1364 1 meters. Each chopping blow adds to 0.0250300 attack points. Evolving Instant Shadow Slash twice in a row made the damage of this skill at least double. Even if you're not in stealth and you don't break stealth, a skill that goes down has 3.000 damage. If you break Cane plus back strike, The total damage of 7 chopping strikes can even reach 6 or 7,000. There were still 13 evolution points left, so Qin Feng chose to evolve an initial skill, backstroke enhancement. You have consumed 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points and have 3 points remaining. Initial skill, backstrike enhancement, normal bronze silver gold. Passive effect, when attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. This is a steady damage boost, and definitely the higher the better. After packing up these things, Qin Feng's battle power had increased by another notch. If you let him fight the golden ghost ship one more time, it'll take no more than 5 minutes and odds or he won't die. After all, he had increased his agility by 20 to 30 points and was much faster. And he was capable of dodging even a full screen with a half-blooded ghost ship. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at the backpack. In his backpack, he also had a platinum equipment and a platinum level skill book. The equipment is for shooters and the skill books are for priests. The platinum level is not quite right to take out and sell for the time being. Keep it for now. Qin Feng wasn't afraid that his greedy hand situation would be exposed. After all, as long as he was strong enough, what was there to be afraid of being exposed? The point is still, no one can afford platinum level stuff at this stage. This level of equipment can be sold for at least 5 or 6 years of life expectancy. As for the skill books are even more expensive. Selling 10 years of life expectancy is not much. In addition to the platinum grade ones, there are 7 or 8 gold grade equipment and skill books that can be sold to Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng thought about it. A mage skill book and a magic ring, which was given to Linli Fish, previously agreed, out of her stuff to her. Nothing wrong with that. After all, Qin Feng had gotten a spatial ring from her, and to speak of value, the value of the spatial ring was quite a bit higher. Also warrior, priest, and archer stuff can be sold to Wang Meng's team at a 10% discount. For the time being they may not be able to afford it, but Qin Feng believes in Wang Meng's character, so it's okay to owe it first. After all, Qin Feng had worked with him for several years in his last life and knew that there was nothing wrong with Wang Meng as a person. Roughly speaking, these add up to several thousand more days of life. Things are organized. Qin Feng left the swamp and opened Lin Liyu's private chat channel. Xiao hey, where are you people? Lin Liyu really can't stand the name Little Black anymore and regrets taking such a code name. But godforsaken games can't change their names, so she replied helplessly. I got caught up with Iron Man and the others and died back in town. Luckily our team's tradable lifespan stayed with Uncle. The uncle she's talking about is Wang Meng. Wang Meng had a strong survival ability, and it was safer to give him his lifespan to avoid dying and dropping half of it. Okay. You wait for me to come back and give you something. Qin Feng entered stealth and returned towards Shell Town. Not long after, he happened to see Iron Man with more than 20 people, still rushing over towards the swamp. Seeing these players, Qin Feng treated it as if he saw a bunch of wild monsters and directly started killing them. In the meantime, in another raid belonging to the moonlight town of Jianghai City in Daxia, after obtaining the hidden profession life sacrifice, Qin Xiaoyu had found a party in Moonlight Town and was struggling to upgrade outside. They were discussing about the world's first gold boss skill just now. I heard that Shell Town is the initial town of our Jianghai City. Doesn't that mean that shadow god is from our Jianghai City? The crowd was talking. Qin Xiaoyu, as a priest, followed behind to heal and was secretly surprised to hear her teammates chatting. Shadow, this superstar who had killed the world's first gold level boss was actually from Jianghai City? This made Qin Xiaoyu's eyes light up, and she secretly decided, when someone in our town rises to level 5, I'm going to go to Shell Town and look for the shadow god. She was rather disgusted with her current temporary teammates. It takes half a day to kill a small monster, and even sometimes it's lousy to be chased by wild monsters. She thought to herself, if she were to team up with that shadow, she would definitely be able to brush monsters and upgrade fast, right? Chapter 27 Big Brother Shadow? The young girl's shock. The first of each town to level up to level 2 opens the town level leaderboard and gains 1 point of prestige. The first one to level up to 5 then gets to light up the town's teleportation array and also gains 1 prestige point. It was just that right now. Other than Qin Feng reaching level 8, there were no level 5 players in any of the other towns. Yet, a bunch of level 4 players are fighting to brush monsters and sprint to level 5. Only when someone in a town reaches level 5 and lights up a teleportation array, that town can interoperate with other towns. And there is a rule. The town in the Jianghai City area can only connect with the town in the Jianghai City area and can't go to other places of the town. At this point, on his way back to Shell Town, Qin Feng encountered Tainan with 23 minions. Qin Feng realized that the group was quite alert, and seemed to know that he had ranged damage skills and did not get together. However, Qin Feng was wielding the platinum-grade ghost ship dual blades, and even with a normal attack, he was able to take out a player with 2 slashes. He found the best angle first, an instant shadow slash, minus 1225, minus 1219, minus 1231, Qin Feng transformed into a black shadow and instantly passed through the opposing crowd, bringing up more than 10 damage numbers. The instantaneous shadow chop, with just one chop, had already killed those 10 or so people in seconds. Then, Qin Feng didn't even bother to be invisible. Holding the ghost ship dual blades, and with extremely fast speed, he transformed into a ghostly killer and killed the remaining 10 or so people. Iron Man and his men, one by one, were stunned in place. Come on, finish him off. One man to beat so many of us. Overthink it? Watch out for his stealth. They watched as Shadow showed up and fought back. Just, after returning the favor, they quickly became desperate. There's no attack lockout in this godforsaken game. Qin Feng's agility was too much higher than these people, and as long as he saw the opponent's skills with control, all of them were perfectly dodged. As for the attack that fell on him, all of them did single-digit damage. Many can't even break defense. Qin Feng's level was higher than them and his equipment was better than theirs, especially the gold-level Ghost Fire leather armor, which gave him a crushing level of combat power in front of these players, immediately killing Tai Nan and the others. They cried out, "Holy, stay back, he's too fast to hit and miss. How can I play this? Big brother, don't kill me. I have less than a year left in my life." Qin Feng didn't have any thoughts of showing any mercy at all. "I was going to take over the boss, and I'm too lazy to care about you guys when I get killed by the boss group. But you followed up with a mess, and you expect me to let you off the hook?" Qin Feng's figure was like a ghost, traveling through the dark woods. In the end, he took out 22 people, including Iron Man. As people scattered to escape, 2 still managed to escape. It wasn't that Qin Feng couldn't catch up. Rather, these people fled in separate directions, and those 2 were farther away, so there was no need for Qin Feng to waste time chasing after them. Unfortunately, the lifespans of these people who popped out add up to just over 30 days. So poor. Qin Feng shook his head. During the time he was taking them out, he also received a system alert. Due to him actively killing too many people, it gave him a tier of the Slayer negative status. Killers drop 75% of their current lifespan on death when they are 1 tier. Killers drop 87.5% of their current lifespan on death at 2nd level. In other words, each tier of the Slayer status gives the player the equivalent of 1 more death when they die. Only, Qin Feng had a ghost fire bell on him. Even if he accidentally died once, he wouldn't lose any of his lifespan. Therefore, Qin Feng didn't care about the negative status of this Slayer at all. Anyway, this status won't lower his attributes or affect his development. As long as he doesn't die twice in a row, it won't affect him at all. Soon, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. The Ghost Fire leather armor on his body, with a dark red flame pattern on a black base, was handsome and murderous, and had only just returned to the town when he caught the attention of everyone around him. "It's Shadow. The leather armor is too cool, isn't it? It's gold-level leather armor? I'm so envious. He really killed the gold boss solo. Oh, in my opinion, this guy must be a boss that can only be soloed by a card bug. Laughing my ass off. Go upstairs and card one for me too?" Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people, Qin Feng arrived at the town center square. Suddenly a group of people, extremely respectful, came to Qin Feng. Among them, the leader was a tall and thin young man with pale skin. He was the one who had just, with his teammates who had ghostly horned eagles, tried to snatch the loot from the golden ghost ship, and as a result, a group of people were instantly seconded back by Qin Feng. "Big brother Shadow, I'm really sorry." Tall thin young man, posture put very low, came to the front of Qin Feng. "Big brother, this is we just put together life to buy a book of assassin skills. Also please accept, as we have nothing happened, okay?" This situation made Qin Feng a bit surprised. He glanced at the skill book the other man handed over. Chisel Strike, normal assassin skill book. A single skill that adds 20 attack points on hit and inflicts a 2-second stun. Cooldown 22 seconds. It's a control skill book. If someone gives something away, don't take it. Qin Feng casually took the skill book and said indifferently, "Okay." Skill books arrive and are learned directly. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng waved his hand and told them to get lost, and finally met with the young girl Lin Liu who had been waiting for a long time. However, Qin Feng didn't know that. The tall and thin youth codenamed Idle Cloud watched his back as he left, and a flash of sinister intent surfaced in his eyes. "So what if you're strong in the godforsaken game? If I find you in reality, I can imprison you and make you a slave who collects lifespans for me. When the other towns light up their teleportation arrays, send a woman over and try to find a way to get information about him." Idle Cloud, whose real name is Dongfangxian, is known as a rich second generation in the circles of Jianhai City. He thought with a sneer. Just listen to this Shadow's voice. It's unfamiliar. Definitely not in the circle. Then, this guy is a poor bastard. Have a professional beauty delivered to your door? Don't believe he won't fall for it. Qin Feng met Lin Li Fish. This young girl was wearing a black vestment robe, Her pair of soulful water-like eyes were looking left and right, and when she saw Qin Feng appear, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Here, Qin Feng casually threw out a gold-level mage skill book and a gold-level mage equipment. Linley Fish was still a little anxious. Do not know whether Qin Feng will tell her. Boss did not explode mage equipment. As a result, he reached out and caught 2 gold-level ones. A fire-based ranged output skill with an additional attack of 150 points. A mana necklace, on the other hand, adds 15 points of spirit, plus 3 points of mana regen per second. Ah, this. Lin Liyu's mind buzzed. These 2 things, they're too good to be true, right? Now, she's taken off straight away. Chapter 28 Temple of Faith. A visitor to Shell Town. Originally, Lin Liyu was still thinking that Qin Feng but could give her a silver-leveled magic equipment or skill book. It would be very good, but I didn't expect 2 gold levels? This skill, this necklace, it directly doubled my damage several times and more than doubled my mana recovery. Originally, Lin Liyu recovered 2 mana points per second. If you wear that necklace now, you are recovering 5 points per second. The range skyrockets. It could be said that her efficiency in brushing monsters now was already faster than the entire team before. Big brother, thank you so much. Lin Liyu's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise and she was almost moved to tears. Qin Feng shook his head. No need to be polite, just following the agreement. Give me the spatial finger ring. What's more, in order to help Qin Feng, this young girl was chased by Iron Man with his men once. Although Qin Feng didn't need her help, right? But one could tell that this young girl had a good personality and was worth befriending. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Lin Liyu woke up as if from a dream and quickly handed over the 12th compartment space ring. That's right, big guy. Lin Liyu thought for a moment and added, just now when I was escaping in the woods, I found a hole in the ground that seems to be a relic entrance. Are you interested? The entrance to the ruins? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. There was an official saying circulating before that this Linley Fish is a koi carp, and now it seems as if it's true? First the golden ghost ship, then the ruins entrance. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful young girl in front of him and felt that befriending this sister was really not a loss. Sure, Qin Feng thought about it. If he hadn't given any equipment just now, this sister might not have told him the news about the entrance to this relic. Sincerity, it's mutual. It seems that just these 2 gold level items have bought her off. Qin Feng kind of wanted to laugh. He put the space ring on the little finger of his left hand. The storage space is finally 27 compartments. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The backpack compartments in this godforsaken game are in short supply, and the initial town has no place where supplies can be stored. With 27 compartments of space, it's easy to do everything. Qin Feng said to Lin Liyu, your captain isn't online yet. Let's wait for him to come and sell the stuff to you guys. I'm going to take a trip to the relics you mentioned first. The young girl nodded. Good. Now Linley Fish is excited. Taking out the sheepskin map rolled up in his backpack, he marked a location for Qin Feng. This is the entrance of that relic. It is a stone slab on the ground. I originally wanted to move the stone slab and hide in it, but the result was that I just went in without taking a few steps, and I heard a ghostly cry coming from inside, so I was so scared that I fled out, or else I wouldn't have been caught up by Iron Man and the others. Lin Liyu said while describing the entrance to Qin Feng. Okay, got it. Qin Feng memorized that location. In fact, the terrain in every initial town and outside is the same. These newbie towns are exact replicas of the terrain. However, things like these types of relics and golden ghost ship bosses are randomly appearing, with some towns having them and others not. Anyway, the town Qin Feng was in his last life didn't have one. I didn't expect that there would be another relic in this shell town, and that the golden ghost ship would be painted again. Qin Feng first bid farewell to Lin Liyu. He went into stealth and left Shell Town once again, was looking for a place to brush up to level 10. Since there are relics, there's no need to brush up on anything else. Pass the relics and you'll definitely reach level 10. There are 3 main types of relics that will appear in the initial town. One kind of grave. One is cursed relic. There are also kinds of faith temples. There's not much to say about the catacombs. They're just a bunch of magical creatures inhabiting them, which are very difficult to clear, and basically end up with a gold boss. The demons within the cursed ruins, on the other hand, are all cursed by ancient and evil gods, once perhaps human, and have gone mad or died and turned into ghosts. The demons in the Temple of Faith are then all followers of the ancient and evil gods, and can be killed or not, but the map within the temple is very complex. The latter too, if successfully cleared, can earn some special props or skill books. For example, Qin Feng's ancient god's eyeball, or the Eye of Judgment, was actually from a faith temple. No matter which kind of relic Lin Liyu was talking about, Qin Feng wouldn't miss it, because, among these relics, even the small monsters were at least bronze-ranked or even silver-ranked existences. This meant massive amounts of evolution points for Qin Feng. With my current epic greedy hands, I can harvest 8 evolution points for killing even one bronze mini-boss. If it's a silver boss, it's even possible to harvest 16 evolution points. Compared to killing high-grade bosses, killing a large number of small bosses reaped significantly more evolution points. Soon, Qinfeng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at the place that Lin Liu had marked on the map. In the gray and black weeds, a stone slab was indeed seen. Qinfeng removed it and a downward stairway appeared. As expected, this stone slab was just moved away, and a ghostly cry was heard from the depths of this passage. Like a sob, Qinfeng certainly didn't carry fear. Enter the passage and cover the slab. The surroundings instantly turned into darkness, with only a dim glow of fire coming from the front, illuminating the stone walls on both sides of the passage. Borrowing the dim light of the fire, Qinfeng quickly changed his face slightly. How are these murals on the stone walls exactly like that Temple of Faith in the last life? This is the Temple of Faith, and I'm afraid it's none other than the Temple of Faith of the ancient god of judgment. In Qinfeng's body, there was the Eye of Judgment, which held the authority of judgment. This temple appeared here, making Qinfeng feel very unusual. Go in and take a look. Qinfeng took a deep breath, maintained his stealthy state, and walked along the passageway, all the way forward. It was also while Qinfeng was exploring this mysterious Temple of Faith, the players in each of the initial towns were upgrading like crazy. Of course, when it came to comparing the speed of gaining experience value, it was definitely inferior to Qinfeng, who was killing bosses within the ruins. However, the others were, after all, lower leveled and required less experience to upgrade. Soon enough, someone had risen to level 5, lighting up the teleportation arrays of their respective towns. Each player, once a day, has a free teleportation opportunity to another initial town. Thus, within Shell Town, there were soon many players from other towns that teleported over. Because, the great god Shadow, who was the first to kill a gold boss in the world, was in Shell Town. Inside the town, the crowd was growing. Chapter 29, Qin Xiaoyu joins the team? The Judged. What's with all the people? Wang Mang went online again and was instantly a bit confused when he saw that there were many times more players in Shell Town than before. After entering the godforsaken game for the first time, you need to level up to level 3 before you can leave, which is the equivalent of going offline. If you want to go online again, just close your eyes for more than 10 seconds and the option will pop up asking if you want to go back to the godforsaken land. Wang Mang was originally level 3 and ranked in the top 10 in Shell Town, but now, he's squeezed into the 20s. Gotta get a grip. Wang Mang quickly private chatted to his teammates such as Blackbrush Big Plum. As it turns out, 2 of their team are still not online. One of them was the middle-aged female priest. Gotta recruit another pastor. Wang Mang first gathered the other 3 together. When he saw Lin Liu, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment, because he saw that the girl had a necklace blooming with a light golden color on her chest. Wang Mang and the other 2 were confused. What are you? Lin Liu laughed before he told what had happened with Dark Shadow. Finally, he added, it seems that Shadow Side still has the equipment skills for your profession, so I'll contact him later and ask him to sell the stuff to us, so we can get a discount. Wang Mang cried and laughed. Silver level is okay. This is if it is gold level. We are afraid that we cannot afford it. The sharp-eyed archer youth in the team was a bit envious. It's great that we've actually made friends with Shadow Big Brother. If we can be friends with Big Brother, we can follow him and eat and drink. Ha ha. Lin Liu looked at him with contempt. Look at you. You expect to hug your thighs, don't you? Think about yourself. Do you usually work hard to brush monsters and practice leveling? The sharp-eyed archer youth rolled his eyes and didn't bother with her. The 4 were already on good terms, even though they had met in the godforsaken game. Moreover, Wang Mang went back this time and checked their reality, so he knew something about them. The backgrounds are all over. Then it's fixed. Immediately after, Wang Mang said, we need to find a priest to brush the monsters with first 5 people to brush. I have a co-worker that is in the next town over. When someone in her town is level 5, she will also teleport over to join our team. Lin Liu was a bit strange. Where's Sister Wang? Sister Wan was the middle-aged female pastor from their team earlier. Wang Mang shook his head and said, Sister Wang is going to go to other towns and find her son to join her, so I said, we don't have a priest. They weren't like Qinfeng, who could brush them alone. Groups of monsters, meat shields and grandmothers are needed. So Wang Mang began to set up a stall, but instead of selling something, he wrote it down in his booth. The team is accepting people, and requires the profession priest department. There are many such recruiting booths, but because behind Wang Mang stood Lin Liu, the light gold necklace on her chest, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Gold level equipment? Many people were a little skeptical, but just because of Lin Li Fish's face value, there were also some youth pastors who quickly came over to sign up, but once they heard that they had to provide their real identities and that they would be officially recorded afterwards, they all backed off. Just then, a young girl with long hair approached. It was none other than the life sacrifice that had risen to level 3. Qin Xiaoyu acted politely. I'm a hidden profession life sacrifice. Can I join your team? Wang Mang glanced at her with little change in his expression. Life sacrifice. It's a hidden profession. Sounds good, but he's looking for the kind that he can follow for a long time. So he's going to make sure that the reality of the other person's identity. And Qin Xiaoyu didn't object, bluntly stating her identity. Zhanghai Normal University, freshman student. My parents are both dead, and there is only one brother, or in the family, which mom and dad adopted before, not a real brother. Qin Xiaoyu emphasized. Wang Mang nodded. Qin Xiaoyu, line. Then you, try the first team. Yo-Yo has joined the team. In fact, Qin Xiaoyu had wanted to take Xiaoyu as a codename, but she came in late, so that codename was taken by someone else. She didn't want to add numbers to the codename, so she added the word Ya. After entering the team, a smile appeared at the corner of Qin Xiaoyu's mouth. As if unintentionally, she glanced again at the gold-level necklace on Lin Liyu's chest. The world's first kill of a gold-level boss was in Shell Town, taken down by Shadow. This necklace, then, has a high probability of being related to the Shadow. Such a development was naturally something Qin Feng hadn't expected. In this life, he had risen too quickly, and the first kill of a gold-level boss had caused his codename Shadow to spread across the globe. The fame was so great that it made Qin Xiaoyu's heart flutter. At this point, Qin Feng kept walking along the passageway within the Temple of Faith and soon arrived at a spacious hall. Inside the hall, there was nothing. There were only two bent and bowed humanoid demonic creatures, kneeling on each other's knees with their hands raised above their heads, as if they were holding something up. The ghostly cries heard at the entrance were from these two humanoid demons. Ancient God Devotee judged, LV10, grade, silver. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and arrived at this hall. Seeing those two believers kneeling on the ground, he directly launched the instant Shadow Slash. Breaking cover, backstabbing. All of the damage bonuses that should be triggered are triggered except for weakness attack, and the weakness attack didn't help. Instantaneous Shadow Chop skill. The chopping judgment location is random. It is difficult to just trigger the weak point attack. This is not something that can be compensated for by maneuvering, but instead of that, the basic additional attack of this skill is very high. Minus 1058. Minus 1058. 7 damage numbers popped up above the heads of each of the two devout believers, but their bloodstains had only buckled a fraction of a second. After all, it was a level 10 silver boss, and its blood volume was more than double that of the cursed one Qin Feng had killed earlier. Even the two devout believers combined had more blood than a gold-ranked gold ghost ship. Originally, Qin Feng was still preparing to dodge his opponent's attack. Results: those two devout believers kneeling on the ground not only didn't launch an attack on Qin Feng, but instead, they reversed their direction and knelt down once again towards the place where Qin Feng was stealthily hiding. These two are the judged, and I have the authority to judge. Could they not attack me? Qin Feng was a bit surprised when an idea arose. To confirm this suspicion, he voluntarily broke out of stealth and kept his distance from the two devout believers. As it turned out, the two ghoul-like devout believers really didn't attack him. Instead, upon seeing him, he completely prostrated his upper body to the ground. Chapter 30 Devotee, Underground Labyrinth. Originally, Qin Feng wanted to kill these two and take evolution points and experience, but this current situation made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. Even after 9 years of crawling around in his last life, Qin Feng has never heard of this situation. I'm afraid it's really because I have the power of judgment. Qin Feng had something in mind. The appearance of such an odd temple of faith here might really have something to do with his eye of judgment. This temple, it has secrets. He thought for a moment and tried to speak. Do you know the way? Show me the way. The two devout believers, upon hearing his words, both seemed a bit bewildered. Clearly has no idea what he's talking about. In fact, Qin Feng was aware that these demonic creatures in the gods' forsaken lands were actually beings from other civilizations. Only, they are eroded, corrupted, all mentally deranged, and even turned into beasts that only know how to prey on life from humans. The two in front of you seem to have kept some sense? Just as Qin Feng was thinking so, these two devout believers were suddenly alerted. A flash of ferocity steeply surfaced on their rotting faces as they violently turned around and pounced towards the entrance of this hall. Qin Feng heard the sound of messy footsteps coming from the passageway outside the hall. It seems that some other player has arrived. Hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Those two devout believers, two green flames condensed in their hands and threw them directly towards the far side of the passage. Asterisk 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 it's two silver bosses. We can't handle one. And two more? Run, run. A mass of green flames, thrown out by those two pious believers. Inside the passageway, there are chaotic and panicked footsteps and shouts. Qin Feng returned to stealth. Come to the entrance of the hall and look into the passage, only to see the whole passage has been enveloped by a sea of green fire. In the sea of fire, There are 6 players cannot escape in time, is being burned to ashes. Grey Rose? Qinfeng saw a familiar figure in the flames. It was clearly the mature imperial lady who had purchased the ice pick technique from him earlier, and I didn't expect her to have found this temple of faith as well. Too bad her teen wasn't strong enough. 2 silver doormen took her out. This passageway is too narrow, and there's no place to dodge in the face of the flames of the pious believers. So normally when you find a boss, you should go into the hall first to give yourself plenty of room to dodge. Qinfeng shook his head. He watched coldly as the 6 were burned to death by the green flames. Soon, 6 grayish-white spheres of lifespan light appeared within the passageway. Qinfeng nonchalantly stepped forward to pick it up and realized that it wasn't bad. The group had actually exploded over 100 days of tradable lifespans on them. To Qinfeng's surprise, those 2 devout believers were not the least bit interested in these lifespans. After finishing off those 6 people, they returned to the hall and resumed kneeling and prostrating themselves towards the place where Qinfeng had just disappeared. Qinfeng ignored them for the time being. Searching up and down the hall, it turned out that there were absolutely no more paths leading anywhere else. No way. Just this? 2 silver-level mini-bosses? Qinfeng was incomparably puzzled. There's nothing to be gained by exploring further. Qinfeng simply stepped in and finished off the 2 devout believers, just as he expected. No matter how he struck, those 2 devout believers did not have the slightest intention to fight back. Just like that, he was killed by Qinfeng in a hard way. You have killed Ancient God Devotee, judged, silver level. You have gained 4,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 9. Congratulations, you've gained 4 evolution points. You have gained 188 days of life, tradable. After killing 2 devout believers, Qinfeng rose to level 9. He unleashed greedy hands directly on its corpse. Soon, Qinfeng finished dealing with the 2 silver mini-bosses. A total of 32 evolution points and 1,504 days of tradable life. Epic greedy hands. That's awesome. And a total of 4 gold-ranked items came out, plus a dozen or so silver-ranked ones. One of them is a gold-level necklace that is available for assassins. Believer's Pendant, Gold Assassin's Jewelry. Agility plus 15. Cooldown speed plus 20%. Requirements, level 8. Unique effect, summons a silver-ranked devotee to fight for you on a cooldown of 600 seconds. This necklace has good attributes, mainly 20% cooldown speed. After Qinfeng put it on, his sneaky shadow skill, the cooldown was shortened from 22.6 seconds to 19.2 seconds. The cooldown of Manticore Dart, from 4.3 seconds, has been reduced to 3.7 seconds. The cooldown of Instant Shadow Slash, on the other hand, was shortened from 10.4 seconds to 8.8 seconds. Brushing monsters is more efficient, Qinfeng thought to himself. As for the other loot, it's all level 8 to 10 equipment, and no one will even buy it at this stage of selling it. Put it away for now. Qinfeng was about to leave. Suddenly, the floor in the middle of the hall steeply loosened. When the 2 pious believers were killed, the mechanism was finally triggered. It's like an elevator? Qinfeng looked away. In the middle of the hall, a circular stone disc protruded from the floor, something that Qinfeng had seen quite a lot of in his last life. He stepped on it instantly. Immediately after that, the circular stone disc emitted a boom-boom sound, surprisingly carrying him downwards. In the middle of the hall, a circular pit appeared. When Qinfeng was sent down, immediately, 2 semicircular blocks of stone panned out from the side, blocking the pit. Everything returned to its original state, as if the round stone disc elevator had never existed. If anyone else came here, they would only see the corpses of 2 devotees and nothing else. Boom! After a loud bang, the circular stone disc carrying Qinfeng fell to the ground. The gravel and sand loosened and spilled around Qinfeng. Qinfeng felt that the circular stone disc had carried him and descended at least 300 to 400 meters. When I came here, there was a lot of light around me instead. The stone walls on either side were lined with dimly lit torches at regular intervals, emitting light. Here, indeed, is the labyrinth. Qinfeng sighed when he looked at it. This kind of labyrinth, he had explored it a lot in his last life, and was sort of comfortable with it, but it still takes quite a bit of time to fully explore. Most importantly, inside the labyrinth is a lot of organs, with Qinfeng's current attributes. Once he triggered those organs, he would almost be dead. Good thing I just dropped this. Qinfeng touched the believer's pendant on his chest, used the special effect to summon a silver-level devotee. A prostrate grayskin humanoid demonic creature coalesced in front of Qinfeng. Probe ahead. At Qinfeng's command, that devout believer began to creep and crawl in front of Qinfeng and began to explore this underground labyrinth. With his little brother scouting the way, Qinfeng was much more relaxed. Idly, Qinfeng opened the skill panel and prepared to use the 32 evolution points he had just gained to continue evolving his skills. Chapter 31 Epic Ghostly Blur. Long-legged Imperial Sisters Doubt. 32 evolution points, plus the 3 points left over from before, for a total of 35 points. Greedy hands, re-evolution requires 210 points. For now, this temple of faith may be dangerous, so let's advance into passive evasion. In order to have a higher survival rate, Xinfeng chose to evolve Ghostly Blur. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points and have 24 points remaining. Ghostly Blur, Gold level Epic level Assassin skill. Passively gains 15% 75% evasion rate. Triggering evasion immunizes you from all damage. After a skill reaches Epic level, the number of evolution points needed to evolve it again is double tenfold. It was only supposed to take 8 evolution points, but since it's Epic to Legendary, it takes 80 points. Xinfeng shook his head and temporarily put this skill down. 75% evasion rate is already high. He then proceeded to evolve Instantaneous Shadow Slash, evolving the skill to Epic level as well. You have consumed 13 evolution points and have 11 points remaining. Instant Shadow Slash, Diamond Epic blinks in one direction, up to 2730 meters, and enters stealth, lasts 912 seconds, dealing 7-9 slashes to all enemies in its path. Cooldown 8 seconds. Chopping width, 4.15 meters. Each chopping blow adds 300500 attack points. From Diamond to Epic, the additional attack of the Instant Shadow Slash had increased by a full 200 points, and the number of decapitations, from 7 to 9, has been raised. The total damage is almost doubled once again. Too fierce. One should know that it had been several years since Xinfeng had learned epic skills in his last life. This life, he just opened with epic skills. Although the values of these skills were not too high because of their relatively low levels, these skills, however, could evolve infinitely. However, due to the epic to legendary level, the number of evolution points needed is double tenfold, so the higher the initial grade of the skill, the more cost-effective it is for me to evolve it. Xinfeng did the math. If a skill, itself, was epic level, then evolving to legendary level, the first evolution, required a base evolution point of 1 point, multiplied by 10 times was only 10 points. It can quickly evolve to the legendary level, the mythical level, and even, the ancient level, the immortal level. However, if a skill itself is a normal skill, it would have to evolve 7 times before it evolves to epic level. At that point, the base evolution points required would be 21 or even 34. 10 times that is 210 or even 340 points. It's too much of a loss. One good thing though is that I can evolve to epic level at a fraction of the cost no matter what rank of skill I learn. That means that in the future, all of my skills will, at the very least, be epic. There are 11 evolution points remaining. Xinfeng thought about it and evolved the initial skill, Sneaky Shadow. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points and have 3 points remaining. Initial skill, Stealth, Silver Gold Platinum. Enter a state of invisibility that lasts 162024 seconds. Breaking Stealth Strike attack power increases by 901205150. Cooldown 262422 seconds. The base cooldown for the final skill is 22 seconds. However, since Xinfeng possessed a 35% cooldown speed attribute, it ended up taking effect in 16.3 seconds. This stealth skill, the cooldown time is still too long, and the hidden breaking attack is a bit low. Definitely need to change it back. Xinfeng finished consuming his evolution points and his attention returned to the maze in front of him. The crawling devotee was moving at a relatively fast pace. As he passed a corner, suddenly, a large iron ball flew out from within a wall and smashed the devotee. Minus 6,666. Minus 99,999. The first damage is from being hit by an iron ball. The second damage was from being slammed into a wall. The devotee was flattened on the spot in a horrible way. Xinfeng temporarily stopped advancing. Wait in place for the cooldown for summoning devotee. This labyrinth is intricate and dangerous. That's the only way to get a summon to scout the way. Xinfeng sighed. Although it would waste a lot of time, this temple of faith was clearly related to his Eye of Judgment, and he had to explore it to the end. Otherwise who knows what secrets he'll miss. Just as Xinfeng was exploring this temple, the entrance to the temple, the long-legged royalty, Grey Rose, returned cautiously with her teammates, 2 men and 3 women. When they were ready and wanted to deal with the 2 silver-ranked mini-bosses, they were shocked to find that the 2 silver-ranked bosses were already dead. Grey Rose had curly black hair and wore a grey robe that wrapped around her delicate and luscious figure. She couldn't help but frown when she saw the corpses of the 2 devout believers. Surprised to be killed? At this stage, surely the only one who can take out 2 silver-ranked bosses so quickly is Shadow Big Brother? The Shadow Big Shot actually came here? Behind Grey Rose, her teammates were shocked. Looking at the grizzled corpses of the 2 devotees, they chatted, uncharacteristically a bit relieved. Even though they were prepared, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to fight and die again. Only Grey Rose, looking at the scene, seemed a bit puzzled. Last time I came over, I think I saw a figure communicating with the silver boss. Is that Shadow? Am I mistaken? Or, the last time he came over, Grey Rose had half a foot in the hall. Beautiful eyes glimpsed a black shadow communicating with those two silver bosses. However, because she heard the silver boss roar, she immediately backed out and ended up being burned by the silver boss's green flames. In retrospect, that black shadow at the time, was it the Shadow? Grey Rose was skeptical. I'm sure I'm not mistaken. But why? These two silver bosses don't attack Shadow? Could it be that Shadow has some means to confuse the boss? Because that's how you can kill so many bosses? No matter how much Grey Rose guessed, it was impossible to guess the truth. As time passes, the number of players who teleported to the Shell Town is increasing. The town is already overcrowded. A town with a maximum of 10,000 people. The town of Shell is now almost at its ceiling. This also led to the fact that there were no longer enough magical creatures around the town to brush them at all. That's nearly 10 times more players. Those creeps, polluters, whatever, didn't even think that so many people could come to this town? They scatter and hide. But still, players dig in and find and kill. In this situation, even an elite team like Wang Meng couldn't brush monsters fast enough. A full 3 hours, and it had only gotten up to level 5. Lin Liyu's gold level skills could not be utilized at all. Wang Meng frowned. It seems that you have to teleport to other towns that don't have many people in order to get up to upgrade speed. Lin Liyu said, no problem, but before we leave, we have to wait for Brother Shadow and trade with him. Wang Meng nodded. Aha. Qin Xiaoyu on the side, quietly listening to their chat. The corners of her mouth had risen uncontrollably. Chapter 32 Mysterious Woman. Assassin's Divine Skill, Graceful Deliverance. Deep within the Temple of Faith. 3 hours? At the rate I'm exploring, that should be about right. Based on my experience in my last life, that's pretty much all there is to the Temple of Faith. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to get down without dying dozens or hundreds of times. I'm afraid. However, Qin Feng was experienced, not to mention that he could summon a silver-level devout believer to scout the path, so there was absolutely no chance of missing. At this point, Qin Feng arrived at a passageway covered in starlight. A starry blue glow lights up the entire passageway. The devout believers prostrated themselves in front, and Qin Feng was behind them, all the way towards the end of the starlight passage. What appeared in front of him was an ancient bronze gate. Open the door. Qin Feng gave orders to the devout believers. Devotees prostrate up to push the door, but found that, simply cannot push, that bronze door, not moving. Qin Feng confirmed that there was nothing dangerous around him. That's the way up. With only a single lift of his hand, just as he touched the bronze gate, he felt movement coming from the entire gate, and surprisingly, it began to open. As the door slowly opened, Qin Feng stepped back, ready to fight at any time. But what appeared before his eyes was a great hall of starlight. In the center of the main hall, there was an altar. Next to the altar, there stood a woman clad in a white robe, a white hood covering her, so you couldn't see what she looked like. The white-robed woman crossed her arms in front of her chest and bowed slightly towards that starlight altar. When the bronze gate opens, Qin Feng did not enter immediately, but looked at the white-robed woman. As it turned out, there was absolutely nothing visible about the woman. When Qin Feng appeared at the entrance of the grand hall, the white-robed woman slowly turned around, and the slender and seductive figure under the white robe slowly bent her knees, actually kneeling down on one knee towards Qin Feng. She kept her head down, seems to murmur something. Starlight flickers in his hand. In the next moment, her entire delicate body dissipated into starlight. This, disappeared? Qin Feng frowned. Immediately, it was discovered that on the altar of the Great Hall, an ancient treasure chest had appeared, surprisingly flickering with a brilliant golden light. If it's a gold treasure chest, it radiates a light gold color. It's a bright gold treasure chest, which means epic props will be opened inside the chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know what the identity of the mysterious woman just now was, but thought that it was related to his Eye of Judgment. Moreover, that woman seems to be very respectful to Qin Feng. In any case, proceed with caution. Qin Feng did not act rashly. After seeing the treasure chest, he continued to order the silver-level summon, devout believer, towards the altar in the hall. All the way to that treasure chest, the devotee reaches out and opens it without incident. Soon after, the devout believer took one of the skill books obtained within the treasure chest, fetched it, and handed it over to Qin Feng. This skill book is Assassin's Divine Skill. Qin Feng's pupils contracted. Graceful Deliverance, Epic Assassin Skill Book. Passive effect, weakness hit modifier plus 100%, weakness attack multiplier doubled. Cutthroat, used actively, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 100% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 4 seconds. It's a skill that has both passive and active effects. The passive effect would be pretty anticlimactic, Doubling the weak attack multiplier is well understood as far as weak hit modifiers go. An analogy: a person's head and heart, both of which are weak spots, and others have to hit the weak spots with precision in order to trigger a weak spot attack. But learning graceful deliverance is equivalent to amplifying the opponent's weaknesses. The higher the weakness hit modifier, the easier it is to hit the opponent's weakness. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect was useful. At this stage, what he encountered was mainly humanoid demons, so hitting the head was easy, but later on, he would encounter a lot of netherworld things. For example, a certain kind of demonic creature does not have a head, and its weakness is just a glowing dot on its body. In a normal player, it would be impossible to hit a weak point, but with the passive effect of graceful deliverance, hitting that glowing dot wasn't difficult. This is because the system automatically corrects to bring the player's attacks closer to the target's weaknesses. Weakness to hit modifier plus 100% is equivalent to, well, doubling the opponent's weak spot. As for the active effect of this boon of deliverance, it's even more outrageous. Directly makes the next attack cause a throat-slitting effect, equivalent to a 3-second bleed. For example, Qin Feng slashed a random person after turning on /throat, dealing 300 points of damage. The effect of slit throat would then cause the opponent to take 300 points of additional damage per second for the next 3 seconds. In total, that's 300 by 4, which equals 1,200 points of damage. Simply put, the /throat effect of graceful deliverance is to triple the damage next time, except it takes 3 seconds to fully hit. If it's a skill like instant shadow slash, all 9 slashes are considered one attack, and the damage from the throat slash is stacked and counted. This one epic skill has instantly increased my burst by several times. And this initial epic level skill, I can spend 10 evolution points and just evolve it to legendary level. On Qin Feng's body right now, there were still only 3 evolution points, because within this underground labyrinth, there was not a single demonic creature, much to his surprise and disappointment. After all, within the previous labyrinths, various devout and fanatical believers were powerful magical creatures that blocked players from exploring. As for what exactly was going on with this temple of faith, Qin Feng had no idea. Mostly it has to do with my eye of judgment. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. It's useless to think too much about such things. If he sees that mysterious white-robed woman just now next time, Qin Feng will definitely try to communicate with the other party. I missed it this time, but that's okay. The assassin divine skill graceful deliverance arrived, making Qin Feng's damage even more terrifying. Now that he had encountered another level 5 gold-ranked gold ghost ship, he was afraid that an instant shadow slash would kill him in seconds. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the circular stone disc in the middle of the Starlight Great Hall and was carried up by the circular stone disc 500 or 600 meters higher before finally returning to the ground. After that round stone disc brought him up, it turned directly into a layer of black scorched earth, as if it had never appeared. It's been so long. Wang Mang and the others should be online by now? Qin Feng was mainly carrying a backpack compartment that was almost full, so you have to sell everything you have on you before you set off to practice. And when he contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly learned a message. Qin Xiaoyu? Qin Feng frowned. Chapter 33 Really? Qin Xiaoyu? Qin Feng was truly surprised that Qin Xiaoyu would come to the divine abandoned land right at this moment, and he also came to Shell Town and joined Wang Mang's squad. Qin Feng understood Qin Xiaoyu's thoughts almost instantly. Trying to come to the shadow and climb up the ladder? What's the point of coming to Shell Town if not for that purpose? But she can see that I'm connected to Lin Li Fish, and a little smart. Qin Feng sneered. In his last life, he had spent time with Qin Xiaoyu, so he naturally knew what this sister of his was thinking. In the divine abandonment game, in the early days before Qin Feng had risen, Qin Xiaoyu had been trying to find other strong teams to join, but they were all stopped by Qin Feng. Luckily, Qin Feng quickly rose to prominence in the godforsaken game. Qin Xiaoyu obediently followed Qin Feng after that. It seems that in this life, the timeline has changed a bit. Qin Feng was a bit surprised, but quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiaoyu was on Wang Meng's team, there was no need to sell them the priest equipment. Even if it was a coincidence, there was no way Qin Feng would give Qin Xiaoyu any advantage, much less show any sign of recognizing her. After all, there are too many people now staring at the name Shadow. I haven't extracted the ability to reality yet. If people know the reality of my identity, there will be a lot of trouble, even enough to be fatal. However, once I reach level 10, I'll at least be able to extract the stealth skill. That way I'll have some ability to defend myself in reality as well. Even just a pistol was enough to take Qin Feng's life. So, to expose it now is to seek death. However, Qin Feng was not far from level 10, and soon, he would be able to extract his transcendental abilities and descend into reality. 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. By the time he finished exploring that temple of faith, the time of Daxia had come to afternoon. In Jianghai City alone, there were hundreds of initial towns activated in total. That is, hundreds of thousands of people have entered the godforsaken game. Xin Feng was never expecting so many people within the shell town. As far as the eye could see, the crowd was dense, and when Xin Feng's cool figure in the Ghostfire leather armor appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone in the town. Shadow, brother Shadow, can we add a friend? You are Dark Shadow? I'm the chairman of the Zhanghai City Running Group, and I intend to invite you to join our group. Shadow big brother, still missing minions? I can yell 666. Biggie, this is my sister. She's a big fan of yours. Nothing more, just want to get to know each other. Xin Feng only an instantaneous shadow chop, flashed through a distance of 30 meters, and entered a stealthy state that no one can detect. First he got rid of the people who had gathered over to him. Then he made an appointment with Lin Liu for a more secluded venue, and that's when he rushed over. Wang Mang, Lin Liu team of several people, were all behind a ruined house, waiting for Qin Feng. Behind them was Qin Xiaoyu. This young girl was very expectant and nervous, squeezing her right hand in her left hand for a while, and her right hand in her left hand for a while, looking around constantly. Qin Feng appeared in front of Lin Liu, his eyes sweeping over Qin Xiaoyu with the eyes of a complete stranger, and he didn't say a word. Straight out of his backpack, he pulled out a bunch of stuff. He first added Wang Mang's friend and then chatted privately. This is gold-level warrior equipment with good attributes. The price is 300 days life expectancy. I'll sell you 280 days. This is the gold-level skill of the archer. The skill is not really good. The price is 550 days of life. I'll sell you 520 days. This is. Qin Feng threw all the equipment that he had left behind earlier to Wang Mang and marked them up one by one. These are prices that are very reasonable. Big brother, right now I only have a total of 925 days of life on me. Wang Mang smiled bitterly and said, I can't afford so much. It's okay. Qin Feng said casually, they all add up to a 200-day lifespan, which can be paid back quickly with official financial resources. Wang Mang thought about it and nodded his head in agreement. Okay, thanks for believing in me, big brother. He first traded his 900-day lifespan to Qin Feng, collected his equipment and skill books, and thanked him again and again. With these equipment and skills, their team's speed of brushing monsters would be taken to the next level, and they would even be able to figure out how to deal with silver bosses. Shadow big brother is just bull. Wow. I can actually use gold equipment this early? This gold level skill, it's too good to be true, isn't it? My output has instantly increased by more than 3 times, and the big man is allowing us to take credit. That's trusting us. Oh, Wang Mang and the others were shocked and marveled, but soon, they realized a problem. How come there's no priest stuff? These words caused Qin Xiaoyu, who was waiting to be fed at the side, to freeze. No priest stuff? In response, Qin Feng didn't have any reaction at all. He was silent and invisible. The figure disappeared from the crowd. As a matter of fact, Qin Feng was not without the stuff of priests. In his backpack, there was also a gold-grade priest scepter and even a gold-grade skill book for priests. But, how could Qin Feng let such a precious thing go cheaply to Qin Xiaoyu? Not only would Qin Feng not give her anything, he even planned to find another priest to force his way into Wang Mang's team so that they could kick Qin Xiaoyu's ass. After all, Qin Feng subsequently intended to save time by selling a large number of equipment and skill books that could not be used through this official channel, to let Qin Xiaoyu keep mixing with this team. Sooner or later it would affect his cooperation with the officials. However, right at this moment, Qin Feng received a system prompt. Player Little Yo-Yo has applied to add you as a friend. Verification message, hello, big brother, I'm the pastor of Wang Ming's team. Qin Feng frowned, so polite to outsiders, never looks impatient in front of me. So true. Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng simply ignored her, didn't agree, but didn't reject it either. This was because there were too many players in Qin Feng's friend request list. Treat Qin Xiaoyu like a stranger, just ignore the same. How dare she pick her out of a bunch of players' names to deny her friends? At this moment, Qin Feng had already arrived at the town square, prepared to teleport to Fluxville. Seinfeld's initial town was Flux Flame Town. This guy was in the next city yesterday for a concert, but after the concert, he came to Zhanghai City and found 2 girls to play all night. When the Divine Abandonment game descended, this Songfei was directly categorized into the initial town of the Zhanghai City region, the Fluorescent Flame Town. Since the town teleportation has been opened, Yu Songfei must not be killed a few times first? Qin Feng smiled indifferently. In his last life, although it was Qin Xiaoyu who gave him the water of soul wandering to drink, the culprit was still Songfei. It's one thing for Qin Xiaoyu to be stupid. This Songfei was the person Qin Feng was truly bound to kill, and to take each other out in reality. One would have to be in the game to kill the other team off first and fear them. Otherwise, if you are always online, the other party is in an invincible state in reality. and the game is egged on the safe zone. Qin Feng can't kill the other party even if he is strong. Chapter 34, Fluorescent Flame Town. Seinfeld's sister fans. To Qin Feng, it was the same wherever he brushed the monsters anyway. When you arrive at the Fluorescent Fire Town, you can kill Song Fei a few times in the process. Couldn't finish the guy off completely though, but it is possible to kill the other person offline first, thus finding an opportunity to get rid of them completely. Also, remember that Yuki is from Fluxville too. Could see if I can meet her. Gui Shue, codenamed Snowy Sky, was one of the administrators of Qin Feng's previous life's Divine Beheading Guild. Occupation White Bird Magus. White Bird Cleric. A very strong priestly hidden profession. Comes with a white bird that can assist in healing and enchanting gain statuses. Although Qin Xiaoyu was also a hidden profession life sacrifice, this pampered young lady wasn't much of a fighter at all. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu had always just been behind Qin Feng, responsible for just healing and adding status to Qin Feng. There would always be Qin Feng protecting her. But Gui Shue was a powerful existence that had once soloed an epic boss. It was Qin Feng's left arm and right arm. If you meet her, pull her into the Wang Mang team. If Gui Shue were to enter the team, the one who would squeeze out would naturally be Qin Xiaoyu's position, who was also from the priest department. Qin Feng didn't want any variables to occur during his development. Qin Xiaoyu, is that variable? In short, Qin Feng didn't care what happened to her as long as she didn't appear in front of him. Also, by making this request, he could see Wang Mang's reaction. In this life, Qin Feng is developing too fast, and is not yet very clear about the current official attitude. And this time, he can also observe it by the way. The town of Luminescence. It was an initial town within the Jianghai city area. Qin Feng stealthily used up today's free teleportation times, and silently arrived in this town. Compared to the bustling Shell Town, Flux Town was much colder. Inside the town, there were many players coming and going as well, but it wasn't crowded. There were some players yelling and setting up stalls in the square. There are also players flashing white light, appeared in the middle of the square. These resurrected players? Naturally, their faces are not very good. Qin Feng strolled around within the town. There was no Song Fei in sight, nor was there any Gui Shue. Just then, he heard a few players who had just resurrected chatting. Hurry up and go, don't get picked off. That silver level boss has less than half a blood left. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Fei that GN raised, pulling so many sisters together. Who the hell can snatch him? I really don't know. A small star is just a small star. How can there be so many brainwashed fans? I'm not convinced anyway. I have to finish off that little white boy today. These few players spoke with righteous indignation while walking towards the outside of the town. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Oh, got a clue. So Song Fei is out there fighting silver bosses? And bringing a bunch of sister brainwashed fans with him? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. It could be imagined that if there hadn't been the appearance of the shadow, if Qin Xiaoyu had also descended upon Flux Flame Town, she would most likely have been one of that group of sisters brainwashed fans as well. Seinfeld. This person was not a hidden profession, but rather a very tawdry manual selection of the mage profession. With a bunch of sister fans, it rises quickly in the early stages but lacks potential in the middle, let alone the later stages. Lastly, I don't know where I learned that Qin Feng, the top 100 in the world, and his sister Qin Xiaoyu were once his fans? No matter what, in this life, Qin Feng would not let Song Fiki live quickly, kill them offline first. Then, after extracting the ability to reality, launch an assassination directly at it. At this moment, Qin Feng followed the few righteously angry players and left the town area. He stayed invisible, and every time his invisibility was about to end, he found a hidden place and renewed his invisibility. After leaving the town, they first entered a dark wooded area, then came an eerie valley. This is the level 5 demonic creature refreshment area, the Valley of Wailing. The demons here should be the Burners and Shacklers. Fire Burner, a long-range attack magic creature with a high fire element attack, but with a single attack, just throwing fireballs. As for the Shacklers, they are melee physical attack demons, with their hands and feet shackled and relying only on their mouths to tear them apart. Regardless of which type of demonic creature it was, the facial features were extremely bizarre. The more timid players will even be scared to tears, not daring to face these demons at all. Soon, when Qin Feng entered that gloomy valley, he heard the shouts and curses of many players. It was interspersed with a lot of shouting and cursing from women, all sounding quite young, but cursing one more ferociously than the other. Qin Feng quietly advances. It was quickly seen that in the middle of the valley ahead, there was a two-headed incinerator that was more than 3 meters tall and was spewing blood-red flames in all directions. The two-headed incinerator, a silver-class boss, a body over 3 meters tall, burning with blood-red flames, both heads without eyes, mouths split open, revealing extremely crazy smiles. It had 4 arms with flames bursting out of them, capable of attacking 4 targets at once. In the middle of the field, a number of players were surrounding the boss and launching attacks. Even the players were attacking each other. In the crowd, surrounded by many of his sister's fans, was Song Fei, who was wearing a black robe and holding a staff with a flirty face. His godforsaken game codename is Adversary Lawgod. Very middle-aged, but a lot of sister fans. All of them are crazy about it. Only to see that around Song Fei, there were quite a few players trying to attack him, but they were all blocked by the sisters around him. Those sister fans, one by one, looked at death as if they were at home. Even if they had to sacrifice their lives, they would still protect their brother Song Fei. In the field, a number of players' corpses had been left behind. There were the sisters and those who wanted to attack Seinfeld. Song Fei, on the other hand, was attacking that silver-level boss two-headed incinerator with the other 5 sisters of his team. That's right, Song Fei team. 6 people including him are mages. What? Tank? Priest? Sorry, he doesn't need it. The sisters surrounding him were a wall of pure nature. As for the priest, he won't even be harmed. What priest do you need? After entering the godforsaken game, Song Fei only needed to do one thing, and that was to cast skills, kill monsters, and harvest experience and lifespan. Though many of his sisters had died in the process to shield him from harm, what did that have to do with him? Chapter 35, Song Fei, I'm dead? Seinfeld was actually puzzled. It wasn't too late for him to get into the godforsaken game. After all, he played with his 2 sisters all night, just in time to fall asleep together in the morning after breakfast. Besides, he had so many sisters to help him in Flux Town. Originally, he thought he must count as a quick upgrade. However, he didn't expect that the shadow from Shell Town's upgrading speed to finish him off, and also the first kill of a gold-level boss. That guy must have killed the gold boss by a bug, right? This silver-level boss, it's so hard to kill. How could anyone possibly be able to single-brush a gold boss? However, overall, Seinfeld was still very cool. With dozens of sisters to escort him, he could be said to be like a fish out of water in the godforsaken game. Although it was only an ordinary mage profession, Song Fei still managed to level up to level 6 at an extremely fast speed. In the town of Fluxfire, he was the one who lit up the teleportation array. As long as I finish off this silver boss, I'll be able to level up to level 7. That shadow in Shell Town, said to have stopped at level 9 for a long time? Let me surpass him with a bang and become the number 1 person in the godforsaken game. With such thoughts in mind, Song Fei had to take down the 2-headed incinerator in front of him no matter what. He took dozens of his sisters and surrounded the boss together. As for the other players around them, they were also the target of their hunt. According to the way things were going, Song Fei taking down that silver-level boss was already a done deal. However, just when that 2-headed incinerator was only left with a third of its blood, a sudden change occurred, only to see a figure in morose cold leather armor instantly appear beside Song Fei, who was protected by his sisters. The figure only appeared for an instant before disappearing from the field again. Immediately afterward, 9 rays of blade light blossomed from Song Fei and several of his sisters around him. -1995, -2052, -2009. Song Fei only saw a cloud of damage numbers float up in front of his eyes, followed by a blackness in his vision. You have been killed by the shadow. You have lost 1,106 days of lifespan, tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of life, non-tradable. A system prompt came through, causing Song Fei to be confused. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the square of the town of Fluxfire. I'm dead? Song Fei had an incredulous look on his face. Seeing that the silver-level boss still had 1/3 of its blood left and victory was imminent, but there was suddenly a shadowy figure that killed it? Impossible. How could the shadow come to our Flux Flame town? There are so many initial towns in the Jianhai city area, and he came to me in particular, and even met up with me and robbed my boss? Song Fei's greasy and feminine face revealed a constipated look. Right behind him, there were the 5 mage sisters of his team, who were also killed back together. It's all a blur now, too. Ah, I'm dead? How come? How did brother die too? It's the shadow. But why would the shadow want to kill us and my brother? Definitely trying to rob a silver-level boss. Too bad. Actually playing sneak attack when brother is not paying attention. How despicable. Steamed shrimp head. Brother Song Fei. Are we going back for revenge now? I don't see the need. The other sisters will avenge their brother's death. The 5 sisters looked at Song Fei with love while discussing. Song Fei fluttered his hair flirtatiously, and a confident smile appeared on his face. The assassin's stealthy sneak attack is indeed powerful, but once he shows up, he will become our living target. Watch, he will soon be killed back by our people. That's what the words say. But soon, he realized that something wasn't quite right. This was because there were more and more players resurrected in the square, and most of these resurrected players, surprisingly, were his sister group around him. As more and more sisters were resurrected, Song Fei was a bit messed up. How is that possible? You've all been killed? That's not scientific. That shadow sneaks up on you once, even if it's not enough for him to slaughter you like a pig? Song Fei's face became ugly. The sisters who had been resurrected in the back were in tears, chattering away. Brother Seinfeld, I'm sorry, it's us who are too useless, but that shadow is too fast. My attacks can't even hit him. And he seems to have the ability to dodge. A lot of our attacks clearly hit, but it prompts us that the attack was dodged. It's useless even if the attack hits. My ice pick spell hit shadow, but it only did 2 points of damage. It's getting worse. Even soon there was no longer a single member of Song Fei's sister group around that silver level boss two-headed incinerator. All of Song Fei's people were killed back in the town by Qin Feng, inside the Valley of the Wailing Dead. After Qin Feng sneak attacked and killed Song Fei in seconds, he didn't leave, but slaughtered those sister brainwashed fans of the other party in place, killing them one by one and crying out. Of course, these sisters are good at one thing, that's mouth to mouth. They went crazy cursing and berating the shadow, but they could only go through the motions. With their strength, they basically couldn't even touch Qin Feng. Even if he barely touched it, Qin Feng still had a 75% evasion probability and could immunize himself from damage. Most importantly, the defense of the gold-level Ghostfire leather armor was simply not something they could currently beat. Under the siege of dozens of sisters, Qin Feng was like nobody's business, slaughtering them all in just a minute or two. There are still some casual players around, originally united, in competition with Song Fei. These casual players, at this time, also all looked silly. One should know that there were a total of 10 to 20 people in this scattered player team. However, in the course of confronting Song Fei, many were taken out, and some were even taken out 2 or 3 times. So they deeply knew how terrifying, crazy, and desperate these sister groups that Song Fei had brought with him were. But, now there's an assassin who shows up and kills crazy on the spot. Those sisters, one by one, could only be impotent and furious, slaughtered like little cunts and stubborn insults. This is too fierce, isn't it? Who is this assassin? It can't be Shadow, can it? It must be that big guy who was the world's first to kill a gold-level boss. Or who else? I think so, but why would the Shadow come to our town of Flux? Everyone back off and give the boss to the big guy. The casual players were very discerning and retreated towards the back of the valley with feelings of adoration and admiration. Soon, only Qin Feng was left next to that boss. Facing this situation, Qin Feng made a sneak shadow and entered a stealthy state. And just when the crowd thought that he was going to leave quietly, a fierce poisonous dart was fiercely launched, instantly hitting on one of the heads of that two-headed incinerator. The surrounding crowd were shocked by the picture appeared. Between that a fierce poison dart shot out, hit the boss head of the blood bar, even instantly clear. Chapter 36 with anti-hiding and field control. What assassin am I afraid of? For a moment, the dozen or so casuals who had retreated to the side looked dumbfounded. What the hell? A dart that took the boss in seconds? The boss only has a third of its blood left. It's normal to take seconds, right? Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about? Even if 1/3 of a silver boss has blood, it's still several thousand. So it's normal for it to take seconds at once? Is this the Shadow Big Brother? I had thought that the big guy had brushed the gold bosses by carting bugs, but now it seems that this really isn't it. This damage, it's just bunker. We do dozens of damage with one skill, and people do thousands with one skill, 100 times more than us? Are we playing the same game? Playing League with king values, huh? The people were all shocked, and each of them stared blankly at the two-headed incinerator. Its bloodstain emptied and it collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. The corpse of a two-headed incinerator, burning with blood-red flames, left scorched black marks on the valley floor. Qin Feng's figure appeared next to the boss corpse. He was playing with the platinum-grade ghost ship twin swords in his hand, looking at the dozen or so casuals like prey. Go! Damn! The big man isn't going to try to kill us, is he? Don't even look. It's killing you. Go. People were instantly chilled, and more than a dozen people instantly left the Wailing Valley and disappeared into the woods, fleeing faster than flying. There's no way around it. This godforsaken game, death drops your life expectancy. They don't dare to bet on it. Although the Shadow had appeared and finished off Song Fei and the others, it didn't mean that the Shadow Big Brother would be on the same side as them. From what just happened, it's clear that if the Shadow wanted to kill them, it would be just as good as slaughtering dogs. How dare they not run? Watching the group flee, Qin Feng was in no hurry, directly used the active effect of Ghostfire bells. Frighten. Once. Jingle bells. The sound of the bell, which was eerily transmitted, was able to immobilize all of the enemies in the surrounding 100-meter range. If there is a stealthy target, it is the one that will be immobilized and then unstealthy. Luckily, the bell had spread and there was no one else around. Qin Feng turned around and raised his hand towards the corpse of the two-headed incinerator to release his greedy hand. There were 3 additional rewards that burst out from the corpse of this silver-ranked boss, shining with silver light and even a light golden glow. Shin Feng picked up all the things without any panic. Now that I have this backpack compartment, fighting a boss takes up most of it. Still have to level up to 10 and leave the initial town to free it. Shin Feng shook his head. The experience value needed to level up from 9 to 10 was still quite a lot, and after finishing off the silver level boss, he didn't reach level 10, but was still a third of the way there. If only greedy hands would make experience give a few extra as well. Shin Feng couldn't help but think, but then the effect of the greedy hand can be overstated. Of course, the most crucial game this time was still the 16 evolution points. Shin Feng opened the skill interface and directly evolved Graceful Deliverance once. You have consumed 10 evolution points and have 9 points remaining. Graceful Deliverance, Epic Legendary Passive Effect, Weakness Attack Modifier plus 100% 200%, Weakness Attack Multiplier doubled. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cut-throat effect, dealing 100% 150% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 30, 22, 2 seconds 25, 18, 5 seconds. Weakness to hit modifier added another 100% to 200%. It's the equivalent of making the target's weaknesses twice as large. All enemies are big heads in front of me now. If I were to zoom in more, my instant shadow chop would be able to eat weakness damage. Shin Feng sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The weakness attack multiplier wasn't increased, but the damage of slash throat was increased dramatically, and the cooldown was reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally it was an extra 3x damage. It now becomes an additional 5x damage. It's really possible to second a gold level boss. Shin Feng couldn't help but feel that it was worthy of being an assassin god skill. It was a skill that directly took his damage to another level. Initial epic skills are just awesome. For 10 evolution points, you can evolve to legendary level. But, going from legendary to mythic actually requires the consumption of 100 times the number of evolution points? It was supposed to take 2 evolution points to evolve the skill a second time, but it takes 200 points to go straight from legend to myth. Shin Feng smacked his lips. I have to say, there's really no amount of evolution points that's enough. If we follow this pattern, the epic greedy hand, which requires 210 evolution points to evolve, will require 400 points to evolve by the time it's legendary? Shin Feng had the feeling that he had a long way to go, but okay, now with greedy hand in place, just waiting to leave the initial town, a few hundred evolution points were still relatively easy to brush up on. Shin Feng looked and still had 9 evolution points on him, so another 8 points were consumed and a backstroke enhancement was evolved. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 1 point remaining. Initial skill, backstroke enhancement, gold platinum. Passive effect, when attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 30% 40%. After that was done, Shin Feng then collected all the white lifespan light orbs in the field. In total, it has gained more than 400 days of tradable life, plus the boss actually has several decades of non-tradable life on it. Done. Back to the house. After cleaning up the battlefield, Shin Feng once again entered a state of invisibility and left the Valley of Wailing. And that's when it happened. Song Fei, who had been killed back in the town square, naturally couldn't swallow this breath. Soon, the sister of one of his men, who was an archer by profession and had learned a skill, Eagle Eye. This sister came to Song Fei and said with great anticipation, "Brother Song Fei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect stealth." There was also a younger sister who held a staff and volunteered. "Brother Seinfeld, I've learned the ranged control skill, Ice, Wind and Snow. Even if it's that shadow, there's no way he can escape." Song Fei laughed out loud. "Alright, let's go. Let's go finish off Shadow. There are anti-hiding skills, has ranged control skills. What assassin is he afraid of? There were so many of them, first detecting them, then controlling them, and one person throwing a skill would be able to smash the other." Immediately, there were a few sisters on the sidelines, spitting out, "That Shadow, playing sneak attack on the basis of being an assassin. Not speaking of martial virtues, daring to make a move against his brother. He must be made to pay for it. That's right. Later on, let's control Shadow and let our brother kill Shadow, so that he knows what happens when he messes with our brother." These sisters, a mouthful of a brother. If Shin Feng heard fear to spit out. For a while, Song Fei brought his many sisters and once again headed towards the Wailing Valley. Chapter 37 Death Notice. Seinfeld doubted life. Song Fei brought his sister group with him, and the group was vast and loud. Many of the surrounding players saw this battle and stayed away from them. Holy, what does this little starlet want to go out for again? Hey, you don't know yet, do you? This one just got killed back from the outside. Cool. What? How can this man be killed with so many sisters protecting him? The other side is the Shadow, don't you think? I'm super. Shadow is awesome, but that Shadow was really daring to mess with this group. I think these women are out of their minds. Many players were shocked to hear about it. Some people couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh when they saw the lineup in Song Fei's team. That shadow is finished. I see that Seinfeld has a hunter in his team that can counter stealth. That's right, when I stealthily tried to sneak up earlier, I was seen by that huntress's eagle eyes. That shadow stealth is a little brittle assassin if it's useless. And their team's mage. I remember quite a few control skills. That shadow is going to be cool. Quite a few people looked a bit sad, but they still followed far behind, wanting to see how this good show will finally end. Song Fei, with his troop of sisters, was also now swelling with self-confidence. There were quite a few players following behind, but he didn't care. Very good. Song Fei sneered inwardly, with so many people witnessing. When I finish off that shadow, people will know that it's useless to be strong alone, especially an assassin. Crispy little assassin. How does that compare to my noble master of the law? Seinfeld was still quite satisfied with his profession. It's just a regular mage though, but in his eyes, a normal mage was also stronger than any other hidden profession. For example, Shadow. He didn't know that Shadow's profession was Shadow, but it was definitely a hidden profession in the Assassin series. Hidden professions, so what? Soon it will be my stepping stone. You first kill the gold boss. I first kill you. This is the food chain. That little sister who knew the eagle eye skill felt very honored now that she had come to Song Fei's side. A proud face poked around toward the perimeter. When she had just fought the boss and Song Fei had been killed, her eagle eye skill had just ended and there was no more mana left to put in the skill. It made her beat herself up. With all my mana, I should have been using it to stay eagle-eyed. Brother Seinfeld died once, and it was all because of me. Ooh. Her sister was very self-condemning, but proud of being able to help Sun Fei, and was now beside Sun Fei, itching to stick her body to his. The sister is kind of not very pretty though. Song Fei is also not very interested in her. That is, treat her as a tool person. Well, at least the tradable lifespans that people hit are given to him unconditionally. How cool is that? It was at the same time that their group was heading towards the Wailing Valley. Qin Feng, who had returned while maintaining stealth, happened to see the group. So furious, are you trying to get revenge on me? Qin Feng smiled. He maintained his stealth, and due to the +1 stealth level that came with the shadow profession, it resulted in the fact that at this stage, it was impossible for anyone to see through his stealth. At this point, Qin Feng had already arrived next to the condescending-faced Song Fei. He didn't take a direct shot either. Instead, he reached out his hand and patted Song Fei twice on the shoulder. Who? Song Fei was startled and turned back, but he didn't see anyone's figure. Because this kind of reaching out and tapping someone on the shoulder by Qin Feng was not considered launching an attack. It would not allow him to break his stealth. As soon as Sun Fei turned around and didn't see anyone, a ghost-like voice came to his ears. Notice you. You're going to die. The moment this man's voice came out, Song Fei immediately reacted that it was Dark Shadow. Protect me. Seinfeld was scared out of his wits. However, before the others around them could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed past the field, and immediately afterward, the blade light of the instantaneous shadow blossomed on the bodies of Song Fei and the few sisters next to him. -2,218, -2,275, -2,197. Once Qin Feng struck, he once again instantly secured Song Fei. Although Song Fei had applied a magic shield to himself in time, that magic shield only had a damage tolerance of 3 to 500 points and was instantly shattered by Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow-chopping blade light. Not only that, Song Fei also keenly realized that compared to the last time he was next to a silver-level boss, Qin Feng's damage, surprisingly, had become higher again. Song Fei opened his eyes again and had returned to the town square again. He was a little confused. The whole thing was as green as constipation. Dying twice in a row had left him with only 500 days left of the 2,000 days or so of tradable life he had saved up to this point. These are still all saved for him by his sisters, and all of them have exploded. So it must be cheap for Shadow. How is this possible? Didn't you have Eagle Eye on? You didn't see him approaching? Song Fei's eyes widened as he looked at the archer girl who had been revived together by his side. The girl was also confused. She panicked and said, I did turn on Eagle Eye, but there's no one in my field of vision at all. I've been looking back and forth, and I don't even see a shadow of a person. This sister is scared and hard right now. The hard part was that she had blundered. Although she didn't know exactly what went wrong, she had once again killed her beloved brother Seinfeld. And the fear was that, having made another mistake, would she be kicked out by brother Seinfeld? However, Song Fei didn't complain about this sister. After all, there must be something about this man who can be red hot, and when it comes to treating his fans, he certainly doesn't beat them up at every turn. He began to look for reasons. Why can't even Eagle Eye see Shadow? He couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Soon, a sister in the team, who had been randomized to the assassin profession, weakly said, I see that there is a stealth level statement in my attribute panel. Could it be that Shadow stealth level is higher? This made that shooter sister immediately nod her head and say, aha, I have it here too. My eagle eye skill, with an anti-stealth level of 1, can only see a level 1 stealthy target. If the opponent is a level 2 or higher stealth level, I won't be able to see it. That solves the case. Song Fei knew that he had messed with a terrifying existence that possessed a level 2 stealth rank. It made his head spin a little. This man comes without a shadow and goes without a trace. If he wants to kill me, how can I defend myself here? Seinfeld was emboldened. Originally, he was still thinking of confronting the shadow, but now, when he learned that the shadow possessed a more advanced level of stealth, he didn't have any heart at all to deal with the shadow, because there's no way to catch each other. The moment the other guy shows up, he has to die. Even the shadow had time to tap him on the shoulder and give him a death notice. That's oppressive and pulls right up to the fullest. Chapter 38, White Bird Magus. Gui Shue. Qin Feng once again finished off Song Fei. There's a lot of life in this one. Qin Feng did the math. The first time he took out Song Fei, he got more than 1,000 days of life. Took him out the second time and got over 500 days of life. That means this guy originally had over 2,000 days of life on him. But how come these sisters around don't have any lifespan at all? Is this a case of having a bit of lifespan and giving it all to Song Fei? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. These women, they don't think this godforsaken game is really just a game, do they? Of course, even if this lifespan was true, Qin Feng was skeptical, and was afraid that these sisters would still give all their lifespans to Song Fei. If it weren't for their own non-tradable lifespans that they couldn't give, they were afraid that they would even give their own lifespans. Brainwashed fans are horrible. Qin Feng shook his head, looking at the lifespan light orbs all over the ground. These are only left with non-tradable lifespan, adding up to a few hundred years, but unfortunately he can't pick them up. It can only be cheaper for the surrounding magical creatures. Soon, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he didn't see Song Fei's figure, didn't even see those sister groups. Did they run off to another town? Or did they go offline? Soon after, he stealthily poked around in the town and learned that Song Fei was taking his sisters to other directions of the town to practice leveling. Although we know the direction they left, we don't know where they are headed. Qin Feng felt a bit troubled. In this situation, even with his speed, it wasn't easy to find Song Fei in the middle of nowhere. But just then, he saw a familiar figure. It was a young girl in a white priest's robe. The young girl was sidling past Qin Feng. A white owl-like bird crouched on her shoulder. The young girl was none other than Gui Shue. It was also one of the core management of the Divine Beheading Guild that Qin Feng had created in his previous life. Regarding Gui Shue, Qin Feng had long been incomparably familiar with her. But this life, the other guy obviously didn't know him yet. The White Bird Magus, on the contrary, possesses a wide-range detection ability. Let her help forget about it and get to know each other in this life. By the way. After a brief thought, Qin Feng appeared in front of Gui Shue. Her godforsaken game code name is called Snowy Day. Qin Feng stopped in front of her. Beauty, a favor? Gui Shue had fair skin and pure looks, especially those eyes, which were clear and transparent, giving people a feeling of pure desire. And her figure, on the other hand, it was shrouded in white priestly robes and could not be seen truly at the moment. Ah, you are Shadow? When she saw the man in front of her clearly, Gui Shue's small mouth opened slightly, a look of surprise on her face. Then Qin Feng remembered that he seemed to be too famous in this life. The name Shadow is now familiar to countless players around the world. So, it wouldn't be right to say that Gui Shue didn't know him now. At least she could recognize him at a glance yet. Right. Qin Feng nodded his head and didn't nag her, saying bluntly, I heard that in your profession, you can search for targets over a wide area? Find me where Song Fei is, and as a reward, this gold level staff will be sold to you cheaply. Qin Feng said as he displayed a gold grade priest staff that had been dropped by the gold ghost ship boss earlier. This gold priest staff was originally intended to be sold to Wang Mang with a brain. As a result, the priest of Wang Meng's team became Qin Xiaoyu. Then Qin Feng naturally couldn't give her anything. It was just the right time to give it to Gui Shue. When Gui Shue saw the gold grade priest staff in front of her, her eyes lit up. Can. And no, where did you hear that I can do a wide range search? I didn't tell anyone about it. Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry about that. Do you want this gold level weapon? Gui Shue nodded repeatedly. But I probably can't afford it. Qin Feng, not even 500 days? The original price is at least 700 or 800. Gui Shue cocked her head. Oh, that just happens to be there. Then, deal? Qin Feng, deal. Then find me Song Fei's location. Gui Shue hemmed and hawed, clicked on the trading interface, and put up her entire 500-day lifespan. She a priestly profession. Although it was a hidden profession, the difficulty of soloing all the time was not low. The good thing is, her personal operation in game understanding pulls full weight, and that's what makes her a core combat member of the Chopper Guild in the later stages. This sister can definitely be more than just a support profession. Simply put, her milk is toxic. As she held the gold-ranked priest's staff in her hand, she burst out giggling. Errands. Qin Feng reached out his hand and waved it in front of her. Oh, the little girl woke up as if from a dream, not half embarrassed at all. He smile. Big brother, you are not afraid that I will take the things and leave? Not help you ah? Qin Feng smiled. What? You powder Song Fei? Gui Shue narrowed her eyes. Big brother still knows that I don't fan Song Fei? You're not a friend of mine in reality, are you? But it doesn't sound like you. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. You guess? Gui Shue shook her head. Don't bother guessing. Go on. She waved her hand and sent the little white owl resting on her shoulder straight up into the air. Then one of her eyes turned snow white, which Qin Feng knew meant that she had switched her perspective to her white bird. White birds soar in the sky, taking in the entire 10 or so kilometers of the area around Flux Flame Town. And with Song Fei bringing so many sisters with him, the target was still very obvious. Soon, Gui Shue obtained the coordinates of where the other party was and told Qin Feng the coordinates. After telling the coordinates, Gui Shue continued. I can't guarantee that they won't move. Oh, by the time you go over there, they might have shifted. Qin Feng thought about it and said, add a friend. You continue to keep an eye on them and keep me updated on their location. Gui Shue, big brother, let me keep staring. How long do I need to stare? If it's too long She was obviously a little scared. What if the big guy asks her to watch all day and all night? Just for a moment. Qin Feng didn't bother to explain to her, threw out a friend request, turned around and walked towards the outside of the town, where Song Fei and the others were, and instantly entered a stealthy state. Only then did Gui Shue put her heart down. Just for a minute. Then, whatever. Gui Shue had a happy feeling just looking at the weapon in her hand, and with a hefty giggle, she agreed to Qin Feng's friend request, then proceeded to switch to white bird view, staring at Song Fei and the others outside. Song Fei and the others, indeed, were moving all the time. He had his troop of sisters with him, and was walking together along the edge of a deserted river, following its edge. Many of the demonic creatures along the way were easily taken out by them, as if they were destroying them. I seek, and I have no grudge against that shadow, since you've robbed me of a silver-ranked boss and killed me twice. That's almost enough, isn't it? It's not like you're going to chase me all the way over here, right? Song Fei felt that he didn't have any grudges against Shadow. Really? Chapter 39 Emerald Grade Skill. Blossom Curse. Song Fei's good days are here? Seinfeld was over here, leading his sister's fan club all the way along the riverbank to clear out the demons. Many demons saw so many people and tried to run, but Song Fei and his sisters under him all added a lot of agility. Speed is very fast. A swarm of rushed up. Those demons cannot even have time to escape. They have been killed. Song Fei's side was brushing cool. However, he didn't realize that the shadow was heading towards where he was. Rapidly, Qin Feng ran towards the river where Song Fei was based on Gui Shue's guidance. Along the way, when they saw any demons, they casually struck out to solve them. However, these demons weren't high-leveled, so Qin Feng didn't gain much experience. Just as he came to a large tree, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Where have you been, big guy? At this time, Gui Shue suddenly asked in private chat. She had been staring at Song Fei, but couldn't see Qin Feng's position. After all, Qin Feng had been in a stealthy state. Look, are there any other big trees like this around here? Qin Feng appeared out and pointed at the large tree in front of him. Gui Shue, huh? The girl was a little confused. Aren't you looking for Seinfeld? Why are you looking for Big Tree again? Of course, it wasn't hard for her. About 20 seconds later, she delivered the message. The other two similarly large trees in the vicinity were both within 100 meters from Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around near these three large trees, then found some special symbols on the trunks of the large trees. Gui Shue was curious. What is this symbol? Qin Feng, guess? Qin Feng reached out his hand and traced a circle on the symbol of one of the trees. Then he walked over to two other large trees and again searched for two different symbols, reaching out and tracing them. When his finger traced over those special symbols all lit up. When the trunks of the three large trees all lit up with different symbols, only to see an emerald-colored treasure chest faintly appear in the middle of the three large trees. Gui Shue's two eyes glowed. Wow! Qin Feng ignored her and arrived in front of the emerald-colored treasure chest silhouette, waiting for it to completely solidify. I didn't expect to meet the ancient god of blessings right in the novice village. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Ancient gods bestowed blessings that have the potential to appear in any location in the godforsaken lands. It's basically just some weird symbols. As it was now, the types of symbols on the three large trees added up to 30 or 40, and the combination of lighting different symbols on each of them produced different effects. Some will summon an evil demonic boss, and some will summon a bunch of demonic minions. There are also treasure chests and even some unique rewards. As for how the symbols are combined, it's completely in the figuring out stage for new players at this stage. However, Qin Feng was a reborn person. Between the 9 years of his last life, he had encountered too many ancient gods bestowing blessings, and there are quite a few other laws summarized by people on internet forums in the last life. So now, Qin Feng directly combined out one of the best rewards, the Emerald Grade Treasure Chest. If you had to rely on luck and combine the rewards of an Emerald level treasure chest, the probability would be less than 1 in 1,000. Turn it on. When the Emerald Grade Treasure Chest in front of him solidified, Qin Feng directly reached out to open it. This scene caused Gu Yixue, who was condescendingly overlooking the scene, to have a pair of red eyes. Emerald Grade Treasure Chest. Big Brother is also too powerful. This one treasure chest, it must have at least 1,000 days of life, right? Isn't that tens of millions of RMB? Now that this is the case, there are already many people in the outside world acquiring lifespans, and according to Qin Feng's memories, the first day's tradable lifespans, the ratio is usually between 110,000 and 20,000. That is, 1 day of tradable life, which can be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 cash. But that price, that's the price at the very beginning. It was 150,000 plus by the next day. The latter gets more and more expensive, until cash is completely out of purchasing power in countries around the globe. That's why, officially, it's going to be strong. In the pre-godforsaken game, national officials acquired large quantities of tradable lifetimes to buy longevity with cash. Officially unlimited money printing. Who can beat that? I'll have to write this down quickly. Gu Yixue's heartbeat accelerated, and she stared at those 3 trees from the sky with a deadly stare, to memorize the appearance of those 3 trees. Going back, she planned to look for more wilderness with her scouting abilities. But the ancient god bestowed blessings appeared in a different location each time, and the symbols appeared differently each time, with tens of thousands of permutations and combinations. If it were Gu Yixue herself, the Emerald Treasure Chest? Qin Feng didn't believe that this sister could have such luck. Can open a gold treasure chest? It has been extremely rare. The probability is still open a bunch of magical objects. Fight half a day are not much reward the kind of. When Qin Feng opened the Emerald Treasure Chest, he reached for it and a system alert came. You've opened the Emerald Class Treasure Chest. You have obtained the Emerald Grade Skill Book Blossom Curse. The moment he heard the system prompt, Qin Feng was a bit confused. Blossom Curse? What kind of skill is that? Qin Feng had never heard of this skill name in his last 9 years. He looked at a skill book held in his hand, which faintly emitted a faint emerald-colored light, and on the cover was a demonic blood-red flower with some bizarre lines on top of it, which looked like an eerie smiley face. View skills. Blossom Curse Emerald Level General Purpose Skill Book. Used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of death, it will cause a cursed flower to grow on the enemy's corpse. The cursed flower will continue to suck the target's tradable life until the target's tradable life is 0. No cooldown. Qin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air after reading this skill introduction. This skill is too perverse. Can be used on a player's corpse after killing them. Continuously draw on the tradable life of the target. Of course, Qin Feng knew that the cursed flower that grew out of that corpse definitely had a blood bar. In other words, flowers can be destroyed by people. But, as long as Qin Feng killed everyone around him, wouldn't there be no one to destroy that flower? Seinfeld's good day has come. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. He directly learned the Blossom Curse, an emerald-ranked skill. Normally, when a player is killed, they will only drop half of the tradable lifespan on their body. But with this skill, every time Qin Feng killed a player, he could make all the tradable lifespans on the enemy explode. All he had to do was guard the bodies of his enemies and let the cursed flower finish absorbing their tradable lifespans. One could imagine how many enemies this skill would become a nightmare. Chapter 40, Song Fei breaks defense. Shadow, you're sick, aren't you? If that's the effect, then I'm impressed. In the last life, someone did get this skill. It's just that I don't know the name of that skill, so that's what it's called. After Qin Feng learned the skill, he once again entered a stealthy state. Gu Yixue over there was envious, but she hadn't forgotten her duties. All the time, they were staring at the location of Song Fei and the group of sisters. After Qin Feng obtained the Blossom Curse skill, he continued to run towards the side of the river where Song Fei was. He was extremely fast. Running now, 100 meters only takes about 3 seconds. The distance between them and Song Fei became closer and closer and closer. At this moment, Song Fei was dealing with a level 7 bronze boss, Corrosive Devil Claw, by the river. Just as he wanted to strike and give the boss one last blow, a voice suddenly rang in his ears again. Just to inform you, you're going to die. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Song Fei was startled on the spot and jumped up, running forward without looking back. As a result, a fierce poison dart instantly broke through the air and landed on the back of his head. Minus 2115, weakness attack. Since Qin Feng's fierce poison dart skill was only silver ranked right now, the damage appeared to be inferior to the epic ranked instant shadow slash, but it was enough to use against Song Fei. This brittle little mage didn't have more than 1,000 blood in total. Not to mention, Qin Feng's fierce poison dart also came with fierce poison sustained damage. Even if Song Fei had 5 times more blood, he wouldn't be able to resist this attack from Qin Feng. You're sick, aren't you? Song Fei's eyes went black, and his entire body fell into a somewhat manic state. He had actually been wondering just now if that shadow would come over to kill him. He felt that there was no injustice. The other party would not be able to keep staring at him all the time. But now, sure enough, he was taken out by the shadow again. It struck him that the shadow was more or less gravely ill. Why should we just keep staring at him? With the number of my sisters? Jealous of the old man? Song Fei's entire body collapsed a bit. Now he was finally sure that this shadow was trying to screw him. Even this guy is coming to our town of Flux because of me. Seinfeld knew that he hadn't offended Shadow on the surface, but he knew his charm. All this time, he has already attracted a large number of his sister's fans with his 2.5 years of practicing. Is the woman you licked a fan of mine? What the does that have to do with me? Song Fei couldn't help but think this way, and instantly became a bit tearful. If it had been an original society, he wouldn't have been afraid of such things. After all, Daxia has laws, but in the godforsaken game, the laws of Daxia can't control anyone at all. After all this shadow is a failed jerk-off who can't chase women and blames me? Song Fei sneered, and immediately looked down on the shadow for a few points. But no matter what he thought, his tradable lifespan, once again, dropped by half. It had been 2,000 days, with more than 500 remaining after 2 deaths, but this time he went out and his sisters around him offered him another 300 days of life over, giving him a total of 800 days of tradable life. Song Fei quickly realized that there seemed to be a bit of a problem with his tradable lifespan. Originally 860 days, dead off half should have 430 days left, but now, how come I have less than 400 days to live, and it's still dwindling? Seinfeld was confused. He watched his tradable life go from 390 days, down to 380 days, down to 370 days, keep dropping. What the is going on? There's this punishment for dying more than once? Soon, the sisters around him were also killed back by Qin Feng. One by one, they chirped and panicked. Brother is not well. That shadow released a skill, and a blood-red flower appeared on Brother's corpse, as if it was absorbing something from Brother. Hearing this, Song Fei sucked in a breath of cool air. Flowers growing on my corpse? That flower is sucking the life out of me? Seinfeld collapsed on the spot. He realized that Shadow's tactics were even more vicious than he had imagined. At the scene of Seinfeld's death, by the river, Qin Feng showed up alone. Song Fei and the 30 or so sisters around him had all been turned into corpses. Having killed so many more people at once, the Slayer negative status on Qin Feng's body directly stacked to 4 layers. Killers dropped 875% of their current lifespan on death at 4th level, the equivalent of dropping it all. This is definitely a tough negative status for other players, but to Qin Feng, it didn't matter. After all, he had the Ghost Fire Bell, which allowed him to die without dropping any of his lifespan, completely cancelling out the negative effects of the Slayer. By the river, corpses are everywhere. On each corpse, a blood-red flower bloomed. These flowers have blood bars that seem to be based on the level of the target's corpse. The flower on Song Fei's corpse has 600 blood points, and his level is 6. The flowers on the other women's corpses were 600 blood for a level 4 and 500 blood for a level 5. Should be the square of the level. Now for the other players to destroy the flower. It's not that difficult, but later on, after each player's damage levels up, it's still relatively simple to destroy the flowers. So, this emerald level skill, Blossom Curse, wasn't that invincible, but it's still the same thing. Qin Feng just had to kill all the people. Then it was impossible for anyone to destroy these blood-colored flowers. Qin Feng was a bit shocked by the 30 or so blood-red flowers that were sucking up the tradable lifespans of these players together. Another 1,000 days of life. These people have killed quite a few monsters, and this scene likewise fell into Guishue's eyes. She switched to her white bird vision and took it all in from the sky, looking down from above. Whoa. Is this the strength of the shadow? One person annihilated a Song Fei regiment. The opponent is powerless to fight back. And what's with the red flowers on those bodies? It looks so weird. Guishue looked at the scene and seemed a bit scared. Her delicate body under her white robe couldn't help but shiver a little. This big guy, he's awesome. It was simply bad luck for Song Fei to provoke him. Get off the line. Song Fei, over here, had wanted to level up to 10 in one go to catch up with Shadow. As a result, he was killed 3 times in a row by Shadow. Although he doesn't lose levels when he dies in the godforsaken game, all of his tradable lifespans are gone. when he was killed back, the flower of death sucked up his lifespan, and in just a minute, his tradable lifespan was sucked up. There's not even a lot of non-tradable life left. I'm going to lose my life expectancy if I keep getting killed. Seinfeld realized the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 41. Its sisters are dumbfounded. Will you really die when your lifespan is gone? Actually, Seinfeld had another option. That is to teleport to other towns to brush monsters. In that case, Xin Feng may not be able to find where he is. However, Seinfeld couldn't stand the anger. He had practiced for 2.5 years to get to where he was today. How could he be bullied in a game? Beauties, let's go offline first. I'll go to reality to buy some lifespan and come back to exchange it for equipment. At that time, we'll be fully armed and our battle power will increase greatly. Then we'll come back to fight him again. Seinfeld finished talking to his sister fans and went offline. Within the town of Luminescent Flame, after hearing Song Fei's words, the dozens of sisters who had circled around him all went offline together. Down the line, they were in pain and happy. The happy thing was that they actually did get up close and personal with their idol, Seinfeld. The pain, on the other hand, is that they've been sanctioned in the godforsaken game along with their idols, and are being killed indiscriminately by the shadows. Oh my god, I'm so lucky to be so close to Brother Seinfeld in the game. Ooh, Brother Seinfeld looks so handsome when he releases his skills, even though it's just in the game. It's so great to be able to follow Brother Seinfeld. It was all too good to be true, but halfway through that shadowy figure killed out, biting like a mad dog. That shadow is such a psycho, must be jealous of brother. It's okay, it seems like cash can buy longevity, so let's pool our money and buy some more for my brother. At this point, most of these fanatical brainwashed fans of Seinfeld were still unclear about what it meant to have a lifespan in the godforsaken game. After all, they had been staying with Seinfeld since they entered the game. There is no knowledge of the outside reality of the confirmation of life expectancy, officially issued by the states. Because of this, they had no qualms about giving all of their lifespans to Song Fei, not even complaining when they were killed one after another. It wasn't until, after they returned to reality, that they finally learned of the official release, the godforsaken game. A true transcendent game. The tradable and non-tradable lives are all real. Once the lifespan is zeroed out, the player will die in reality. Upon receiving this news, each of these sisters was struck by a bolt from the blue. How is that possible? Isn't this just a game? We've been killed 3 times by that shadow, and our tradable lifespans are 0. The non-tradable lifespans are all just a few years away too. I was supposed to live for over 70 years, and I'm down to the last year or so of my life. No way? How can you die 3 times and drop so much? I've killed a lot of other players and have a tier of Slayer status. 1 death equals 2 life expectancy drops. Woo-woo. Oh my god, I only have 2 years of life left too. This lifespan is actually real? I don't believe it. Many of these sisters, immediately, felt regret. They had thought it was just a game. So within the game, give everything to Sun Fei, all help Sun Fei, and even go so far as to sacrifice themselves to block arrows for Sun Fei. As a result, however, the godforsaken game is real. When your lifespan goes to 0, you die. Even for Seinfeld to fend off the demons, there are many sister fans, surrounded by demons, died. There were also people who had killed a lot of other players for Song Fei, and as a result, after being killed 3 times in a row by Qin Feng, even their non-tradable lifespans were only 1 or 2 years left. Doesn't that mean we only have a year or 2 to live? These sisters, instantly dumbfounded. Most of them, all of them had some regrets. Of course, there are many sister fans, has long been bewitched. As long as they can get close to Song Fei, even if they really can only live a year or 2, also feel cost-effective. In the meantime, Seinfeld, himself, began to acquire life expectancy in a big way. Bye. The price of tradable lifespans is now over 10,000 a day? Buy it for me. I have assets now, just over 100 million. Damn it, all the other money was taken by the brokerage. Forget it, 100 million or so is fine. Buy a few thousand days of tradable life first. Buy up all the equipment and skill books. I don't believe that Shadow can still kill me. After Song Fei chose to go offline, Qin Feng really couldn't kill him in the game. But he didn't realize that he was in real danger when he returned to reality. Qin Feng returned to the square of Flux Flame Town and found Gu Yixue, who was waiting for him. If Song Fei comes online, you'll notify me. Gu Yixue nodded a little nervously. Okay. She obviously looked a little scared. Ever since she had witnessed the scene where the Dark Shadow had slaughtered Song Fei and the group of sisters, Gu Yixue had developed a slight psychological shadow over this Dark Shadow. The scene of the corpses everywhere and the red flowers blooming on the corpses gave her a tingling sensation. This is a gold-level skill from the priest department. Do you want it? Qin Feng took out a skill book. This skill book is the output skill of a priest, Sword of Sanctification. Although it is a single output, the output is not bad, belonging to one of the few output skills of the priest. As soon as this skill book came out, Gu Ishue's pair of beautiful eyes lit up. Want. Xin Feng directly said. 500 days of lifespan. The little beauty choked, rubbing her little hands together. She asked, a little embarrassed. So what, big guy, can I get credit? Xin Feng thought for a moment and said, if you promise me one thing, this skill book can be sold to you at half price. Gu Ishue stared at him and took 2 steps back. First of all, I don't sell my body. Xin Feng, what's this chick thinking? After Qin Feng's explanation, Gu Ishue realized that, originally, this terrifying big brother wanted her to join his friend's team. What Qin Feng was talking about was naturally Wang Mang, Lin Liu and the others. In order to get Qin Xiaoyu out of the team, Qin Feng naturally had to stuff their team with a powerful priestly player. Gu Ishue fits right in. This little beauty cocked her head, considered for a moment and said, alright, but if they're too good, I'll have to complain to you, big brother. Qin Feng laughed, not so much, they're still strong. If Wang Mang heard him say this, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. Within the average player, their team is considered top tier. For this to be just okay in Qin Feng's eyes? After talking to Gu Ishue, Qin Feng started contacting Wang Mang. Wang Mang, I have someone here. Hidden profession White Bird Magus. Good strength. Does your team want it? Qin Feng had thought that Wang Mang might shrug it off, but I didn't expect. There was a quick response from Wang Mang's side. Chapter 42 Qin Feng's fan. The only hidden dragon swordsman. Wang Mang, big brother. You said the strength is good, so it's definitely not bad. Since you opened your mouth, it's certainly no problem. Qin Feng was not expecting this to go so smoothly, so he chatted privately and said, okay, she's in the town of Luminescent Flame, and there are fewer people brushing monsters over here, so take a look and see. Do you want to come over? Wang Mang once again replied immediately, no problem, this shell town of ours, there are just too many players, we are trying to change a place to practice, you wait we will come right away. Hearing this, Qin Feng signaled with Gu Ishue, and the two of them went to the side to wait up. Shell Town. When Wang Mang received the private chat from Qin Feng, his brows, which had been a bit tightly furrowed, finally stretched out. As a matter of fact, even without Qin Feng's private chat, Wang Mang was planning to switch, because Qin Xiaoyu is just too much of a dish. It was reasonable to say that as a cleric lineage profession, one only needed to put in the gains and milk the team's blood well. But Qin Xiaoyu, healing is always a handful. In the godforsaken game, there is no lock-on for any skill, including healing skills. Sometimes, when Wang Mang is moving to avoid the demonic attack, Qin Xiaoyu can even put the healing skill askew to make the whole team in crisis. Such a situation was too much for Wang Mang to bear. He was about to change the map for someone else when Qin Feng found him. It is important to know that Wang Mang was authorized by the official leaders to agree to all of the Shadow's requests, and to strive to have a good relationship with the Shadow. Isn't this a favor? Yui, there are too many people in Shell Town right now. Wang Mang deliberated on the wording and said, we're going to change places to practice. You're coming from another town, and the free teleportation times have already been used up, right? Qin Xiaoyu froze when she heard this. Yes. She secretly rejoiced and thought, Wang Mang was going to subsidize the 100 days of lifespan she needed for the second teleportation. As a result, Wang Mang said, it's like this, the town we're going to has our co-workers, and it just happens to make up a team of 6. So, these words made Qin Xiaoyu a bit confused. Okay, I see. Qin Xiaoyu had a bit of a hard time. This was going to dissuade her. It made her a little sad, because she had added so many teams since she entered the game. None of them were as strong as Wang Mang's side. On Wang Mang's team, she only needs to paddle and mingle a bit to reap the experience and longevity. Wang Mang finally said politely, anyway, you have my best friend. If there's anything, just look for me. Okay, thank you brother Wang. Qin Xiaoyu sighed in relief. With Wang Mang's words, her mind is alive again. All she wanted now was to get to know Dark Shadow through the line of Wang Mang. But he didn't know that Wang Mang's words were completely just polite and courteous. He and Qin Xiaoyu, not relatives, separated this time. Who cares about her? He may help with the favors that are handy, but if he needs to spend some time, how can Wang Mang be free? As a matter of fact, Wang Mang can endure the discomfort and take Qin Xiaoyu to brush for so long, which is already considered a very good temper. After talking Qin Xiaoyu out of it, Wang Mang chatted privately with Qin Feng to determine the town and location. With his 3 remaining teammates, he teleported over the town of Luminescence. Together with Gu Ishue, Qin Feng quickly waited for Wang Mang and his 3 teammates. In addition to Lin Liu, there was also a young, sharp-eyed archer, plus a middle-aged man with the hidden profession Cardmaster. The hidden profession of Cardmaster, which belonged to the French output profession, but could not hold a staff or learn regular French skills, was considered special. Wang Meng had just met Qin Feng and initiated a deal with him, gave Qin Feng 800 days to live. Wang Meng smiled bitterly and said, "Still owe you 500 days of life expectancy. We'll give it to you later when our captain in comes. This game lifespan is really hard to earn Captain on?" Qin Feng was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much about it. He nodded his head and accepted the 800 days of lifespan, then pulled Gu Yishui to his side. "She is Shimo Shuitian. His name is Wang Meng, get to know yourselves." At that moment, a beautiful female figure ran out from the underground teleportation room of the plaza. The figure wore silver white light armor that wrapped tightly around her streamlined body. She had a long sword hanging from her waist, her long hair flowing, her long legs straight and slender, and her figure very full. She looked a bit excited and expectant, and it was clearly the pretty policewoman who looked a bit naturally dull. And you, from the previous meeting with Wang Meng, she and Wang Meng, together, were responsible for the contact work with Dark Shadow. When she came running, there was simply a wave. Qin Feng was quite surprised when he only glanced at it. "It's really in you? The only hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman, a top 20 global top powerhouse in the last world, and one of the top pillars of the official Daxia. But I remember, in my last life, this woman was not on the same team as Wang Meng." Qin Feng just froze, and that beautiful and delicate figure had already arrived in front of him. "Shadow Big Brother, wow, it's really you. Nice to meet you. My name is Yu. I adore you." And Yu held out his hand with a look of adoration. Qin Feng couldn't help but lament. This was the first time he had encountered, in his last life, a godforsaken game powerhouse ranked above him. Thinking back to his last life, the Dragon Swordsman in Yu, codenamed Justice Enforcement by Godforsaken Games, was the nightmare of many foreign hostile forces. Even if Qin Feng fought her one-on-one, he wouldn't be her opponent. After all, Qin Feng's last life was just an ordinary warrior profession, while this in Yu's profession was the only hidden dragon swordsman. It was on the same level as Qin Feng's current Dark Shadow. Now looking at In Yu's worshipful appearance, Qin Feng was still a bit uncomfortable. But, considering that right now, In Yu was still just a small level 5 Karami, Qin Feng was relieved. This life, Qin Feng's development speed is too advanced. Not only was it the only hidden profession, it also possessed the unheard of original primary talent. Even at In Yu's level, he was left far behind by Qin Feng. "Hello." Qin Feng did not move and reached out to shake her hand. "Shadow Big Brother, you're developing too fast at this." And Yu pursed her lips and laughed lightly, her pretty face and eyes full of reverence. "I was saying before, could you be a traveler? Or a reborn or something?" He. Qin Feng's face, which was covered by a black veil, revealed a seemingly smiling expression. "A traveler? Reborn?" This in Yu's imagination was quite rich, but this beauty would never have imagined that Qin Feng had taken up both of them. At this time, and Yu stretched out her hand towards Qin Feng again. "Come and trade Big Brother. Wang Meng still owes you 500 days of life. I have it here." Qin Feng nodded his head. Obviously, this in Yu had already acquired quite a few tradable lifespans on behalf of the Zhanghai city officials. Her hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman, is highly survivable. The officials must be relieved to put their life expectancy on her. "Okay." Qin Feng nodded his head. Soon from In Yu, he received 500 days of life. And Yu looked at Qin Feng and said with a wink, "What equipment does Big Brother have? In the future, despite selling it to us, we want everything. Also, our Zhanghai city official lifespan is on me. Big Brother should not kill me, right? This girl looks naturally dumb, but she's actually very smart." With these words, he was clearly testing Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really couldn't help himself and killed her, it would naturally affect the subsequent official treatment of him. Chapter 43, the world's first level 10. The assassination plan is initiated. The Qin Feng of this life didn't have to fear the officialdom though, but there's no reason to be cross. After all, Qin Feng brushed monsters and practiced, and the equipment skill books that popped out from fighting monsters still had to be cooperated with the officials in order to sell them at the fastest speed. Establishing a long-term partnership is much more rewarding than doing a job and popping some life expectancy. Besides, God knows how much life expectancy is in this woman? Wouldn't it be a bloody loss if this slash only exploded a few days of life? So Qin Feng nodded and didn't say anything. After throwing Gu Yishui onto the opposing team, he turned around and left to practice. He looked at his experience value and was still a third short of level 10. No surprise, in less than half an hour we'll be level 10 and back to reality to extract our abilities. Other side, after Qin Xiaoyu left Wang Meng's team, she went offline once first. Thanks to Wang Meng's blessing, she had nearly 200 days of tradable life on her and planned to sell it for cash first. After all, at today's rate, a day's life expectancy can sell for $15,000 cash. She was naturally heartened. However, when she came back to reality, she opened her cell phone's Vmail group out of habit, only to see a message that shocked and overwhelmed her. "Oh my god, Shadow massacred Brother Seinfeld? And killed 3 times? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She had teamed up with Wang Mang and the others for a while, so of course she knew that the lifespans of the godforsaken games were all real. Once life expectancy goes to 0, people will die. So, when she learned that Song Fei had actually been killed 3 times in a row, she had a feeling of her heart being cut into pieces. Even if you originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan and died 3 times in a row, you only have a little over 12 years left. But why did Shadow kill Brother Seinfeld? Qin Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. Originally, she was 100% on Song Fei's side, but now, her heart was in a struggle. After all, she thought she had a chance to befriend the Shadow, Big Brother's Shadow, but he's the world's first to kill a gold-level boss. And looking at the chat in the group, he killed Song Fei 3 times under the siege of dozens of people. His strength is horrible. What's more, Song Fei has only just entered the game. Why is he hanging out with so many sisters? Qin Xiaoyu had having a party without me kind of feeling. This made her feel some ghostly resentment towards Song Fei. But no matter what she thought, after all, she had been a fan of Seinfeld for so long, and her mind was still a little wobbly right now. Seinfeld, Shadow, which one is she going to choose? Due to first being persuaded to leave by Wang Mang and then hearing the news that Song Fei had been killed 3 times, Qin Xiaoyu's mood became terrible. Forget it, let's just go ahead and sell the lifespan. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to contact her classmate Zhang Wei. This is because Zhang Wei has already contacted Qian's group before, and has sold tradable lifespans face-to-face with people at a 1:15,000 ratio, but she saw that an administrator was appealing within Seinfeld's female fan group. Brother Seinfeld needs help now. Any sisters who are in Shanghai City can go to their brother and sell their tradable lifespans to him. The ratio is 1:10,000. Chimeras, here's another chance to get rich and help your brother. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help herself when she saw this message. Brother Song Fei is at the Great River Plaza? No, I can't stand by and watch Brother Seinfeld's lifespan fall off. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth and decided that she would lose some money and still sell her lifespan to Song Fei. And at this moment, Qin Feng was close to his assassination plan. He was hoofing it in the high-level demon area of Flux Town, brushing monsters and practicing, just a hair's breadth of experience away from level 10. Each of the initial towns is an island surrounded by sea on all sides. The town is in the center of the island, and the closer you get to the coast, the higher the level of the demons. With Qin Feng's speed and damage, he came straight to the coastline of the island, killing the level 10 demons along the coast all the way. There is the tidal wavemaker that launches water elemental spell attacks. There are diggers who can drill and make a godlike appearance. There are also crimson cloaked ones shaped like lobsters and covered in armor. These small monsters, which couldn't hold up to a single skill from Qin Feng, had turned into experience under Qin Feng's hand, contributing evolution points and lifespans. Didn't meet any bosses along the way though. However, half an hour later, Qin Feng had already harvested quite a few evolution points with his epic greedy hands. Looking at the 13 evolution points in the attribute panel, Qin Feng opened the skill panel. Evolved 1 backstroke enhancement. You have consumed 13 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Initial skill, backstroke enhancement, platinum emerald. Passive effect, when attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 40% 50%. From the 10% backstabbing increase in damage at the beginning to the 50% increase in damage now. The effect of this skill was becoming more and more significant. Immediately afterward, as Qin Feng took out 2 crimson cloaks with an instant shadow slash, he finally rose to level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes +2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked career advancement. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the boundaries of Shanghai City. And you have gained 7 points of reputation. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the boundaries of the Great Summer Kingdom. You have gained 14 points of prestige. You are the first player worldwide to reach level 10. And you have gained 21 points of prestige. When there are 7 level 10 players within the boundaries of Shanghai City, the teleportation function to the Divine Forsaken Continent will be opened. The world's first level 10 player. Even if Qin Feng spent 3 hours exploring the temple, it was still number 1 in the world. After all, he single brushes, seconds monsters, and brushes monsters with an unknown number of times faster efficiency than others. At this stage, even for a top team like Wang Mang, it would take at least half a minute to finish off a small monster. And the experience would still be shared equally among several members of the team. So in terms of upgrading efficiency, how could they possibly match Qin Feng? Other than Qin Feng, the highest level in the world was only level 8. Sure enough, it's pretty much the same as the last one. In the last world, it took until nightfall for the first level 10 player to appear. A player from North America. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Many players, right now, are in hot water. Many teams are even unable to kill a single glitch, and are madly reunited. there aren't many players who are able to upgrade steadily, not to mention the ones that can efficiently swipe monsters. And when Qin Feng rose to level 10, he directly triggered a service-wide announcement, once again, globally, setting off a fervor of discussion. Chapter 44 Skill Extraction. It's not enough lifespan. Sure enough, it's Shadow again. The gold level first kill is him, and the first level 10 in the world is also him. Shadow Big Brother is too fierce, and I just heard that Biggie just killed a little starlet a couple times. Song Fei, right? I saw him tweeting about acquiring longevity, laughing, this shouldn't still want to seek revenge on the Shadow Big Brother, right? That Song Fei relied on dozens of sister escorts to barely make it to level 6, and he still wants to compete with Shadow? Within the country of Daxia, players were talking on forums and within various towns, for the conflict between Shadow and Song Fei. No one looked favorably on Song Fei. As for the foreign players, they were even more impressed by the codename Shadow. Sihachi, the Shadow is actually a Daxia? Kuso, our highest ranked in Sakura Nation is only level 7 now. I can't accept it. Fark, I'm Smith's only hidden profession and I'm only level 8 now. So what's up with Shadow? Not one of our 1.5 billion people in Tianju can catch up with the Shadow? I've heard that this Daxia person, he's been soloing all the time, so he's upgrading fast. Impossible. This game's little monsters are so hard to beat. How can someone solo and brush them so fast? Countless people around the globe were shocked. Many people wanted to know just who this Shadow was, including the Daxia officials, who were also secretly investigating. But at present, no one knows the reality of the Shadow's identity. Fluxville. Qin Feng looked at the attribute panel after he had risen to level 10. Codename, Shadow. Profession, Shadow, only hidden. Rank, 10. Non-tradable life, 1,219 years and 128 days. Tradable life, 7,455 days. Power, 39. Body mass, 39. Agility, 111. Spirit, 41. Reputation, 47. But the trade life is just over 7,000 days, which is totally insufficient. Qin Feng sighed, then went offline in place. After level 10, the experience value required for upgrading is more than 10 times that of the previous level, and upgrading just by brushing small monsters is slow as hell. Not to mention that after level 10, you need to consume experience points for career advancement. After a profession is promoted, not only will the 4-dimensional attributes be increased, but more profession-exclusive skills will be unlocked. It's especially important for hidden professions. The key thing that made hidden professions strong was the exclusive skills that could be obtained after the promotion of the profession. Next, either find a boss to kill, or wait for 6 more people to level up to 10 and leave the initial town. Before that, it's okay to go back to reality and fix one thing. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His blurred figure in the coastal area of the fluorescent fire town slowly dissipated. Daxia, Jianghai City, a common neighborhood. Landscape impression 11 buildings, 11 floors, a simple and refreshing bedroom. The original translucent floating on the bed of Qin Feng gradually have the tendency to condense into a solid body. Just as Qin Feng chose to go offline, he received a system alert since he had already reached level 10. Does it consume tradable lifespans to extract abilities into reality? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. A list of extractable abilities appeared before his eyes. 1. Extraction of occupation and class. 2. Extraction of equipment. 3. Extraction skills. 4. Extraction of bloodlines, not available at this time. 5. Extraction of divinity, temporarily unavailable. The first is the extraction of the occupation. In this regard, the godforsaken game treats everyone equally, regardless of whether it's a normal profession or a hidden profession. Extracting the profession's ability into reality requires the consumption of 1,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly extracted the only hidden profession, Dark Shadow, to reality first. You've consumed 1,000 days of your life. You have extracted Shadow, the only hidden profession. You have obtained Dark Shadow, the only hidden profession, and the profession passive has taken effect. Your strength +3, constitution +3, agility +8, spirit +5, followed closely by rank. Extracting levels, primarily, will result in a realistic attribute boost, although free attribute points cannot be redistributed. How it is distributed within the game and extracted to reality will also fix that distribution. Until level 10, the consumption of extracted levels is fixed at 1,000 days of life per level. Then, extract level 2 to reality. You have consumed 1,000 by 2 days of life, tradable. You extracted level X2. Your level in reality is raised to level 3. Your strength +4, constitution +4, agility +14, spirit +4. That leaves 4,455 days of life left. Next is the skill extraction that surprised Qin Feng the most. I have a gift that allows me to evolve my skills. Originally, the higher the skill grade, the more lifespan consumed to extract it, even exponentially. I didn't realize that the lifespan I consume for extracting skills is based on the initial rank of the skill. For example, Latent Shadow. This skill, which had been evolved by Qin Feng to the platinum level, according to the algorithm, it would take tens of thousands of days of life to extract it. But now, it only takes the most basic 900 days, and the extracted skills are platinum level synchronized with the in-game. Subsequently, within the game, the skill continues to advance, and that skill in reality will also advance synchronously, without the need to consume additional lifespan extraction. Comfortable. Qin Feng quickly chose 2 skills to extract. You have consumed 900 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill, Subterranean Shadow, platinum level. You have consumed 262 days of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Fierce Poison Dart, silver level. With these 2 skills extracted, Qin Feng would only have 292 days of life left. It consumes quite a bit of life, but the benefits that come with it are horrendous. Originally, Qin Feng was just an ordinary person in reality, but now, the 4-dimensional attributes had almost reached twice that of an average person. His speed, in particular, was beyond human limits. In reality, Qin Feng now had 32 points of agility and it only took a little over 5 seconds to run 100 meters at full speed. Unfortunately, tradable life is not enough, but it's okay. Right now, this attribute is enough to kill Song Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. For Qin Feng, who had experienced the end times for 9 years, he had long been accustomed to seeing killings. There was no way he would give Song Fei any chance to rise. For the price of extracting an inferior skill, extracting a platinum-level Subterranean Shadow is a real bargain for breaking bones. Combined with the profession passive, the stealth time is doubled, and it is already possible to achieve infinite stealth. Together with the Fierce Poison Dart released at a maximum distance of 14 meters, it's perfectly possible to find an opportunity to finish off Seinfeld. The problem now was to find out where Seinfeld was. If it was the development trajectory of the last life, Qin Feng is really not so easy to find each other. But right now, that Seinfeld is on a lifespan acquisition spree, and to trade lifespans, you have to do it in person. In other words, Seinfeld's position in reality was equivalent to being exposed to the public. In this regard, Qin Feng has a plan. Zhanghai City, afternoon. Qin Feng was in the bedroom, gradually opening his eyes. When he finished extracting, his body completely solidified. He reached out and made a fist, moving it slightly to get used to the attributes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Departure. He was about to act when suddenly his cell phone rang next to him. Chapter 45 Assassination in Broad Daylight. Qin Feng frowned, casually picking up his cell phone. He glanced at it and realized that it was his boss from the company he originally worked for. Who was calling? Hu Qibin. I still remember in my last life, Qin Feng was late for work today and was scolded by this fatty. Now, Qin Feng naturally didn't bother. Smoothly, he hung up and threw his cell phone on the bed, just about to leave when it rang again. Or boss Hu Qibin. Qin Feng went up to hang up and pull black, all in one go, but immediately after. Then Hu Qibin sent him a message from Vmail. Qin Feng, are you looking for death? Missy is looking for you. She said she'll give you one last chance. If you don't listen, you'll have to think about the consequences. Qin Feng didn't even finish reading the message and directly deleted and blackened the other party's V-signal. The whole world. Cleared. Departure. Target, Seinfeld. Location, Omi Plaza. Qin Feng, through microblogging, has viewed that Song Fei is in Zhanghai City's Dajun Plaza, personally appearing to acquire life expectancy. The Grand River Plaza, on the other hand, was only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qin Feng's neighborhood. With Qin Feng's current speed, stealthily jogging over there would take about 10 minutes or so. Qin Feng left his cell phone in the room. He then puts on a gray mask and a black jacket, and his form instantly becomes illusory and transparent until he disappears completely. This scene, if other people in reality were to see it, they would definitely be shocked on the spot, because this is the first time an ability within the godforsaken game has appeared in reality. Right now, the other players don't even know that the abilities of the godforsaken game can be extracted into reality, and that meant that Song Fei was completely unprepared for Qin Feng's assassination. Zhanghai City, Dajun Square, 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Song Fei's female fans in Zhanghai City, who had gotten the news from Weibo, all rushed to Dajun Plaza. Not a few of them are teenage fans, and have fought their way from godforsaken games to longevity. All excitedly gathered over to sell them to Sun Fei, thus gaining the opportunity to get close to Sun Fei. The crowd, under the isolation of more than 20 security guards and temporary fences, Seinfeld, wearing a white vest and sunglasses, was sitting in the middle of the indoor venue with his legs crossed. Next to him sat a young girl with a single ponytail. The young girl looked youthful in her short pink sleeves, short black skirt, and her legs wrapped in black socks. It was the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industry, Jiang Li. Jiang Li had also always been a fan of Song Fei, just not as fanatical as other female fans. When they learned that Seinfeld wanted to acquire the life expectancy, they took the initiative to contact them and use the Grand River Plaza as a venue. On the one hand, she could get close to Song Fei and help him collect his lifespan. On the other hand, when Seinfeld's money ran out, she could collect some lifespans as well. With Song Fei's fame, more people could be attracted to come and sell their lives. At this moment, Jiang Li was leaning against Song Fei, talking and laughing. This young lady smiled and asked, "Brother Seinfeld, how much longevity have you received?" Song Fei checked his own attributes. MS. Jiang, it's already received more than 2,000 days of lifespan and spent $20 million. Jiang Li pursed her lips and said, "There are still a lot of fans here who give you free life expectancy. I'm so envious." Song Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, "It is not as big as your Dajiang Industry, which has a big family, and this is just a small fight." Jiang Li humbly waved his hand, "Which is? Then again, I heard that you were killed 3 times by a shadowy figure in the Divine Abandonment game? Don't worry, I'm sending someone from my side to investigate about the true identity of that shadowy figure." Song Fei frowned. "This is a bit difficult. Currently, we only know that he is male and located in Jianghai City, but nothing else." Jiang Li smiled. "People always have weaknesses. Money? Beauty? I've already sent someone to Flux Flame Town to get in touch with him and give a figure. Not afraid that he won't agree. As long as he agrees, he always has to come and get the money, right? When he comes to get the money, as long as he shows up, it's not up to him." Song Fei smiled. "Indeed it is a method. I've heard that you, Dajiang Industry, have relied on this method to control several players and make them work for you for free?" Jiang Li covered her mouth and laughed softly. "They're all dumbasses. Dish as hell. They can't even hit much life expectancy. If we can catch that shadowy figure, our efficiency should be able to rise quite a bit." Song Fei nodded. "When the time comes, be sure to inform me." Jiang Li giggled. "Don't worry, when we catch him, we'll definitely call brother Song Fei to come and beat him hard to get out of anger." Suddenly, Jiang Li's smile froze, because she saw that the Song Fei in front of her, a bloody hole suddenly appeared on his forehead. A dark green bizarre dart, shot from nowhere, penetrated Song Fei's forehead without a sound. Bang! Song Fei fell to the ground, blood flowing from his forehead, and a grayish-white lifespan ball of light actually coalesced on his corpse just like in the Godforsaken game. "Ah!" Jiang Li screamed in shock and rolled backward. Everyone around them was silent for a few moments before a wave of screams erupted and total chaos ensued. "Protect Missy!" The security guards of Dajiang Industry, reacting at the first opportunity, gathered towards Jiang Li. The security captain glanced at Seinfeld, only to see his entire body fell to the ground. Wearing sunglasses have fallen off, his eyes staring, a face of disbelief, the bloody hole on the forehead gurgling blood. Suddenly, the orb of lifespan light on his corpse disappeared. It was obviously absorbed by someone, but next to that body, there was not a single shadow. The security officers sucked in a breath of cold air. "It's not ING stealth, is it? Go go go. Protect Missy from evacuation. Have you seen any suspicious characters? No? Why don't you call up the surveillance?" The scene was a mess. Jiang Li, under the protection of more than 20 security guards, quickly evacuated through a side fire escape and quickly came to the outside of the Grand River Plaza. Just as she was trying to get into a black sedan, suddenly a dart came from above the back and pierced through the back of her head. Precise and deadly. Bang! The daughter of the chairman of the board of directors of Dajiang Industry fell outside the door of her own property just like that. "I didn't realize that you could buy one and get one free." Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and was somewhat surprised. He heard Jiang Li and Song Fei chatting. This Jiang Li had hit on him. How could he let the other party go? "It's not a good thing anyway, so I'll take care of it altogether in the meantime." Unfortunately, she also had a few hundred days of life bursting out of her, and there were security guards all around the body, so they couldn't get it. Dying in reality will likewise blow up half of your tradable lifespan. Qin Feng only took advantage of the stealth and the chaos of the scene to absorb the 1,046 days of tradable lifespan that had exploded from Song Fei. This guy could never have imagined that the lifespan he had just spent money to collect would be cheaper for Qin Feng. If only there was a blossom curse to suck out the other half as well. Qin Feng shook his head, a bit sadly. The emerald grade blossom curse skill, extracting it to reality would require tens of thousands of days of life. He couldn't really extract it right now, so he could only call it quits. After taking care of all this, Qin Feng left silently, leaving behind a chaotic scene, and this assassination in broad daylight. All of a sudden, the word spread across the country, and the world. Chapter 46, Worldview Collapse. Lest you be dragged back by Qin Feng? Jianghai City, Dajian Square. The female fans of Seinfeld on the scene and the people who came over to sell their life expectancy were all in a state of panic and confusion. Someone took a picture with their cell phone. Someone screamed in terror. Some people are scattering and running wildly in all directions. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu and Xu Yan were also completely stunned by this scene. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to come over and sell her lifespan to Song Fei, but she didn't expect to witness the scene where Song Fei was suddenly killed. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's worldview collapsed. Yo, go, go! Xu Yan reacted quickly, hurriedly pulled Qin Xiaoyu to take advantage of the chaos to leave the entire Grand River Plaza, chaos into a mess. The scene of the picture with a lot of people live and recorded screen quickly spread. A few minutes later, immediately an official police officer arrived. Part of the group cordoned off the scene. A part of the group went to check the surveillance. There was also a part of the group that began to analyze the dark green dart that was left at the scene. This dart, of unknown material and unknown origin, is strange. Rather than a product of our reality, it's more like something out of a godforsaken game. The style does look like it, but how did something from a godforsaken game end up in reality? No luck with the surveillance department. The attack came from a surveillance dead zone. Didn't see who it was. Have the field officers been questioned yet? I've asked around. There are people in the neighborhood, but they all say they haven't seen any sign of anyone. You guys look at the surveillance replay. Song Fei's body has a lifespan lightbulb appeared. Suddenly disappeared. This should not be someone stealthy next to it, absorbing the light ball? How can a person be invisible? Wait, the assassin from the godforsaken game can be stealthy. The official police officers of Jianghai City were all dumbfounded. However, after investigating, they came to the most likely conclusion that the person who had laid hands on Song Fei and Jian Li was most likely actually in a state of stealth. It can't be that the abilities of the godforsaken game can be unleashed in reality, can it? Just kidding, I can be invisible in the game. Why not in reality? Are there any conditions that need to be met? Since there were so many witnesses at the scene, Jianghai City officials couldn't hide the news at all even if they wanted to, not to mention the fact that the whole globe was in chaos right now. The news of Song Fei's death spread out quickly. Officials around the globe, in various countries, immediately made the same speculation after viewing some of the videos. The abilities of the godforsaken game are highly likely to be used in reality. In this regard, Xin Feng did not care. After all, soon enough, by nightfall, there would be others who had risen to level 10. The secret, in time, will no longer be a secret. Just when Song Fei's death was being rumored, Jianghai City's officials were like an enemy, and countless people were terrified. Xin Feng had returned to the landscape impression neighborhood. He changed his clothes, wearing mediocre sweatpants and short sleeves, grabbed his cell phone, and went to a noodle shop across the street from his neighborhood and ordered a bowl of noodles. In the godforsaken game, players realistically consume energy even though they are in a state of invincibility. If you're hungry, you still have to eat. This was what Xin Feng found troublesome. Because of this, players cannot stay in the game all the time. No matter what, they still have to return to reality and eat to replenish their energy and hydration. Otherwise they will starve to death even if they live longer. While eating the noodles, Xin Feng also heard some diners chatting. On the godforsaken game, on the death of Seinfeld, they could never have imagined that the person who took out Song Fei was right in front of their eyes. After this meal, go back and keep looking for the boss to brush your life. Level 10 in the godforsaken game. 10 is just the beginning. Just then, in a moving cab, Qin Xiaoyu and Xu Yan were both a bit disoriented. Just now, the scene of Song Fei's forehead suddenly soaring with blood constantly reverberated in their minds. They can't imagine that they attended Seinfeld's concert only yesterday and witnessed Seinfeld's soul-breaking scene today. Xu Yan quickly swiped her cell phone, her body unable to stop shaking. Darts? Stealth? Why does it look so much like a godforsaken game ability? Xiaoyu, you say it couldn't be that Shadow killed Song Fei, right? Qin Xiaoyu didn't answer. Song Fei's death took the color out of her world for a moment. All the way to the school, she became expressionless as she stepped out of the cab. Seinfeld is dead. In this world, only strength is everything. Shadow, I want to be close to him, near him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei, take me to Qian's group and sell the 200-day lifespan first. I'm going to buy another suite and move out so that I won't be dragged down by Qin Feng. Also, Zhang Wei, you have an assassin skill book there? Give it to me. I want to give it to Shadow. Seinfeld is dead. Now, Qin Xiaoyu didn't have to agonize over who to choose. But the key is it a matter of who she chooses or not? About half an hour later, Qin Feng finished eating, went home, and took a shower. He was about to lie down on his bed and continue into the godforsaken game. As a result, the phone kept popping up messages. Qin Feng looked at it. It was one of his female co-workers called Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, Qin Feng, fatty who was furious, saying that you blacked out his cell phone and Vmail. If you don't come again, you'll be fired. and you won't get this month's salary. This girl has a good personality. She's just soft and often bullied. In his previous life, he was also a member of Qin Feng's God Beheading Guild. Qin Feng thought about it and returned a message. Don't bother with him. You don't need to go to work either. So go into the godforsaken game to develop first. Yang Xiaoya was a bit surprised to see Qin Feng's reply, then weakly typed a reply. Oh, Qin Feng, this godforsaken game, have you been inside? I heard that it's hard in there. A lot of people's lifespans are almost gone. Qin Feng replied. It doesn't matter what your profession is, just add agility in the beginning. Yada 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 yada, good. Yaha yaya, good. Xiaoya. I heard that the lifespan of the game output is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how is your development? How much have you earned? Qin Feng casually returned. Not much, this is almost spent. Xiaoya, wow. Buy a car and a house, right? No wonder you pulled the plug on Fatty Who. He. This girl, she thought Qin Feng had made money and spent it all. The truth was that Qin Feng didn't even bother to exchange his lifespan for money, but instead directly consumed his lifespan and extracted his abilities into reality. In addition, Yang Xiaoya did not know. The reason why that Hu Qibin was furious wasn't because Qin Feng didn't work. Rather, it's because Qin Feng did not accept the subterfuge of that big lady from the company. Chapter 47, Severance? How can this be good? The Money Group. Sissy Qian. Qin Feng sneered. The media company he worked for was a subsidiary belonging to the Qian Group. Qian Shishir, on the other hand, is the daughter of the chairman of the Qian Group. One day, Qian Shishir saw Qin Feng and hinted to him that she wanted to play with him for a night. Anyone else would be afraid to be ecstatic. Although Qian Shishir wasn't too pretty and had a flat body, she was definitely considered a rich white beauty. However, Qin Feng had seen, the spade tattoo on Qian Shishir's calf. In response, Qin Feng only wanted to say, C, transmission, T, unity, M, America, D, Germany. For this woman, not only did Qin Feng not have the slightest interest, he also felt disgusted. In fact, on weekdays, some gossip about Qian Shishir had been passed around the company. What went into a hotel with 6 foreign middle-aged men? What drove a sports car out with 3 African-American men? When I saw Qin Feng in the back, I saw that he was handsome and wanted to play with him. If the divine abandonment game hadn't descended upon Qin Feng and Qin Feng had offended this Qian Shishir, the consequences would have been unpredictable. However, in her last life, the godforsaken game had descended, causing Qian Shishir to have to put off the idea of subliminally chasing Qin Feng. This woman didn't pay any more attention to Qin Feng, but left Daxia and traveled to North America, leading the formation of the top 3 North American Grand Guild. Alice in Wonderland, the Alice Guild, a great enemy of Daxia. The Qian clan group that Qian Shishir belonged to was one of the shareholders of the Alice Guild. Later contact down, Qin Feng knows, this Qian Shishir has always been worshipped foreigners. Think foreign men are real men. To the Daxia men disdain. Even towards Qin Feng, he held a completely teasing attitude. At this point in time, Qian Shishir should be trapped in the Magic City airport. Qin Feng thought back. The godforsaken game descends, bringing global transportation to a brief standstill. Airplanes at the airport are grounded. It wasn't until a few days later that Qian Shishir boarded an airplane and left for North America. If we were in Shanghai, we could have disposed of her together today. But, won't take more than a few days. When I extract the higher attributes, I can totally head to the magic capital and finish her off before she leaves to eliminate any future problems. Otherwise, when she goes to North America, it won't be so easy to clean her up. Qin Feng listed Qian Shishir as his next target. If Qian Shishir died, that Alice in Wonderland Guild, which had caused big trouble for the God Beheading Guild and even the entire Grand Xia in the previous life, likely wouldn't even have been established. After all, Qin Feng had heard rumors in his previous life. The multiple founders of Alice's guild all had an affair with Qian Shishir. Once this woman died, those founders naturally lost their bond with each other. As he was thinking about it, suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. Taking a look, it turned out to be Qin Xiaoyu. She actually offered to call me? Qin Feng all froze. After all, as far as he remembered, this Qin Xiaoyu simply couldn't take the initiative to contact him. In his last life, he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, and even personally went to Qin Xiaoyu's school before bringing her back together into the godforsaken game. And now, Qin Xiaoyu actually broke the mold and took the initiative to call him? Qin Feng thought about it, but still picked it up. However, his voice was a bit cold. Hello? Qin Xiaoyu's voice came coldly from the opposite side. Qin Feng? You can still answer the phone. I thought you died in the godforsaken game. Since you're here, I'll let you know. I made my own money and bought a suite, so don't bother me in the future. As soon as Qin Feng heard her tone, he knew that she was in a bad mood. Is it because you were fired by Wang Mang? Or is it because Seinfeld is dead? Whatever it is, it doesn't matter. Qin Feng was too lazy to care about her. What happens to you has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiaoyu, haven't you always felt that I made you not free? Don't worry. In the future, I'll be too lazy to care about you, so do whatever you like. Qin Xiaoyu clearly froze when she heard this. She didn't expect that her brother, who had always been so kind to her, would speak to her in such a cold tone. However, she now made up her mind to set aside her relationship with Qin Feng, bent on befriending the shadow. He didn't bother with that much, so she said indifferently, "You yourself know how depressing you've made me? This is what you said. From now on, there is no relationship between us. From now on, you leave me alone, and I won't look for you. We sever our relationship, and don't you come asking where I live." Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's words, Qin Feng smiled. Break it off? Is there such a thing as a good thing? Okay. Qin Feng returned a word and directly hung up the phone. Then he turned his cell phone off and turned around to lie down on the couch. As his form gradually turned translucent, he once again entered the godforsaken game. Hearing the sound of the opposite side hanging up the phone, Qin Xiaoyu had an indescribably complicated feeling. First is relaxation. She had always felt that it was too oppressive and unfree for her to be governed by Qin Feng, and now, she was finally relieved. With her own ability, together with Chu Yen, she bought a 3-room house and lived in it straight away. The paperwork isn't done yet, but that's sooner rather than later. From then on, you can live away from Qin Feng. Now that there won't be anyone to hold me back, I'll do whatever I want. It feels so good to be free. Next, just find a way to get to know the shadow and get in good with him. Qin Xiaoyu looked at her cell phone. The death of Seinfeld has spread around the world. Many people speculated that he was most likely assassinated by the shadow. I just don't know. How is it that the shadow was able to use the abilities of the godforsaken game in reality? Chu Yen was by her side, looking at her with some worry. Is it not too good for Xiaoyu to break off relations with your brother? Otherwise, you find him to apologize on the line. I see that he seems to be really angry this time. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head. Making me apologize to him? Impossible. Let's go. When I get to know Shadow, what's the matter with him? Soon after, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yen entered the godforsaken game together. Rendezvous at Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyu got a bronze-level assassin skill book, Stifling Stick, from Zhang Wei's hand. Then with anticipation, she opened Wang Mang's private chat window. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Can I trouble you to help ask Brother Shadow if he needs it? You can give it to him if he wants it. Qin Xiaoyu's mood was nervous and proud. Nervous that this was the first time she had tried to communicate with the shadow. Proudly, there were very few people who had the opportunity to befriend the shadow at this stage. And she was one of them, as long as she could get along with Shadow. In the future, in the new era of the godforsaken game advent, she, Qin Xiaoyu, would definitely be able to surpass countless others. However, right after she privately chatted with Wang Mang, soon Wang Mang replied back to her. Big brother said he doesn't need it. Keep it for yourself and sell it for money. What? Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded on the spot. She never thought that this skill book with a control effect, Shadow actually didn't want it? Such a dry refusal? Chapter 48 Golden Jointed Limbs. Shocking speed. Qin Xiaoyu didn't expect this outcome at all. What's this about? I give him skill books and he doesn't want them? Qin Xiaoyu was confused. She was a bit beyond comprehension. You really don't want something for nothing, do you? Seeing her freeze, Chu Yen on the side couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what's the situation? Qin Xiaoyu described the situation, and Chu Yen and Zhang Wei were both stunned as well. Zhang Wei, what the hell? You don't want to give away skill books for nothing? Is this guy out of his mind? Chu Yen thought about it and said comfortingly, Xiaoyu, maybe it's because he's already learned this skill? Let's brush some more monsters and see if we can pop some other skill books. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. That's the only way. A few minutes ago, Qin Feng returned to the game first. Before he could get a good look at the scene around him, he could already hear a mournful roar in his ears. I was down at the beach. The surrounding demons don't refresh that quickly, do they? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. As the darkness faded around him, he realized that there were several players right in front of him on the shoreline, running in all directions, and behind those few players, there was a monstrous demonic creature that was about 3 meters tall that was chasing after them. Golden arthropods, LV8, grade, gold. The demonic creature was light golden in color, and its lower body was like a horse with 8 legs. The upper body, however, was actually like a centipede with dozens of hands, each holding rusty iron knives and swords. Its head, on the other hand, was like a spider's head, with hundreds of compound eyes, staring at the several fleeing players in an incomparably bizarre manner, only to see that the golden arthropod was extremely fast, catching up with a warrior player almost instantly. Iron knives and iron swords in his hands interlaced and chopped down, cutting that warrior player into dozens of large pieces in less than a second. Dark Shadow? One of the players was running away, only to be pleasantly surprised when he saw a figure appear in front of him. Qin Feng looked in search of the sound and saw a mature imperial lady wearing a fiery red vestment with an extremely hot body. Just see her head of black wavy curly hair. A pair of beautiful eyes are looking at Qin Feng with surprise. It was none other than the big wavy beauty who had previously bought Qin Feng's ice pick technique, Grey Rose. When Grey Rose saw Qin Feng, she was first happy, then a bit nervous. Shadow. This boss can counter stealth. Our team's assassin was taken out by it. You must be careful if you want to fight it. Qin Feng didn't say anything. Gold level boss. Fighting was definitely a must. After all, to him, this boss meant 28 evolution points. Golden Arthropod. If I remember correctly, this boss anti-crypt level is level 2. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. However, this didn't mean that Qin Feng didn't need to be invisible anymore. After all, he stealth breaks stealth and does more damage. Latent shadows. Qin Feng's figure quickly disappeared. Grey Rose saw this scene. A pair of beautiful eyes contained tension. Her team was all scattered by that gold level boss. Fighting was definitely impossible, and she couldn't figure out if Qin Feng wanted to fight or run, so she could only run away with her head. Qin Feng stayed invisible and staggered past Grey Rose. When the two crossed paths, Grey Rose's one pair of beautiful eyes clearly carried worry. However, Qin Feng did not pay any attention to it. Greeting the golden knucklehead. Instant shadow chop. His form flickered into existence and then disappeared again in an instant, passing through that golden knucklehead. Minus 1013. Minus 3042, weakness attack. Minus 1013. Sure enough, level 2 stealth will be seen through by this boss. My shadow profession effect, not in effect. When launching an attack outside the target's field of view, the damage is doubled. This effect, in the event that the opponent can see through the stealth, won't work. This also caused Qin Feng's damage to drop quite a bit, but at the same time, due to the effect of the legendary grade Graceful Deliverance, the head and heart weaknesses of that golden knuckle were magnified by 200%. Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash was judged to have hit the target's weakness in 3 out of the 9 slashes, dealing triple weakness damage, worthy of being a legendary skill. We also have to thank that nymph Lin Liu, otherwise, it's not necessarily possible to find that temple of faith. With an instant shadow slash, Qin Feng directly took out the golden arthropod's 13,000 blood. This boss blood bar dropped by about 1/6 all of a sudden. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng turned around and fired a fierce poison dart, aimed at each other's heads. That golden knuckle was still trying to dodge, but unfortunately Qin Feng's agility was too high and his darts were fast, hitting accurately on the spot. Minus 1785, weakness attack. Minus 223. Minus 223. Manticore dart is only silver now, and the damage magnitude just doesn't keep up at all. Of course, the most important thing was that, in front of the golden knuckles, Qin Feng had less than double the career damage bonus. Now that boss was still facing him, and couldn't eat 50% of the damage from a backstab. Still have to career advance and get a higher stealth level. Qin Feng thought silently. When he finished throwing his 2 skills, the 8 legs of that golden knucklehead ran in unison and attacked towards him at an extremely fast speed. It ran at full speed, reaching a speed of at least 30 meters per second. In just an instant, dozens of iron knives and swords in the hands of the golden knuckle limbs fell towards Qin Feng like a raging wind and rain. Look out! Seeing this, the Grey Rose in the distance subconsciously cried out, a worried look appearing between her brows. But immediately afterward, not only her, but also the surrounding teammates who had been dispersed by the boss, all stared in disbelief. They saw a scene that left them in disbelief, only to see that under the boss attack, Qin Feng unexpectedly side-dodged, backstepped and rolled. A series of actions, all in one go. Surprisingly, he dodged dozens of attacks from the boss in a short period of time. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of speed is that? It's not just his speed, he reacts so fast, and he knows too much about the boss attack style. That's right, in terms of speed, he's just about the same as the boss, but he manages to just dodge every attack from the boss. It's like fighting this boss a million times. They didn't know that this was the basic skills that Qin Feng had practiced between 9 years in his previous life. His occupation in his last life was a warrior. Warriors, on the other hand, are not just hard fighters. Truly top-tier warriors must dodge boss critical skills, and in many cases, they can't even eat a single attack, or else they'll bring a crisis to the entire team. Especially, when the team's milkmaid was Qin Xiaoyu. Rating epic bosses. Bosses with lots of large range skills. Qin Xiaoyu was barely able to dodge those skills, but to ask her to take the time to milk Qin Feng? She simply can't do it. So in the last life, Qin Feng carried it alone a lot of the time. If one thought that Qin Feng was just relying on a handful of stealth to abuse the boss, then they were very wrong. With enough agility, even if stealth failed, with Qin Feng's stance, he could easily juggle most bosses. Chapter 49. Could this double standard be any more obvious? Chopper, charge, trampling. With its hundreds of compound eyes, The Golden Knuckle is able to see through all targets with no more than level 2 stealth. Even Qin Feng could not escape its capture. However, no matter what kind of attack this gold level boss launched, it was unable to hit Qin Feng. Compared to the Golden Ghost Ship kind of special boss, this Golden Knuckle was significantly easier to deal with. Those attacks, Qin Feng dodged and even dodged with ease. When the skill has cooled down, throw it directly backhanded, knocking out 1/6 of the boss's blood every time. A short minute or so later, just under the shocked and incredulous gazes of several gray rows, that gold-level boss unexpectedly turned around and fled. But Qin Feng was too fast. The golden arthropod had only run more than 200 meters into the woods before Qin Feng caught up with it and completely decapitated it. You have killed golden arthropod, LV8 gold level. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of life, tradable. While Grey Rose and the others didn't catch up, Qin Feng directly released Greedy Hand. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of life, tradable. A series of system prompts came, giving Qin Feng a soothing feeling. A gold boss that gave 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable life. The stacking effect of Greedy Hands and Ghostly Flame Bells allowed Qin Feng to develop at a speed far beyond that of the average player now. As for experience, level 9 to level 10 is only 10,000 experience, but level 10 to level 11 would require 100,000 experience. The 6,400 points of experience. More is more, but it is not enough for Qin Feng to upgrade. When Qin Feng examined the loot, his eyes directly lit up. Shield of Black Light, Platinum Assassin skill. When used actively, converts all of one's evasion rate into a damage immunity shield for 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Required level, 8. Conversion rate, 1 layer of damage immunity shield for every 20% of evasion. Dodge rate returns to normal when the shield is broken or the duration ends. I can't believe the skill book came out. After learning this skill, many bosses can be raided without injury, especially those on the Divine Forsaken continent. Qin Feng was quite surprised. Direct learning. Take the fact that now that he had learned Ghostly Blur and evolved it to an epic level effect, he had a 75% dodge probability passively. After using the Shield of Black Light, 3 layers of immunity shield will be gained. In other words, no matter how much damage the opponent did, Qin Feng was immune to the first 3 attacks he received. It's not just about fighting bosses, it's also about exploring ruins and maps. With this skill, I can even explore a lot of high-level areas in advance. Qin Feng didn't have any hesitation. Directly consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, a total of 6 points, to evolve this skill to epic level. Shield of Black Light, Platinum Epic Assassin skill. Immunity shield lasts for 8101214 seconds. Conversion rate, 1 layer of damage immunity shield for every 20%, 15%, 12%, 10% evasion. The epic level Shield of Black Light, when used, converts 75% of Qin Feng's evasion into a 7-layer damage immunity shield. Continuing to evolve the Shield of Black Light requires 50 evolution points. That's enough for now. Qin Feng still had 22 evolution points left. First, he spent 3 + 5 + 8 for a total of 16 evolution points to evolve the Manticore Dart 3 times. Fierce Poison Dart, Silver Emerald up to 1417 meters range, adds 120240 attack points on hit. Fierce Poison, 50% 80% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus, lasts for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. Evolving the Mighty Poison Dart 3 times, the damage of this skill had at least doubled. Since the base cooldown of this skill is only 5 seconds, the sustained output is no weaker than instant Shadow Slash. There are still 6 evolution points left, so I'll just have to leave it for now. In addition to the skills, the Golden Arthropod had also exploded 2 pieces of equipment that Qin Feng could use. Ring of Lightness, Platinum Assassin's Jewelry. Agility +20. Movement speed +20%. Attack speed +20%. Cooldown speed +20%. Equipment requirement, level 8. Thick red leather gloves, gold grade Assassin's Defense. Physical defense +18. Total elemental resistance +15. Physique +12. Lifesteal +588. Requirements, level 6. Once the 2 pieces of equipment were swapped, Qin Feng's cooldown speed reached 55%. The original 12-second cooldown of Instant Shadow Slash now takes only 7 seconds. In addition, Qin Feng's physique, defense and life value were all higher. 51 points of constitution, 106 points of physical defense, and 17 life points. With this attribute, even this Golden Knucklehead's attack just now could eat 2 or 3 hits without dying. As for the previous level 5 gold ghost ship, half-blooded full-screen skills couldn't kill me. Not to mention, I have a 75% dodge rate passively. Qin Feng put away his backpack. One of the few backpack compartments is half filled again. It was only then that Grey Rose, with her 3 remaining teammates, caught up. When she saw the corpse of the golden arthropod that had collapsed in front of Chin Feng, there was an indescribable shock. A big guy is a big guy. Really killed this boss solo. Grey Rose's pair of beautiful eyes revealed a look of adoration and anticipation. How about it, big brother? Are there any equipment skills I can use? I'll buy some. For mages, there's a gold skill book. Frost Catapult. Chin Feng swept his backpack and took out a skill book with an icy blue cover, displaying it in front of her. Group skill. Release ice balls, catapult up to 10 times, 800 days for 1 bite. Loot dropped by level 8 bosses. The requirement to use it is between level 6 and 8. This Frost Catapult skill book is a level 7 skill book. The higher the level of the skill equipment, the higher the value will naturally be. The same gold level skill, level 7 Frost Catapult, was over 40% more damaging than level 5 Frost Catapult. Sure, you can't learn the same skill twice. You can only overwrite the lower level with the higher level. 800 days. That's too much. Grey Rose had a bitter smile on her face. However, as she looked at the attributes of the skill book Chin Feng had taken out, she didn't quite want to give it up. After all, this Frost Catapult skill would greatly accelerate her leveling speed. When you encounter a large group of small monsters, this skill explodes with damage. Eventually, after half a minute of consideration, Grey Rose once again found her teammates and borrowed all of their lifespans. 800 days. Deal. You have lost Frost Catapult, gold level skill book. You have gained 800 days of life, tradable. The system prompt came and Chin Feng turned around to leave. He planned to return to the town and release a message to acquire information on the locations of silver and gold ranked bosses. Silver level gives 30 days and gold level gives 100 days. In this way, Chin Feng had a steady stream of bosses to kill, and his development speed was drawn full. It was just after Chin Feng had finished off the golden knuckles and sold the Frost Catapult that he received a private chat from Wang Mang. What the hell? Qin Xiaoyu is giving me a bronze skill book? Chin Feng was speechless and directly rebuffed. Right now, outside, most were speculating that it was Shadow who had killed Song Fei. According to Qin Xiaoyu's character, if it was Chin Feng who had killed Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyu would definitely want to find Chin Feng to fight for her life. But when the Shadow killed Song Fei instead, Qin Xiaoyu not only didn't get angry, but she also had to send skill books? Could this double standard be any more obvious? Chapter 50, What? You want to arrest me? Qin Xiaoyu has always been this character. She was taking it for granted that Chin Feng would treat her even better. In her last life, Qin Xiaoyu would get angry and fuss with Chin Feng whenever she was slightly less than desirable. Chin Feng took care of her for 9 years. The equipment, the skills, the longevity, the food, the shelter, it was all set up for her, and she felt like she deserved it all. In the end, for the sake of Song Fei, she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes. What's outrageous is that she was all happy when she did it. You can remember small favors from others for the rest of your life. You won't even take it to heart if I'm nice to you. Chin Feng faintly sneered. Although Song Fei was dead, it would be impossible for him to re-accept Qin Xiaoyu. After all, that's her personality. Without Seinfeld, there will still be Lin Fei, Li Fei, and Zhang Fei. There was no way Chin Feng would fall on the same person twice. It was already for the sake of her dead parents that she wasn't dealt with the same way Song Fei was dealt with. If I let you know that I'm the Shadow, I'm the one who killed Seinfeld, you're afraid you can curse me for 3 days and nights without getting over it. But for Shadow, to actually give away skill books? Chin Feng shook his head and threw this person to the back of his mind. He now had quite a few more things in his backpack and was ready to go back to the town to sell them first and post a bounty for the boss coordinates along the way. So he tapped on Wang Meng's private chat. A sentence was uttered, transformed into text and sent out. Wang Meng, go back to the town, sell your stuff, and prepare for longevity. Wang Meng immediately replied. Okay. This one was leading a team, looking for monsters and brushing monsters to upgrade outside of Flux Flame Town. After seeing Qin Feng's private chat, he immediately led the team back to. Halfway through, Wang Meng suddenly asked, by the way, Song Fei was killed by you, big brother, right? This sudden question, other people may have to weigh how to answer, but Chin Feng didn't hesitate at all and directly admitted, right, Wang Meng does have his buddy and has not been offline, so it must have been known that during the time Song Fei had just been killed, Shadow had been offline. The motive and the time of the crime are sufficient. Now, since Wang Meng had asked this, it meant that he had guessed most of it. Chin Feng was able to deny it, and the other party had no evidence anyway, but there was no need. It was just the right time to see how Daxia's official reaction to this matter would be. A test run of sorts. Hearing Qin Feng's decisive admission, Wang Meng was instead a bit surprised. Only after a long time did he reply, okay, we are a bit far from the town. It will take us about 10 minutes to get back to the town. Please wait a little bit, big brother. Chin Feng smiled and said, It's fine, I'm farther away. He had run all the way to the coastline, a good 20 kilometers from the town, in order to practice fast. At his speed, it would take about 15 minutes to run back. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered demonic creatures and casually struck out to kill them. Also harvested more than 2,000 experience, 5 evolution points, inferior and ordinary equipment, skill books, also exploded several pieces, just to return to the town. The backpack grid is completely filled. Subsequently, Qin Feng made a location appointment with Wang Meng and the others. Meet them in the basement of the abandoned church in the town of Flux. The big man is here. Wang Meng and the others had been waiting here for 2 minutes. Seeing Qin Feng appear with a veil and wearing equipment that shone with a light golden color. For a moment, the crowd all became a bit nervous. Dressed in a silver light armor, dragon swordsman, and you had a silver longsword hanging from her slender willow waist, and her long legs looked slender and elastic under the cover of the metal light armor. This beautiful policewoman, after wearing this set of swordsman armor, her curvaceous and perfect body was even more displayed. Moving her delicate and elegant figure, she took the lead and rushed to Qin Feng, her eyes wide as she looked him up and down. Big brother, you admit that you killed Song Fei? Qin Feng smelled the oncoming fragrance of the young girl and smiled faintly. What? You want to arrest me? And you pointed to the top of her head. Look at my code name. Her codename in the godforsaken game is called Justice Enforcement. Qin Feng glanced at her codename and sized up her delicate figure, and asked playfully, so, who do you think is righteous, Song Fei or I? Originally, and you was still a bit serious, but when she heard Qin Feng ask this question, this pretty policewoman suddenly smiled. Don't worry, we've checked the surveillance recordings and know that both Song Fei and Jiang Li are plotting against you, and that Dajiang Industry has also captured quite a number of players who are working for them, which belongs to illegal detention. When Qin Feng heard this, he understood the current official attitude. Obviously, without being able to investigate his true identity, the officials simply couldn't arrest him even if they wanted to. We can only maintain cooperation with him for the time being. As for what would follow, Qin Feng couldn't be sure. After all, in his last life, there was nothing black about him working with the officials, but in this life, he directly took out Song Fei and Jiang Li. More or less will bring some variables. Officials can't encourage you to kill randomly in reality, can they? Let's just see how much of a change my rebirth can bring to this godforsaken game era. Qin Feng thought faintly. The next step is to trade. Qin Feng displayed all the gold and platinum grade equipment within his backpack. Due to Wang Meng and Yu's official background, they wanted equipment and skill books for whatever profession they were in, and it was easier and faster for Qin Feng to sell things to them. Most importantly, official life expectancy, tube enough, platinum grade equipment, platinum grade skill books. When Wang Meng and Yu and the others saw what Qin Feng took out, they were shocked. They knew that Qin Feng was fierce and had first killed a gold level boss, but platinum level, the first kill of a boss at this level hasn't even come out yet. How is it possible to have several platinum level items? Platinum level equipment skills? Let's see, are there any I can use? Whitebird Magus Gui Shue. Her pretty little face also came up with an astonished look. She was wearing a white priest's robe, shining with a faint silver light, and her equally delicate and exquisite figure gave people a feeling of holiness and flawlessness, which was completely two styles within Yu. It could be seen that during this time, Wang Meng had led the team to still finish off silver level bosses, otherwise they wouldn't have so many silver level equipment on them. But compared to Qin Feng's inventory, the equipment they were wearing was complete trash. For a while, Wang Meng and the others were all stunned. Platinum level equipment. Skill books. How on earth did this come about? Chapter 51. I'm an assassin and you're asking me to save people? Facing the doubts of Wang Meng and the others, Qin Feng casually said, luck was okay, found some treasure chests. He looked at Gui Shue who had a curious baby look on her face. Ishua knows that I even opened to emerald level skill books myself. Gui Shue nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Well, I personally watched the big brother open the emerald treasure chest. But this several platinum level things, you call this luck okay? This little beauty is crying with envy. At this time, a beautiful law profession wearing a black vestment, also known as Prophet Lin Liu, was leaning against the side of a broken stone pillar, her slender legs crossed, her body curves perfect and alluring. She laughed, calling someone else as Snow, calling me as Black. Ugh, Qin Feng glanced at her. Who made you Black Bruin Big Plum? It's fine if I don't call you Little Black, just call Little Blackie. Lin Li Fish? Wang Meng's team, the three beautiful girls, looked like they were all on good terms with Qin Feng. Among them, Gui Shue had even joined the team because of Qin Feng. In addition to Wang Meng and the three women, there was also a sharp-eyed archer youth, as well as a middle-aged man, card master. These two people looked at the gold and platinum level supplies that Qin Feng had taken out and were overcome with emotion. You really can't compare people. Indeed, we've gone through a lot of trouble to take down a silver boss, and the big guys are casually opening platinum and emerald level treasure chests. This is immediately followed by price negotiations. Wang Mang was just an armed police member, while An Yu was a squad leader. Rank-wise, An Yu was the captain of this squad. However, this policewoman's sister character is a little bit naturally dull, and she only knows recklessness when she fights. So in the God Abandonment game, Wang Mang is the core character of the battle. If anything else, An Yu was in charge. This platinum level archer skill book, 2,500 days for a single bite. This platinum ranked berserker weapon, 500 days for one bite. This one. Qin Feng has been crawling around for 9 years and knows the prices of goods like the back of his hand. Piece by piece, prices are offered. Among them, the price of the platinum level stuff made Wang Meng and the others all suck in a breath of cool air. According to the current prices, a lifespan of 1 or 2,000 days is equivalent to $20 to $30 million in cash. Shadow had the nerve to make an offer. But, you know that the platinum grade is unique in the world. Even if someone could wildly encounter an ancient god bestowing blessings and have the luck to combine a platinum or emerald level treasure chest, the number would be extremely small. 20 to 30 million cash for a platinum level skill book, or a platinum level equipment. At this stage, absolutely many consortiums, and even the officials, were grabbing for it. In these times when the God-forsaken game is coming down and the rules of the world are about to change, any country, any power, wants to get more war power in their hands before it's too late. In the last life, why did cash collapse? It's the official downfall of the various countries that issue the currency that go on a life expectancy buying spree. When cash collapsed and longevity became the new global hard currency, the nations of the world gained a foothold in the new era because of the longevity of the great acquisitions. Qin Feng didn't know how much lifespan An Yu had on her right now, but it's definitely enough to buy him these platinum and gold level things. Qin Feng finished marking up the prices, did the math and said, a total of 25 pieces, total price of 16,500 days. I'll give you a discount, 16,000. Okay, and you nodded directly in agreement. Let aside Wang Meng face depressed, no, and Captain, he said how much you give how much, you must not bargain? And Yu's pair of beautiful eyes revealed surprise, huh? This can still be bargained for? I think the price is quite fair. After saying that, he was very quick to initiate a deal with Qin Feng, by the way, but also before Wang Meng, Gu Yishui owed together to pay back, especially generous. Wang Meng and the others looked on and all the corners of their mouths twitched. Qin Feng also didn't expect the sister to be so straightforward. In fact, he left a little bargaining room. As a result, the girl directly accepted. Of course, they could never lose money buying these things over at this price. After all, equipment can be turned around and sold again. And skill books, how much can you speed up leveling after learning them? Now that the divine abandonment game is upon us, leveling and strength is everything. Moments later, the transaction was complete. Gui Shui got her hands on 2 gold level priest equipment and couldn't stop smiling. This girl, who had originally planned to go solo, wasn't too happy about forming a group. Results now. It's so fragrant. The equipment she needed. The officials paid for it directly for her. Of course, these 2 pieces of gold equipment, she only has the right to use it. When the equipment is changed, it has to be returned to the official. But this is also cool enough. As for Qin Feng, 16,000 heavenly lifespans had arrived, and it was also part of a great harvest. When the tradable lifespan on the body exceeds 10,000 days, the default display unit for lifespan becomes years. If you want to see the exact number of days, you can check the details. There's 60 years of tradable life left, translated into days. That's 22,000 days. Suffice it to say, it's a lot of money. If we sold it for cash now, it would equal $300 or $400 million. Even for Zhanghai city officials, this is a big expense. Only this transaction, which brought the official hidden gains, far exceeded $300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams will there be in the official Zhanghai city that will be able to overdevelop? Gone. Qin Feng intended to leave, and Yu reached out her small hand and pulled down his cuff. Wait. Dajang Industry side, imprisons several players. We are planning to go to rescue people out. Big brother want to join the rescue together? Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard this. Is this an official attempt to get him on board? They're trying to whitewash the fact that he killed Seinfeld? However, Qin Feng doesn't have that kind of free time to save people. What's more, there was no way he was going to reveal the reality of who he was at this stage. I'm an assassin and you're asking me to save people? Qin Feng shook his head, but there is a piece of advice. If you guys want to do it, hurry up. As soon as the God Abandonment game reaches level 10, you'll be able to extract the game's abilities into reality. You should understand what this means. Hearing Qin Feng's words, and Yu's pretty face changed slightly. She nodded a little nervously. Understood. Dajiang Industry, too, is now acquiring lifespans. Once their people have risen to level 10 and extracted their game abilities, our actions will meet even more resistance. Just as soon as you understand. Go. Xinfeng finished speaking and turned to leave. Anyway, in 2 hours, the whole world will know about this matter. Tell the official this news in advance. It is also a kind of face selling. There is no harm. When he leaves, and you looked at where his figure disappeared, and gravity surfaced on her pretty face. Wang Mang. Next, we'll have to practice separately. Right now, all 6 of our team are highly leveled, and when we get together, we encounter small monsters in seconds, with overflowing damage. But splitting up, with one person leading a team, can drastically increase our overall leveling efficiency. If you encounter a boss, you can reconnect to raid together. Anyway, let's all get to level 10 first. Don't look at Yu as a bit of a natural nerd, but he's still very capable in business. Under her arrangement, the strength of the official players in Zhanghai City would increase at a faster rate, thus taking better control of the situation. Qin left the abandoned church basement. He came to the fluorescent flame town square and set up a stall. The name of the stall, 30 days to collect silver boss coordinates, 100 days to collect gold boss coordinates. He had only just sat down when a somewhat familiar player came to him. Chapter 52, Magic City Qian Shishir. Hire Shadow to kill Qin. The visitor was a shooter player. Qin had seen it once before when he was in the Shell Town. It was the shooter youth with Zhongli, codenamed Old Mao. At first, Zhongli offered $10 million to ask Qin to bring upgrades, which was rejected by Qin. As a result, this Old Mao ran over to contact Zhongli, and brought Zhongli to level up. I was expecting to get a huge $5 million. As a result, when he went to get the money, he was tied up by the thugs of Dajiang Industry and brought back to the basement of a villa to be locked up. So, Mao Lijun was coerced and forced to give Dajiang Industry a life. If the life expectancy is turned in less, no food or drink is given. This Maurizio Jun was practically in tears. He then realized why the Shadow didn't even want $10 million in the first place. It was too prescient. It's killing me. After being kidnapped by Dajiang Industry, Mao Lijun compromised. Even he was willing to become a traitor under Zhongli, pulling 2 more people over for Zhongli. At this point, he was the one who had accepted Zhongli's mission to wait for Dark Shadow in this fluorescent flame town. Shadow, wearing a green leather armor, Old Mao came to Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him, and said with a smile, "Our Missy said that as long as you are willing to take Missy for an upgrade, Missy can give you $300 million plus shares in Dajiang Industry. How many times in life can there be this kind of opportunity? I advise you to cherish it." Hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin looked at him like a little cutie, looking at him like this guy is afraid that he doesn't know that Zhongli has GA? He said one word, "Get out." Mao Lijun froze in place. He didn't expect that $300 million, plus shares of Dajiang Industry, that couldn't impress Dark Shadow? Although he was very reluctant, he ran away in disgrace. He had just heard that Shadow had taken out Song Fei in reality, and did so quietly. How dare he stay in Bull ********. But, he only knew that Song Fei was dead. He didn't know that Zhongli was dead yet. After all, he was realistically imprisoned and had no access to outside information. And within the godforsaken game, the only thing he heard others gossiping about was the death of Song Fei. As for the river pair, who is she? After Mao Lijun left, he did not completely die, but also wanted to find an opportunity to invite the Shadow over. Otherwise he could not complete the task. He would be whipped. Just then, he heard a few people next to him whispering, "Holy, Shadow actually appeared. Didn't he just finish off Song Fei?" Not only Song Fei, it is said that there is a little beauty, by his hot hands, directly GA. Ha, that's a waste, isn't it? Waste your sister. It is rumored that that woman is the eldest Miss OE Industry, called what Zhongli, originally intended to catch Shadow in reality and give her life expectancy, but ended up being killed on the spot. Hiss, how the hell did Shadow do that? God knows. It must be a problem with the godforsaken game. This world, it's going to change, eh? Let's upgrade as soon as possible. What? Zhongli is dead? Hearing these people discuss it, Mao Lijun was like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen on the spot with a feeling of disbelief. Song Fei died. He didn't have much of a feeling. After all, between Song Fei and him, there was nothing involved. Far away. But the river pair. This is a woman who scares Morrigan. In a short period of time, Shadow killed Song Fei and also killed Zhongli? Or assassination? Mao Lijun had a creepy feeling. Shadow. Originally, he also laughed at the Shadow's stupidity, giving $10 million for nothing and not wanting it, but it turned out that the clown was actually himself. Good thing I didn't mess with the Shadow. Mao Lijun was emboldened. Death, originally, was very far away from him. However, he never expected that Zhongli, who was towering and bossing around in front of him, would be directly taken out. He took one last look at Qin Feng's figure and, somewhat trembling, hurriedly left. Qin Feng didn't care about Mao Lijun's appearance. For him, it's a blip. When he set up his stall, he noticed that the players within the town of Fluorescent Fire see him are a little afraid, nervous. Some girls even dare not pass in front of him, for fear of being noticed by him. Look, it looks like a lot of people already know that Song Fei was killed by him. However, Qin Feng didn't care. At this point in time, there are already old people in the game, but they're all assigned to the towns in the back, so I'm sure I won't see them here. In another 2 hours, there will be others who have risen to level 10, and by then, they can prepare to head to the continent. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Before heading to the Divine Forsaken Continent, you can get your full set of gold and platinum equipment beat up in the initial town. After all, there was so much Qin Feng could do once he passed. Not long after, 2 players wearing black robes arrived in front of Qin Feng's stall. I have the coordinates for the silver boss here. It was also at the same time that Qin Feng was preparing to brush more bosses. In the city next door to Jianghai, the Magic City, the total population of Jianghai City is more than 8 million. The population of the Magic City, on the other hand, is 35 million. Until now, the initial towns in the Jianghai City area, a total of more than 700, totaling more than 700,000 people entered the God Abandonment game. This number will soar in the evening, rapidly exceeding 5 million, until all adults have entered the game. In comparison, the Magic City has a much larger population. There were already more than 4,000 initial towns in the Magic Capital region, and they were still increasing at an extremely fast rate. It was in a small town in the Magic City area. There was one team that was quite noticeable. It was a woman in windburned leather armor, accompanied by 5 foreign men, 3 white-skinned and 2 dark-skinned. The woman, with all 5 of them, looked close, talking and laughing. It's none other than the daughter of the chairman of the Qian Group, Qian Shishir. Originally, Qian Shishir was planning to take a plane to North America, but the God-forsaken game descended, and the flight was grounded. She then contacted 5 foreign men within the Magic City area and entered the God-forsaken game together. Soon, she spent the group's money and bought a lot of lifespans, which were then exchanged for equipment and skill books, boosting both her and the 5 foreign men. In terms of strength, at this point, Qian Shishir walked in the town with those 5 people, looking at the players around her who shunned her, and smiled disdainfully. Look at these Daxia men, each one of them is as weak as a bedbug. Tony, it's still you North American mans that have charisma. On the side, a white man with an airplane head, Tony, smiled and said, "Ms. Qian, you are discerning. We are naturally much stronger than these Daxia men. We on the other hand are also very strong. Return to reality in a while, you can have a good experience." Qian Shishir giggled. "Okay, I'm looking forward to it." That's when she thought of someone. Right, Qian Shishir suddenly said faintly. "I just heard that useless thing Song Fei was killed. I played him once before, and he was gone in a minute. What a waste. The dark shadow of Jianghai City can kill Song Fei, so it should be even easier to have him kill an ordinary person, right? Everyone, I'm going to go offline to make a call and have someone contact Shadow to help me kill someone in Jianghai City. The man she's trying to kill." Naturally, it was Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had repeatedly refused her invitations to play, completely disrespecting her and making her very upset. As far as she was concerned, the fact that she could look at a Daxia man was an honor for the other. The district is just an employee of a subordinate company. How dare you reject her? Since you don't give me face, then you go to hell. Of course, spending a lot of money to kill you is too wasteful. The key is still to use this to make friends with the Shadow, although it is a Daxia man. But after all, it is the world's #1. I begrudgingly can get to know it. The corners of Qian Shishir's mouth curled up slightly, thinking that she had strategized. But, she didn't realize that the Qin Feng she wanted to kill was actually Dark Shadow. Let someone go to hire the shadowy Shadow and assassinate Qin Feng. This is killing himself? Regarding this, Qin Feng was naturally unaware of it, just as he was preparing to hunt bosses everywhere. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyu, who had been denied a gift by him, had fallen into a state of emo. I wanted to cut off and sever the relationship with Qin Feng, and then evening the Dark Shadow. Results. The situation was very different from what she had imagined. Chapter 53, $50 million to kill Qin Feng? At this time, Qin Xiaoyu was in a terrible mood. Funny thing was, when Qin Xiaoyu broke off her relationship with Qin Feng, it wasn't even as hard as it was now. Finally, the God-forsaken game reminded her that in reality her body's hunger level was at 90% and she should eat. It was only then that she reacted and called Chu Yen to go offline with her. Would have liked to order a takeout, but the God-forsaken game has come down and left many stores closed, or even without riders. It was only until then that Qin Xiaoyu remembered Qin Feng, previously at home. Qin Feng every time to prepare her good food, and are all her favorite food, simply do not need her hands. Even the brain does not need to move. Eat on the line. But now, it's severed. For a while, Qin Xiaoyu was a little less accustomed to it. Soon, though, she gritted her teeth. It's just dinner. Nothing compared to freedom. And at this moment, Qin Feng had long since thrown Qin Xiaoyu to the back of his mind. After just over an hour, he had already received the coordinates of 4 silver-level bosses and had gone there successively, killing those 4 silver bosses in turn. Each kill gave him 16 evolution points, counting the loot groped by the greedy hands. If all of it was sold to the officials, the average gain from each silver-class boss reached 3,000 to 4,000 days of tradable life. An hour or so later, Qin Feng returned to Fluorescent Flame Town with a full load. He contacted the officially arranged contact person, and sold the silver and gold level equipment skill books, which were in his backpack, to the other party. Looked at the inventory. Tradable life, 105 years. That's close to 40,000 days of tradable life. You can extract quite a bit, but there's no rush. Qin Feng checked his entire body's equipment. His entire body was now covered in at least gold-level equipment. Weapons, platinum-grade ghost ship twin blades. Clothing, gold-grade ghostfire leather armor. Wrist guard, gold-level gloves of thick red leather. A necklace, believer's pendant, gold. And 2 rings, Ring of the Damned, gold, and Ring of Lightness, platinum. After these 4 silver bosses were fought, Qin Feng replaced the original bronze leg guards and inferior shoes on his body as well. Instantaneous leather gaiters, gold assassin's defense. Physical defense plus 15. Full elemental resistance plus 12. Cooldown speed plus 35%. Requirements, level 8. Boots of stealth, gold assassin's defense. Stealth time plus 20%. Movement speed while stealthy plus 30%. Stealth breaking attack plus 35. Requirements, level 9. With these 2 pieces of equipment swapped out, Qin Feng's stealth ability was even stronger. The cooldown rate has also been increased from 55% to 75%. The original 12-second cooldown of Instant Shadow Slash now takes only 6.8 seconds, further skyrocketing the output ability. Now the experience value is 28,000. Wait until you have 50,000 experience for your first career advancement. Before traveling to the continent, you must advance your profession once to get your stealth level to level 3. Qin Feng planned in his mind. There are no platinum bosses in the initial town. However, after traveling to the continent, Qin Feng would definitely go for the platinum level boss first kill. As for platinum level bosses, all of them had at least a level 2 anti-crypt level. So if he didn't raise his stealth level by 1 level, Qin Feng would have some trouble dealing with platinum level bosses. After all, platinum bosses, designed to give team rating bosses, it was unusual to have 30 or 40 people before you would even consider taking on a being. Just then, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, he was greeted by a thieving youth who ran over. You're the Shadow? I have an assassination order here. Will you take it? Don't worry, you won't be paid less. The youth lowered his voice and said furtively. Qin Feng glanced at him and turned around. As a result, the triangular-eyed youth was a bit anxious. Wait, don't go. Just kill an ordinary person called Qin Feng. I will give you the address. You even killed Song Fei. This matter is easy for you. The moment these words came out, Qin Feng stopped in his tracks. Kill Qin Feng? Nice guy. Qin Feng glanced at the other party and asked, this person messed with you and you paid so much money to kill him? The triangular-eyed youth looked around and said quietly, don't worry about that. The payoff won't be small anyway. As long as it's accomplished, you'll be given 3,000 days of life. 3,000 days. Now the price is almost equal to $50 million. The other side is still bidding pretty high. Obviously, it wasn't because Qin Feng was hard to kill, but because of Shadow's global #1 status. Interesting. Who tried to kill me? Or hire the Shadow to kill me? Qin Feng kind of wanted to laugh. But in this situation now, it was obvious that someone was trying to harm him. The triangular-eyed youth in front of him, Qin Feng could be sure that he had never seen before. So this person should just be an errand boy. The one who really wanted to kill Qin Feng was someone else. At this time of the year, there aren't many people who have a problem with me and can still offer such a high price. If it's the identity of the Shadow, then there are quite a few people who have been offended. But Qin Feng, this real-life identity, shouldn't have been targeted so early. So, it's a grudge that predates the arrival of the godforsaken game. It's Chansey? Qin Feng quickly thought of her, the daughter of the chairman of the Qian group, the woman who goes crazy in parties with foreigners every day. As Qin Feng thought about it, this was the only woman who had the motive and the financial resources to hire someone to kill her. Good lord, you got to me before I got to you? Qin Feng felt outrageous. He knew exactly what the woman was thinking. This order was purely to get acquainted with Dark Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, it was a matter of passing. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill him, even before the godforsaken game descended. With Qian Shirshi's ability, it wasn't like he didn't have the means to do it. There was no need to wait until now, and spend as much as $50 million. After thinking about all this, Qin Feng looked at the triangular-eyed youth and said, "Alright, I'll take this order and pay half of the deposit first. Also, I'll decide when I'm going to do it." The triangular-eyed youth was pleasantly surprised at his words. "You've agreed? But half of the deposit. I have to ask for instructions from above." Soon after, the triangular-eyed youth initiated a trade invitation. Sure enough, put on a 1,500-day lifespan. To Qin Feng, this amount of lifespan was nothing, but it was a waste not to want it. Soon, the deal was done. Qin Feng revealed a playful smile, secretly thinking, the deposit is collected first, but the one I want to kill is not Qin Feng, but you, Qian Shirshir. Despicable? Shameless? Qin Feng didn't even care about that. For him, he only had to do two things. First, get stronger. Second, let all your enemies go to hell. Chapter 54 Plague Surrounders. Ice Showdown. After receiving 1,500 days of lifespan, the triangular-eyed youth then sent over Qin Feng's residential address. Landscape impressions. Is really where I live. Qin Feng turned away without moving. Qian Shirshir would have been his next target. Now it looks like it's time to take out this woman a little early. After all, in reality, the only one who would be a threat to Qin Feng is this woman. Immediately after that, he continued to set up his stall and acquire the boss coordinates. The time now, around 6 o'clock in the evening. Players in many places have reached level 9 and are one step away from level 10. When the number of level 10 players in the Zhanghai city area reached 7, Qin Feng would be the first to leave the initial town and head to the mainland. Compared to the daytime, the atmosphere within the town was now noticeably different. Since the town of Luminescence is a relatively early town, the local players' levels are relatively high, and many regular small groups have been formed. A female player wearing silver armor, with a pair of long legs, took 3 steps and arrived in front of Qin Feng. "Big brother, I've got a golden boss coordinates here. Do you take it?" The female player has a pretty good voice, a little burnt to be exact. Qin Feng looked up and saw a good-looking female player whose profession should be of the warrior lineage. She was tall and had a pretty good face, a typical melon face, especially those eyes that looked like they could discharge electricity. Of course, it was her moniker, Yukiko of Milk White, that caught the most attention. Let's just say, it's a talent. Qin Feng did not move and said, 100 days, see the boss payment. The female player pointed to the north direction of the town. Good, come with me then, I'll take you there. It's a bit of a long way. Qin Feng got up. First, what's the name of the boss? The other man thought for a moment and said, call it something like Plague Surrounders. Will that do? Qin Feng nodded. Okay, the Plague Wraith, indeed, is a gold-level boss, and it's harder to fight. It was especially a bit more difficult for a lone wolf like Qin Feng, because this boss possesses a highly poisonous aura that continuously loses life points per second whenever you stay within a certain range of it. Qin Feng had no recovery ability for the time being if he swiped alone. To deal with this boss, you must take it out as fast as possible. Of course, Qin Feng had this confidence as all. Hearing Qin Feng say yes, the long-legged girl asked with a bit of hesitation, can you do it alone? Should I bring a nurse? That boss has ranged toxin damage. Qin Feng shook his head. No need, just lead the way. If he wanted to bring a nurse, Qin Feng could just call Gu Yixue over directly. The White Bird Magus healing assistance ability was definitely far beyond that of an unusual priest. But, if the damage is high enough to spike the boss, what priest do you need? With the damage of the Plague Surrounder, it wasn't enough to pose too much of a threat to Qin Feng, as long as he didn't eat its single skill. Soon, Milky Yuko was leading the way. Qin Feng followed behind. I have to say, this woman's walk is very flavorful. One word, enchanting. Along the river outside the town and keep walking. The duo soon came to the entrance of a cave. Milky White Yuko pointed inside the cave. The boss is in the cave. The small monsters are all cleared by my team, but the boss cannot be beaten. I'll take you in. She continued to walk ahead. In the middle of the cave, there were some stones that emitted a faint source of light, set into the stone walls, so that one could barely see their way through the cave. Soon, it came to a wide cavern the size of a soccer field. Qin Feng saw that there was a grayish-brown dry tree trunk that appeared in the middle of the cave. The dry tree trunk, which was surrounded by a grayish-brown gas for 50 meters, would take 1% of life value per second of toxin damage once it got close. If memory serves, this toxin damage can be dodged. Then Ghostly Blur's 75% evasion would be useful. Qin Feng slightly recalled the skills of this boss. He traded with the Milky White Yukiko, gave her 100 days to live, and then was going to strike. But just then, Milky Yuko called out to him with some hesitation. Hey, big brother, there is a thing. Remind you, Actually this is a trap. As long as you open the fight, soon there will be someone to kill you. I remember they are with a level 2 anti-hiding prop. Shin Feng had already hidden his figure. Hearing this, his voice came out from within the cave in front of him. It doesn't matter, Milk-White Yuko said helplessly. This is not the key. The key is, in the plan, I will stop those people, and then take the opportunity to get acquainted with Big Brother. Finally find a chance to probe into your reality. Shin Feng was a bit speechless. What kind of bull **** plan is this? Milky Yuko, Big Brother, I'm showing you my cards. Don't hold it against me. Find the guy behind me and go. It looked like Shin Feng still had some deterrent power by taking out Song Fei. At least this woman would not dare to provoke Shin Feng, but instead with Shin Feng honestly explained the situation. Shin Feng returned over, appeared next to her and asked her, "Who's behind you?" This female warrior was holding a long knife in her hand, and had a somewhat tangled look, but finally made up her mind. It's Dongfang Xian, godforsaken game ID Idol Cloud, said to have been killed by Big Brother you once. Big Brother, if you can kill Song Fei, surely you can kill him too? You can't sell me out if I show you my cards like this. You'd better finish off Dongfang Xian, or I'll be miserable. Dong Yan, Idol Cloud? Shin Feng remembered, slightly impressed. Wasn't this the one, the leader of the group of players who wanted to rob his golden ghost ship boss? Turning around and giving him a chiseling strike skill book, pretending to seek forgiveness, only to engage in this kind of petty maneuvering behind his back? In my last life, I don't think I've heard of this guy. Either they didn't develop or they were taken out early. Think about it. It's weird to go around grabbing monsters and messing with people in the early stages of this game and not get killed. Another name was added to Qin Feng's death list. He said to the Milky White Yuko, then you'll trick their people into coming. Qin Feng hasn't killed anyone within the game for quite some time. The Blossom Curse didn't even work. It would be best if more people came, and Qin Feng would be able to harvest some more lifespan. Okay, Big Brother. The Milky Yuko nodded quickly in agreement. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng killed that level 10 gold boss, the Plague Surrounder. Due to the need to quickly resolve the battle, Qin Feng directly turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance. Catch instant Shadow Chop. Countless saber lights erupted and bloomed on that dry tree trunk in an instant. Minus 2118. Minus 2118. Minus 6345. Weakness attack. In the center of the Plague Surrounder's trunk, there is a creepy smiley face with 2 eye marks on it, both of which are weaknesses. Due to the weakness amplification effect of Graceful Deliverance, a third of the times this instant shadow/hit a weakness, and the active effect of Legendary Enchantment Deliverance is Cutthroat, deals an additional 150% damage per second for 3 seconds, equivalent to a total of 450% extra damage. Shin Feng Boon Relief plus instant Shadow Chop. 3 seconds later, that boss blood bar has been left only 1/3, a skill hit more than 80,000 total damage. The female warrior who saw this scene, Milky Yuko, instantly contracted her pupils. What the hell? A skill that knocks out 2/3 of the blood of a gold level boss? Is this still human? Chapter 55, This Man, so scary. The sister could hardly believe her eyes at the sight of the blow up. A gold level boss. It is said that when this boss was found, on the side of Dongfang Xian, he got 3 teams, 18 people to come over. As a result, just half a minute into the fight, the group was destroyed. Tanks can't resist it. Nannies can't milk it. That boss's sustained toxin damage is too high. Most importantly, the 3 squads of 18 people, together, surrounded the boss, until the final reunion, only to knock out less than 5% of the boss's blood. And now, as soon as Shadow strikes, the boss blood level plummets by 2/3? Is this the same game we're playing? Milk-White Yuko's expletives came out, looking at that boss's blood bar with wide, beautiful eyes. But here's what she doesn't know. After Qin Feng finished releasing a skill, in just 3 seconds, he had already retreated back from the boss, moving away to 50 meters away from the boss. The active effect of Graceful Deliverance now has a cooldown of 25 seconds, with a 75% cooldown speed bonus. The final cooldown is 14.3 seconds. In other words, waiting another 14.3 seconds, Qin Feng would be able to finish off that boss. However, Qin Feng was in no hurry. He stealthily hid to the side, waiting for Dongfang Xian's men to come over and send their lives. As for the boss, which was itself just a tree trunk, with Qin Feng stealthy and unable to find his target, the boss had been spewing poison in place. Various green and gray poisonous mists emerged from the trunks of the trees and spread towards the surroundings. There were also some venomous eruptions that spilled around in puddles. These injuries, even if Qin Feng ate them now, would either kill or injure him, not to mention the other players. If you really wanted to strongly kill the Plague Surrounders, you had to have at least a full set of silver equipment for the squad. and the nurse's skills had to be relatively high, or else it would be impossible to fight it head-on. And now those players, not to mention silver equipment, they haven't even seen a few pieces of bronze equipment yet. More than that, there are most players that don't have all the normal equipment. With this, you still want to come and fight a gold-level boss? Soon, outside the cave passage, there was a series of messy footsteps. It should be the other side that's ready to come. Get them all ready. Enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who gets in the way, kill without pardon. There was a man at the head of the group with a somewhat familiar voice. Chinfeng stealthily stepped aside and looked through the dim light inside the cave and was happy. I can't believe it's Iron Man. This guy is still hanging out with Dongfang Xian? Looks like it's still not convinced after being killed by me a couple times. Their plan, though, was to have Yukiko of Milk White help me stop the group and get close to me while they could. Chinfeng was still a bit perplexed. This Milk White Yukiko is that strong in battle? Tainan brought in more than a dozen people. Could she really stop them? Soon Chinfeng knew, only to see the woman reach out and pull out a large shield, stopping in front of Iron Man and the others. Holy, a gold-level shield? This defense. No wonder. Chinfeng was all a bit shocked. At this stage, it was impossible for this woman to kill a gold-level boss. Most likely she had encountered the ancient god's blessing in the wild and opened a gold-level treasure chest. When Tetsuo rushed over with his men, he saw the milky white Yuko blocking the way. Attacks were launched towards her, all of which were blocked by her gold-ranked shield. Each time it only knocks off up to 5 life points from her, and most attacks don't even break defense. As for her, she was now level 7, and as a warrior with a blood count of over 2000, it would take at least a minute or two for Iron Man and the others to kill her. Mainly this passage is so narrow that not that many people can attack her at the same time. Chinfeng didn't bother thinking about it. When Tetsuo and the others appeared, they appeared directly behind the milky white Yuko. A shot of instant shadow chop and stealth. Now Chinfeng's instantaneous shadow chop cooldown was only 6 seconds or so, and by the time Iron Man and the others came over, it had long since cooled down. Immediately afterward, one could see countless sword lights flashing in the passageway. More than 10 people from the other side, who happened to be squeezed in this passage, were taken in by Chinfeng with a single skill. As usual, minus 2412, minus 6597, weakness attack, minus 1978. Chinfeng turned around and only saw a screen full of damage numbers. The vast majority of people, however, just jumped a damage number and died. There was only one Iron Man, with relatively high blood and defense, who ate an instantaneous shadow chop's chopping strike surprisingly didn't die. Except that Chinfeng had a total of 9 chopping strikes with this skill. Just for a moment, Iron Man and a dozen others regrouped. The Blossom Curse. At this stage, Chinfeng was completely invincible in in-game PvP. After dealing with it, he raised his hand to release the Blossom Curse on Iron Man and the others. Scarlet flowers, one by one, blossomed from the corpses in the field and began to suck their tradable lifespans. Big brother, add a friend. Turn around and I'll explain it to Dongfang Xian. Milk-white Yuko put away her shield and gasped, pleading. She got a creepy feeling looking at the scarlet flowers all over the place. The unseen figure of the man in front of me was terrifying. At this point, she's a little glad. If she really listened to Dongfang Xian and approached Shadow in an attempt to probe his reality information, it was likely that her end would be miserable. In fact, she was all set to listen to Dongfang Xian, but she saw the tragedy of Song Fei's murder. All of a sudden, he wimped out. God-forsaken game. If it only gave longevity, then she wasn't too worried about it. But now it's all being rumored that the abilities of the godforsaken game are likely to be used in reality. Facing a world's #1 assassin who comes and goes without a trace, who could be afraid? Okay, Chinfeng agreed to the friend request. I'll ask you later where Dongfang Xian is in reality. Just tell me in private chat. The milky Yuko sighed in relief. Okay, I'll be waiting. Big brother can call me if he needs service too. It's free. Chinfeng almost didn't strain himself when he heard this. Is this woman a koan? No wonder it burns so much. But then again, this kind of woman, for some geeks, is indeed more lethal, stormy and deadly. Graceful deliverance, instant shadow chop. Chinfeng returned to the boss room, bypassing the several puddles of green venom sprayed out by the plague surrounder and unleashing his continuous technique. This boss would have had a third of its blood left. Chinfeng had been in a stealthy state, so it had been spraying poison in place, and the surrounding area of 50 meters was full of poisonous mist and venom. Luckily, Chinfeng's output was of the explosive type. 2 instantaneous shadow slashes before and after directly decapitated him. You have killed Plague Surrounder, LV 10 gold level. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of life, tradable. The piece of grayish-brown tree root fell to the ground, bursting into a pile of loot. What a pauper. Chinfeng couldn't help but spit. Of course, he wasn't talking about this boss. but Iron Man's dozen or so people, this gold level boss, have not even used the Hand of Greed yet, have given 555 days of tradable lifespan. As for Iron Man and those people, Shinfoam all used the Blossom Curse to drain their lifespans, adding up to just over 300 days. As far as non-tradable lifespans go, this group should be running out soon too, right? It's all like this. Don't brush the monsters peacefully, and still run out to cause trouble. Convinced. For this group of people, Shinfoam naturally did not have half a bit of pity. After dispatching the milk-white Yuko, he then returned to the boss corpse and unleashed greedy hands. The drop of a gold-level boss was still something Shinfoam was looking forward to, because it's almost bound to drop platinum-level stuff. When a bunch of loot was touched out around the boss, Shinfoam picked it up and was instantly enlightened. It's been quite a while since I've seen an assassin skill book. This is finally another book. Chapter 56, Shadow Profession Advancement. The Continental Passageway opened. Shinfoam checked the skill book in his hand. Hour of Darkness, Platinum Level Assassin Skill. Explode darkness with the blade in your hand, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60, 34. 3 seconds. Required level, 10. Range, 20 meters. Base duration, 10 seconds. The higher the mental attributes of the target, the shorter the duration. Simply put, it's a blinding skill. Doesn't that just go with my professional traits? As long as it blinds the enemy, even if I am not in a stealthy state, it can trigger double damage just the same. Of course, this blindness state can be dispelled. If it's PvP, you have to watch out if the opponent has a group dispel skill nurse, or a support profession like a paladin or a priest. It's still better if you use it to fight bosses, even if the boss spirit attribute would be higher. Against a boss of the same level, it still wouldn't be a problem to last 3 or 5 seconds. There is only one thing to note. Bosses are resistant to the same negative effects, and if the first blinding lasts 5 seconds, the second will likely only last 3, and the third will be even shorter. Study. Shinfoam will learn the Darkest Hour skill. On top of that, he had also fished out a higher grade Platinum Assassin's weapon from the corpse of the Plague Surrounder. Plague Blade, Platinum Assassin's weapon. Attack power plus 216. Agility plus 42. Weakness attack multiplier plus 0. 3. Requirements, level 10. Unique effect, any of your attacks will have a toxin attached to them, which explodes after 3 seconds, dealing 50% of that attack's damage. The effect of this unique effect is equivalent to increasing any damage by 50%. It only takes 3 seconds to settle. In comparison, Shinfeng's previous Ghost Ship Twin Blades, the only special effect is that it deals 2 damage per general attack. At the moment I'm not playing a pooch stream. Straight for the Plague Blade, Shinfoam changed his weapon. As for the Platinum Grade Ghost Ship Twin Blades, they were already artifact-level weapons for other assassins. At this stage, having a platinum-level weapon would at least double, if not triple, the output of other assassins. Selling for 3,000 days won't be a problem. Shinfoam looked at the remaining loot. There was no more that the assassin could use, so he put it all away. Followed closely by evolution points. The previous 4 silver-ranked bosses, along with this gold-ranked Plague Surrounder, as well as sometimes killing some small monsters along the way, had allowed Shinfeng's evolution points to accumulate to 98 points. Damage is sufficient for now, and there's no rush for Darkest Hour to evolve. You can save up for now and continue to evolve the epic level Greedy Hands to legendary level. Shinfoam checked the list of skills. Latent Shadow, Platinum 13 points are required for evolution. Backstroke Enhancement, Emerald 21 points are required to evolve. Greedy Hands, Epic 210 points are required to evolve. Manticore Dart, Emerald 13 points are required for evolution. Instant Shadow Slash, Epic 210 points are required to evolve. Ghostly Blur, Epic 80 points required for evolution. Graceful Deliverance, Legendary 200 points are required to evolve. Shield of Black Light, Epic 50 points are required to evolve. There are also 3 skills that have not evolved. Blossom Curse, Chisel Strike, and Darkest Hour. Keep brushing. The number of bosses in each initial town is more limited. Shinfoam didn't continue collecting boss coordinates anymore. The boss in the town of Luminescence had been killed pretty much, and it would be a long time before it was refreshed. Short of 10,000 plus experience. Just brush the small monsters. Shinfoam changed into the Plague Blade with a higher agility attribute and faster speed, and arrived at the coastline in 10 minutes or so. Keep brushing level 10 demons. Each little monster had 100 points of experience. Counting up, killing 100 or so of them would gather 50,000 experience. Enough for his first career advancement. Unfortunately, the demons of this godforsaken game are not infinitely and quickly refreshed like an unusual online game. Otherwise, it's a minute upgrade. It's difficult to find the magic on the map. For example, the lobster form of the Crimson Cloaked one is hard to spot with the naked eye alone, and is basically stuck in the sand. That is, Shinfoam was alone. In the eyes of these demons, they all belonged to be good bullies. Just by passing through the neighborhood, a demonic creature would sneak closer. Since they were close, they naturally couldn't leave and were directly killed by Chin Feng with a single slash. And so it went until 8:30 p.m. Chin Feng had finally gathered 50,000 experience. It takes 100,000 experience to get to level 11, so there's no rush yet. In contrast, this 50,000 experience, used for the first career advancement, the increase in strength was even more obvious. Your shadow profession has advanced. Current, 0 order first order. Occupational attribute bonus, strength 39, physique 39, agility 824, spirit 515. Profession passive 1, stealth duration doubled. Added, ability to use stealth skills while in stealth state. Occupational passive 2, +1/+2 stealth level. Occupational passive 3, if you are not in the enemy's field of vision when launching an attack, the damage of that attack is doubled, 2x damage 3x damage. Relying on upgrading and improving equipment and skills alone won't get you far in the godforsaken game, because it's hard to level up, and there are more caps on equipment and skills. By the time you get to level 10, career advancement is also a very crucial part of power-up. Originally, Chin Feng's shadow profession attribute bonuses were strength 3, physique 3, agility 8 and spirit 5. When his profession advanced to the first rank, the bonus in terms of attributes increased to 3 times the original, and more critically, the 3 career passive boosts. Finally, seamless stealth. Chin Feng was a bit surprised when he saw the added effect of the first career passive. Originally, all stealth skills could not be used while the stealth lasted. In other words, even if the duration of stealth is greater than the cooldown time, you must end your stealth before you can continue to release your stealth skill. But now, Chin Feng could unleash his stealth skill while he was in a stealthy state. In other words, he was now permanently invisible as long as he did not launch an attack. As the only hidden profession, the Shadow's early stage may seem rather average, but its later stage ability is definitely not weak. Chin Feng was still quite optimistic about the prospects of this career. This profession advanced once, and it did add 1 stealth level. Not only that, the damage of launching an attack outside of the field of view was also increased from twice the original damage to 3 times. It's doing more damage. Just in time to head to the continent and find a platinum level boss to first kill. Chin Feng looked at the time. At 8:30 p.m., at this point in time, there were already quite a few players who had risen to level 10. However, what surprised Chin Feng was that the ones who had risen to level 10 first in addition to him were not the North American players that he remembered from his last life. Rather, players in Jianghai City, and its several tens at a time. These level 10 players, of course, were all familiar faces. Not bad. It looks like I sold so many equipment and skill books to my own benefit. The faster the players in Jianghai City upgrade, the sooner I can head to the mainland. Chin Feng smiled. Just as his career advancement was completed, a prompt came from the system. The number of level 10 players in the Jianghai City region reached 7, and the passageway to the Divine Forsaken Continent finally opened. Any player who reaches level 10 can return to the town and teleport one way to the Divine Forsaken Continent. Chapter 57 Arrival on the Mainland. The ruins of Jianghai City. It was on Chin Feng's way back to the town. The entire world has changed drastically in this short period of time. Within Jianghai City, counting Chin Feng, there were just 7 players who had risen to level 10. It looked like Chin Feng was level 10 like them, but had 50,000 more experience than them to use for career advancement. That's 50,000 experience that many players wouldn't necessarily be able to brush up on in a day or two. Therefore, Chin Feng's development was actually several times that of other players. At the same time, in every other region of the globe, there were also players who had risen to level 10. North America, downtown Los Angeles Chicken. A former shooter game pro was the first to reach level 10 and made a shocking announcement. Equipment, skills, and leveling in godforsaken games. Surprisingly, all of them can consume tradable lifespans and extract them to reality. And immediately after, a blonde female singer from the country of Xi'an also rose to level 10, announcing the same news. In addition to this, there are Tianju, Cherry Blossom Country, Great Cold Country, Kangaroo Country, Woolly Bear Country. The same news is spreading all over the globe. It instantly ignited the world. Fark Squid, godforsaken game's ability to extract to reality? There's still this good thing? When I'm level 10, I'll immediately start $0 purchase right away. In that case, that little star named Song Fei from Dasha before was indeed killed by Shadow. That's right, Shadow was the first to level up to 10 and must have extracted the stealth skill. That's horrible. So if he wants to kill someone, he's not just going to do it? Quickly extract the anti-crypt skill. Without the anti-concealment ability, this world is going to become an assassin's world. How can everyone be anti-cloaking? You have to be in a group to do it. Wait, so why did Shadow want to kill Song Fei? It's rumored that it's because of the conflict that arose from robbing a boss in the game. For a time, billions of people around the globe were thrown into a state of panic. Officials in various countries have initiated a number of urgent actions. The most important thing, of course, is still to let the official police and military all enter the godforsaken game to level up as fast as possible. With a large number of pre-acquisition of tradable life, the official countries now still have a certain degree of control. A short period of time is not out of control. In this moment of global panic, on the Daxia side, a message came out. Dajiang Industry, Jianghai City, has been hit by the law on suspicion of illegal detention, casino operation and organ trading. Meanwhile, there's Seinfeld, who repeatedly had sex with underage female fans and even abetted them to suck up. And the reason why the shadow to kill Song Fei and Zhongli is subject to the official commission cloud. On his way back to the town, Xinfeng looked for the milky white Yuko to chat a little and was a bit speechless when he learned about this matter. Officials are really good at whitewashing me. Is it to make it easier to work with me in the future? Xinfeng observed a moment of silence for Song Fei and Zhongli, but then again, the official charges placed on Song Fei and Dajiang Industry may not be something they haven't done, and it's likely that they've actually done these things, only they haven't blown up before. In short, both are a thing of the past. Whether it was Song Fei or the rather powerful Dajiang Industry in the previous life, all of them turned into history when this life just opened. The official even took the initiative to come forward and whitewash Xinfeng. Dongfang Xian is now level 7, and he's still not going to go offline? Okay, you'll contact me when he's offline and give me his location in the meantime. Xinfeng finished talking to the milky white Yuko and closed the private chat window. He stayed invisible and returned to the town, making his way to the teleportation room underneath the plaza. Now he's stealthier and silkier. You don't have to find any position like before. Just wait for the cooldown of the sneak shadow skill to end and use it directly, refreshing the duration of stealth and easily realizing permanent stealth. When he arrived at the teleportation room, he saw quite a few players coming and going, but didn't see any other level 10 players. In Jianghai City, there were currently 7 people who had risen to level 10. Gray Rose, Gui Xue, Lin Liu, and Wang Meng's team's Sharp Eyes Archer and Cardmaster. As for Wang Meng and Yu, the 2 officials, on the contrary, were delayed because there were more things to do, but it was thought that it wouldn't take long to rise to level 10. They'll all have to rush back from the practice site once they hit level 10. Definitely slower than me. Xinfeng had no intention of waiting for these people. Instead, he came directly to the teleportation array and chose to travel to the divine Forsaken continent. Quite a few things on me haven't been sold yet, but that's okay. Once you get to the mainland, it's a lot easier to find shelters and store your stuff in them. Now inside this teleportation room, a special teleportation array appeared. In addition to teleportation arrays between towns, there is also one that only level 10 players can use, the Continental Teleportation Array. Many players were queuing up on the town's teleportation array. The Continental Teleportation Array, on the other hand, was naturally unattended. Xinfeng stepped forward and directly launched himself. Whether or not to travel to the Spirit-Forsaken continent? Yes/no. Xinfeng chose yes, as a burst of white light lit up and surrounded him. The glow of that teleportation array activating directly attracted the attention of everyone around him. ********. The Continental Teleportation Array is activated. I don't see anyone. Ha, who teleported? Nonsense. Of course it's the big shadow guy. That's not right. I have a level 2 anti-crypt level now. How come I can't see him? Dumbass. That means the big guy's stealth level is over too. In the eyes of a group of players who were envious and jealous, the Continental Teleportation Array activated, teleporting the stealthy Xinfeng directly away. You know, the vast majority of players nowadays are, basically, level 3 to 5. A few players can level 6 to 8. As for those who could rise to level 10, there were only 100 or so worldwide. In the eyes of the general public, not to mention level 10, even if it was level 6 or 7, it was considered a big brother, divine Forsaken continent. It was a broken world of boundless vastness. In the middle of the ruins of a city in the east, a white teleportation light flashed, and a shadowless and invisible being arrived. It was the ruins of a city hundreds of kilometers in circumference. Sure enough, it's just like the last one. It's the ruins of the city of Jianghai that I'm familiar with. Xinfeng maintained his stealthy state and appeared in the center of the ruins of this city. He looked around and saw the familiar scene with some emotion. Full of crumbling building debris, wandering magical creatures can be seen vaguely among the ruins. And in the center of the ruins is a huge statue more than 10 meters tall. An eyeless stone man. It was in fact an epic boss. Only that the activation conditions had not been met at the moment. Players from each city, coming to the divine Forsaken continent, will appear in the ruins of their respective cities. And the geographic locations of these city ruins are also highly consistent with the locations of real cities. For what exactly is the place where the gods abandoned the land? There have been too many speculations by too many people in the 9 years of the last life, but no claims can be confirmed. Ruins of Zhanghai City. This is the place that housed millions of players for the next 9 years and was used as a base by millions of Zhanghai City players. Godforsaken game. No warehouses, rarely even see NPCs. To store items and develop a guild, you need a base, or shelter. The ruins of Zhanghai City, the best shelter. It's the sanctuary of my chopper guild. Qin Feng did not stay put and quickly ran over towards the northwest direction of the city ruins. In this life, he intended to monopolize the sanctuary that had the best location and the most space. Just shortly after he left, several more white glows lit up next to the statue of the eyeless stone man in the center of the city's ruins. Gui Xue, Lin Liu, and the others, teleported over together. Wow, this ruin is huge. It was rumored that Brother Shadow had teleported over a few minutes ago. I wonder where he went. Watch out. Yuki, there's a monster next to you. Chapter 58 knew he was fierce, but didn't expect it to be so exaggerated, due to the fact that it was unclear what was going on in the Divine Forsaken Continent. Gui Xue, Lin Liu, Wang Mang, and the others, were all about to teleport over together. Fruity, their party of 6. Just after teleporting to the center of the ruins, 2 stone statue-like fiends appeared behind them, pouncing towards them. Earthshaker, LV-11, Grade, General. Although it was 2 small monsters, Wang Mang and the others did not dare to be careless at all. Raise your shields. Dressed in gold-level armor and holding a silver-level shield, Wang Mang stopped in front of those 2 Earthshakers on the spot. The others were lined up behind him. The white owl on Gui Xue's shoulder flew out on the spot, releasing a white light that landed on Wang Mang, adding a layer of defense boost to him. Boom! Boom! The 2 humanoid stone statues Earthshakers came roaring in, and as they approached Wang Mang, they directly stomped on the ground, surprisingly directly knocking Wang Mang away. At the same time 2 heavy punches landed on Wang Mang's body with a bang. -512, -498. 2 astonishing damage numbers emerged from Wang Mang's body. It made Gu Ishue's eyebrows knit slightly. She slightly raised her hand, and the gold-level staff in her hand released a ray of light and began to heal Wang Mang. At the same time, a fire-ranged skill with an additional attack of 150 points came out of Lin Liu's hand, and a fireball descended from the sky, hitting both Earthshakers at the same time. -428, -428. This damage of Lin Li Fish was considered top tier within the current players. After all, a small portion of the equipment on her body was gold or even platinum level equipment from Qin Feng. However, to compare with Qin Feng, it was still more than a notch behind. 1 skill went down, only hitting the little monster with about a tenth of its blood. This monster eats controls. I'll control them, the card maker uncle in the team said in a deep voice. Xiao Gu, have your owl fly into the sky and check the surrounding terrain to make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Gui Xue nodded, and the Snow White Owl quickly took flight. A minute or so later, they had some difficulty taking out 2 of the gargoyles. The probing from Gui Xue caused them all to blush a bit. So, there's no safe zone at all in this place? Monsters everywhere? And, the fight we just had has attracted the attention of some monsters? For a moment, Wang Mang and the others all realized, godforsaken game, not at all like an unusual online game. Is this a ING survival game? Compared to Wang Mang and the others, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. Reaching a stealth level of 3 allowed him to easily navigate inside the monsters. None of the monsters within the ruins of Zhanghai City are too strong yet. Anti-cloaking level 2 at most. Wait until we first get a foothold within the ruins and find a good shelter. Then explore within the ruins and find some bosses to take out. Of course, Qin Feng didn't waste the skill CD. When he passed by some monsters, he directly fired an instant shadow slash. Even without the active effect of graceful deliverance, the total damage of instantaneous shadow slashes 9 slashes could reach as much as 20,000 to 30,000. Against these little monsters, it's a complete spike. There are no other players in the entire ruin right now. There are monsters all over the place. It was total heaven for Qin Feng. He made his way towards the target location, killing normal monsters in seconds along the way, his greedy hand barely stopping. By the time he arrived at the target location more than 20 kilometers away, the number of evolution points on his body had grown from 98 to 115. Moreover, he had also picked up a higher-leveled copy of the Sneak Shadow skill. Skills with the same name have a fixed grade. For example, Subterranean Shadow, a skill that is of fixed inferior quality. But there are different levels of the same skill. For example, what Qin Feng had obtained now was the level 10 Sneaky Shadow. Learning this skill book will override my original level 1 Latent Shadow. But correspondingly, to get the real-life Subterranean Shadow up to level 10 as well, you need to make up more tradable lifespans. With a bit of an experimental nature, Qin Feng studied this skill book. You have learned Sneaky Shadow, level 10. Your Subterranean Shadow, level 1, is overwritten. Subterranean Shadow, Platinum. Requires level 110 to enter a state of invisibility that lasts 2436 seconds. Break stealth attack 150300. Cooldown 22:12:6 seconds. The cooldown hasn't been reduced, but the duration of stealth and the stealth breaking attack have been increased substantially. Luckily, even though it's an inferior skill book, I've long since evolved my Subterranean Shadow to Platinum level, so after overriding it, the skill will still be Platinum level. Shinfeng looked at his attribute panel again. There are now 110 years of life expectancy, or 40,000 days out. Let's extract the ability all at once when we go to deal with Dongfang Xian. Shinfeng closed the attribute panel. He hid his form and looked at the ruins of a settlement that appeared before him. No one knew that underneath these ruins, there was an underground palace that covered more than 1,200 acres. This underground palace, which was about as big as the Zhanghai Normal University in reality, had thousands of rooms for rest alone, and even more dozens of hall areas. If we could capture this underground palace, no matter how much equipment or wealth, we could fit it in. In the godforsaken game, there exist many such ready-made shelters. The official name is the Hideout. Of course, players can find a way to build their own. Just need to use the materials will be particularly more. Want to build a shelter of thousands of acres? It is more difficult than heaven. However, the bigger the hideout you want to occupy, the stronger the guardian you need to defeat. Remember in my last life, after I set up the Zenith Guild, it was only after gathering 3 squads of 18 people and leveling up to level 15 that I came to take down this palace. Without hesitation, Shinfeng directly found a staircase in this ruin and walked down the stairs. The target, a level 15 platinum boss. There are also quite a few small monsters, and even mini-bosses, ranging from level 12 to 15 on the way. The underground palace that was meant for a powerful team. Shinfeng planned to explore it alone. When Shinfeng walked along the stairs, turning downward for 15 meters, the surroundings were already nothing but pitch black. Suddenly, a stone door opened ahead. This stone door opens when the hideout is unoccupied and anyone comes through. But when a player occupies it, the only way for others to open this stone door is to violently destroy it. Summon, devotee. Shinfeng was at the stone entrance and used a gold-level believer pendant to summon a silver-level believer. Guard the door. The duration of this silver-level devotee, as a summon, is unlimited. As long as you don't get killed, you're always there. It's perfect for watching the door. Then, Shinfeng stealthily entered the stone door and heard a system alert. You have arrived at the Land of the Pure Soul, Hideout. Defeat the area guardian and you will take possession of this area. What met Shinfeng's eyes was a spacious hall of a temple. Inside the hall, there were more than a dozen level 12 normal monsters roaming around. Spirit of Surge, Spirit of Overload, Spirit of Incineration. These are bodies of consciousness that are brought together by elemental energies. Darkest Hour. Shinfeng directly released his skill. The plague blade in his hand released a black flash, causing all the surrounding small monsters to fall into a blind state. First, an instant shadow slash took care of 7 or 8 of them in a straight line. Then, taking advantage of the fact that these little monsters were all blind and throwing elemental attacks everywhere, Shinfeng accurately avoided the attacks and waved the plague blade in his hand, unleashing normal attacks on these little monsters. With the 3 additions of Profession, Weakness and Backstrike, even with a normal attack, Shinfeng was able to slash a weakness for nearly 3,000 damage, killing these level 12 monsters in seconds. If it were any other player, even for an elite player squad like Wang Meng, encountering so many elemental mini-monsters in an enclosed space would be dangerous to the extreme. But Shinfeng, in an instant, a total of 15 elemental minions were perfectly resolved. Trophies, lifespan orbs of light, exploded all over the hall. According to the number of monsters in this hideout, after clearing out the demons in this place, I should have enough evolution points to evolve the greedy hand one more time. Shinfeng was quite excited about this. Skills go from epic to legendary, but there is a qualitative change. I wonder, what other effects can this greedy hand evolve to when it reaches legendary level? Just as Shinfeng was preparing to kill his way through this underground palace, outside, Wang Mang and the others were already within the ruins of the city, being whisked away by the demons all over the place. Go, this way. There don't seem to be that many monsters over here. Let's hide and not make any noise. Wait, so many demonic corpses in this yard? With Gu Ishu as White Owl leading the way, the group of 6 quickly arrived at the area Shinfeng had just passed by, because the demons in this area had just been killed by Shinfeng. Looking down from the sky, the area was clean. When Wang Mang's 6 people escaped over together, they ended up seeing pieces of demonic corpses in the ruins over here. At once, the 6 were shocked. These demons that could whisk them away were slaughtered like chickens in front of the Shadow? Originally, they knew that Shadow was strong, but it was completely unexpected that it could be so strong as to be so exaggerated. No monsters around here for a while, let's slow down. Guishue pursed her lips and said, causing the crowd to sigh in relief. And you looked at the demonic corpses all over the place and was very emotional, worthy of being a shadow big brother. I thought we were strong enough, but as a result, we can actually only hide and shiver at big brother's crotch. Hearing her words, the other 5 people's faces became a bit odd. Wang Mang coughed, Captain and, ahem, watched the wording, and Yu's beautiful eyes widened. Isn't my description apt? Chapter 59 Platinum Level Boss, Soul Purifier Phasal. Relying on the buffer of this area that Qin Feng had cleared, Wang Mang's 6 men finally caught their breath. It's too much. This divine abandoned continent. Why are there so many monsters? Luckily, Big Brother cleared this area. Otherwise, we are afraid that we are all going to die and go back. I think it's better for just the 6 of us to stop opening up the land first, and wait for our respective team members to level up to 10, then come up and act together. I'm kind of curious, where do we come back to life if we die here? The crowd chatted for a while, already in awe of the city's ruins. Just now those dozens of demonic creatures raging, if not they ran fast, now are already corpses. Originally, each of the 6 had led separate teams and brought a number of official players to upgrade. When we were able to come to the mainland, we got together first and came over to explore. I didn't realize that this place was so dangerous. At this moment, Guishue once again switched viewpoints to her white owl. The owl flew up into the sky and scrutinized the area around here, causing Guishue to once again suck in a breath of cold air. This monster really is a piece of death. Too fierce. Wait. Underneath a few of the corpses up ahead, they all still have a gray glow. Is there loot that the big guy didn't pick up? Guishue was amazed. Hearing this, and you guessed, it's because the backpack compartment isn't enough, right? Shadow was originally only 1 person, and with this efficiency in killing monsters, there must be a lot of things that can't fit in. Guishue nodded. There are a few gray things that we haven't picked up. Should we go over there? Wang Mang said. Wait a moment, I'll contact Shadow. Qin Feng was clearing demonic creatures all the way through the land of pure souls. When he was clearing to the 4th room, he received a private chat from Wang Mang. Big brother, we see that you have some things outside that you didn't pick up. How about we pick them up and pay you according to the price? Qin Feng quickly returned. Okay. Since he had a space ring and later exploded a 7-compartment storage backpack, he had a total of 34 compartments of storage space. But for Qin Feng, who had greedy hands, a 34-compartment backpack wasn't even quite enough. There were 5 pieces of grayish-white, inferior equipment that I didn't pick up along the way to the kill. In fact, no one who could rise to level 10 and come to the Divine Forsaken Continent would lack inferior equipment. As for the inferior skill books, Qin Feng picked them all up. Some of them were still useful. Those 5 pieces of bad gear, since Wang Mang wants it and has to pay for it, let's give it to him. I'll be in touch in an hour with a shipment of gear for sale. Qin Feng closed the private chat window after saying this. Continue to clean up the land of the purified soul. His backpack was already full, and along the way, demons popped out loot all over the place, but he didn't care. After all, as long as he finished off that platinum level boss, the entire underground palace would belong to him. As for before that, if someone came to the entrance of the palace, Qin Feng was able to get an early warning. After all, there was a silver-level devotee guarding the door. Even if a stealthy player comes over and wants to enter the land of the pure soul, he has to open the stone door first, and he will also be discovered by the devout. As Qin Feng continued to clear the monsters, Wang Meng and the others went offline first. For the situation of the divine abandoned continent, they needed to report upwards, not only to the Jianghai city officials, but also to the higher-level officials of the Great Summer Country. Most of an hour later, not only Jianghai city, but also the globe, many other cities, had also opened their passageways to the divine Forsaken Continent. But, what came out of the players who teleported to the continent was not good news, but bad news after bad news. We Mordor players are a city in ruins when we get to the mainland. We Tidewater players are also. It's not the same city ruins though. It's like the players from each city have a different landing spot when they get to the continents. Damn, that city ruins are full of monsters. I've already died twice. Can't stand it anymore. I can only go offline first. We'll have to wait for more people to open up the land. Otherwise it's just monster abuse. I'm kind of curious. What's the situation with that global number 1, Shadow? Seeing as he's still level 10, it must not be going well either, right? At this very moment, Qin Feng had already cleared all the small monsters within the underground palace that was the land of pure souls. In all, more than 40 halls, plus 1,000 smaller rooms, were cleared by him. More than 400 monsters have been killed just in small monsters. There were also 4 bronze-ranked bosses and 2 silver-ranked bosses, and in total, not only did they provide Qin Feng with more than 80 000 experience, but they also allowed his evolution points to soar all the way up to 205 points. For this 80,000 plus experience, the average player wouldn't be able to brush it for days and nights. After all, the general players simply do not dare to provoke a large number of demons, can only slowly find a single to kill. That efficiency can be imagined. 5 points short of evolving Greedy Hand. Just in time. Just take out that platinum level guard boss. Qin Feng heard a sound of converging elements, like the sound of electricity, coming from the direction of the center of the entire underground palace. This place, Qin Feng had stayed for 9 years in his last life. It couldn't be more familiar. He breezed around several intersections and headed toward the center. Soon, it came to a large, otherwise closed room. The room was about 30 meters in length and width, with an altar in the middle, and on the altar, there was an elemental demonic creature surrounded by lightning, taking on a human form and covered in purple lightning. Soul Purifier, Phasal, LV15. Grade, Platinum. Introduction, Guardian of the Land of Pure Souls. Defeat it and you will become the master of the Land of Pure Souls. The highest level of the magical creatures within the city ruins was level 15. This Soul Purifier, Phasal, was already the highest ranked demonic creature within the city's ruins, as well as the highest grade boss. I'm level 10 now. There's some damage decay against this boss, but it doesn't have much of an impact. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 750,000 blood and is divided into 3 stages in total. Most importantly, this boss has a level 2 anti-crypt ability. That's why Qin Feng had to raise his stealth level to level 3 before coming to this guy. In my last life, this boss's single lightning damage was so high that my warrior's full set of gold equipment could barely resist it. But now, I don't even need to resist its single skill. Qin Feng turned the plague blade in his hand, and his entire body, like a ghost, instantly entered the room. Graceful Deliverance. Instant Shadow Chop. Minus 3,576. Minus 3,549. Minus 9,669. Weakness Attack. When Qin Feng released this skill, he transformed into a shadow and passed through the boss before entering stealth once again, only to see the thunder-covered Soul Purifier Faithful, with thunder and lightning flowing through a pair of blue-eyed eyes, and before it could react, 9 damage numbers had already popped up one after another on top of its head, and its entire form was tinted with a layer of green. Next, minus 5,364, minus 5,323, minus 14,503. Another 9 higher damage numbers emerged from the top of the boss's head. This was the active effect of Graceful Deliverance, which dealt slit-throat damage and would last for 3 seconds. Chapter 60, First Kill Again. Qin Xiaoyu cried, "Why is this game so hard?" The Soul Purifier Phasal, on its thunderous body, continued to blossom with blades, and damage numbers kept popping up above its head. It tried to fight back the first time, but it couldn't find the person who attacked it anywhere. A single high-damage lightning attack that was meant to be unleashed could not be unleashed due to the lack of a target. He could only raise his lightning-formed arms and burst out with a wide-range attack skill. There were hundreds of thunderbolts that coalesced from the overhead ceiling and then fell towards the ground. These thunderbolts, from coalescing to splitting, took less than 0.3 seconds. Once hit, with Qin Feng's current defense and lightning resistance, he would surely die. Moreover, Qin Feng's 75% dodge was not good when facing these lightning attacks. This is because any attack from a platinum level boss or above, has a hit modifier. The Soul Purifier's hit modifier is definitely above 100%. That means at least double the hits against anyone. For example, Qin Feng, now 75% evasion. Then the average monster attacking him would only have a 25% hit rate. However, the Soul Purifier, a boss, will have a 50% or higher hit rate when attacking him. After all, in his last life, Qin Feng also just played this boss once. For its specific attributes are not very understanding, are roughly estimated. Luckily, Qin Feng's current agility attribute had reached 182 points after his career advancement and changing to the Plague Blade. The running speed at full burst was over 40 meters per second. As long as you pay attention and dodge before the lightning fully coalesces, you can avoid being hit by these lightning bolts. This trick, for all players at this stage, is almost impossible to accomplish. Even if they were given double the agility, it would be impossible for them to avoid this wave of thunderous attacks completely without any mistakes. But for Qin Feng, 9 years of combat experience had long since allowed him to develop the habit of dodging skills. Post-bosses have been more outrageous than this. The offense of this thing is nothing at all. In our last life, we barely managed to carry through this skill by luck in the priest's shield. But this time, I won't give boss any chance. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In the 3rd second of the opening battle, the damage from the throat slash, and the special effects of the Plague Blade erupted, directly knocking out the first stage of the boss. 250,000 blood. when the soul purifier's blood level dropped by a third, a layer of thunder shield appeared on its body, and at the same time, in the sky around it, 3 balls of lightning light appeared, flying in a non-stop circle. 3 thunder chains, from above those 3 balls of thunder light, linked to the soul purifier. Boss Bloodlock, the 3 balls of lightning light must be taken out first. In his last life, this stage had also caused the team led by Qin Feng to be reunited once. After extinguishing it once, Qin Xiaoyu made a crazy scene and said she didn't want to continue, so Qin Feng didn't take her. As a result, without her after a one-time pass, although the experience, but Qin Xiaoyu itself is really not much use. Dodging skills is going to kill her. Milk, does she have hands? Mighty poison dart. Qin Feng waited for Sneaky Shadow to finish cooling down, and casually threw out a fierce poison dart, which accurately hit the lightning ball of light that was encircling in mid-air. After throwing darts, Qin Feng continues to be invisible. When Qin Feng was stealthy, that soul purifier boss always launched ranged attacks, but to Qin Feng, dodging those thunderbolts was simply a reaction engraved in his bones. It was not half as difficult at all. One dart flew out, one instantaneous shadow chop erupted. It quickly destroyed the 3 blistering balls of lightning light. Boss down to the second stage. Graceful deliverance. Instant shadow chop. A shadow-like blade light bloomed on the thunder-wrapped boss, and another damage number erupted. 3 seconds later, the boss goes straight down to stage 3. Circle after circle of thunder and lightning, centered on the boss, spreading non-stop towards the surroundings. This skill, in his last life, he had all the members collect a set of thunder elemental resistance equipment, plus 4 priests shielding and returning blood before he could barely carry it through. But this life, Qin Feng directly performed an instantaneous shadow slash, dodged to the ceiling of the hall, and grabbed a beam with one hand, perfectly avoided all the thunder circles. It had to be said that the difficulty of this boss was still very high, but Qin Feng had already prepared the appropriate countermeasures long before the fight started. 5 short minutes after the start of the war, the boss goes berserk and releases thunder attacks. Qin Feng opened Shield of Black Light, converting his entire body's evasion into a 7-layer damage immunity shield, and then a graceful deliverance plus instantaneous shadow slash, passing through the boss and instantly chopping up the last third of its bloodline. The boss's thunderous attacks that landed on him were all perfectly resisted by the Shield of Black Light. 3 seconds later, the lightning body of Soul Purifier Faisal turned into a ball of electricity and scattered on the ground, and a system prompt rang out in the minds of all players around the globe. Player Dark Shadow, Zhanghai City, is the world's first to kill a platinum-level boss, gaining 10 points of reputation. When this system prompt spread, all players around the world were instantly shocked. There were quite a few players just now discussing Shadow, thinking that Shadow's development wasn't going well either. Results: that's a platinum first kill? Asterisk 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 asterisk? Platinum first kill? Another solo kill? Nima, it's too outrageous, isn't it? I've only just arrived on the continent and I'm still in the city ruins on limited extinction, and this person single-handedly killed a platinum-level boss? We besiege a gold-level boss coin spreader and have been reunited 3 times. Shadow Big Brother directly single-kill platinum? What level of talent a play like this? Fark, another Shadow of Daxia? Who knows his true identity? I suggest that a nuclear egg be dropped directly at the city of Zhanghai and Daxia. Good advice. Don't suggest it next time. Really think Daxia is easy to mess with? Ha ha, 1 for you, 1 for me. Let's all destroy together. Just as the system alert of Qin Feng's first kill of the platinum boss came out, in the town of Shell, Qin Xiaoyu just happened to be cut in 2 by a silver-level boss holding a giant axe, with an axe sweeping across the room. You are dead. You have lost 14 years of your life, non-tradable. You are dead. You have lost 2 days of life, tradable. When Qin Xiaoyu was resurrected in Shell Town, full of trance, another death? In the team channel, a teammate's tirade was heard. Shabby nurse, the boss has such a big axe, you don't know how to dodge it? Qin Xiaoyu was already upset, and when she heard her teammates hurling insults, she was not happy. Who is Shabby scolding? You are the T. You don't pull the boss. Blame me for not dodging skills? I dodge your MB. The teammate was furious. Damn this ranged attack skill. How can I pull it? MDZZ. Player Grade 8 Great Gale has quit the team. Within the group, there were soon only 3 people left again. Qin Xiaoyu, Xu Yan, and Zhang Wei. They had just been practicing and encountered a silver boss in the process of brushing monsters, and this was the second time they had been taken out. Zhang Wei couldn't even top it. He said, the system suggests that I'm hungry. I'll go offline to eat first. The remaining Xu Yan was on a team with Qin Xiaoyu, and not long after, she was also killed by the boss and resurrected in the town square. The short-haired girl Xu Yan is a shooter. She walked through the crowd and came to Qin Xiaoyu's side, saying helplessly, Xiaoyu, why don't we upgrade first? Otherwise, our lifespans are dying out. Good. Qin Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears. Why is this game so hard? Then, seeing that Shadow had first killed a platinum-level boss, Qin Xiaoyu's psyche became even more unbalanced. On what grounds? Were all the teammates she met rookies? Chapter 61 Legendary Grade Greedy Hands. Spirit Swallower Bloodline. Land of the Pure Soul. For other players, they only heard one first kill announcement, but on Qin Feng's side, what came was a series of system prompts. You have killed Soul Purifier Faithar, Platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on your promotion to level 11. Your 4-dimensional attributes plus 4. You have gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you've gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of life, tradable. You've made the world's first kill of a platinum level boss, and you've been rewarded with 10 reputation points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Land of Pure Souls. A series of system prompts came, causing Qin Feng to breathe a sigh of relief. An hour of back and forth is always done. From then on, Qin Feng had a base in this divine forsaken continent. And, most importantly, this hiding place is, again, something that can be extracted into reality. When Qin Feng was the owner of the Land of Pure Souls, he could extract the Land of Pure Souls into reality and open the magical defense boundaries within it. With the existence of the defense boundary, not even airplanes and tanks could breach the Land of Pure Souls. As for the nuclear egg, others didn't know, but Qin Feng knew it very well. When the godforsaken game came down, the reality of weapons of mass destruction, all of them, had begun to be corrupted, especially the most lethal nuclear egg, which was basically immobilized on the first day. Airplanes, tanks and the like, barely a month or two. Of course, it takes over 300 years of tradable life to extract the Land of Pure Souls into reality. In his last life Qin Feng had already extracted it, using it as the base of the Zongshan Guild in reality. Regarding the familiar Land of Pure Souls, Qin Feng did not pay much attention to it. Instead, he checked up on this hall first. The first step was getting up to level 11. After level 10, each upgrade gives 4 full attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Continue to assign to agility. Qin Feng planned to add agility until level 20. With infinite stealth, many of the bosses in the godforsaken game can actually be harmless, as long as speed and reflexes are fast enough. So agility was still the most important in the early stages for Qin Feng. Gold bosses only give 7 evolution points. I didn't expect a platinum boss that directly gives 20 evolution points. In conjunction with greedy hands, Qin Feng looked at his current evolution points, which totaled 225 points, enough to evolve greedy hand once. Before unleashing greedy hands on the soul purifier, Qin Feng evolved this skill once. You have consumed 210 evolution points and have 15 points remaining. Greedy hands, epic legend assassin skill. There is a 300% 500% chance to gain an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. New passive effect, you gain 100 squares of greedy space, which can be used to store items. The effect of the completed evolution brightened Qin Feng's eyes. The extra loot went from 3 to 5. It also comes with a 100 compartment storage space. The latter was something Qin Feng hadn't expected, and the effect would make the process of brushing monsters outside a lot easier for him in the future. When the greedy hand advanced, Qin Feng then unleashed his skill towards the soul purifier corpse. All of a sudden, 5 additional loot burst out from the boss's shattered, thunderous corpse, the most basic of which were all platinum grade, with several emerald grade pieces interspersed among them. Among them were an emerald grade assassin's leather armor and an emerald grade assassin's necklace, with equipment requirements of level 13 and 15 respectively. There is also an emerald level assassin skill book with a learning level of 14. I can't change it yet. It exists at home. These level 13 to 15 loot, Qin Feng did not intend to deal with them for the time being, waiting for some time. Anyway, now, the entire 200-odd acres of the Land of Pure Souls Palace belonged to him, and he could put whatever he wanted in here without worrying about it being taken away or lost. The believers came in and picked up all the loot in the palace and piled it up. Qin Feng had just cleared the palace of elemental demons and dropped quite a few things. Whether it was equipment or skill books, he didn't pick them up and didn't even look at them. Now it's just time for the devotee to come in and organize all that stuff together. Meanwhile, Qin Feng already had a plan for the next step in his development. Once you come to the continent, you can look for some bloodline monsters and get your first bloodline pedigree. This is another important part of player strength in the godforsaken game. There are a variety of different bloodline monsters in the game that the player can earn different bloodlines by killing them. Each pedigree has a different effect. In this life, the most suitable bloodline for me should be Spirit Swallower. Spirit Swallower bloodline. After obtaining this bloodline, you will gain the ability to devour your own skills, and the higher the grade of the devoured skill, the more powerful the attributes and effects provided by the bloodline will be. In this life, I can evolve my skills infinitely. A lot of the low-level skills, the low-end skills, are completely useless to me, but if I evolve it to the epic level and then devour it with my spirit swallower bloodline, my bloodline attributes will reach an extremely terrifying level. It was important to realize that in the Divine Abandonment game, every epic level skill was extremely valuable. Under normal circumstances, who would be willing to use the Spirit Swallower bloodline and swallow epic skills? Skills that are swallowed cannot be used and cannot be subsequently learned. But Shin Fong was different in this life. A lot of trash skills, or skills with repetitive effects, even if they evolve to epic level, are still inferior to the initial epic level skills. There are thousands of assassin skills. Among the active attack skills, Shin Fong couldn't possibly use all of them. It's enough to pick the best of them and keep them. Once we get the Spirit Swallower's bloodline, we can go on a rampage to acquire skill books and slam another wave of boosts. Shin Fong thought to himself. At that moment, his private chat lit up. Milkwhite Yukiko, congratulations to Big Brother on his first kill of a platinum level boss. I have some good news here. Dongfang Xian, he's hungry and finally got off the line, and is rumored to be having dinner at the Jiangnan restaurant with quite a few of his family members. Their family has acquired quite a few lifespans, and are preparing to bring them into the game to convert their battle power. This girl sends her voice and it still sounds so burnt. Shin Fong finally smiled when he heard this. Nice. It seems that this Dongfang Xian family has brought a lot of longevity with them. This time, when we return to reality, we can extract the Blossom Curse along with it. The lifespan on those people will not be wasted for a single day. P.S. First of all, thank you Big Brothers read. And second set a plus more rules. Every 3,000 gifts plus a chapter. Gifts do not spend money, just free power generation on it. Just need to look at the ads on the line, each person up to 3 times a day. The author bacteria rely on this to eat. Kneeling thanks. Thank you. QAQ. Chapter 62, Captain, don't be like this. Of course, Dongfang Xian and his family's dinner was definitely not over that quickly. Shin Fong was in no hurry. Before returning to reality, dispose of a wave of loot, and in the process consume the evolution points that greedy hands just touched. In time, more abilities can be extracted into reality. From the Soul Purifier, Shin Fong had touched a total of 100 evolution points. With what's just left, that leaves 115 points. It's possible to evolve most of the skills that aren't at epic level. Shin Fong scanned the list of skills. There's not much to say. One by one, they evolve. Spend 42 evolution points to evolve Subterranean Shadow 3 times to epic level. Stealth duration 36 seconds 60 seconds. Break hidden attack 300500. Cooldown 22 seconds 5 seconds. Then, consume 34 evolution points to evolve Backstroke Enhancement twice to epic level, increasing the backstroke damage increase from 50% to 75%. There are 39 evolution points remaining. Shin Fong deliberated for a moment and didn't evolve the current emerald-ranked Mighty Poison Dart. Instead, he first consumed 3 evolution points and evolved Blossom Curse twice, from Emerald to Diamond to the Epic Blossom Curse, which can be used on player corpses within 60 seconds of death and has a new effect. You can destroy the body? Shin Fong was frozen. It's an effect that doesn't seem to work within the game, but outside the game then, seems to be working a little bit? He didn't think about it that much. 3 moments of darkness evolved immediately afterward. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points and have 30 points remaining. Darkest Hour, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic Bursts of Dark Light, blinding all enemies in range. Cooldown 3 seconds. Range, 2030450 meters. Base duration, 10121416 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. The remaining 30 evolution points were just enough to evolve the Blossom Curse from Epic to Legendary again. To evolve or not to evolve? Shin Fong thought about it. This skill was open from the Emerald Treasure Chest of the Ancient God's Blessing. In his last life, he had never even heard of the name, and had only vaguely heard of the effects, which showed its rarity. At least there's no such skill book on the market to buy at all. Since it's a rare skill, it's better to continue evolving it. Every legendary skill has its own uniqueness. There might be some useful special effects. Shin Fong finally decided to evolve. You have consumed 30 evolution points and have 0 points remaining. Blossom Curse, Epic Legendary Generic Skill. Used on the corpse of a player who dies within 60300 seconds, continuously sucking tradable life. Added, also absorbs 50% of the target's remaining non-tradable lifespan. Added, can suck up scattered non-tradable lifespan orbs. Asterisk. Shin Fong couldn't help but burst out. This stuff, outrageous. While sucking up all of the target's tradable lifespans, it also sucks up 50% of the opponent's non-tradable lifespans? Even scattered non-tradable lifetimes can be absorbed. Though non-tradable lifespans can't be used to extract skills into reality. But when you go to the advanced area later, the speed of life expectancy passing is accelerated by 100 or 10,000 times, all of which will prioritize the consumption of non-tradable life expectancy. With this skill, there's no shortage of non-tradable lifespans. Evolution points are consumed. Xinfeng then notified Wang Mang and gave him a nearby coordinate. Of course, it wasn't near the entrance to the land of pure souls, but rather 500 meters away from the surrounding area. There's nothing magical in that place for now. The items to be sold this time included the loot dropped by the plague surrounders, as well as the items dropped by the mini-bosses within the land of pure souls. This greedy hand comes with a nice 100-compartment backpack. Put all this stuff on your body. There's still half an empty space. Xinfeng nodded in satisfaction. Travel alone to the coordinate point. Soon, inside the bedroom of a ruined residential house, Wang Mang and you and the six of them met Xinfeng, who was still veiled. Same old rules. I'll make an offer, and you guys can leave it if you don't accept it. Xinfeng started listing things. First up is the silver, gold, and platinum stuff. The total value of this batch amounted to 18,000 days of tradable life, and you was still as quick as before. Full collection. After all of Xinfeng's prices were fair. After receiving the item, this dragon swordsman girl smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into crescent moons. Now, our Zhanghai city is developing fast again. In fact, the Mordor Air Force, the 46th Artillery Regiment, so many official corps have asked us for equipment. It's just that right now we can't interoperate between our different cities and there's no trading channel. Brother Shadow, thank you ah. And you looked towards Xinfeng with joy in her beautiful eyes. It's okay, help each other out. Also, there's some bad, regular and bronze stuff. Want it? Xinfeng asked as he continued to take the pile out. Watching him start pulling things out again, and you six people were all stunned. How come you have so many backpack compartments? The silver, gold and platinum supplies that Xinfeng had just taken out, and you couldn't fit them all by herself, or she let Wang Mang help along before putting them down. As a result, Xinfeng actually took out a bunch of 30 more ordinary bronze items. Are you Doraemon, big guy? Guishue was so curious that she actually ran up and touched Xinfeng's stomach. Xinfeng has a question mark on his face. In the end, not only in you and Wang Mang, but even Guishue, Lin Liu, Sharp-Eyed Archer, and Uncle Card Master had their backpacks filled with stuff. Luckily, death in this godforsaken game doesn't drop items from your backpack. Friendly reminder, under the stone statue in the middle of the city ruins, there's a staircase that goes down with a teleportation array back to the initial town. But to go back, the first time to consume 500 days of life, and then come back again is no consumption. Your own discretion. Xinfeng reminded them when he saw that they didn't dare to kill monsters even in this place. With that, he turned to leave. With stuff taken care of, it's time to get back to reality. When he leaves, and you looked at his hidden figure, a pair of beautiful eyes let out a luster, and lowered her voice in the team channel, saying with some excitement, look at you guys, I told you that Big Brother is probably a reborn person. Otherwise, how would he know such hidden information? Wang Mang patted his head. Captain, don't be like this. I'm a little scared. Uncle Card Master also smiled. That's right, don't be too sensitive. We were just driven away by the demons at that time, or else we would have been able to find it if we searched around there. It's normal for the shadow to just be able to be invisible, so it's more familiar with the terrain than us. As soon as Inu heard this, he fell into deep thought. Suddenly came, what do you guys say? If I go S-baiting Shadow, what are the chances of success? What? A group of dumbfounded. Chapter 63, The Intentional Dongfangxian, a reliable woman? Just as Inu and the others were trying to figure out how to get back to initial town, Xinfeng had returned to the land of the pure soul. He closed the stone door at the entrance tightly. The stone door looks like a wall if another player comes through. It was almost impossible to discover that this place was the entrance to an underground palace. Even if there really is a genius attacking the stone door, the durability of this stone door is 1 million, and it is impossible to break through in a short period of time. I can turn around and look for some material scrolls to reinforce the stone door. Xinfeng entered the land of the pure soul and looked at the familiar palace scene without being too touched. Instead, they go down in place. Does it consume tradable lifespans to extract abilities into reality? Yes/no. Xinfeng chose yes. At this point, Xinfeng had a total of 203 years of tradable lifespan on him, which would allow him to realistically come up with a big enhancement. Converted to days, that's a total of 304 days. Extract leveling and career progression abilities first. This time, Xinfeng didn't have that much trouble. With more tradable lifespans on him, he opted for bulk synchronization straight away. Level synchronization, career advancement synchronization, consuming a total of 27,000 days of lifespan. Xinfeng's reality level and career progression were directly synchronized with the in-game, followed closely by skills. I've extracted subliminal shadow before, but it's a level 1 subliminal shadow. It will take a little over 946 days to patch it up to level 10 latent shadow. Shinfeng began to tick off skills to extract from the list. Consume 946 days to replenish latent shadow to level 10. Consume 900 days to extract backstroke enhancement. Spend 1000 days to extract greedy hands. Consume 3200 days to extract instant shadow chop. Consume 5366 days to extract ghostly blur. Consume 16,099 days to extract blossom curse. Consume 11,313 days to extract shielded black light. Note, calculated by formula based on skill level, initial grade, not blindly written. With these skills extracted, Shinfeng's tradable lifespan would only be 480 days, but trading life expectancy still falls short. Otherwise you can just synchronize. Shinfeng shook his head. The only skills he hadn't extracted for the time being were the Hour of Darkness, 649 days required for extraction. Graceful Deliverance, 032 days required for extraction, plus a chiseling strike that didn't do much good. As for why the Gift of Deliverance is so much, because it's the initial epic skill. Looking at the remaining lifespan, Shinfeng chose to extract 2 pieces of equipment. One is a gold level boots of stealth that adds stealth time and movement speed while stealthing, and consumes 3600 days to extract. There's also a gold level Believer's Pendant, which adds cooldown speed and summons a silver level Believer. It might come in handy. Extraction consumed 3,394 days. The extraction of equipment consumes half as much life as the extraction of skills of the same level and grade. After all, they are expendable. Skills, on the other hand, are permanent and it's normal to consume twice as much. Only 486 days of tradable life left at the end. But the difference between my battle power in reality now, and in the game, isn't that big anymore. Still have to earn more life expectancy for the next time I'm offline and can fully synchronize. When Shinfeng finished extracting, his form appeared in the small bedroom of his house. Really counting, this landscape impression house is still under Qin Xiaoyu's name. It seems like it's still a bit far away to save up 1300 plus years of lifespan to extract the land of the pure soul. Chansey knows about this place. It's better to be on the safe side. Shinfeng looked at the familiar bedroom and did not stay. He raised his hand and used greedy hand directly. Don't get me wrong, there were no corpses in this room. Shinfeng had only opened the 100 compartments of storage space that came with the greedy hand. There are no magic items in reality at the moment, and the hand of greed isn't much use, but the 100 compartments of storage space is still pretty cool. The in-game space of 100 compartments is represented in reality as 100 cubic meters and is counted separately from the in-game space. Shinfeng directly threw all his own things in the room, even including the bed. Go away. Shinfeng entered a state of stealth. He still doesn't have his cell phone. Directly to the window, he leapt down from outside the 11th floor. No one knows a stealthy figure soaring through the night. When he was near the ground, Shinfeng made an instantaneous shadow chop and darted out toward the roadside flower bed without attracting anyone's attention. Not all of the equipment was extracted though. However, Shinfeng's running speed in reality reached more than 30 meters per second at the fastest. The Gangnam Hotel, 15 kilometers from this neighborhood. It'll be less than 10 minutes. Shinfeng certainly couldn't have taken a taxi. In fact, he could go much faster than a taxi right now. And at this time, the Jiangnan Hotel had been chartered by the Oriental family. The Dongfang family, considered one of the native families of Jianhai City, had risen for decades, inherited for 3 generations, and by now, Dongfang Xian was the most favored young generation within the family. The largest private room in the Gangnam Hotel, Dongfang Xian, as well as some of the older and uncle generations of the Dongfang clan, all gathered together. As they ate, they discussed about the godforsaken game. Originally, in the Eastern family, Dongfang Xian couldn't even say anything. It's a late bloomer, after all. But today, the godforsaken game descends. Dongfang Xian's level, equipment, and battle power in the godforsaken game were the highest amongst the entire family core. A lot of old people have gotten into the godforsaken game, but they don't understand the game at all, much less combat. Several of them had nearly had heart attacks when they were directly taken out twice by the demons. Finally still spend a lot of money to find someone to bring to level 3, which can be offline to leave the game. As you can imagine, many older players, once they fall asleep and enter the godforsaken game, never live to see another day. Even if they didn't go out and were trapped in the middle of the town, after 2 or 3 days, their real bodies would not be able to handle it and they would die of hunger and thirst. This is where the true brutality of the godforsaken game comes into play. It's day 1 and many people haven't experienced it yet, but the fact that, even among the young and middle-aged, there are already many people who have fallen into despair. For example, Iron Man such as, dead cannot be dead. Life expectancy is not a few days. have been in the shell town as a life expectancy beggar. At this point, Dongfang Xian was at the dinner table, a bit smug. The godforsaken game came down to be the time for young men like him, and their Oriental family, in Shanghai city industry foot tens of billions of dollars, involved in various industries, now has most of the liquid assets have been converted into tradable life. Dongfang Xian was carrying 25,000 days of tradable lifespan on his body, and he could be described as spirited. My intention is to let the family children go in and buy equipment and skill books. Get to level 10 as fast as you can and gain a lead so that you can take your place in the times to come. One other thing, regarding the shadow. I sent a reliable woman from my side to approach the shadow, and have added a friend to him, waiting for a chance to set up the reality of Shadow's identity so we can make our move. If only we could control the shadow and reality and make him work for our Eastern family. We, the Eastern clan, are the ones who have truly risen. It was also just as Dongfang Xian was making his impassioned speech, the two black suit security guards guarding the outside of this private room, their bodies steeply bloomed with the light of knives, and blood soared and fell to the ground. Chapter 64, Setting the Dogs Free. Bloody hunt. Bang, bang. Two corpses strangled by the light of the knives fell horribly in front of the entrance of the largest private room of the Jiangnan Hotel. The soundproofing of this private room was quite good, and the people inside didn't notice any abnormality outside the door at all. After finishing off the duo with an instantaneous shadow slash, Qin Feng stealthily stood at the entrance of the private room. He has a high agility attribute. Instead, he heard Dongfang Xian's impassioned speech inside. Dependable women? Qin Feng couldn't help but want to laugh. That Dongfang Xian was completely unaware that the so-called reliable woman in his mouth had long since fallen back, but they actually had sidearms on them. Qin Feng examined the two corpses and did not act rashly for the time being, although he had ghostly blur and shield of black light. It wasn't a 100% dodge after all. He also didn't extract the defense to reality. Once hit in the heart or head by a firearm, death is certain. I wonder what it's like inside the booth. Even if I had stealth, I'd probably be blindly shot to death. It's better to play it safe. Qin Feng returned to reality this time with many more means. He raised his hand and directly used the equipment special effect, Summon Devotee. A dry, thin and long gray figure, creeping and crawling, appeared at the entrance of this Jiangnan hotel. Silver level, Devotee, sharp claws for melee, green flames for long range. Moreover, as a silver level boss, the devout believer's ability to bear damage was very strong, and even if it was attacked by firearms, it could withstand it for a long time. Get in. Qin Feng gave an order. He himself stealthily retreated to a corner, above which a camera had long been destroyed by him. Bang! Most of the core members of the Eastern family, from the older generation, to the middle-aged generation, to the younger generation, totaling more than 40 people, were gathered here. They range in level, from 3 to 8. None of them rise to level 10 and can extract abilities to reality. The long, dry, skinny devotee barged right through the front door, crashing through the valuable wooden gate, instantly triggering a series of screams. There were screams from men and women, old and young, all of whom were startled, unbridled. Who's that? What the hell is this? Don't come over. This can't be a monster from the godforsaken game, can it? Oh God, help, help, bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out from the large booth, but unfortunately all that came out were human screams. In reality, even if these people had guns, their defenses are extremely poor and vulnerable to the point of being extremely poor. For a silver-level devotee, a random claw could take one out. A single breath of green flame could burn a piece of the population. Since Qin Feng had made his move, he had no intention of leaving any survivors. When the gunshots from the private room were heard, the Oriental family bodyguards guarding the main door of the Jiangnan Hotel were finally also startled. But it's clear, there aren't many of these bodyguards. Originally, an Eastern family gathering of this size would have to be protected by at least 30 to 50 people together. But now, there were only about 10 people, all of whom were loyal to the Eastern family. As for the other bodyguards, who's going to give you back your bodyguard when the ING godforsaken game comes down? These remaining 10 or so were also older in seniority, and they were only willing to stay after the Eastern family promised to pay them with tradable lifespans. And all of them have poor in-game career talent. The ones with really great careers and talent would have gotten into the game and brushed up on their own a long time ago. There is no need for any of these family consortium handouts. When the dozen or so bodyguards rushed up, they were all holding machetes, iron rods, and other weapons, but they weren't as advanced as the guns they were equipped with. But when they came to the door of the private room and looked in, all of them were stunned at once. Some people even vomited on the spot. Go! What is that monster? It's dead. It's dead. Wait, there's a lifespan in there. A huge massive lifespan. At least 10,000. Quickly go. There's that monster inside. And you still have a lifespan, don't you want to die? A group of people only just ran up the stairs, only to take a look at the situation inside the private room, and immediately turned around and woefully tried to escape. But, instant shadow chop. Qin Feng hid in the darkness of the corner and immediately struck out. A figure flew and chopped, and the field blossomed with swordlight. Even the broken camera mirror was splattered with scarlet blood. 2 short minutes. This elegant Gangnam hotel has become a place like hell. But immediately after, as the devout believers returned to Qin Feng raised his hand and directly dismissed them. The dry, thin, gray, bizarre figure slowly dissipated until it disappeared. Immediately after, a scarlet flower appeared in the field. Qin Feng walked stealthily through the sea of corpses and blood as if he were walking idly. Wherever he goes, the flower of death blooms. These flowers of death not only absorbed the tradable lifespans of everyone in the arena, but they also had the effect of destroying corpses. All the blood and corpses splattered out in the field were transformed into a wisp of moory white smoke during the absorption process of the flower of death. What a bumper crop! The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. That Dongfang Xian has 25,000 days of tradable life on him. Only half of the original popped out. But, as the scarlet flowers bloomed on his corpse, his remaining tradable lifespan was sucked up by Qin Feng. Qin Feng slowly walked into the private room. See, Dongfang Xian has long been dead. His head was directly removed by the devout, thrown next to a plate of Australian lobster, side by side with an Australian lobster head. His eyes were wide and dead. This guy will go to his grave wondering which part of the process went wrong. Not to mention, he was killed by the shadow. Few people have ever met a devotee. Perhaps it was only Grey Rose and her teammates who could think of something to do with Qin Feng when they saw it. As for the others, who knows what the hell this is? Dongfang Xian's last thought before he died was, how did the monsters from the God Abandonment game invade reality? Just another 2 minutes passed. The flower of death, dissipating from inside the Gangnam Hotel. The staff of the hotel were originally in the back kitchen, vaguely heard the commotion outside, originally did not come out. After all, the Oriental family dinner, errands, these outsiders which dare to run around. But after a while, they didn't feel quite right. When they came out, they all looked confused, only to see that the tables, chairs, vases, in the private room were all broken and in a mess. And in the corridors outside the booths and rooms, there was eerie white smoke that slowly lingered and dissipated. Where are the people? Where are so many people from the Eastern family? The destruction of the body from the Blossom Curse left not a single trace of anything related to the body at the scene. As for the originator, Qin Feng, he had long since left the Jiangnan Hotel. This time, a bumper crop. Everyone's tradable lifespan is absorbed by me, and even 50% of their non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng realized that he had really evolved right when he spent 30 evolution points to evolve the Blossom Curse to legendary level. Chapter 65. What a talent. Not bad for Koi. After Qin Feng left the Jiangnan Hotel, he first stealthily found a corner and checked the harvest from the trip. Tradable lifespan, getting a total of 74 years, translates to 27,000 days. Non-tradable lifespan, sucked up to over 480 years through the Blossom Curse. Qin Feng felt that the non-tradable lifespans of these people were just too little. Mind you, he'd taken out a total of 40, nearly 50 people in this wave. However, considering the fact that there were already some old men in these people, plus they all went into the godforsaken game and leveled up to level 3 out of it, and during the upgrade process, they've all died multiple times and popped most of their non-tradable lifespans. Even so, Qin Feng's gains from this trip were enormous. He had just traded with an Yu and sold so much equipment for less than 20,000 days. This came out on a run and casually got 27,000 days. This value for money is totally beyond expectations. As for the non-tradable lifespan on him, it had accumulated to 327 years. What a money giver. Qin Feng smiled. He took one last look at the Gangnam Hotel, listened far away to the sound of sirens coming from the distance, and left silently. This time out, the effect of the Blossom Curse takes great credit. Not only is the harvest extremely lucrative, what's more, with the scarlet flower, the corpses, bloodstains, and so on, of everyone in the field were all removed and vaporized into a moory white mist. All the core members of the Oriental family, as well as more than a dozen bodyguards, were as if they had evaporated. Even when the police came over, they couldn't find any traces. As for the consequences triggered by the disappearance of the Eastern clan, Qin Feng simply didn't bother. This is the kind of thing that will happen more and more in the future. For the Daxia police, the probability of defining it as a disappearance would leave it alone. And even if they guessed that it was related to the shadow, there was no evidence at all. Qin Feng remembered that the chaos in the early days had lasted for several days. Many people simply do not dare to leave the game. In the game and do not dare to go out to kill monsters, only dare to hunker down in the safe zone. and occasionally get off the line to eat and drink, but also rush, until, after the hidden profession search officers that the Dixia officials either cultivated or pulled together extracted their professional abilities into reality. Only then could they barely effectively apprehend criminals, thereby stabilizing the situation a little. Of course, in the face of Qin Feng's extremely thorough means of destroying a corpse, even the professional ability of a search officer was unable to obtain any clues, unless, at a later stage, you can get some skill that has the ability to go back in time to see what was going on. But these kinds of skills, which involve time and space as a category, were almost impossible to come by in previous years. Next target, Qian Shishir, the headquarters of the Qian Group, which relocated to North America long before the godforsaken game descended, and the board of directors are also in North America. There's only one Chansey Shishir that can be dealt with at the moment. Just take her out first. However, from Jianghai City to Magic City, a distance of close to 300 kilometers, it would take me 2 to 3 hours to go there on foot. It's too much of a waste of time. Gotta find a way to get a mount. Qin Feng thought to himself. He walked stealthily through the streets of Jianghai City, the night's cold wind blowing, and he didn't see a few shadows along the way. A lot of hotel restaurants are closed. You can't even see a takeout rider on the road. Qin Feng didn't go looking for a big hotel, but first found a random B&B and checked in, because the economic system of the big hotels is now working slowly. Not as well as the B&B, easy to deal with. Of course, Qin Feng didn't have a cell phone with him, so he could only pay with his lifespan. Gives 1 hour of life straight away. It seemed like very little, but it was enough to make the B&B owner's wife ecstatic. Boss, please come inside. 1 hour of life, at the current value of 130,000, has equaled $250. By this time, officials are out printing money and the value of cash will collapse more and more until a whole new economic system based on longevity is established. Qin Feng stayed at the B&B, casually ate a bowl of instant noodles, washed up and got back into the game. With regards to food, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. There would soon be a special source of food. Until then, just eat casually. When he closed his eyes for 10 seconds, his body sitting on the couch faded and became translucent. Welcome back to the godforsaken game. A prompt came from Qin Feng's mind. He opened his eyes and appeared within the palace of the land of pure souls that belonged to him. Inside the dimly lit dungeon, there was a faint sound of dripping water, which seemed morose and damp. His plan was to clear the ruins of Jianghai City while there were still a lot of magical creatures within the ruins now, so that he could upgrade the fastest. Moreover, within the ruins, there were some silver and gold level bosses that dropped things that were not bad and could be sold for some longevity. But when he came online, an unexpected private chat disrupted his plans. And you, big brother. Just now Blackie found a tomb entrance in the city ruins, but there's a gold level grievous ghost at the entrance. We can't beat it. We took down the coordinates. Do you want to go and try? Qin Feng was stunned. Little Black? It's just Black Brin Big Plum. The big man called her Blackie, so we all called her Blackie. Ha ha. And you laughed out loud to himself as he spoke. It turned out to be Linley Fish. It's her again. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did she find out? And you lamented. Didn't Big Brother tell us to go back to the initial town? On our way back, we took a slight detour to avoid the small monsters, and as we walked, we suddenly realized that there was someone missing. Looking for half a day before realizing that Blackie stepped on a pit and fell down. And since it's a special area of the catacombs, the group chat can't even be used. We were walking along the pit inward when we saw a level 12 gold boss, chasing and slashing at us. Luckily we ran fast. Now we're back in Shell Town. I'll give you the coordinates if you want to go to the catacombs. Big guy. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. A koi is a koi. How the hell can you walk through the ruins of a city and find a tomb when you step on it? You should know that the catacombs are a random wilderness opportunity. Just like the Temple of Faith and the Cursed Ruins, if you are able to pass the level and kill the boss at the bottom of the level, the rewards are great. There will even be some special rewards, including the mount that Qin Feng wanted right now. It was possible that it would come out. So Qin Feng responded, fine, give me the coordinates. And you replied excitedly, aha, if you come up with something that Big Brother can't use, remember to sell it to us, haha. That's what she's all about. Right now, on her, the tradable lifespan managed to be enough. As long as Qin Feng got more equipment skill books, the faster they would improve. Therefore, the coordinates of this tomb, she directly gave it to Qin Feng for free, not even thinking of exchanging the coordinates for something. Qin Feng got the coordinates and was still a bit surprised at how generous this Inu was. Just like making friends with people like that. So Qin Feng left the land of the pure soul, rushed stealthily towards the city ruins given by the other side, located 4 kilometers away. He cleared a few waves of demons along the way, collecting the loot as he went. He soon arrived at the coordinates given by Inu and saw a well in the ruined courtyard. This entrance is a well? Can you even walk down this well and fall in? Qin Feng was shocked. He had to sigh. Linley fished that woman. Really a talent. Chapter 66, Instantly Killing a Grieving Ghost. Platinum Skill. Darkness Ring Blade. Qin Feng jumped into the well with a leap. He observed that the well was not deep, and that there were bricks protruding from the sides of the well that would allow a person to climb upwards. But as soon as you enter the well, you are within the confines of the tomb. You have arrived at the Tomb of Resentment. Your telecommunication will be blocked. Qin Feng didn't care. When he came to the bottom of the well, a 3-meter-wide passage appeared ahead of him, illuminated by faint glow-in-the-dark stones on either side of the passage. Qin Feng maintained stealth and advances silently. After advancing 100 meters, Qin Feng saw a rotting obese demonic creature wielding a machete guarding a dilapidated gate. Grieving Ghost, LV-12. Grade, Gold. This boss is more than 2 meters tall. Extremely sturdy. The 2 machetes in his hands look rusty, and his body is full of rot, just like a big meat block piled up with blood and flesh. It was this gatekeeper boss that made Yu and the girls flee. Qin Feng believed that with their character, they must have tried it. After all, they also had gold equipment and gold skills on them now, so it was impossible for them to meet and run. But obviously, they failed in their attempts. Grieving Ghosts. This boss hasn't been touched much, but looking at the form, it should be a physical attack type with exceptionally high attack power and attack range. Wang Meng can't resist? Qin Feng made a slight guess. The equipment and skill books he sold didn't really have much that added defense. If Wang Meng doesn't have enough defense, he will be attacked by the boss and lose his blood too quickly. Then the nurse will not be able to save him even if she is strong. Of course, getting killed in seconds is still not a big deal. After all, Wang Meng Holy Shield Battle now had at least a 4 or 5,000 blood. I should have been slashed by the boss and lost more than half of my blood. Felt unable to resist and just slipped away. But, for Qin Feng, there was no need to consider whether or not he could carry it. Because, Graceful Deliverance. Instant Shadow Chop. Qin Feng turned on the active effect of Graceful Deliverance and instantly stormed up with the Plague Blade in his hand. That gold-level grudge ghost holding 2 machetes. A blade light blossomed from its rotting meat block body. Minus 3,987. Minus 13,555. Weakness attack. Minus 3,987. A total of 9 slashes, bringing up 9 damage numbers, rose above the rotting Hulk's head. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he took a look at it. This boss has high defense. Now that my sneaky shadow skill is epic level, my stealth breaking attack has reached 535 points, which is much higher than before. Even if you attack a platinum level soul purifier, the damage of a single slash from the instantaneous shadow slash can now be nearly 5,000 points. And ended up hitting this fat guy for less than 4,000? It's good to know that the impact is small. Now that Qin Feng had almost his entire body of epic level skills, all stacked together, that effect had exploded. Epic level skills, beating your gold level boss. Isn't that chopping and chopping? As a shot of instantaneous shadow slash went down, Qin Feng directly maintained his stealthy state and retreated into the distance. This boss has a total of about 120,000 blood. It took only 2 jumps of slash damage from Enchanted Deliverance to kill the grievous ghost on the spot as it went berserk and slashed around. Huge piles of rotting chunks of meat exploded in the middle of the field, spilling out all over the place. Qin Feng remained stealthy, separated from the boss corpse by more than 30 meters. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that Qin Feng slowly approached the past. No way. I've suffered a lot in my last life and I'm very cautious in everything I do. There are some boss will also self-detonate after death. Many people have suffered this loss. And even some teams are not easy to finish off the boss. The result is that the boss body self-detonation, direct group destruction, hard-earned explosions picked up by other players passing by. Greedy hands. Qin Feng turned his greedy hand towards the corpse of the grieving ghost. A large golden hand, as if reaching out from the void, made a vain grab at the corpse of the grievous ghost that had been scattered into pieces of flesh. At once, an additional 5 loots popped out. There were a full 7 rays of platinum-colored light alone. Among them, there was surprisingly a skill book and an equipment that Qin Feng could use. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum Assassin Skill. Attaches dark power to the blade, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters of it, adding 500 points of dark elemental attack. Cooldown 10, 5, 7 seconds. Required level, 11. This is an elemental output skill for the assassin profession. For my shadow profession, the base 4-dimensional attribute bonus is 3, 8, and 5 points respectively. Spiritual bonus, a bit higher than strength. That's why all my base spell attacks are now higher than my base physical attacks. The Plague Blade, however, is a normal physical weapon with a physical attack power attached. If you unleash the spell spike skill with the Plague Blade, the damage is quite a bit lower. However, this was, after all, a level 11 and initially platinum skill with a fairly high additional attack. Let's see if it's advanced to epic level. Qin Feng gave the order. You have consumed 1+2+3 evolution points and have 36 points remaining. Dark Knight Ring Blade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic inflicts dark elemental damage to all enemies within 57912 meters around. Adding 5007501001300 dark elemental attack points. Cooldown 10, 5, 7 seconds. Required level, 11. After the skill evolved, the range was expanded from 5 meters to 12 meters, which definitely belonged to the metamorphosis, and the additional attack was raised from 500 points to 1,300 points. After all, it's a ranged attack, not a single attack. This additional attack isn't too strong. The total damage from a single release is not even close to the instant Shadow Chop, but it's a god skill to use to clear small monsters. Although the instant Shadow Slash had a 5-meter chopping range, it was ultimately a straight-line skill. A lot of times, it's not possible to clear an area of glitches, but the Dark Ringed Blade was different. Dark elemental damage in a 12-meter area around yourself, equivalent to a circular area of 24 meters in diameter. If Qin Feng had learned this skill before, the speed of clearing the land of pure souls would have been twice as fast. After learning this skill, Qin Feng then looked towards the next platinum level assassin equipment. Resentment leather armor, platinum plus 55 physical defense, plus 45 elemental resistance, plus 42 damage block, plus 777 lifesteal. Requirements, level 12. Spite, when attacked, gain 30 points of base attack power. When he rose to level 12, the level 5 gold grade Ghostfire leather armor on Qin Feng could be replaced. That resentment special effect didn't do much, but it was better than nothing. Not to mention that this leather armor had a high base defense, resistance and block. As for the other loot dropped by the boss, it added up to a total of about 20 pieces. Selling it all is another 10,000 days of life. It was important to know that when he killed this gold level boss Grievous Ghost, the lifespan given by the Grievous Ghost was only 1,000 days out. And even if he touched the extra rewards 5 times with his greedy hand, it would only add up to 6,300 days. You can enter the tomb. I hope to come with something good. It would be best if you can produce a mount. Qin Feng arrived in front of the worn-out stone door and reached out to push it open. And that's when Qin Xiaoyu, who was in the shell town, was in a state of bewilderment and despair. Chapter 67, Have you had your brains eaten by reptiles? As the game time passes, many players in the initial towns are facing increasingly difficult situations. Even in Shell Town, where thousands of players had gathered, there were now many players who had fallen into a point of skepticism. Qin Xiaoyu is one of them. She resurrected from the center of the town somewhat bewildered, listening to the noisy chatter of the players around her. Old me ing died again. Where did this initial town get so many bosses? Some say that wild monsters absorb our lifespans to advance. It's all the little monsters that evolve, right? Our team was on the verge of killing a silver level boss, but that boss turned around and ran. And even if it ran, it shook the other 2 silver bosses and wiped out our group. 2-0. Boss Wang, I am Tainan. You do not remember me? I've done things for you. I don't have lifespan now. I know you bought a lot of lifespan. Can you lend me a few days first? Recruit an elite squad. Teleport together for free to the new town in the back after 12 o'clock and go kill the little monsters. Inside the town, players come and go. Almost everyone was downcast and had dark clouds on their faces. There were a lot of players in Shell Town, and many of the small monsters had been killed off. But for some reason, there were a lot of silver, and even gold level bosses. These boss, it's simply not something the average player can deal with. Regular creepers, 3 days of life for killing one. Sounds like this game is giving players life expectancy. Actually, players died and died, all losing most of their original decades of non-tradable lifespan. The same goes for Qin Xiaoyu. She's dead again. Tradable life is 0. There are also only 2.5 years of non-tradable life left. A few more deaths and she wouldn't be far from it. As a last resort, she had just gone offline once more and found quite a few former licks of G in V-mail. What? I chased you before and didn't say yes, and now you're asking me to take you to upgrade? Take you for an upgrade? Not no. Sleep with me one night and I'll take you for an hour. Now come find me at, laughing to death. I'm a platinum level talent. I've already taken off. What kind of women do you want in the future? Get the hell away from me. Those who licked G either rejected her or even berated her. Either that or they don't reply and look like they're all still in the game. This made Qin Xiaoyu skeptical. As a matter of fact, she was a hidden profession and possessed a gold level talent, so by all accounts, surviving would not be a problem. But she's just too skilled. Other than Qin Feng from her last life who would take her, who else would be willing to team up with her? If it was an unusual online game, there would be a lot of licking G's chasing after him to take him. But this godforsaken game, it's tied to longevity. and you can even extract abilities into reality. Who brings a drag queen? So, Shin Xiaoyu realized that when it really came to this kind of life and death moment, she seemed to have no one she could rely on. Zhang Wei, who also took her earlier, has also formed another team. Even her best friend Xu Yan didn't want to die again, and chose to go offline first, waiting for 12 o'clock to teleport to the town where her parents were, and find some small monsters to kill in peace. The wilderness of Shell Town is no longer accessible to the average person. Qin Feng, how is he? By this time, Qin Xiaoyu finally remembered this brother of hers. He certainly won't leave me behind, no matter what. Go back to him and see. She is now really no way out. Looking at the last only 2.5 years of non-tradable life left, she decided, back to the mountain and see impression of the home, to find Qin Feng, just when most of the players are having a hell of a time. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was a force to be reckoned with. Inside the Tomb of Resentment, killing all the way to the depths of the tomb, there are quite a few small monsters in the catacombs. There are white bone skeletons covered in nothing but bones. There are half-crawlers with only half their bodies left. There are also stitchers made of pieces of flesh pieced together. The levels are all between 10 to 12. Qin Feng killed all the way down, and his experience value rose rapidly. Originally, level 11 to level 12 required more experience value, but as long as there were enough small monsters to manage, Qin Feng's upgrade speed wouldn't even slow down. What's more, he learned the wide-range attack skill Dark Ring Blade, cleans up small monsters faster. Each time you get to a new catacomb room, directly in stealth holding a plague blade and slashing towards the surrounding area, the dark blade light, spreading out from his body, instantly enveloped the surrounding area of 12 meters. Those level 10 to 12 monsters are simply 1/seconds. Progress now, should be halfway there. Call a devotee to explore the other path and see what happens. There are a number of switchbacks within the catacombs, most of which are dead ends. Every time he encountered such a situation, Qin Feng let the devout followers take another path, and when they encountered small monsters, they directly let the followers kill them. Although the believer was only a level 8 demonic creature, it was after all a silver level summon. Some of the smaller monsters you encounter are still randomly killed. At the rate we're going, another 10 minutes and we'll be able to break through this tomb. I hope there's a platinum boss at the end, then the past treasure chest will be platinum. Qin Feng carried on with anticipation. In the meantime, outside the town of Shell, more than 10 kilometers away, a devil's tendon crawler that had been advanced and strengthened into a gold level boss, that giant humanoid demonic creature with bulging muscles and crawling on all 4 limbs, was cut down by a sword chi and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. In front of that boss corpse, there were 6 figures standing. It was clearly Wang Mang, and you and the 6 of them, worthy of captaining. This damage is too fierce. Immediately, a young police officer carrying a longbow came forward with a pleasing face and complimented towards Yu. His name is Ma Nai Liang, and his father is a director of Jianhai City. All this time, he's been licking Yu's ji. After the divine abandonment game descended, Ma Nai Liang chose to randomize his profession, but instead of getting a hidden profession, it randomized him to archer, which made him depressed. Learning that Yu was actually a hidden profession dragon swordsman, Ma Nai Liang licked even more attentively than before. Hearing this man's compliments, Yu pressed him. Instead, he said to Wang Mang, "This gold boss, it's still only a level 8, and we've been killing it for more than 10 minutes. I really don't know. How did the big guy kill the platinum boss all by himself?" Wang Mang hadn't replied. Ma Nai Liang then immediately said, "It's just an obscene assassin. Isn't it just grinding the boss to death by sneaking around? It's doomed to not make it to the top." And you didn't look back. What do you know? Ma Nai Liang was unconvinced and added after some thought, "I've heard that the Mordor police have a chaser who now has a level 3 anti-cloaking rating. In my opinion, why don't we find a way? Set a trap, find out whose shadow is in reality and control it. This kind of person, only for our official use, can be at ease. Otherwise, Song Fei and Zhang Li, that kind of thing, will happen again in the future. It's hard to not wipe his ass every time." Hear that? And you frowned and glanced at him. Are you mistaken? Right now, it's not that he's begging us to give him a good afterlife. It's that we have to give him a good afterlife in order to ensure that our stance is the same as his, and thus cooperate with him. The first kill of a global gold boss, the first kill of a platinum boss, and all of them were single kills. People at this level, you don't pull together and cooperate. You go and offend? Has your brain been eaten by reptiles? Chapter 68, Is there really a mount? Power Generation Plus? After being scolded by Yu, Ma Nai Liang was depressed. He's a bit of a puzzler. Isn't it just a brittle assassin? As long as the anti-stealth level is up to date, are you still afraid that you can't control the other side? How can it be that the shadow is officially feared? And Yu pressed on ignoring the man. Disperse and keep looking for the boss. Yu waved his hand, causing the other officials around him to disperse, including Ma Nai Liang. after people leave, and you went forward and picked up the items dropped by the boss. A priest's gold equipment, a silver equipment, and a silver skill book. Ugh. The big man casually made a move and sold us several gold, even platinum, items. How many bosses has he killed? Or maybe his gift is treasure hunting? All this stuff comes from opening treasure chests? And you was puzzled. At this time, Wang Mang ran up and asked with a bit of hesitation. Actually, we can't figure out Shadow's character right now. What if he follows up and kills again? Do we continue to give him a good afterlife? The top will also have an opinion. And you shook his head. No matter what the above thinks, I insist on cooperating with Dark Shadow. Even if the above refuses to give him a good aftermath, I'll personally wipe his ass. Wang Mang? Linley Fish? Gui Shue? Sharp-eyed Archer? Uncle Cardsmith? Resentment deep in the grave. Qin Feng advanced all the way and cleared more than 200 small monsters, among which there were several bronze bosses and silver bosses. The experience value came to level 11 and a half, not very far from level 12 anymore. Finally, he came to the deepest part of the tomb and saw a golden coffin. The ultimate reward for this tomb exploration was inside that coffin. But, open the coffin, there will definitely be a boss is all. Go on. Qin Feng summoned the devout believer and commanded him to come forward to open the coffin lid. A morose white mist surged out of it, condensing and coalescing into a bandaged dry corpse. Son of Spite, LV12. Grade, Gold. Blame your sister. Qin Feng was furious when he saw that it was just a gold-level boss, not even waiting for its form to fully coalesce. The plague blade in hand, enjoined relief on the spot, plus a shot of instant shadow slash. 9 rays of blade light instantly bloomed from that bandaged dry body. 9 damage numbers exploded. Roar. The spiteful son suffered an attack and instantly lost half his blood. Just a second later, 9 higher damage numbers exploded above this bastard's head once again, and he was instantly killed in seconds. Howl you sister. What the hell? This one is more fragile than the grouch at the door? Qin Feng shook his head. He knew that this kind of more fragile boss would often be a stronger threat to the player, as it meant that its attacks were more varied and did more damage. But it didn't matter to him. The gold level stuff is all seconds anyway. After taking out the Son of Resentment, he didn't rush, but took his time and waited. There are spiteful sons. Who says there are no spiteful fathers? This godforsaken game has more than its share of potholes. Sometimes the demons that seem to be the final boss are simply appetizers. This one resentment catacombs, Qin Feng hadn't seen it in his last life, so he didn't know what would end up being some. After waiting for about half a minute, there was nothing moving in this tomb. Only then did Qin Feng allow the devout followers to come forward and drag the corpse of the spiteful son to the corner. Greedy hands, touch a hand first and pop a bunch of loot without incident. Unfortunately, Qin Feng looked at the 6 platinum items and surprisingly, none of them were for assassins. What a spiteful son. Poorly reviewed. Qin Feng shook his head. Immediately afterward, the devotee was ordered to go up and look at that coffin. Just as the devotee reached over, poked his head out, and took a look, boom! A pillar of morose white light violently erupted from the coffin, directly smashing the head of the devout believer. Minus 12,988, weakness attack. The devotee, silver level, you summoned has been killed. Qin Feng received a system prompt and sighed in relief. It's a good thing the devotee was allowed to go up and take a look, or he'd be the one with his head washed out right now. Unfortunately, after that pillar of eerie white light erupted, there was no other subsequent movement. The platinum level father of resentment that Qin Feng was expecting did not appear, much to his disappointment. Looks like we'll just have to open the gold level rewards. Qin Feng waited for a while, and when the cooldown of the devout believer's summoning ended, he summoned one out again. Identical summoners, if not otherwise specified, can only have a maximum of 1 at a time. After summoning the devout believer, Qin Feng once again had the believer come forward. The dry, thin, gray humanoid devotee faithfully came to the casket and once again reached out to open. Boom! A pillar of Mori white light erupted, and another devout believer was killed. Almost got it. Qin Feng's eyes jumped. If it were anyone else, they would have died several times. Qin Feng never thought that brushing the monsters was smooth, but as a result, he got stuck here in the opening of the treasure chest. Can't waste time on this place. We must find a way to take the treasure chest, even if I die once. I have the ghost flame bell and won't lose anything. Qin Feng didn't continue to wait for the devout believer's call. Instead, he opened the shield of black light and personally came to that coffin. Reach. It turned out to be unresponsive. Just twice? Qin Feng thought about it. This pre-trap, engage in 2 has been a bit outrageous. It should not have more times. Only then did he poke his head out and look toward the trap. Gold level treasure chest. Open. He held out his hand and opened the treasure chest. Inside the treasure chest, a faint golden light shone out. What appeared in front of Qin Feng was a grayish-white bell. Is this Mount Bell? There's really a mount out? Qin Feng was stunned. Just now he was thinking that it would be nice to give a ride out of this tomb. Results. Really out. Is this just my luck? Or is it the Linley fish? This tomb, after all, was discovered by Linley Yu by chance. Xinfeng had to admit that this woman is some metaphysical ingredients in it. In any case, Xinfeng's first mount had arrived. I don't know what it'll be, but as long as it's a mount, it'll always allow me to hurry several times faster. Come on. Xinfeng reached out and picked up the Mount Bell into his hand. Mount Bell, Spectral Night Wolf when used, summons a Spectral Night Wolf, LV-12, that can help in battle or be ridden. Requires level 12. Ghostly Nocturnal Wolves? Xinfeng was a bit surprised. This thing, however, was one of the fastest mounts that could be obtained in the early stages. Not bad. Make a lot of money. It's a pity that it needs to be level 12 to use it, so I'll have to brush up on some monsters and level up to 12 first. Xinfeng returned along the same path. Meanwhile, Landscape Impression Neighborhood. Block 11. 11th floor. Xin Xiaoyu rushed back home in the night, wanting to find Xinfeng help, but the result was that when she entered the door and looked around, she was directly dumbfounded. Xinfeng. Negative. Not only was Xinfeng gone, but even Xinfeng's bed, table, clothes, etc. were all gone. Chapter 69 Emptying the Ruins of the Gladiatorial Arena. Wolf of the Night. Where are the people? Xin Xiaoyu froze, looking at the empty Xinfeng's room in disbelief. She froze for a few seconds, quickly took out her cell phone and called. The result was that the system prompted a shutdown. Looking for half a day, she found Xinfeng's cell phone in the trash can and found that it was already in a crushed state, completely unusable. She found that she had to accept a fact. Between her and Xinfeng, she had completely lost contact. Xinfeng left the tomb of resentment. From the bottom of that well, a direct instant shadow slash rushed out of the well and back to the ground. He glanced at the experience bar. A little less than halfway to level 12. Brush up first. The next big boost for him was finding this spirit swallower bloodline monster. But this thing? Xinfeng's memory was not refreshed around the ruins of Zhanghai City. First, I'll level up to level 15. Turn on intercity teleportation, and look for the Magic City ruins. Due to being a warrior in his previous life, Xinfeng hadn't learned the details of the spirit swallower. I probably only remember some news that spirit swallows had appeared around the ruins of the Magic City, and the exact location was the Terror Sea Ship outside the ruins of the Magic City. If you don't find it at the Terror Sea Ship, then you'll have to get the officials to step in and help with the information. Sure, at this stage, other players couldn't survive in the city ruins, let alone leave them. Xinfeng rushed all the way towards what he remembered, the largest gathering place of demons in the ruins of Zhanghai City. It was a gladiatorial ruin. Located in the north of the ruins of Zhanghai City, it covered a large area, equivalent to the size of 4 or 5 soccer fields. There are even 2 levels of venues underground where the environment is intricate and the number of magical creatures is high. Any other player, once they came to this place, it was basically a death. However, for Xinfeng, in a state of infinite stealth, there was no threat at all. Here, a paradise for the strong. Xinfeng took out several waves of demons along the way, and after a few minutes, he arrived at the gladiatorial ruins. Looking up, he saw that between the broken walls, several severers were wandering about, rummaging around for trash in the rubble. Suddenly, a dark and sharp blade light instantly cut through a circle of range around them. -4,728, -4,697, -4,712. The dark elemental energy attached to the blade's light directly sliced those limb breakers in half, and they collapsed and died on the spot. Xinfeng's figure appeared from the shadows. Immediately afterward, he went back into stealth. Several rays of light rose from the body of the amputee in succession, dropping bits of loot. This kind of small level 11 and 12 monsters had an experience value of only 100 or so. Fortunately, there were a large number of small monsters in this place, and no one had grabbed them from Xinfeng at the current stage. Instantly turn on the cool brush mode. First, clear the demons from the floor of the gladiatorial ruins, then the first underground level, and finally, the second basement level. Xinfeng was like a dancer in the darkness, becoming a nightmare for all the demons in the area. Even if there were bronze, silver and gold level bosses, they couldn't block his strikes. Experience, lifespan, and evolution points were all pocketed by Xinfeng with his greedy hands. Time passes, until the sun rose in the outside world. It was still a dim scene on the divine Forsaken continent. There is no sun, no moon, only a gray foggy light that spills over the earth, casting a ragged shadow over the whole world. In the gladiatorial arena in the ruins of Zhanghai City, Xinfeng rode the ghost night wolf and walked out from the ruins. The entire ruins of the gladiatorial arena had been emptied of demonic creatures by him alone. Follow up on the demonic refreshment. It takes a long time. Just then, a small group of players came to the area in a group. 6 players, both male and female. all observing their surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, the scene that appeared before their eyes shocked them. Hiss, what's with all the little monster corpses in this place? A team has gotten the jump on us. Holy, this is too fierce, isn't it? At a glance, there must be hundreds of little monster corpses here, right? The 6 of them stared wide-eyed, their breathing becoming rapid. One after another ran past Qin Feng. Not a single person realized Qin Feng's presence, because Qin Feng's ghostly nocturnal wolf also possessed the ability of stealth. Ghostly nocturnal wolf, LV13, grade, gold, power, 168, body mass, 175, agility, 211, spirit, 155. The mount will be upgraded by gaining the same amount of experience as its owner. If the mount bell is traded, the mount's level will be restored to its initial state. Sprint, activated when used as a mount. Movement speed is increased by 245%. Nocturnal, you will be permanently in a level 1 stealth state during the night, and attacks will break the stealth state with an additional 120 points of stealth breaking attacks. After manifesting, it takes 60 seconds between attacks to re-invisible. Continuous pounce, pounce on a single target 3 times in a row, adding 267 physical attack points to each attack. Cooldown, 12 seconds. Wolf Howl, adds 35 points of attack, physical defense, and full elemental resistance to friendly units for 1800 seconds. Cooldown 600 seconds. When Qin Feng first summoned this mount, its level was 12. Following his fight in the gladiatorial ruins until now, he had risen to level 13, and his attributes and combat power had increased. The key was that the mount also had stealth abilities. Although you can only be invisible at night, you can be permanently invisible as long as you don't attack, and the effect is already quite unbelievable. This night-walking skill is generally useful within the game, but in reality, the role is counterintuitive. Qin Feng definitely needs to extract this Mount Bell into reality. However, this gold-level Mount Bell, which was a special item, required a lifespan for extraction that was 10 times that of equipment of the same grade, almost in the neighborhood of 30,000 to 50,000 days. Wait until evening, and you can ride the Ghost Wolf to Mordor. According to its current attributes, its fastest speed reaches 150 meters per second, and even if it runs at a normal speed, 100 meters per second can easily be reached. Qin Feng ignored the 6 players who passed by and were in shock, self-consciously riding the ghost Nightwalker wolf in its stealthy state. He continued toward the direction of the place of pure souls. Only Qin Feng himself could see it. Underneath his seat was a translucent ghost wolf that stood 1.5 meters tall, covered in gray-black fur, with a pair of ghostly blue eyes that were filled with wildness and murderous intent. This ghostly nocturnal wolf alone could casually slaughter players at this stage. Qin Feng glanced at the rankings. Once he was level 12, he opened the leveling chart for the Jianghai City area. At this time, he was alone in first place with a rank of 13. Even the second place behind them is still only level 10. It looks like there's only a 3-level difference, but in reality, others can't catch up for days, and Qin Feng's harvest from last night's brush until now was even better. In addition to leveling up from 11 to 13, the tradable lifespan went up from over 30,000 days to almost 90,000 days, or 245 years. There were also evolution points, which came to 255. As for equipment and skill books, they are also upgraded. Just as Qin Feng was planning to open his skill bar and evolve his skills, a loud rumble suddenly emanated from the eastern part of the city's ruins. Even the ground Qin Feng was on trembled several times. Qin Feng glanced over from afar and was instantly a bit surprised. Who's such a tiger that they actually opened up the Iron Virgin? Chapter 70, Mythical Gift of Deliverance. Your whole body is full of weaknesses. Iron Virgin. That was the name of a platinum-level boss. The actual name is called the Holy Maiden of Steel. This was a terrifying boss that had impressed all the players of Jianghai City in his last life. The difficulty of its strategy is actually similar to that of Soul Purifier Phasal. However, because the battle was in a public place, there were especially many people grabbing the boss. In his last life, this boss took half a day to be taken down. Of course, Qin Feng had already quietly taken down the Soul Purifier at that time, so he didn't participate in the siege of the Holy Maiden of Steel. The other players in Jianghai City had died a combined total of several thousand times because of this boss. A few are taken out by bosses. Most of them are taken out by players against each other. Because taking out the Virgin of Steel will result in a hideout called the Church Sanctuary. If I remember correctly, there should be quite a few people establishing guilds by now, but in the last life, the Iron Virgin was opened on the 3rd day. Qin Feng looked at it from afar. Just see a 10 meters high steel female statue is standing in the ruins. Due to the distance is too far, temporarily cannot see the lower half of the body. As for her upper body, it was made entirely of poured steel, and her hands had no fingers, but 2 sharp iron flywheels filled with killing intent. The female face formed of steel wore an eerie, cruel smile that never seemed to change. There were 2 fire-breathing devices on her chest, but of course, fire-breathing was a skill that could only be used in the second stage of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Since someone opened it, then this boss. I'll take it. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly, and he immediately changed direction and rode the ghost night-walking wolf as fast as he could, furiously dashing towards where the Holy Maiden of Steel was. Along the way, Qin Feng was not idle. Directly opening the skill interface, he began to evolve his skills. This time, after emptying the gladiatorial ruins, Qin Feng took out 2 gold bosses along the way. There was a boss in there that gave him a nice gold level skill book. Qin Feng directly consumed 11 evolution points to evolve this skill to epic level. Tranquil Concealment, Gold Platinum Jade Diamond Epic enters a state of invisibility in place, and as long as you do not launch an attack or do not move, you will be permanently in a state of invisibility. If an attack is launched, it will add 300400500600800 points to the stealth breaking attack. Cooldown 1201101008060, 38. 7 seconds. Required level 13. This is another stealth skill. The difference was that this stealth skill of stealth could not move. As long as you don't move, you are permanently in stealth. Having this skill meant that Qin Feng had one more means of explosion. When fighting a boss, you can hit that 800 points of broken concealment damage by launching an attack first while in stealth, then releasing quiet concealment and launching the next attack immediately afterward. It was important to realize that these 800 additional points of hidden breaking attack were 2,000 or 3,000 final damage after all the additions were made. The only one flaw is that the skill cooldown is a bit long. However, this skill is simply unbeatable in reality. Turn 1 on when you enter the game, and as long as I don't exit the game, I'll always be invisible. In conjunction with entering the game with the real body in the uncheckable state. This also means that, with this skill, in the future, as long as Qin Feng entered the game, the reality of him would be as good as disappearing, completely cease to exist in this world. In addition to quiet concealment, Qin Feng had also scored several low-grade assassin skill books. However, only one book, Kick, which interrupts the target's spell casting, is slightly useful, and the other skills are basically useless. Of course, Qin Feng also learned all of them. This type of skills when he obtained the Spirit Swallower's bloodline. Can be mentioned epic level lead bloodline swallowing, provides stronger bloodline attributes. After evolving quiet concealment, Qin Feng evolved 2 other skills. Fierce Poison Dart, Emerald Diamond Epic maximum range 171820 meters. Adds 240300400 points of attack damage on hit and Fierce Poison status. Fierce Poison, 80% 90% 100% sustained damage per second. No weakness bonus, lasts for 5 seconds. Non-stackable. The Manticore Dart evolved to epic level, consuming 34 evolution points. Lastly, he consumed 200 evolution points to evolve the Graceful Deliverance, which was already legendary, to mythic level. Graceful Deliverance, Legend Myth plus 200% 300% to weakness attack modifier. Weakness attack multiplier doubled. Rank 5. Active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 150% 200% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 25, 22, 2 seconds 15, 9, 7 seconds. This skill reaches mythical levels, though it may not seem like much has changed. However, Qin Feng was aware that this skill, finally, had undergone a metamorphosis. With this 300% weakness attack modification, for Qin Feng, in addition to certain special magical creatures, whoever he looks at casually, will have weaknesses all over his body. In the case of the player, the weaknesses are the heart and the head. Once it expanded by 300%, it directly covered their entire body. In itself, Qin Feng's instant shadow slash skill did not eat weaknesses, but because the weaknesses are magnified to 4 times the original, hitting anywhere randomly is a weakness. With the legendary enchantment Deliverance, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash had a 1/3 probability of hitting the target's weak point on average. This chopping position was beyond his control, so it could only be calculated by the system for the attendant probability. But now, Mythic Boon Relief, with his instant shadow slash, at least 8 out of 9 slashes would be weak point damage. This is qualitative change. After evolving Graceful Deliverance, Qin Feng had 10 evolution points remaining, which he left unused for the time being. Then there's checking out the gear. The first was a necklace of white bones that he wore around his neck. Deceiver's Pendant, Platinum Assassin's Jewelry. Physical attack plus 45, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20. Requirements, level 13. Unique effect, plus 1 stealth level. After putting on this necklace, Qin Feng could only replace the Believer's Pendant. However, the Believer's Pendant belongs to the summoning class of equipment. When needed, a dress-up summoning will change it back, and when taking off the Believer's Pendant, the already summoned devotee will not disappear. This Deceiver Pendant. The special effect directly added 1 stealth level to Qin Feng, gives him a stealth level of 4. The skill comes with 1 stealth level. This Deceiver Pendant adds 1 level, and the Shadow Profession adds 2 levels, for a total of 4 stealth levels. The downside, though, is that this Deceiver Pendant doesn't add cooldown speed. After replacing the Believer's Pendant that added 20% cooldown speed, Qin Feng's cooldown speed dropped a bit. However, the impact was not significant. In comparison, surely the level 1 stealth rating is a bit more important. Not to mention that the physical attack power and strength added by this necklace will increase the damage. There is also a piece of equipment that is in the helmet area. Chapter 71, I Don't Eat Beef. Veil of Shadows, Gold Assassin's Equipment. Physique plus 5. Spirit plus 5. Dodge rate plus 32%. Equipment requirement, level 12. This equipment doesn't add defense, doesn't add elemental resistance, and only adds 5 points of constitution and spirit. Which is kind of mean. That 32% dodge isn't bad, though. My Ghostly Blur skill comes with 75% dodge, stacked with 32% evasion from Veil of Shadows. The final evasion is 83%. In the godforsaken game, the evasion probabilities from different sources are not directly additive. Instead, it's stacked and multiplied. Final dodge rate equals 1 in dodge A, asterisk, 1 in dodge B, asterisk, 1 in dodge C. The dodge rate of a single source is never more than 100%, so no matter how much dodge is piled up, the dodge probability can never reach 100%, except, of course, for certain special skill effect states. In addition, the skill Shield of Black Light could convert the evasion rate into the number of wounds avoided. Qin Feng tried and found. The number of damage-free shields for this skill is actually calculated on a per-skill separate basis. This made Qin Feng a bit surprised. If you go by final dodge, then 83% dodge, which translates into 8 layers of damage-free shield. But if you count each skill separately, then that's 7 layers plus 3 layers, for a total of 10 layers of immunity shields. This also means that the skill Shield of Black Light has a high ceiling. Sure, this skill of the number of times you are immune to injury has a higher cap, but there are also means of restraining it. A lot of shooters, mages, swordsmen, warriors, and the like are professions that have a lot of high-frequency attacks. In the later stages of PvP, a single skill can clear dozens of damage-free layers. Only at this stage, Qin Feng was carrying this Shield of Black Light mainly for raiding bosses. Later in the game it's also for special times solo. With 1 against many, damage-free shields are not as effective as evasion. When Qin Feng finished evolving his skills and checking his equipment, he had already ridden his stealthy Ghost Knight Wolf and approached to within a few hundred meters of that Holy Maiden of Steel. The Saintess of Steel, who was more than 10 meters tall, looked incomparably powerful, and her hands kept flinging huge iron wheels, constantly cutting through the surrounding players. A series of shouting, noisy and commanding voices came from the front. The ghostly nocturnal wolf carried Qin Feng and leapt onto the roof of a nearby residential ruin in a single leap. Seeing that on the ruins of the square in front of them, there was a group of 30 to 40 players that were besieging the Holy Maiden of Steel. Want to play Iron Virgin now? Too bloated. Qin Feng did not strike directly, but intended to observe first. The Holy Maiden of Steel was a level 15 platinum boss. True to the difficulty, it's slightly inferior to Soul Purifier Fate Halfer teams with. However, at this stage, other than Qin Feng, the hardware was absolutely unqualified for other players to raid a platinum level boss, really enough to fight the platinum boss conditions. Now at most Wang Mang that team, because eat a lot of Qin Feng's sold equipment benefits, so the hardware is barely qualified. However, for normal players, a team of 6 people, don't even think about fighting the platinum boss. Platinum level bosses and above, all of them are for player teams to challenge. Therefore, there had to be at least 6 or 7 top-tier squads like Wang Mang's to challenge the platinum boss. At this stage, the globe combined can't muster that many elites. Ha, is that him? Right at this moment, Qin Feng saw from afar that in the field, there was a knight player holding a lance, who was riding a panther-like war beast with a shield in his crotch right underneath the Iron Maiden, resisting the boss's attacks. Because the distance was too far, Qin Feng was unable to see the player's head codename, much less his face. But Qin Feng still recognized that person's identity at the first moment. Chen Wuming, codenamed Glory Wonder, president of the Knight Templar Guild. The reason why it was so familiar was because, in his last life, Qin Feng had fought with this person for 9 years, and he hadn't even been able to distinguish between a winner and a loser. Both guilds compete in the wild, grabbing each other's bosses, and have killed each other an unknown number of times. As for Chen Wuming's profession, it was the hidden profession Templar Knight. So reach level 10, consume 1000 days of tradable life, create a guild and give the guild a name, Knight Templar. The Iron Virgins in the last life were taken down by the Templar Knights. Therefore, the Templar Guild possessed the second largest hideout, church sanctuary, within the ruins of Zhanghai City. In Zhanghai City, there were the West Chopping God and the East Church, which controlled the western and eastern areas of the ruins of Zhanghai City respectively. Knights Templar, the guild. Qin Feng was just smiling. This guild, accurately speaking the later stages were all held up by a few top-tier warriors, and its guild members were basically the black slaves of those few top-tier warriors, because, when this guild recruited its members at the very beginning, it signed an initiation contract with its members. The guild will cover the basic survival needs of its members, but the longevity tax rate within the guild is as high as 50%. That means that a Templar guild member, who has hit 100 days of life out there, needs to turn in 50 days to the guild. Generally speaking, it was those players who had potential, but were weak in the early stages and had problems surviving, who would choose to join this guild. And this guild doesn't take people at a low standard. The average player is not yet eligible to join. After all, this guild will protect the basic survival of the members. In the early stage, it will be a large sum of expenditure, and even not enough to make ends meet. If it weren't for that, a guild with such a high tax rate wouldn't be able to take in anyone at all. Once you join the guild, you have to sign an agreement that you cannot quit the guild for at least 3 years. It can be said that the Negroes were utilized to the fullest extent. Since it's you guys, I'll save you some time. It's impossible to beat the Iron Maiden. To send you guys home fast anyway. The ghostly Night Wolf, carrying Qin Feng, leapt down towards the downstairs plaza. His hidden form came to the middle of the field with great speed, holding his sword in his backhand, the plague blade cutting a black light around him. Dark ringed blade, minus 17,014, weakness attack, minus 15,788, weakness attack. Mythic enchantment relief makes even the dark ringed blades eat weakness attacks. A skill went down, and a white light instantly rose up around them. What fighters, mages, and priests instantly fell in a large swath. You have killed player self-inflicted weapon. You have killed player Su Jojo. You have killed player Little Yo-Yo. You have killed player Don't Eat Cheese. You have killed player Tulip, which is not as fragrant as Sister's bath towel. This sudden turn of events surprised Nameless Chen, who was resisting the boss in front of him. Originally, the open boss fought well, and the boss attack was resisted, but as a result, after a ring of blade light, half of his team members blacked out. Who is it? Shadow? We have no grudge against you. Why are you killing our people? Chen Wuming, riding a leopard warbeast, shocked to look around, but did not see any suspicious figure. Then a coolness straight to the sky. Since this person was in the crotch of the boss, he was far away and didn't eat Qin Feng's attack, so he didn't die. After he shouted like that, in his ears, a faint voice suddenly came. I don't eat beef. The words were not yet spoken. Chen Wuming, even with the panther, blossomed with blade light from top to bottom, blood splattered, and was chopped into 8 sections on the spot. Chapter 72, Letting Go of the Helpful Complex and Respecting Her Fate. Along with Chen Wuming, there were also other Knight Templar Guild members in the surrounding area who were decapitated. However, their stations surrounding the boss were more spread out. Qin Feng did not finish off everyone. There are still 3 or 4 players who see the target and immediately scatter in all directions. Qin Feng did not pursue, because there was no need for it. His main target was the platinum-level boss in front of him that was 3 stories tall, the Holy Maiden of Steel. It was a steel colossus made purely of poured steel. The lower half of the body had no legs, but was a pile of iron base, held up by magical energy and suspended in mid-air. That weird, cruel and merciless smile was enough to make a small child cry. The Blossom Curse. Qin Feng raised his hand and released the Blossom Curse towards all the corpses around him, including Chen Wuming. The remaining tradable lifespans on them, even including 50% of the non-tradable lifespans, began to be sucked over by the cursed flower. As within the godforsaken game, it is the player's consciousness that comes in, so their bodies within the game belong to the system that molded them. Even if resurrected, the body will exist for a certain amount of time. CNMD. What's it to me if you don't eat beef? I shoved beef in your mouth? Chen Wuming was resurrected in the middle of the ruins of Zhanghai City with a face of anger and suffocation. He knew that Shadow's words were saying to him, I'll kill you for no reason. And this location where he had been resurrected was already more than 10 kilometers away from the Holy Maiden of Steel. With their speed, it was almost impossible for them to rush over quickly. Besides, even if they did, what could they do? People killed so many of them in seconds with a single skill. And that damage, it's over $10,000. Every one of them, not to mention being killed in seconds, owed Shadow several lives. Originally, Chen Wuming and the others still felt that they had been unlucky this time, but I didn't realize that more bad luck was yet to come. As Qin Feng's Blossom Curse was released, the system alert of a reduced lifespan was transmitted to the minds of Chen Wuming and the others. This caused him and the guild members behind him to all turn pale. This time, not only did they die losing half their life expectancy, more so, by some horrible skill that continues to suck the lifespan, even the non-tradable lifespans are being sucked up extra. After a few moments, absorption stops, and they realize that they lost all of their tradable lifespans in this death, and even 75% of their untradable lifespans. Based on what the guild members who hadn't yet been killed at the scene peered in from afar and reported back, Chen Wuming learned that on all of their corpses, bizarre flowers the color of scarlet and blood had grown. This caused a series of cries of pain and angry curses to be heard within the Knight Templar Guild channel. But facing the shadow, there is nothing any of them can do. So many of them were taken out without even seeing Shadow's shadow, let alone taking revenge. Really want to take revenge? Then the result can only be killed by the other party once, twice, countless times again. On Chen Wuming's side, he was completely unable to generate any thoughts of revenge. However, on Qin Feng's side, he casually glanced at the system prompts during the process of absorbing the lifespan. As a result, he saw a familiar codename, Xiao Yuya. She joined the Knights Templar? Qin Feng looked at the system prompt with an expressionless face. Absorbs 4 days of the opponent's tradable life and over a year of non-tradable life through the Blossom Curse. This means that the other party now has very little life left. Supposedly, he was so mixed up that he couldn't hang out anymore, so he chose to join the Knight Templar Guild as a black slave. In that case, her survival can be guaranteed, but with 50% of her lifespan earnings to be surrendered to the guild, it's almost impossible to develop and rise on her own. In response, Qin Feng naturally had no feelings whatsoever. Let go of the helping complex and honor her destiny. Qin Feng merely swept his eyes at that codename before refocusing his attention on the Holy Maiden of Steel in front of him. The first stage of this boss is nothing difficult. The hard part is the second phase after Half-Blood, especially for me. After Qin Feng finished off Chen Wuming and the others, he went stealthy and kept a distance of 10 meters away from the boss. That Holy Maiden of Steel didn't disengage from combat after a large number of players around her died, but instead began to unleash ranged attacks after losing her main target. Its arms, which presented iron wheels, began to rotate along with its head and upper body, and surprisingly began to draw circles. The two-armed iron wheel, cut into a circle 10 meters around, turned 3 times in a row. When this skill appeared, even if Chen Wuming's Templar Knight was still there, he would not be able to resist it at all. However, Qin Feng stepped back early. When the instantaneous shadow slash had finished cooling down, he took advantage of the temporary detachment from combat and switched the weapon in his hand to the ghost ship twin blades, directly releasing the instantaneous shadow slash. Swish! He transformed into a residual shadow and instantly cut through the towering body of the Holy Maiden of Steel. Blade light bloomed and erupted on the Holy Maiden of Steel. Minus 7,551, weakness attack. Minus 7,527, weakness attack. Minus 7,536, weakness attack. Worthy of being an Iron Virgin. This defense exceeds other bosses of the same level by too much. Qin Feng calmly observed the boss's blood level. 1 instantaneous shadow slash. 9 slashes, all hitting the weak points, taking out over 60,000 blood of the boss. That's about 15% blood for the boss. It can be seen that the Holy Maiden of Steel has a total of about 400,000 life points. That amount of blood was quite a bit lower than the Soul Purifier Phasal, but due to its higher defense, it was not in any way less candid than the Soul Purifier. The key point remains. The Holy Maiden of Steel will have the counter damage ability for almost the entire time when her blood level drops below half, and it is 100% counter damage. That's the biggest difficulty with the Sage of Steel. Because of this, Qin Feng had no intention of using the active effect of Graceful Deliverance. This skill slash throat sustained damage could currently increase Qin Feng's damage by 6 times, but a situation where his damage was too high would directly cause the boss to enter the second stage, thus triggering a counter injury effect that bounced Qin Feng himself to death. Instant Shadow Chop 9 times. Every time Instant Shadow slash triggers cut throat, I take 9 counter damage, and the Shield of Black Light can barely resist it, but the cooldown can't keep up. This was why Qin Feng had to replace the Plague Blade with the Ghost Ship Twin Blades before starting the boss fight. If it's a Plague Blade, then any attack generates a toxin burst of extra damage after 3 seconds. This damage would be fully rebounded to Qin Feng himself, but the Ghost Ship Twin Blades have no such worries, including the slitting throat damage from Graceful Deliverance. Qin Feng could only discard it when fighting this boss. But, during the second stage, every time the Iron Maiden puts a skill into play, that anti-injury effect will briefly expire. Just go ahead and launch an attack while it's in between attacks, and you'll avoid counter-injury. Qin Feng had a detailed plan in his mind and was in no hurry at all. After an instantaneous shadow slash, he stealthily disappeared towards the back, quietly watching the boss release various ranged skills in place and waiting for the next attack. Just then, more players around, attracted by the commotion made by the Holy Maiden of Steel. Chapter 73, Saintess of Steel. Soul Player. Qin Feng was on his way to clear the leveling in the gladiatorial ruins. Within the boundaries of Jianghai City, more and more players had risen to level 10, and all of them came among the city ruins of the divine Forsaken Continent. Since their numbers were getting bigger, they slowly cleared out quite a few magical creatures within the ruins of the city. The commotion made by the Iron Virgin now attracted dozens of players from the neighborhood. They didn't dare approach for the time being, all dispersed in the ruins hundreds of meters away, surrounded by the action of this boss. Simply do not dare to appear. Once they showed themselves, they would be the target of the Holy Maiden of Steel's attack. Holy, who's fighting the boss here and how come I don't see a single shadow? I heard it was Shadow. This boss was opened by the Knight Templar. And suddenly, the Shadow sharked all of them. Now it's Shadow who's fighting the boss? Hiss, one skill took out that much blood from the boss? That's gotta be 15%, right? Wouldn't that be 6 or 7 skills to finish off this platinum level boss? MD must be too talented. If I had his talent, I'd take off too. Right in the middle of people chatting, Qin Feng appeared from time to time and gave the Holy Maiden of Steel a blow. After just over 10 seconds, 2 instantaneous shadow slashes in succession caused the boss's blood level to fall to 51%. Next attack. If I use instant shadow slash again, I'll eat the backlash. But it can be resisted once with the shield of black light first. Qin Feng responded calmly. Right after the instant shadow slash cooldown, turn on the shield of black light. The action of turning on the shield of black light took him out of stealth. But soon he released quiet concealment to enter stealth again. Start in place. Instant shadow chop. Minus 7,975, weakness attack. Minus 8,031, weakness attack. Minus 0, counter wound 8,055. After the instantaneous shadow slash hit twice, on that Holy Maiden of Steel, some thorns and iron thorns suddenly appeared, sticking out from within the body of Steel, due to Tranquil Concealment's higher concealment breaking attack. So this time, the instant shadow slash damage was a few hundred points higher than the previous one. Unfortunately, after the boss entered the second stage of Half-Blood, the 7 slashes behind it, all of which failed to deal damage, bounced back to Qin Feng in full. Luckily, Qin Feng had the shield of Black Light's 10 layers of injury immunity on him, so he was able to be spared. Immediately after that, the eerie and cruel smile on the Holy Maiden of Steel's face directly turned into a painfully twisted expression. All over its body, thorns and iron thorns stabbed out. The 2 fire-breathing cannon tubes in the chest, also extended, ready to spew out flames. However, after completing these changes, the boss suddenly stopped moving. In the immobilized state, it has an anti-injury state that is always present. Qin Feng was very patient as he stealthily waited on the sidelines. If it stays still, I'll have to show up actively and go for a slow fight on the number of immunities. But if another player were to mess with it, I could have solved the fight faster. No one knew what Qin Feng was thinking. When the surrounding players saw that the boss wasn't moving, they all started whispering and were a bit confused. Why isn't this boss moving? Could it be that Shadow is dead? It's possible. After all, this boss just had some changes. Maybe some means to take out Shadow. But if he dies, where's the body? And what about the exploded lifespan? It's not possible that the corpse is also invisible, is it? I have to say, these players have a great imagination. At this moment, there was a small group of 6 people that came near the Sage of Steel. At the head of the group was a masked samurai player wielding a katana and wearing gold-grade lock armor. His eyes were sharp and he looked spry, powerful and very confident. There were 3 other players that had been crouching here for a few moments. Seeing that masked warrior arriving, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Big brother security, you're here. We observed for a long time. This boss is just those few skills we have memorized. In addition, this boss suddenly did not move. The body also some changes. May have new skills. The masked warrior player nodded faintly. Before, it was Shadow who was fighting this boss. The masked warrior codenamed Safety first reached out and snapped his fingers. Bunny, turn on Red Eye and see if Shadow is still there. Behind him a teenage player nodded. The young girl raised her hand and summoned a rabbit. That rabbit sneakily hopped up towards the roof of the ruins of the dwelling, and both of its eyes turned blood red as it peered towards the surroundings. 1 minute later, Rabbit, the summoner girl in her vestments and staff, said, I didn't find Shadow's location, so I guess it's gone. The masked warrior sighed with relief. Bunny's anti-hiding level has level 3. If Bunny didn't find anyone, the person is most likely not there, but still keep an eye on it at all times. And if the Shadow comes, alert me immediately. Level 3 anti-crypt level, which is really high at the moment. This teenage summoner named Little Rabbit summoned the tracing blood rabbit that came with a level 1 anti-concealment level, then carried a necklace on her body that added a level 1 anti-concealment level, and also learned a sharp probe passive skill. Passive skill, adding 1 level of anti-concealment level. Originally, they wanted to buy more anti-crypt props, but anti-crypt related items on the market now were extremely rare. Just that necklace still cost a fortune. After all, no one wants to die in this environment. Stealth assassins pose such a threat that any team that has a professional anti-stealth person. However, they didn't realize that Qin Feng's stealth level had already reached level 4. Not much longer. The masked samurai, codenamed Safety First, armed with a katana, stepped out from the ruins of the residence and approached towards the Holy Maiden of Steel. This scene left many of the surrounding players stunned. That guy is looking for death. You don't think you want to fight the boss alone, do you? Wait, that guy I've seen before. Took out a gold level boss without injury when he was still in Initial Town. Holy, it's Big Brother Safety First? I heard that his profession is Soul Wielder. He can dodge 100% after every roll. It's rumored that this big guy used to be one of the world's top Souls game anchors, with operational response pulling full stop. Under the shocked and expectant gaze of the crowd, the Soul Wielder, Safety First, holding his katana, had arrived in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel, facing the 3-story tall platinum-level terrifying boss directly. Before that soul martial artist could approach, the Holy Maiden of Steel had already wielded the iron wheels of her left and right hands, slashing down heavily towards the soul martial artist in succession. In the rear, among the ruins of the inhabitants, teenage summoner Bunny, along with her teammates, looked at the masked soul martial artist with anticipation. This platinum-level boss, Big Brother security can definitely deal with it. That's right, this boss moves very slowly, and with Big Brother's strength, he can casually react to it. As long as we can dodge by rolling, the boss will be able to ignore 50% defense with his next attack, and it won't take long to finish off the boss. Ahead, that soul martial artist rolled directly in the face of the Iron Virgin's attack. Tumbling, dodge, tumbling, dodge. After dodging the Iron Virgin's 2 iron will chopping strikes, the soul martial artist's eyes were calm and he struck out boldly with a silver-ranked katana in his hand. Eat my gaping moon shadow. He held a katana in his hand, and under the various status enhancement increases, he swung 3 consecutive swords towards the Iron Virgin. 3 blades of ghostly blue blade light swung out, instantly landing on the iron base of the Iron Virgin. -0, 988 for counter wounds. -0, 976 for countering injuries. -0, counter wound 1002. Before the soul martial artist could react, his blood bar had already gone to 0 and he died violently on the spot. The appearance of this scene caused the surrounding players to be instantly stunned. Chapter 74. This is the real Big Brother. Church Sanctuary Hideout. Just as the soul martial artist Safety First was killed by the Iron Virgin's counter-injury rebound, Qin Feng had long since taken advantage of the boss to strike. However, the surrounding players could only see a residual shadow cut through the field, followed by the chest core on the boss, which was subjected to a series of knife-like chopping attacks. The blood bar above the boss's head instantly dropped another 15% or so, and when that soul martial artist died violently, the Holy Maiden of Steel regained her composure and stopped attacking, and not only that, she even moved towards the church sanctuary behind her. Slowly, obviously. This boss did not go crazy releasing ranged skills against enemies it could not see through stealth. As long as she didn't attack, the Holy Maiden of Steel was in an invincible state with 100% anti-injury. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and followed closely behind. This soul wielder can counter himself to death in one set, and the damage is pretty high. After all, the passive of the profession of Soul Warrior, which ignores 50% of the target's defense after dodging, is remarkably effective against Iron Virgins. But with this occupational trait, he simply can't beat the Iron Virgin. Qin Feng secretly shook his head. He knew that Soul Warriors had an occupational ability that gave them 0.3 seconds of 100% dodge time after each roll, and after successfully dodging, the next attack can ignore 50% of the target's defense. But it's clear that the man is being tanked by the Iron Virgin. When the Iron Virgin launched his attack, the man could only roll and dodge, not having a chance to attack. When the Iron Virgin stops attacking, the man launches an attack that will be fully rebounded again. It can be difficult to say the least. The boss is dead? Naya, like it's anti-injury? Something's not right. That shadow is still there, and it's hit the boss with another big tube of blood. Inside the team channel, Soul Martial Artist Safety First immediately said in shock. Impossible. Why did I hit the boss for no damage at all? And the damage was all bounced back? Then the shadow can take one tube of blood at a time? Teenage Summoner Bunny was also shocked. My tracking blood rabbit didn't even see anyone. His stealth level is already at least 4. Just then, Qin Feng's skills cooled down. He no longer waited for the other players around him to make a move, because it looked like no one else would dare to make a move either. You can only show up yourself and lure the boss into attacking. Shield of Black Light. Qin Feng opened the Shield of Black Light, and his ghostly figure in spiteful leather armor finally appeared in front of all the surrounding players. At the same time, it also attracted the attention of that Holy Maiden of Steel. Click, click, click. the Holy Maiden of Steel instantly turned back, her arms driving the iron wheels as she chopped down towards Qin Feng. Just as it launched its attack, Qin Feng held the ghost ship dual blades and directly fired a darkness ring blade. Dark blades, sweeping around him, landed on the core of the Holy Maiden of Steel's weakness. -9,000, weakness attack. Immediately after that, there was an instantaneous shadow chop, exploding the attack while perfectly dodging the opponent's chopping attack. The Holy Maiden of Steel's bloodstain once again dropped a notch. However, at the same time, this boss disappeared towards Qin Feng's figure, and the fire-breathing cannon tube on its chest finally activated, instantly spewing out 2 black flames. Qin Feng was hit even when he was in stealth. Luckily, he had a 10-layer damage immunity shield from the Shield of Black Light on him. After being depleted of 7 layers of damage immunity shield, Qin Feng quickly retreated beyond the opponent's attack range. This fire-breathing damage is too frequent, even 0.5 seconds slower, and I don't have enough layers of damage shield. Luckily I'm fast enough. Qin Feng patiently waited for the black light shield to cool down. This skill has a cooldown of more than 30 seconds, which means that it takes Qin Feng more than 30 seconds to launch an attack. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly realized that there was a person sneaking close to the place where the soul martial artist had just died. Obviously, it was trying to pick up the lifespan orb dropped by the soul martial artist. Just as the man was about to approach the ball of light, a fiercely poisonous dart, coldly flying from the side, pierced into his head. -11,989, weakness attack. Spot seconds. Immediately after that, there were 2 blood-red cursed flowers that bloomed above those 2 corpses. However, wherever Qin Feng saw a lifespan orb of light, it was bound to be impossible for someone else to steal it. He turned back and dealt with the man, stealthing again. In the next moment, the Holy Maiden of Steel's figure appeared in front of her eyes again, and in a repeat of the same trick, when that boss unleashed its fire-breathing attack, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash landed in full force on the boss. All the players around them, looking at the scene, were stunned. All they could see was that the figure of the shadow kept appearing everywhere in the field, flickering and flickering at an extremely fast speed. Once it appears, either someone is dead or the boss gets a large blood bar taken out. I'll go. This shadow is too fierce, isn't it? What kind of tactic is this? I didn't know what shadow took the first kill on. Now I'm convinced. I thought that our boss, soul martial artist, could single-handedly kill a gold-level boss in half an hour is already very strong. I didn't expect there to be an even fiercer. More fierce? It's fierce beyond measure. That's a real bigot. Whether it was the players under the soul wielder, the other onlookers, and the few Knight Templar guild members who hadn't been taken out and had hidden themselves, all of them had now looked dumbfounded. Originally, people only knew that Shadow was strong, but just how strong? No one knows. There weren't many players who could see Qin Feng kill a boss with their own eyes until now. Grey Rose counts as one, but that was back in Newbie Town. Milky Yukiko has seen it too, but that plague surrounder is just a gold boss. As for the others, even Wang Mang and the others, they hadn't seen Qin Feng make many moves. Thus, at this moment, when they saw the scene of Qin Feng single-handedly challenging the Holy Maiden of Steel, the surrounding players all stared in shock as if they had seen a god. Not to mention the Holy Maiden of Steel. Other than that, even a single silver boss or gold boss could cause the average player to be constantly reunited. Even if a soul martial artist is safety first and is able to single-handedly kill a gold-level boss without injury, he or she is instantly killed in front of the Holy Maiden of Steel. It was such a terrifying platinum boss that was powerless in front of the Shadow. The surrounding players were all astonished. So naturally, it was impossible for anyone to dare make a move to harass Qin Feng. And when Qin Feng next appeared, let that Iron Virgin frantically launch Iron Will chopping attack. Chest of black flames gushing out when Qin Feng, by virtue of the Shield of Black Light, hard against each other flames, holding dual knives, a shot instant shadow chop. Directly the last point of the blood bar of the boss will be emptied. You have killed Holy Maiden of Steel, Platinum level. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the Church Sanctuary. You have become the owner of both the Land of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. Please choose one of them to keep. Note, unreserved status as owner of a hideout will be converted into a hideout key, tradable. Other players using a hideout key will become the owner of that hideout. As the Iron Virgin fell to the ground with a loud bang, smashing down a piece of the surrounding dwellings, system prompts came one after another in Qin Feng's mind. It is not possible for the same player to have two caches at the same time. So, Qin Feng had to choose a hiding place to retain his master's identity. Another hideout that will turn into a tradable hideout key. This key, at this stage, is the only official one that can afford it. It's reasonable to trade them for a 2,000-year lifespan, isn't it? Qin Feng naturally chose to keep the Land of Pure Souls, giving up the identity of the owner of the Church Sanctuary and obtaining the key to the Church Sanctuary hideout. At the same time, Feng came underneath the hill like iron virgin corpse and released his greedy hand. Due to the sheer size of this boss, the view of all the surrounding players was blocked. No one saw that underneath the corpse of this platinum-level boss, a bunch of platinum-colored rays of light lit up, with several emerald streams of light interspersed among them. Chapter 75 Gift of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor. Assassin's Intuition. Feng already possessed several emerald grade items. When he had first killed the platinum-level boss Soul Purifier, Faisal, before, 3 of the assassin's items alone had dropped. However, at that time, Feng hadn't reached his level, so he didn't use it. At this moment, this Holy Maiden of Steel had exploded 2 more assassin items for Feng. Gift of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor, Emerald Assassin System Equipment. Physical Defense plus 95, Total Elemental Resistance plus 120, Damage Resistance plus 77, Physique plus 77. Equipment Requirement, Level 13. Rite of Black Flame. When attacking and being attacked, it will inflict 1 layer of Black Flame status on the target, stacking up to 5 layers. Each layer of Black Flame status will weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Note, the weakening effect is less effective on Emerald level bosses and above. Emerald grade equipment is not the same concept as the previous equipment. The basic attributes of the equipment alone were more than 70% higher than platinum level equipment of the same grade. This physical defense, this elemental resistance, plus 77 points of damage resistance with physique. This leather armor alone provides more defense than a full set of other people's defenses. And it also comes with a Rite of Black Flame effect that weakens the target's defense and elemental resistance. Without much ado, Feng directly changed out of his resentment leather armor. This Rite of Black Flame leather armor works better than the one the Soul Purifier had before. Level 13 Assassin's leather armor exploded by the Soul Purifier, with a special effect that boosts lightning elemental resistance by 200 points. Special circumstances might be useful. Normally it's still more appropriate for the Rite of the Black Flame, followed by an Emerald level skill book. Assassin's Intuition. Emerald level you can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to some degree. Gain +2 counter stealth rating. Requires level 13. This skill book is the anti-cloaking skill. After Feng studied it, he directly pulled it up to the legendary level. Originally, after he came out of the ruins of the gladiatorial arena, he had evolved his skills such as Graceful Deliverance and still had 10 evolution points left. Taking out the Holy Maiden of Steel gave him 120 evolution points. A total of 130 points remain. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 97 points remaining. Assassin's Intuition. Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary you can observe the silhouettes of stealthy units to some degree. Gain +2 3 4 5 anti-cloaking rating. Legendary level added effect. You can more keenly perceive where your target's weaknesses lie. Weakness attack modifier plus 50%. When this skill evolved to the legendary level, Feng's anti-crypt level directly reached level 5. This made Feng a bit depressed. I'm an assassin with an anti-crypt level higher than even a stealth level? It looks like I'll have to learn a skill that adds stealth level and evolve it to make it work. The most outrageous thing is that this skill has a new effect when it reaches legendary level. More keenly aware of target weaknesses. Another 50% weakness attack modifier? Originally, the vast majority of targets were already big-headed sons in front of Feng. Now with a 50% increase, stacked with the Enchanted Deliverance passive, that's a total of 350%. Weaknesses expanded 5 times? I'm hitting the opposite weakness with my eyes closed. Feng couldn't help but think that there were quite a few more skills that added weakness attack modifiers. If you learn them all, will you be able to expand your opponent's weaknesses tenfold? Or even 100-fold? When the time comes, if I throw a dart into the sky, I can automatically track down my opponent's weakness? This it's the equivalent of a lock. Without the talent of infinite evolution, Feng couldn't imagine it in any way. The attribute weakness attack modification could be stacked this high. The end result is outrageous just thinking about it. 97 evolution points left. Let's evolve Ghostly Blur to legendary first. Feng chose to evolve the Ghostly Blur which had already reached the epic level. You have consumed 80 evolution points and have 17 points remaining. Ghostly Blur, epic legendary passively gains 75% 85% dodge rate. Triggering dodge immunizes you from all damage. Rank 5. It looks like it only adds 10% dodge rate. Actually, the effect of this is to reduce the opponent's base hit rate from 25% to 15%. Such a high evasion rate was already enough to make Feng invincible when dealing with low-grade demons and normal players, combined with the high defense of the Emerald grade Gift of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor. At this stage, players and magical creatures below the Platinum grade were no longer any threat to him at all. Beyond that, the Holy Maiden of Steel also exploded some other professions equipment, both Emerald and Platinum grade. These are things that no one can even wear at the moment. It's all level 13 to 15 stuff after all. and it's a long time before anyone else reaches that level. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to deal with these things. He first gathered up all the loot, took the key to the church sanctuary hideout, and left the scene invisibly. He contacted Wang Mang. There's a batch of equipment and skill books for sale to you guys. Plus there's a good thing. When are you free? Wang Mang quickly replied back. If you have something to do, we're free anytime, haha. Wait a moment, give us the coordinates. We'll be right there. Qin Feng sent a coordinate to Wang Mang and mounted the ghost night-walking wolf, stealthing with his mount as he rushed to his destination. It was a hidden spot outside the church sanctuary hideout. When Qin Feng came over, he saw 7 or 8 other clusters piled up in this alley. Clusters are small level 12 monsters, each of which is a super fat fiend, piled up like a mountain of meat, and it also had a defense stacking effect, and every single cluster was 2 or 3 times meatier than an unusual small monster of the same level. If an ordinary player squad meets it, it will definitely be a bloody storm. But to Qin Feng, an instantaneous shadow slash directly resolved them all. After finishing off this pile of demons, Qin Feng did not wait in place, but cleaned up other small monsters around. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that Wang Mang and you and the girls rushed over together, although it was just a trade. Because of the previous experience, they knew that Qin Feng had a lot of backpack grids, so they directly came together as a whole team. Lest you buy something that won't fit in your backpack. Meeting again, Qin Feng realized that Wang Mang's equipment and their battle power had been upgraded quite a bit. The leader, Wang Mang, in addition to the 2 pieces of platinum-level equipment on his body, which were bought from Qin Feng here, the rest of the parts of the equipment were also already basically all gold level. Of course, Qin Feng knew that their gold equipment, all of which had been fought in the newbie town, was of a lower level. The difference between the attributes compared to those on Qin Feng was still huge. The difference is even greater when the full body kit is added together. Great God, you've risen to level 13 in one night. That's too fierce, isn't it? As soon as Yin saw Qin Feng, she ran over in a frenzy, her beautiful eyes filled with adoration. Chapter 76 800 Acres of Hiding Place, Ancient God Slate. Qin Feng glanced at the seemingly naturally dull policewoman and smiled. I can see that this girl is becoming more and more of an admirer of him. This only hidden profession Dragon Swordsman. Profession passive effect is every ordinary attack. There is a certain probability of triggering Dragon Flame. Subsequent career advancement can also be triggered through the general attack Dragon Roar, Dragon Armor, Dragon's Reverse Scale and other effects. Finally, it is even possible to summon various dragon shadows with probability through normal attacks. She was wearing a gold-level battle armor, making her whole person look more heroic and extraordinary, with a kind of battlefield female general's kind of heroism and spontaneity. Just a silver-level long sword hanging between the slender willow waist, slightly out of place. The whole body is gold, just the weapon is still silver. Visible this girl luck is a bit crooked. Wang Mang also sighed with a look of emotion. We brushed all night and we're still halfway to even level 11. This speed of yours is also too fast. And you didn't wait for him to finish and immediately reached out to interrupt. Don't talk nonsense. What kind of person says a man is fast? What? The crowd was stunned. And you looked at Qin Feng with a smile. Great God, don't you think so? Qin Feng was defeated by this woman. He didn't bull ***** the other guy. Directly laid out the equipment skill books to be sold. I've marked up the price of the stuff, so if you want it, you can just take it. In addition there is a good thing to sell. You know the hiding place, right? Hideout? And you sniffed and immediately nodded. We've heard that there are no safe zones in the ruins of Jianhai City, but groups of players can occupy hideouts and use them as bases. We can store all of our equipment and other supplies in the hideout. Plus the hideout can also activate a magical defense boundary at critical moments to ward off foreign invasions. This girl's pair of beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Great God, you're not saying that you have a hideout for sale, are you? Qin Feng nodded. This hideout of mine isn't small. It was just taken down by fighting a platinum-level boss. The news you learned about the hideout. It should be a small hideout that other people obtained by fighting a gold boss, right? And you nodded repeatedly. Yeah, but we Jianhai City officials have not yet found any hideout. It is the Magic City side. The officials have already knocked down a medium hideout, so we know this thing. Qin Feng said. In that case, you should know the value of the hideout. This is the Church Sanctuary Hideout key. After using it, you can become the owner of the Church Sanctuary Hideout. This hideout, which covers an area of 800 acres. You guys can go back and discuss what price you can offer, and I'll consider whether or not to sell it to you. When he said this, Wang Mang, and you, and the others all stared in disbelief. 800 mu? They were dumbfounded. You know, the official hiding place laid down by the Magic City is only as big as a soccer field in total, which translates to a little over 10 acres. That would have made them envious. But Shadow here, you've scored an 800-acre hideout? The larger the hideout, the stronger the defenses and the stronger the infrastructure in it. 800 acres of hideout is enough for all the members of our official Jianhai city to have their own rooms in it, and you and the others were all stunned. However, on second thought, the Shadow had obtained this hideout by taking out a platinum-level boss, so it was only logical that this hideout would be this big. But how much are you going to sell such a large hideaway? And you considered the wording and asked carefully. She understood that this hiding place, now not only did the officials want it, but all the other forces, there were too many people who wanted it. Qin Feng did not say so explicitly, but said, go back and discuss what price you can give first. I'll see what you guys offer first. In fact, Qin Feng had only pretty much estimated, based on his last life, that the hideout could be sold for a 2,000 year lifespan. That translates to 730,000 days. But the truth is that contraptions like hideouts are actually rarely sold, because it's an organization's safe house. Its base, especially in the early days, it's the equivalent of solid gold. In the ruins of a city with no safe zones, the importance of hiding places cannot be overstated. Good. And you nodded with a grave expression. Only then did he start checking out Qin Feng's other things. In the end, at a price of 45,000 heavenly lifespans, the equipment supplies that Qin Feng was going to sell were purchased. Qin Feng was selling all the equipment skill books below level 13. As for the 13 to 15 levels, they all remain for now. Anyway, he could store everything in the land of pure souls and wasn't afraid that the grids wouldn't fit. Tradable lifespan. Now 372 years. The non-tradable lifespan, on the other hand, is 724 years. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the current rate of development. However, I'm afraid that these tradable lifespans won't allow him to extract all of his in-game abilities into reality. The gift of deliverance is going to be over $50,000. The Mount Bell also costs $30,000 to $50,000. That adds up to 80,000 or 90,000 days. There's also emerald-ranked equipment that takes a lot of lifespan to extract to reality. However, as long as the church sanctuary was sold, Qin Feng would have enough lifespan to even extract the land of pure souls, a hideout, into reality as well. Extracted to a realistic hideout with strong defenses, security can be guaranteed. Just a few more essential amenities to add to living in a hideout. What with the lights, appliances, beds, cabinets, and so on, all of this, without the help of outsiders. Qin Feng only needs to find an NPC and spend some of his lifespan to take care of all this. That's right, Ukami. And you suddenly thought of one thing, then asked, we just received news that in a newbie town in our Jianhai city, there is a situation where 7 gold level bosses have gathered together. And there have been a lot of people killed by the bosses. I'd like to ask, do you want to go over there and deal with it? Great God! Our officials are willing to give 10 years of life as payment. 7 gold level bosses gathered together? This situation caused Qin Feng to be a bit surprised and his heart to race a bit. It can't be the ancient god slate, can it? Generally speaking, boss level demons were mutually exclusive and unlikely to stay together. There was a high possibility that the 7 gold level bosses were gathered together because next to those 7 gold level bosses, there was an ancient god slate guarded. If it's really an ancient god tablet, then it's comfortable. This stuff, it's an obvious battle boost for players, and each ancient god slate is something that can be used all the way to the late game. Must go and see. Qin Feng made a decision, so he nodded towards Anu. Okay, I can go check it out. Which town? Chapter 77, Public Benefit Organizations in Dark Moon Town. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Anu immediately replied, Dark Moon Town. By the way, another trade request was launched to Qin Feng. Life expectancy for nothing. Don't take it for nothing. Looking at the 10-year lifespan that Anu had put on, Qin Feng was a bit emotional. Why don't you say this girl is honest? Originally 7 gold level boss gathered together. Qin Feng to kill words, can harvest a lot of loot, sell a 40 or 50 years what no problem. This sister also gave him 10 years of life as payment, which was really polite. Of course, this 10-year lifespan was mostly the official intention of Jianhai City, which had to get rid of those 7 golden bosses. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous for the people of Dark Moon Town to practice outside. I'll go then. Qin Feng accepted the 10-year lifespan and nodded to Anu before concealing his figure and advancing towards the center of the ruins of Jianhai City. Under the gray sky, the nocturnal wolf was carrying Qin Feng, keeping his stealthy state and running at full speed at a terrifying speed of 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. After a few minutes, they arrived at the center of the ruins of Jianhai City. Right in the center, there was still the 10-meter-tall statue of the eyeless stone man. Around that statue, there are quite a few level 10 players from Jianhai City, who are teaming up, or even grouping up, with the intention of setting off to clear the ruins of the demonic upgrades within the ruins. This is the default resurrection point for players above level 10, and the number of players is certainly high. And this place, it's a non-security zone. Many of the players were wary of each other, looking at each other. As Qin Feng passed by, he saw the group of people from the Knight Templar Guild that he had killed back. In the crowd, he did see that familiar figure. Qin Xiaoyu joined the Knight Templar. After being killed back, he is now looking worried. Unfortunately, Qin Feng didn't even give her a second glance. He just swept the group and stealthily passed by. If you teleport back to the town from the ruins of the city, the first time it takes 500 days, the second time it takes 1,000 days, and the third time it takes 2,000 days. Each time you teleport back the lifespan you need to live, it doubles. After 10 times, it's 1,024 times more, so you really can't go back if there's nothing necessary. That was why Qin Feng hadn't gone back before. He was well aware that as time passed, many of the small monsters in the initial town would evolve into bosses, making the number of bosses even larger. He might earn evolution points faster if he went back and messed around killing those bosses, but there's no need, because if you keep going back to the town in the early stages, then I'm afraid that when you really need to go back later, you'll have to consume tens or hundreds of thousands of days of life. In the initial town, sometimes something really valuable, something unrepeatable, comes along. This time, for example, there is the possibility of the existence of an ancient god's tablet. Evolution points, I can swipe them on the mainland too, but something like the ancient god slate, once it appears, it must not be missed. In order to save the lifespan consumed by teleporting back to the town, Qin Feng only had the possibility to come back to the novice town at such times, and in the divine abandonment game, the experience and lifespan gained from killing a demonic creature that is 5 levels below you will begin to decay. As for evolution points, I've passed by before to take out some of the smaller monsters that are more than 5 levels below me in passing, and I've never gotten any evolution points. It can be seen that if the level of the magical creature is too low, the evolution points given will also decay. In this situation, there was even less need for Qin Feng to return to the novice town to brush up on the monsters. Dark Moon Town. It's a relatively late town, isn't it? Qin Feng didn't have much of an impression of this town. Soon he made his way down the stairs to the teleportation array located underground, stood up in it, and typed the words Dark Moon into the dialog box that popped up. Consume 500 days of life and teleport. After a flash of white light passed before his eyes, Qin Feng appeared in the Dark Moon Town. When he stepped out of the teleportation room, he realized that the town was quite crowded. There were official personnel from the city of Jianghai setting up stalls to acquire lifespans at a 150:000 ratio. There are other corporate forces acquiring longevity as well, in widely varying proportions. There are players looking for a group. There are players begging. There are players arguing. The entire town was bustling with activity within the confines of the safety zone. There are even some public service organizations that are helping some elderly people with weak combat power by taking them up to level 3 so they can get offline before they starve and die of thirst because they're trapped inside the game. Of course, this organization doesn't exactly take people for free. Granny, as promised, we brought you up to level 3. During the upgrade process, Granny, you got a share of 72 days of life expectancy. Now trade it to us. There were a couple of young men that were returning from outside the town with an old crone. As a result, that old crone was relieved when she returned to the safe zone, then broke into a rage. I don't know what kind of bull **** agreement. Aren't you guys a public service organization, helping us upgrade? As a result, you still want money from me, an old woman, shameless? After saying this, the crone went offline in place. It left the young men with the men in a daze. Bring her up to level 3. And even if you don't give her longevity as promised, you're still scolding us? This old bastard just now pretended to be amiable, but turned his face away? In the future, we should ask them where they live in reality, and if they don't pay, go straight to reality and pop gold coins. 72 days of life. At today's rate, that's $3.6 million in cash. It's not unusual for someone to renege on a debt, but cash, nowadays, can have nothing like the purchasing power it once had. Qin Feng naturally didn't bother with them. The coming of the God-forsaken game has completely changed the way of life for all people around the globe. All sorts of outrageous things happen. Qin Feng glanced at the coordinates that Inu had sent him, maintained his stealth and mounted his night wolf, and like a gust of wind, ran out towards the north of the town. In the meantime, just north of the town of Dark Moon, Qin Xiaoyu's best friend and short-haired girl, Xu Yan, who was with 3 companions, grouped up with her father and mother, was beside a river, carefully searching for demons. Xu Yan and her companions were members of that public service organization Dream Sand River. Xu Yan, did Xiao Yushi really join the Knight Templar Guild? I heard that guild taxes its members very highly. A girl in the group wearing glasses asked with some concern. She was also in the same dormitory as Xu Yan and Qin Xiaoyu. Hearing her ask this, the short-haired little beauty Xu Yan sighed. Yeah, I asked her to join Dream Sand River with us, but she wasn't willing. But she's level 10 now, and it was someone from the Knight Templar who brought her up. Hearing this, one of the young boys in the group snorted. Chapter 78. Others are also strange. Good Lou. Power generation plus more. The boy said disdainfully. Even if you bring her to level 10, you're just using her as a tool person. Knights Templar's initiation contract. Once you sign it, it's for 3 years, and if you sign it, it's a 3-year black slave. If you don't have the ability, just kill some small monsters and slowly save up your lifespan. Just like us, just kill small monsters and retreat and call out to others when you encounter a boss. Isn't it also quite good? At least the lifespan and experience value will steadily increase, and you won't be bound by the guild. Chu Yan smiled, helplessly and bitterly, but Xiaoyu she feels that she is not ordinary. After all, it is a hidden profession. In this regard, it is indeed stronger than us. The crowd is silent. Wait, there's a shackler up ahead. Chu Yan, you quickly slow it down. A faceless humanoid demonic creature with its body wrapped in chains appeared not far ahead of them. Chu Yan's occupation is archer. Learned a skill frost arrow. Seeing this, he immediately stepped forward and bent his bow. An arrow covered in cold ice was instantly shot out towards that shackler. It didn't hit the shackler's head, but it still hit its body, causing a 30% slow effect on it. At once, the crowd swarmed towards the shackled one and launched an attack. Behind the four, there was Chu Yan's father and mother, with some worry surfacing on their faces. They were middle-aged and had worked all their lives, but they never expected to encounter the godforsaken game coming down on them. Chu Yan was worried about them and let them not go out in the town first, before bringing people over to bring them. I didn't realize that on this side of Darkmoon Town, there was a Dream Sand River Public Interest Guild, just in time to join in. Chu Yan understood that it was already good enough for an ordinary person like her to be able to save her life and slowly kill small monsters to regain her blood in the Divine Abandonment game. By the way, you can also take other old people who don't know how to play the game and don't have much battle power to upgrade while you're at it. But Qin Xiaoyu was reluctant. They had to go their separate ways. At this point, among the four of Chu Yan, there was a physical output, a legal output, a tank and a nurse, and the four of them worked together to deal with an ordinary small monster shackler, which was still relatively easy. Soon, the gargoyle was finished off. Just as the young boys within the group stepped forward, intending to absorb the lifespans popped out by the little monsters. Suddenly, a series of shadowy arrows shot out from the woods not far away, hitting the young boy's head with precision. -429, weakness attack. -456, weakness attack. -452, weakness attack. That young boy died on the spot and fell to the ground. Not only did not get the life expectancy popped out by the little monster, but also even his own life expectancy popped out. A string of arrogant laughter came out immediately afterward. ********* The Sabi is so too brittle. One arrow and it's gone. Nonsense. What kind of bulls can there be in the Dream Sand River? All happy colors. Indeed. Who would want to take those old nobodies if they were somewhat competent? 6 players wearing silver and bronze equipment, all of whom had turned on their facial masking functions, walked out from the woods, their eyes teasingly looking at the remaining Chu Yan and the 5 of them. You guys, hand over all the life expectancy you have on you. Chu Yan and the others' faces became a bit ugly. They knew that they had met a robber. Either lose all tradable life, either tradable or non-tradable lives are lost by half. But the key is, they also have no way to show how much tradable life they have. If they give less, the other side thinks they didn't give it all and will still kill them just the same. Chu Yan swept a glance at the other party, frowned and said, officially, killing in the wild is expressly forbidden. Aren't you guys afraid of being wanted? A youth at the head of the opponent had a black dragon tattooed on his arm. Hearing her say this black dragon tattooed youth snorted. Go official. You guys know who I am? They know who I am? Don't talk nonsense. I'll give you 3 seconds. However, the man hadn't finished speaking. Swish, a shadowy blade light, which instantly appeared from the field, chopped outwards in a circular shape, directly slicing off the heads of the tattooed man several people, instantly, and flying high into the air. The 6 robbers, who died violently on the spot, fell dead. Immediately after, Chu Yan and the others saw that there were some blood-colored flowers that appeared on the corpses of those 6 people, appearing bizarre and terrifying. Holy, who was it that took them for seconds? Hiss, this is too fierce, isn't it? Vom dash. Behind Chu Yan, the crowd was shocked, while her mother retched and vomited. They were trembling and were all a bit scared. Thanks. Chu Yan, however, gathered her courage and shouted towards the air. For a long time, there was no one around to respond to her. Only the blood-colored flowers on the ground slowly dissipated after sucking all the bodies of those 6 people dry. It seems like Shadow? In the team channel, Chu Yan couldn't help but speculate. He seems to be quite nice. The girl with glasses looked a bit adoring and excited. Shadow? How did Shadow come to our town? The young fat man was also shivering with excitement. Come to think of it, only a shadow big brother can be so fierce. I can actually meet the shadow big brother? Shu Yan helplessly said. You see your sister? Ah, which eyes you see? People simply did not show up. At this moment, Qin Feng had long since moved away from them. Just now he was purely passing through. The reason why he had struck out was not because he had seen Shu Yan. In fact, Qin Feng didn't even take a close look at who the group was. He's too fast. In just a blink of an eye, the Nightwalker Wolf ran with him for hundreds of meters. On the way, he just saw a few players in front of him with the Slayer logo after their head ID. So he randomly struck out and mopped them up as minions. My Slayer status, it's almost at the 5th level. If I reach the 5th floor, there's a probability of attracting that NPC. At this stage, I don't want to see that guy. For killers, simply killing other killers reduces their own kill value. Therefore, Qin Feng was only trying to lower his kill value to avoid being targeted by that guy in the early stages. Until he finished killing people and moved away from the scene without a shadow. He didn't even realize that he had just saved a Chuyen. Dark Moon Town. That black dragon tattooed youth was resurrected in the center of the town along with his 5 teammates. These 6 people's faces all became extremely ugly. Because, they all carry the Slayer status on them. Coupled with being sucked up by Qin Feng's Blossom Curse, all of the tradable lifespans on their bodies were zeroed out. And, when they were killed in the 2-tier Slayer state, their non-tradable lifespan was halved and halved again. And in the end, they would have to be sucked by Qin Feng for another half. The youth with the black dragon tattoo originally had 8 years of non-tradable life left. When he came back to life, he shivered a little and realized that he had less than half a year left of his non-tradable lifespan. Holy, the system alerted us that we were killed by Shadow? Why would the world's #1 Shadow show up in this remote town? It's over. Why did I explode so many lifespans? I can trade life expectancy all over the place. Wait, we have Slayer status on us. Get off the line. Get off the line. When they reacted, it was too late. Within the town, there was already an official team that had sneered and surrounded them after seeing the Slayer symbol on them. Memorized their code names. Black dragons are also dragons and turkey-flavored potpourri. Although we don't know their real-life identities for the time being, let's put them on the list first and put them on in-game wanted. Officially, the town's players are forbidden to kill each other, so naturally they will do something about it. After being tagged in wanted, once encountered by an official, the natural thing to do is to hunt. On top of that, there are some special hidden professions that are officially available to help hunt down targets within the game. In this way, it is still a deterrent to players. But, at present, there are too many gamers and too few officials, resulting in a lot of players who have committed crimes and are still out there being arrogant. Of course, this would not matter at all to Qin Feng. With his strength, there was no way he could be officially restrained. 2 short minutes later, Qin Feng arrived next to a valley surrounded by a lake of stagnant water. And here, was where the 7 gold level bosses were located. Only just after entering this valley, in Qin Feng's ears, a distant and mysterious whisper was heard. This whisper is really an ancient god stone tablet, but it's a cursed tablet? Chapter 79, Killing a Boss, isn't that a skill? The entrance to the valley. There were 6 official players crouching here, who were supposed to be here to warn the other players, lest any of them mistakenly enter the valley and be taken out by the 7 gold level bosses that had gathered together, causing losses. When Qin Feng rode by on his ghost night-walking wolf, they were completely unaware of it. We are also too miserable. Right, being assigned to guard this whole place, the good time of practicing is wasted. Alas, what do you guys say? Can Shadow take out those bosses in there? I reckon it's impossible. Didn't Chief Dai and the others just try it? It was so hard to finish one off, but it came back to ING life. Doesn't matter. Shadow was given 10 years to live anyway. Let him work it out. It's his business if he can't. Infinite resurrection boss, he really dares to take it. Qin Feng naturally didn't bother with this group of people. As they passed by, they didn't even look at them and went straight into the valley. While on the road, and you had already told him the general situation. Officials of a certain unwilling to disclose the name of the Dai director, also belongs to his like to play the game. The current Jianghai city official, in addition to Wang Meng team, belongs to this Dai director with the strongest team. Before asking Qin Feng for help, this director Dai had brought people to this valley to try. They sent out a very fast night player on a mount to attract the attention of the other 6 bosses, and then spent nearly half an hour gathering fire to finish off a single fallen gold boss. They made it. But, that boss was resurrected almost immediately after being taken out. And after being resurrected, all 7 bosses' combat power surged in a short period of time, destroying them as a group. And Yu's exact words were, in order to minimize their losses, they don't plan to raid anymore. So if you don't feel sure about it, great god, you can also refuse. Of course Qin Feng would not refuse. Ancient god slabs, it would be strange if it was that easy to get to. If it was just 7 gold level bosses alone, With the current strength of the officials, as long as they were willing to spend some time and spare some losses, there was definitely a way to take them down. But the point is, it's so hard for people to take one out, and they end up reviving it. It looks like there are some hidden mechanisms. As for exactly what it is, we'll just have to be there and see. Xin Feng had something in mind. The ancient god slabs, which create swarming bosses. Sometimes those swarm boss are all stealthy, and the stealth level is extremely high. The player passes by and is killed. Still don't know what is killed. Sometimes the apparent boss is just a blindfold, and the real boss is a summoning sorcerer hidden somewhere. A situation that leads to infinite resurrection of the boss that the player kills. Soon, Xin Feng entered the valley. He came to the side of the stagnant water lake surrounded by valleys and saw the 7 gold level bosses. Each gold level boss exuded a black aura, as if it was burning with black flames, and surrounded by black mist. It looked eerie and terrifying. And these are bosses with names prefixed with cursed. Cursed Head Swapper, gold level. Cursed Flat Ratman, gold level. Cursed Digger, gold level. They were strangely shaped, with 5 heads in human form and the other 2 being bestial, with dry, thin bodies, twisted limbs, and layers of wrinkles on their skin, giving people a sense of both physical and psychological discomfort just by looking at them. Indeed, it's a swarm boss created by the ancient god Slate. For the time being, I don't see where the ancient god's tablet is. Maybe at the bottom of the lake. Anyway, gotta take care of these bosses first. Xin Feng observed a little. As it turned out, he didn't see any useful clues, so he decided to try killing these bosses at the same time first. A cursed gold class boss would be stronger than a normal gold boss. Of course, because it's cursed, while one aspect is strengthened, another will be weakened. Currently, Xin Feng didn't know what was going on with these 7 bosses. However, my current battle power crushes gold bosses of this rank. Even if blood and defense are enhanced, it's not much stronger. One needs to be wary, though, of anti-injury type wordings. Xin Feng maintained his stealthy state and did not approach. Instead, in a hidden corner, he switched to the Believer's Pendant and summoned a silver-ranked Pious Believer. After summoning the Devout Believer, Xin Feng switched back to the Deceiver Pendant with higher attributes. Go on, Xin Feng gave an order. That Devout Believer then ran towards the 7-headed boss in front of him. From a distance, he threw out green flames and smashed them towards the 7-headed boss. -229, -233, -267. A series of scorching damage numbers jumped up from the boss's heads. The ranged damage from the Devout Believers, while not high, had been tried and tested, and those 7 bosses didn't have any anti-damage type of wordings. Boom, boom. When the Devout Believers launched their attacks, the 7 bosses, one after another, counterattacked. 2 of the cursed gold level bosses just spewed out 2 piles of black slime from afar, killing the Pious Believers who were only silver level on the spot. But immediately after, since there's no counter-injury, then, die. Xin Feng personally struck out, stealthily stepping forward and slashing through the 7 bosses as a staggering shadow, a blade light blossoming on their twisted and dry bodies. Instant shadow chop, -14,297, weakness attack, -14,519, weakness attack, -13,888, weakness attack. Under the effect of the mythic rank Graceful Deliverance, each of these bosses was a big-headed sun in Xin Feng's eyes. Any way you put your skills, it's a weakness attack. The super high damage of the instantaneous shadow slash directly emptied the blood bar of the 7-headed boss. However, Xin Feng was not careless. After all, and you had said that these bosses seemed to be able to be revived. At least one of them. As expected, when Xin Feng backed up to a short distance away, he saw that the 7 bosses, after being finished off, all dispersed into a cloud of black mist. Not only were there no corpses, but there was not even any loot. The most terrifying thing was that those 7 clusters of black mist, all of them quickly converged and recondensed into 7 gold-level bosses. In other players, such as that director Dai, when they saw this, they were afraid that their hearts would be cold. The boss that was so hard to kill, not only didn't drop anything, but also resurrected. Who's gonna be able to handle that? But Xin Feng here, after he carefully observed them, he realized that these 7 resurrected bosses were all a little different from what they had just been. A whole new symbol has appeared in different places on their bodies. 7 symbols in all, meaning heaven, plague, ancient, god, tos, and s, respectively. These symbols are, in fact, the words of the ancient god's language. Even Xin Feng did not recognize all of them, but just in time. The ancient god of heavenly disasters Utos, a name that he had also come across many times in his last life, was a powerful ancient god from the history of the godforsaken game, so he instantly recognized what the 7 symbols represented, meaning that these 7 bosses need to be killed in order? Xin Feng wasn't quite sure. After all, Every ancient god slate that creates a swarming boss mechanic is different. The good thing was that it wasn't too difficult for Qin Feng to kill the boss, so he could try as much as he wanted. For other players, the process of trying to obtain the ancient god stone tablet and exploring the mechanics was extremely painful, and sometimes the same boss had to be killed an unknown number of times. If you are a little bit less strong and not so lucky, you can't understand it in 10 days and half a month of research. But for Qin Feng, kill the boss? Isn't that a skill thing? Chapter 80, The Cursed Tablet of the Ancient God of Natural Disasters. 1 minute later, Qin Feng killed 2 gold bosses in a row. That is, in the order of the characters of the ancient god of the heavenly tribulation, Utos. But, those 2 gold level bosses, still resurrected right afterward. This made Qin Feng a bit puzzled. Doesn't seem to be in order? He can be invisible anyway. The test fails and goes straight to stealth and starts exploring the surrounding map. But after exploring around the stagnant lake, nothing suspicious was found. A short while later, he thought of a point he had overlooked. Wait, the inside of this lake hasn't been explored yet? Qin Feng came to the shore of the lake. The water of the lake was found to be as smooth as a mirror, and it was completely impossible to see what was in the water. Qin Feng had to release the shield of black light first. As he raised his hand, his full body evasion ray transformed into 10 layers of black barrier that surrounded his torso and protected him. Immediately afterward he jumped into the water. An ancient stone monument was seen locked in the middle of the bottom of the lake. It was exactly what the ancient god slate looked like, and around that monolith, there are 7 other monoliths, each with a symbol, exactly the same as the symbols on those 7 bosses, to kill the symbol-like gold boss near the corresponding stone monument, thus unblocking that monolith. Qin Feng did as he thought. Soon, he lured the first gold boss into the middle of the lake, next to the stone monument corresponding to its symbol. This boss is the cursed flat rat man, with a dry and thin body that constantly spits black-green slime in the water, launching attacks towards Qin Feng remotely. The other bosses were temporarily lured elsewhere by Qin Feng having the ghostly nocturnal wolf make a move. Almost. Kill. Qin Feng turned back with an instantaneous shadow slash, directly decapitating that cursed flat rat man once again. This time, the boss finally exploded with loot and granted Qin Feng experience and evolution points. Not bad. Seems like the right idea. When that boss was killed, the symbols on his body lit up with a black glow, echoing the same symbols on the stone tablet under the water. Directly make that stone tablet shatter. The chains of the ancient god slab in the middle were finally broken in one part. 10 minutes or so later, Qin Feng did as he had done and pulled the other 6 bosses to kill them near the corresponding stone monuments. At this point, he could confirm the boss mechanism of this ancient god slate. You have to kill all 7 of those bosses at the same time before the symbols of the ancient god of the heavenly tribulation will be revealed on the bosses. Then pull up next to these monoliths and correspond to the kill. If this were to be studied by the officials, it could not be done without 10 days and half a month, and the losses would be extremely heavy. Qin Feng shook his head. Most importantly, it's too difficult for other players to fight the boss. Rating the gold level boss alone, the difficulty is extremely high, and the ones that can currently fight, there are no more than 10 teams in the entire Jianhai city. Not to mention having to deal with 7 bosses at once and meeting various conditions. It's harder than it should be, but for Qin Feng, he had already managed to decipher all the decryptions in just about 15 minutes from the time he arrived in this valley. These 7 bosses, all of them were level 10 gold class bosses. When he finished them all off, he reaped a large amount of experience, longevity, and evolution points. It went straight up to level 14. Even the evolution points went up by 294 points at once, counting what was left over from before. I now have 325 evolution points. Currently, Instant Shadow Slash is my main output skill. In that case, let's spend 210 evolution points to evolve this skill to legendary level first and see. The current epic level Instant Shadow Slash, combined with the active effect slash Throat of Graceful Deliverance, could already deal a total of 500,000 to 600,000 base damage. What would be the effect if it evolved again? You have consumed 210 evolution points and have 115 points remaining. Instant Shadow Slash, Epic Legendary blinks in one direction, up to 3040 meters, and enters a state of invisibility, lasts 1 to 15 seconds, inflicting 9 slashes on all enemies in its path. Cooldown 8 seconds. Rank 4, chopping width, 5-6 meters. Each chopping blow adds 500700 attack points. Added, each time a slash hits, you gain 1 layer of shield equal to 100% of your life value limit, stacking up to 9 layers. Shield lasts for a maximum of 60 seconds. The distance is longer, the width is wider, and the range is greater. There is no increase in the number of beheadings, but a new effect has been added. Each time the chop hits, it gains 1 layer of shield on itself, which is equivalent to double the amount of blood. Holy, Doesn't this mean that if I go down with an instantaneous shadow slash, as long as all 9 slashes hit, my effective blood volume instantly becomes 10 times that of the original? Shin Feng was stunned. He knew that the godforsaken game's legendary level skills would all possess unique effects, and the effect of this instantaneous shadow chop, straight up, he's pulling full survivability. Of course, there are some skills in the godforsaken game that have additional damage to shields, and even a very few skills that can penetrate shields, but the former has little impact, and the latter is unlikely to be found on normal skills, at least not until epic. There's also a lot more tolerance for hitting a lot of bosses. Shin Feng was quite satisfied with the effect. The only unfortunate thing is that instant shadow slash doesn't add a lot of damage from epic to legendary. But now Qin Feng's battle power, it is not very lack of damage. There's still 100 or so evolution points left. Keep them for now and save up for more one-time evolutions. Qin Feng now had enough battle power and decided to always keep some evolution points on him. You can evolve at critical moments depending on the situation and be more flexible in dealing with different situations. After evolving instant shadow slash, Qin Feng's attention was then focused on the ancient god slate that was gradually unsealing. When the 7 surrounding stone tablet seals were all unlocked, the pitch-black chains wrapped around the ancient god stone tablet in the center also gradually disintegrated. After waiting for a little while, Qin Feng reached out and held the ancient stone slab that was about the size of a laptop. The moment he entered his hand, a chaotic murmur and murmuring resounded in Qin Feng's mind. Congratulations on obtaining the cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. The cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters. This tablet contains the power of a curse originating from the ancient god of natural disasters. Euthos. Active use, attach a curse to any piece of equipment, which will provide a randomized gain phrase based on the characteristics of that piece of equipment and your profession, but will also gain a negative phrase. After killing a certain number of demons with the ancient god slate, the number of times it can be used will be reset. It can be used again on any equipment, but the same curse slate can only curse one piece of equipment at the same time. When using it again, you can choose to keep the old effect, or keep the new effect. The ancient god slabs are divided into 2 types of blessed slabs and cursed slabs. The former, which is purely to add gain wordings to equipment, but the effect is relatively weak. The latter, on the other hand, adds a curse to the equipment, which will appear as both a gain affix and a negative affix. The effect of an ancient god slate can even double the attributes of an equipment phrase, and with luck, it's even possible to brush out powerful phrases that change the characteristics of an occupation, and it can be reused as long as it carries the kills, and can be refreshed indefinitely if you feel the wordings are unsatisfactory. Qin Feng obtained this ancient god slate and immediately opened his equipment list. Try the effect first. Chapter 81 Code Name Ace of Spades? The time of death will come. Qin Feng's gaze was placed on the gift of Black Flame, spiked bone leather armor. This is an emerald-grade equipment that comes with the Rite of Black Flame effect, which weakens the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. Use, Cursed Tablet. Qin Feng's orders were given, only to see the ancient god's stone tablet in his hand. A burst of black mist immediately emerged, murmuring whispers faintly emanating from the black mist, mixed with the power of the Mori white heavenly tribulation, encircling the emerald-grade leather armor on Qin Feng's body. You have attached Curse of Eutos to Gift of the Black Flame, spiked bone leather armor. The Curse of Eutos. Gain word, maximum stacking number of Black Flame status increased to 15. Negative phrase, equipment base attributes reduced by 31%. Does the curse remain? Yes/no. Qin Feng glanced at it and was a bit shocked. Black Flame status, the maximum number of stack layers increased to 15? 7% defense and elemental resistance weakening per layer. For 15 layers that's 105%. That means, with this effect, I can weaken the boss's defense and elemental resistance to negative numbers. Not bad for an ancient god slate gain phrase. What had been a maximum 35% weakened defense was now 105%. This effect is completely incomparable. The negative wordings hurt slightly, though. The basic attributes of this equipment: 95 physical defense, 120 points of total resistance, also with 77 points of damage resistance and constitution. All 4 of these attributes are reduced by 31%. Qin Feng thought about it and decided to keep it. After all, he was an assassin. At this stage, with the protection of the Shield of Black Light, his defense attributes weren't particularly important. What's more, there was the instant shadow slash that had just evolved to legendary level, which could provide him with a shield of up to 900% of his life value, so there was even less need to worry about survival. And when Qin Feng used the ancient god slate once, that ancient god slate turned into an ordinary stone block. It looks mediocre. However, as long as you carry the tablet to kill monsters next, you can keep sucking the death power of the demons to fill the tablet. You can use it once after killing about 300 monsters. When the time comes, we can try again to see if we can swipe a better gain word. the original 35% defense weakening is raised to 105%. This effect, when said out loud, was enough to shock all the players, but Qin Feng wasn't even particularly satisfied. From this, it could be seen how much the ancient god slate could enhance a player. Of course, a cursed slate can only curse one piece of equipment at most. If Qin Feng used it on other equipment and kept it, then this curse on the gift of the black flame would expire. That's the word. But there's no rule that says a piece of equipment can only have one curse or blessing. In other words, for each additional ancient god slate, one more powerful phrase from the ancient gods is added to the player's body, with no upper limit. Because of this, something like an ancient god slate was definitely the more the better. There is only one thing to note. Some ancient gods do not have a harmonious relationship with each other, and even conflict contradictions. This will also lead to certain ancient gods between the stone tablets, and the effect will be a conflict. Of course, this was something that needed to be considered after obtaining more ancient god slabs. For the time being, the benefits that the ancient god slate brought to Qin Feng were incalculable. After that was done, Qin Feng collected all the loot from the entire field. Then he sent a message to Yu. The bosses are all done. I'm going to go practice, so make yourselves at home. Qin Feng planned it out. Today, he practiced until the evening, and waited until the evening when the ghostly night wolves could become invisible in reality. When the time comes, ride to the magic city and go find Qianshishir to dispose of him. This woman, who had put her idea on Qin Feng's head, and was also the only one who was a realistic threat to him, naturally could not be spared. Brush the ruins of Jianghai City until nightfall, and you should just about make it to level 15. Qin Feng estimated it and was quite satisfied. After all, by that time, judging by the pace of the last world, no one on the planet had risen to level 11 yet. In the godforsaken game, the later you get, the harder it is to upgrade. Sometimes, it may seem like there's only a one-level difference, but all that experience has differed by a massive amount. In terms of experience, the total experience Qin Feng had now gained was already dozens of times that of most other level 10 players. After receiving Qin Feng's message, and you then notified the 6 official players guarding the mouth of the valley. When those 6 players went to check it out and realized that those 7 gold bosses within the valley were really not even corpses, they were instantly dumbfounded. Just now we were wondering if Shadow could finish off these 7 bosses. As a result, it's only been more than 10 minutes and these 7 bosses are already gone? I'm super. We didn't even realize he was here. And don't these bosses respawn? How did he do that? For a moment, these 6 official players felt a deep shock. The word Shadow, in their minds, finally had a different meaning. Time flies, right in the middle of the godforsaken game coming down and the huge global changes. On this side of Daxia, night fell, divine forsaken continent, magic city ruins. There was a female player codenamed Ace of Spades who was hiding in the ruins of a residential area with 5 foreign men, observing a battle ahead. In that battle, it was 18 Daxia players that were besieging a gold level boss. This female player Ace of Spades was dressed in a revealing outfit and had a spade tattoo on her calf. She was teasingly looking at the 3 Daxia squads outside. If Qin Feng was here, he would be able to recognize this woman as Qianshishir at a glance. Of course, Qianshishir and the 5 foreign men all turned on the face masking function. It was natural that they could not recognize their identity if they were not familiar with them. At this moment, Qianshishir looked out at the gold boss battlefield and laughed. The Daxia men are really weaklings. For such a gold boss, 18 people were deployed, afraid of death to a certain extent. Beloved money, don't say that. The airplane-headed white man, Tony, smiled gently and gentlemanly. They're doing it for us. We need to thank them for giving us this boss drop. Qianshishir laughed. Giggle, you are so polite. Since Magic City has a larger population than Jianghai City, so within this city of Magic City ruins, there were already thousands of level 10 players, and even the size range of the ruins was several times larger than the Jianghai City ruins. These players, all of them, are working hard to sprint to level 11, but the fastest progressing of them was now only half the experience of level 10, and was the one who hadn't yet made a career advancement. They couldn't be blamed for upgrading so slowly, nor could it be said that the number of magical creatures was too low. Rather, the demons in this godforsaken game are intelligent and don't just wait around to be killed. If you can't beat it, you'll run. Seeing a crowd from a distance will make you run. A lot of times they will play sneak attack and even team up to hunt players. All of this, all to the god abandoned the game players practicing leveling has brought great trouble. Want to efficiency brush level? Basically no possibility. 10 or so minutes later, the hidden place in the ruins of Magic City, Qianshishir, who was hiding in the shadows, frowned. The output of these Daxia pigs is too low. It took so long to fight a broken gold boss? Tony, a white man in heavy armor with a halberd, smiled and said, almost done fighting, let's get ready to receive their gifts. As the words fell, Tony jumped out of hiding with Qianshishir and the others, a total of 6 people. With the equipment and skill advantage given by Qian Shishir, they almost crushed the remaining 10 or so Daxia players, destroying them and killing them back. Holy, it's a spade regiment. It's over. Why are the spades next to us? Go, as many as you can. Asterisk 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 ing puke. What's with this bringing gringos to kill their own people? The field was pandemonium and bodies were constantly falling to the ground. Wastes deserve to be killed. Who made you Daxia people? LOL. Qian Shishir leisurely walked in the middle of the field, looking around at the slain Daxia players with a disdainful expression. She had the capital backing of the rich group, collected a lot of longevity, and was always on the cutting edge when it came to equipment and skill books. Have fun on the Magic City side first. I've heard that we're officially wanted in Daxia, although our real identities have not been revealed. It's better to leave Daxia and head to North America early to be on the safe side. When the time comes, we can form a guild that specializes in killing the great summer swine. However, the complacent Chauncey doesn't realize that her death, it will come. Chapter 82, Book of Divine Authorization. The Heart of Faith R. Finally level 15. It's almost night outside, isn't it? Amidst the ruins of Jianghai City. At the ruins of the northern city gates, Qin Feng rode the ghost night-walking wolf and slowly walked out of the ruins. Behind him was the ruins of Jianghai City, which was hundreds of kilometers in circumference. The scope of this ruin is about the same size as Jianghai City in reality, and in front of him was a gray, boundless wilderness. You can get ready to go to Mordor, but before that, the Book of Divine Authorization has to be obtained. The Book of Divine Authorization is something that everyone theoretically needs after the descent of the Divine Abandonment game. Qin Feng came back reborn, knowing full well that it would be the end times and that the order of life would change greatly in the future. But why didn't you stock up on essential supplies like food and water ahead of time? This is because there is the Book of Divine Authorization. On the Divine Forsaken continent, outside of every abandoned city, there was a Tower of Divine Power, and inside the Tower of Divine Power, there would be a resident NPC. As long as you pass the challenge, you can exchange your lifespan with that NPC for a different type of Book of Divine Authorization. And the Book of Divine Authorization, in its simplest understanding, is a kind of 3D printer. Input lifetime, exporting supplies. Different kinds of Books of Divine Authorization have different lists of exportable materials, such as diet, living materials, medicine, and so on. But all the categories of supplies are those that already exist in Bluestar at the moment. Any material that originally existed in Bluestar can be printed through the Book of Divine Authorization. The premise consumes life. For Qin Feng, the more important ones were the Books of Divine Teachings in the dietary and living materials categories. He can't keep eating instant noodles when he eats in the future, can he? It's not safe to eat outside. And after extracting the Land of Pure Souls hideout to reality, the Book of Divine Authorization is also needed to output generators, lights, tables, chairs, beds, and other means of living. The Book of Divine Authorities. Qin Feng was somewhat silent as he looked at the boundless wilderness in front of him. This is something that consumes player life. But again, it's vital to the player. During the 9 years of the previous life, countless people speculated that the existence of this Book of Divine Authorization was just a means used by some gods to harvest or consume players' lifespans. Using longevity as a material, we make all kinds of supplies that we humans need. This is truly a means that only a deity can possess. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. He opened his friends list, ready to shake people and go for the challenge of the Tower of Divine Power. Of course, the reason for shaking the man wasn't because he couldn't fight alone. Rather, inside the Tower of Divine Power outside the ruins of Jianghai City, the NPC that guarded the tower was very sinister and cunning. If it's too easy to pass his challenge, buying the Book of Divine Authorization from him will be very expensive. But if it's too tough to pass, the category of divinely authorized books that can be bought from him will be reduced. One must perform moderately well in order to purchase the most categories of divinely ordained books at the most appropriate price. Qin Feng thought back. In his last life, he went to challenge the Tower of Divine Power without Qin Xiaoyu, because that NPC was cunning and very perverted at the same time. As long as there was a female player among the challengers, the difficulty of the challenge would skyrocket. Six-fingered wizard Vickery. Based on the research that some players had done on this NPC in his last life, Qin Feng had also learned a little bit about this guy. Presumably, in the world where Vickery lives, 6 fingers are considered an ominous symbol, and this NPC grew up being discriminated against by everyone around him, especially women, who see him as a beast of prey. After he was spat on to his face by the woman he adored, this guy went psycho. What happened after that? No one knows. And now, this NPC named Vickery is extremely misogynistic. As an NPC guarding the Tower of Divine Power, Vickery's misogyny makes him enjoy seeing women brutally killed. And so, once a woman participates in the challenge will more than double in difficulty. Even if the challenge was passed, the female player would need to spend a high price in order to purchase the Book of Divine Authorization from him. So in the previous life, the vast majority of female players in Jianghai City had gone to the Tower of Divine Authority outside the ruins of other cities and challenged the Book of Divine Authorization that they had obtained. Thus, Qin Feng could not challenge the Tower of Divine Power alone, or else the price of purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization later on would be extremely expensive. Also, no female players will be taken there. Qin Feng opened Wang Mang's private chat creation. Wang Mang, are you free on your side? Take you to get a good thing. Besides you, arrange for 4 other male players to come over. I'll be waiting for you at the Northern City Gate ruins. Wang Mang immediately replied, of course I'm free when Big Brother gives the word, but can't Captain and Little Black and Snowy Day go? Qin Feng replied, yes, a male, not a female. This particular request made Wang Mang a bit confused. What's going on? But he was still obedient. Chang, then Big Brother wait a little bit. I want 2 people with Director Dai. It will take about 20 minutes to get there. Hey, a little far ha. Sorry. It's okay. Qin Feng finished speaking and closed the chat window. Riding a ghostly night wolf, he began to make his way through the scorched black lands nearby. The other party would take 20 minutes to arrive, so of course Qin Feng wouldn't waste that time. Naturally he would have to find some demons around to kill. At the same time, after rising to level 15, Qin Feng was finally able to put on the emerald grade necklace that he had previously exploded from the Soul Purifier. Heart of Faithar, Emerald Assassin's Jewelry, full attribute plus 25, Thunder Elemental Resistance plus 180, cooldown speed plus 50%, requirements, level 15, Blade of Pure Soul, unique effect any attack you make will strip the target of 125 points of mana and add an additional attack of the same value. The attributes of this necklace are not bad, the best is the 50% cooldown speed, both of which are quite good for Qin Feng. As for the only special effect Blade of the Pure Soul, it's not very useful at the moment. After all, it's a PvP effect, and at the moment, Qin Feng's PvP, whoever he encounters is killed in seconds, so what's the use of depriving mana value? Of course, if it was for other players, attaching an additional 125 attack points per attack would definitely be a big boost. It was just that in Qin Feng's case, 125 points of basic attack wasn't too high. After all, the additional attacks of his skills were all 700, 800, or even thousands of points. Swapped out the cheater pendant, 1 stealth level missing, but luckily, there's this skill book to learn. Qin Feng looked at a new skill in the skill bar. Dark Depths, Emerald level Assassin passive skill. When you enter stealth, you gain plus 1 stealth level, and for every 5 seconds that passes, increase your stealth level by 1. This skill provides a maximum of plus 3 stealth levels. Required level, 14. This was a passive skill that was similarly exploded by the Soul Purifier Phasal for Qin Feng. Qin Feng had just returned to the land of the pure soul to take it out and study it after he had risen to level 15. Evolve and see. I wonder what the maximum stealth level can be increased to. Qin Feng looked at the 188 evolution points left in the attribute panel and directly began to evolve this emerald level passive skill. Chapter 83 Evolution. Legendary Grade Dark Depths. You have consumed 33 evolution points and have 155 points remaining. Dark Depths, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary passively gains plus 11112 stealth levels and for every 5443 seconds that passes, raises stealth level by 1. This skill provides up to plus 3345 stealth levels. Required level, 14. Legendary level added effect. For every 1 stealth level you have, 200 points of stealth breaking attack will be added to your stealth breaking. When this skill evolved to the legendary level, Qin Feng was a bit dumbfounded. Add up to 5 stealth levels? This is too fierce, isn't it? Counting the profession's passive level 2 stealth level, plus the level 1 that comes with the stealth skill, I can reach up to level 8 with this stealth level. Under normal circumstances, if you don't take battle power into account, purely piling up stealth levels to level 8 would require at least an assassin player of around level 30 to have that much of a chance of reaching it. And Qin Feng now, this Dark Depths skill alone provides up to 5 levels of stealth. Passively add 2 stealth levels, 1 level every 3 seconds after stealth, reaching a maximum of 5 levels after 9 seconds. At this point I will have a stealth level of 8 with an additional 1600 points of stealth breaking attacks. The legendary additions are also pretty cool. It was important to realize that Qin Feng now had 3 stealth skills. Epic Sneaky Shadow skill with 500 points of additional stealth breaking attacks. Epic Tranquil Concealment skill, with an additional 800 points of concealment breaking attack. As for Instant Shadow / Stealth, it is simply stealth and does not have a stealth breaking attack attached to it. And the Dark Depths skill's stealth breaking attack was stackable with each of these 3 stealth skills. The stealth breaking attack of the Stalking Shadow has been increased from 500 points to 100 points. Tranquil Concealment's concealment breaking attack, on the other hand, has been increased from 800 points to 400 points. Instant Shadow Slash, which originally had no hidden breaking attack, also gains 1600 hidden breaking attack points. I'm doing a whole lot more damage. Moreover, now that I've risen to level 15, I can consider continuing my career advancement when I get rid of Qianshishir in Magic City and come back. The first career advancement allowed Qin Feng's shadow career to have all 3 passive effects enhanced by a lot. How much will the second career progression change? This was something that even Qin Feng himself did not know. After all, in his previous life, he hadn't come into contact with the shadow profession. According to the coordinates given by Qin Feng, Wang Mang brought the 4 official male players all the way to the northern city gate ruins. When they were about to arrive, they were all a bit shocked to see piles of demonic corpses in the ruins. Worthy of being a shadow big brother, these demons would have to be killed for several minutes even if given to us. That's right, mainly these demons. They can't fight but really run. The shadow big guy won't have to think about that. After all, it's all one hit. This upgrade speed is simply heaven-defying. We haven't even reached level 11, and he's level 15. But what's this big guy calling us for if he's so fierce? Cut the crap and just listen to the command. Wang Mang brought 4 people over. 2 of them, his team's sharp-eyed archer and middle-aged cardsmith. The other 2, who were asked to come over from Commissioner Day's side, for insurance purposes, were the 2 priests. Although these 2 priests weren't hidden professions, their levels and equipment skills weren't bad, and they were the godforsaken game masters that the officials focused on cultivating up. One of them, tall and close to 1 meter 9 in height, although he was a priest, holding a staff, he was even more powerful than Wang Mang. His codename is Steady as an Old Dog. Steady as an old dog, Captain Wang. We're at the place, right? No sign of Shadow? Wang Mang raised his hand, signaling him to be at ease. He opened a private chat and asked Qin Feng. Quickly raising his head, he looked to the northwest. The Shadow told us to go that way. See the spire on that hill? Our destination is that spire. Steady as an old dog sucked in a breath of cold air. That spire is at least 3 kilometers away, right? It is said that the demons outside the city are fierce. Can the 5 of us get through? Wang Mang patted him on the shoulder. You're so strong. Why are you more timid than anyone else? Let's go. Shadow said the demons on the road were all cleared by him. The crowd advances. Steady as an old dog walking at the very back, looking left and right the whole way, looking very cautious. Wang Mang didn't think so either. They kept going, and sure enough, they saw some twisted and grotesque demonic corpses in the thorny forest on the way. These magical creatures, all of them were level 15 or above. Sometimes even dozens of demonic corpses piled up together. Looking at Wang Mang, they were scared to death. If they were to act within this thorn forest, they would be afraid of being eaten dry by the demons. However, they hadn't really seen any living demons along the way. This made Wang Mang and the others tsk. Finally, they made their way up the hill along the thorn forest, and soon came near the quaint steeple at the top of the little hill. Player Shadow has applied to join the team. Captain Wang Mang received a system alert. This made Wang Mang a bit surprised. Hasn't Shadow Big Brother always traveled solo? Why did he add a team? When he clicked agree, Qin Feng's avatar with his face obscured appeared within their team's list of people. Qin Feng directly said in the team channel, the NPC I'm going to encounter next is a bit mean. The stronger I show, the more expensive the stuff he sells. All in all, I'm going to be mediocre in battle for a while. So all of you just cheer up and take out a gold boss. If you pass the challenge, you can buy goodies from the NPCs and you won't be disappointed. Hearing Qin Feng say that, Wang Mang and the others were a bit nervous. No wonder the big man joined the team. So it's about disguising yourself as not so strong in front of NPCs. But NPCs? This godforsaken game. We've never seen an NPC until now. What does this NPC look like? Who cares? Just listen to the big guy and take out the boss first. Wang Mang and the others, all of them were rubbing their fists and eager to try. Only Steady as an old dog. 4 people cautious, holding a big fist nervously asked, wait big brother, a moment boss have what skills? I need to avoid skills. Boss rushed me how to do? Shadow, boss is a long-range magic system. It won't move. There is a fire-breathing skill. When the boss sprays fire, get close to the distance. Turn around clockwise and you won't be sprayed. There is also the dodge black oil. All other skills attack the main tease. I will tell Wang Mang how to deal with it. Steady as an old dog asked again. By the way, how long do we need to fight in a while? I'll have to arrange if I have enough mana. And what if someone dies and there's a sudden accident? Shadow. Seeing this, Wang Mang was a bit embarrassed to chat privately with Qin Feng. Big brother, you don't mind, huh? Don't look at this guy's big head. He used to act because of sudden accidents. 2 teammates were sacrificed. And since then no matter what he does he is very cautious. It's okay, it's understandable. Don't say you've encountered things. Even if you are an unusual player, it is the same in the godforsaken game. And you can't be too careful. Qin Feng then went on the team channel and explained in detail the method of fighting that gold level boss that needed to be challenged. When he finished his explanation, Wang Mang and the others, too, finally arrived at the bottom entrance of that spire, Tower of Divine Right. Since Qin Feng had joined the group, when Wang Mang and the others arrived, they saw Qin Feng in his emerald grade gift of black flame leather armor. The stealthy, translucent form stood at the entrance to the spire, wielding a platinum-ranked assassin's short sword that looked incredibly cold. The figure that made steady as an old dog a little spine-chilling. He had always heard of the shadow, but this time, it was the first time he had ever seen what the shadow looked like. Chapter 84, Qin Xiaoyu gets punched. Obsidian cranium splitting golem. After Qin Feng rejoined the 5 Wang Mang, he first made the ghostly nocturnal wolf stealthy to the side and released a wolf hull skill. Adds 35 points of attack and defense to all 6. Afterward, led by Wang Mang, a group of 6 people entered this tower of divine power. When they arrived at a circular hall that was about 50 meters in diameter, the voice of a sorrowful and chilly old man came from all directions. Welcome, welcome, friends of Blue Star. I'm sure the coming of the godforsaken game has put you all on edge? GGG. This is the Tower of Divine Power, and as long as you can pass the challenges set by myself, you will be qualified to trade with me. Now, start enjoying yourself. As these eerie words fell, in the center of the rotunda, a black humanoid golem appeared. Obsidian skull splitting golem, LV20. Grade, gold. Holy, level 20? Steady as an old dog was startled as soon as he saw that gold level boss appear and nervously clutched the priest scepter in his hand. It was a black stone statue of a humanoid golem. It looked humanoid, but its head, however, was split in half, and the surface of its body was wrapped in a layer of black viscous liquid, which looked hideous and horrible. During the battle, those black liquids would splash out towards the surrounding area. By the time the boss releases his skill, all this black liquid will be burning. If someone was hit by the black liquid, they had to dispel it in time, or else they would easily be burned to death. And that burning damage was not something a priest could return at this stage. Luckily, the priest profession comes with the dispel skill at its base. For insurance purposes, Wang Mang also called out 2 priests. As long as it was used properly, there wasn't much of a problem beating this obsidian cracked skull golem. Up, Wang Mang, with a large shield in one hand and a large axe in the other, rushed to the cracked face of the obsidian golem with a jumping chop. Just as Qin Feng was preparing to obtain the Book of Divine Authorization, the ruins of Jianghai City, the center area, in a hidden alley. Snap! A slap came over and Qin Xiaoyu was knocked off her feet. In front of her, there were 3 condescending female players who were looking at her with disdain. What kind of status are you? And you deserve to be near President Chen? That's right. If it wasn't for President Chen taking you in and letting you join the club, you'd have lost your lifespan by now. Stay away from Chen Hui for a long time in the future, or I'll beat you up once I see you. After the 3 women finished speaking, they turned around and left with their toes in the air. Only Qin Xiaoyu was left alone. In this alley, clenching her teeth, tears welling up in her eyes, she had thought that by joining the Knights Templar Guild, she would be able to ensure her survival, and then try to gain more lifespan. Results: within this Knight Templar Guild, there were numerous factions and cliques. The president, Chen Wuming, was only treating her as a tool person, wanting to cultivate her to contribute more longevity to the guild. She had just said a few words to Chen Wuming, and there were other female players who looked away. Straight away, they set her up in this alley and slapped her 2 big times as a warning. It made her think of a word: bullying. If it was before, Qin Xiaoyu knew that Qin Feng would definitely help her out. But now, she broke off her relationship with Qin Feng. Raising her eyes and looking around, Qin Xiaoyu realized that there was really no one who could help her now. Before encountered things, can still discuss with Chu Yan, but now, Chu Yan stayed in the town, joined the Public Welfare Guild, and it is impossible to help her to fight against the War Guild players. She looked at the backs of the 3 female players, who left with their toes in the air, and finally regretted it a bit. The bottom line is, she had signed a membership contract with this Knight Templar Guild for a full 3 years. The good news is that she is guaranteed to survive those 3 years. The bad news is that she'll have to survive this environment for 3 years. In a somewhat desperate mood, Qin Xiaoyu opened her friend list and saw a name, Wang Mang. Thinking of this official and amiable uncle, Qin Xiaoyu treated it like a lifesaver and sent several messages complaining about his suffering. She didn't know if it would work. Anyway, try it first. Maybe Wang Mang would help her? But she sent several messages in a row, and after waiting for several minutes, Wang Mang didn't reply to her at all. It depressed her a bit. It's all Qin Feng's fault. When I say break it off, do you really break it off? Don't you know that everything a girl says is backwards? Fortunately, I will be able to live for the next 3 years, and there will still be someone to take me to brush the monsters. Although I have to surrender 50% of my lifespan to the guild, I will be able to have leftovers on my own. and I will definitely be able to develop faster than Chu Yan and the others. When I develop later, no one should come and get involved. Qin Feng, get the hell away from me. Just lay low back there and don't mess with those crazy women. Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, but she didn't realize it. The thing about bullying is that it's always been that the weaker the person, the more they will be bullied. If tolerance would stop people from being bullied, then there would be no bullying in the world. And on Wang Meng's side, when he received a private chat alert from Qin Xiaoyu, he was right in the middle of the critical moment of fighting the boss. You know, this is a gold level boss, and it's still a level 20 gold class boss. It was much fiercer than any opponent Wang Meng had met before. When Wang Meng received that series of private chats, he directly and impatiently opened his friends list and set a shield for Xiaoyuya. Finally, the world cleared. Wang Meng realized that even though Qin Feng had told them about the boss mechanism in advance, they were having a tough time fighting, because Qin Feng, in order not to show too strong battle power, basically on the side of the paddle. Sure, even when Qin Feng was paddling and casually releasing trash skills towards the boss, the damage took up 40% of the team's damage. This has been the result of him being very much in control of himself. In fact, if he had encountered this boss anywhere else, Qin Feng would have been able to kill it in seconds with an instantaneous shadow slash. Throughout most of the time, Qin Feng deliberately stuck himself in a corner, looking like he was trapped by the boss skills, unable to attack the boss. This acting skill, looking at Wang Meng, they were all shocked. Holy, for those who don't know, the big guy really only does this much damage. Biggie said that NPCs will appear after fighting this boss. So how perverted can an NPC be to look at someone? The stronger the player, the more expensive the item sold? It does seem kind of sick, but I'm kind of curious. How did the big guy know? In response, Qin Feng could only Team Channel said, "Godforsaken game secrets are many. There is a lot of information buried in the ruins. Usually ask yourself more. Have you tried to explore? Has the knowledge reserve grown?" Hiss, I see. Wang Mang lamented. Listening to you is like listening to you. As one of the middle-aged cardmasters' thunder card was played and landed on the obsidian golem's cracked head, a thunderbolt swept over its entire body. Minus 1227, weakness attack. The last sliver of that boss's blood bar was finally cleared. The black viscous liquid that had been sprayed across the room evaporated into a black mist that lingered in the middle of the hall. A black flame that spread throughout the hall was also completely extinguished. With Qin Feng's perfect acting skills, he didn't show anything beyond the ordinary, and Wang Mang watched the boss blood bar to zero. Finally completely relieved. Under the tension, he completely forgot to just give someone set up a private chat blocking. If he can't remember, then he'll never hear from the man. Of course, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that when the obsidian cracked skull golem is killed, a sorrowful jia 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 laughter came from all directions, followed by the figure of a withered old man clad in a cloak, coalescing out from in front of them. Chapter 85. Even shadow has to be 10 minutes, right? When the figure of the withered-looking old man, clad in a black cloak, appeared, Wang Meng's crowd gazed at it, only to see the figure appear in the middle of the hall in front of them like a ghost, covered by a black cloak and robe. It was impossible to see his exact face and figure, and one could only sense a dangerous aura from him. Players of Blue Star, congratulations, you are the first to pass my test. As long as you pay for your lifespan, you can get the supplies you need from me. Jia jia jia. This NPC Jia laughed while stretching out his hand and unfolding a list of goods. Holy, 6 fingers? Steady as an old dog took a look and his eyes widened. When these words came out, the scene was a bit subtle, and the black-robed NPC who had just extended his hand seemed to be radiating coldness all over his body. The next moment, a dark aura exploded out of the steady as an old dog body. Boom boom. Minus 999,999. Steady as the old dog's tall and sturdy body, it was instantly blown to smithereens. A ball of lifespan light coalesced from his crushed body. When Qin Feng saw this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It seems that this brother is not stable enough. On the divine Forsaken continent, the important NPCs that would appear were basically other civilizations that had acquired the power of divinity. They came to the godforsaken continent to provide various services to the Blue Star players while collecting the life expectancy of the Blue Star players who played. At the same time, they need to follow certain rules that have existed for ages. They cannot be attacked by normal players, but it can't attack the average player either. It can only be within the rules to set a taboo that they can step in and hurt a player when a player breaks the taboo. Obviously, the taboo set by this olden in front of him was that his 6 fingers could not be mentioned. Steady as an old dog is steady, but he clearly had no experience dealing with godforsaken game NPCs, and was shocked and ate on the spot. Seeing this, the remaining 4 Wang Mang swallowed their saliva and silently picked up the tradable lifespan that steady as an old dog had popped out. Thus, the field was left with a non-tradable lifespan light orb, which no one else could pick up. Qin Feng silently raised his hand again, and the cursed flower bloomed on that ball of light, absorbing it. This situation caused the four Wang Mangs to become a little short of breath. The orb of light of the non-tradable lifespan had always been absorbed only by magical creatures, and it turned out that Shadow had actually used a skill and absorbed it. Looking at the demonic flower of death, Wang Mang's four men were a bit numb. Even that six-fingered male witch Vickery seemed to be a bit surprised, but as a high-cool NPC, he didn't care to interact too much with these lowly blue star players. Choose the book of divine authorities you need, trade your lives for something, and get the hell out. The six-fingered wizard was ill-tempered and spoke morosely as a list of items appeared above his 6 fingers. The book of divine guidance? What the hell? The four Wang Mangs were stunned, but with the previous experience of steady as an old dog, they didn't dare to talk nonsense. One by one, they started making eye contact and squeezing their eyebrows. Qin Feng was a bit speechless as he watched. He wasn't polite, and directly clicked on the list of items, buying all 9 of the divine instruction books on it. Each book of divine authorization is priced at 1,000 days of tradable life, or nearly 3 years. That's kind of the standard price. That price is at least doubled if you bring a female in the party, and the challenge of the boss will be much more difficult. The 9 books of divine authorization, combined, only added up to less than 25 years of lifespan, whereas Qin Feng's current tradable lifespan was already 466 years, so this point of consumption was, well, a hair's breadth away. 9 kinds of books of divine teachings can fulfill my daily needs, but this Tower of Divine Power has another achievement that needs to be completed. Qin Feng had yet to make his next move. Wang Mang and the others had already seen the Book of Divine Authorization on the list of items and all of them were wide-eyed for a moment. They pressed on and started talking in the team channel. Holy, what the hell is this? You can consume your lifespan and create means of living in reality? All kinds of food, water, drinks. With all these books of divine authorization, I could damn well open a supermarket. More than that, look at this Book of Divine Authorization, mechanical made. Nobody stop me. I want to buy 10 copies. Little old brother. Friendly reminder. This Book of Divine Authorization can be reused. Buy one and that's enough. Stupid. Can't I sell it if I buy it? Can't really. It says soulbound. Little old me. Well, anyway, it's worthy of being Big Brother's shadow, saying that he brought us here to get something good. It's really something good. Nonsense. When has our Big Brother ever let us down? Wang Meng and the others were also carrying a lot of tradable lifespans. Of course, it was all focused on Wang Meng. All at once the crowd began to trade up, purchasing the Book of Divine Authorization from the six-fingered wizard. And the Book of Divine Authorization thing is in unlimited supply for such NPCs. Anyway, this Book of Divine Authorization is not produced by these NPCs. They are just porters. In the end, the lifespan taken by the Book of Divine Authorization, to whose hands, even these NPCs are not clear about it. Sure, the total number of tradable lifespans that Wang Meng had on them wasn't that much. Together, the 4 of them had only bought a total of 12 books of divine teachings. I don't have enough lifespan with me right now. Can I come back and keep buying? Wang Meng carefully asked six-fingered male wizard Vickery. Vickery heard this and Jia laughed. Of course you can. However, each purchase will require a new challenge. And next time maybe not at this price. Soon after, Qin Feng saw that Wang Meng had finished their transaction and didn't wait any longer. Speaking directly to six-fingered witch Vickery, he said, I read the description of this Tower of Divine Power. You can complete the high difficulty challenge solo to gain prestige. I want to challenge the highest difficulty. Is that okay? When these words came out, all 4 of Wang Meng's men went quiet. The six-fingered male wizard, Vickery, on the other hand, turned over, his black cloak-covered form facing towards Qin Feng, seemingly observing him. Not long after, an eerie and icy voice came out. TSK, just you? With what you just did, you can't even complete the lowest difficulty solo, and you still have the highest difficulty? Qin Feng smiled. Try it. The highest difficulty? What difficulty is it? Vickery laughed morosely. Difficulty is divided into 5 tiers, the highest being the 5th. The boss is still a gold-level obsidian cracked skull golem, but attack, blood, defense and cooldown speed are increased by 500%. Qin Feng nodded. Okay, I'll try. When these words came out, Wang Meng and the others sucked in a breath of cool air. The 500% increase in attack and blood count was even if they knew that. After all, with Qin Feng's true strength, it didn't seem too difficult to raid the obsidian split skull golem without any injuries. But, 500% increase in cooldown speed? In other words, the speed of the boss's skill release was increased by 5 times to 6 times its original speed. Also, the defense is raised to 6 times its original level, meaning that the bosses become especially meaty. We were already sweating from dodging skills just now. 6 times the speed of the skill release. The big guy can't dodge it, right? No, I believe in Biggie, and since I'm willing to try, That means Biggie must have some certainty, even if you can dodge skills. With a boss with 6 times the blood in defense, how long will it take for Big Brother to kill it? One mistake during that time and it's gone. We wouldn't be able to do this in half an hour. Half an hour? Too optimistic? I'm afraid we won't be able to fight for an hour. Even if it's a big guy, it's at least 10 minutes, right? Chapter 86, Legendary Instant Shadow Chop Plus? Hearing Qin Feng's agreement, six-fingered male witch Vickery smiled morosely. He said sorrowfully, just to remind you, if you die in the challenge, the lifespan you dropped can be mine. Sure you want a challenge? Qin Feng naturally wouldn't back down. Okay. When he confirmed it, the withered figure of the six-fingered male wizard Vickery, who was clad in black robes in front of him, slowly dissipated into a cloud of black mist and drifted away towards the sky. The 4 Wang Mang were pushed to the side of the hall by a force. In the middle area of the hall of this Tower of Divine Right, a barrier field appeared, enveloping Qin Feng alone. Immediately following, a black, sticky liquid slowly coalesced in the middle of the hall. It was that obsidian cranium-splitting golem. Qin Feng knew that this thing was one of Vickery's summoned creatures, and as for the 5 levels of difficulty, it was the attribute bonuses that Vickery, as the master of the summoned creature, could provide to the summoned creature. 500% is not the upper limit for Vickery. Its true strength is far beyond what current players can imagine. Of course, for Qin Feng, this guy is nothing, because in his last life, this guy has already been killed by him. As long as a player obtains divinity, it is equivalent to obtaining the same qualifications to communicate with NPCs. It's said that there are a lot of players who triggered some penalty conditions after obtaining divinity and have disappeared ever since. There are rumors that they were sent to other civilizations' game worlds to become NPCs guarding the Tower of Divine Power, but no penalized player has ever come back. So, no one knows if the rumor is true. At this moment, Qin Feng stood alone in the middle of the field with the plague blade in his hand. The 4 Wang Mangs who were pushed outside the field all looked at the field with incomparable nervousness. Even Wang Mang could rarely see Qin Feng's battle scenes with his own eyes. The last time I saw him fight a boss was in the last small town. He helped us with the level 2 sprinters, but now it's a level 20 gold class boss, or an existence with 500% added to its blood, defense, attack and cooldown speed. This intensity, I'm afraid it's already higher than a platinum level boss? Definitely. The platinum boss just has some forced mechanics. The true value is definitely not as good as this 5th level difficulty Tower of Divine Power challenge. I was told by a friend that it didn't take a total of 2 minutes for Shadow to take out the platinum ranked Holy Maiden of Steel, but this boss in front of us has a higher value. I'm afraid the blood volume alone is close to 1,000,000, coupled with the 6 times faster skill release. It's already very anticlimactic for the big guy to be able to solve it in even 10 minutes. Wang Meng's 4 people, their heartbeats all reached the fastest. Their eyes widened as they looked into the field. There was an abnormal amount of concern for Qin Feng's battle. That 6-fingered male witch Vickery, too, was flying in the sky, watching sorrowfully as the gold-level boss he had summoned formed. What kind of clown dares to participate in the highest difficulty challenge at will? Blue Star players, so impatient to die? It's only pre-game and it's so inflated. Vickery sneered. When that obsidian-split cranium puppet was halfway formed, a burst of black mist had already radiated out from his sleeve and wrapped around that obsidian-split cranium puppet. Strengthens its lifesteal, attack, defense, and cooldown speed, all by 500%. The obsidian-split skull golem in this state was like a fire-breathing turret. Black sticky liquid, black fire jet, and various skills would be released at 6 times the speed. And even one skill release would be immediately followed by the next, so that the average player wouldn't have any free time to launch an attack at all. And with 6 times the attacks, even Wang Meng couldn't withstand any of this boss's skills, not to mention an assassin. However, when that obsidian split skull puppet was completely formed, Qin Feng's figure, which was hidden in the field, since it was a solo challenge, Qin Feng had withdrawn from Wang Meng's team, so Wang Meng and the others, too, couldn't see Qin Feng's figure. Suddenly, the moment the obsidian skull-splitting golem's blood bar lit up, a fierce poison dart had already hit the boss's skull that had split in half from behind. Minus 8019, weakness attack. The moment the damage numbers popped up, Qin Feng's figure appeared in the middle of the field, but immediately afterward, his figure was invisible again. Tranquil concealment, picking up graceful deliverance and instant shadow slash. Minus 10,138, weakness attack. Minus 11,521, weakness attack. Minus 13,364, weakness attack. Instant shadow chop's damage was higher than ever. This was because each of Qin Feng's chopping strikes, plus the toxin damage from the mighty poison dart, would trigger the Rite of Black Flame effect on the leather armor, weakens the target's defense, and full elemental resistance by 7%. In just this instant, The boss took 10 damage and its defense was directly weakened to less than 30% of its original strength. Even if this thing was enhanced with 500% defense, at this moment, it was equivalent to nothing in front of Qin Feng. The first slash of the instant shadow slash did just over 10,000 damage, but with the ninth blade, the damage had come to over 30,000. It's worthy of the gain effect brought about by the Ancient God's Stone Tablet. If I didn't have the Ancient God's Stone Tablet to raise the tier cap of Rite of Black Flame, my instantaneous shadow slash, at most, would only do about 18,000 damage per slash. 9 chopping strikes dealt a total of around 200,000 damage. This strike caused the Obsidian Split Skull Golem's blood bar to steeply drop by a fifth. It can be seen that the total blood volume of this boss is indeed in the range of 1 million or so. After all, its base blood volume, which was just roughly counted when Wang Meng's team was raiding, is between 150 to 180,000. Wouldn't that be about $1 million when it's 5 times more and becomes 6 times what it was? Asterisk. What the hell? A fifth of blood at a time? What kind of skill is that, big guy? It looks like it's a silver level instantaneous shadow chop. But, the instantaneous shadow slashes I've seen only have 3 slashes? Can't tell exactly how many times. It's too fast. But there were at least 7 or 8 chopping blows on the boss just now. Is this the legendary instant shadow chop plus? This unbelievable scene made the 6-fingered male wizard Vickery, who was flying in the sky, all directly dumbfounded, because he had just seen Qin Feng's performance. This assassin, who looked particularly obscene, would never strike as long as there was a possibility of hitting a boss skill, and the standing position is particularly stupid. Every time the boss's skills forced into a corner, unable to strike. Even when they struck, they were only some not-so-strong skills that only dealt 2,000 or 3,000 points of damage at a time. But now, this divine instantaneous shadow slash skill of Qin Feng directly dealt a whopping 200,000 damage. What's the situation? Blue Star's players should only be starting to develop. How can they do this damage? What level of talent is this person? Vickery stared dead into the field. However, immediately afterward, a scene that made Vickery and Wang Meng, among others, blow up even more appeared, only to see that a second after Qin Feng struck, Graceful Deliverance's active slash throat effect triggers. Chapter 87 Envy. I wish I was Shadow. Minus 20,276, weakness attack. Minus 23,042, weakness attack. Minus 26,728, weakness attack. Each of the 9 damage bursts from the cutthroat effect was twice as much as it had just been. The highest damage burst even reached over 60,000. In total, it added up to nearly 400,000 damage. That Obsidian Split Skull Golem's blood bar directly dropped to only about 40% left. It wasn't until then that the Obsidian Skull Cracking Golem reacted. It's just a gold boss after all. Its mechanics and stuff really aren't that strong. Black viscous liquid began to spray out towards the surroundings, as well as black flames burning up all over the hall. But, Qin Feng opened the black light shield. The body is protected by an injury-free shield, coupled with super high agility, so that he was able to dodge in the field with a speed of 30 to 40 meters per second, and did not suffer any damage at all. Just 2 seconds after he struck, another burst of boon relief slit throat damage empties the last of the Obsidian Rift Golem's blood bar. That boss had only even released 2 skills. It had already burst into a pile of black rubble on the spot under the horrific sustained damage of cut throat. Congratulations on completing the achievement, Tower of Divine Power Level 5 Difficulty Challenge. You have gained 5 reputation points. The completion of this achievement will be considered as your completion of the first 4 difficulty levels of the challenge, and you have gained 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 reputation points. Congratulations on completing the global first pass of the Tower of Divine Power Single Player Challenge. You have gained 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 20 plus 25 reputation points. Achievements can only be completed once, regardless of the Tower of Divine Power Challenge, but the achievements are divided into 5 grades. From the first level of difficulty to the 5th level of difficulty, the rewards are raised in this way. Qin Feng directly challenged the highest difficulty, direct access to the full range of prestige rewards. Among them, the prestige reward for global first pass is higher, but it's a one-time thing, and only one person in the world can get it. In the previous life, the first passes for the 5 different levels of difficulty were each completed by 5 different players, but this time, Qin Feng had it all wrapped up. As for the solo challenge achievement rewards, other players will be able to reach them later, and they will be rewarded with prestige if they can complete the challenge solo. It's just that this part of the prestige reward isn't much, adding up to 15 points. And Qin Feng's first pass reward was directly given 75 points. My reputation. It's now 147 points. After 100 points, you can buy high-level props at certain NPCs. Remember there was an NPC in the pre-Magic City ruins that could buy nice things. Qin Feng took the completion on and the first pass reward, directly maintained his stealthy state, and quietly left the Tower of Divine Power. Behind him was the exasperated six-fingered wizard Vickery. Just now he had thought that the assassin was a clown who had come to die and provide him with longevity. The results were unexpected. This assassin does such explosive damage. The clown was actually himself. If I had known that, I should have charged you 10,000. No, 100,000 days of life for each book of divine authorization. Vickery regretted it. However, the current him was unable to stop Qin Feng from leaving. After all, he was the equivalent of being punished in this Tower of Divine Power and had no permission to leave it. Just as Qin Feng finished off that obsidian cranium-splitting golem, a prompt of Tower of Divine Power Challenge First Pass was also transmitted in the minds of all players around the world. This prompt made countless players around the world. All of them were dumbfounded. The Tower of Divine Power? What the hell is that? Geez, Shadow was ahead of all of us again. We don't even know what the Tower of Divine Power is. And he's finished the challenge First Pass? I've never seen any tower-like structures in the ruins of the city I'm in. Have I? I know. Outside the city. I have level 3 stealth skill. I've been out of the city exploring, and I've found the Tower of Divine Power. It's just that the gold boss inside is fierce. I can't beat it solo. Outside the ruins of Zhanghai City, inside the Tower of Divine Right, Wang Mang's 4 men were also stunned. This. 3 seconds? That's seconds? A gold-level boss with 1 million blood? Where's the promised 5 times defense? How come it's so brittle? What the hell kind of damage is that? I was just worried that the big guy wouldn't be able to beat this boss, but it turned out to be done in 3 seconds? For a while, Wang Mang and the others were all dumbfounded. Just then, Wang Mang's private chat window popped up. Justice Enforcement, Wang Mang, what did you guys do over there? How did the great god get another first pass? What is this Tower of Divine Power? It's none other than policewoman in you. Since Qin Feng had emphasized beforehand, and you, Lin Liu and Gui Shue, were not involved in this operation. But they're curious, too, especially now. Hearing that Shadow Chief had passed some kind of Tower of Divine Power challenge, his heart felt like it was crawling with ants. Wang Mang clicked on the private chat, bitterly smiled. The situation just now, told in you. What? The Book of Divine Authorization? You can consume your lifespan to extract materials into reality? And the Tower of Divine Power Challenge. Single participant. Highest difficulty. Shadow 3 seconds to kill a gold boss with 6 times the battle power? Not to mention that the official side of Zhanghai City was once again shocked by Qin Feng's actions. After leaving the Tower of Divine Power, Qin Feng had ridden the ghost Nightwalking Wolf and returned within the land of the pure soul at the fastest speed possible. During this time, he asked Inu in a private chat if the price of the church sanctuary hideout had been discussed by the Zhanghai City officials. As a result, Inu marveled while answering that it might take another hour or 2. Okay, I'll go offline and get something to eat, and leave me a message when you're done discussing it. After replying to this, Qin Feng prepared to go offline. Now that he had 441 years of life left on him after buying the 9 books of divine authorization, it was only natural to extract more abilities and equipment into reality, especially the ghostly nocturnal wolf Mount Bell. Actually, Qin Feng had only gotten offline once during the course of today's monster brushing, and again, he ate a bowl of instant noodles. The system had reminded him several times now that he was realistically too hungry. Just as he was about to extract the ability to go offline, the system suddenly prompted, "Danger in your environment has been detected. Please extract as many abilities as possible to deal with the danger." The following is a live feed. In danger? The B&B owner's wife tried to rob her? When Qin Feng heard this prompt, his mood didn't even fluctuate in the slightest. He closed his eyes and a real-time picture of the B&B room was delivered to his mind through the system. Only in reality, he would have been sitting on the couch at the B&B, entering the game. His body remained in a translucent unselectable state, and around him, surprisingly, the couch had been removed and replaced by a large iron cage that held him in place. In the room, 2 other shirtless, tattooed, middle-aged men, each holding 2 machetes, were smoking cigarettes and chatting. These 2 men are talking and laughing. That's awesome. This Shadow, another global first pass. This man is so strong. How much longevity can he hit in the godforsaken game? Surely it's okay to hit a few thousand days and earn a few small goals in anger. Envious? I wish I was Shadow. Don't be envious. Still look forward to this kid in front of us. It's best to have a life expectancy of a few hundred days. That's tens of millions of dollars in cash in hand. He. What if he wants to resist? Resist? I'll make his head explode. It's a shame. The 2 men didn't realize that the youth they were attempting to rob was, quite literally, the Shadow they envied. Chapter 88, A Single Sword. Chopping the building. Qin Feng saw the 2 middle-aged men in the outside world who were squatting on him. After a little observation, I didn't care. Just two unusual murderers from the godforsaken game era. Nothing special. At this stage, it's simply not possible to crouch and loot with the ability to level up to 10 and have the ability to extract the ability. Going into the game and killing a few random monsters is much more rewarding than crouching for an unknown player. The only explanation is, these guys, it's tougher to even kill monsters within the game. At present, those who have risen to level 10 and can extract their abilities to reality are only about 100 in the entire Jianhai city. There are a lot of groups, officials, who after hoarding lifespans, train people in reality. The reality cap, however, depends on the in-game power cap. No amount of tradable lifespans they have will allow them to exceed the limits of their in-game power. Therefore, Qin just needs to maintain his absolute advantage within the game. Then in reality, it will surely be one of the strongest as well. Regardless of how much lifespan someone has to use to extract an ability, that ability is ultimately based on in-game strength. Qin shook his head and closed his eyes. Start extracting the ability. He did the math first. Levels don't have to go to 15 yet. Let's extract to level 13 first. Reality levels from 11 to 13 consumed 13, 7 and 16. 4 years respectively, totaling a little over 30 years. Then there are the skills. You have consumed 161. 7 years of your lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Graceful Deliverance, mythic level. You have consumed 71. 12 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Assassin's Intuition, legendary grade. You have consumed 36. 35 years of lifespan, tradable, and extracted the skill Dark Ring Blade, epic level. You have consumed 23. 71 years of lifespan, tradable, to extract the skill Quiet Concealment, epic. These 4 skills extracted consumed a total of 292. 88 years of Qin Feng's tradable lifespan alone. At the current life expectancy to cash ratio, life expectancy can be sold for $20 million in cash per year, and those life expectancies would be worth a total of $6 billion. After these skills are extracted, I'm left with only 2 unextracted skills, a Hour of Darkness that blinds enemies around you, plus a Depths of Darkness that passively adds stealth levels. The former takes 34, 65 years to extract. The latter extraction takes 73, 81 years. Qin didn't move for a while because he had to extract the gold level Mount Bell first, which still needed 113, 89 years of life. Extract Mount Bell. When he consumed this 100 years of lifespan and extracted the Mount Bell, the remaining tradable lifespan on his body was only 1 years. That's still not enough life. Because of this, Qin had chosen to sell the Church Sanctuary Hideout. Otherwise, this thing stays in your hands and appreciates more and more. Selling one hideout won't have much of an impact. After all, I can get more hideouts. The ruins of the Magic City are even more expansive, with a total of 6 large hideouts similar to the Place of Pure Souls and the Church Sanctuary. For the moment, it should all remain untouched. Qin was not particularly familiar with the structure of the Magic City ruins, because in his last life, when he arrived at the Magic City ruins, it was already after level 20. By that time, all 6 of the large hideouts in Magic City had been taken over by organizations such as the Crown and the Guilds. As for what is the platinum level boss that guards the hideout, Qin has not intentionally tried to understand it, but has only probably heard of some of the players' gossip. With my current strength, it's still relatively simple to touch a platinum level boss skill. Even if you die once, you'll have the ghost fire bells to back you up, so it's not a big problem. Of course, all of this is after we get to the Magic City. Within the Divine Abandonment game, Qin had reached level 15, meaning that while he was in the game, he could also teleport to the Magic City ruins. After depleting the life expectancy to only 1 years, Qin finally went offline. Inside the B&B room he was in, the 2 tattooed middle-aged men, who were holding machetes, were smoking cigarettes and talking eloquently. Suddenly, one of them had a change of eyes. Wait, this kid went offline. When the 2 men's gazes fell on Qin in the iron cage, they only saw Qin Feng's eyes open and a sharp knife inexplicably in his hand. This small knife was one that Qin had been carrying around since he first returned to reality. There was no way around it. In order to unleash an assassin-type attack skill, one had to equip a dagger or short sword type of weapon. For in-game weapons, you don't have that much lifespan to extract them for now, so just carry a pocket knife with you. Those 2 middle-aged men's complexion became vicious. Seeing the knife in Qin Feng's hand, he just wanted to speak. Suddenly, a black blade light instantly flickered and appeared from around Qin, spreading towards the surroundings. That blade light, directly from the height of Qin Feng's chest, spread in all directions. Pust. The 2 middle-aged men, before they could even react, had already been sliced by the black blade light from the chest area. Their eyes widened as their upper bodies fell straight to the ground, the machetes in their hands falling to the ground with 2 dang sounds. But that's not the scariest of all. The most terrifying thing was that when Qin Feng swung out this darkness ring blade, the dark blade light slashed all 12 meters around him. The iron cage that had trapped Qin Feng was directly sliced into upper and lower halves with a single slash. Even this entire room of the B&B had a sharp crack in the wall. The whole room, both were cut in half, top and bottom. Pust. In the next room, a burly man who was exercising on top of his boss's wife just happened to have his head sliced open and flew up into the air. Ah! The boss's wife shrieked out. She had just avoided Qin Feng's horizontal slash due to the fact that she was lying on the bed. Originally, she knew these social bigwigs and let them come over, looking for a chance to rob the lodging Qin Feng. As a result, she never expected that the big man was on top of her when suddenly heads flew up. She was splattered with blood and subconsciously screamed in horror. But soon, her screams came to an abrupt end, because Qin Feng followed up with a fierce poisonous dart across the wall, hitting her head and sending her to the west. Within the city of Zhanghai, a small ordinary B&B building, with the flash of a black blade light, the entire third floor of the small building was sliced in half. The upper part of the small building gradually slid down and landed on the ground with a bang, smashing out a dusty. In the dark, a shadowless, invisible figure riding an equally stealthy ghostly night wolf leapt high into the east. In that small building, on the other hand, there were 4 flowers of death blooming, scarlet and demonic. The blood, flesh, and white bones of the 4 corpses were all drawn out, with not a single drop left. And the commotion here didn't attract much attention, because the current Zhanghai city was filled with the sounds of blasting, sirens, and even gunshots, and many places were in chaos. Chapter 89. He wants to show me Qin Feng's head? East of Zhanghai city, on the highway leading to Magic City. It's a little windy tonight. The sky was so cloudy that even the moonlight was obscured from time to time. If it were usual, this highway from Zhanghai City to Magic City would be absolutely packed with vehicles. But now, only occasionally does a car drive by in a hurry. No one could see that a stealthy ghost wolf, 3 meters long, was carrying a stealthy man in a black jacket, running wildly along this highway at an extremely fast speed. Even some vehicles on the road were overtaken by him one after another. This person, naturally, was Qin Feng. While he was on his way to the Magic City, he was holding a copy of the Book of Divine Authorization, Dasha food, in his hands. You can only buy the Book of Divine Authorization, which can extract food from Dasha, from the Tower of Divine Authority NPC within Dasha. If you want to eat food from all over the world, then you have to go to the ruins of cities all over the world to take a trip. Of course, at present, Qin Feng is not at a level where he can teleport across borders yet. Have some meat buns, corned beef, and soy milk. Qin Feng rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf, flipped open the Book of Divine Authorization, and found the corresponding pattern within the pages. All of these things are the simplest of Dasha foods. The price tags are all 3 minutes to 10 minutes of tradable life. If converted into Dasha's real currency, this price was equivalent to $200 or $300. But to Qin Feng, this already belonged to the category of being a bargain. There are still breakfast days open out there, but no one can guarantee that there is anything wrong with that food. After being pitted by Qin Xiaoyu in his last life, Qin Feng must not eat any food given by anyone else. It is the exchange of the Book of Divine Authorities that is most reassuring. Sure, due to the increase in Qin Feng's reality physique attribute, his body required more energy and naturally needed more food. The good thing was, it wouldn't take much lifespan in total to trade these things out of the Book of Divine Authorities. Until half an hour later, Qin Feng looked at the bustling metropolis that appeared in front of him, the Magic City, and slowly closed the Book of Divine Authorization. To get rid of Chansey, we need to know where her reality is first. It's going to be much harder to find this woman than it is to find Seinfeld, and there's no informant like Yukiko of Milk White. That woman, who can tell me where she is? Wanting to find a Qianshusher in a magic city with a population of tens of millions, the difficulty was bound to be extremely high, and the woman, more than likely, was in hiding, tucked away in a safe place. If Qin Feng searched aimlessly, it would be impossible to find her human shadow even when he found her leaving the Magic City. Thus, Qin Feng first came to the vicinity of the high-speed train station in Magic City, entered the empty subway station and found a hidden corner. Quiet concealment. Get in the game. After turning on tranquil concealment, Qin Feng's figure was completely invisible and would never become visible as long as he didn't move or launch an attack. Entering the game in this state, Qin Feng will not be detected by anyone and is in the invincible state of unselectable. It's the equivalent of disappearing from the world altogether. When Qin Feng entered the Divine Abandonment game, he passed through the teleportation array at the very center of the ruins of Zhanghai City and consumed 985 days of lifespan, choosing to teleport to the ruins of the Magic City. This teleportation cost is more expensive the farther the distance. Zhanghai City was adjacent to the Magic City, so it wouldn't take much. At the same time, Qin Feng opened his friends list again, Finding the thieving, triangular-eyed youth who had contacted him earlier, he sent a private chat over. Divine Forsaken Continent, Magic City Ruins. What? The shadow contacted you? Qin Feng has already been killed by him? Qian Shishir listened to the incoming private chat with some surprise. At this moment, she was with 5 foreign men, brushing up on monsters at the Evil Spirit Academy in the ruins of Magic City. The Evil Spirit Academy, a ruin of an academy, covered a vast area. It is also one of the 6 major hiding places in the ruins of the Magic City. Only to obtain the key to the Evil Spirit Academy's hideout, you need to go deep into the 3 underground floors of the Evil Spirit Academy in order to find the platinum-level Evil Spirit boss that's entrenched in it. In this place, there were numerous magical creatures, and crucially, many of the Evil Spirit attribute magical creatures were completely immune to physical damage. That's why not many people come here to brush up. Qian Shishir led her people to brush the monsters here, just enough to avoid the ears of most players. After all, she was now officially wanted and hunted by Magic City. While her reality was not revealed and she was safe where she was in reality, she had too much life expectancy on her and certainly didn't want to die. Currently, the tradable lifespan on Qian Shishir had accumulated to over 600 years. These Daxia people are really swine. $50,000 a day life expectancy doesn't even love to sell, and cost the old lady more money. Qian Shishir was a bit angry. She was now spending money to not really receive life expectancy. The price of life expectancy is getting higher and higher, and she is anxious to see all the value of the capital she has accumulated in this world. The Qian group, shrinking. I can't wait to convert all of my assets, all of them, into lifespans. Just this case, she finally heard a piece of good news. She once spent 3,000 days of her life to commission the shadow and assassinate a minor character. Lifespans that were worth $50 million at the time are now over 100 million. This makes Chansey's heart ache as well. Well, now the results are finally coming in. Qin Feng wonders if you will regret it when you die. Gee, that's not right either. If you're killed by the shadow, you should die a silent death, with no pain and little time for regret. What a shame. Qian Shishir laughed happily. Soon, she got a brand new piece of news. What? The shadow said that he has come to Magic City? The game and reality are here already? In reality, he's going to show me that Qin Feng's head, and then let me close the payment? Qian Shishir frowned. She was arrogant and bossy, but not brain-dead. The shadow, such a terrifying killer in reality. Who knows what will happen once you meet with him? Qian Shishir is afraid of death. She certainly didn't dare to meet with Qin Feng realistically. You tell him that you don't need to show me the head. Just take a picture, and I'll have someone give him the final payment. What? He said he doesn't have a cell phone? Lost your cell phone to avoid being followed? Qian Shishir was a bit speechless. In that case, she really wouldn't have any way to confirm whether or not the shadow had really killed Qin Feng. Though, she actually didn't care much about the death of that Qin Feng. But wouldn't she look stupid if she gave the final payment without the shadow doing anything? Not to mention, for Dark Shadow, Qian Shishir still had some longing and expectation. If she could establish a long-term cooperation with Dark Shadow, she would definitely be able to stand on top of the globe in the brand new era in the future. It's not impossible to realistically meet with him. Qian Shishir thought of a way, pursed her lips, and smiled faintly. However, it's important to confirm that he's on the same side as me. Thinking of this, she opened her friends list, found a male player with the codename Tianxing Jian, and said a few words to him in a private chat. Chapter 90. They must be scolding me, right? Divine Forsaken Continent, Magic City Ruins. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf. He opened the private chat and saw the thieving, triangular-eyed youth, sending him a coordinate. That was where Qian Shishir was currently located within the game. Want to meet me in game first and just give me the final payment? Faced with this request from the other party, Qin Feng seemed to have no reason to refuse. However, Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. This woman, didn't she confirm if he really killed Qin Feng? Just give the final payment? Originally, it was about bringing up Qin Feng's head to her and meeting with her realistically so as to finish her off. It seems that the woman is a bit cautious. Qin Feng was in no hurry. If he really couldn't find where the woman was, he would just share the information directly with the officials of Magic City. I remember in my last life, this woman strutted her stuff in the ruins of the Magic City for a long time, and then people arrived in North America before she chose to migrate to the North American region within the game. It's going to take a lot of lifespans, but it's not too hard for someone in her position. The woman is wanted here in Magic City officially. Getting the officials to find someone is one way to do it. However, Qin Feng did not intend to use this method directly. After all, after such a long time had passed, Qian Shishir must have had a lot of longevity on her. These lifespans, Qin Feng naturally wanted to get his hands on them personally. Killing people, taking lives, it was a very easy thing to do. And if Qin Feng could do it himself, he would naturally not be willing to pretend to be someone else's hand. In that case, let's go ahead and meet her. Within the game, Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and galloped towards the coordinates of the Evil Spirit Academy that he had received in his private chat. 10 or so minutes later, Qin Feng ran tens of kilometers through the vast ruins of the magic metropolis in a long wolf run before finally arriving at the location of the Evil Spirit Academy. This place is gusty. Amidst the ruins of the buildings, many dead trees of a morose white color loomed, and occasionally black crows rested on the tops of the trees, observing the area of ruins with their dead gray eyes. Qin Feng had only just come over when he saw from afar, at the ruins of a school building more than 100 meters away, a group of player figures. He rushed over on his ghost wolf and arrived on a 3-story ruined rooftop. Looking down from above, one could only see that in the abandoned square outside the ruins of that school building, there were two parties confronting each other. One of the parties was Qian Shishir, codenamed Ace of Spades. She and the 5 foreign men, all with their facial masking turned on, were gathering together, sneering and facing the surrounding crowd. On the other side, there were the 2 official Magic City squads that surrounded Qian Shishir. On the official side, the person at the head was a country-faced youth who looked all righteous. Is he? Qin Feng glanced at the country-faced youth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Qiu Haonan, codenamed Skywalker, a famous mole in the previous life, providing intelligence for the Alice Guild, until the 7th year of the godforsaken game's descent. When this guy revealed himself and was killed off, making a big fuss, Qin Feng looked at the situation in the field again and quickly realized what was going on. Interesting, this Qian Shishir and Xiu Haonan have already hooked up so early, deliberately luring the official Magic City people over while calling me over. Want to see where I stand now? It had to be said that this tactic of Qian Shishir was very good, quite good. In this current situation, Qian Shishir's 6 people's battle power was obviously stronger. After all, recharging would make them stronger. As for the official 12, for the time being, they could only hold Qian Shishir and the others back, and did not dare to forcefully attack at the moment. Both sides were sort of evenly matched, with Qian Shishir's side having a slight advantage, so both sides did not fight, and Chansey's plan was simple. Before the official reinforcements arrived, Qin Feng would have to face a choice if he arrived. Should we help Sissy Qian? If one helped Qian Shishir, then it would mean the Dark Shadow would become hostile to the officials. Wouldn't that put both sides on the same page? Qian Shishir could also pull in the Shadow more easily. If it doesn't help, Qian Shishir was afraid that she wouldn't choose to meet with Shadow in reality. Interesting. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately analyzed Qian Shishir's intentions. He was sure that if he didn't make a move now and kill those people from the officials, it would be very difficult for him to find Qian Shishir in reality on his own. Even if he pretended that he hadn't come yet, Qian Shishir wouldn't him a chance. After all, everyone knows that Shadow is fast. The officials are looking for them. How can the Shadow not be here yet? In that case, let me show you my sincerity. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Riding a ghost wolf, he leapt down from the height of the 3rd floor. He was in a state of stealth, so no one could even notice his arrival. Holding the plague blade in his hand, he jammed it into range and flung it out in a black slash. Dark ringed blade, minus 42,288, weakness attack, minus 42,357, weakness attack. A terrifying scarlet damage number popped up above the heads of the 11 official players, and they fell to the ground on the spot. There was also an official player who wasn't within range, and before he could react, he was killed by a triple pounce from the ghostly night wolf that swooped out from the side. You have killed player Skywalker. You have killed player Late Night Shimmering Rain. You have killed player. As a series of system prompts came, the 12 official players present, all of them died. Immediately afterward, the figures of Qin Feng and Ghost Wolf appeared in front of Qian Shishir's 6 people. This scene made Qian Shishir, who had a black veil on her face, light up. As for the 5 foreign men behind her, they all breathed a sigh of relief, and then when they saw Dark Shadow appear, they all had some nervousness and vigilance in their eyes. Are all the official people of Mordor poor? Qin Feng walked over and spat. He wasn't afraid of his voice being recognized by Qian Shishir because he got a voice changer from the Book of Divine Instruction, which was cheap and useful. He came to the corpse of the country-faced youth at the head of the other side and raised his leg to kick it, only to see that, other than this country-faced youth, the other 11 official members around them, bursting out balls of lifespan light, were surprisingly all only as big as a light bulb. This means, those 11 officials, I'm afraid, only have about 10 days to live on them, or tradable and non-tradable combined. Only under the corpse of the leading country-faced youth did a large ball of lifespan light explode, with a visual estimate of about 6 or 7 years. Hearing the Shadow's hoarse sputtering, Qian Shishir laughed and walked up with a step and a twist of her butt. Officials, they like to concentrate their lifespan on the captain. It's normal that he's the only one who popped his lifespan. Shadow, welcome to Mordor. Qin Feng nodded faintly towards her. Then he reached out his hand and absorbed the 6 or 7 years worth of lifespan light orbs away in front of her. This time, Qinfeng did not use the Blossom Curse skill to collect the other half of the tradable lifespan remaining on this person, because that half of your life expectancy, save it for something else. Also, Xian Shishir said that the man popped his lifespan because the official Mordor teams like to concentrate their lifespans on one person? This is completely and utterly wrong. As for the exact reason, Qinfeng was of course too lazy to bull ***** with Xian Shishir, and next, he had to find a way to meet with her in reality. Right at this moment, the 5 foreign men who followed Xian Shishir, 3 of them white and 2 dark-skinned, led by the airplane-headed youth Tony, followed up. Seeing that Xian Shishir and Dark Shadow were talking happily, these 5 people also put their hearts down. The leader, Tony, even smiled and extended his hand towards Qinfeng. "Hi, Mr. Shadow, good to see you, bro." 5 foreign men, one after another, opened their mouths, wanting to deal with Qinfeng. After all, this was the world's #1 shadow, a terrifying presence that kills without form. However, Qinfeng glanced at the 5 guys and did not reach out. Just when the atmosphere was a bit stagnant, Qinfeng suddenly said, "I can't understand what they're saying. They must be scolding me, right?" Before Xian Shishir could open her mouth to explain, Qinfeng suddenly struck out. Instant shadow chop. With a short-range instantaneous shadow slash, he instantly flashed out a distance of 3 meters, enveloping all 5 of those foreign men. -39,155, weakness attack. -39,126, weakness attack. In an instant, all 5 foreign men fell to the ground in death. What? Xian Shishir was just about to explain that these were her friends when this scene appeared, directly making her dumbfounded. Chapter 91, Missy's Invitation. Watching Tony and the other 5 teammates fall to the ground, Xian Shishir instantly felt that her mouth was a bit dry, almost thought IGA too, but soon she realized that the shadow hadn't killed her. When the corpses of Tony's 5 fell to the ground and burst out a small amount of lifespan to come, Qinfeng's stealthy figure once again appeared in front of her. Xian Shishir was a little nervous at first, and even subconsciously took 2 steps back, but soon, a smile reappeared on her face as she looked at Qinfeng with an appreciation and inexplicable smile in her eyes. So handsome. Too bad it's a Daxia turd who can't even understand English. Otherwise, it would qualify as my life partner, she thought to herself, but she doesn't know that. How many foreign players had Qinfeng dealt with in his last 9 years? Even if you didn't know how to do it originally, you learned it long ago in this environment. What's more, the higher a realistic player's spirit attribute is, the memory and speed of thought will increase, and players who can develop in the later stages will be able to learn a foreign language with no more difficulty. So it wasn't that Qinfeng didn't understand English, he simply and brutally told the other guy, "Don't come in for a dip." At this point, Xian Shishir watched his shadow reappeared in front of her, feeling a bit nervous and scared, but also vaguely excited. This shadow was so strong. If she could take control, what heights could she reach in these times? Thinking of this, Xian Shishir did not hesitate and directly initiated a trade request towards Qinfeng. Originally, the final payment for the assassination of Qinfeng was 1,500 days of lifespan, but Chansey put it straight up for 10 years, more than doubling it. This is the final payment. Big Brother finished well, more than enough for an extra bonus. Although the shadow took out Tony 5, but she had no blame at all. With Shadow's strength, was it hard for her to ask for an apology? It was simply unrealistic, so there's no point in dwelling on it, just pretend it never happened. And after Qinfeng got his lifespan, he just nodded lightly and turned around as if he was ready to leave. He did not take the lead in suggesting that he wanted to meet with Xian Shishir, otherwise the woman is afraid she'll suspect this and that again. He waited, and the other man offered, as expected. Seeing that Shadow seemed to be planning to leave, Xian Shishir was no longer suspicious, immediately spoke. "Big Brother, wait." Originally, Xian Shishir was a bit cautious, worrying that the shadow was trying to come over to kill her and take the lifespan in her body, so she did not intend to meet with the shadow in reality. But now, the shadow had come over to see her, and first he'd just taken out 12 of the official players, and then he'd taken the final payment and was leaving. Obviously, the other shadow didn't put her at ease at all. It's just treating her like an employer. So, Xian Shishir was relieved. She opened her mouth and called out to Qinfeng, "You have the strength and I have the money. Can we work together for a long time? I have a new assassination target here. If you're interested, how about coming to the party I'm organizing tonight? What are your needs? Women? Good wine? Ask for it all and I'll prepare it for you in advance. Here we go." Qinfeng secretly sneered. The woman, indeed, pressed on. If he really believed this woman's words and thought that going over was enjoyable, then I'm afraid he wouldn't even know how to die. If she didn't have thoughts about Qinfeng, why would this woman need to meet him in reality? However, Qinfeng didn't intend to have any in-depth communication with her. "As soon as we meet, just take it out." so Qin Feng pretended to ponder for a moment and asked, "Who is it that you want to assassinate? How much is the reward?" Qian Shishir smiled and said, "I can't show you the photos here either. Let's just meet and talk? In terms of compensation, I can only tell you that it will be several times more generous than this time." "Okay," Qin Feng said in a deep voice, "time and place. I'm not always available." Qian Shishir laughed out loud. "Big brother, let's add a friend first. Time and place. Depending on when you are free, whichever time you are available." It could be seen that Qian Shishir took Dark Shadow very seriously. Since this was the case, Qin Feng didn't bother to say more and said bluntly, "Now then, when you're ready, tell me the location." "Good, won't keep big brother waiting." After Qian Shishir said this, she went offline. Qin Feng was not idle. When Qian Shishir went offline, he brushed up on this evil spirit academy. The demons of this evil spirit academy were all physically immune spectre-type monsters. Lone Wanderer, Mori White Spectre, Apprentice's Soul. But to Qin Feng, these demons were just as easy to kill, because the Dark Ringed Blade deals dark elemental damage. For these level 13 to 15 magical creatures, a random strike could completely finish them off. It was also while Qin Feng was waiting, inside a gold-level hideout in the ruins of Magic City. The 12 official players codenamed Skywalker were resurrected here. After gaining access to the hideout and binding the hideout, the player's resurrection point will be transferred into the hideout. These 12 official players, who had been taken out by the shadow, all had their faces turned sour after being revived. Getting killed is no big deal. After all, death couldn't be more common in this godforsaken game. But the key is, they learned through the system prompts that the player who came out of nowhere to kill them in seconds was codenamed Shadow. The Shadow is against us officially? He's having an affair with that ace of spades? This is the subconscious thought of these officials. Among the crowd, only the captain named Xiuhanan, Skywalker, not only didn't feel shocked, but was relieved. Nice. It seems that Shadow is teaming up with Missy. In that case, I'll be able to go along for the ride later. Dropped over 7 years of life expectancy this time. Turn around and get it back from Missy. This country-faced middle-aged man who seemed to have a righteous face thought faintly. On the surface, however, he was very shocked and grave. He looked around and said to the crowd, "I will contact the side of Zhanghai City now and ask them to ask what is going on with the Shadow. Qingyue, you first take everyone to receive the life expectancy, and there may be action later." "Good." A single ponytailed woman with the game code name Evening Night Shimmering Rain nodded her head with a normal expression, waved her hand, and led the crowd to leave. This official squad of 12 is split into 2 teams, 6 of them, with Skywalker as the squad leader, whose occupation is search officer, are able to track down the murderer by searching the corpse. Because of this profession, which was important to the official reality of Daxia in maintaining order, the status of Tianxing Jian rose. In the past 2 days, Skywalker was basically being led around leveling, and his actual in-game battle power wasn't very high, only slightly stronger than an ordinary hunter profession. As for the other 6, with Evening Night Shimmering Rain as the squad leader, their occupation was Demon Hunter. Chapter 92. Qian Shishir is shocked. The shadowy figure was actually Qin Feng? Demon Hunter, a not-so-rare hidden profession. Its ability is to passively deal considerable extra damage to magical creatures, and the weapon used is a bow. Evening Night Shimmering Rain is the Magic City official side of the development of the Faster Strong. This gold-level hideout Riverside Hulk, without her really cannot fight down. However, before the Divine Abandonment game came down, she was a newcomer to the Magic City Marine Police Bureau, having only just graduated a short while ago, so for the time being, they are at the mercy of Skywalker. Just now she had led the team to patrol and brush the monsters near the Evil Spirit Academy, and it was only when she heard Tian Xingjian's order that she led the team over, and it turned out, surprisingly, he was killed by Shadow in seconds. This put Late Night Shimmer in a bad mood. The gap between me and Shadow is actually this big? I didn't even see a shadow of his person before he took him out. This girl has a strong character, but death at the hands of the Shadow was nothing she wouldn't take to heart. The difference is just too great. But this Shadow shouldn't really be colluding with the Ace of Spades, should he? Late Night Shimmer was a little worried. If that was the case, it would mean that the Daxia officials would have one more big enemy. Ace of Spades. That woman led a team in the ruins of Magic City, arrogant and domineering, hunting players everywhere. Even officially there were many players who died in her hands, and there were also many people who were robbed of their boss by her. There was no way that Daxia officials would compromise with her. If the Shadow is on her side, even if we die, we must find a way to get rid of him. Evening Night Shimmering Rain's expression became cold. Qin Feng sighed. While brushing monsters at the Evil Spirit Academy, he received a private chat from Wang Meng. Biggie, I heard you went to the Magic City ruins, and take out the official? What is it? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? Wang Meng didn't mean to raise an offense. He just wanted to know the situation. Xin Feng knew that after just taking out that group of official players, Magic City would have the Jianghai City side come over to inquire about the situation, but he didn't even bother to answer. It just said to Wang Mang, "Don't be anxious, you'll know later, take it easy." Wang Mang was a bit tearful when he heard this. Can he not be in a hurry? You're the Shadow. The Shadow killed the official people of the Magic City. Doesn't it mean that the Shadow is going to be hostile to the official people of the Magic City? What about the officials of Jianghai City who are friends with the Shadow? Are you going to be hostile to the Magic City officials as well? This is naturally impossible. So, Wang Mang can be too hasty. Shadow, how come you're the Riddler when it counts? Wang Mang shook his head with a bitter smile. But it can't be helped. If the Shadow didn't say anything, he couldn't possibly pursue it. For the Magic City side, they could only stall for the time being and wait for the subsequent development of things. Soon, Xin Feng here received a private chat from Qian Shishir. This girl came online. Then from her friend channel, she privately chatted an address to Xin Feng. Let me go to the harbor first? Xin Feng frowned. He had planned that when he learned the address of where Qian Shishir was, he would stealthily kill him and finish off the person. I didn't realize that the other side was very cautious. You can't have a party in the harbor. So most likely the cruise ship. Wait until I get to the harbor and then send someone to pick me up? In that case, she can at least keep track of my movements. I have to say, Chansey is doing a pretty good job of it. But unfortunately, Xin Feng had come prepared. Magic City Harbor. There was a speedboat in a relatively isolated, unobtrusive location, parked next to a long trestle bridge. In the darkness of the night, a young man in a black robe, under the dim light, walked towards the end of the trestle bridge, gradually approaching the speedboat. I'm looking for the ace of spades. The man came to the end of the trestle and spoke a code word to a middle-aged boatman on guard on the speedboat. The middle-aged boatman observed him slightly and didn't notice anything unusual. The message, prepared in his hand, was sent out toward the outside. The people have arrived. Sir, please come aboard. The middle-aged boatman turned around and invited the black-robed youth to board the boat. What he couldn't see, however, was that the figure under the youth's black robe was trembling slightly. The boatman is even less likely to know. Just as the speedboat was launched, the Shadow, whom he was really picking up, was riding a stealthy phantom wolf down to the sea to follow him. In Qian Shishir's opinion, the identity of Dark Shadow was not so big that he would secretly swim to find her, right? Must have gotten on that speedboat. In this way, Qian Shishir would be able to grasp Shadow's movements, but she never expected. Xin Feng has a mount, and wolves can swim. Ghost wolves can too. The ghost wolf was carrying Xin Feng, moving forward quickly in the water. In this case, although it would cause some water waves, in the darkness, no one would notice. The bottom line is, the ghost wolf was much faster than that speedboat. Xin Feng has been keeping pace with the speedboats. Soon, just as a brightly lit luxury yacht appeared within his vision, Xin Feng knew that his destination was there. Almost. Xin Feng looked at the speedboat and silently threw a fierce poison dart towards the propeller position of that speedboat. If it was a less powerful attack, this manticore dart might not be able to destroy that propeller. However, with Xin Feng's skill level and stealth breaking attack, the dart directly hit the propeller of that speedboat and destroyed one of its blades. The entire speedboat began to spin in place on the surface. The middle-aged boatman immediately reacted. Sir, please don't be nervous. Maybe the propeller touched something. I'll fix it. Just as the speedboat stopped at sea, Xin Feng, riding the ghost wolf, had already boarded the luxury yacht that was hosting the party. As a matter of fact, the black-robed youth who boarded the ship was a random find by Xin Feng. Within the Magic City, there were now large numbers of youths who no longer had much life expectancy, and in their despair, Xin Feng casually gave 30 days of life expectancy, which was enough to make their hearts flutter. Isn't it just a matter of coming to the harbor, giving a code word, and boarding the ship? This gives you 30 days to live. He could live another month. Just off the lighted yacht is a luxurious room. Inside the room, Qian Shishir was wearing an ultra-low-cut black evening gown with a crystal necklace around her neck, which embellished her entire body. She glanced at her cell phone and frowned. Speedboat propeller broken? How come? She sent a message back. Fix it as soon as possible. Don't keep your guest waiting. After sending the message, she instructed towards a maid beside her who was dressed in a sexy black and white maid outfit. Nothing went wrong with what I explained to you, right? The maid curtly said. No problem, Missy. In these drinks, all of them have been added with the kind of drug you said. That honored guest. Tonight is definitely beastly. Qian Shishir nodded in satisfaction. Grand party. About to start. Shadow, you're going to love me. And then, you'll be my loyal henchman. Just as Qian Shishir was anticipating the arrival of the Shadow and thinking about the future, suddenly, a shadowy blade light, instantly appearing from outside the room, spread toward the inside of this luxurious room, cutting across. Wordlessly, the maid, dressed in a black and white maid outfit and carrying a tray of drinks, had a bloodstain appear on her neck, followed by her entire head falling off. However, when that black blade light touched Qian, it was suddenly blocked by a layer of shield on her body. When Sisai Qian, not dead. When the roof and walls of the yacht room were cut through and slid toward the side, Qian saw a figure she didn't expect from the gap in the wall. It was Qin Feng, who had just wielded the darkness ring blade, and Qin Feng was also a bit surprised that Qian hadn't died, and glanced at her with some surprise. This glance made Qian recognize it. Qin Feng? Shadow? The shadow is actually Qin Feng? Qian was shocked on the spot and her mind went blank. Chapter 93, Dad. I was wrong. In this instant, Qian went numb. The sudden change had caused her to go into a bit of a piggyback overload. What the hell is going on here? I invited Shadow. The Shadow should still be on that speedboat by now. But this man in front of me, he sliced through the yacht room and chopped the maid's head off. This strength is definitely Shadow. How could it be Qin Feng? Could it be a disguise? But why would the Shadow want to kill me? Qian was instantly emboldened. She knew that the only reason she was alive now was because of the crystal necklace she was wearing. This is gold-level equipment that was extracted from the godforsaken game to reality. In addition to attaching some basic attributes, it also provides one tier of damage immunity shield. The necklace extracted had cost her more than a decade of her life, and that was a fortune worth $200 or $300 million, but it could save her life after all, so she extracted it anyway, not realizing that, and it really came in handy. Only, the necklace, too, could protect her just once. Next, if the Shadow killed her again, she had no means left. Although Qian, who was currently level 10 and had extracted some skills into reality, was too powerful than an ordinary person, but she knew that she wasn't even a little sheep in front of Shadow. Most importantly, why does Shadow look like Qin Feng? Could it be that Shadow's identity has always been Qin Feng? I let Shadow kill Qin Feng. Actually, let him kill himself. So he stared at me? Qian made such a guess and cried on the spot. She wasn't sure if that was the case, but she knows there's only one way for her to stay alive now. That was to pray for Qin Feng's forgiveness. Originally, she was still imagining that tonight, with the Shadow, the world's #1 superstar, a night of clouds and rain, never thought that what she was waiting for would be such a horrifying scene. Sorry to Big Brother. No, Master, I'm wrong, let me go. It's really wrong. I give you all my lifespan and will be your slave from now on. Do whatever you want to people in the future. Abuse people any way you want. Qian was completely flustered. She knelt down on the spot in the direction where Qin Feng was. While kneeling, he also made an effort to squeeze his chest, trying to make that ditch display more obvious in front of Qin Feng. Looking at her ridiculous movements, Qin Feng was completely unmoved. Who could be interested in the thought of this woman exercising in bed with several pigs every day? Zip. Until then, the metal walls and roofs sliced by Qin Feng's darkness ring blade had partly fallen to the ground, while the other part had made a scar on the hull of the ship and then fell into the sea, stirring up a large wave. This side of the commotion, so that the yacht more than a dozen young models peripheral female, all startled, have dressed in sexy swimsuit, from the party hall ran out to check. There were also several loaded bodyguards on board, also with guns, running up towards the top floor of the yacht. What made Qin Feng a bit surprised was that the airplane-headed white guy Tony, who had been playing with Qian within the game, was not on this ship, and trying to do it all in one fell swoop. It seems that those 5 guys are just playmates that Qian temporarily found and didn't have her trust. Qin Feng didn't care too much. In Qian despairing eyes, Qin Feng's figure disappeared. In the next moment, she felt a coldness in her neck, and her field of vision turned. Heaven and earth, this as her head rolled down to the ground, and then she completely lost consciousness. If begging for mercy worked, no one would be killed in this world. Begging for forgiveness in front of Qin Feng was even more of a pipe dream. Qin Feng casually ripped the crystal necklace off her neck. You have obtained the Protector Crystal Pendant, Gold Grade. Body Protector Crystal Pendant, Gold Universal Jewelry. Physique plus 10. Lifesteal plus 300. Requirements, Level 7. Unique effect, every 300 seconds. You can gain 1 layer of damage immunity shield, maximum 1 layer. This necklace, it was of little use to Qin Feng, but don't for nothing. Immediately after that, the bodyguards on the luxury yacht rushed over. Who? Holy, is that Missy's head? Hiss, it's over. Missy's been ed. Careful, the target is Dark Dash. Before the man could finish his sentence, another darkness ring blade instantly slashed out. On the luxury yacht in the darkness of the night, a black blade light swung out in a circular pattern, directly slicing those 7 or 8 bodyguards in half from their chests. Under the night sky, under the luxurious lights of the yacht, blood splatters and flies out like art. Qin Feng didn't spare a single person on the entire yacht, even if all those tender models were taken out by him. Because someone saw his face. Finally, Qin Feng found a random cell phone, unlocked it with the finger of the corpse, and dialed the police. A series of sirens came from the direction of the harbor. Soon, several speedboats carrying a group of officials came traveling towards the luxury yacht. On the yacht, Qiu Haonan, a middle-aged man with a straight face and a country face, was explaining the situation with a gloomy face. On the yacht, there was a mass murder, and one of the dead is the daughter of the chairman of the Qian group. According to the person who called the police, the skills used by the murderer are highly overlapping with the skills of the in-game shadow, which basically confirms the identity of the other party. This shadow, first striking out at our Magic City officials in the game, and then killing people so recklessly. This is provoking our country's laws. In a moment, I'll release the search skill based on the information from the corpse. I've applied for military reinforcements, and if necessary, we'll launch a covering fire on the area where the murderer is located to ensure that the target is killed. After his impassioned words, inside, this man is very shocked and sorry. Originally, he thought that Missy had hooked up with the shadow, but he didn't expect Qian Shishir, who had worked with him for a long time, had been killed by shadow. Yes, behind him, and on several other speedboats, the officials responded with unbridled nervousness. On one of the ships, the demon hunter codenamed Evening Night Shimmering Rain, a member of the Marine Police Bureau named Lin Qingyue, also followed with 5 team members. They were armed with guns and were all strong in the godforsaken game with some fighting ability. Even so, they were all very nervous as well. Seeing this, Qiu Haonan felt that the atmosphere was too serious, so he laughed and said, "But don't be too nervous, everyone. After the shadow committed the crime, the probability is that he has already left, and it's impossible for him to stay in the same place and wait for death. Even if he can be stealthy, with my search officer skills, I can search out his location and direction." All of them breathed a little sigh of relief, but their nervousness still made their hands shake uncontrollably. Finally, several speedboats came alongside the yacht. More than 24 official personnel have boarded the yacht. One by one, they were armed with pistols, looking around vigilantly, and when they saw a body on the deck that had been cut in half, they all had a feeling of numbness in their scalps. "I'm going to search the area. You guys guard the perimeter." Qiu Haonan let out a deep breath. He was about to step forward to release the murderer's search skill on a corpse, when suddenly, a fierce poisonous dart appeared from behind him and shot at the back of his head. "Look out!" At the critical moment, only Evening Night Shimmering Rain reacted. She subconsciously raised her pistol and pulled the trigger in the direction where the dart had shot out. Pust! Bang! 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 The Evening Night drizzle missed the person completely, but that search officer Qiu Haonan, codenamed Tian Xingjian, had a bloody hole in his head and collapsed helplessly. Even with 2 priests, it was useless to provide Qiu Haonan with 2 layers of magic shield, opposing injuries. It's too high. A direct hit. Chapter 94, Shadow. I apologize, Power Generation Plus. Bang! Qiu Haonan's tall, uniformed body fell heavily and smashed into a pool of blood. He stared wide-eyed until he died, finding it hard to believe that he had died like that. Why? This shadow killed so many people and still dares to stay here? As soon as the military launches a covering fire strike on this place, he's dead. How dare he? Qiu Haonan completely lost consciousness when he couldn't think straight. As this search officer fell to the ground, the remaining 11 officials, led by Evening Night Shimmering Rain, acted quickly. Each of them looked grave. The 2 priests raised their hands to release group shield skills. A layer of white radiance enveloped the 11 of them, able to help them withstand some of the damage. Immediately after that, the 2 law systems, respectively, condensed fire elemental and thunder elemental energies in their hands, always ready to release their skills. Just at this tense moment, suddenly, one after another scarlet and bizarre flowers bloomed out one after another from all the corpses of the yacht. A body, a pool of blood. Surprisingly, all of them began to evaporate into a gust of moory white mist under the draw of these weird flowers. With a scarlet flower in full bloom, the 11 people present, including Evening Night Shimmering Rain, all had a numbing feeling in their scalps. At this moment, they felt as if they were on the banks of the river of forgetfulness, watching a flower of the underworld bloom and take away the souls of the dead. The bright and eerie red flowers decorated the entire yacht as if it were the place where life and death met. Wait, Qiu Haonan how? Right at this moment, the Evening Night Shimmering Rain, who was wearing a marine police uniform, looked at Qiu Haonan's corpse and suddenly froze. Team Lin, what's wrong? A short-haired woman asked, shivering a bit. She asked as she broke out in a cold sweat. Knowing that it was impossible to find Shadow's figure, she still held her pistol and kept looking around, her heartbeat already beating as fast as it could. How did Captain Chiu explode so many lifespans? A lifespan ball of light that big has a lifespan of at least 3 years or more, right? When Evening Night Shimmering Rain said that, everyone else also realized that something was wrong. thanks to the Magic City officials, a gold-level hideout Riverside Hulk has been scored within the ruins. So, Mordor officials have begun to explore and act on the most optimal course of action. The pooling of tradable lives to be left with a number of specific personnel is currently referred to as band, standby, personnel. These on-call personnel, who normally stay within the hideout, do not go outside, thus avoiding the explosion of tradable lifespans upon death. Every time an official member who goes out to brush up on monsters, practice, or raid bosses, he or she receives only 10 days of tradable life, thus reducing the potential loss of death. In this way, the official Magic City's losses from exploring and raiding bosses will be minimized. This rule applies to everyone who is currently in the Riverside Hulk hideout, including Xiao Haonan. But now, Xiao Haonan died, surprisingly bursting with over 3 years of tradable life. Obviously, it's his private lifespan. But where did this man get the opportunity to stash his lifespan when he's been operating with the crown? When the entire yacht was blooming with scarlet flowers, Evening Night Shimmering Rain looked around inside, as if the Shadow's target is not us, but just Captain Xiao. Otherwise, with Shadow's strength, he could have killed us all the first time, but he didn't. And, sure enough, the Shadow has the means to destroy the body. This feeling of life and death being controlled by someone was something that Evening Night Shimmering Rain had never felt before. Like a whole person stuck in the mud. Shadow, the code name, and the scarlet flowers all over the yacht, put an unimaginably huge strain on her. It was under this pressure that she thought through clenched teeth as she kept a wary eye on her surroundings. So, what's so special about Xiao Haonan? Evening Night Shimmering Rain suddenly saw that after the scarlet flower vaporized all of Xiao Hanan's bodies, left in place. Surprisingly, there are 3 cell phones. Generally, they are usually equipped with 2 cell phones, but Yao Honam has 3? Evening Night Shimmering Rain quickly stepped forward, picked up the 3 cell phones, and threw them to the people around them respectively. Check. Soon, the results came in. What? Team Qiu and Xian Shishir have been in contact? Once upon a time, he used his position to give the money group a lot of facilities. They contacted each other more frequently after the godforsaken game came down. The banned drugs on this yacht are the ones Xiao Hanan helped get here. Intending to deal with the Shadow? Wait, judging from these contents of their contact, this Qian Shishir seems to be the ace of spades in the game. When some of the contents of the cell phone were found out, Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the 10 official members around them were all confused. The late night drizzle quickly tied everything together from start to finish. The Shadow contacted Qian Shishir first. Qian Shishir wanted to use drugs to control Shadow, but was afraid of being killed. So she had Xiao Hanan take us over to test Shadow. As a result, Shadow killed us without mercy, gaining Chansey's trust. When the Shadow comes to the yacht, kill everyone on the yacht first, then call the police yourself. In order to ensure that Xiao Hanan will come, deliberately left the boat full of corpses. In fact, we did use the satellite to detect a large number of corpses on this yacht before sending Xiao Hanan, because at present, he is the only one searching officer who has extracted the skill of searching for corpses into reality. When we arrive, kill Xiao Hanan and then destroy all the corpses to avoid our subsequent searches through the corpses to find his location. In the process, he killed all his enemies, collected all the lifespans, and in the end, avoided conflict with the officials. Chen Shishir is the wanted ace of spades and Xiao Hanan is the mole who colluded with ace of spades. To put it another way, the Shadow is totally fulfilling the official wanted poster this time. What reason does the crown have to be hostile to the Shadow? After thinking about all of this, Evening Night Shimmering Rain really had a bit of scalp numbness. This Shadow was definitely not just as simple as being strong. Good thing, the Shadow doesn't seem to be planning to go against us officially for the time being. The late night drizzle was a bit of a blessing again. Thinking about it, she immediately said something over the intercom. Around the port of Mordor, the special forces on standby, snipers, and even missiles ready to be launched from a nearby military base, which subsided. Originally, the officials were as good as dead, but after confirming that the Shadow was not an enemy, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this point, all the corpses on the yacht had evaporated into a morose white gas that reeked of death under the draw of the flower of death. Evening Night Shimmering Rain suddenly looked at the air around her, bit her lip and said, "Shadow, thank you for helping to take out the ace of spades. Also, I just shot you 5 times, and I apologize." When he finished, he raised his pistol and loaded it, aimed at her own thighs, shot after shot, bang 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 bang. 5 shots later, her thighs were drenched in blood, and her whole body half-kneeled on the ground as she gritted her teeth and said, "Pay back, Team Lin." The short-haired woman next to her was startled and rushed over to assist. Chapter 95, Sister. Is this how the word is used? For a moment, the crowd gathered around. The 2 priests quickly released their skills, and the holy healing light lit up on the legs of Late Night Shimmering Rain. That's not necessary, is it, Team Lin? The short-haired woman lowered her voice, a little distressed. Evening Night Shimmering Rain shook his head. We don't know what kind of character that shadow has. In short, everything is safe and sound. Hearing her say that, everyone around her came to a realization. And again, they all felt a bit stifled. They're official people. As a result, there was a need to be so cautious with a folklorist? But there was nothing they could do about it. Now that the strength of the shadow was clear to everyone, no one would want to be hostile to it if they didn't have any malicious intent. In the dark, Qin Feng disintegrated all the corpses on the yacht before turning around with the intention of leaving. Suddenly hearing the continuous gunshots and turning around to see the scene of Evening Night Shimmer shooting herself was more or less a surprise. Although there are priests who have extracted healing spells into reality, reality is not like a game where a few healing spells go down and you get full blood. Just that leg wound from being shot 5 times in a row will have to be treated at least until dawn. While it was so much better than her previous means of medical treatment, it would also delay her time within the game to brush up and practice, because injuries in reality can reduce the attributes of her in-game character's role drastically. Evening Night Shimmering Rain, real name Lin Qingyue, was the official leader of the Magic City in the last life. It's quite a feat to shoot yourself 5 times to avoid antagonizing me. Qin Feng smiled faintly. Without making a sound, he rode the ghost wolf and left the waters silently. This event ended with a full 659 years of tradable life in his possession. The vast majority of it comes from Chansey. To know, the last time Qin Feng extracted the ability, a total of only used more than 400 years of life expectancy. So it can be seen that the capital power behind this Qian Shishir is how strong. It's finally time to take in-game abilities and fully synchronize them to reality. Also, on the official side of Jianghai City, they should have already negotiated the price of the hideout, right? As for the location to extract the Land of Pure Souls hideout, Qin Feng had already decided on it, and was waiting to make a deal with the officials of Jianghai City. At this time, he left the port of Mordor. Finding a random corner in the downtown area, he turned on quiet concealment and returned to the game. When he closed his eyes, the first thing he came to was a dark space. This space is located in the sandwich between reality and the game. Whether you're on or offline, you need to pass through this space. It is also in this space that lifespans can be expended to extract various aspects of in-game abilities into reality. Level, synchronize, skill, synchronize. Qin Feng extracted the levels and skills, all of which were extracted, so that his current real-life battle power, except for his equipment, was completely synchronized with that within the game. Synchronizing levels from 13 to 15 consumes 41 years. Extracting Darkest Hour, Blinding Skill, consumes 65 years. Extracting Dark Depths, passively boosts stealth level, consumes 81 years. A total of 149. 6 years were spent. 509 years of tradable life left. For equipment, extract a Ring of Lightness. Ring of Lightness, a platinum-level assassin's trinket that adds a bit of movement speed and is useful in reality. Spend 5 years of your life. As for the other equipment, there is no need to extract it for the time being, because it can't be used, and in the future, we will hit a higher grade and more useful equipment, so we will just extract it at that time. In the end, Qin Feng returned to the godforsaken game with 5 years of life remaining. He appeared in the ruins of the Magic City, in the middle of the Evil Spirit Academy. It had only just come online when the private chat lit up. It's in you. Justice enforcement, great God, the price discussion above has come out. Let's discuss it. She didn't mention what happened on the Magic City side at all. Qin Feng didn't say anything else and returned. Okay, what price? Tell me. And you tentatively asked. 15,000? 1,500 years. At the current rate of acquisition, the crown would have to pay $30 to $50 billion in cash to receive it. And longevity is getting harder to collect now, because the populace isn't cuties either. Seeing that the price of this life expectancy is getting more and more expensive, no one would choose to sell it all off at a time like this. It's basically all about selling just a little bit to fulfill real-life needs. The key is still, nowadays, many houses and so on, people don't sell for cash anymore. They just ask to buy and sell with their life expectancy. When Qin Feng heard a news offer, he directly replied back, "It's low," and you was not disappointed when she heard Qin Feng's rejection. Instead, she smiled. "I told you, this price is definitely low. How about 2,000 years? The task given to me above is to close the deal within 2,000. This is the highest price we can give." Hearing this, Qin Feng held his forehead. 15,000 jumped straight to 2,000? If the official above knows how this girl talked to him, afraid to vomit blood. Okay, but I have to get back from the ruins of Magic City, and you'll have to reimburse me for the round trip, which adds up to 6 years. 6 years was no small amount, even for Qin Feng. No problem. And you quickly sighed. It's a pity that I didn't reach level 15, or I would have definitely taken the initiative to send 1,000 miles to the great god. When Qin Feng heard this, he had a question mark on his face. Sis, is that how the term sent by 1,000 miles is used? Just as Qin Feng mounted the ghost wolf and prepared to rush back to the ruins of Zhanghai City. Reality Blue Star. The basement of a top villa area in Magic City. What? No fire? A middle-aged woman in white sable, with a dignified and elegant demeanor, nobly sitting on a mahogany seat, with a curly-haired little teddy in her arms. Her posture was elegant and lofty, but when she heard the report coming from her cell phone, her complexion gradually became shadowy. Her name, Dongfang Yu, the Oriental family of Zhanghai City. Only, she married into the Magic City and has been living there ever since. Therefore, when the entire Eastern family was uprooted by Qin Feng, this woman became the only fish that missed the net. Originally, this Dongfang Yu thought that the shadow-killing official, colluding with the Ace of Spades, was already dead. Unexpectedly, the shadow actually killed the Ace of Spades and identified the official insider. Count on it, and do the officials a big favor. This made Dongfang Yu several times want to vomit blood. Ridiculous, that pariah killed our entire clan in the East. Should we just let it go? These pariahs, with a little bit of ability to lawlessness, should be suppressed before it's too late. Unanimously, this noblewoman, despite her anger, always maintained a noble and elegant posture. Only the hand that pinched the armrests of the mahogany seat, more and more forceful. At that moment, a teenager holding a whip stepped out of the shadows in front of her and retreated to her side. The teenager was wearing a white shirt, but both the shirt and the whip were stained with blood. Mom, I have a plan to kill the shadow. The corners of this teenager's mouth curled slightly, and deep in his eyes, a perverted and evil smile was hidden. Chapter 96. I have a plan to kill the shadow? Extract the land of the pure soul. The young man's name was Chu Nantian. It's Dongfang Yu's son. As a member of the Chu family, Chu Nantian grew up with whatever he wanted, but his parents' demands on him were also extremely perversely strict. And the Chu family, it was considered one of the top families in the whole of magic. At this moment, Dongfang Yu obtained the news about the shadow from her network of connections in the military. Personally, I'd suggest that for this shadow, the lady should look away. The attitude of the military side, the mainstream opinion is to pull together and cooperate. If you really want to be completely hostile with him, the consequences will be extremely serious. No one can afford to take responsibility. Listen to the gravely voice coming from the other end of the phone. Dongfang Yu simply didn't bother to listen and coldly hung up the phone. Then she raised her head and looked at her son Chu Nantian in front of her, smiling faintly as she asked, "Killing Dark Shadow? What methods do you have? You're not even old enough to enter the divine abandonment game right now." Trudy Nantan acted more normally in front of her mother. He smiled and said, "Mom, I can't get into the game yet, but I can use my brain. Doesn't that shadow like to kill people? Let's just send some people to offend him, and then arrange for those who offend him to be prepared in advance at Dad's fireworks factory. Let's detonate the entire fireworks factory when Shadow goes in for the kill. When the time comes, those thousands of fireworks will be Shadow's funeral pyre, so that the whole world can witness his death together. Even if it fails, that Shadow won't be able to contact us at all." That plan came out. Dongfang Yu nodded in satisfaction. She said demurely and calmly, "It seems that we have educated you quite well, but this is a matter in which, subsequently, you will not be involved." She glanced at the bloodied whip on Chu Nantian's hand and asked, "How is it? That pariah still refuses to hand over his lifespan?" Chu Nantian sneered. "It was handed over for 100 days, but I doubt she still has it on her." Dongfang Yu faintly smiled. "Not bad. I kindly bought her lifespan, and not only did she not sell it, but she also contradicted me. Since this is the case, let her properly recognize her identity as an untouchable. Go ahead, Arthur, bite her. Remember, no meat. You'll get indigestion if you eat the flesh of a pariah." This middle-aged noblewoman patted the curly-haired teddy in her arms, and that curly-haired teddy, smelling the blood, ran into the shadows of the basement. Immediately afterward, a woman's mournful screams came out. Unfortunately, it was gagged by a foreign object and the volume wasn't very loud. "I'll go first." In the midst of a suppressed whimpering scream of misery, Dongfang Yu calmly got up, her posture noble and elegant, and said to her son, "Turn around and give Arthur a bath." "Okay, Mom." Trunks laughed. These times, in his opinion, are truly the best of times. Get a few random people killed and no one will even notice. His only pity is that he is only 17 years old, and he can't enter the godforsaken game for the time being. God's forsaken land. The ruins of Zhanghai City. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and soon spent another 985 days of lifespan teleporting back from the ruins of the Magic City. Teleportation between cities consumes a fixed lifetime, but it's a fee that can be extremely expensive. There was no way that the average player would be able to spare that much lifespan to teleport. When Qin Feng returned, he realized that on this side of the Zhanghai City ruins, The number of players was indeed quite a bit less than on the Magic City side, and he didn't care. Opening the private chat window, he confirmed a coordinate with an U and rushed over first. This time, it wasn't just the 6 people from Wang Meng's team who had joined up with Qin Feng. Instead, it's an official 30-person team. When An Yu saw Qin Feng, she was a little embarrassed and said, "Great God, don't mind I have too much lifespan on me, and the top is not at ease." "It's okay." Qin Feng naturally wouldn't care. Even if so many people grouped together, if they really fight, Qin Feng can eliminate most of them with one skill. Easier than killing chickens. Behind An Yu, many official players were a bit nervous when they saw Qin Feng show up. Some of the female players, in particular, were a little excited and a little adoring. Unfortunately, Qin Feng only traded with An Yu for a bit before leaving. Having harvested 2,000 years of lifespan, he planned to extract the land of pure souls directly into reality. He looked for a place to get offline, back to the reality of Magic City. The night, getting deeper and deeper. In the darkness, he rode the ghost wolf stealthily to a beach in the eastern part of Magic City. This place is one of the few, least contaminated areas in the world. After the spread of desolation, the higher the level of pollution in the region, the faster people's life expectancy passes, and in a few heavily polluted regions, it even reaches tens of thousands of times. Predictable. The less polluted a place is, the better it is as a place to live. Whether or not to consume 2 years of life to extract the land of the pure soul, Hideout, into reality? Note, the Hideout is an underground structure. Please locate it on the map. A system prompt came, and a 3D map surfaced in front of Qin Feng's eyes, precisely the area around him. He stretched out his hand, and on his fingers, the overall outline of a land of pure souls appeared. A vast area covering over 1,000 acres. He maneuvered on the map, quickly, to determine the location. After extracting the Hideout, all matter originally overlapping the Hideout will be annihilated. Is this confirmed? Yes/no. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and directly chose yes. The implication of this hint was that once he chose to extract the Hideout to this place, all the original substance of this place would disappear. This includes fiber optic cables, official roads, underground buildings, sand and clay, and everything else. However, there aren't many modern amenities on this beach. In these first chaotic times, it doesn't attract much attention. With Qin Feng's command, a slight shaking occurred all around this surrounding area of the beach, and immediately afterward, a stone slab appeared on the beach in front of Qin Feng. Done. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction. He stepped forward and removed the slab, and what appeared before him was a stone staircase that rotated downward. The entire land of pure souls Hideout came with magical defense boundaries. Even if it is bombarded by missiles, there is absolutely no need to worry about being destroyed. Go! Qin Feng went down the stone ladder, rotated down the stairs, and then covered the slab. As he walked, he took out a book of divine teachings. 2 mechanical maids first. Qin Feng opened the book of divine authorization, mechanical maid. There are books of divine authorization that can be used both inside and outside the game, but some can only be used outside the game. For example, this mechanical maid. Did you consume 74 years of your life to create a mechanical maid, basic version? The basic version of the mechanical maid only has the function module of cleaning. You can spend your life to unlock the other functions of the mechanical maid. Chapter 97, Headless Assassin. Brother Shadow save me? Happy New Year, everyone. That's expensive. Qin Feng sighed. But a mechanical maid exists to keep everything in the house in order, especially this land of the pure soul, which was more than 200 acres in size. Even if you hire a babysitter, it's not like 1 or 2 babysitters can clean it. What's more, compared to some nanny or something like that, naturally a mechanical maid is more trustworthy and functional, and also doesn't need to eat, only needs to be recharged. Make 5 mechanical maids first, then buy the kitchen module, the appliance module, and the furniture module. These modules, once purchased, are automatically applied to all mechanical maids, and the price is not low, with some prices reaching over a decade. Luckily, Qin Feng had now not only synchronized his levels and skills with the in-game, he also had a 1200-year lifespan overflow. After spending a total of 57 years of their lives, the mechanical maids under Qin Feng's command all became all-powerful maids that could fulfill all the needs of life. Of course, some of the more special functions were not enabled by Qin Feng. As long as they are willing to pay for their lifespan, these mechanical maids can become as warm as real people, giving a girlfriend-like experience, as well as changing into strange skins such as cat-eared ladies, fox demons, witches, chimeras, and more. Of course, it's expensive is what it is. Most skins sell for 648. Child's play. Even Qin Feng simply couldn't afford to part with it now. Also, there are mechanical manservants if the girls want them, plus skins for vampire counts, elf princes and the like. Ahem. After taking care of the mechanical maid, Qin Feng consumed another 40 to 50 years of his lifespan through other divinely ordained books to create a lot of household appliances and furniture, which were piled up in a heap in the hall of the land of the pure soul. Get all this electrical furniture set up. Qin Feng did not waste any time after giving instructions to the mechanical maids. Immediately after that, you enter the game. Now that I've risen to level 15, I can prepare to go to the terrorist ghost ship outside the ruins of the magic capital and look for the level 20 bloodline monster, Spirit Swallower. However, several of the large hideouts in the ruins of the magic metropolis are still untouched. It's a bit of a shame not to take them. The Spirit Swallower can be found later. No one is robbing it anyway, but a hideout is one less than a hideout being taken. Just as Qin Feng went online, Wang Mang chatted privately at the first opportunity. Big brother, something has happened. Are you still in the ruins of Jianhai City? There's suddenly a platinum level boss in the ruins, and it's so fierce that it even ran into our resurrection point to kill people. He's already killed hundreds of people. We tried to surround it, but that boss is fast and stealthy. Even Blackie was seconded by it once. Hearing Wang Mang's private chat, Qin Feng asked, "What boss?" Wang Mang immediately replied, "The name is Headless Assassin, Charlotte. Look at the figure is a female. Just no head." Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This guy still has time to look at other people's bodies? Qin Feng didn't talk nonsense and directly said, "Give me the coordinates." He hadn't developed within the game for a while in order to deal with Chansey. There just happened to be a platinum level boss delivered to the door, so it was a waste of time not to kill it. Qin Feng also still had a bit of an impression of this boss. Only, this boss is gold level as I recall, right? Who gave it away as platinum? Qin Feng received the coordinates and rushed towards his destination while recalling the skills of this boss. This boss can be stealthy. The stealth level should be level 3. After advancing to the platinum level, the stealth level will increase, but it can't be more than level 5, which means it's within the range I can detect. Also, this boss is actually a brittle skin despite its killing power. If you find a chance to get in a set, you should be able to kill it in seconds. By the way, there seems to be a split skill? As for the boss's more specific abilities, Qin Feng couldn't quite remember. Let's go over there first. The ruins of Jianhai City. At the center stone statue. Originally, a large number of players gathered here every hour, but now, not a soul. Even if there were people, they were hidden in the ruins of the surrounding buildings, not daring to probe at all. Because, the platinum level boss, Headless Assassin, Charo, was stealthing around here, looking for players to hunt. Within the walls of a ruined courtyard, there were more than a dozen players, gathered and hiding. They were shivering, and one of them lowered his voice in abuse. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What kind of heaven-defying boss is this? It's actually still stealthy. Level 3 anti-crypt can't even detect it. The boss can be stealthy and has a high attack. 1 slash at a time. How can one fight this? With such a heaven-defying boss, even if Shadow came, he would be educated, right? Shoo, all keep your voices down, don't lure the boss over. However, what this group of players didn't know was this. A morose white figure that was in a stealthy state had arrived in front of them. This was a humanoid demonic creature that was close to 5 meters tall, looking slender, especially those legs, which were even more slender. Most importantly, its hands and feet, which had no fingers, were replaced by sharp blades made of white bone. Although, as Wang Mang said, this demonic creature's body as a female was not bad, but anyone who saw this demonic creature wouldn't have a single thought that they shouldn't have. This was because this boss seemed to have a lot of worms wriggling underneath the surface of its skin all over its body, and it was extremely terrifying. Just as the group of players were shivering one by one, suddenly, a morose white blade light swept towards one of the players. Pust! The player's head flew up on the spot. Ah! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get out! Not right! Run! The players who had originally gathered together to bolster each other's courage were so frightened that they jumped up and dispersed towards the surroundings in a flurry. When Qin Feng arrived, he happened to see such a scene. However, Qin Feng possessed an anti-crypt level of 5 through the assassin's intuition skill. See much more than the average player. Just within his field of vision, there were actually a total of 5 headless assassins Shara in the midst of these ruins. Sure enough, there is a diversionary skill. But, which one is true? Forget it, don't bother to differentiate carefully. Just slaughter them all. Qin Feng flew in on his ghost wolf. As he approached the stealthy body silhouette of the first headless assassin, Charo, Qin Feng jumped down from his mount and directly enchanted Deliverance plus instant shadow chopped while still in midair. Minus 32,857, weakness attack. Minus 32,452, weakness attack. Only to see 9 slashes of light blossom from the stealthy headless demonic creature one after another. And he was instantly knocked out of his stealthy state. When the bleeding special effect of slashing appears on it, it means it's dead. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and landed firmly on the ground. But, when that headless demonic creature was knocked out of stealth, that boss blood bar instantly emptied in half, and this scene was watched by a fleeing player next to him. The man realized immediately that it was the Shadow who had come. Dark, Shadow brother, save me. Qin Feng heard a familiar voice and glanced over to see Qin Xiaoyu. At this moment, she was wearing a bronze-ranked priest's robe and was being chased by a headless assassin, her face full of panic. After seeing the shadowy figure that appeared instantly, Qin Xiaoyu was like grabbing a lifesaver, crying out for help. Qin Feng only glanced at it and felt bad luck. Who the is your brother? Chapter 98. Is this the goal of being number one in the world? Qin Feng naturally ignored it. Cold eyes. Looking at the cooldown of graceful deliverance, there are still 9 seconds left to kill the next boss detachment. Just as Qin Feng stealthily stepped aside and waited for his skills to cool down, Qin Xiaoyu was running in panic. The boss doppelganger that had just been attacked by Qin Feng was carrying the cutthroat status, and was about to be finished off in the next second. But before it died, it caught a glimpse of Qin Xiaoyu. A morose white blade light was thrown from afar. Pust! That eerie white blade light instantly penetrated Qin Xiaoyu's thighs, and at the same time, the headless assassin Sharo doppelganger that was chasing after her behind her, threw out 2 slender arms, cutting out 2 paths of morose white light. The white bone blade at the end of his arm stabbed into Qin Xiaoyu's body in one upward and one downward motion. Her brittle little body was killed on the spot by a back-and-forth attack. A small orb of lifespan light emerges from her corpse. Even the boss seemed a bit confused. This life expectancy is so low? Immediately afterward, the headless assassin Shara's doppelganger flung her body away in disgust. The body of the young girl, pierced through 3 holes, fell limply among the ruins. Next, the boss doppelganger that was first attacked by Qin Feng was killed on the spot by the sustained damage of the slash throat effect, transforming into a morose white stream of light that exploded into pieces. When this diversion was dry crushed, a total of 4 nearby headless assassin Shara, that 5-meter tall morose white slender figure, had stopped their search, turning towards Qin Feng's side. He then jumped and ran in large strides. But it's a shame, even a platinum-level boss simply couldn't see through Qin Feng's stealth. Swish swish swish, those 4 boss body around. Flush appeared a layer of purple and black shield. Even stealth are no longer maintained. All appear out, carefully observe the surrounding. Obviously, this boss realized that there was no need for it to be stealthy when the powerful opponent who had just killed one of its doppelgangers was able to easily see through its stealth. As for other players around, it wasn't in its sights at all. When these 4 boss figures appeared in unison, the players hiding in the surrounding ruins were all scared out of their wits. Holy, there are 4 of these things? Not 4, 5. One more just got seconded by the big guy. This thing can be invisible. Every time it finds us, it's just one of the doppelgangers striking. No wonder it feels like it's everywhere. Just as the boss was alerted, the surrounding players were shocked. Qin Feng struck again. Graceful deliverance. Instant shadow chop. He transformed into a residual shadow, weaving through the field. Deadly slashes blossoming on the slender and tall bodies of 2 of the bosses. These 4 boss diversions, in fact, stand spread out. Stand at each of the 4 corners of the square. They were also more than 30 meters apart from each other. Normally, there's not much skill at all at this stage to cover any 2 of them, but what it didn't expect was, Qin Feng's instantaneous shadow slash had evolved to the legendary level. The farthest release distance reached 40 meters, directly covering 2 of the doppelgangers. Blade light surged out madly from within them, and when Qin Feng struck, 4 boss detachments, simultaneously releasing ranged attack skills towards the surroundings. A moory white blade cut through the ruins, cutting and shattering a ruined stone pillar and high wall. Sadly, it failed to capture Qin Feng's exact position. Qin Feng saw that it was about to release a skill, and after the instantaneous shadow chop, he directly maintained his stealthy state with a sliding shovel. The light of the boss's blade, slicing across from a height of about a meter, swept right up against his face, avoiding it perfectly. In fact, Qin Feng didn't know about this boss skill beforehand. Such a dodging skill relied entirely on his long experience and intuition. Minus 33,157, weakness attack. Minus 32,555, weakness attack. Above the heads of 2 of the bosses, a series of damage numbers that only Qin Feng himself could see emerged. As for the others, they could only see their blood bars half empty all of a sudden. That purple-black shield, which could resist tens of thousands of points of damage, was quite hard to get at for the average player. However, in front of Qin Feng's terrifying output, it failed to withstand even a single chop and was instantly broken. 1 second later, these 2 boss detachments instantly exploded and shattered, and the last 2 boss doppelgangers that hadn't been attacked unexpectedly turned around in an instant, striding with their morose white and slender blade thighs, heading in different directions, running wildly away. Asterisk 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 run away? A platinum level boss, facing a shadow big brother, actually running away? Is this the goal of being number 1 in the world? The surrounding players who hid and didn't dare to show their heads at all sucked in a breath of cool air. Run? Qin Feng looked on and was in no hurry. He swept the ruins around him. All the lifespan light orbs, they were absorbed by the boss. But within the godforsaken game, none of the bilocations are able to absorb the lifespan orb. That is to say, among these two remaining boss splitters, there is definitely one that is the boss principal. If it wasn't for the absorption of lifespan, the boss wouldn't even need to do it himself. It's safe enough to just let the 4 doppelgangers out and mess around with the kill. But now, this boss never expected that it would encounter a terrifying assassin with infinite stealth and explosive damage. Qin Feng shook his mount's bell, summoned the ghost wolf and rolled over onto the wolf, directly chasing towards one of the boss doppelgangers. Along the ruined eastern street of Jianhai City, he ran at an extremely terrifying speed. Ghostly night wolves have a stealth level of only 1. But even players with an anti-cloaking level greater than level 1 could only see a ghostly black residual shadow that traveled through. This speed was much faster than that headless assassin Shara. The boss doppelganger that fled in this direction did not even manage to run out a kilometer before being caught up by Qin Feng. An enchanted deliverance plus instant shadow slash, 9 chopping blows, plus a slashing damage burst a second later. Another boss detachment exploded into a sky full of Mori white debris. Tough luck, it's still a diversion. Qin Feng shook his head, mounted the ghost wolf and returned to go after the last boss detachment, or the boss itself. A few seconds later, Qin Feng returned to the center of the ruins of Jianhai City. Seems to have lost track of the last boss, but he turned towards the sky. Instant shadow chop. He reached 40 meters in midair, overlooking the ruins in front of him, and caught a glimpse of the tall headless assassin Shara. That boss had reverted to stealth and was running wildly towards the west of the city. Trying to escape the city? Qin Feng smiled faintly and fell from midair, landing accurately on the back of the ghost wolf that had leapt high into the air. Go! Black streams of light, weaving through the ruins of the city. As his vision wavered, Qin Feng quickly caught up with the boss, headless assassin Shara. That 5-meter-tall morose white slender body, with both hands and feet, was heading in the direction of the city's outskirts, running rapidly. Suddenly, just your name is Charlotte. Ha! Holding the plague blade in his hand, Qin Feng transformed into a shadow and penetrated through the boss. Instant shadow chop. Chapter 99 Legendary Grade Skill, Shadow Blade. Boom! In the midst of a ruin, the 5-meter-tall headless assassin, Charlotte, with its long and slender body of eerie white, fell to the ground with a loud crash, completely collapsing an abandoned clock tower. You have killed headless assassin, Charo. You have gained 48,000 experience points. Congratulations, you've gained 20 evolution points. You have gained 1,520 days of life, tradable. In addition to the 1,520 days of lifespan that the boss came with, a whole bunch of lifespan light orbs were also popped out. All because this boss had just absorbed the lifespans of other players and hadn't had time to digest them yet. Eyeballing it, there's about 3,000 days of tradable life, plus 300 to 500 years of non-tradable life. However, Qin Feng did not rush forward to pick up the loot. Instead, keep a distance from the boss corpse. First, he replaced the believer's pendant and summoned the devoted believer. Burn it. Qin Feng gave the order. The devout believer immediately opened his dry mouth and spewed out a ball of green flame, which, on the headless assassin's body burned. It actually erupted into a series of gibbering, miserable screams. Under the burning of the green flames, the thousands of long worms that had been writhing under the skin of the headless assassin were burnt to a charred black color. Swarming parasites. This was something that Qin Feng was familiar with. If one is not alert and approaches such parasitized boss corpses, those longworm parasites will break out of the boss corpse's skin. Even if they were only parasitized by a single longworm, the player would only die. Because, swarm parasites can feed on player flesh and blood and split infinitely. That sounds horrible. But in reality, the thing has 2 Achilles heels, a fear of fire and an inability to survive in the air. It died in less than 3 seconds of exposure. Qin Feng had no flame-type damage of his own, but there are devout believers. That greenish flame, after burning through it once, the headless assassin's body turned into a huge dry corpse. Only then did Qin Feng step forward and unleash his greedy hands on it. A pile of loot exploded, interspersed with several emerald glows. Qin Feng picked up all the things and turned around to leave. Just shortly after he left, there was a squad of 6, cautiously chasing in this direction. It's a big wavy beauty with black curly hair and gray roses. Old 4, go try and touch something. Gray Rose looked at the dried corpse of the headless assassin with anticipation on her pretty face. Her team, an assassin player, carefully went forward. Soon face changed. Not right, boss. The system prompted me to say that this corpse has been touched by someone. Cannot be touched again. Ha! Gray Rose was confused. As it turned out, this girl's team had also scored a copy of the bronze-ranked Greedy Hands. there is a 20% chance of touching an additional loot from the corpse of a magical creature. Would have liked to come and take advantage. Results. Been touched? It's the shadow? The shadow himself learned the greedy hand? Grey Rose immediately smiled bitterly. This big brother is also too omnipotent. Really do not give any opportunity to take advantage of Qin Feng rushed back towards the center of the ruins of Jianhai City. Next, he was going to be based in the ruins of Magic City, which was after all a much bigger city with more resources around it. When you go over there, take this hideout of the Evil Spirit Academy first. This hideout can be put in my own name. A player, at most, can only have one hideout. But, Qin Feng could also create a guild and have another hideout in the guild's name. The church sanctuary that was sold to the official Jianhai City before. That was after all in the ruins of Jianhai City. There was no need for Qin Feng to get two hideouts in the same city. But he definitely still needed a place to land in the ruins of Magic City. Evil Spirit Academy. Although this hideout isn't as hidden as the Land of Pure Souls, the defensive strength of its magical defense boundary is more than twice as strong as other hideouts. This is the ruins of a magic academy, and deep within the academy is a magic boundary enhancement device. Qin Feng planned to, randomly, build a guild. Take this hideout in the name of the guild. On his way to teleportation, Qin Feng looked at the harvest in his backpack. In total, there were about 20 pieces of loot, and 2 of the assassin's stuff came out. An emerald-ranked assassin's weapon, plus a platinum-ranked assassin's skill book. Mori White Bone Blade, Emerald Assassin's Weapon. Attack plus 388, plus 125 armor break. Strength plus 39, agility plus 48. Requirements, level 15. Unique effect, when dealing damage, your movement speed doubles for 5 seconds. And when the movement speed doubling effect is triggered, you will gain 30% evasion rate. This emerald grade weapon has an attack power that is almost 80% higher than the 216 points of the Plague Blade, with additional armor breaking, strength and agility, and special effects are useful. If I had this special effect just now, I would have been able to rely on my movement speed to stay out of the boss's attack range right after the instant shadow/hit it. There would be no need for a slide shovel. Moreover, it seems that the boss of the Evil Spirit Academy requires an extremely high movement speed if you want to be unharmed. Just right. Qin Feng replaced the Plague Blade, although there was 0.3 less weakness attack multiplier, with the higher attack power and the additional strength and armor breaking attributes. Qin Feng's final total damage would not be lower than before. Even if it's low, it's only low on special effects. Besides, that 50% burst poison damage after 3 seconds from Plague Blade basically didn't come in handy for Qin Feng. Because of the presence of Graceful Deliverance, even a platinum level boss simply wouldn't survive for 3 seconds. Immediately after that, there was a platinum level assassin skill book. Shadow Blade, Platinum throws a dark elemental coalesced shadow blade that deals single dark elemental damage to a target within 20 meters, adding 600 points of dark elemental attack. On hit, dispels a random gain effect, no more than platinum. Cooldown 49 seconds. Required level, 14. Single dark elemental damage, plus dispel gain effect? Qin Feng studied directly. This skill book was not categorized as a junk skill by him, because that dispersal effect is useful. In particular, a platinum-ranked Shadow Blade that dispels no more than a platinum-ranked gain effect. Then if I evolve to epic, legendary, won't my dispelling ability be heaven-defying? Qin Feng checked the panel. He now had 275 evolution points. Direct evolution Shadow Blade. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 50 evolution points, leaving 219 points remaining. Shadow Blade, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary Shadow Blade Attaché 60080010012001500 Dark Elemental Attacks, and when it hits, dispels a randomized gain effect, no more than legendary. Cooldown 121110973, 78 seconds. Required level, 14. Legendary effect, when hitting a weak point, 3 seconds of cooldown will be returned. When he saw the legendary special effects of this skill, Qin Feng was refreshed. Hitting a weak spot isn't just a matter of having a hand, just hitting a weak point returns 3 seconds of cooldown to this skill. Wouldn't the final cooldown only be 0.78 seconds? Counting the skill's release maneuver, lifting hand and back swing, it was equivalent to. This skill had no cooldown at all in Qin Feng's hands. Almost no cooldown single high damage plus dispel skills. It's not even a skill that can be acquired in the first mid-range. Chapter 100 Unexpected Harvest. Yellow Springs Blade. Just as Qin Feng was checking his harvest, the ruins of Jianhai City. When the news that the headless assassin had been killed was confirmed, the players in these ruins finally dared to venture out. Even an elite player like Wang Mang was already sweating. The players who were spared from the disaster walked out of the ruins in 2s and 3s, and each one of them had the feeling of having survived the disaster. Grandma, such a heaven-defying platinum boss. someone actually managed to kill it solo. Is this still human? The Shadow Great God is awesome. If it weren't for the Great God, we don't know how many people would have to die in Zhanghai City. In fact, this boss is only strong in stealth. If we can see through the boss stealth, it's just as messy to kill. Laugh it up, King of the Mouth. Ha, why didn't I see you come out just now? So it's not like I can't see through boss stealth? Did you guys notice that the Shadow Big Brother was invisible almost the entire time? And he could see through the boss's invisibility. So he's at least a level 4 anti-invisibility, right? How on earth did he do that? You're asking me? If I knew, would I still be here talking to you? There were too many witnesses to this battle. Originally, many people had no concept of the strength of the Shadow. Even if Qin Feng had killed the Holy Maiden of Steel in public, the influence could not be compared to this time. Because, this time, the Headless Assassin had taken out hundreds of players. No player could stop this Headless Assassin. Such a terrifying boss, in front of the Shadow, could only flee in a sorry state and was finally mercilessly finished off. With the comparison, people truly and profoundly understood the gap between them and the Shadow. In the crowd, Wang Mang said in the team channel with a bitter face, "Originally, I thought that as long as we fiercely developed, we would be able to catch up with the Great God sooner or later. But now, I've completely lost confidence. And you," wearing a set of gold-ranked armor with a silver-ranked longsword still hanging from her waist, pursed her lips and smiled. "No way, no way. Someone really thinks they can catch up with the Great God. Ha!" Wang Mang covered his face, still not letting people dream? The other side. After learning that the Headless Assassin had been taken out, Qin Xiaoyu finally hurried and rushed back online, sending a private chat to guild leader Chen Wuming. "What? You're dead again? Another 10 days of life expectancy?" Chen Wuming was about to collapse. Originally, he was taking people in for many guild members, in fact, are now self-sufficient and are generating income for the guild. But this little Yoya, it's outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that the contract that was signed for membership was also binding on the guild, Chen Wuming would have kicked her out of the guild a long time ago. How could you be so blind as to accept such a money loser in the first place? Only a god could bring someone this vegetable, right? Can't you be a wimp when you know you're no good? Never mind. We'd better make a hideout before it's too late. Keep her in the hideout and don't go out. Let her do some chores and make the best use of what she's got. Chen Wuming wanted to cry. If he knew that Qin Feng was still among the top 100 globally in his last life with Qin Xiaoyu, he was afraid that he would kneel on the spot. 10 minutes or so later, Magic City Ruins, Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng rode the Ghost Wolf and re-entered the area. This time, he would be heading towards the third underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy. Does it consume 74 years of lifespan, tradable, to create the guild shadows? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes, to create a guild. It takes 1,000 days of life, or 74 years. Anyone can create it. Creating a guild consumes quite a bit. The guild name isn't taken. It's okay. With Qin Feng giving the order, he became the president of the Shadow Guild. After establishing the guild, he could open the guild management interface, set the guild tax rate, and open the guild chat channel. Of course, Qin Feng was the only one in this guild right now, and he had no intention of accepting anyone, just planning to take up another hideout in the guild's name. But, when Qin Feng entered the underground level of the Evil Spirit Academy, he realized that all the demons on this road had been cleared away. I don't think we'll even hit the boss, right? Qin Feng looked around. The Evil Spirit Academy area, which was still a masterless land. That platinum level boss alienated witch was definitely still there. Speed up. Qin Feng advanced all the way through the dimly lit basement of the academy, moving forward quickly. It was a place he hadn't even been to in his last life. The Evil Spirit Academy in the last world was a hideout for the Sky Vault Guild. Even if there are guests visiting, they can only be in the academy halls. It's impossible to come to the core underground area. Could it be the Sky Vault Guild's team? Qin Feng followed the passageway and went deeper into the second underground level, all the way to the deepest underground level 3. Just as he descended to the third basement level, there was a heat wave that hit his face. Qin Feng realized that the third underground level of this Evil Spirit Academy was actually dotted with rivers of magma. Ancient rocky bridges, spanning more than 10 meters above the lava river, led step by step to the very core of the area. Qin Feng stepped on the rock bridges and realized that the rock bridges were all protected by magical defense boundaries, and attacks of normal strength could not damage these rock bridges. He made his way along the rocky bridge. From afar, he had already borrowed the light of the lava fire and saw a number of players in the distance, fiercely fighting a humanoid demonic creature with a fiery body. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and quietly moved forward. Soon, came to the neighborhood of that lava platform. This rocky platform located on the lava was about the size of 2 basketball courts, and in the center there was a silver-level mini-boss flame dryad that was spewing fiery tongues of fire in all directions. Around the flame dryad, on the other hand, there were 8 or 9 players, who were somewhat annoyingly surrounding the boss. Scrambled eggs. Half a day of fighting a silver mini-boss and I don't know where that little ran off to. It should be up ahead. She's invisible, I can see her. She can't get away. This chick is so damn slippery. Drilling everywhere. Hee, if it really has to be that easy to kill her, how could that from the Chu family be so generous as to give us 30 years of life? What's wrong with being a granny? Watch what you say. He's the god of wealth. That's right. The mouth are accumulating some virtue. Don't offend people. I heard that the woman's mother's family in Shanghai City, the Oriental family, the whole family has been slaughtered by the shadow. In case she stimulates her, we can't have good fruit to eat. Don't even talk nonsense. Hurry up and finish this boss and keep chasing. All be careful. That little S attack comes with some kind of soul damage. The damage is very high. Don't let her steal it. Since these players are not on the same team, so it's straight up open chat. It was also completely unexpected that there would be a stealthy Qin Feng next to him, listening to all these words. Of course, for anyone else, those words wouldn't be useful to hear. However, for Qin Feng, it revealed a lot of information. The Chu family's mother-in-law? In Shanghai City's maternal, Oriental family? Soul damage? For a moment, Qin Feng connected many things together. Is she? In his last life, the blade of the Yellow Springs that made countless people scared, ranked in the top 10 in terms of global strength, and was known by many as the #1 assassin. It is said that this player looks like a harmless lowly girl, but in reality, she is ruthless and extremely ferocious. It hadn't even been a long time since the divine abandonment game had descended, and with his own strength, he had massacred and destroyed the entire Devil's Capital Chu family. Also, there's still someone in the Dongfang family who hasn't died and is married into the Chu family in Mordor? No wonder I haven't heard of any Oriental family in my last life. Now it seems that I'm afraid that it's also been all butchered by this sister? It's just that compared to the Chu family, the Oriental family is really insignificant, so I haven't even heard of it. What a windfall! Chapter 101 Flower of Death, True Strike. Qin Feng organized his thoughts. Originally, I thought that it was because the Chu family had offended the Yellow Springs blade that they were slaughtered by her. Now it seems like she was chased by the Chu family's people first? Then, it was only then that she would first slaughter the Chu family, and then in passing, slaughter the affiliated Eastern family as well. Sure, the blade of the Yellow Springs didn't feel good about itself after doing this, because the Chu family had a military and official background. After the incident, the Dasha officials launched a manhunt for the Yellow Springs blade. In the end, the world's #1 assassin was even killed by the Dasha officials. The thing has also happened not long before Qin Feng reborn. In the era of the divine abandonment game, even the top 10 top powerhouses in the world would find it difficult to fight against a behemoth like the Great Summer officials. This Yellow Springs blade, in particular, is also a loner. But, this is also because of her strength, which has not reached a truly heaven-defying level. Dasha officials, with resources and people, as long as there are members with strong enough talent and professions, there is simply no reason for development to be worse than other soloists. It was normal for top-tier powerhouses to have surrounded the Yellow Spring blade together, but Qin Feng's current life was different from the Yellow Springs blade situation. He possessed the judgment authority, which was far stronger than the Yellow Springs blade from his last life. Don't talk about a global top 10, truly waiting for Qin Feng to develop in this life. The top 100 in the world combined in his last life would not be a match for him alone, not to mention Qin Feng's profession, which was shadow. This adds to his deterrent pull full circle. After a few previous attempts, Qin Feng had already determined that all of the current Disya officials simply didn't dare to offend him in any way. Since there are still leaks in the Eastern family, we definitely can't let them go. There's even less need to spare these ones who get paid to do things. Qin Feng looked at the scene in front of him, where the 9 players were besieging the silver-level flame dryad, and it was obvious that they all had the Slayer logo behind their names. Watch for the right moment to enter. Dark Ringed Blade. The dark blade light, instantly centered on Qin Feng, spread out towards the surroundings. Put. Minus 37,263, weakness attack. Minus 10,677, blocking. Minus 34,890, weakness attack. Minus 0, dodge. 10 damage numbers that instantly popped up. 8 of the players, plus the silver-level flame dryad mini-boss, were all instantly killed by Qin Feng with this one skill. Even if a warrior happened to have the block skill on, blocking more than half of the damage, they still couldn't block this blow. Only a young archer with a longbow happened to trigger dodge and became the only one in the field to survive. Looks like there's a bit of hit correction to pull. Otherwise I'm going to have some trouble killing it if someone else stacks up evasion. Qin Feng looked at the only surviving young archer and secretly thought to himself. The young shooter, on the other hand, had been stunned at the moment of the incident. Holy, what the hell? Big brothers, why are you all suddenly dead? Before he could react, Shinfeng had already arrived behind him and directly fired a chisel strike. Although it was the chisel strike skill that hadn't evolved, the Mori white bone blade in his hand, which came towards the back of the opponent's head, still dealt tens of thousands of weakness attack damage, directly kill it in seconds. The rocky platform, which was still somewhat noisy, was quiet all of a sudden. Shinfeng raised his hand, releasing Sneaky Shadow and re-entering his stealthy state. He first raised his hand and released the Blossom Curse on all the corpses in the field. A scarlet flower appeared on the corpses of 9 players. As Shinfeng absorbed their tradable and non-tradable lifespans together, he heard 2 extremely morose system prompts. Player Mantuga Big Bared Flower has less than 1 day of life left and has been killed by you for real. Player All As Handsome As Me Our Protagonists has less than 1 day of life remaining and has been killed by you for real. Shinfeng was a bit surprised. These 2 are really unlucky. It looks like their non-tradable lifespan has pretty much fallen off. The tradable lifespan is several hundred days, but unfortunately, it's all been sucked out of me. Normally, even if a player has a hideout to use as a base, they will certainly set aside a certain amount of lifespan to avoid actually dying a violent death. The same goes for this group of players, but the key is, Shinfeng's Blossom Curse could absorb all of their tradable lifespans. It also draws 50% of the remaining non-tradable life. Even though these 2 had originally lived long enough, they were still directly sucked to death by Shinfeng after dying in his hands. From then on, those 2 completely disappeared from this world. In my eyes, as long as there are no more non-tradable lifespans, the other person is already dead. That's where the non-tradable lifespan comes in. There are several other skills in the godforsaken game that can be used on corpses and deduct the target's remaining tradable lifespan in addition to the Blossom Curse. There are even some special bosses that possess such abilities. Once you run out of non-tradable lifespans, the only way to meet this kind of existence is to die. Of course, skills like Shinfeng's current Blossom Curse, which also absorbs the target's non-tradable lifespan, Shinfeng hadn't even heard of in his last life. As per the rules of the godforsaken game, inevitably, there will be fewer and fewer non-tradable lifetimes later on. Soon, however, players are exposed to channeling NPCs that use tradable lifespans and convert them into non-tradable lifespans. It's just that, the channel is a bit expensive is all. The NPCs are relentless when it comes to opportunities where they can screw people over. Greedy hands. Shinfeng killed the silver-level Flame Dryad. Since the mini-boss had already had most of its bloodstains knocked out by the time he arrived, the attribution of the boss drop was not his, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, Shinfeng can be a greedy hand. Unleash it directly on the corpse of the boss for an additional 6 loot drops, reaping 24 evolution points, and nearly 10 years of tradable life. Did they just say that the Yellow Springs blade is in this place? And I don't know where. Shinfeng maintained his stealthy state and looked around the rocky platform. Everywhere was illuminated red by the fire of the magma river, but he did not see any figure. He didn't care too much. With his current anti-stealth ability, the other party could not escape his detection as long as they appeared. Just as he was planning to move on and head to the most central boss room of the Evil Spirit Academy, a somewhat nervous teenage girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Is it Shadow? I want to work with you. Shinfeng was dumbfounded. He looked back, but didn't see half a person. On the entire rocky platform, there were only the corpses of those 9 players, and the Flame Dryads, no one else. But that young girl's voice was clearly coming from somewhere behind Shinfeng. Could it be that her stealth level is higher than my level 5 anti-stealth level? Nope. If it's the blade of the Yellow Springs, her people should be right below the platform. Chapter 102 A weird uncle who abducts little sisters? If it was an average person, they could really be deceived by the other side. Fortunately, Shinfeng had also learned about the skills of the blade of the Yellow Springs, the only hidden profession in his previous life. This sole hidden profession comes with an exclusive weapon of the Chainblade class that transforms into a clawhook form. This weapon, by nature, can grab and absorb all kinds of obstacles for pulling, displacement, and the like. It's not like she has a higher stealth level than my anti-cloaking level. Instead, it's hidden right underneath this rocky platform. Shinfeng quickly reacted. Normally, the 3rd underground level of this Evil Spirit Academy was the magma river at the bottom. Rock bridges and rock platforms, both built more than 10 meters above the lava river. No one in their right mind would think that someone could hide right underneath a rock platform and rock bridge. After all, that's the equivalent of climbing on the ceiling, and people aren't geckos, so how could they possibly do that? Only the blade of the Yellow Springs, with the help of an exclusive weapon, could grab onto the ceiling and climb onto it with his entire body. Shinfeng heard that the young girl's voice was a bit tense. He followed the direction, maintaining his stealth, and left the rocky platform first. Follow the rocky bridge to a few dozen meters away. Looking back again, he saw that a petite figure in black leather armor was climbing just below the rocky platform. The figure had short, dark, neck-length hair that hung upside down due to her posture. Want to work with me? Qin Feng squatted in place and narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything back. Obviously, the other party wasn't able to see through his stealthy state. After all, Qin Feng's stealth level had now reached level 8. I think it was just now, when she realized there was no movement on the platform and snuck over to the side to take a look. Seeing so many bodies, you guessed it was me? Qin Feng was not surprised. After all, at this stage, those who could instantly kill those 9 players basically didn't exist other than him. However, Qin Feng didn't expect this sister to open her mouth and say that she wanted to cooperate with him. The other party's voice sounded nervous. Qin Feng didn't care. After all, his identity was Dark Shadow. It was normal that the other party would be nervous. Is it because you know that I slaughtered the Eastern family and feel that you have a common enemy with me? So you want to cooperate with me? Qin Feng thought about it and thought that it would be okay to talk to this girl. After all, if he wanted to take out the leaky fish of the Eastern family, he would also need time to investigate the other party's location, and then return to reality to do it. Wouldn't it save yourself time if you could use this girl and finish off your enemies? So he returned to the platform. Who are you? Qin Feng asked in a calm tone. The other party deliberated a little, then said, I'm the one who wanted to kill Dongfang Yu. Now, Dongfang Yu has hired people to hunt me down and is also hiring people to hunt you down because you killed her mother's entire family. Probably because she felt that Qin Feng couldn't see her. So her tone, gradually, became less tense. However, she did not know that Qin Feng had long since mapped out her position. If he wanted to kill her, a round of fierce poison dart or the newly learned Shadow Blade could easily finish her off. Qin Feng asked, how do you want to cooperate? The other party said nervously, I don't have any other meaning, I just want us to add a friend. If there is news of Dongfang Yu, we will share it with each other. Also, I'd like to ask you what are the things I need to pay attention to in order to extract skills to kill people in reality. What? Information sharing is pretty normal. Please teach to kill? Qin Feng held his forehead. From the other party's words, Qin Feng probably sort of understood. Now this blade of the Yellow Springs had not yet grown into a murderous fiend like in his last life. Instead, it's kind of like the sociopathic little girl next door. She hadn't even begun to take revenge or kill anyone yet. Having a grudge against Dongfang Yu put her under a lot of pressure. So after she met Shadow, the big man, she summoned up the courage to offer to cooperate and ask for some advice since both sides had a common enemy. Tell me first what's going on with you and Dongfang Yu. Qin Feng didn't answer the other party but instead asked a question. Soon, the other party told it all. After half a day, this girl was hired by Dongfang Yu to hunt her down because she had killed Dongfang Yu once. Within the game, robbed Dongfang Yu of over 200 years of tradable lifespan on her. And the reason why she wanted to kill Dongfang Yu was not because she looked at the other party's lifespan. Rather, still before the divine abandonment game had descended, her mother was first killed by Dongfang Yu's car. Witnesses say it wasn't a one-time hit and run, or repeated runovers that killed them, but then, Dongfang Yu directly paid for someone to take the blame and didn't receive a single bit of punishment. This was unacceptable to the sister's father, personally looking for the door to ask for a statement. Results the next day, her father's body was fished up in the Huangpu River. Giving the statement is to jump into the river. At this point in time, it just so happened that the godforsaken game came down. So this girl started her revenge program. Sure, Qin Feng was not very interested in her revenge plan and would not be her 50. After hearing all this, Qin Feng just sprouted a thought. As if there's no harm in abducting this girl as a black slave laborer? Anyway, with her potential, just let her loose. She doesn't need me to protect her or anything, she just needs to be given some tips on the game side of things. If it was an ordinary person, it was impossible for Qin Feng to have any similar thoughts. For example, Lin Liu and Gu Yixue were not weak, but Qin Feng would not bring them. This was because with Qin Feng's achievements in this life, he would definitely be targeted by countless people and forces. Once you get too close to others, you have a weakness. Being alone is the only way to be invulnerable. Because of this, Qin Feng had no intention of getting too close to anyone at all. But, this blade of the Yellow Springs maiden is different. She herself was the only hidden profession, or an assassin-type profession, and her survivability would have been pulled full circle. Qin Feng didn't even need to give her any material help. It only needs a little guidance to be completely free range. With the advantage of information from Qin Feng, not to say that it would allow her to surpass her last life, at least it wouldn't be worse than her last life. In a nutshell, a free range must be highlighted. If Qin Feng helps too much, instead, it is likely to make her inferior to her last life. In this case, even if this sister flipped out one day, Qin Feng would have nothing substantial to lose. Anyway, Qin Feng didn't pay anything. Once successful, then Qin Feng under the hands of one more person who can do things. It is not bad, can give him to save a lot of time. This godforsaken game is going to be a lot of trouble later on. It would be too much of a waste of time for Qin Feng to do everything himself. When Qin Feng thought like this, he instantly transformed into a weird uncle who abducted his little sister. In that case, we do have a common enemy. You come out first, we'll friend you first. Hearing Qin Feng say that, the other parties seemed a bit hesitant. You won't kill me, right? Qin Feng said indifferently. If I wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. Do you think I don't know where you are? He raised his hand casually. A fierce poison dart landed directly next to the petite figure's head, below the rocky platform. Ha! The girl was shocked. Chapter 103, Occupation Readvancement. The true shadow was born. Under Qin Feng's obscene authority, that girl carefully flung out the exclusive weapon chain blade in her hand. It was only a miserable green chain that ended in a blade, and as the chain flung itself out of the side of the rocky platform, the blade changed into a miserable green clawed hook that snapped onto the edge of the platform. Jab! As the chains contracted, a petite figure in black leather armor jumped up from the side of the platform like a swing. At this moment, Qin Feng also took the initiative to cancel his stealth status. However, he didn't completely let his guard down, but released the shield of black light, a layer of black damage-exempt shields that formed around him. Player Ghost Spirit has requested to add you as a friend. Verification information, 0. Qin Feng chose to agree to the friend request. Then look up, only to see that this was a young girl around 1 meter 5.5 tall, with a petite figure, and a short black neck-length hair that was slightly messy due to her flipping movements, and was reflected by the surrounding magma in a fiery red. Seeing her this hairstyle, Qin Feng subconsciously recalled a long time ago, an anime image named Raimu. After jumping onto the platform, she put away the miserable green chain blade in her hand. A pair of bright eyes were somewhat curious and somewhat restrained as they surveyed Qin Feng in front of them. It can be seen that for the world's #1 dark shadow, there is curiosity in her, and there is also some admiration in the depths of her eyes. Since she was officially wanted in her last life, Qin Feng had seen many photos and videos of this girl. If there was anything in common between the current her and the ferocious exterminating female assassin of her last life, it was only the hatred hidden deep in her eyes. Okay, buddy added. You're good to go. Qin Feng only slightly sized her up before turning around and rehiding his figure. To take revenge, the most important thing is strength. If you want to quickly increase your strength, don't order upgrades when you have experience and advance your profession to the 2nd rank first. Although it requires a lot of experience value, several times more than what you need to upgrade, the improvement of career advancement for you is definitely greater than that of leveling up. Hearing this, the ghost spirit froze slightly. She subconsciously glanced at her experience value. It's only just over halfway to level 10 now. Wouldn't it still take days of brushing to advance the profession to the 2nd rank? However, the ghostly spirit clearly took this remark very seriously. Shadow. The reason he's so strong is because he prioritized career advancement points? Since the shadow said it, believe him for once. After stealthing, Qin Feng directly advanced towards the deeper depths. Thanks. The ghost spirit privately chatted over and said 2 words before turning around and leaving in the direction beyond this evil spirit academy. Qin Feng didn't give her any more information or help for the time being. Let's see if she listens first. If she was willing to be obedient, Qin Feng could give her more pointers in terms of information, allowing her strength to increase at a faster rate. Next, take down the evil spirit academy first. Qin Feng continued to go deeper all the way. In the 3rd underground level of this lava river-strewn evil spirit academy, he walked along a stone bridge. Soon, more physically immune magical creatures were encountered, as well as magically modified magical creatures like the Flame Dryad. If before, Qin Feng only had a darkness ring blade that could harm physically immune grievous spirit-type demons, but now, the almost cooldown-free Shadow Blade had become Qin Feng's main output skill. When you see a physical immune demonic creature of the grievous spirit class, you can directly fire a Shadow Blade, hit the weak point, and instantly kill the small monsters. Just as he continued on for more than 10 minutes, he took out at least 100 small monsters along the way. The experience is almost there. Once I finish off that final platinum boss, I'll be able to advance my profession to the 2nd rank. In any profession, advancing to the 2nd rank is a qualitative change. Qin Feng also didn't know what kind of metamorphosis he would have with this shadow profession. On the contrary, the Ghost Spirit's Blade of the Yellow Springs profession, after advancing to the 2nd rank, could unlock a brand new profession skill, that is, transforming into a Yellow Springs Evil Ghost, which would not only gain a higher level of stealth, but also enhance combat attributes in all aspects. In his previous life, when the Ghost Spirit slaughtered the Chu family, it was in the state of a Yellow Springs Evil Ghost that he moved. So, if she had unlocked this skill earlier, she might have been able to finish off those people from Dongfang Yu earlier. Qin Feng would also be more at ease. Alienated Witch Stana, LV 15. Grade, Platinum. Introduction, the Guardian of the Evil Spirit Academy. Defeat it and you will become the Master of the Evil Spirit Academy, Hideout. Qin Feng arrived at the deepest magic palace and saw the platinum level boss located in the center of the palace. This boss had the rare distinction of having 4 heads composed of different elemental energies, facing each of the 4 directions. Not only does it have physical immunity like other grievous spirit-type demons, it also has no back. Therefore, Qin Feng's backstab enhancement would not take effect when facing this boss. Also, the instant Shadow Slash is purely physical damage and can't hurt this boss. Luckily, Qin Feng's current Dark Ring Blade plus Shadow Blade, Dark Elemental damage was equally not bad. Although it couldn't kill a boss in seconds like Graceful Deliverance plus Instant Shadow Slash, killing a platinum level boss wouldn't be too slow. Not to mention, this alienated Witch Stana, with 4 heads activated by only one of them at the same time. The other 3 heads will be invincible. Graceful Deliverance plus Instantaneous Shadow Chop. It is also impossible to kill this boss directly in seconds at once. Qin Feng came in stealthily without being discovered by the 4-headed alienated Demoness and directly raised his hand. Graceful Deliverance. Darkness Ringed Blade. In an instant, the dark blade light swept across the 4 heads of the alienated witch. However, only one of the heads was damaged. Minus 26,348, weakness attack. Since the elemental resistance of this alienated witch was not low, the damage dealt by Qin Feng was also far from as high as attacking other players. But Qin Feng doesn't care because Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade. A dark elemental blade flew out from Qin Feng's hands one after another, precisely hitting the boss's activated head. Of course, not every shot of Shadow Blade eats the break hidden attack bonus due to the fact that the cooldown of Shadow Blade is too short and it is released too often. Yet it ensures that the boss never has any gain status on it. It was important to know that this platinum level alienated witch was a standard magic element boss, with a particularly large number of gain statuses on its body, and every time it activated one of its heads, a variety of different elemental ranged damage, wreaking havoc on the entire field. Good thing I switched to the Mori White Bone Blade. Every damage doubles my movement speed. Doubling his movement speed allowed Qin Feng, even if he wasn't in stealth, to be like a black shadow, dodging all of the boss's skills in a silky smooth manner across the field. By now, Qin Feng's difficulty in killing platinum level bosses had been greatly reduced. 2 short minutes later, the 4 heads of that alienated witch were successively shot out by Qin Feng's Shadow Blade. When the boss is killed, screams and wails and falls to the ground. Qin Feng did not go to check the loot it dropped at first. Instead, he opened the attribute panel and directly clicked on Profession Advancement. After level 15, his experience has been kept useless, otherwise he would have been level 16 or even 17 long ago. For now, your shadow profession has advanced. Current, First Order Second Order. Occupational Attribute Bonus, Strength 927, Physique 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545. New Occupational Passive 4, when you launch an attack while stealthy, you will not exit the stealth state, while Break Stealth Attack remains in effect. When Qin Feng saw that added 4th career passive, his entire body was a bit dumbfounded. Attacks don't exit stealth? Chapter 104 Occupying the Evil Spirit Academy. Shadow's Deterrence. The second advancement of each profession gives the player a big boost. Qin Feng had known this for a long time. However, he had never expected that Shadow, the only hidden profession, would bring about such a radical change when the profession advanced to the second stage. Launching an attack does not exit stealth, let's just say, against all odds. For Qin Feng, his stealth level reached level 8. Unlocking this new career passive makes it almost completely invisible. Is this carrying the old 6 to extremes? It doesn't look like I'm adding damage, but in fact, my output ability has skyrocketed substantially. Qin Feng thought to himself. To him, the most important thing about this ability was that it allowed him to eat a high hidden breaking attack bonus toll of his attacks at all times, instead of having to wait for stealth to cool down like before. How much does this boost his output? It's hard to overestimate. Take the alienated witch just now. If the current Qin Feng had taken action, it would have taken no more than half a minute to resolve, shortening the time by several times. Because just now, although he was releasing Shadow Blades on nearly no cooldown, most of the Shadow Blades, which didn't eat the hidden breaking attack bonus, had their damage almost halved. Instead, the knife is now deadly. If it's a platinum level or higher boss, there's even more blood and a new damage reduction attribute will be added. In my previous life, many of these would have to be played for a small half hour or more. But now, much more efficient. Sure, if anything, the ability is not really useful in front of other players, because he would have only been out of stealth for a split second while attacking as well, and less than half a second later he was stealthy again. Ben is in a state of infinite invisibility except for the moment of attack. Not to mention that for players at this stage, if Qin Feng had a murderous intent towards them, it wouldn't make much difference whether they were invisible or not. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt. This career advancement, in addition to unlocking the 4th career passive, his basic four-dimensional attributes were also substantially enhanced. The attribute increase from the profession was directly tripled. Rank, 15. Non-tradable life, 4,510 years and 233 days. Tradable life, 566. 2 years. Strength, 129147. Body mass, 184202. Agility, 268316. Spirit, 101131. Life value, 2608. Physical attack power, 535. Cooling speed, 85%. Damage resistance, 77. Physical defense, 330, 24. 8% physical damage reduction. Lightning elemental resistance, 458, 31. 4% lightning damage reduction. Dark elemental resistance, 304, 23. 3% dark damage reduction. Ice elemental resistance, 278, 21. 7% ice damage reduction. Fire elemental resistance, 278, 21. 7% fire damage reduction. Qin Feng scanned the attribute panel and was quite satisfied with the current development. He then opened his backpack, which contained a Evil Spirit Academy hideout, which was the key loot gained from killing the platinum level altered witch Stana. Qin Feng opened the guild interface and used the key in the guild interface. Is the Evil Spirit Academy hideout set as a guild hideout? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. Thus, he gained control of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout as the president of the Shadow Guild. With the key to the hideout in your hand, you will be able to open the hideout's information panel and perform various operations. This hideout covers only about 600 acres, but that's the part that only counts the ground. If you count the 3 underground floors, then it's more than 2,000 acres. The actual area is bigger than the ruined Pure Soul Land and Church Sanctuary in Zhanghai City combined. Most importantly, inside this hideout, it came with 5 teleportation arrays. You can teleport between the ground, the 3 underground floors and also the core halls, at will. A teleportation array appeared right in the room of the platinum level boss Altered Witch, and Qin Feng walked into it and teleported to the core hall of the Evil Spirit Academy through the teleportation array. Here, it's a temple built in the middle of lava. The walls around the hall were all translucent barriers like glass, and one could see the magma flowing and rolling outside, reflecting the entire hall in red. Bull. Even Qin Feng couldn't help but marvel at it. The entire hideout was made possible through this magma, which was converted into energy by the magical device, thus providing a constant supply of energy to the magical defense boundary. No wonder in the last life, every siege against the Heavenly Vault Guild ended in failure. With magma as an energy source, it's almost endless. There's no way anyone can break through this magic defense boundary in a year. Of course, if you extracted this hideout to reality and lost the magma environment, it wouldn't be as impressive overall. That was why Qin Feng chose to extract the land of the pure soul to reality first, as his base in reality. The best feature of the land of the pure soul is its concealment. It could ensure that Qin Feng would pass through the first and middle stages extremely peacefully. Magic defense boundary. Open. Qin Feng was in the guild interface, giving orders to the hideout. The magical defense boundaries of each hideout possess a stable structure that does not lose energy if not attacked. Will form a spherical, transparent barrier around the edges of the hideout, which will keep out demons and players without access. If you suffer an attack, you'll need to expend your lifespan to replenish it. Of course, this Evil Spirit Academy of Qin Feng had magma energy as a circulation. In the early stages, there is no need for him to consume his lifespan to replenish his energy. From now on, this Evil Spirit Academy is my private territory. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Finally a place to land in the Magic City as well. It was only next that Qin Feng slowly began to check out the loot that he had fished out from the alienated witch. Only after sweeping a glance, a somewhat unexpected piece of equipment reflected in his eyes. Just as Qin Feng set the Evil Spirit Academy as the guild's hideout, several other players within the boundaries of this area were all expelled from the area. The young girl Ghost Spirit, who was the hidden profession Blade of the Yellow Springs, hadn't even left the Academy's boundaries before she was expelled and arrived at the Academy's dilapidated entrance. A system alert rang in her head. This area has become Shadow Guild territory. You will be teleported to the edge of the area. The Shadow Guild? The ghostly spirit froze. Before she could react, she saw in front of her a few other players who had been expelled along with her. Seeing these few players, a cold color surfaced in Ghost Spirit's pair of beautiful eyes. This was because the other party was precisely one of the members of the Shura Temple Guild that had accepted Dongfang Yu's employment to hunt her down within the game. When Ghost Spirit saw these few people, the miserable green chain blade in her hand was immediately about to strike, and as a result, those few players on the opposite side of the room immediately raised their hands in surrender. Wait, Auntie, we were wrong. We really didn't know you were with the Shadow Big Brother. Yeah. If we'd known that, We never would have thought anything of you. Don't worry, we will never come after you again. This scene made Ghost Spirit a bit dumbfounded. The Shadow's intimidating power is so terrifying? Chapter 105, Evolving Again. Legendary Backstrike Enhancement. In front of a petite girl, a ghostly spirit, dressed in black leather armor. Those 4 or 5 Shura-templed players all raised their hands with pleasing and nervous faces. Obviously, just now, Qin Feng had killed 9 of their players in a wave of seconds within the Evil Spirit Academy, with 2 of them actually dying, which had already made this Shura Hall member completely chilled. Ghosts are related to the Shadow? Otherwise, in a place as big as the entire Magic City ruins, how could the Shadow have appeared in the Evil Spirit Academy, and favored the ghost spirits by helping them take out their men? After all, they had never heard of the Shadow's killing innocents. It was evident that even the average person was not qualified to be considered an opponent by Shadow. Since it will be out there, it means they've messed with the Shadow. This pair had cast a shadow over all the 200 or so members of the Shura Temple Guild, and even in just a short while, more than 20 players had already chosen to quit the guild. Just as the ghostly spirit froze a bit and remained on guard, the president of the Shura Temple Guild, a spectacled young man, finally brought someone over in a hurry. The sight of the ghostly spirit immediately brightened his eyes. Immediately tried to come over to climb and apologize. Unfortunately, the ghost spirit pressed and didn't bother to pay attention to him. Not waiting for the other party to come in front of him, casually threw out the chain blade in his hand and hooked an abandoned roof more than 10 meters away, pulling her to leap up. A few seconds later, it disappeared from the face of the Shura Temple Guild's players. This caused the players of the Shura Temple Guild to all breathe a sigh of relief. It looks like this little lowly girl isn't going to get on their bad side. But they turned to look at the translucent barrier that appeared at the edge of the Evil Spirit Academy's range, and their faces became indescribably shocked. It's a magical knot in the hideout. Yes, I've seen it around the official Riverside Hulk. This Evil Spirit Academy is actually a hideout? Look at the size of this. It's several times bigger than the official Riverside Hulk. A few times? Who are you underestimating? This is at least a couple dozen times. Could this be the hideout of the Shadow Big Guy? Not only the near Shura Hall players, but also the Magic City players within several kilometers of the surrounding area, all saw, in the area of the Evil Spirit Academy, the transparent boundary that had risen. It took on a hemispherical shape, enveloping and protecting a large area. For a time, countless players in Magic City were boiling over. At this scale, this is a platinum hideout. Just as players were speculating about which guild the hideout had been knocked down by, a small piece of news quickly spread. Shadow, surprisingly, he had once again taken out the platinum-level boss of the Evil Spirit Academy area by himself, became the owner of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. Shadow, this is too heaven-defying, isn't it? How many platinum bosses is this? I don't know. It is said that over in Shanghai City, the officials have already bought a hideout from him, and the price is said to be more than 1,000 years. Hiss, this is too profitable, isn't it? A random boss is 1,000 years of lifespan? A random fight? You go and try to hit me randomly? Who agrees and who disagrees when I say that Shadow will be the richest man of the new age? God, I want to be Mrs. Shadow so bad. It's exciting just thinking about it. What do you guys think of me? Do I have a shot? Wait, isn't Shadow a player from Shanghai City? How come it's robbing our Magic City locals of their resources? What? Do you need a Mordor account to kill monsters here? How big are you? Just as Qin Feng was making countless Magic Metropolis players talk by himself, he looked at the piece of generic equipment in his hand and fell into deep thought. Which alienation ring? Emerald, common to all professions. Full attribute plus 22. Cooldown speed plus 30%. Requirements, level 14. Unique effect, skill range increased by 25% and range damage increased by 10%. The basic attributes were average, but the skill range and ranged damage phrases were quite rare attributes. These two attributes, even with just one of them, would be several times more expensive than equipment of the same level and grade. Add full attributes, add cooldowns, and also add skill range and ranged damage. It's a semi-graduation ring for a lot of professions. Although this was only a level 14 ring, it was no exaggeration to say that even if several years had passed, there would be many players who would be willing to pay a high price for this ring. Because of that, ranged damage is boosted by a percentage, which is an additional damage multiplier zone. Even for me, the boost from replacing this ring is great. Instant Shadow Slash, Dark Ring Blade, both ranged skills. The important thing is the Instant Shadow Slash. A 10% damage boost is no small feat. Qin Feng replaced the previous gold grade cursed ring. This gold level ring was actually a small extreme item, as it added a 0.1 weakness attack multiplier. Otherwise Qin Feng wouldn't have been able to bring it to this point. But now, This cursed ring was clearly inferior to this emerald grade which alienation ring, and among the loot that the alienated which had exploded for Qin Feng. Aside from this ring, there was also a skill book that he could use. Poison Trap, Platinum Assassin/Hunter skill. Place a trap that has a stealth level of 5. Enemies that step on it will receive 500 points of additional damage from the poison element and sustain slowing and toxin damage for 5 seconds. Deceleration, 50%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. You can place up to 3 traps, with a placement cooldown of 10, 4, 65 seconds and a maximum trap duration of 3600 seconds. It's a trap skill. Of course, Qin Feng was happy to refer to them as poisonous mushrooms. This skill, it seems a bit chicken dash asterisk 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 at the moment. Qin Feng first learned this skill, but did not evolve it for the time being. This kind of skill was usually used to deal with other players with, but now that Qin Feng was going to kill someone, he didn't need to go through so much trouble at all. Qin Feng looked away. He now had a total of 363 evolution points. You can evolve Sneak Shadow, or Backstroke Enhancement now. Both of these initial skills, now at epic level, could be evolved to legendary level by consuming 340 evolution points. Qin Feng thought about it and chose to evolve the Backstroke Enhancement skill. You have consumed 340 evolution points and have 23 points remaining. Backstab Enhancement, Epic Legendary. Passive effect, when attacking from behind the target, damage is increased by 75% 100%. Legendary effect, while stealthy, all your damage is considered backstabbing. Seeing the legendary special effects after the skill evolved, Qin Feng was a bit surprised. That worked well. As long as I'm in stealth, all damage will be treated as backstabbing and receive a 100% backstabbing damage increase. It was important to realize that Qin Feng did not hit the target's back with every attack. For example, that alienated witch just now had no back. Even if it was a normal demonic creature, it was actually quite troublesome for Qin Feng to go around and attack behind the target every time. With this special effect, for Qin Feng, it could save a lot of unnecessary maneuvers, thus further increasing the second damage. Chapter 106, The Temple Revisited? It's her again. Qin Feng knew very well that originally, if he had taken on an emerald-ranked boss, or a bloodline monster that was a bit stronger, he wouldn't have been able to dispose of it too quickly with his damage. But now, after these 2 sets of boosts, his output capacity had doubled several times. True permanent stealth, plus a steady backstabbing boost, didn't increase my damage numbers, but the boost to my output was noticeable. Next, Qin Feng was planning to continue to take down the other platinum-level hideouts in the Magic City. A platinum hideout is a 2,000-year lifespan. Although only the officials can afford it at the moment, it's the kind of thing that naturally doesn't hurt to have in your hands. However, just as Qin Feng was storing his entire body in the Evil Spirit Academy and continuing his journey, he received a private chat. Big Plum the Black Ragwood, Biggie, ahem, I've come across another relic here. Do you want to come check it out? Blackbringer Big Plum, there are some murals on the stones around the entrance to the temple that look a lot like the ones inside that relic in Newbie Town. What? Qin Feng was still a bit confused when he received this private chat. Wasn't the ruins of Newbie Town the place where he had acquired the skill Graceful Deliverance, which was initially epic? In that place, he met a mysterious woman in white robes. Eventually a treasure chest was opened. To say that that place had nothing to do with the ancient god's authority in his body, he absolutely did not believe it. There are relics with murals that look a lot like this. Should I be given another reward for nothing? Qin Feng was a bit skeptical. It was clear that this relic he had to go to. But here's the problem. How come it's Linley Fish again? This girl is really going a little overboard. Qin Feng smiled and replied in private chat. If you said so, of course I'm going. However, how come you guys aren't exploring on your own? With your development, you should be able to touch a platinum level boss by now. After all, Qin Feng had taken out quite a few platinum level equipment and skill books and sold them to their team at a high price. Although not all of these supplies were used by their team was definitely the one that was currently developing fast besides Qin Feng. Hearing Qin Feng ask this, Lin Liu became a bit frustrated. QAQ, we wanted to fight too. But at the end of clearing the monsters, a teleportation ball of light came out, and it didn't respond when we touched it. The voices say it takes a kindred spirit to get in. So we wondered, could the big man be the one who's meant to be teleporting light orbs? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Last time at the Temple of Faith in the Novice Town, there wasn't any teleportation light orb. He walked the maze and got his reward straight away. Qin Feng thought about it and said, alright, you guys wait for me, I'll go over and try. By the way, I've scored some more equipment, so prepare your lifespans and bring it back to you. Black Bruin Big Lee Z, don't. Zhanghai side of the official lifespan is not enough. Big Brother directly sold to the Magic City official on the line, before we buy the hideout, or with the Magic City official borrowed some lifespan it. So it is. It seems that even with the official printing of money, it is now very difficult to acquire life expectancy from outside. The people are all aware of the importance of tradable lifespans. Okay. With a final reply, Shinfeng piled all the useless loot on his body within the Evil Spirit Academy, then head to the coordinates provided by Linli Fish. 20 minutes or so later, Shinfeng teleported back to the ruins of Jianghai City and maintained his stealthy state, first exiting the ruins of Jianghai City and then advancing all the way to the south of Jianghai City, finally arriving at the coordinates that Lin Liu had given him. When he arrived at the place, he only saw the beautiful maiden prophet wearing a black vestment, riding a fluffy white goat, waiting for him. It's none other than Linli Fish. She was on the edge of the cliff, her long black hair moving with the wind, and her beautiful eyes were vigilantly poking around towards her surroundings. Shinfeng stepped forward and did not show his form, coldly uttering, "I've arrived." Linli Fish suddenly heard his voice, was startled, and the whole person fell back toward the back. Bang! She fell from the goats but to the ground with a depressed look on her face. "Big brother, don't be so scary. Do you know that this place is dangerous? There are monsters everywhere." Shinfeng appeared out, the right of the black flame leather armor wrapped around his figure like a messenger of death coming out of the darkness. Looking at the young girl who fell to the ground, Shinfeng kind of wanted to laugh, but held back. He came to the young girl, reached out his hand, and pulled her to her feet. When Lin Liu saw Shinfeng, a smile appeared on her pretty face. "The entrance to the ruins is below the cliff. Come with me. Be careful not to slip down." Uncle Wang Mang slipped and fell to his death once. Shinfeng was a bit speechless. The entrance to the ruins is under the cliff? He watched as Linli Fish carefully backed up to the edge of the cliff, then slowly climbed down towards some mark. Shinfeng moved over and poked his head out, seeing that underneath Lin Liu's delicate figure, there was indeed a small stone slab protruding out. Only the young girl cautiously climbed down and stood on the small stone slab, then raised her head and waved her hand toward Shinfeng before she walked inside the mountain wall. How in the world did she find a place like this? Shinfeng was puzzled. In his place, even if he fell from the cliff, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to discover such a small hole in the mountain wall. Immediately after that, he did not climb down a little bit like Lin Liu. Instead, it was a direct leap. The agility attribute that was several times higher than Lin Liu's allowed Shinfeng to land on that small stone block very easily after jumping down. Looking in the direction of the mountain wall, there was indeed a cave. Inside the cave is a passage downward. Inside the passageway, only Lin Liu was alone. This young girl watched Shinfeng lightly fall down, and couldn't help but brighten her eyes. Awesome. Not ashamed to be a big brother. Wang Mang uncle is jumping down like this, slipping and falling to his death. Come with me, this is a section of the labyrinth in front of us. We've already cleared the monsters and the paths have all been explored up. Shinfeng nodded. On the way he didn't resist asking, "How did you find this place?" Lin Liu quickly replied, "When we bought Big Brother's hideout, we arranged for all the official personnel to come in. Arranged a group of people with weaker combat power to preserve their lifespan, while the others went out to brush up on monsters and explore. Since I have a mount, I was sent out to explore the road. There were several times when I encountered monsters that I couldn't run away and died outside. This place is also where I encountered a silver boss chasing me. I accidentally fell off a cliff, and as a result, my vestments hung on a branch and I just happened to see this hole. Died back and came over again before going into the cave and realizing it was a relic. I was thinking that something good would come out, but it turns out that I couldn't trigger that teleportation ball of light at the end of the fight." Chapter 107, The Cave of Ice Tides. An almost impossible task to accomplish solo. Hearing these words from Lin Liu, Shinfeng was a bit speechless. This girl is really out wandering around and getting something? Though it is true that I died a few times out there exploring, but I saved up my lifespan anyway, so the loss won't be great. Of course, Shinfeng still reminded her, in the future, it's better not to die if you can. Don't let the non-tradable lifespan go to zero, or else it's dangerous. Lin Liu nodded seriously. I understand. I know. Big brother, you just have a skill that can suck away other people's lifespan. We have precautions. In short, first outside the city's ruins, explore it first, then turn around and replenish the non-tradable lifespan. Shinfeng was a bit surprised. You have a stable channel to replenish? Lin Liu pursed her lips and laughed softly, saying, yes. We lured some demonic creatures that had absorbed non-tradable lifespans inside the ruins of the city to a hidden location to kill them. The non-tradable lifespans that popped out after the kill were kept, not absorbed away, so we'll go over and replenish them back when we need them. That's one way to do it, but then only the crown has the ability to enforce it. After all, no guild other than the official ones would be too strict with the real name system, and the official real name system makes the officials binding enough for the players under them. It can make the personnel guarding that batch of non-tradable lifespan not to supervise the theft. Although it cannot be 100% prevented, the security is still relatively able to guarantee. At this moment, Qin Feng followed Lin Liu as he made his way through this temple labyrinth. Qin Feng realized that although this place was a labyrinth, the map was not complicated and most importantly, there were no organs, compared to the last time he was in the newbie town, where it took him 3 hours to explore the temple. The difficulty was too low. Moreover, Lin Liu also said that the demons encountered along the way were also small monsters, not to mention Qin Feng, even the current Lin Liu could casually kill them. It was until 10 minutes or so later, Lin Liu led Qin Feng to the deepest part of this temple ruin. This labyrinth, although their team of 6 people together to fight, but now the others have gone back, leaving Lin Li Fish alone. Here to Qin Feng lead the way. This is it, big guy. Lin Liu arrived in front of a white spherical ball of light that was taller than a man. When she came to, she reached out her hand, directly into the white spherical ball of light and shook it around. Even her figure in the black vestments passed through the white ball of light, which did not react at all. See, the system prompted me to say that I wasn't meant to be. Lin Liu was a bit depressed, then looked at Qin Feng with some anticipation. Big brother, do you want to try? We all guessed that this temple might be linked to the one in the town before. You've explored that temple, so perhaps you can trigger this teleportation orb as well. Qin Feng nodded. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to touch the white ball of light, only to see the white light on that white ball of light, which instantly spread towards his entire body. This scene caused Lin Liu's eyes to light up on the side. Sure enough, there's a reaction. Before she could react, the Qin Feng in front of her was completely enveloped by white light and disappeared completely in the next moment. Lin Liu was a bit excited and opened Shadow's private chat channel, sending several private chats to inquire about the situation, but unfortunately did not receive any response. She didn't care too much. After all, she also knew that many places in this godforsaken game blocked remote communication. You have arrived at the Cave of Ice Tides. Your telecommunication will be blocked. Qin Feng was a bit surprised when he heard the prompt ringing in his head. Originally, he had thought that he would come to a place like a temple, but he did not expect to come to the middle of a pitch-black cave. Latent shadows. Qin Feng subconsciously entered a state of stealth. As the stealth status was maintained, his stealth level gradually increased and soon reached level 8. Not long after, a ray of ice blue light, from more than 10 meters in front of him, gradually lit up. A blue crystal? Wait, this thing looks like... Qin Feng's gaze was fixed, recognizing the crystal that emitted an icy blue glow. It was an unstable ice elemental mineral, the Ice Tide crystal. Once attacked, it would release the ice elemental energy within it, erupting into a violent and raging tide of cold ice. If he was unable to leave this cave, then as soon as the ice wave erupted, Qin Feng would definitely be dead. I certainly wouldn't touch the crystal myself. But, Qin Feng began to observe his surroundings. As the ice blue light of the Ice Tide crystal lit up, the entire cave was illuminated, only to see that it was a circular cave with a diameter of more than 20 meters, and around the cave, there were a total of 7 passages, not knowing what they led to, as the blue light spread outwards along the passages. Soon, Qin Feng heard some sizzling sounds coming from among the 7 passages. Weird, this is. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He quickly reacted that this was to make him protect the Ice Tide crystal in the center. From the 7 passages, demons kept emerging out. Once these demons were allowed to attack the Ice Tide crystal in the center, then everything in the neighborhood would be annihilated in the Ice Tide. Qin Feng naturally could not be spared. These 7 passages, spaced far apart from each other, the furthest is even 40 meters, even in separate directions. If it were normal, it would be impossible to fully defend. With only one player, even Qin Feng, with his instantaneous shadow slash and darkness ringed blade, simply could not cover the entire cave. What's more, if it's a skill with too much range and his attack hits the Ice Tide crystal, then the crystal will just as easily explode. Last temple, I was able to make it to the end safely by virtue of summoning devout followers. And even with summons, without enough experience exploring, you'll die at least a couple times in the middle. I didn't realize that this time, I was being asked to guard the crystal? Looks like that skill I just learned came in handy. Highly poisonous traps. As long as the poisonous traps were placed in all 7 passages, then it would be guaranteed that there wouldn't be any magical creatures that could safely pass through those 7 passages and attack the Ice Tide crystal in the center. That's sick. Qin Feng couldn't even help but feel emotional. This kind of defensive assignment is usually for teams. As a result, he was now being asked to come alone. If he hadn't just happened to learn a highly poisonous trap, he really would have died here. With his current defense attribute, it was impossible to resist the Ice Tide crystal's outburst. But, with the poisonous traps, the task looks easy enough. Of course, Qin Feng was not careless. He looked up over his head based on his vast experience. Sure enough, it was found that at the head of this cave, there were 2 other cave passage exits side by side. Insidious. So insidious. Where would even a team whose attention is drawn to the 7 passages around them notice that there are 2 more passages overhead? Halfway through the fight, 2 monsters drop down overhead, and it's a straight-up group wipeout for the whole team. Suffice it to say, it's an almost impossible task to accomplish single-handedly. This made Qin Feng look forward to it. What's the reward for completing this mission? Chapter 108 Epic Poison Trap. Dongfang Yu, who was vomiting blood. Of course, if it was just the initial platinum-level poison trap skill, it wouldn't be able to cope with the current situation at all. After all, a platinum-level poison trap could only place a maximum of 3 traps, and around this cave, there are a total of 7 passages, and 2 more caves with monsters coming out of them overhead. It can only evolve. Qin Feng still had 23 evolution points on him. He opened the skill panel and began to evolve Poison Trap. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points and have 17 points remaining. Poison Trap, Platinum Emerald Diamond Epic. The Poison Trap has a stealth level of 5, 6, 7, 8. Enemies who step on it will receive 5007009001200 points of additional damage from the poison element, as well as slowing and toxin sustained damage that lasts for 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds. Deceleration, 50%. Toxin damage per second, 100%. You can place up to 3579 traps, and the traps have a maximum duration of 3600 seconds. Evolving it 3 times directly evolves it to epic level. Evolving again would require 50 evolution points, so Qin Feng could only stop, but that's okay. Epic level poison traps are more than enough for the current situation. Go you! Qin Feng's figure moved quickly. In the cave, first, a highly poisonous trap was placed in each of the 7 surrounding passages. It was a green, highly toxic elemental spell. Qin Feng casually raised his hand and released his skill, and he was able to place it at the exit of the passageway. Originally this trap had a trigger range of 10 meters. However, under the effect of the Witch Alienation Ring, the range of this trap was increased by 25% to 12.5 meters. Not bad, just enough to cover the passage completely. No matter where those magical creatures come from, they're bound to trigger the trap, unless they're magical creatures that can fly. Qin Feng was still cautious, takes all sorts of scenarios into account. It wasn't just flying demons that would avoid the traps, there were also special demons that came with a layer of magic immunity shield on their bodies, which would also make the poisonous traps ineffective. Fortunately, Qin Feng could see the field of view within the effective range of all the poison traps, which was within 12.5 meters. If there is an accident anywhere, he can react at the first opportunity so that he can take remedial measures. This ability alone to observe several horizons at once was not something other players at this stage could do. 7 highly poisonous traps were placed. Qin Feng immediately came to the 2 cave exits above his head and similarly placed 2 highly poisonous traps. Poison Trap has a 10-second cooldown to place, and counting the cooldown acceleration ends up being nearly 5 seconds. By the time Qin Feng had finished preparing, there were already demonic creatures advancing over towards the side in those total of 9 passages. That's outrageous. I can't believe they're all long-range monsters. If we let them run to the entrance of the passageway, won't they just detonate the ice-tide crystals? Qin Feng was secretly glad. Just then, poof, poof, from every passageway around the perimeter, there was a sound of toxins spreading after the traps were activated, like mushrooms exploding. -10,551, -9,527, -10,408. Qin Feng looked around as a screen full of damage numbers in his vision emerged from the surrounding passages. Since it's toxin damage, none of this damage eats the weakness attack bonus. It's logical to not even eat the backstabbing damage increase. But now, after the backstab enhancement evolved to legendary level, as long as he was in Qin Feng's stealthy state, all of his damage would be considered as backstab. This is no different for toxin damage. Thus, first eating the triple damage increase from the shadow profession, and then enjoying the 100% backstabbing damage increase. Multiplying the calculations allowed Qin Feng's final damage to reach a full 6 times its original amount. And, that's just one paragraph of damage. Epic Poison Trap. Once it hits the target, it will produce 1 initial damage plus 8 ongoing damage that lasts for 8 seconds, for a total of 9 damage. From the surrounding passages, waves of raging demons came, all of which were just small monsters between level 15 to 18. These are small monsters that don't have a lot of blood. Directly the highly poisonous traps blew up and they died, and the passageway was littered with the corpses of all sorts of magical creatures. Rot Jetters, Amputation Thrower, Magic Blood Splatterer. Qin Feng carefully observed and did not find anything too special about the demons. However, what gave him a headache was that in these 9 passages, each wave of demons actually appeared at the same time. In other words, Qin Feng's 9 poison traps were detonated at the same time. He quickly patched each passage with poison traps while in stealth. Before he could finish adding, there were 2 passages of demons that were about to leave the passages and come to this cave of the ice-tide crystal. Qin Feng ran directly to the entrance of the passageway. Dark Ringed Blade, minus 51,398, weakness attack, minus 50,129, weakness attack. That's a lot more direct damage than a poison trap. After all, it was the ability to benefit from the weakness attack multiplier, and these magical creatures seem to have lower physical defense than elemental resistance. Of course, when releasing this skill, Qin Feng was always aware of the distance between himself and the ice-tide crystal, lest you accidentally pop the crystal yourself, a skill that clears a wave of demons in a passageway. Immediately afterward, he came to the entrance of the last passage. Towards the passage, he raised his hand and threw out a shadow blade. Inside the passageway, numbers that were almost as high as the damage of the dark ringed blade popped up one after another. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feng did not disengage from his stealthy state. Dozens and hundreds of demons around him had already gone up in smoke under his various skills. The cursed tablet of the ancient god of the apocalypse has finished recharging. Is it used? Right at this moment, a system prompt rang out in Qin Feng's mind. Ancient god's cursed tablet can be used once as long as the charge is complete. If not used, the charge will not continue to accumulate. That is, continue to brush the monster will be wasted. Although Qin Feng's current situation was very tense, but he still directly opened the equipment interface, ready to try his luck. Just as Qin Feng was guarding the crystal in the Cave of Ice Tides, Magic City Ruins, the guild leader of the Shura Temple, a young man wearing glasses, was chatting privately with a female mage codenamed Phoenix Nine Heavens. Fan Jiutian was Dongfang Yu's codename in the Divine Abandonment game. Dongfang Yu, who had been a human being since she was a child, did not feel that the descent of the Divine Abandonment game would change her position in society. It's a moniker that she's personally happy with. Now, however, she wasn't very happy with the guild leader of the Shura Temple, and her private chat voice contained a touch of grimness and dissatisfaction. Are you saying that your guild gave up on hunting down Ghost Spirit because she went with Shadow? The spectacled young president of the Shura Temple replied. Is there a problem? We already have 2 brothers who died at the hands of the Shadow. We can't handle this, so find someone else. Dongfang Yu coldly laughed. In your opinion, the Shadow's threat to you is greater than my threat to you? Don't forget, I know what you look like. Don't force me to reality check you. The president of the Shura Temple laughed. UNT, right? Do you think I'm scared? My guild has 30 assassins including me, who can't do anything about the Shadow, but still can't kill you? Why don't you try and see who will die first? Hearing this, Dongfang Yu almost spat out blood. The word asterisk in particular made her black out. No one had ever said that about her since she was a little girl. Behind the scenes, maybe, but in person, who dares? Chapter 3 later, still writing TAT, Chapter 109, a seamless plan? Bafig's equivalent exchange agreement. The Shura Hall president's words made Dongfang Yu furious. But in this case, she didn't really dare to put in a hard word. Originally, she was only in a hiring partnership with the Shura Temple side, and once they fell out, it wouldn't do her much good. Against the grain, a bunch of pariahs. I'll get you when I finish off Shadow. Wouldn't really think there's a godforsaken game and you pariahs can turn the tables? Dongfang Yu indifferently closed the private chat window. Then she picked up her cell phone and called her husband. Husband, yes, our son has come up with a way to deal with the Shadow. A middle-aged man's voice came from the other end of the line. Daughter-in-law, stop it. Dongfang Yu was upset. He killed my mother's entire family. And you're telling me to stop? That middle-aged man sighed. Alas, now you really want to move against the Dark Shadow. Even if my big brother and second brother will not stand on your side. Now this situation, once you provoke the Dark Shadow, who can not save you? Dongfang Yu sneered. Isn't it just an assassin who can't see the light of day? I have a seamless plan. Then she went over her plan. Let's find a group of people to offend the Shadow first. I've already decided on the candidates. According to that Shadow's character, it's impossible to let this group of people go, right? Let's arrange that batch of people into our fireworks factory, and then reveal the address to the Shadow. As soon as Shadow shows up and kills the group, we'll detonate all the fireworks. He'll never have time to escape. Even if he can be invisible, he's not invincible, and he'll surely die if he's involved in the explosion. Dongfang Yu finished her plan, then asked, in this way, what do you think? As long as we can finish off Dark Shadow, there are at least a few thousand years of lifespan on him. Even if we only lose half of it, it will still allow us to accumulate more capital. After hearing Dongfang Yu's plan, her husband fell into deep thought. Finally, after a few minutes of consideration, her husband said, success. This plan of yours is fine. Let's do it, but it must be kept secret. This matter, my elder brother and second brother will never agree. To wait until we have finished off the Shadow, then we will say, over there, Dongfang Yu and her husband were planning to seduce Qin Feng. It was simply unthinkable that Qin Feng had absolutely no intention of personally striking out this time. With that little lowly, ghost spirit around, there was no need for Qin Feng to waste time on these people, and when the ghost spirit struck out, it naturally ran directly towards Dongfang Yu's original body. Although Qin Feng does not know what method that girl used to find Dongfang Yu, in reality, but she found it in the last life, and naturally she can find it in this life. Of course, before the ghost spirit traveled to revenge, Qin Feng needed to give her a piece of advice. If she was willing to listen, then the assassination would be a perfect one. Otherwise, it's a giveaway like the last one, the Cave of Ice Tides. Qin Feng had just finished dealing with a wave of demons when the cursed tablet of the ancient god of the heavenly tribulation successfully completed recharging. He opened the equipment screen. Then use it on which alienation ring? You have attached Curse of Utos to which alienation ring? The Curse of Utos. Enhancement suffix, 75% increase in skill range. Negative phrase, 42% reduction in ranged damage. Does it retain the curse? If the curse is retained, the utterance curse of Gift of the Black Flame, spiked bone leather armor will be nullified. Yes/no. Qin Feng was puzzled when he saw the system prompt. The positive effects of this curse can be quite perverse. Skill range increased by 75%. This is a huge boost when put on instant shadow slash, dark ringed blade, or even poison trap. But the point is, that negative effect is so deadly. This would be slightly more acceptable if it was the other way around. Plus damage minus range. Qin Feng shook his head. There was only the option to cancel. The current curse effect on the Gift of the Black Flame leather armor is not bad enough to weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance all the way down to 0. The more advanced the boss you face, the more obvious the effect of this curse becomes. If only there were more ancient god slabs. Qin Feng didn't think too much about it. Right after he closed the equipment interface, the next wave of demons, in the surrounding passages, began to frantically attack over. Waves of demons are coming. Soon, there were even some bronze and silver level bosses appearing. If these boss fiends weren't taken out before it was too late, then the Ice Tide crystal would be extremely easy to break. Luckily, Qin Feng's damage magnitude was completely sufficient. When you encountered a boss appearing, you could directly Graceful Deliverance, turn on the active effect, and throw out any skill to finish off the boss. These 9 passages were soon covered with the corpses of countless demonic creatures. Qin Feng didn't even have time to release his greedy hand. Keep running around, setting traps, and releasing other skills to clear monsters if you don't have time to set traps. Good thing the epic poison trap is very powerful. During the defense, green poisonous mist emanated from everywhere within the entire Cave of Ice Tides. Within Qin Feng's perspective, damage caused by the toxin effect was everywhere. A kill prompt. Waves of experience and lifespan were mercilessly harvested by Qin Feng. Finally, after almost an hour, Qin Feng had taken out more than 10 waves of demonic attacks within this Cave of Ice Tides. In each wave of demons, there were hundreds of them. This defensive mission was finally completed when he fended off the simultaneous attack of a large group of more than 300 magical creatures that finally appeared. Luckily it's an assassin. Releasing skills doesn't require mana. If I were to replace it with a mage or something that doesn't have enough range, it would be really hard to do this quest. Qin Feng secretly thought to himself. When the last wave, more than 300 rotten demons were poisoned to death by him in the middle of the surrounding passages. His level directly rose from level 15 to level 16. And, in front of him, another radiant golden treasure chest did appear. Epic treasure chest. Same as the last one in the temple. The last epic treasure chest gave me the assassin's divine skill. Graceful Deliverance. What can I open this time? Although Qin Feng was looking forward to it, he did not act rashly. Borrowing the ghostly blue light of the Ice Tide crystal, he kept surveying the situation inside the entire cave, listening to all the movements near and far. It wasn't until several minutes later that Qin Feng was sure there was no problem. Go up and open the box. Congratulations on obtaining Barfiki's Equivalent Exchange Agreement, Epic. Barfiki's Equivalent Exchange Agreement, Epic Assassin's Defense, Legs. Physical Defense plus 198. Full Elemental Resistance plus 198. Damage Resistance plus 198. Damage Reduction plus 19. 8%. Equipment Requirement, Level 15. Special, Murmur Resistance plus 19. 8. Art of Equivalent Exchange, sacrifice a piece of equipment/skillbook of no more than epic level to randomly obtain a piece of equipment/skillbook of your own profession. Level and grade remain unchanged. Cooldown 1 hour. Epic Gear? A leg defense used by the assassin line. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. The special effect is the Art of Equivalent Exchange, which allows you to take equipment and skill books from other professions and transform them into something for your own profession. For example, a book of fireball art that is useless to Qin Feng can be transformed into an assassin skill. Sneak shadow, assassination, backstabbing, and so on, and what exactly it will be depends on luck. This was definitely good for Qin Feng. After all, right now he's too far ahead of his development. and a lot of the equipment/skill books that the usually plays are simply not leveled enough for other players to use at this stage. It makes him less likely to sell even if he wants to. In fact, by now, Qin Feng's tradable lifespan had overflowed by quite a bit. He needed to focus more on improving his in-game strength rather than earning longevity anymore. The function of this epic leg guard would allow Qin Feng to develop more quickly. There are still quite a few emerald-grade equipment and skill books at home, all of which can be converted into assassin use. Now Qin Feng was refreshed. Just then, in this cave shrouded in icy blue light, a white, delicate figure began to converge in front of Qin Feng. This caused Qin Feng's face to change slightly and he immediately became alert. Is that the white-robed woman from last time? Chapter 110, Judgment God Envoy Asahi's. Last time, Qin Feng could not see any information about the white-robed woman at all. But this time, as the white-robed woman's figure coalesced and molded in front of Qin Feng saw a string of words above her head. Judgment God Envoy Asahi's, LV, Judgment of God's Angels. This white-robed woman, indeed, was related to the Judgment Authority, God's Envoy. Qin Feng was on the alert, only to see that the white-robed Judgment God Envoy named Asahi's was already in front of him, bending her knees and half-kneeling, bowing and saluting. She was wrapped in a long white robe, making it impossible to see her exact form, but underneath the white hood was a delicate and saintly face. This time, Qin Feng saw clearly that she had a pair of light golden eyes in which terrifying power flowed. As she coalesced her figure at close range, Qin Feng vaguely heard an extremely ancient whisper that surrounded and stirred in his ears. Mormon, ha, sa, it's the language of the ancient gods. Qin Feng still has a slight study of the ancient god language, but he can barely understand a series of sacred whispers. But the key now is, Qin Feng realized something. In the case of NPCs sent to our Blue Star godforsaken game, they are given the ability to speak the human language of each region of Blue Star. For example, the six-fingered wizard Vickery, being placed outside the ruins of Daxia in Zhanghai City, he will learn the Daxia language because of the power of the rules. This Asahi speaks the language of the ancient gods and not Daxia, meaning, she wasn't sent here. Rather, she came over on her own power. As for where they had come from, Qin Feng was inclined to be the land of order, or the higher level of the supreme heavens. 9 years into his last life, a player from Blue Star arrived in the land of order. As for the supreme sky, it was a rumored existence, or at least it was still just a legend to Blue Star players. Regardless of where this Asahi's came from, Qin Feng could be certain that her level was much higher than an NPC of the six-fingered male witch Vickery's level, and the ancient god language that surrounded Qin Feng's ears. He quickly understood. The ancient gods have perished. You are the heir to the authority to judge. I will follow you, to see you become the true god of judgment. Please accept my gift for you. Asahi's looked up, a light golden color running through one eye. When she stretched out her hands, she only saw that in the heart of her snow-white, flawless, and stunningly beautiful palms, she was holding a light golden bell. Qin Feng hesitated slightly. Then he reached out his hand and fetched the pale golden bell. Asahi's summoning bell, a bell made by the power of the rules by Judgment God Emperor Asahi's. You can use it once when you are at level 25, 35 and 50 to summon Judgment God Emperor Asahi's to come down. For each summoning, you will be given a chance to challenge a special relic, and the difficulty and rewards will increase in order. Seeing the introduction of this bell, Qin Feng had a bit of an egg on his face. A growth pack for a hot chick page turner, right? Also level 25, 35, and 50 use it once each? So, the level requirement for that previous temple was level 5, and the level requirement for this one is level 15? In terms of difficulty, this time around, guarding the ice-tide crystal was indeed much harder than the last time we explored the Organ Labyrinth, although it took less time. But if it were someone else, the maze could be explored by time to finish. This Guardian Ice-Tide Crystal is extremely easy to fail, and it is even almost impossible to complete it single-handedly. That's a bit of a span of difficulty increase. So what difficulty will the level 25 relic challenge be? And what will the reward be? Surely it's not just an epic treasure chest? Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at the last introduction of this summoning bell. After 3 uses, this item disappears. If you successfully complete the challenge 3 times, you can invite the Judgment God Envoy Asahi's into your hideout to provide the skill upgrade function. This is a very common feature in godforsaken games, the ability to invite NPCs into your hideout. But the conditions for inviting NPCs in are very harsh. On the one hand, there is a high prestige requirement, and on the other hand, very demanding conditions need to be met to complete that NPC's quest. Of course, once you can invite NPCs into the hideout, then it can definitely bring a great boost to the development of a guild or power. Depending on the rules of the NPC, different NPCs offer different functions when invited. There's building equipment. There are special resources offered for sale. There's trash pickup. There are even extremely special features for equipment enhancement and more. As for the skill upgrade function of Asahi's, it was very useful. Each skill, for each player, has a level requirement. After learning, if you encounter the same skill book at a higher level, you can overwrite it and raise the skill level, thus enhancing the skill effect. For example, Qin Feng's sneaky shadow skill, the level requirement of which had been raised from level 1 to level 10, had seen both its stealth time and stealth breaking attack drastically increased. The skill upgrade function that Asahi's would be able to provide at that time was to consume her lifespan and directly raise the skill's required level. By the mid to late stages, there is no need to go through the trouble of finding various high-level skill books. In particular, epic skills, it is extremely difficult to raise the demand level. And with the skill upgrade function of NPCs, you can imagine how important it is to be able to raise the required level of a skill just by consuming your lifespan. At this moment, Asahi's did not immediately leave when she saw Qin Feng take the summoning bell. Instead, they bowed towards Qin Feng and once again communicated in the ancient god language. Please select a skill. You have one free opportunity to upgrade a skill to your current level. Qin Feng realized that when he encountered this NPC, if he didn't know the ancient god language, he really couldn't communicate, couldn't even understand what she was saying. Luckily, Qin Feng knew a little bit about it. Choose a free skill to upgrade to my current level 16? Then the highest grade of gracious deliverance shall not be chosen? For all other skills, Qin Feng had the possibility of hitting a higher level, so he could just replace them directly. The only one was graceful deliverance, a skill that came from the epic treasure chest of the relic challenge, and the probability of the skill book of graceful deliverance to be popped out in the follow-up even if an epic boss was killed was extremely low. I choose to upgrade and grace relief. Qin Feng looked at the list of skills that popped up in front of him and clicked to select graceful deliverance. When he made his choice, his enchanted deliverance skill finally raised from its initial level 5 level requirement to a level 16 level requirement. Graceful deliverance, mythic plus 300% to weakness attack modifier 410%, weakness attack multiplier doubled, rank 16, active use, causes one's next attack to inflict a cutthroat effect, dealing 200% 310% of that attack's damage per second for 3 seconds, cooldown 15, 6, 97 seconds. The increase in the level requirement of a skill brings only a numerical change. This was something Qin Feng was well aware of, so this enchantment deliverance enhancement had already satisfied him. It's a free service, after all. Even if the change seems small, this boost has increased the active/throat effect of graceful deliverance from 600% to 930% total damage. Chapter 111, are you up there or is the Great Spirit up there? Good thing there's a list of skills for me to choose from. Otherwise this ancient god language, I can read a little and understand a little, but I can't speak it at all. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he made the choice to upgrade his skills. Judgment of God. Asahi's bowed again, then took 2 steps back. The delicate body wrapped in white robes gradually dissipated like starlight. When she disappears, in the middle of the cave where Qin Feng was, there was white light converging into an oval-shaped portal. Obviously this is the exit. Qin Feng looked at the light golden bell in his hand. How come this bell looks similar to the mount bell? Is it possible to use her as a mount? Qin Feng shook his head and put it away into the 100 compartments of storage space provided by the greedy hand before walking into the portal. It looked as if Qin Feng had gotten the better of him. However, the truth was that Qin Feng still had some wariness about this Judgment God envoy. You can't believe everything the NPCs of the godforsaken game say. They are not mechanized programs, but intelligent beings who can lie and who overwhelmingly have their own interests at heart. All in all, just keep an extra eye out for everything. Of course, Qin Feng didn't need to be overly nervous. The godforsaken game, with its own rules of operation, even a true deity can't intervene in the process of running the game. So for the time being there's no need to worry about what she's going to do to me. The ruins of Jianghai City, outside the city. The entrance to the temple labyrinth below the cliffs. When Qin Feng stepped into the teleportation array and returned, he found that Lin Liu was surprisingly still there. Originally, she sat on the stone platform next to her. When he saw Qin Feng appear, he instantly got up happily and reached out to pat the folds of his black vestment while welcoming him. This caused Qin Feng to be stunned. In this hour, you didn't run off to upgrade and waited for me here? Lin Liu pursed her lips and smiled. I have to keep watch for Big Brother, lest Big Brother comes out and gets attacked. Thanks. Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. This skill book is for you. It just so happens that it dropped from this relic. He handed her a platinum-ranked mage system skill book. This is a magic shield skill book with a level requirement of 13. She can't learn it now, but when she reached level 13, once the skill was learned, her survivability would be greatly improved. Lin Liu's beautiful eyes lit up. Platinum level skill? Thank you, Big Brother. This girl was not polite and took the skill book with both hands. To Qin Feng, the skill book was worth only 10 or so years of tradable life. It's definitely not a bad idea to use these 10 or so years to make friends with Linley Fish, the little coy beauty. The key was that Chin Feng had to let her develop a mindset. If there was any chance to invite Chin Feng over, Chin Feng would end up giving her favors. In this way, people will naturally send more and more opportunities to their door. Instead, if Chin Feng didn't give you a single dime, why would they give you all the opportunities? Okay, let's go back after we're done here. Chin Feng gestured towards the outside of the maze. Lin Liu nodded and walked ahead, leading Chin Feng all the way out. Soon, it came to the bottom of the cliff at the entrance to the ruins. Chin Feng walked to the protruding stone slab first, and with over 300 points of agility, he leapt up towards the cliff. This made Lin Liu once again feel that a big brother was a big brother. When Chin Feng reached out, he pulled her up from the stone slab and went offline first after bidding her farewell. The system prompted that Chin Feng's hunger reached 90% in reality and needed to go back for a bit. Only then did Lin Liu open the private chat and report it to Yu. Captain and I'm done. Big brother seems to have gotten something, and gave me a platinum level skill book, and you couldn't wait to ask. How about, when you climbed the cliff, were you on top or was the great god on top? Lin Liu had a question mark on his face. What's the difference? And Yu scared. Of course there's a difference. If you're up there, the Great Spirit can look up and see what looks good. Linley Fish? Captain and read less of the small yellow text. Chin Feng returned to the place where he had extracted the pure soul to reality. When he returned, he found that the interior of the hideout had changed drastically. The various furniture, appliances, and a whole set of generator modules that had been manufactured through the Book of Divine Authorization earlier had all been installed by the mechanical maids. The Great Hall of Pure Souls in the very center was a circular hall with a diameter of 50 meters. The entire hall, which had been filled with modern lights, a large round table in the center, various coffee tables, cupboards, and bookshelves, had been arranged in separate sections. In a short period of time, those 5 mechanical maids dutifully made this place a warm place to live. Of course, the generator module created by the Book of Divine Authorization was not a perpetual motion machine, and it still required Chin Feng to add raw materials at regular intervals. Chin Feng chose a magnetic power generation module, which can be used to extract magnetic energy or from the Book of Divine Authorization to generate electricity. This means is quite a bit superior to the technology on the blue planet today, and the efficiency is also very high. On average, it only took about 10 hours of lifespan to generate power for an entire month for the entire Soul Pure land. Chin Feng returned and left the Great Hall of Soul Purification, came aside to the dining room, sit down at the table, take out the Book of Divine Authorities, and start ordering. Until this point, Chin Feng's life had settled down, and it was very convenient to eat whatever he wanted. And the prerequisite for all of this was that Chin Feng had enough ability to earn enough lifespan from the godforsaken game. Though the only thing that's currently decorated is the Great Hall of Soul Purification, and a few small rooms around it. But I'm the only one anyway, and it's perfectly adequate. And around all the caches extracted to reality, there were magic defense boundaries that shielded detection, capable of resisting fire bombardment while not even various detection means could detect the existence of the caches. At least at this stage, the security is pulled straight through. Also just as Chin Feng returned to reality and enjoyed his meal, inside the ruins of Zhonghai City, northwest area of the ruins, the entrance to the land of the pure soul. Look guys, there's a staircase down here. Qin Xiaoyu's surprised voice rang out in the team channel. Her heart raced steeply as she stood at the entrance stairs to the land of the pure soul. Now, all guilds realize the importance of hiding places. Knights Templar naturally. Currently, most of the small monsters within the city's ruins had been cleared out by the players and were relatively safe. So Qin Xiaoyu was also sent out to follow a team and look for a hiding place together. Just find a hideout and get the longevity bonus given by the guild. Silver level hideouts get 500 days of life. A gold level hideout is more than enough to gain 2000 days of life. Qin Xiaoyu has been eating instant noodles lately, but she has no money and no life expectancy, so it can be said that she is so poor that she can't stand it anymore for a long time. Even instant noodles were bought for her by her live-in best friend Xu Yan. Now, seeing the mysterious pitch-black stairway, Qin Xiaoyu was very excited. If this was a hideout, she'd get the guild's longevity bonus. Chapter 112 Attack of the Pure Soul. Classic scene. Guild Pact? Soon, the president of the Knight Templar, Chen Wuming, learned of the discovery on Qin Xiaoyu's side. He was relieved that the money loser seemed to be of some use. We've only found one silver-level hideout recently, and it's simply not enough for so many people in our guild. It would have to be at least a gold or even platinum-level hideout for this to work, right? I hope that what you side finds will be a gold level or higher hideout. Chen Wuming smiled in satisfaction. He chatted privately with Qin Xiaoyu. Good job. If it's confirmed to be a hideout, the guild will give you a reward. Thank you, Chairman. Qin Xiaoyu's beautiful reply. Soon, Chen Wuming brought hundreds of members of the Knight Templar from all directions towards the vicinity of the entrance to the Land of Pure Souls, and drive away all the casual players in an area around them. He's going to send his team first, to explore, then make sure that no other players come and mess with the hideout when you attack it. Xin Feng finished eating and went online. Wine and dine and prepare to return to the Evil Spirit Academy first. A lot of his emerald-grade equipment and skill books were stacked over there, and now with the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement, it was possible to sacrifice equipment or skill books from other professions and transform them into something for assassins. When he put on the gauntlet, he realized that it was a dark, lightweight leather gauntlet with strange energies converging in it. There was even a power that could stabilize his mind, surrounding and enveloping him. Xin Feng knows, that's what that special attribute, murmur resistance, is for. There is a probability that some special attributes will be attached to the top of the equipment that has reached the diamond level. These special attributes are known as superordinate affixes. For example, raving/raving resistance, instant death/immediate death resistance, blight/withering resistance, and many more. Take ravings. Basically, any boss that had reached the diamond level, and there were also some special bosses, would be associated with the remaining remnants of some ancient gods. All of his attacks and skills, once they hit the player, will start to accumulate murmuring scale on the player. Even the raving scale keeps going up just by being in his vicinity. Once the amount of ravings is expressed to 100%, then the player falls into a state of being haunted by ravings and losing their mind. Of these superlative affixes, the instant death affix is the simplest and crudest. Certain boss attacks will cause the player to build up an imminent death gauge, and once it reaches 100% it will kill them instantly. The corresponding resistance attribute is the ability to reduce the rate of accumulation of the corresponding status gauge. Additionally, the corresponding resistance attribute, if out of combat, can speed up the fading of the gauge. Under normal circumstances, it's simply not possible for a godforsaken gamer to come into contact with an upper level affix this early in the game. Even for diamond level bosses, the ones with the upper bit wordings are in the minority. Xin Feng did not care too much. There's no harm in having as many of these attributes as you can get anyway. Xin Feng mounted the ghost wolf and rushed back as fast as he could. He had planned to directly teleport to the Magic City ruins, but as a result, just as he was about to reach the teleportation array of the Jianghai City ruins, a prompt suddenly came from the system. Your hideout Land of Pure Souls is being attacked. Current entrance stone door durability, 99.9%, continuous damage status. Current magic defense boundary durability, 100%. Is war teleportation being used? Number of war transmissions this day, 1/1. This system prompt surprised Xin Feng a bit. The Land of Pure Souls is under attack? Xin Feng frowned. When one's hideout is attacked, one can use the war teleportation function to teleport directly back inside the hideout that was attacked. This feature can only be used once a day. Therefore, in order to avoid not being able to return at critical moments, Xin Feng usually didn't utilize this function. No, Xin Feng chose no. It wasn't because the situation wasn't urgent, but because, now that he was over here, there was no need to use the once-a-day war teleportation opportunity. He turned the wolf's head and ran directly towards the area where the entrance to the Land of Pure Souls was located. Ghost wolves are fast, but as he approached, Xin Feng dismounted early. After all, the ghost wolf only had a level 1 stealth rating, and at this stage, it was easy to be detected. When he was alone, maintaining his stealthy state and transforming into a shadowy figure, he came to this nearby area. He saw a classic scene. There were only 6 Knights Templar guild members who were chasing down a small group of ordinary players. Said this area was chartered by our Knight Templar. No one is allowed to enter. You guys still want to force your way in? Don't you want to live? Wife, put up an ice wall to stop them. Wall of frost. Guild packages? Xin Feng was speechless. This is too canonical, right? Pre-crossing online game novels must have scenes. Only those 6 players from the Knight Templar were seen, with a complete configuration of tank, nurse, and output. One of them, a year-old net red-faced female mage wearing blue vestments with a teasing face, raised her hand and released a wall of ice that was more than 10 meters long, stopping in front of those 6 ordinary players. The ice wall emitted a cold aura that directly caused those 6 players to fall into a 50% slowdown. And among those 6 regular players, there were both men and women. One of them has a single ponytailed girl with a pure and lovely appearance. Her face became white when she saw the situation, and she said weakly, "We're just passing by. We didn't want to forcefully intrude." Next to her was another long-haired woman, who said forcefully and angrily, "You Knight Templars, if you want to kill and rob people of their lives, just say so. Don't make a damn excuse to be a BZ and set up a house of cards. When I say you want to break in, you want to break in." In the Knight Templar team, a young berserker with dyed yellow hair, with a disdainful face, finished saying this, holding a double-bladed axe in his hand. Towards the opposing crowd was a jumping chop. Boom boom. The terrifying shockwave stirred up by the jumping cleave sent all 6 opposing players flying, watching them get taken out by the various skills that come along with them. Suddenly, without any conscription, blood-colored blade light directly emerged from 4 of those Knight Templars. When knives bloom, the yellow-haired berserker, the net red-faced female mage, and the other 2 players with the Slayer logo died violently on the spot. This sudden situation made the remaining 1 fat priest and 1 middle-aged shield warrior all dumbfounded. When that fat priest saw this, he exclaimed on the spot in the team channel, ********, it's Crotchman? That guy came to mess up again?" Inside the team channel, the yellow-haired berserker who had been taken out quickly roared, "Crotch NM man, it's Shadow. We were all taken out by Shadow." The fat priest breathed a sigh of relief. "I said it. When will Crotchman's damage be able to second you guys?" And no, wait, who did you say it was? Shadow? SSSSSH. This fat pastor's face quickly turned pale. The middle-aged shield warrior, on the other hand, was holding a round shield and backed up to a ruined wall, holding his shield in front of him and shivering. Didn't the Shadow go to Magic City to develop? How come it's back again? Just then, Qin Feng's figure appeared from among the shadows. He had a black veil covering his face, only revealing his cold eyes. Casually raising his hand, flowers of death bloomed on the corpses of those 4 guys just now. Start drawing on their lifespans. Since the Slayer state was about to reach the 5th level, Qin Feng did not intend to go on a killing spree if not necessary. Really going to draw that NPC in? Honestly, Qin Feng couldn't beat it either. Therefore, this matter, Qin Feng intended to resolve it peacefully. Now Qin Feng knew that the people who were attacking the land of pure souls were the Knight Templars. In that case, Chen Wuming, you won't be able to leave so easily today if you don't pay a price. Qin Feng thought to himself faintly. So, he first took out the team's 4 killers, cleared a little bit of the kill value on himself, and then peacefully negotiated with the remaining 2. "Get your president here." As usual, Qin Feng turned on his voice changer and spoke out indifferently. "Yes, big brother, I'll immediately call our president over right away." The fat priest immediately assumed an upright posture, with an obedient face. In the meantime, ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************* girl actually made a move to save me. The 6-member squad that had just been saved by Qin Feng, when they recovered from their floating state and took the first look at the situation in the field, one of them instantly became excited. Only the cute, soft girl with the single ponytail froze for a moment when she saw Shadow appear, although Qin Feng had turned on the facial masking function. But as soon as this girl saw those eyes of Qin Feng, she felt so familiar. Is it Qin Feng? I don't think so. If so, there's no way he'd leave his sister behind. Ugh, I guess I've been missing him too much lately, and I wonder how he's doing. This girl is in a bitter mood. She's Yang Xiaoya, the original Qin Feng's co-workers. It was precisely because he saw her that Qin Feng stepped in and casually helped her. But Qin Feng didn't realize that this girl almost recognized him when she saw him in the game at a glance. You know, even Qin Xiaoyu had no feelings at all when she saw him before. It was evident that for so many years, Qin Xiaoyu had never cared about Qin Feng at all. Understanding of Qin Feng, even less than a female colleague in Qin Feng's company who has a crush on him. Of course, Qin Feng didn't know what Yang Xiaoya was thinking, and it was even more unlikely that he would reveal his identity to her. That wouldn't be a good thing for him or Yang Xiaoya. Right after Qin Feng let loose his words on that Knight Templar's fat priest, soon after, the Knight Templar's president, Chen Wuming, who was riding a panther war beast, rushed over with hundreds of guild members in great numbers. It looks loud and powerful. However, when he came in front of Qin Feng, Chen Wuming immediately waved his hand. The hundreds of guild members behind him immediately shouted in unison, "Greeting Brother Shadow, Big Brother Shadow, 1,000 years of unity in the world." Immediately afterward, Chen Wuming asked curtly, "Big Brother has something to find me? Is there someone in our guild who has offended you? Big Brother, just say it, my guild will immediately open up for him. If he doesn't submit, PY will open it for him as well." This guy didn't know that the hideout he was just attacking was the hideout of the Shadow. Chapter 113, what do you think? She's worth 500 years? Qin Feng was a bit speechless when he heard Chen Wuming say that. In his last life, he was hostile to him for so many years, and never realized that the other party had this G-licking attribute. Even in the face of the officials, this Chen Wuming is hardened. At this moment, although Chen Wuming had more than 100 guild members with him, he was still completely behind in the scene. It's as if these more than 100 people were surrounded by Qin Feng alone. As for the hundreds of Knight Templar guild members, there was awe, admiration, apprehension, and even a lot of sisterly adoration in their eyes as they looked at Qin Feng. It's really Shadow. I'm so honored to meet the Shadow Big Shot. I can blow this wave for a year. So cool. I felt ashamed just now when the president taught me to shout slogans, but now that I've met the big man, I can't believe it came out so smoothly. Then again, how did Pineapple Brother offend Shadow? LOL, I hope it doesn't involve us. I don't want to antagonize the Shadow Big Brother. Just as the Knight Templar crowd had mixed feelings. In the crowd, there was a long-haired girl wearing a bronze-level priest's robe who was also looking at Qin Feng with a face of adoration, while there was some sorrow in the depths of her eyes. That would be Qin Xiaoyu. In her mind, she would have had a chance to befriend the Shadow. Turns out that opportunity was somehow missed. However, seeing that Shadow had been acting alone, Qin Xiaoyu's mood wasn't that bad. After all, this big guy has always been a lone wolf. It's not exactly personal. It was that she was a bit apprehensive now, wondering how her Knight Templar guild had offended the big man again. And Qin Feng didn't notice her presence at all. He looked at Chen Wuming. You guys just now were attacking a hideout? Chen Wuming froze, subconsciously nodded. Right, that hideout shouldn't be what the big brother is looking at? Qin Feng, that hideout is mine. What? Chen Wuming froze. Several guild managers behind him also froze. Most importantly, Qin Xiaoyu in the crowd froze. Just now they were speculating about how they had offended the Shadow. Could it be the yellow-haired berserker Pineapple? In that case, they just have to kick the guy out of the guild. But, after making a mess, the hiding place they were attacking was actually Qin Feng's hiding place. Chen Wuming was dumbfounded and subconsciously retorted. That's not right, big brother. Didn't you say that your hideout is in Magic City? Ahem. Behind Chen Wuming, a middle-aged priest wearing a silver-level priest's robe coughed and reminded in a low voice. President, there can only be one hideout under an individual's name. But if you create a guild, the guild's name can still have one. Chen Wuming, but isn't Big Brother just one person? Rebirth of the Cake Hand Milkman, can't a person build a guild? Chen Wuming, also right. They finished their discussion quickly, then suddenly realized that things seemed a little serious. Big guy, we really didn't know the hideout was yours. Chen Wuming had a depressed look on his face. Or rather, we're not even sure if the hideout is behind that stone door. Big brother, so what now? How are we going to compensate? The fight is not likely to continue any longer. The key now is to figure out how to handle this. Of course, Chen Wuming didn't worry too much anymore. After all, since the Shadow called him over, it's obvious that he wants to negotiate a solution to this matter. As long as the big guy doesn't go straight for the kill, all is well. Qin Feng opened the hideout panel and glanced at it, then said, that stone panel is the gate to my hideout. You knocked out 0.7% of its durability, and it will cost quite a lot to repair it. Let us do this. Give me 500 years of lifespan, and let this matter go. What? 500 years of life? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Wuming's two eyes closed and he fell backward on the spot. President, what's wrong with you? President? A few guild managers immediately ran up to hold him up, only to find that this guy, in fact, had already fainted. This caused the Knight Templar crowd to be a bit dumbfounded. Qin Feng is also a bit speechless. That middle-aged priest, Rebirth of the Cake Hand Milk Daddy, had a constipated expression on his face and came to Qin Feng. Big brother, look at our president who has fainted. How about a little less? This guy, Qin Feng recognized. In his last life, he had dealt with the Knight Templar Guild for so many years that he was familiar with its core management. Hearing the words of Cake Hand Milkman, Qin Feng said indifferently, not a bit less. Do you know how much life it takes to fix that 0.7% durability? Cake Hand Milkman shakes his head in confusion. I don't know. Just then, Chen Wuming suddenly gasped for air and jerked upright, looking towards Qin Xiaoyu in the crowd with a sad face. 500 years off 500 years. What kind of sins did I create? Qin Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. Originally, she was trying to discover a hideout so she could get a guild reward. Results, this hideout is Shadow's, and they ran to attack? Now, Shadow claiming 500 years of life equals another 500 years of her loss to the guild? Right in this situation, Qin Xiaoyu had a plan in mind and put her heart in the right place, stepped forward and said, one person does everything for one person. Brother Shadow, if you want to punish me, just punish me. You let me do whatever you want. The words came out and the room went quiet for a moment. Chen Wuming was also a bit surprised. Good man, this girl is a bit of fun, so you can relieve the guild again and take the opportunity to hook up with the big guy. Just as Chen Wuming was thinking this, Qin Feng patted him on the shoulder. What do you think? She's worth 500 years? Chen Wuming was tapped on the shoulder like this and immediately reacted. That damn sure isn't worth it. But big brother, we're just a small guild. We really can't take 500 years. Forget it then. No hard feelings. Qin Feng shook his head and said, 100 years of lifespan is enough. For the remaining 400 years, use heads to fill it up. Call the people in your guild who have Slayer status. 1 head against 1 year. No problem, right? Also, from now on, this hiding place of mine will be guarded by your guild. Find some people to take turns guarding it for me. Don't let anyone attack it again. In fact, This was Qin Feng's true purpose. Lifespan. Right now Qin Feng really didn't lack it, but the land of pure souls hideout, in the ruins of Jianghai City, wouldn't work without someone watching. If the Knight Templar Guild had sent someone to guard it, it would basically be high on the list of things to do in this side of Jianghai City. The players with Slayer status were also useful to Qin Feng. Right now, in his Slayer state, he had been hovering around the 4th floor near the 5th floor, which had left him, sometimes, with his hands tied. Having the Knight Templar provide the heads of the Slayer players is just right. They could be made to stand in line, and Qin Feng could take care of it with a single skill, easily and happily. Hearing Qin Feng's words, Chen Wuming finally breathed a sigh of relief. Big brother, that's fine. You wait a moment, I'll arrange it. Chapter 114, Messing with the Shadow? Do those people want to die? Even if it was only 100 years of lifespan, it wasn't a small amount to Chen Wuming. He first traded with Qin Feng and gave him 100 years of tradable life. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng left the place, mounted the ghost wolf, and galloped towards the land of the pure soul, quickly disappearing from their presence. Quick, get the men with the slayers over here to gather. Our guild has over 2,000 people. How many with slayers? Note to self, don't sign up for any of the non-tradable lifespans that still have more. Those who signed up first have all their tradable lifespans in the guild. I'll keep track of everyone. Those who are willing to sacrifice will be rewarded for their contributions by the guild, and equipment skill books can be prioritized for future needs. All screw fast, don't waste the big man's time. Chen Wuming quickly arranged it. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu broke down a bit. Originally she thought she was witty as hell. Results, Qin Feng's sentence she's worth 500 years, directly gave her a dry collapse. Suddenly, Chen Wuming came in front of her. From now on you'll stay with the big man and watch the door for him. I'll arrange for someone else to take a shift with you. Don't go anywhere else. I'm afraid of what you'll pull on me. Chen Wuming sighed breathlessly, and after saying this, he turned around and left. Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the land of pure souls. First, open the stone door and enter the antechamber of the land of the pure soul. Repairs require stone and elemental crystals. Total cost, 7 days of life. Qin Feng picked up the Book of Divine Authorization and first created stone and elemental crystals, then repaired them. Chen Wuming and the others could never have imagined that Qin Feng would only need 7 days of life to repair this 0.7% durability. A few minutes later, Qin Feng opened the stone door and left the land of the pure soul. Qin Xiaoyu and 5 other players were found to have been sent over to guard the coiled staircase outside the door. In his last life, this place was Qin Xiaoyu's home, but now, she's become a janitor. Qin Feng naturally ignored them, returned to the ground, summoned the ghost wolf and left. It had to be said that Chen Wuming, the president, was still somewhat capable. Soon enough, more than 200 guild members were gathered for Qin Feng, more or less with a bit of slayer status. Qin Feng directly made a darkness ring blade. 200 kills in an instant. Lifespan light orbs, large and small, fell all over the place. Of course, Qin Feng still had professional ethics. The tradable lifespans in them were all recycled by Chen Wuming's people. Qin Feng simply stepped in and absorbed all of the non-tradable lifespans in them that could not be directly absorbed by the player with the Blossom Curse. In total, that adds up to just over 40 years of non-tradable life. Obviously, these players have died many times. Having a Slayer state would have blown out at least 75% of your life expectancy, and it only added up to this much. It means that they have very little of their non-tradable lifespan, which would have been left. After taking care of this one, Qin Feng looked at his kill value. Directly from being close to the state of a 5th tier Slayer, it dropped to just when it was a 4th tier Slayer. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to wait for Chen Wuming to gather the remaining 200 or so people and kill them once more. Suddenly, another prompt came from the system. Your Hideout Evil Spirit Academy is under attack. Current magic defense boundary durability, 99.9%, continuously damaged state. Is war teleportation being used? Number of war transmissions this day, 1/1. This tip made Qin Feng feel outrageous. How come it's not over? First the land of pure souls, then the Evil Spirit Academy. The land of pure souls is still understandable. After all, Chen Wuming and the others don't know that this is my hiding place. But the Evil Spirit Academy, isn't it all over the place? And some ungrateful one really messed with me? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This situation is slightly counterintuitive. Just now, on this side of the land of pure souls, because the entrance was too narrow, so Chen Wuming and the others, they fought for half a day before hitting that much durability. But now, the Evil Spirit Academy side was open terrain. That's why the durability of the magical defense boundary was decreasing at a faster rate than this side of the stone door. It was evident that the number of people attacking the defense boundary was quite large. Go over there first. Qin Feng made a decision. He greeted Chen Wuming. There are still 180 heads. Let's talk about it next time. I have some things to do back in Mordor. I'll leave first. Without waiting for Chen Wuming to reply, Qin Feng directly chose war teleportation. His entire body was enveloped in a pillar of white light. In the next instant, the figure disappeared. Magic City Ruins. In the midst of these city ruins, which were several times larger than the ruins of Jianhai City, something was happening that was incomprehensible to many players. Evil Spirit Academy. It was a private hideout that had raised a magical defensive boundary. And word has gotten around. The one who took this platinum hideout was the world's #1 shadow. However, in this case, surprisingly, there was a group of players that suddenly launched an attack on the hideout. ******, those people don't want to die? Messing with the shadow? Oh, they're all non-nationals. Isn't it normal to have a bad brain? I heard that the Ace of Spades, who was close to the foreigners and played with them before, was killed by the shadow big brother in reality. Ah, this group won't be here to take revenge, right? It's possible. The Ace of Spades seems to be an important person in the money group. It's possible that it's a non-national hired by the money group. It was only seen around the ruined Evil Spirit Academy. A semi-transparent magic defense boundary was resisting the combined attack from a team of 18 players. It was 18 dark-skinned non-nationals. Originally, there were quite a few foreigners on this side of Mordor. It's not too surprising that there would be so many non-nationals. They were seen with the MCBDP guild name above their heads, cursing and releasing skills as they attacked the magic defense boundary outside the Evil Spirit Academy. Originally, they were all very excited as they watched the durability of the magic defense boundary start to drop bit by bit. But suddenly, from the depths of the academy, a terrifying energy surged out, directly injecting itself into this layer of magical defense boundary. It's magma energy from the depths of the academy. Qin Feng returned to the Evil Spirit Academy. The first thing he did was start the magic array in the deepest part of the academy to transform the magma energy. The durability of the entire magic defense boundary began to recover at an extremely fast rate. Don't say just the 18 players. With the current attributes of the players, even if 1,800 people came, it would be impossible to shake this magic defense boundary. Immediately after, it was only then that Qin Feng passed through the teleportation array inside the hideout and arrived at the academy square. Maintaining his stealth, he headed to the edge of the hideout and caught a glimpse of a group of dark-skinned non-national players, cursing as they attacked the boundary. The Black Dragon Temple of Mordor? Qin Feng frowned slightly when he saw the guild names above the heads of those players. This guild made up entirely of non-national players. It's notorious in the last life, so to speak. I was going to rush the third chapter, but I can't write anymore. I have a cold and my head is foggy. I'll make up for it tomorrow. Sorry. Chapter 115, 10 Mile Green Mountain Far. Soul Painter. The Black Dragon Hall of the Magic City gathered almost all the African American players in the Magic City, and they were basically all male. In the early stages, everyone on the Mordor side was busy developing, and there was not much power to take care of this guild. Even the officials, who have to maintain order within the game and in reality at the same time, have already emptied their energies and have absolutely no spare capacity to deal with it in the early stages. As such, it hadn't been long since the Divine Abandonment game had descended, and this Black Dragon Hall of the Magic Capital had already reached a size of tens of thousands of people. Not only are there dark-skinned African American players, the most outrageous thing is that there are also some Daxia women who have joined the guild. And as for why, those who understand. All in all, this guild was not terminated until more than a year after the godforsaken game had descended, when the officials and several other big guilds of Mordor teamed up to take it down. I didn't realize that these fools would be messing with me now. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He looked at the situation outside the entrance of the Evil Spirit Academy. The 18 dark-skinned African American players, each of them laughing and cursing while attacking the magic defense boundary. Qin Feng knew with his ass that these fools must have been taken advantage of. As for who it is, it's unclear, but whoever it is, let's get rid of these idiots first before we talk. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and ran towards the main entrance. Selling cakes. This money is too good to be true. Just attack this boundary and take the money. Ha ha ha. Thank you, Shadow, for giving us this opportunity to make money. I've heard that the people of Daxia are face-blind. They see that we all look the same. They can't tell who's who. And even if we do it, the Shadow won't be able to find any of us in reality. That's right. Everyone step up and try to make a few $100 million in one wave. We'll be rich when we get the cash. These dark-skinned Afro-descendants gabbled so much that even Qin Feng couldn't understand what they were saying. But it would have been breathless if I could have understood it. It's not for nothing that they are called stupid. It's that time of the year. Doing favors and taking cash? Even a few $100 million in cash would only buy a few years of life in these days of already constant devaluation. Just as Qin Feng kept getting closer and closer, preparing to make his move, suddenly the change was precipitous. Only in a ruin outside the gate of the Evil Spirit Academy, there was suddenly a sound of a beast roaring, followed by a translucent soul battle lion, roaring and charging out, straight into the center of the group of African American players with a roar. Shock all 18 Afro players. Immediately afterward, a hailstorm fell from the sky, enveloping the group of African American players. There was also an extremely fast boomerang that flew into the crowd, bouncing between the group of African American players. Eventually, a translucent soul meteorite, falling from the sky, blasted into the crowd of dark-skinned players, causing massive damage, and several Afro players died violently on the spot. This series of sneak attacks took the group of African American players by surprise. Fark, who is it? Why is someone sneaking up on us? It's too cunning. Gal Baba is dead. Ha ha ha. I told you he should have piled up some life points. Idiot, why are you laughing when he's dead? Heal us now. Unfortunately, before the group of African American players could react completely, Qin Feng's attack also arrived. Dark Ringed Blade. A dark blade light showed a ring-like bloom, instantly spreading towards the surroundings, directly slicing the remaining dozen or so undead African American players into two. And in the field, there was nothing but the light of the blade. Qin Feng was still in a stealthy state even when he launched an attack. This scene, in the eyes of the players who had just launched a sneak attack from the side, became extremely bizarre and terrifying. Hiss, is that shadow striking? How come I don't see where he is? Holy, this is too fierce. Our team has a set of sneak attacks going down, and there are many people on the other side who still have half blood left. This one skill of his, seconds all? But why didn't he even show up when he launched his attack? Yeah, this is so unscientific. Don't be unscientific. Jin Shin, quickly go out and talk to Shadow. Ah, when the subordinates leave there will be no chance. In the ruins, a line of 6 players ran out in a hurry. The leader was a young woman, wearing a dark blue vestment, wearing a black witch's hat, with a beautiful melon face, but in her hand was not a staff, but a paintbrush, with some slight elemental energy remaining on the paintbrush. Her legs were long and slender, and she was tall, with a pair of magical boots wrapped around her calves. As she ran, the hat on her head was suddenly blown off by the wind, and a head of dark hair came out in disarray, making her a bit frazzled for a moment. Is she? Qin Feng was just about to turn around and leave when he was a bit surprised to see the group running out. The opponent was from the Sky Vault Guild. Qin Feng only recognized one of them, and that was the beautiful woman at the head wearing a dark blue vestment. She was the granddaughter of the Heavenly Vault Guild president, and her name was Zhang Jinxian. The game code name is 10 Miles of Green Hills Far Away, and the occupation is the only hidden occupation, Soul Painter. No wonder 2 of the skills were a bit familiar just now. That translucent soul war lion and the translucent meteorites falling from the sky are all skills she drew. It's not a weak occupation. It is said to be possible to learn the skills of the law and summoning system, but it is not possible to use them directly. But it is necessary to draw the skill effects out of thin air. The power and range effects of the drawn skill are much more powerful than the original skill, but the flaw lies in the fact that it takes time to draw skill effects, and I've heard that there's also a degree of completion, where the better the drawing, the stronger the increase in skill power. Normally, this profession is strong in playing defensive battles, positional battles, and team battles, but if you're fighting alone and in small encounters in the field, you're at a huge disadvantage. Just as Qin Feng was wondering what these people wanted, that beautiful painter took the hat that was blown off by the wind in her hand and ran to the gate of the Evil Spirit Academy. Looking towards it, Elder Shadow, is there? There's something I want to discuss with you. Her long, pitch-black hair dangled in the wind and brushed her white face. Behind her slender body were the corpses of African American players blooming with a scarlet flower. This whole scene, like a painting, is both beautiful and eerie. What is it? Qin Feng didn't show up and just casually asked. Hearing Qin Feng's indifferent voice, that beautiful painter's face revealed surprise. I want to enter this hideout of Senior and find something that is related to my career advancement. Don't worry, I will give enough payment. Career progression related stuff? At the Academy of Evil Spirits? When Qin Feng heard this, he immediately understood. No wonder, it was the Sky Dome Guild that occupied this Evil Spirit Academy in the last life. It should be this Zhang Jinxian who came over to look for something before she made the mistake of discovering the alienated witch in the depths of the Evil Spirit Academy. Raided it before occupying the Evil Spirit Academy. Only in this life, this hiding place was cut off by me ahead of time. Chapter 116, Shadow is too sincere. The president of the Heavenly Vault Guild, the honorary president of the Magic City Chamber of Commerce, had retired for many years and was known as Old Zhang too. This old Zhang head used to like to play games, but also often with the granddaughter to play the king, and even took many times 5 kills. It is said that the main reason is that the granddaughter is very early without a father. The old Zhang head of the granddaughter is particularly good. Even the game are accompanied by playing together. Playing and playing, but also played out the Hall of Fame, has become a quite famous game anchor. Even in the live broadcasting world, It was a very explosive existence. After all, this old Zhang Tu was already over 70 years old. When the divine abandonment game descended, old Zhang Tu immediately felt like he was back on his home turf. The Heavenly Vault Guild was established, becoming an unofficial Grand Guild that ranked in the top 10 in the entire Grand Xia. In the last life, the Heavenly Vault Guild, in the ruins of the Magic City, took the Wicked Spirit Academy as its foundation and steadily developed, and its overall strength was a lot stronger than Qin Feng's Chopping God Guild. To come in and find something, Qin Feng heard Zhang Jinxuan's request, and after being surprised, he quickly had other ideas. Certainly not a crooked mind. Rather, he had been planning, in the first place, to rent out the grounds of the Evil Spirit Academy. First, this Evil Spirit Academy hideout. Qin Feng mainly used the underground layers. The core is also underground. The ground area is not important. Secondly, if there were guilds stationed on the surface, they could usually form an offensive and defensive alliance with Qin Feng. And things like this being attacked by non-descendant players wouldn't even require Qin Feng to personally take action. Thirdly, rented to a reputable large guild. Qin Feng can also have a stable life income, equivalent to renting out the unused house. This money is not earned for nothing. Come in and talk. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he directly opened the hideout interface and gave 10 Mile Castle Peak Far a guest permission. This would allow her to temporarily enter the Evil Spirit Academy without being stopped by the magical defense boundaries. Having gotten Qin Feng's invitation, the girl was a bit surprised. After a brief thought and a word with her teammates, she took a solo step and crossed the defense boundary, entering the academy's boundaries. Inside the Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and shook his mount's bell to summon the ghost wolf. Ride up. Zhang Jinxian was a bit nervous. She thought that Shadow was inviting her to ride the wolf with him, making it a bit difficult for her, thinking that it couldn't be that Shadow was trying to take advantage of her, could it? But soon, she realized she was overthinking it. On the ghost wolf, there wasn't just the stealthy Shadow she thought there would be. She was the only one on the wolf's back. Qin Feng let her ride the wolf purely because he wanted her to be faster. Although her legs are not short, but after all, it is a legal profession. Running too slow. Soon, the ghost wolf carried Zhang Jinxian and arrived at the ruins of a building within the Evil Spirit Academy. This is the library of the Evil Spirit Academy. It was in ruins now, but if it was repaired with the materials from the Book of Divine Authorities, it would be a magnificent building, even with an independent magic defense boundary. Inside the Evil Spirit Academy, many of the individual buildings, and even each level of the underground area, had independent magical defense boundaries. Even if someone broke through the outermost defense boundary, the inner defense boundary was even more layered. Don't ask why so many magical boundaries were built. Ask is magma energy, inexhaustible and capricious. When Zhang Jinxian rode her ghost wolf and arrived at the library ruins, she saw at a glance that Shadow was sitting on a stone bench waiting for her. Facing Qin Feng, this sister acted elegantly and graciously. She jumped off the ghost wolf and sat down opposite Qin Feng while quietly sizing him up, pursing her lips and smiling lightly. Thank you, senior, for inviting me in. I wonder if I am the first one to be invited into this hideout. In that case, it would truly be an honor. Qin Feng didn't get polite with her and asked bluntly, tell me what you're looking for. Zhang Jinxian nodded and immediately spoke. It turned out that her career advancement props were all hidden within this Evil Spirit Academy. Every time you advance in your profession, you need to find the corresponding magic props to be able to successfully advance. As for where exactly those things were, she didn't know. After all, she hadn't even entered the Evil Spirit Academy yet. Qin Feng frowned slightly. You have to come looking every time you advance? Wouldn't that be troublesome? Zhang Jinxian was also a little difficult, biting her lip. It is a little troublesome, but I can give senior enough payment every time I come in. What price does senior think is appropriate? Qin Feng shook his head and said, I don't have that much time to watch you. How about this? How about your guild rents the ground area of this hideout? I don't need such a big place by myself, so feel free to move around within the ground area from now on. If you don't find anything in the surface area, you can tell me and I'll open up separate access to the underground area for you. I'm also more comfortable if I'm in it for the long haul. When this was said, Zhang Jinxian was a bit confused. Isn't it just a matter of finding something? What's this about renting land? However, Zhang Jinxian quickly thought that their Heavenly Vault Guild now really lacks a landing place. If there is a stable landing place, such as this Evil Spirit Academy, even if it's just the ground area, that's over 600 acres. Totally enough for their guild. Elder, wait a bit, huh? This is something I can't do alone. I have to ask my grandfather. Zhang Jinxian said with a soft smile. Okay. Qin Feng was in no hurry. He had thought that the other party would have to discuss the matter for a while, and might even have her grandfather, old Zhang too, make a personal trip over. What I didn't expect though was, only half a minute passed before Zhang Jinxian finished his discussion and spoke directly. Big brother, My grandfather said that it's too uneconomical to rent it. He wants to buy it out. You sold the official platinum level hideout in Jianghai City for a total price of 2,000 years of life. Then we bought out the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. Senior can open a price to see. It was Qin Feng's turn to be surprised. Good lord, that old Zhang, he's asking for a buyout? Soon. Qin Feng understood the other party's thoughts. Renting land in this Evil Spirit Academy was a decision that could form a certain degree of offensive and defensive alliance with the world's #1 shadow. It's kinda bold, Qin Feng thought to himself faintly. It's kind of semi-bound to him. The benefits are obvious, but the risks, too, are great. After all, Shadow, as the #1 existence in the world, would definitely be targeted by more and more people or forces in the future. Tying up with Qin Feng right now belonged to a big gamble. If you just rent it, without paying for your life expectancy in advance, the other party can always pull out if something goes wrong. And with a buyout, it's not so easy to remove it. Qin Feng pondered for a while, then said in a deep voice, it's not quite right to buy it out, but it can be rented long term. How about 3 years first? The price on my side is 500 years of lifespan. We can make an agreement, through the guild contract, that you will pay 500 years of your lifespan and I will give your guild access to the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. A contract between guilds is a contract of agreement that is mandatory and binding. Once signed, it will be mandatory. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful painter in front of him and continued. Also, there's something else. Regarding the restoration of the magical defense boundary, I can take full responsibility for it. Hearing this, Zhang Jinxian froze. Ha, boundary repair. You're solely responsible for it? She was a bit dumbfounded. This is too dreamy, isn't it? It was important to know that their Heaven's Vault Guild had also taken down a small silver-level hideout, and had learned through trials that once the hideout's magical defense boundary was attacked, it would take a lot of lifespan to repair it. To put it badly, it's likely to be a bottomless pit. Of course, I have 2 conditions, Qin Feng calmly said. First, regarding that magic capital Black Dragon Hall Guild that just messed up, your Heavenly Vault Guild will go and get rid of it. Secondly, how about the ground buildings of this Evil Spirit Academy? You guys need to repair them within 3 months? Zhang Jinxian didn't even know that the repair of this Evil Spirit Academy's magical defense boundary had cost Qin Feng absolutely nothing. All the magma spells in the underground core are enough. Obviously, Qin Feng was a typical empty glove. Pay nothing and have the Sky Vault Guild do both for him for nothing. So, Zhang Jinxian took this matter and had a private chat with her grandfather. Old Zhang too had been concerned about the negotiations over here and was shocked when he heard the conditions proposed by Qin Feng. Shadowy's too sincere. Isn't it just a blackguard guild? 2 more chapters, working on them, we'll post later. Chapter 117, you may make a fortune, but I never lose. Soon, old Zhang too came over with a large troop of players from the Heavenly Vault Guild in great numbers. These players, one by one, were very excited. It's amazing that they were able to get into the Shadow's Platinum hideout. It was important to realize that in the current Magic City ruins, no guild had taken a Platinum level hideout except for Shadow's Evil Spirit Academy. Being able to move into this hideout will put them on a fast track. The bottom line is, Big Brother Shadow is also too generous, actually taking full responsibility for the repair of the magic boundary. That's right, if it wasn't for the Shadow Big Brother Guild not accepting people, I'd be tempted to jump ship, haha. Originally, I thought that Shadow was a sinister and cunning person, but now that I look at it, whoever said that the big man was sinister and cunning, I'll cut him down immediately. That's right, we're taking advantage of this. Qin Feng quickly met with old Zhang too. In the name of the guild, he signed a guild contract with the Sky Vault Guild. After the contract was signed, old Zhang too paid 500 years of life, and smiled from ear to ear. Because, the Sky Vault Guild is making a bloody fortune. Not only had the guild gained a base, but they also didn't have to be responsible for repairing the magic boundaries, and it also allowed his granddaughter to look around for materials for career advancement. The most important thing is still, befriended the Shadow. But, Qin Feng can only say to this, you may make a bloody profit, but I will never lose, because when it comes down to it, he didn't pay anything at all. The first thing he needed to do was to give the Sky Vault Guild permission to enter and exit the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy for the following 3 years. The second is responsible for magical boundary repair throughout the academy. However, in the former case, it was only giving permissions, and this area still belonged to Qin Feng in the end. As for the latter, it was more than enough to rely on magma spells. However, if the Heavenly Vault Guild subsequently invites some enemies, and those enemies come to attack the Evil Spirit Academy, it will indeed bring me some trouble, but it's also only slightly troublesome. After all, it doesn't say in the contract that I need to help them fend off the enemy. In other words, even if the outer layer of the Evil Spirit Academy was breached and the Heavenly Vault Guild was swept away, it had nothing to do with Qin Feng. as long as the other party didn't provoke Qin Feng back. The magma spell opens up, and straight away, the magical boundary is fully repaired. Qin Feng is completely without loss. Not to mention, the Sky Vault Guild in this life is likely to develop faster and more fiercely than in the last. I'm afraid that no guild that could threaten the Heavenly Vault Guild could do it alone, except for the official Grand Xia. As for Qin Feng's harvest, it was too much. 500 years of life. That's 3 years' rent for the hideout, and that's only a small half of the hideout. Second, the Evil Spirit Academy could be handed over to the Heavenly Vault Guild to guard, saving Qin Feng the trouble. It's not just getting some security guards, it's pulling in the entire security company's headquarters. 3. Harvested a vote of free hitters, directly sweeping the Magic City Black Dragon Hall Guild. Fourth, the various building ruins on the ground of the academy, completely repaired, a total of 2,000 to 3,000 years of life, now all handed over to the Heavenly Vault Guild is responsible for. Qin Feng and save a large sum of life. The Black Dragon Temple of the Magic Capital. Although it's not considered a big guild, the people are scattered everywhere. It would be too much of a waste of time for me alone to completely clear them out. But handing it over to the Sky Vault Guild, with tens of thousands of people working together to find and clean it up, that's much more efficient. There were many things that were a complete waste of time for Qin Feng to do personally. For example, this Black Dragon Hall of the Magic Capital. Handing it over to the Sky Dome Guild would be quite appropriate. May I ask? With this wave of transactions, Qin Feng has made several eagles with one arrow? At this time, little brother Shadow, why don't we spar? Old Zheng Tu was wearing a grave vestment and looked at Qin Feng with an eager face. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Zhang Jinxian was skeptical. Just your old bones, still sparring with seniors. It can't be that you want to touch the porcelain, right? There are so many people in the guild waiting for the arrangement. You still don't go quickly. She was relieved when she pushed the old Zheng Tu out of the room in 3 tries. She turned back to Qin Feng and smiled shyly. I'm sorry, senior. My grandfather, he's playful. Don't you mind? It's okay. Qin Feng sweated as he waved his hand. Go find what you're looking for first. If you don't find it, I'll give you access to the underground area later. I'm going out to practice first. After bidding farewell to them, Qin Feng first passed through the teleportation array and teleported to the core area of the Evil Spirit Academy. Took all the emerald level gear/skill books he had stacked here and took them all. Prepared to use the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement to transform into something for the assassin. Next, Qin Feng was planning to take down all the other several platinum level hideouts in the Magic City. However, there are some bosses I haven't studied before. Need to feel out the mechanics and skills. Not so fast against them. Qin Feng set off directly. The real world. Magic City. A certain luxury villa area. Dongfang Yu was talking to someone on the phone. Oh, that pariah worked with the Sky Vault Guild? The Heavenly Vault Guild is on a big hunt for the Black Dragon Palace? Oh, those black bastards are still pushing for money? Okay, give them the address of the fireworks factory and let them come and get the money. Dongfang Yu indifferently hung up the phone, still in a lofty demeanor, as if, in her eyes, dealing with a shadowy figure is as insignificant as crushing an ant. Next to her was her husband, Chu Kunshan. Chu Kunshan was a middle-aged businessman with a big belly, the oldest of the Chu family's generation, with 2 brothers and a sister above him. This matter, Chu Kunshan completely dared not tell his brother and sister, because his brother and sister would never allow him to take on the shadow. Daughter-in-law, let's move fast, Chu Kunshan said in a deep voice. When that group of black guys arrive at the fireworks factory, first stall them, and I'll find someone to leak their address. To Dark Shadow, Dongfang Yu nodded lightly. But I didn't expect that pariah to actually cooperate with old Zheng Tu's Sky Vault Guild. Chu Kunshan frowned. He asked the Heavenly Vault Guild to hunt the Black Dragon Hall's people. Will he not plan to care himself? Will this address still lure him over? Right at this moment, Chu Nantian, who had just finished giving Teddy Arthur a bath, stepped out from the side and said indifferently, this isn't simple? First let everyone in the Black Dragon Palace go offline. The shadow can't kill anyone, so naturally they can't get angry. Can't get angry in the game. Naturally will want to start from reality. This side of the family was planning to pit Qin Feng to death, but they don't know that. There was a petite and delicate figure that had already taken advantage of the night and arrived near this luxurious villa area. Blade of the Yellow Springs. Ghost Spirit. This girl certainly used her brain to find it. Dongfang Yu was now acquiring lifespans in a big way. And of course she didn't have to do it herself, but instead, she put the group's subordinates in charge of it. Acquiring lifespans in reality. After acquiring the lifespan, in reality, under the protection of armed guards, it was transported to the villa where Dongfang Yu was located, to come and trade to her in person. The reason for this is in the reality of the deal. This is because it's too dangerous to be within the game. After Dongfang Yu had been taken out once by a ghost spirit and lost more than 200 years of her lifespan, she realized that, at least at this stage, she was safer in reality. Thus, Ghost Spirit first pretended to sell his lifespan and found the subordinate of the group that helped Dongfang Yu to acquire his lifespan. Then followed the other party, all the way to this luxury villa area. Chapter 118, Overall Enhancement. Finishing Technique, Scarlet Blade. Soon, the Ghost Spirit was hidden in the shadows outside the villa area, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness, staring dead inside the villa area. At present, she dared not approach the villa area, much less enter it. Because of her stealth level, it was only 3. She wasn't sure if there was a strong person capable of anti-concealment present around Dongfang Yu. Even if she didn't, she wasn't like Qin Feng who could be infinitely invisible. Lots of armed escorts in this villa area. Once she strikes, with her current strength, it will be impossible to escape alive. Got to advance my career to the second level. The Shadow God said that there is a qualitative change in the second stage of the profession. I don't know exactly how much of a boost there is. To pull off the perfect assassination, she needs to get stronger in the game. Several hours had quickly passed since Qin Feng had cooperated with the Heavenly Vault Guild. During this time, Qin Feng even went offline to eat once, and naturally, his gains within these few hours were extremely lucrative, allowing him to increase his battle power across the board. He had taken out 3 platinum-level bosses before and after, and 3 platinum hideout keys were obtained. Slay the platinum-level soft mud-rotting beast boils to obtain the key to the hideout green moss grotto. Kill the platinum-level source of dampness Nagusel and get the key to the hideout luminescent underground river. Kill the platinum-level disaster imprisoner thousand-handed baby girl and obtain the key to the hideout prisoner of suffering. These 3 platinum-level bosses were all completely unseen by Qin Feng in his previous life. However, a platinum-level boss was not too difficult for the current Qin Feng. After casually letting the devotee, Ghost Wolf, try out some mechanics, they were quickly disposed of. Lastly, that disaster imprisoner thousand-handed baby girl. The difficulty really startled Qin Feng, mainly because there was a high-frequency soundwave attack, and there was nowhere for him to dodge. Even the cooldown of Shield of Black Light could barely keep up. Good thing, in the end, with the super high burst damage, it was successfully taken out. A platinum-level boss of this level, it would take at least several days before other guilds could raid it. Besides, there are only 6 platinum-level hideouts in the entire Magic City. If I get them all, I'm a monopoly. When the time comes, how much can these hideouts be sold for? In addition to harvesting 3 platinum hideout keys, Qin Feng's level 2 had directly increased to level 17. At this moment, coming out of his hiding place, the prison of suffering, Qin Feng glanced at it, and the cooldown of the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement was over. The art of equivalence. Qin Feng once again used the special effect of these epic leather pants. You have lost the disaster spreading bow, emerald grade. You have obtained the veil of sharp eyes, emerald grade. Out comes the head defense. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. During the majority of this day's raiding, he had sacrificed 6 other professions' equipment in exchange for 6 assassins' emerald-ranked equipment by virtue of the Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement. Unfortunately, there are 3 of them, with duplicate parts. Now that the sharp eyes veil was out, it meant that Qin Feng's entire body was now emerald-grade equipment. Veil of sharp eyes, emerald assassin's equipment. Physique plus 20, spirit plus 20, plus 2 anti-crypt level. Hit modifier plus 88%. Requirements, level 15. Unique effect, sharp eyes. Gains plus 133% hit modifier for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 120, 55. 8 seconds when turned on. Just in time to make up the hits, Qin Feng directly changed the shadow veil on his body, putting on the sharp-eyed veil. With the sharp eyes effect turned on, this equipment gives me a 221% hit modifier. This attribute, which is a corrective value for hit points. An analogy. If the target has a 30% dodge rate, then the base hit rate when attacked is 70%, which after the 221% hit modifier results in a final hit rate of 224.7%, or an absolute hit. If the target has a 70% dodge rate, then the base hit rate when attacked is only 30%, with a 221% hit modifier. The final hit rate is 96.3%. Calculating, after changing into the sharp eyes veil, as long as the target's evasion rate did not exceed 68.8%, then Qin Feng's attacks were all bound to hit. On the flip side, if someone has over 200 hit modifiers, then attacking the current Qin Feng will also make Qin Feng's high evasion rate not work too well. Qin Feng checked the equipment bar. Weapon, Mori White Bone Blade, Emerald. Head, New, Sharp-Eyed Veil, Emerald. Clothing, Rite of the Black Flame, Spiked Bone Leather Armor, Emerald. Legs, Barfiki's Equivalent Agreement, Epic. Gloves, New, Fragile White Gloves, Emerald. Physical Defense plus 75. Total Elemental Resistance plus 60. Strength plus 25. Agility plus 20. Special Effect, reduces life cap by 12%. increases base attack power by 30%. Shoes, new, invisible treads, emerald, all attributes plus 18. Movement speed plus 27%. Stealth level plus 2. Special effect, invisible. Eliminates its own collision volume for 3 seconds after use. Cooldown 60, 27. 9 seconds. Necklace, Heart of Faith R, emerald. Ring, left witch alienation ring, emerald. Ring, right, new, damp ring, emerald, all attributes plus 15. Water elemental resistance plus 888. Special effect, 179 points of water elemental attack added to all damage. The fragile white glove, the invisible walk, is exchanged through equivocation. The damp ring, on the other hand, is a direct pop from the source of dampness, niggles. Among them, the special effect of invisible crawl was equivalent to walking through walls. Of course, if the wall is not crossed within the 3-second time frame, then the player will not be stuck in the wall, but will return to where they were before entering the wall. These shoes are an absolute must-have for home travelers. And during this period of time, Xin Feng's biggest harvest was still the 2 Emerald Great Assassin skill books that had been transformed out of the 2 books. Agility Training, Emerald Level Assassin Skill Book. Passively boosts agility by 42 points. Requires level 14. Scarlet Blade, Emerald Level Assassin Finishing Technique. Consume 60 hit points to gather blood daggers and attack a single target at close range, adding 4,800 points of blood elemental attack. The lower the target's remaining life value, the higher the damage of this skill, up to a maximum increase of 200%, after the target's life value falls below 30%. Upon hitting, restores 200% of the damage dealt. Overflow Restoration will be converted to Blood Elemental Shield. The former, a passive skill that boosts agility. In addition to agility training, there was also strength training, mental training, physical fitness training, and so on, but Xin Feng hadn't gotten it yet. As for the latter, it was the finishing technique skill book with an extremely low output rate. Any profession has finishing moves that require the expenditure of combo points to release. And combo points, as the name suggests, are the number of consecutive hits on an enemy within a certain time frame. In the case of a cleric-based support profession, there are 2 types of combo points, one for attacking and one for healing. The healing finisher is extremely milky, and can even provide a super high shield of several times its life value. Scarlet Blade, it's a finishing technique skill with super high single damage. It's only emerald level, and it's attaching for 800 points of blood elemental attack, which is more than twice as high as any of my other epic legendary skills right now. How strong would it be if it evolved to the legendary level? At this moment, Xin Feng glanced at the attribute panel. After consecutively killing 3 platinum level bosses and killing various small monsters and small bosses along the way, Xin Feng's evolution points had now reached 621 points. Start evolving. 4th chapter today. Making up for yesterday. Reward the big boys with a little for the love of it. Chapter 119, Mythic Dark Depths. Incredible effects. First up is agility training. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 588 points remaining. Agility training, Emerald Diamond Epic Legend passively boosts agility by 426384126 points. Requires level 14. Legendary level added. Your total agility attribute value increased by 10%. Start by evolving it 3 times to legendary. In addition to a higher passive boost to the agility attribute, it gains an added effect. The total value of the agility attribute is increased by 10%. I'm currently level 17, with a full set of emerald level equipment, and originally had an agility attribute of 373 points. Counting the passive of this skill, that's 499 points. This legendary level effect alone added 50 points of agility to me. Xin Feng looked at it, and after he evolved agility training to the legendary level, his agility attribute directly skyrocketed to 549 points. Counting the Mori White Bone Blade special effect, which doubles movement speed when damage is dealt, my fastest burst movement speed has now reached 140 meters per second. It's an extremely scary speed. Even this meant that even if Xin Feng wasn't in a state of invisibility, his figure wasn't something that could be captured by an ordinary person just by relying on this speed. After all, that's over 500 kilometers per hour. It has reached nearly half the speed of sound. Of course, this is the fastest burst of speed. Maintaining this pace would be a serious physical drain. However, as long as he was in a fighting state, maintaining a speed of 40 to 50 meters per second was already easy for Xin Feng. After evolving this passive skill, Xin Feng followed up by evolving the finishing technique Scarlet Blade. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 555 points remaining. Scarlet Blade, Emerald Diamond Epic Legendary. Consumes 60 combo points. Adds 48006007200900 blood elemental attacks. Upon hitting, restores 200%, 300%, 400%, 600% of damage dealt, 600% of life value, overflow recovery will be converted to blood elemental shield. Added at legendary level, the number of hit points required to release a skill is halved. Base damage is nearly doubled. The blood returning effect after a hit was directly tripled. Most importantly, the number of combo points needed to cast a skill is halved, which means it only takes 30 combo points. The original 60 combo points to release it was rather annoying to Qin Feng. After all, one instant Shadow Slash was only 9 combo points. If you really want to unleash the Scarlet Blade finisher, you'll have to build up your combo points for quite a long time, but now it's only 30 points, and it's much easier to save up. Next, Qin Feng still had 555 evolution points. It's possible to evolve another mythic skill out of it. Qin Feng scanned the list of skills and now there were several skills that he could evolve to mythic level. Blossom Curse, Assassin's Intuition, Dark Depths, and these 2 brand new Agility Training and Scarlet Blade. These 5 skills, all of which were now legendary. It requires 500 evolution points to be consumed and can evolve to mythic level. Pick one then. Dark Depths first. Qin Feng decided to advance this passive plus stealth level skill. With the full set of emerald grade equipment, Qin Feng's stealth and anti-stealth levels were both increased by 2 levels. His anti-crypt level, now, was 7. The maximum stealth level, on the other hand, is 10. Under the effect of the legendary grade Dark Depths, Qin Feng's stealth damage would increase with each stealth level. Evolution, a skill that enhances all of Qin Feng's damage, has a wider applicability. You have consumed 500 evolution points and have 55 points remaining. Depths of Darkness, Lore Mythos passively gains plus 2-3 stealth levels, and for every 1 second that passes, raises stealth level by 1. This skill provides up to plus 5-7 stealth levels. Legendary level effect, for every 1 stealth level you have, 200,300 points of stealth breaking attack will be added when breaking stealth. Mythic level added, when stealthy, the rate of lifespan loss is reduced by 90%. What? Qin Feng was a bit confused. This skill went from legendary to mythic level, giving an increased stealth level from 5 to 7, and it only required 4 seconds of stealth to achieve. From there, Qin Feng's final stealth level reached 12. However, what made Qin Feng giggle the most was the mythic level added effect of this skill. Lifespan loss slows down by 90% when stealthy? This is too sick. As it stands, the effect is hardly too great. After all, to Qin Feng, a naturally lost lifespan was completely worthless. But, if it's the future, go to some of the advanced regions. Those regions have 100, 10,000 times, or even faster rate of life expectancy passing. Even if Qin Feng thought about it now, some areas were extremely terrifying and numbing. But, this mythic level effect directly caused Qin Feng's life expectancy to pass at a rate that slowed down by 10 times. 100-fold becomes 10-fold, 10,000-fold becomes 1,000-fold. In these areas, the pressure Qin Feng needed to endure from the passage of life was only 1/10 of the original. It just so happens that the horrible ghost ship that supposedly refreshes the spirit swallower bloodline monsters is a permanent berserk area. With this mythic effect, I'll live even in a horror ghost ship. Qin Feng closed the skill panel with satisfaction. Immediately after that, he intended to continue taking down the remaining 2 platinum level hideouts in the ruins of Magic City. However, when he came to the next target he found, the platinum level boss in this place, surprisingly, already had a big guild that was raiding it, and it was a semi-official guild organization. Fisker Heavy Industries. Here, in the northeast of the ruins of the Magic City, there is a magic leaning tower that is over 100 meters tall. The tower, though ancient, had not been reduced to rubble like the other buildings around it, but was instead very strong and stood in the midst of the city's ruins. As a result, it also attracted the attention of many guild forces. Feek Heavy Industry, a heavy industrial conglomerate in the Magic City. The management of this heavy industrial conglomerate reacted quickly after the godforsaken game descended, and exchanged all of their limited liquidity for tradable lifespans. Formation of the Feek Heavy Industry Guild, where most of the guild members are former group employees. A lot of young men and women who were only small workers have quickly risen in status within the guild because of how well they play the game. In particular, the chairwoman of this Feek Heavy Industry is a middle-aged woman named Huang Huifan, who directly promoted 5 youngsters who played the game well, teamed up with her, and took her to upgrade in a good way. Nowadays, Huang Huifan's group was already in the guild, occupying an absolute voice. When Qin Feng arrived outside the Magic Leaning Tower, he could see from afar that a fierce battle was taking place on the top floor of the Magic Leaning Tower. This Feek Heavy Industry has cleared the monsters to the top of the Leaning Tower? The guardian boss of this Magic Leaning Tower hideout is much harder than all those bosses I had before. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This Feek Heavy Industry Guild, after all, had a semi-official background. There was no need for him to go straight up and grab the boss. However, at this point in time, it was simply impossible for Feek Heavy Industry to deal with that platinum level boss. Player level, attributes, equipment and skills, all fail. so they may need a little help. Chapter 120, Don't Show Mercy to Anything Alive. The topmost floor of the magical leaning tower that was over 100 meters tall, Feek Heavy Industries Huang Huifan and the rest of the party were looking at, with a grave expression, the humanoid platinum-level boss at the top of the tower that was holding dual swords, only to see that the boss was blindfolded by a piece of rag, had a pair of black wings behind it, and was 2.5 meters tall. It is extremely fast and extremely agile. Once the attack was unleashed, it was like a bolt of black lightning that could instantly decimate some brittle players. Even the warrior players whose equipment and skills were up a bit at this stage, and whose candor was relatively high, would have a hard time resisting its stormy and continuous attacks. Most importantly, this boss doesn't eat hate at all, hunting brittle mages, shooters and priests everywhere. At the top of the topmost floor of this magic leaning tower, more and more Feika Heavy Industry players were being killed by the boss and crying out. But it wasn't as if Feika Heavy Industry had brought people over to challenge the boss completely unprepared. Not far from there, right next to the magic leaning tower, they took down a silver-level hideout, the human face tree courtyard, and someone was guarding the human face tree courtyard, pooling all of the tradable lifespans that people had on them. So now, players of Feika Heavy Industry have very few tradable lifespans that drop when they die challenging a boss. They seem to have plenty of time to slowly raid this boss and figure out the mechanics of this boss. No, this boss is too fast and doesn't eat hate at all. We're only hitting 1% blood after half a day of fighting. Sure enough, a platinum-level boss is still too much of a stretch. Let the resurrected brothers and sisters hold on tight. This tower is only 20 floors or so. Resurrect and hurry to climb up. Remember to ask the priest to buff you before entering the battlefield. Don't care if you die. Just deal damage. In a blur of confusion, the players of Feika Heavy Industry went forward and back, bound to pile up that platinum-level boss Demon Blade. Just then, Huang Huifan received a private chat. The private chat was sent from the official side. Huifan, you guys are attacking a platinum-level boss? Shadow is right next to us. Do you guys want his help? He said that for 1,000 years of lifespan, he can help you guys take down this boss, but the boss drops go to him. That's not bad value for money. Old girl. Huang Huifan frowned slightly when she heard this news. The other party was an important official figure in the Magic City, with whom she usually had a good relationship. 1,000 years of life is too much. Huang Huifan smiled and replied, we can handle this boss. We don't need his help. Help me reject it. If you say so, fine. Soon, and Yusai gave Qin Feng a private chat over. Great God over there. Feek Heavy Industry said that they can fight on their own and don't need help. Qin Feng smiled. Alright, I'll go then. He glanced at the battle at the top of the enchanted leaning tower and did not take the matter to heart. That boss named Demon's Blade would not take long to advance to the emerald level if it were to be suicidally besieged in this manner. It's simply impossible for players to deal with it at this stage. In the last life, this Devil's Blade evolved. It wasn't until most of a month after the godforsaken game descended that it was finally taken down by the most elite official group in Magic City. Because, once advanced to emerald grade, that Demon Blade would have the ability to drink blood. Each time you kill a player, 10% of your maximum life is restored. At that point, no matter how many people and how many lives were piled up, it would be impossible to take out the emerald-ranked Demon Blade. Sure, people didn't need help, so Qin Feng didn't bother to go out of his way. Under the current circumstances, Qin Feng still maintained a friendly and cooperative relationship with the officials. As for the Chu family on Dongfang Yu's side, although there is an official background, compared to the entire Daxia official, it is completely insignificant. Qin Feng wouldn't change his attitude towards the officialdom because of the Chu family's matter. I'll make my move when it advances to emerald level, and I'll be able to touch diamond level equipment and skill books by then. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. He rode Ghost Wolf and turned away. It's raining. The always gloomy sky of the godforsaken land was clouded with dark clouds, and it gradually started to rain. Remember that the refresh condition for the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster is that it's going to rain, so you can rush over there and take a look. Magic City has a platinum hideout in addition to the magic leaning tower. Leave it for now. The Spirit Swallower bloodline was the one that would enhance the most for the current Qin Feng. Now he had learned quite a few useless assassin skills on him. All of these assassin skills could be devoured by the Spirit Swallower bloodline power, thus providing an attribute increase. Behind Qin Feng, at the top of the magic leaning tower, only to see under a gust of pattering rain, the demonic blade sometimes had its wings open, sometimes swooped down, and its twin blades bloomed with dark light, accurately and cruelly harvesting the lives from the players. The non-tradable lifespans in the field were all pumped up by the Devil's Blade looking for a chance to absorb them. Even the players of Feek Heavy Industries didn't put too much pressure on causing Devil's Blade at all. This boss was only at half of its battle power, and it was even digesting the non-tradable lifespans it had absorbed during the battle. The ruins of Magic City, the ruins of the East City Gate. Qin Feng was not invisible. As he rode his spectral wolf and arrived, a petite figure, already waiting, nimbly jumped out next to him and came to him. It's the blade of the Yellow Springs ghost spirit. Come on, let's take you to a suitable practicing area for you. Qin Feng waved at her. Ghost spirit, this little lowly girl, like Qin Feng, turned on the facial masking, wearing a set of pitch-black tight-fitting leather armor, which makes her even more petite and flexible. She had short black neck-length hair and a pair of soulful eyes, and without hesitation, she jumped onto the ghost wolf and sat behind Qin Feng. On the way, Qin Feng asked about her. Have you found Dongfang Yu's place? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. This girl, she really had something. However, Qin Feng did not intend to step in to help. Anyway, the girl only needed to advance her profession to the second rank, and after extracting it to reality, she would be completely ready to do it. Since you're ready to do it, I'll give you a heads up. Show no mercy to anything alive. Qin Feng's words caused Ghost Spirit to freeze. Anything alive? You like animals, don't you? Cats and dogs and stuff. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf, carrying the Ghost Spirit, and ran all the way to the desolate wilderness in the rain. His voice as indifferent as death. Officially, there are hidden professions of beast tamer, which allow you to communicate with animals and check their memories. So, if you don't want to leave clues for the officials, you should know what to do, right? In his last life, Ghost Spirit had actually accomplished an almost perfect assassination. She killed everyone in sight, but she spared a pet dog. Later, the official handler profession was able to communicate with that pet dog, which is how they learned that the murderer was her, thus launching a manhunt for her. Chapter 121, If you can't beat me, you know to come to me, you have to pay more. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the Ghost Spirit was silent for a moment. She realized that if Qin Feng hadn't said so, there was a real possibility that she would have spared pets like cats and dogs when the time came to strike. Not exactly a dog lover, but she would have been considered kind. It was just that if this would reveal his identity, the Ghost Spirit could still distinguish between the lesser and the greater. Thanks, Ghost whispered. She rode on the back of the ghost wolf, a pair of small hands to help Qin Feng. Due to the speed is too fast, the wind that came along the way, will be her short hair blown a little messy, that small body, as if at any time to be blown away by the wind as, soon, Qin Feng sent her to a place outside the ruins of the magic capital, more than 20 kilometers away. There is a graveyard of dry bones here. The characteristics of this place were that the monsters were brushed quickly and the number of magical creatures was high, but the individual strength was relatively weak. Once they appear, they are all swarms of skeleton monsters. The reason why this place was suitable for Ghost Spirit was because her exclusive weapon, the Yellow Spring Chain Blade, was something that could be leveled up and graded by killing demonic creatures. Therefore, a brush spot with a high number of magic creatures would be more suitable for her. Of course, the demons in the Dead Bone Graveyard are all level 15 to 18. The average person can't really come here at this stage. Even if there were some official and guild forces that would send people out to explore, it wouldn't affect the Ghost Spirit's brush. Not to mention, this divine abandoned continent, the level of danger outside the city ruins was more than 10 times more dangerous than inside the ruins. This is because there will be many high-grade bosses with a huge range of movement, all of which can move freely. Unlike within the ruins of the city, where most magical creatures are forced to limit the range of their activities. So once you're out there, it's easy to run into a boss you can't match. For example, Qin Feng had just brought the Ghost Spirit to the Withered Bone Graveyard when he saw a giant sinewy man, more than 5 meters tall, was in the middle of the graveyard, capturing those skeleton monsters as food. Due to that sinewy man's huge size, the half-man-tall skeleton monsters brushed out in the field were fished out by him. Grab it, take a bite and crunch. Strong Acid Sinew Man, Bone Erosion, LV16. Grade, Platinum. It's a Platinum boss. Ghost Spirit's little face went a little pale when she saw the 5-meter-tall Platinum-level boss from afar. One could only see that Strong Acid Tendon Man eroded bone. His skin festered all over his body. His hands were extremely long. His palms were huge, and his pair of eyes only had the whites of his eyes, which looked extremely terrifying. Since it was a Platinum-level boss, the blood bar that lit up above its head was also much longer than all the demons that Ghost Spirit had seen. Ghosts were not weak though, and they were usually solo, but even if it was a gold-level boss, she could only take a detour when she saw it. It's fine, I'll finish off the boss and you can practice here. If you see any other bosses you can't beat in the follow-up, just avoid them. Qin Feng encountered a Platinum boss, so naturally he couldn't miss it. After saying this, he leapt up from the back of the Ghost Wolf and went into stealth in midair. 3 seconds later, Qin Feng had already arrived at the feet of the 5-meter-tall boss with extreme speed. An odor of acidic decay hit his nose. Dark Ring Blade. Qin Feng raised his hand and directly released the ranged skill, the Dark Blade Light, spreading towards the surroundings in an instant. A series of 40, 000 to 50, 000 damage numbers emerged from Qin Feng's surroundings. and a single skeleton monster was instantly killed by him. Most importantly, the skeleton monsters around him that he had killed in seconds had reached 30. It made Qin Feng's combo points instantly exceed 30 points. Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade, Shadow Blade. Qin Feng went down with several rounds of Shadow Blade one after another, weakening the boss's defense and elemental resistance. Seeing that its blood level was about to fall to half, Scarlet Blade. That strong acid sinew man, Bone Erosion, had only just released a skill that spewed acid when Qin Feng had already jumped to its back. The Mori white bone blade in his hand blossomed with scarlet light, instantly stabbing into the back of that giant sinewy man. Minus 44. 6W, weak attack. A finishing shot that directly kills it in seconds. Originally, this boss would also enter an invincible state when half-blooded, and it would take some mechanics to go through in order to completely decimate it. But, Qin Feng's single damage was simply too high. It directly cleared out a little more than half of its remaining blood quantity in an instant. If it's an instant shadow chop, then after dealing damage from 1 or 2 chopping blows, the boss will enter an invincible state. But the Scarlet Blade, a straight shot, this is a super high damage finisher. Sure, in any other player, it would be impossible to achieve this effect even with a finisher. Qin Feng had already pulled his damage magnitude, through the evolution of his skills, to more than 100 times higher than the average person. In the distance, the little lowly ghost spirit, still on the back of the ghost wolf, watched the 5-meter-high giant sinewy man wailing and falling to the ground, the acid in his body spewing outwards, polluting the surrounding land. The horrifying scene of Qin Feng decapitating the boss caused her eyes to widen with a feeling of disbelief. Is this the Shadow Platinum level boss? Over in 3 seconds. That horrible damage took the ghost spirit's breath away. Looking at Qin Feng again was like looking at a high mountain, a mountain that she could only ever look up to. After Qin Feng disposed of the body of the Tendon Man boss and picked up the loot, he left the ghost spirit here to practice. Instead, he continued to head east. Too bad this boss didn't come out with assassin stuff. Go back and turn around in leather pants again. It was only after running for more than 100 kilometers that Qin Feng gradually arrived at a rotting beach. And a glimpse of a giant ghost ship stranded on the beach. Horror Ghost Ship. This ship was a popular practicing spot for level 20 or so players on this side of the Magic City. It is said that every time it rains, the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster will be refreshed, making the challenge extremely difficult for level 20 players. Once this was swiped, the players practicing here scattered. Don't even dare to stay here. Qin Feng, however, had come specifically for this stuff. Only the giant ghost ship, more than 300 meters in length, was turned on its side on the beach, and the entire interior of the ghost ship belonged to a separate area. Qin Feng dismounted his mount and entered the cabin through one of the rotting wooden planks. You have entered the ghost ship of terror. This area is a berserk area. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 100 times. Qin Feng advanced towards the depths of the cabin. Along the way, I saw a lot of grievous sailors and tentacle entanglers, all sorts of small monsters and small bosses, which were endless. Qin Feng didn't even bother. He maintained a stealthy state of up to level 12 and did not startle any magical creatures, and came to the depths of this rotting and damp ghost ship, finally seeing a blood-red altar phalanx. So it's a sacrifice class boss. Qin Feng recognized it at once. You need to keep killing the surrounding magical creatures to let this altar phalanx absorb the energy, and after the energy reaches 100%, this altar phalanx will summon the corresponding boss. Moreover, if you want to summon the boss the quickest, you have to lure all the demons into the range of the altar spell to kill them, so that the altar energy can rise the fastest. We'll just have to kill the little monsters first. Qin Feng tried a little bit and realized that luring a small monster to the phalanx to kill it would increase the altar energy by 0.1%. In other words, it meant that it was necessary to kill around 1,000 small monsters before the Spirit Swallower bloodline monster could be summoned. If one were to simply kill 1,000 small monsters, it would be easy and enjoyable for Qin Feng. But it would be especially time-consuming to pull the minions into the spell. After all, many of the demonic minions did not move very fast, and for Qin Feng, he still had to cancel his stealth status in order to pull those minions. Otherwise he stays invisible and no glitch can see him at all. At this rate, I'm afraid it'll take 5 or 6 hours to finish. Qin Feng had a bit of a headache. Originally, he was thinking about picking up the ghost spirit and pulling monsters together. That would have been nearly twice as fast. However, very quickly, Qin Feng dispelled this thought, because he realized that he didn't need to pull the little monsters into the spell before killing them. He could have just killed the demon on the spot. Although he didn't kill in the spell energy rose less, but if he killed in place, Qin Feng could increase the efficiency of killing monsters by more than 10 times. Even if each glitch gives less energy, the overall speed will be faster. Just brush up on your experience. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry and transformed into a demonic butcher within the terrorist ghost ship on the spot. Also just as he was having a blast brushing at the ghost ship of terror. And you suddenly sent him another private chat. Great God, great God. Feek Heavy Industries side sent a message saying that the boss advanced to emerald level. They couldn't beat it and gave up. Now they want to ask you to come and help. Are you free? Hearing this news, Shin Feng smiled. Just asked you if you wanted help and you said no. Now that the boss has advanced and can't be beaten, it's coming after me again? Not now. Tell them to wait. And has to add money. Chapter 122, not just an emerald level boss? Got to add money? And Yu's side was crying and laughing. She didn't really feel anything. Anyway, she was just a messenger. Currently there were not many official people in Magic City who had close friends with Shadow, so she had to be the one to deliver the message. So she asked, how much do I have to add? Shin Feng returned, the price of a platinum level hideout is around 2,000 years. Now if you let me help fight it, I'll charge 800 years. After all, emerald level bosses are much more difficult, so ask them if they'll accept it. In fact, Shin Feng does not care whether the other party accepts it or not. If the other party does not accept this price, he turns around and goes to kill the boss to take the key to sell. The other party does not have any way. Anyway, this boss can only be killed by him. Talking to the other side about the price is purely a matter of selling the officials a favor. 1800 years. And you smacked his lips a little. Shadow, this is an 800-year price increase all at once. However, she did understand that the price was indeed considered reasonable. What an emerald level boss. No one on the planet has been able to make the first kill yet. To be honest, and you had just even felt that Dark Shadow wouldn't necessarily be willing to take this order. Now, Shadow is willing to help, and although the price has gone up by 800 years, to put it another way, Shadow is now perfectly capable of going and taking out the boss and then taking the hideout all to himself. Take the hideout key out again and sell it. Nothing too wrong with selling it for 2,000 years. So, the price of 800 years, or 200 years cheaper. I'm afraid this is already in the face of the official. Soon after, and you communicated with the Magic City officials and then sent back. They accept this price, but Feek Heavy Industries has a bit of a big loss right now, so they may not be able to pay it all at once. You can pay for 800 years up front at the moment, and there's 1,000 years to go, so I guess we'll have to wait 3 days, okay? Hearing in Yu's words, Shin Feng pondered for a moment. Fisker Heavy Industries, perhaps the existing tradable life is not enough, but with large hideouts, their subsequent development will be much more stable and rapid, and losses during exploration can be minimized. In this case, the guild can increase the tax rate. This results in more longevity in a short period of time. Okay, but I'm not available right now. I'll let you know when I'm done. Shin Feng replied back and closed the private chat window. At this moment, Shin Feng continued to be within the terrorist ghost ship, constantly killing the demonic creatures around the altar spell formation. As he struck down the surrounding demons, the red light of that altar spell became brighter and brighter, making the entire dilapidated cabin even more morose and terrifying, and eeriness pervaded. In the meantime, hundreds of meters high under the magic leaning tower, Huang Huifan led the guild members of Fei Heavy Industry, all of whom were looking for magical creatures to kill nearby. Throughout the guild channel, the atmosphere was grave, because they failed to challenge the platinum level boss. It was intended to use the tactic of a sea of men to pile up that platinum level demon blade. As a result, that devil's blade was so fast and evasive that their guild died 2 or 3 times per capita, which barely wore down 20% of its blood. Originally, if it had stayed like this, they would still have had a chance. But the key is, that devil's blade suddenly advanced. It went straight from platinum to emerald. The devil's blade, which had advanced to the emerald level, had just decimated a priest with a single slash, and its blood level had unexpectedly recovered from 80% to 90%. Another slash kills an assassin, full of blood on the spot. This situation made everyone at Feek Heavy Industries despair. A boss that kills and bleeds back? This means, this boss simply can't be pushed out by a sea of people. Huang Huifan was also completely cold-hearted. She knew that with the current Fei Heavy Industry, it was no longer realistic to take out an emerald-class demon blade. But if we gave up on this, how would we count the lost lifespan of so many people in the guild? This is not the old days. In the age of godforsaken games, it was highly likely that the entire guild would collapse and fall apart if it suffered such a heavy blow and there was no gain. So, Huang Huifan had no choice but to look for someone again and ask for Shadow's help. What? It takes 800 years? That's almost doubling the price. Huang Huifan nearly broke into a fit of rage, her face turning unpleasant. But soon, she forced herself to calm down. This was a price that she had to accept right now, except that she couldn't really get that much lifespan right now. Almost all of Feek Heavy Industries' cash flow has been bought into longevity, and even then it adds up to just under 900 years. In addition, each guild member also more or less stored life expectancy in the guild standby personnel. adding up to 600 years. But this part of the life expectancy is to be returned to the guild members. It is impossible to use it casually. Therefore, Huang Huifan could only offer to pay 800 years upfront. Well, the shadow agreed. But the hard part is that the shadow is not available right now. It couldn't be that they feel they can't defeat this emerald ranked boss, so they want to stall for time, right? If this is delayed for a few days, won't my guild fall apart? Huang Huifan frowned, still apprehensive. At this moment, within Fake Heavy Industries Guild, the morale of all the squads practicing and brushing monsters was also very low. If it wasn't for the fact that the guild already had a silver level hideout, the human face tree courtyard, there would have been many players who would have opted out of the guild by now. Just then, Huang Huifan made an announcement on the guild channel. This magic leaning tower hideout, we are determined to get it. We've invited Shadow over to help raid the boss, and when he's done, the hideout will be our guild's. However, for this hideout, the guild will need to pay 1800 years of life expectancy. So after taking the hideout, the guild tax rate will be adjusted to 50% for a certain period of time until the tax has been collected for the full 1800 years and the payment is paid off. When we take the hideout, every member, now, can pick a room within the magic leaning tower to use as a private room. Obviously, this Huang Huifan was not going to use the guild's longevity reserves. Instead, the payment is completely passed on to the members. Since the magic leaning tower was a platinum level hideout, each floor was 20,000 to 30,000 square meters, and there were many readily available rooms, which were perfectly adequate for the more than 2,000 players that were now in Fake Heavy Industry to move in. And so, with visions of private rooms, the players at Fisker Heavy Industries, all willing to accept high taxes for a while. Translated, this is equivalent to each person only having to pay 200 to 300 days of life expectancy in exchange for a private room that is absolutely safe. That's quite a bargain in the godforsaken game world. It's the kind of opportunity that a lot of people want but don't have. The players at Fisker Heavy Industries have been a bit skeptical. That's an emerald class boss. Even Shadow would be tough enough, right? There's no emerald first kill on the globe yet. What if Shadow can't beat it either? Whatever, he took the money anyway, so he should find a way to fix it. I'm just afraid he can't beat it and says he wants our help. Haha, help a hammer gang. If you can't beat them, refund your money. Okay, this is what you guys said yourselves. A moment later, if the Shadow of the darkness to find someone to help. You all don't go on. I'll go on. Don't be jealous if you get the first kill of the emerald boss. If Qin Feng knew what these people were thinking, he was afraid that he would be speechless. Can't beat it? It's just an emerald level boss? It was also just over 3 hours later, after Qin Feng had killed more than 3,000 demons in a row in the terrorist ghost ship, that blood-red altar spell formation finally emitted a horrifyingly eerie ringing sound, and a mass of blood-colored mist coalesced in the spell formation. The Spirit Swallower bloodline monster is none other than an emerald-ranked special boss. The first kill of the emerald boss is yours. Chapter 123, Ancient God Murmurs. Spirit Swallower Andre Gill. It was more than 3 hours long. Qin Feng had almost finished off more than half of the demonic creatures within the terrorist ghost ship. The remaining demons, too, are too far away from this cabin, and it's hard to energize the altar spell after taking them out. Luckily, these 3,000 or so demons were taken out just enough to fill the spell with energy. Qin Feng was a bit thankful. You know, the godforsaken game has a slow refresh rate for demons. For example, in the ruins of a city, once the initial batch of demons were taken out, the demons that refreshed every day afterward were basically only about 5 to 7% of the initial demons. Even if there were initially 100,000 demons in the city, only 5,000 to 7,000 were brushed every day. As you can imagine, it's not easy for players to brush up on their longevity consistently. The number of magical creatures is too few and far between. When averaged out over each player, each would have a few hours of life at most. Not to mention, who would want to average it out with you? So, if you want to brush up and earn longevity, you have to leave the city ruins. Except, once you leave the city ruins, it's easy to meet an untimely end and die out there again. It was only in a raging area like the terrorist ghost ship that the rate of demonic refreshment would be faster. Even so, the speed of brushing monsters within the terrorist ghost ship simply couldn't keep up with Qin Feng's killing speed. A berserk area with 100 times the lifespan flow rate, where the demonic creatures refresh at 10 times the rate of a mild area. The number of magical creatures refreshed each day is 50 to 70% of the total number of initial magical creatures in the area. The terrorist ghost ship area, the original number of demonic creatures totaled only 4,000 or 5,000. That is, the number of magical creatures refreshed every day is only 2,000 or 3,000. If there aren't enough existing demons to wait for the monsters to refresh, there will be a wait. Qin Feng was quite happy. All in all, Now that he'd brushed enough of the little monsters and saved up energy for the spell, it just about leveled him up to level 18. Qin Feng still added all 10 free attribute points to agility. Then, the scarlet-colored phalanx in the field. A massive red mist coalesced and gradually formed a fat man with blood and flesh sewn together. Spirit Swallower Androgil, LV20. Grade, Jadeite, Pedigree. Countdown to existence, 1 hour, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. When that particular bloodline boss coalesced, Qin Feng directly felt a terrifying invisible energy impact. It was accompanied by a bizarre ancient god's murmur that instantly enveloped the surrounding area of hundreds of meters. You heard the ancient gods talking. Your raving scale is continuing to grow. When your raving scale grows to 100%, you will lose your mind. Sure enough, not bad for a special bloodline boss. It's only emerald level, but it's already surrounded by the ravings of the ancient gods. This was the bloodline boss that Qin Feng had his eye on. As long as this spirit swallower is killed, Qin Feng will be able to obtain the spirit swallower bloodline. As for Qin Feng, this spirit swallower bloodline was the bloodline that best suited his talent. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state as his eyes fell on that spirit swallower, only to see that it was a huge meatball that was 3 meters tall and 3 meters wide, blood red in color, with a total of 7 bloody mouths in the front and back, looking hideous and terrifying. But, from another point of view, can be permanently invisible? Attack will not be out of invisibility. Qin Feng. The degree of terror is not inferior to this thing is completely. Murmuring scale. If you reach 100% and lose your mind, the natural end is to be finished off by the boss. But that's not the worst of it. The worst is, once killed while in a state of insanity, you can't be revived for the time being, but will be kicked offline. Even if you return to reality, you will still be in a state of losing your mind. The higher the mental attributes, the faster you will recover when the time comes. According to the player's attributes now, it would take at least 3 to 5 days to recover from losing their sanity. Even if it was Qin Feng, whose attributes were much higher than the average player, it would take at least a day or two. During this time, it is impossible to log into the godforsaken game, and your mind will be in great disarray, unable to think properly. In the last life, a lot of people did a lot of appalling things when they were in a state of insanity. For example, the famous massacre in Tonda, Sakura, the 10,000 people eating each other in Bangalore, Tennessee, and the human skin kite incident in North America. Compare that to a dry, up-tempo affix like instant death. The disaster that ravings have brought to human society is even worse. The spirit swallowers are followers of the ancient god overeating, thus would surround the ravings from the ancient god overeating. It's a good thing I'm carrying 19.8 ravishing resistance on these leather pants. This resistance value is not high. However, it could also, to a certain extent, slow down Qin Feng's murmuring scale accumulation rate. If originally staying around the spirit swallower for 10 minutes would have brought Qin Feng's murmur scale to 100%, with this resistance attribute, he could last up to about 12 minutes. On top of that, the raving scale doesn't just grow naturally. Once you are hit by a raving surrounded boss attack, then the raving gauge will skyrocket by 1. It only takes a few hits to basically reach 100% on the raving scale very quickly and thus fall into a state of insanity. This is the terrifying boss that players will commonly encounter in the late stages of the godforsaken game. Also, even if it was just an unusual emerald ranked boss, its value exceeded that of a platinum ranked boss by a large margin. Higher defense, more blood, stronger attacks. Luckily, since Qin Feng dared to come and challenge this level 20 emerald grade boss, he was naturally sure of himself. In this cabin filled with blood red light, Qin Feng is surrounded by ancient gods' ravings. When the boss showed up, Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly struck. Shadow Blade. That's right, Qin Feng did not use the instantaneous Shadow Slash, nor did he use the Darkness Ring Blade. These two skills, both of which belonged to were ranged skills, Qin Feng was unable to freely choose between them when it came to the determination of the attack range. Generally bosses that look like Spirit Swallower, the 7 mouths on that mountain of flesh body should be the weak point. But this boss is the complete opposite. This Spirit Swallower bloodline boss has no weaknesses. And, if an attack hits those 7 mouths, the damage is swallowed up by them, instead giving the boss back its blood. This is where this boss is the most difficult. If you attacked with a ranged skill, it would basically hit those 7 mouths 100% of the time. And with only a single attack, it limits the output of many players to play. This, coupled with the ravings of the ancient gods that surrounded them at all times, made the difficulty of raiding this boss exponentially increase. Luckily, Qin Feng's single damage wasn't low now. He stayed in stealth and raised his hand for a shadow blade shot. A pitch-black shadow blade, like a hand stem, instantly hit the spirit swallower's flesh and blood. Minus 7,616. Due to the lack of weakness damage, the damage value of Qin Feng's shadow blade was much lower than expected. I just killed that platinum-ranked strong acid sinew man on the road. and the Shadow Blade was able to deal 70,000 to 80,000 weakness damage. This Emerald class boss defense is just high. Fortunately, the effect of the Rite of Black Flame leather armor weakens its defense. Qin Feng threw out a second Shadow Blade immediately afterward. At the same time, although that Spirit Swallower boss couldn't see Qin Feng's presence, through the trajectory of the Shadow Blade, he directly raised his hand and a meat hook instantly flew out and hooked over. Chapter 124 Emerald Level First Kill. Spirit Swallower Bloodline. The blood-colored flesh hook from the Spirit Swallower instantly hooked through the worn-out hull of the ship on the side. However, it did not touch Qin Feng in his stealthy state at all, because Qin Feng was no wood. He changed his position every time he released his Shadow Blade, and he was even on the move at all times during the release of the Shadow Blade. Thus, although the opponent could project Qin Feng's position through the trajectory of the Shadow Blade, but what was projected was also only Qin Feng's position when he released the Shadow Blade. With Qin Feng's speed, even just when the Shadow Blade had just come out of his hand, he was no longer in the same place and had even moved more than 10 meters. Judging Qin Feng's position based on the trajectory of the projectile was simply impossible to achieve. A volley of Shadow Blades kept falling onto the boss. Minus 8,295, minus 9,726, minus 10,248, as Qin Feng attacked again and again. The defense-breaking effect of the leather armor Rite of Black Flame continued to stack up, and the blood volume of this Emerald-class boss totaled over 3 million. Just 10 seconds after the start of the battle, Qin Feng had thrown a total of 10 Shadow Blades, dealing a total of nearly 200,000 damage. Immediately afterward, he saw that Spirit Swallower's meaty mountain-like body expand violently, and the 7 bloody mouths on his body expanded instantly, covering his entire body. If an attack is launched against it in this state, then all damage is converted tenfold into healing, giving it back its blood. This was why Qin Feng did not use Graceful Deliverance. Sustained damage from Enchanted Deliverance would allow Qin Feng to do more damage though, but it was also damage that Qin Feng couldn't control in time. Once the opponent entered this bloated state, the slitting throat sustained damage from Graceful Deliverance would instantly give it back its full blood. As soon as the Spirit Swallower entered the swelling state, Qin Feng felt a terrifying suction force that sucked him towards the boss. Meanwhile, at the feet of the boss, a pool of blood with a diameter of about 10 meters appeared. Once sucked and ripped into the blood pool range, the player begins to continuously deduct blood and grows the murmuring gauge at a very fast rate. Naturally, Qin Feng shuttled tens of meters away with a single instantaneous shadow slash, getting out of the range of being sucked by the boss. Immediately after, there was a burst of basketball-sized blood-colored spheres that coalesced and appeared in the space in the field. One by one, these spheres erupted and shattered into blood clots. Even with Qin Feng's speed, if he was enveloped by this attack, the ravishing scale would be instantly accumulated to an extremely high degree, or even directly pulled up to 100%. Luckily, Qin Feng played steadily. When there was danger, he retreated tens of meters away, completely away from the boss. In this state, the Spirit Swallower slowly recovers blood. Even after half a minute, that Spirit Swallower relied on devouring the blood-colored orbs around him and directly returned to full blood. But Qin Feng was in no hurry. Because of that, the broken defense status on this boss still existed. After waiting for its bloated state to last for half a minute, it finally ended and Qin Feng re-entered the vicinity of the boss. Shadow Blade, minus 24,388, minus 26,247. After the defense-breaking effective gift of the Black Flame stacked up to 15 layers, the Spirit Swallower's defense and all elemental resistance were completely cleared. Qin Feng stepped forward, dagger in hand, and directly fired a Scarlet Blade, minus 29,7W. The finishing technique hit its target and Qin Feng drew back, dodging several blood-colored meat hooks that were coming from all around. Since Emerald-level bosses came with the damage reduction attribute, even if the defense was weakened to 0, the damage dealt was not theoretical damage. The damage, however, had been quite impressive. One shot knocks the boss off stage. The Spirit Swallower's blood bar plummeted by a fraction, and immediately entered the swell state again, starting to burst blood balls and slowly recovering its blood. This time, though, it couldn't get its blood level back to full. With such a pull, Qin Feng steadily fought. After a few minutes, Qin Feng watched as his raving scale had accumulated to 50%, so he temporarily retreated outside the dilapidated cabin. In this state, his mind was already a bit foggy, and from time to time, pieces of weird and wacky creatures would surface before his eyes. To a certain extent, it will affect his actions. However, after moving away from the Spirit Swallower and remaining until he couldn't hear the ancient god's ravings, Qin Feng's raving scale began to slowly decline. After a few more minutes, Qin Feng's raving scale went to 0 and his sanity returned to normal. Returning to the boss again, I found that the boss blood level had recovered from 50% to about 75%. Bosses that reached the emerald level would basically have a variety of recovery abilities. For example, the Devil's Blade's hit return, or the Spirit Swallower's devouring blood orb return. The higher the grade of the boss, the stronger the recovery ability, and the more difficult it was to kill. It's basically rare that you can destroy such a boss by manhandling it. Qin Feng was in no hurry. Right now, his damage was comparable to a top-tier elite regiment by himself. Much faster recovery than a boss. In this situation, as long as Qin Feng didn't die, finishing off this boss was just a matter of time. Also, just over 10 minutes later, Qin Feng kept an eye on the murmuring scale and temporarily retreated whenever it reached 50% and his mind became a bit foggy. So after 2 times, when the Spirit Swallower was still left with more than 500,000 blood, Qin Feng held the Mori White Bone Blade, and at the right moment, he fired a Scarlet Blade, since the boss blood level is already below 30%. So, Scarlet Blade's 200% damage increase takes full, instantly bursting out with nearly 600,000 damage. It decimated the Spirit Swallower. The instant the Spirit Swallower was decapitated, a system prompt rang out in the minds of all players around the globe, both in the game and in reality, and was played 3 times in succession. Player Shadow Daxia is the world's first to kill an Emerald class boss, earning 30 points of reputation. When this alert went off, countless people around the globe were, once again, shocked. Fark, we haven't even seen a platinum boss, and Shadow has first killed an Emerald boss? God, we just got ed by a platinum boss and people are single killing Emerald? We just stacked a platinum boss with our lives instead, and thought we'd caught up with Shadow, but we didn't realize. How on earth did Shadow do that? We also encountered an Emerald ranked boss, but none of our attacks could break defense. Baka, where are the heroes of our Sakura country? Why hasn't anyone stepped up to take the first kill? It's over. Daxia has a dark shadow. The future is going to rise. Ashiba, who said that Shadow is from Daxia? We've just investigated. Dark Shadow's ancestors came from our Daxian country, Semolak. In the meantime, the Faco heavy industry players who had been discussing, not long ago, whether or not Shadow would be unable to defeat an Emerald ranked boss, were all dumbfounded at once. Single kill an Emerald level boss. Shadow's strength, just what level has it reached? Countless unimaginable scalps. Here in Qin Feng, he also received congratulations from An Yu, Lin Liu, Wang Mang, and others. However, he didn't reply for the moment, instead focusing on the fact that there was a red mist that coalesced from the corpse of that Spirit Swallower and converged towards the back of his hand. A blood-colored O-shaped coat of arms was formed. Congratulations on obtaining the Spirit Swallower bloodline. Do you want to activate it? What's the point? Qin Feng activated it directly. The power from that blood-colored O-shaped crest instantly assaulted his entire body. Chapter 125 Metamorphosis brought about by Bloodline. Open the Spirit Swallowing. Power Generation Plus. Pedigree, Spirit Swallower. Change in Strength, 1-3 points of physical attack per point of strength. Change in Constitution, each point of Constitution converts 1050 points of life value, 15 points of physical defense. Agility change, agility's effect is increased by 32%, increase in movement speed, attack speed, chance speed. Spirit change, each point of spirit converts 1-3 points of elemental attack power, 15 points of elemental resistance. Bloodline Skill 1 Spirit Swallowing, can swallow any learned skill, gaining an additional attribute change value based on the quality of the skill. Bloodline Skill 2 Big Mouth, gather a bloody big mouth to devour an enemy projectile, restoring your own blood based on that projectile's damage. Cooldown 27 seconds. Bloodline Skill 3 Overeating Devotee, your appetite is increased by 200%, but you passively gain 15 points of all-up resistance. Qin Feng sighed in relief after reading the attributes of the Spirit Swallower bloodline. Sure enough, it's not much different from what I remember. The key is the core skill Spirit Swallowing. By devouring learned skills, you can gain additional attribute change values. For the players, the biggest effect of a pedigree is attribute change. Originally, each point of a player's strength translates into 1 point of physical attack power. However, with a pedigree, this value will be raised. The attribute change of the Spirit Swallower bloodline is really defense-oriented. Life value, defense and elemental resistance, directly pulled up 5 times, but physical and elemental attacks are only pulled up 3 times. It stands to reason that an assassin type of profession should choose a bloodline with a higher attack conversion. Bloodlines such as Assassin, Lone Wolf of the Abyss, Lone Blood Disciple and the like. With these bloodlines, the attack conversions are higher, and the bloodline skills are better suited for assassins. However, Qin Feng's talent was the ability to infinitely evolve his skills. The godforsaken game has so many different kinds of skills. With passive skills, I can keep them all, but with active skills, it's simply not possible to use hundreds of them at once. I only need to keep the most useful of them. All other skills can be devoured by swallowing spirits and devouring them. Moreover, I was able to evolve all my skills to epic level before devouring them, so the effect would be much stronger. Xin Feng thought back. If you just use the spirit swallowing skill and swallow an inferior or ordinary skill, the attribute change provided is basically a value of 0.0 or so. From 1 point of strength converting 3 points of physical attack, it becomes 3.05 like this. There are more skills to swallow, and while they do have an effect, the effect isn't too significant. But what if it's swallowing epic skills? Xin Feng glanced at the notes of the spirit swallowing skill. Note, devoured skills will be unusable and cannot be repeated. However, there is one opportunity per day to choose a devoured skill to recover, and the corresponding attribute change value will be deducted. Once a day, you have the opportunity to roll back a swallowed skill. That way even if you occasionally swallow the wrong skill, you can undo it. Xin Feng didn't hesitate. He unleashed his greedy hands towards the spirit swallower corpse. 5 pieces of external loot emerged from the boss's corpse in quick succession, several of which shone with the brilliance of diamonds. At the same time, killing the emerald-class boss provided Xin Feng with 60 evolution points. A touch of this greedy hand gave an additional 300 points. Thus, the number of evolution points on Xin Feng's body reached another 696 points. After all, after taking out the platinum-level strong acid fleshman along the way before, and killing so many small monsters when they arrived at the terrorist ghost ship, they had all harvested quite a few evolution points. Let's evolve this skill to epic level first. Xin Feng's eyes looked towards a skill called Poison Blade. This skill was initially bronze level, and since it was a close-range attack skill with a long cooldown, Xin Feng had no intention of using it. First, consume 32 evolution points to evolve it to epic level. Sure enough, the damage of the Poison Blade that evolved to the epic level wasn't very high, so there's no need to keep it on your body. To evolve to legendary level, 210 evolution points are required. Xin Feng hesitated. It was then quickly decided to just devour the epic level Poison Blade. He hadn't carefully studied the Spirit Swallower bloodline in his previous life, so he didn't really know how many attribute changes could be gained by swallowing skills of various grades of this bloodline, so he had to try it himself. Is the skill Poison Blade epic being swallowed by the spirit? Yes/no. When Xin Feng chose yes, the Poison Blade skill inside his skill bar turned into a gray, unavailable state. Immediately afterward, a prompt came from the system. You have used Swallow Spirit on the skill Poison Blade epic. Your power changed. Each point of power converts 2 points of physical attack. It directly boosts the power change value by 2 fierce. Xin Feng was a bit shocked. If this was swallowed all the way to the middle and late stages, wouldn't his attribute transformation exceed others by hundreds of times? Of course, the effect was predictable. What he was devouring, after all, was an epic skill. Without the original primary talent of infinite evolution, how could he use spirit swallowing to swallow epic level skills? One should know that right now. On Xin Feng, there was only one initial epic ranked skill, Graceful Deliverance. In the godforsaken games, any initial epic skill is very powerful. Under normal circumstances, it is simply impossible to use the Spirit Swallower bloodline to swallow epic level skills, or even diamond level or emerald level skills that are not so willing to give up. Only Xin Feng, with the unlimited evolutionary talent, he was able to utilize the Spirit Swallower bloodline to its fullest extent. As long as I swallow enough skills, this bloodline will bring me more benefits than any other bloodline. What's more, within the Divine Abandonment game, players don't only get one bloodline. Leveling up and reaching the conditions will allow for a second, or even third, bloodline. Now hold up the basic attributes first. When unlocking the second bloodline, consider the type of bloodline more suited to assassins. Immediately afterward, Xin Feng continued to pick a skill. This is the initial silver level skill Marginalization, which has the effect of lowering the hate value of a magical creature towards itself. It was supposed to be used for assassins to lower their hatred when fighting in a group, so that they don't let the bosses get on their backs. However, Xin Feng had been brushing alone and naturally did not need the effects of this skill. Consume 19 evolution points to evolve to epic level. Consume another 130 evolution points to evolve to legendary level. The legendary ranked skill Marginalization unlocks a legendary ranked effect that removes 90% of a magical creature's hate value from itself while stealthy. Similarly, the effect was still useless to Xin Feng. Swallow the spirit. Xin Feng directly chose to swallow the spirit. Immediately afterward, a prompt that shocked Xin Feng came. You used Swallow Spirit on the skill Marginalization, legendary grade. Your constitution changes. Each point of constitution converts 5070 points of life value and 57 points of physical defense. Each point of physique translates into 20 points of higher life and 2 points added to physical defense. When Xin Feng had just activated the Spirit Swallower bloodline, his life value limit had skyrocketed from 2 648 points, to 10, 888 points, and his physical defense had skyrocketed from 334 points, to 158 points, and when he devoured the legendary ranked marginalization skill, his life value cap rose once again to 15,008 points, while his physical defense was raised to 1570 points. Physical damage reduction, directly from the initial 25.3%, increased to 61.9%. Like, if I swallow the defense skill, it'll boost my physique conversion. When I swallow attack skills, it boosts my power conversion. Shinfeng discovered some possible patterns from these two skills. If anything, the original him was really a little crunchy when he wasn't putting in skills. So now he's, with high life, high defense, and high evasion, it was already 10 to 20 times more resistant to being beaten up than the most meaty warriors nowadays. This is the metamorphosis that pedigree brings to the player. Players with pedigrees and those without are two entirely different classes. Yes, keep swallowing. Shinfeng aimed his gaze at more skills in the skill list, prioritizing, of course, the attacking skills. Having just dealt with the emerald-ranked Spirit Swallower, the damage had been completely insufficient to kill in seconds. Although being an emerald-level boss was meaty in itself, Shinfeng was naturally not satisfied. He needs to do more damage. Extra shifts delivered. Asking for some for love. Chapter 126 Assassin Department Core Skill. Double-edge proficiency. At this moment, Shinfeng's attention was focused on the skill panel. He looked towards the poison blade skill that had turned gray after it had already been spirit swallowed. He had a sudden thought. This skill has been swallowed by the spirit. It cannot be used and cannot be repeated. But since it's still in my skill bar, is it possible to consume evolution points and evolve it? It was not the first time that thoughts similar to this arose for Shinfeng. For example, is it possible to use the infinite evolution talent to evolve the talent itself? Or evolve equipment and other things? As it turns out, none of this works. The unlimited evolution talent, as its introduction said, would only be able to evolve skills only, and they had to be skills he himself had learned. Even pedigree skills are excluded. This certainly made Shinfeng a bit disappointed. But, the skill that was swallowed by the spirit, was it Shinfeng's skill? Is it a skill he learned himself? The answer, of course, is, thus, when Shinfeng chose to give a command to the poison blade skill, which had turned gray, to evolve, a system prompt came. Does it consume 210 evolution points to evolve the skill poison blade, epic level, to legendary level? Yes/no. Not bad at all. Shinfeng did not rejoice too early. He chose yes first. Then looking at the gray poison blade skill, it had indeed evolved from epic to legendary. And most importantly, the effect of Shinfeng's Spirit Swallower bloodline, the attack power converted per point of strength, increased from 2 points just now, to 5 points. The effect is heightened. It was only at this point that Shinfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. His guess proved viable. Skills that were swallowed by the Spirit Swallower bloodline didn't disappear from his skill list, they just became unavailable. Because of this, he was unable to repeat the skill that was devoured. In that case, it's a good thing. A smile appeared at the corner of Shinfeng's mouth. Originally, he thought that he would have to spit out the skill, evolve it, and then swallow it in order to maximize the effect when had more evolution points later on. But it doesn't seem necessary now. As long as you have evolution points, you can always evolve your skills, thus enhancing the effect of the skill being swallowed by the spirit. At this point, Shinfeng still had several skills on him that were of little use, but there are only 305 evolution points left. Looks like it's evolution points that are still missing. Shinfeng was in no hurry. With these remaining evolution points, he first used them to evolve a few useful skills. Spend 50 evolution points to evolve Shield of Black Light from Epic to Legendary. Shield of Black Light, Epic Legend Assassin tier skill. When used actively, converts all of one's evasion rate into a damage immunity shield for 1420 seconds. Conversion rate, 1 layer of damage immunity shield for every 10% 8% evasion. Legendary level added effect. Base attack strength is increased by 30% when a damage immunity shield exists on oneself. The legendary level effect of this skill was good, and together with the Spirit Swallower bloodline gain that he had just obtained, it allowed Shinfeng's base attack power to increase greatly once again. Originally, Shinfeng's damage was mainly dealt by skill additions. However, from now on, Shinfeng's basic attack power also began to raise. This was followed by consuming 50 evolution points to evolve the Dark Ringed Blade from Epic to Legendary. Dark Knight Ringed Blade, Epic Legend inflicts dark elemental damage to all enemies within 1 to 15 meters around, adding 13002000 dark elemental attack points. Legendary level effect, for each enemy hit by the Dark Ringed Blade, double the number of hit points. This legendary effect, it's not bad. In places where there are a lot of monsters, you can stack the number of combos needed to unleash your finisher faster. Too bad this effect didn't show up on Shadowblade. Otherwise, Shin Feng would have been able to double speed game combo points even when dealing with a single target with one hand dry in half a second. After evolving these two skills, there were still 205 evolution points left, which Shin Feng left untouched for the time being. Instead, he began to look over the loot that Spirit Swallow Arandrager had brought him. The first emerald boss. I hope it doesn't disappoint me. Shin Feng was preoccupied with diamond equipment and skill books. As a result, he opened his backpack and took a look at a total of 7 pieces of diamond-level loot, of which none of the assassins. I'll go. No face at all. Ha, bad luck. Hard work. Luckily, I was able to obtain the equivalent exchange of leather pants through my own efforts. Convert a skill book. Shin Feng sighed and chose a priest's skill book. Sacrifice. You have lost life connection, diamond grade priest system skill book. You have obtained double edge mastery, diamond grade assassin system skill book. The system prompt came, and Shin Feng's heartbeat sped up a bit. Double edge mastery. This was the core skill of the assassin line of professions. Dual blade mastery, diamond grade when you equip a dual blade type weapon. The basic attributes of that weapon are increased by 100% when you equip a dagger type weapon. You can equip another dagger weapon with its attributes in full effect. This is a passive skill. Its skill effect was either to double the attributes of the dual dagger weapon or to equip 2 daggers. It could be said that assassins with this skill and those without it were 2 completely different professions. The most important thing is still that both daggers are equipped at the same time. It's not just the base attributes that come into effect, but also the equipment effects. Many of the equipment special effects in the godforsaken game are extremely effective, and with this passive skill, assassin players are born with one more weapon special effect than other professions. Of course, other professions will also have some corresponding special class core skills that are no weaker than those of the assassin line. But the most crucial thing was that this skill of Shin Feng's could also be evolved. The evolution points I just saved came in handy. You have consumed 1 plus 20 evolution points and have 184 points remaining. Dual Blade Mastery, Diamond Epic Legend Dual Dagger attributes increase by 100%, 120%, 150%, when dual wielding daggers. Dagger attributes increase by 0%, 10%, 25%. Legendary level effect, when equipped with dual swords or dual wielded daggers. Skill release speed is accelerated by 20%. The speed of skill release was originally affected by the agility attribute. The effect added to the legendary level of this skill, accelerating the speed of skill release by 20%, was calculated additionally. To make an analogy, Shin Feng's Shadow Blade skill was now equivalent to having no cooldown, but there is still skill release speed. Currently, his release speed is almost 0.5 seconds a Shadow Blade, but with this 20% extra acceleration, it will only take about 0.4 seconds. It's not bad, I guess. I just don't know if I can get a 3-dagger flow or something later. Shin Feng played with the emerald grade Mori white bone blade in his hand, a single wielded dagger. He looked at his backpack and took out another plague blade from it. Directly dual wield daggers and increase the attributes of each weapon by 25%. Now there's a higher demand for high quality weapons. There are several pieces of diamond level equipment from other professions left. So let's take a look at it with leather pants conversion in a moment, and hopefully we can get a diamond level weapon out of it. Shin Feng was in no hurry to go back. That emerald class boss demon blade wouldn't fly away anyway, and the guardian bosses in that hideout were all not allowed to leave the hideout's range. Since we've made a trip to the terrorist ghost ship, let's completely clear out the demonic creatures within the ghost ship first. Following that, Shin Feng became the scavenger within the terrifying ghost ship. A group of level 15 to 20 magical creatures have all become his dead souls. It was also at the same time that Shin Feng was brushing the monsters in the terrorist ghost ship. The little lolicon, ghost spirit, quietly went offline. She listened to Shin Feng's words and prioritized career advancement with the experience she had brushed up on. Since Shin Feng had brought her to a place more suitable for leveling, it allowed her to level up many times faster than other players. That night was finally enough for her to advance her profession to the 2nd rank. Magic City. Nightfall. Outside the luxurious villa area where Dongfang Yu was located. In the darkness, a petite and nimble figure, maintaining a stealthy state, attacked and killed like a ghost. Stayed at the hospital all day. 2 more shifts will be a bit late today equals don't wait. Wake up in the morning and read it. Chapter 127, The Pig, The Crouching Dragon, and the Phoenix. Magic City. At night, in the most luxurious Royal Manhwa villa area in all of Magic City. Around one of the villas, 2 loaded security squads were changing shifts. Finally off work, hopefully I'll make it to level 11 tonight. Thinking too much? Level 10 to 11 takes more experience than levels 1 to 10 combined. Doesn't matter. I got another 500 days of life expectancy pay today. I can buy 2 pieces of gold level equipment when I get back to the game. So isn't brushing monsters how easy? Why buy equipment and not skill books? Obviously skill books are more enjoyable. That's stabilizing battle power. What do you know? Buying equipment can still be sold later. Buying skill books can't be sold. Whatever. Anyway, 2 more days of paychecks and half a set of gold equipment and I'll quit. It's much faster to brush up on life expectancy in the game than it is to eat a paycheck here. That's because you have gold level talent. My ING talent is only silver level. I have to be careful when brushing monsters. These members of the security squad were originally from an international security company. They were partly Dacia and partly of other nationalities, and their original areas of activity were all around Southeast Asia. After the God Abandonment game descended, they were trapped in the Magic City, obtained some weapons and equipment through special channels, and then were hired by the Chu family. Right after their shift handover, the last squad of 6, talking and laughing, drove off. The 6 people who had just rotated were scattered around the villa's courtyard, and 2 of them were on the villa's balcony, observing the surroundings. With this kind of standing position, if anything happens to any of them, the other 5 can react the quickest. But that was before a stealthy figure had silently arrived in the courtyard of this villa. Though those 6, one of them had level 2 anti-crypt. But, obviously, the stealth level of this petite figure was far more than level 2. If Jin Feng was here, he could see that there was a petite lowly girl, wrapped in tight black leather armor, who was deftly weaving through the villa courtyard. It was none other than the blade of the Yellow Springs ghost spirit. However, the current ghost spirit looked very different from what Jin Feng had seen before, only to see that her skin became pale, and in the fingers of her hands, 3 white bone-sharp blades extended out from each hand, and a pair of small white horns grew on her head. This is the Yellow Spring evil ghost form that was unlocked after the Yellow Spring blade advanced to the 2nd stage. In this form, her exclusive weapon transforms into the white bone sharpshooter, gaining a bonus to attack power and passively gaining 2 stealth levels. This brings the ghost spirit's stealth level to 4. That pair of small horns on her head, if Jin Feng were to look at it instead, he might find it quite cute. But at this point, the ghostly spirit's actions just didn't match cute at all. Only to see her raise her small hand and release the exclusive skill Yellow Spring Gaze. This skill, which allows those around you to fall into an illusion and see scenes they would otherwise expect to see. The duration of the effect is determined by the difference in mental attributes with the target. If the ghost spirit was unleashed on Jin Feng, this illusion would only last for 0.2 to 0.3 seconds. But for the surrounding security personnel who hadn't extracted much of their rank and attributes to reality yet, it would last at least 4 or 5 seconds. In fact, let alone 4 or 5 seconds, even just 3 seconds would be enough for the ghost spirit. Under the influence of the Yellow Springs gaze, no abnormality would appear in the eyes of those 6 armed security personnel, for the scene they had expected to see was a peaceful villa courtyard. It's a skill that's not useful in many situations, but in an assassination scenario like this, it's definitely a terror weapon. Put, the ghost spirit quickly dodged, and in just 3 seconds, he silently killed those 6 people with the white bone-sharp blade in his hand. Then, with blood flowing from her white bone-sharp blades, she returned to stealth and took a step toward the villa. Inside the villa basement, Dong Fengyu, Chu Kunshan and their couple, as well as their son were gathering together. The big-bellied Chu Kunshan smiled and said, "The message has already been relayed to Dark Shadow through the official channels, and there should be a result soon." Dong Fengyu also laughed. This pariah is narrow-minded. Before he ran all the way from Zhanhai to Magic City in order to kill Chen Shishir, these black guys attacked his hideout. How could he possibly endure it? We, Nan Tian, have come up with another plan to get all the people from the Black Dragon Palace offline, and old Zhang Tu's side can't find anyone to kill, so I don't believe that pariah can swallow this. Chu Kunshan smoked a mouthful of cigarettes and laughed. On the Shadow, the tradable lifespan is thousands of years anyways. As long as we finish him off, we can buy a hideout first. I inquired. The hideout can be extracted to reality. At that time, there will be no need for any security personnel. Dong Fengyu nodded, sitting elegantly and reservedly, and said faintly, "I hope everything goes well, and when the time comes, we'll just capture more of those students who are almost 18 years old and take their lifespans, and we can also raise some pariahs like pigs to provide us with lifespans." Just then, Chu Kunshan's phone rang. He looked at the incoming caller and realized that it was his elder brother, Chu Dudu, a key member of the Daxia military. He frowned and picked up. As a result, the other party's face is a scolding. "You are really a stupid pig. How did our Chu family come up with such a stupid person like you? What? Luring Shadow to detonate the fireworks factory to kill him, right? Which crouching dragon phoenix Daisy taught you?" Chu Nantian frowned when he heard this. "I have such a perfect plan. You call me crouching dragon phoenix?" Chu Kunshan couldn't help but ask. "How do you know?" "Big brother." Big head Chu laughed coldly. "You let the official pass the message to Shadow. Take it that I don't know? I've already sent people to the fireworks factory to take down all your people. And as for those black men, I've also had them all killed. The current Dark Shadow is of strategic importance in our Daxia, and the higher-ups have clearly instructed to protect him and maintain a cooperative relationship with him. You're good, going against the higher-ups, are you? I know what you guys have been up to lately. You guys don't think that longevity is the most important thing after this godforsaken game comes down, do you? When these words were said, Chu Kunshan and Dongfang Yu glanced at each other, both a bit puzzled. Chu Kunshan asked rhetorically, isn't longevity the most important? Big Head Chu laughed in anger. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. The most important thing is strength. As long as you have strength, you'll have a constant stream of lifespan. Without strength, you won't be able to keep it even if you have lifespan. You guys don't want to find a way to boost your strength in the game, but instead you're harboring in reality to collect lifespans? What's wrong with your brains? In short, don't hit the shadow in the future. Also, you have offended too many people in the past. Be careful yourself. I have heard that Boss G is looking for someone to deal with you. After a round of education, Big Head Chu hung up the phone. Chu Kunshan was depressed for a while, and Dongfang Yu's face was even darker. What's going on? Everything is ready, but the problem lies in the transmission of the message, right? Chu Kunshan weakly said. Otherwise, let's move to Big Brother's military camp and develop with the officials? Dongfang Yu laughed coldly. Impossible. If you want to go, you should have gone earlier. Why wait until now? Special period. Official restrictions are too much. The hundreds of years of life that we collect also have to be turned in. Are you happy? What's more, that shadow killed my whole family. It's impossible for me not to. She hadn't finished that. Suddenly, a warm liquid violently sprayed her face. At the same time, her husband Chu Kunshan's head, all of a sudden rolled down. Was her subconscious hold? Ga? Dongfang Yu's pupils instantly contracted. Chapter 128. I know. It must be Boss G. Chu Kunshan. Suddenly his head fell to the ground. Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian, who were in the field, did not react at all. Pust. Immediately followed by a miserable green chain blade. It flew out from the hands of a petite figure, instantly piercing through Dongfang Yu's abdomen, and even hoisting her elegant, noble body high into the air. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That 17-year-old teenager, Chu Nantian, didn't have any hesitation when he saw the situation, lifted the mahogany chair beside him, and smashed it down towards that petite figure. He thought that if he smashed down, a little girl would have to have a bloody head, right? However, bang! That mahogany chair smashed on the table and directly split into pieces. The petite young girl easily dodged and was unharmed. Reversing his body, he kicked Chu Nanshan's right leg, and his entire body screamed miserably as he half-kneeled on the ground. Ah, Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian, neither of them died in the first place. Their screams, however, did not reach the outside. This is all due to the fact that they have fantastic soundproofing in this basement. When they tortured other civilians here before, the screams of the civilians were just as impossible to get out. But they didn't expect that this time, the ones who were tortured actually turned out to be themselves. It's you! It's you? When Dongfang Yu, who had been hoisted up by the chain blade, got a good look at the ghost spirit's face, her entire body fell into a state of fear. She recognized it. She previously ran over a civilian woman, and threw the husband of the woman who came to make trouble into the Huangpu River to feed the fish. This young girl in front of her, is not the daughter of that couple? Originally, Dongfang Yu radically despised any civilians. In her mind she was noble and held the power of life and death over any civilian. Even after the godforsaken game came down, she would maintain her high position. But now, when her husband, who reigned over the magic city, died in front of her, and when she was pierced through the abdomen by a ghostly spirit's chain blade, she suddenly realized, human life, how fragile it is. How did you get in here? Dongfang Yu's vision became a little blurry. She felt incredible. Until then, her mind finally echoed just now. Chu Big Headphone said that sentence. Strength. Strength is everything. Without strength, even with a lot of life expectancy, you simply can't keep it. So all this time, I've been a smart ass. Ghost Spirit looked at Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian expressionlessly. The hand lifted and brought the chain blade back. Dongfang Yu's body fell weakly to the ground. She's not dead. I was going to torture you so much that you would experience the pain of my mother being repeatedly crushed to death by you. But, forget it. The ghostly spirit was a little disappointed. It wasn't that she was intolerant. Rather, she knew that there wasn't much time left for her. Cheap. The chain blade in the ghost spirit's hand flew out, instantly penetrating the hearts of Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian. Dongfang Yu never dreamed that it was her 200 years of lifespan that had been exploded within the game that would allow the ghost spirit to extract so many abilities in reality. Next, the ghost spirit did not relax in the slightest. In the basement, searching around, a shivering teddy was soon found. Nothing left alive. The ghostly spirit remembered the teachings of the great god Shadow and sent it to the west with a single shot of the chain blade. In addition to this, The ghost spirit also found several corpses inside this spacious basement that had been chewed and tortured beyond recognition. She looked at the bodies inside, but wasn't going to bother. Absorb the lifespan first. Take 9 more bodies away. Ghost spirit knew that there were official hidden professions like searchers that could go through corpses and find murderers, so she wouldn't leave the body she killed behind. It was a good thing she was well prepared, having purposely purchased and extracted a 20-compartment storage bracelet. A 20-compartment space within the game is equivalent to 20 cubic meters in reality. Living things can't fit in there, but dead things are fine. Just then, click, the ghostly spirit raised his hand and crushed a flying mosquito to death. Mosquitoes can't be spared. She stomped on another bug. Bugs can't be spared either. She took the shadow's reminder as a life lesson and ended up throwing several gas bottles in the basement. Throughout the villa, the poisonous gas is spreading. No living thing will survive in the entire villa. At this time, Shin Fong was still brushing monsters in the terrorist ghost ship. Not long after, he received a private chat from the little lowly ghost spirit. Elder, I'm done. Shin Fong returned. All settled? Ghost spirit, it's solved. And I've learned a piece of news that the Dongfang Yu couple originally wanted to harm you and lure you to some fireworks factory. Under her telling, Shin Fong learned everything, leaving him a bit speechless. Using non-nationals, lure me to a fireworks factory and then detonate and blow me up? It's genius. Shin Fong had to admit that if he was really in an explosive environment like that, there was a real possibility of him being injured. After all, an explosion like that does too much damage too many times. Relying on evasion rate and shield of black light wouldn't be able to completely resist it. But the key is, will Shin Fong go? Even if this news reached him, he wouldn't bother to go. Do you really think any dog or cat is worth his time? However, the fact that the Magic City officials would block this news for him and get rid of the fireworks factory and the non-nationals was out of Qin Feng's expectation. It seems that the official level of importance attached to me is quite a bit higher than I thought. Qin Feng had a number in mind. At this time, Ghost Spirit gave Qin Feng a list of her kills. There are 6 armed security guards, as well as Dongfang Yu, Chu Kunshan, and Chu Nantian, totaling 9. Wait, Trunks? When Qin Feng heard her list of kills, the person was a bit dumbfounded. Ghost Spirit, yeah, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Dongfang Yu, was at the scene. I took care of it together. Qin Feng, all he could say was, bull. From memory in his last life, Ghost Spirit wasn't the first to assassinate Dongfang Yu, but rather a certain person known as Boss Ji who hired a group of assassins to strike, but unfortunately failed. After that, the Dongfang Yu couple sent Chu Nantian inside the barracks and was protected by the military. Later, the Ghost Spirit made his move to finish off the Dongfang Yu couple. A year later, Chu Nantian entered the game and switched to the hidden profession Necrotic Corpse Witch, and also obtained the Emerald level talent, becoming the official top-tier powerhouse of the Magic City. In the end, the Ghost Spirit would be officially killed, and it had to be said that Chu Nantian played a key role. Didn't realize this time, the Ghost Spirit made his move ahead of time, and when he did, Chu Nantian was still present, and it was taken out along with the ghostly spirits. To this Qin Feng can only say, soap slips get people. The words of the ancients are still true. 10 minutes or so later, the murders in the Royal Windward Villa area were discovered because the security team didn't do their routine 10-minute debriefing. However, by the time people came to investigate, the Ghost Spirit had long since taken the body and disappeared without a trace. Moreover, the Ghost Spirit had been observing this neighborhood for a long time, and even the surrounding surveillance was destroyed in advance. Only the blood spilled everywhere let people know that Dongfang Yu and the others were afraid that they were already in mortal danger. So here's the question. Who did it? It's not the Shadow, because the Shadow has been online lately and doesn't have the time of day to commit crimes. There are many people who have a grudge against Dongfang Yu, but there are definitely not many who have this ability to do this. I know, it must be Boss G. Chapter 129, Old 6 against Old 6. Who can counter-hide who is father? Officials can't do much about it, though they speculate that Boss G hired someone to do it. First, there is no evidence. Secondly, Boss G is abroad. Even the Chu family can only be cursed from a distance. As for Qin Feng, he naturally ignored the official speculations. As long as the Ghost Spirit followed his instructions, it would be impossible for the officials to find out who did this. Just then, the Ghost Spirit sent another private chat to Qin Feng. Dongfang Yu and their corpses haven't been dealt with yet. I heard that you can absorb lifespan from corpses. Do you need it? Qin Feng thought about it and didn't answer directly, but instead asked a rhetorical question. Since you've gotten your revenge, what are you going to do next? The other man thought for a moment. Only then did he say, there doesn't seem to be any plans. Elder, can I follow you? Qin Feng asked. Why? Ghost, because I want to become stronger. This godforsaken game is so amazing. There might be a resurrection type of skill in the future, right? I want to resurrect my mom and dad. Don't worry, I won't get you into trouble. Xin Feng narrowed his eyes, counting up. Xin Feng hadn't provided much help to this girl, just telling her to career advance first, and additionally taking her to a suitable leveling spot. However, with these two things alone, the little girl had already realized that Xin Feng was different. It was important to know that her profession was the only hidden profession. How could Xin Feng know that her profession, when she advanced to the second stage, would become stronger? Strong enough to take revenge? And how would one know what kind of place she'd be good for practicing in? Resurrection. This kind of tactic, Xin Feng had never heard of it anyway. However, he was only one of the top 100 in the world in his last life, and the strongest in the entire blue planet had only just traveled to the land of order. As for whether or not there really is a resurrection in this world, who knows? Okay, I'll give you an address, so come find me with the body. In fact, Xin Feng's blossom curse could only be used on corpses within 300 seconds of death in order to draw on their lifespan, but as long as it's a corpse, you can still use the skill to destroy it. 1 hour later, Magic City, a park somewhere near the East Coast. A petite and slim figure gradually emerged from the woods, and it was none other than Ghost Spirit. She followed the address given by Xin Feng and came all the way here stealthily. However, she wasn't able to be infinitely invisible like Xin Feng, so when stealth is on cooldown, you have to find a corner to stay in and wait for stealth before moving on. Coming into these woods, she leaned her back against a large tree and waited quietly. As it was night, or cloudy, the woods were so dark that the average person couldn't really see that there was a young girl hiding here. A few minutes later, a cold and unfeeling voice came from the side. If I were you, I wouldn't target such a suspicious girl. Hearing this voice, the ghost spirit's heart flinched and instantly entered a state of invisibility, then left the original place. The one who spoke these words was none other than Xin Feng. With his higher level and attributes and better dark vision, he saw the ghostly spirit leaning against the large tree at a glance, and not far from the ghost spirit, there is an equally stealthy figure that is furtively approaching the ghost spirit. It was a young man with a baseball cap on his head, with a fruit knife in his hand. It looked like he had extracted a stealth skill and ran out to have a good time. Results. Xin Feng's words came out. The ghost spirit instantly became invisible, and the entire forest became devoid of even a single ghostly shadow. It gave the young man with the baseball cap the feeling that he had seen a ghost. Originally, he thought that he should be strong in reality with this level 2 stealth rating, yet to be found out? Not only was he spotted, he couldn't spot the other guy. It sent a chill down the young man's spine. However, he had only turned around and run about 30 meters when the stealth duration ended, and a somewhat wretched and frightened figure appeared in the woods. When he showed himself, a miserable green chain blade violently flew out of the shadows. It instantly pierced the young man's chest. Then, the ghostly spirit dragged the young man's body back. Mr. Shadow, you're here. It's my carelessness. I didn't realize that there would be someone stealthily approaching a place like this. The petite form of the ghostly spirit appeared, dragging the young man's body behind her, hiding in the darkness of the woods, blaming herself a bit. It's fine, just get some anti-stealth skills later, Xin Feng said with some inner emotion. Old 6 versus old 6. Who can counter-conceal who is the father? Well, in this regard, Xin Feng definitely deserved to be number 1 in the world. Soon a scarlet flower bloomed over the young man's body, destroying all traces of his corpse. These woods, it's like no one's ever been here. Come with me. Xin Feng didn't show himself, but he didn't move quickly either. He just quietly led the ghost spirit and headed in one direction. Listening to the direction Xin Feng's voice came from, the ghost spirit nimbly followed. Soon, came to a beach. She saw on the beach, a bungalow building that looked like a restaurant, facing the coast. Come in. Xin Feng's figure in black clothes appeared in the courtyard of the restaurant. This restaurant, constructed by Xin Feng using the Book of Divine Authorization, cost 118. 5 days of tradable life. The structure is simple: a kitchen, a dining lobby, plus 2 bedrooms. One of the master bedrooms, theoretically Xin Feng's bedroom, was actually the stone slab leading to the land of the pure soul under the bedroom bed, and the second bedroom is for the ghostly spirits. For the time being, Xin Feng still wanted to see more of this sister's performance and did not intend to pick her up into the land of the pure soul in reality. Of course, in-game it would be possible to include her in the Shadows Guild, so she could go in and out of the Evil Spirit Academy hideout. After coming to this restaurant building, the ghost spirit was obviously a bit surprised, and at the same time, he was also very formal in the face of Xin Feng. However, they still quickly cooperated with Xin Feng and took out all of Dongfang Yu's and their corpses, allowing Xin Feng to destroy them out of hand. After it was all done, Xin Feng brought the girl into the bedroom prepared for her. You can stay here for now. If there's nothing else, we can go into the game. Well, Ghost Spirit nodded her head obediently, but her stomach indisputably let out a gurgling sound. Xin Feng looked at this somewhat slim petite young girl and was a bit speechless. How long has it been since you've eaten? Come over, what do you want to eat? took her to the lobby of the restaurant and used the Book of Divine Authorities to get her something to eat. Perhaps because she had just met with Qin Feng, the young girl didn't have the heart to ask for too much and asked for a meatloaf first. As it turned out, she touched her stomach and was a little embarrassed. "Can I have another one?" After eating 5 meat fluffy breads in a row and drinking 3 cups of pure milk, she finally got up and bowed towards Qin Feng. "Thank you, teacher. I'm full." Qin Feng surveyed the young girl's slim and delicate body and expressed his conviction. "How long has this girl been hungry? Although I now have the attribute of overeating believer and eat more than her, but she's so small, and she can eat so much? Even if extracting levels and attributes to reality would make one eat a lot more, it wouldn't be so ferocious, would it?" Qin Feng was sweating a bit, and for her teacher name, Qin Feng didn't bother to correct her. Let her go. After eating, Qin Feng returned to the land of pure souls and resumed the game. He saw that Ghost Spirit's name was also lit up in his friends list, and was obviously online as well. Since she doesn't have the Book of Divine Authorization yet, you can take her to the Tower of Divine Authority outside the ruins of the magic capital and challenge her. Qin Feng thought to himself that he couldn't keep letting him provide food, could he? One had to know that Qin Feng had taken her in order to let her do her job, thus saving his own time. If it becomes more of a problem, it's better not to have her. It just so happens that the Tower of Divine Power NPC outside the ruins of the magic capital is more suitable for 2 people, a man and a woman, to go there. After the challenge is completed, there are still 2 books of divine teachings that are not available in Jianghai City, so I can also purchase them to replenish my inventory. Each Tower of Divine Power NPC has a different personality, taboos, abilities, and types of divine grant books for sale. Of course, before going, Qin Feng still organized his backpack. At this time, he had basically cleared the demonic creatures from the terrorist ghost ship. He leveled up to level 19. In addition, within these few hours, he had transformed 3 diamond-grade assassin equipment, plus a diamond-grade assassin skill book. 2 more chapters, will be a little late. Chapter 130, Mythic Level, Shadow of Sundering. The first was what Qin Feng wished to obtain the most after learning double-edged proficiency, a dagger-type weapon. Title Blade, Diamond Assassin's Weapon. Elemental attack power plus 465. Spirit plus 48, Agility plus 55, Attack speed plus 35%. Requirements, level 18, unique effect, each time damage is dealt, there is a 40% probability of attaching 1,080 points of water elemental attack, and a weak water status is attached, lowering the target's base attack power by 30% for 8 seconds, non-stackable. Note, negative statuses are less effective against bosses above Diamond. Qin Feng directly replaced the Plague Blade, dual-wielding Mori White Bone Blade and Blade of Getting Tied. Get Tied's Blade, which has an elemental attack power, or spell attack, attached to it. It's a weapon of the Falstaff, but it was still appropriate for Qin Feng. After all, his Dark Ring Blade and Shadow Blade skills were dark elemental attacks, and with this weapon, it boosted the damage of the Dark Ringed Blade and Shadow Blade. On top of that, 40% probability of additional water attacks per damage dealt is a very high value. It was no exaggeration to say that if this weapon was brought to other players, the output would be at least doubled by 1 or 2 times. Of course, the other players aren't that high-leveled right now. Right now, on the Jianghai City Ruins rank list, other than Qin Feng reaching level 19, the other highest ones were still only level 12, and that was Wang Mang and the others. As for the Ghost Spirit, she was already randomly killing people in reality, but she was only level 10. Because all her experience went to career advancement, it was conceivable that although Wang Mang and the others had reached level 12, none of them had progressed in their professions, or none of them had progressed to second-order professions, and at most they had progressed once, except for this diamond-rated weapon. There are also 2 diamond-grade gloves. Since the parts were duplicated, Qin Feng chose one of them that suited him better. Soul-sucking wrist guard, Diamond Assassin's hand defense, physical defense plus 125. Full elemental resistance plus 148, physical attack power plus 125, elemental attack power plus 125, hit modifier plus 101%, requires level 19, special, inviolability plus 15, unique effect, reduces elemental damage to self by an additional 24%. Compared to the previous emerald-ranked fragile white gloves, this equipment provided a higher output attribute and didn't have the negative effect of minus 12% life cap. Of course, the most important thing was that particular attribute. Diamond-grade equipment has a probability of attaching special attributes that give superior wordings. Inviolate is a defense type of upper-level affix, not the same as superlatives like instant death, ravings, and nightmares. The presence of the inviolate affix allows the player to be immune to all normal control effects. The so-called normal control effects are all control effects except for the superordinate affixes. Controls such as stuns, knockbacks, silences, and immobilizers For example, can't take effect on players with invulnerable effects, but upper-level word effects like raving, imminent death, nightmare, and the like can't be resisted with inviolate. At the current strength of the player's controls, 15 points of inviolate amount value will resist at least 10 control effects, and inviolability value will be restored by 1% per second. The higher the inviolability cap, the greater the resistance to control effects. Simply put, the average player has a control skill with a control strength of 1, and being hit once only reduces the inviolability value by 1 point. If Qin Feng has 100 points of inviolability, he will be able to recover 1 point per second, which is equivalent to being immune to control once per second. Suffer 100 controls in a short period of time, and you won't be affected in any way. Of course, the control intensity of the subsequent player's skills will become higher and higher, and the ability to breach inviolability will become stronger and stronger. Overall, at this stage, the invulnerable phrase is almost equivalent to a dominating effect. This effect, naturally, is also an effect when facing demons and bosses, preventing a set of second kills from being controlled by demons or bosses. As for the other diamond-ranked wrist guard, it didn't come with the special wordings, so Qin Feng definitely chose this soul-absorbing wrist guard. Change the fragile white gloves first, then proceed to check out the diamond-level skill book you just acquired. Sundering Shadow, diamond-level assassin skill, creates a shadow doppelganger for 3 seconds. When the shadow doppelganger exists, it will release the same skill as the main body, dealing 100% damage. Cooldown, 120, 55, 8 seconds. Required level, 18. Note, the shadow doppelganger will duplicate all the gain statuses of the main body. A super high burst skill. Although it was not a direct damage skill, it could directly double Qin Feng's output damage within 3 seconds. And, in Qin Feng's state of permanent invisibility, this shadow doppelganger would be just as permanently invisible. This skill, naturally, is the main skill from now on. Qin Feng evolved directly. You have consumed 1 plus 20 plus 300 evolution points and have 23 points remaining. Sundering Shadow, Diamond Epic Legend Myth Shadow Doppelganger lasts 3, 4, 5, 7 seconds. When the Shadow Doppelganger exists, it will release the same skill as the main body, dealing 100% damage. Cooldown 1201008060, 27, 9 seconds. Legendary level added effect, +1 to the number of Shadow Doppelgangers created. Mythic level added effect, the number of Shadow Doppelgangers created is once again +1. Looking at the Sundering Shadow skill that had evolved to the Mythic level, Qin Feng was shocked. It was actually possible to create 3 Shadow Doppelgangers at the same time. Doesn't that mean that all his damage becomes quadrupled in that 7 seconds? Emerald level boss. It's become like paper mache even in front of me. Qin Feng did the math. If he were to fight Spirit Swallower Androgil again, the time required would be shortened by 10 times at the very least. Nice. That's it for now. It's ready to go. Qin Feng opened Ghost Spirit's private chat window and sent a coordinate over to her. Before returning to the ruins of the demon capital and taking out the emerald-ranked demon blade, Qin Feng was going to take the Ghost Spirit to challenge the Tower of Divine Power first. It was because the Tower of Divine right in the ruins of the magic capital was not too far away from the terrorist ghost ship. Of course, Qin Feng didn't pick up the Ghost Spirit, because with this girl's level 4 stealth rating, there wasn't even much danger in moving around the ruins of Mordor. Thus, Qin Feng left the terrorist ghost ship. In the overcast, rainy weather, he rode his ghostly night wolf toward the dark, scorched earth to the northwest. Since Qin Feng had previously brought Wang Mang and the others to fight the Tower of Divine Power in Zhanghai City, the Daxia officials had quickly standardized their intelligence. All of the elite squads from the nation's major cities left the ruins of their cities and went out in search of the Tower of Divine Power. The building is actually quite conspicuous. So far there had been many teams that had completed the challenge at the Tower of Divine Power and purchased the Book of Divine Authorization. Of course, what other players can accomplish at this stage is, at best, teaming up to challenge the most basic gold-level bosses. As for the solo challenge where Qin Feng took the first kill, only a very small number of people had completed the easiest first-tier difficulty challenge, earning 1 point of reputation reward. Even the second tier of difficulty at 200% intensity is not something that anyone has been able to complete at this point. Not to mention the 500% intensity tier 5 difficulty that Qin Feng was soloing like that. Just as Qin Feng and the Ghost Spirit were splitting up to rush to the Tower of Divine Right, outside the ruins of Mordor, the Tower of Divine Power, the single ponytailed girl, Evening Night Shimmering Rain, with a gold-grade powerful crossbow hanging from her waist, led her official team and just walked out of the Tower of Divine Power. A group of 6, looking a little frustrated in their expressions. We can't even solo a tier 2 difficulty boss. How on earth did that shadow beat the 5th floor? And that was just the other day. Then again, have you guys heard the gossip in Zhanghai City? I heard that Shadow is a psychopath who has already dismembered and split up several innocent civilians, and even hanged people's hands and feet dry. Don't talk nonsense. There's no evidence at the moment that the Shadow did it, but the time of death of those civilians is said to have coincided with the time of Shadow's downtime. Chapter 131 Top Team 1/Instant Kill. Listening to the chatter of the people in the group, Evening Night Shimmering Rain frowned. She said, I do think that the Shadow is not like the kind of psychopath you say. He has been very dry in his hands. Shanghai City side has been in the line of investigation. Before the results of the line of investigation, do not jump to conclusions. There was a tall, lanky, burly man in the group, codenamed Uncommon. The burly man smiled. There are two possibilities for this kind of thing. The first possibility is that the Shadow is indeed the psychopathic murderer. The second possibility is that the killer is related to a close friend of the Shadow's and knows the Shadow's exact up and down times. Evening Night Shimmering Rain said helplessly, the key is here. We don't know who some of the Shadow's friends list are. Shanghai City officials are quite a lot of people know the Shadow's up and down time, but they have gone through a self-examination, and no one has the time to commit the crime. Uncommon nodded inside. It's also not convenient to ask Shadow directly now. If it's really him, it'll definitely scare the snakes. They had a chat. Suddenly, look out! Evening Night Shimmering Rain saw a line of 6 figures, all maintaining stealth, rapidly approaching over. Her profession is Demon Hunter, and she has learned an anti-concealment skill and an anti-concealment outfit that allows her to see through no more than level 2 stealth. The opposing team, with a full range of professions, looked to be a group stealth effect, so the stealth level was not high, and it was directly seen through by Evening Night Shimmer. It's those 5 foreigners from the Ace of Spades team that recruited another Dasha female player? Evening Night Shimmer only had time to sweep his hand up and draw his bow. Put. There were 9 crossbow arrows in succession, shooting out towards each other. Fark. Spotted. It's okay, control them first. Mi Jung, put us on the magic immunity shield. The aircraft-headed white youth at the head, Tony, who was wearing heavy armor and holding a halberd, had a confident and cruel smile on his face as he instantly swung the halberd and smashed down towards the ground. An earth-colored seismic wave, from where he had smashed down, swiftly rolled towards the 6 people of the Evening Night Shimmering Rain team. Once hit by a seismic wave, they would be sent flying. However, the 6 members of the Evening Night Shimmering Rain team were all the Magic City's top official opening elites. Seeing this, all of them dodged towards both sides as fast as they could. Even a middle-aged priest with the slowest speed was not affected by that seismic wave. Full hiding. Swish swish swish. When they looked up, they only saw that all 6 of Tony's body, all put on a layer of purple shield, is a kind of magic-free shield. Counterattack. Without any hesitation, Evening Night Shimmering Rain directly ordered. Although the Ace of Spades is dead, Tony and the 5 are still killing people all over the ruins of Magic City and are still wanted by Magic City officials. The main thing is that their equipment, subsidized by Qian Shishir, is very luxurious. It's basically a full set of gold gear now. Facing the average player is a complete downgrade, but Evening Night Shimmering Rain they naturally weren't afraid, and counterattacked on the spot, with various skills accurately thrown out towards the female priests in the opposing crowd. That priestess was still a female player from Dasha. It was obvious that she was very excited and even proud to follow Tony 5. Wall of thick earth. An African-American boxer raised his hand and blasted the ground, building a wall of thick earth directly to protect the female priest in the group. That earth wall directly resisted a series of long-range attacks by Late Night Shimmering Rain in there, as both sides are current top players. This fight is getting a little bit steamy. Tony and the others, wanting to take out the Evening Night Shimmering Rain 6 and get the officially collected lifespans of Dasha from them. As for the Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the others, they naturally wanted to finish off the wanted criminals and weaken the other side. Holding a huge sword, Unusual leapt into the opposing crowd, whirling his greatsword and spinning it around. Turning on the windmill mode, the sword light kept sweeping across, instantly dispersing the opposing crowd. Evening Night Shimmering Rain led the charge to set fire on a white mage of the other team, and although she herself was encountering the opposing team's set fire, her Demon Hunter profession passive allowed her to dodge a distance of 2 meters every time she launched an attack. This effect, known as skateboarding shoes, while launching a crossbow attack, he slid around, dodging various long-range attacks from his opponent. With her nimble movements, her single ponytail constantly swayed, making her enemies hate her. As for the damage of the attacks on both sides, once they hit, they were all ranging from 500 to 1500 points. If you don't pay attention to dodging skills, it's easy to be set on fire and killed. The Evening Night Shimmering Rain, the official top team of Magic City, had killed many gold-level bosses together, as well as many wanted players together. and their cooperation was extremely skillful. Soon enough, he caught one of the opposing mages in the wrong position and directly stunned him on the spot. Then a burst that first breaks its magic shield, followed by the last sliver of its bloodstain. Eyes are about to decapitate the target. As a result, that Dasha female priest raised her hand with a healing spell and connected with a shield, preserving that white mage. Do you realize what you're doing? Evening Night Shimmering Rain gritted her teeth and looked indifferently at that great summer priestess. The priestess smiled disdainfully. What? In this society, you still want to restrict my personal freedom? Jealous of seeing me with a handsome foreigner? Mei Jung, don't bull ****** them. The airplane head of Tony holding a halberd, surrounded by an earth yellow shield. His face is quite grave. Our firepower is not as fierce as theirs. Retreat first. After all, these Dasha official people like to call for reinforcements. The most. The archer player of their team raised his hand and released a group acceleration skill. It made the 6 of them accelerate their speed by 30% and retreat quickly. Damn, that was a fast run. Uncommon held his greatsword and cursed as he saw that he couldn't catch up with his opponent. But just then, just as the other guy got away, a circle of dark blade light instantly bloomed from the center of the opposing camp, spreading out towards the surroundings. Tony's 6 people hadn't even reacted yet, and as a result, they were cut in two by the black blade light that appeared out of nowhere. The terrifying damage of that black blade light caused the blood bars above their heads to disappear in an instant. One by one, their eyes widened, their respective upper bodies falling helplessly to the charred ground. 6 large and small spheres of lifespan light burst out from their corpses. 1 cut, 6 kills in an instant. The appearance of this scene caused the Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the Changeless 6 to all stare in astonishment on the spot. The lanky burly man couldn't hold back as often as he could, and 2 words popped out of his mouth subconsciously. It's the shadow. Evening Night Shimmer forced herself to stay calm, while her heart rate was getting faster and faster. They thought they were already the top squad in the godforsaken game, not only in the great summer magic capital. Even if you look around the world, the overall strength is ranked at the top. With their strength, they've been tangled up with Tony's squad for so long without really being able to overpower each other. But now, the shadow didn't even show his face. A skill went down, and the other 6 were instantly secured at the same time. Chapter 132, Perverted Murderer? Chasing the Evil Ghost. The scene that took place dozens of meters away from the Evening Night Shimmering Rain 6 caused them to freeze at the same time. Still, Late Night Shimmer reacted quickly. She opened her friends list and quickly sent out a private chat. Attention! Idea, the remnants of the original Ace of Spades men have just been killed. Block the resurrection point. Don't let them escape. As this period of time passed, the Dasha officialdom gradually became stronger and stabilized in all aspects. Once the wanted man is killed, then there are people guarding the body at the middle resurrection point in the city ruins. At this moment, there were at least hundreds of official players in the ruins of all the major cities in Dasha, squatting near the resurrection points. As long as a player who has not obtained a hiding place dies, they can only be resurrected at this public resurrection point. Obviously, Tony and the others didn't get a hiding place when they were killed by Qin Feng in seconds and resurrected at the resurrection point in the ruins of the Magic City. They were immediately struck by a blow from the official elite team of the Magic City. Though Tony and the others are not weak individually, but they are not Qin Feng. How is it possible to break through when surrounded by hundreds of people? Qin Feng was too lazy to think about what would happen to Tony and the others. After he resolved the 6, he directly released the Blossom Curse on their corpses, absorbing all of their tradable lifespans. As far as non-tradable lifespans go, it's not much better. Because of their evil deeds, the Slayer status they carried with them also reached 2 to 3 levels. Even the new female priest Mei Jing who had joined the team had reached 2 levels of Slayer because she had killed many other players with Tony. Previously, this team had taken out quite a few Mordor players and grabbed a lot of lifespans. Now after being killed by Qin Feng, it was all returned. 2 tiers of Slayer status means that once you die, it's the equivalent of dying 3 times in a row, dropping 87.5% of your remaining lifespan. The Tier 3 Slayer status, moreover, drops 93.75% of your remaining lifespan upon death. Finally, Qin Feng used the Blossom Curse to absorb it once more. The opponent's remaining non-tradable lifespan is halved again. This wave, it's blood money. Qin Feng glanced at the system prompt. Just those 6 gave him 126 years of tradable life plus 427 years of non-tradable life straight away, regardless of how much lifespan they originally had. As long as they were killed by Qin Feng, it would mean an instant collapse. If they were to be killed once or twice more by the official corpse guards of Dasha, the 6 would not be far from death. When the scarlet flower of death bloomed, Qin Feng did not show up. Maintaining his invisibility, he passed by Late Night Shimmering Rain and them, walking silently towards the Tower of Divine Power. As for the Evening Night Shimmering Rain and the others, they didn't know where Qin Feng was, But still, together, they bowed and saluted in the direction of the 6 corpses. Thanks for the help. Evening Knight Shimmering Rain sincerely thanked, and then did not stay long, leading the people to quickly leave. Shinfeng looked at the back of her capable figure and did not respond. This woman is recovering quite quickly from a gunshot wound to the thigh. Shinfeng was thinking faintly. Suddenly a private chat message came from the granddaughter of the Heavenly Vault Guild president. Zhang Jinxian, 10-mile Castle Peak is far away, senior. There is a thing. I don't know if you know it. Our guild channel are chatting about a piece of gossip, saying that you are a perverted murdering demon. Over in Jianghai City, someone was split into pieces, and the limbs are still being air-dried and hung in the park. Said that the official test results, the time of death of those people, with your offline time match. Of course, I believe that Senior is not such a person, but it's also rumored outside now. I'm afraid that it will bring any bad influence to Senior. Shinfeng was a bit surprised to hear about this sister. Jianghai City, someone's been split up? The time of death coincided with him going offline? Who's this trying to hurt me? Shinfeng narrowed his eyes and immediately guessed the greatest possibility. If someone hadn't intentionally tried to harm him, it would have been impossible to spread this kind of news. As a matter of fact, Shinfeng had recently been in Magic City, and in the eyes of outsiders, although the last time he appeared was in Magic City, taking out Qian Shishir, but that incident was a long time ago. Who knows where the shadow is now? In reality, let me take the blame and make a big deal out of it again. Trying to use a fishing boat to put pressure on the officials to deal with me? Shinfeng sneered. First, he thanked Sister Zhang Jinxian. Then after chatting a little, I learned that this girl had already found the props she needed for her first career advancement in the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy. As for the second advancement, she was still far too early. The experience is so much worse. Shinfeng waited for the ghost spirit to arrive while thinking a little about Jianghai City. This was a matter that would not have been easy to deal with if it had been up to him alone. But, who let him just abduct a Yellow Springs blade? The Yellow Springs evil ghost form also has an ability to track down the killer based on the odor left on the corpse. This is a more reliable means of pursuing a murderer than a searching officer. Shinfeng knew that when the search officer profession was not advanced, he could only search corpses within 2 hours of death to find the murderer. If you advance once, you can search a body within 6 hours of death. Only those who have advanced to second-order searchers can search bodies within 24 hours of death. Obviously, right now, the Dixia officials, none of them had cultivated any second-order search officers. The number of first-order search officers are all low. First of all, the killer knows my exact downtime. Secondly, the killer knew the official capabilities well enough to know when to release the body without being traced by officials. Shinfeng looked at his friends list. In the godforsaken game, only his friends could see the online status of others, and he didn't have many friends. Wang Meng, and Yu, Lin Liu, and Gu Yixue, Ghost Spirit, 10-mile Green Mountain Far, and Old Zhang too. And then there was the president of the Knight Templar, Chen Wuming, codenamed Hui Yao Wuda. As for the milky white Yuko that he had once added as a friend, and a triangular-eyed youth who had contacted Qian Shishir or something, naturally he deleted them as soon as things were done. Ghost Spirit, Zhang Jinxian and Old Zhang too, all of them are in Magic City, so we can basically rule out the possibility. Chen Wuming, although I blackmailed him, it's still recent that I friend him. Chatting with Zhang Jinxian, I learned that when that body-splitting case first happened, Shinfeng hadn't yet added friends with Chen Wuming. In that case, the problem lies with the 4 Wang Mengs. It's not always about them, though. Jianghai City officials, surely, have recorded my up and down times. There's definitely a chance that someone with a good mind would want to look into it. All in all, Shinfeng did not think much about it. With Ghost Spirit around, he didn't need to rack his brain trying to guess who the killer was. Just let the Ghost Spirit make a trip to Jianghai City, and with the Yellow Springs evil ghost form, he can easily find out the murderer. No matter who the murderer is, just kill it. Just then, Shinfeng saw a stealthy figure running towards this tower of divine power. The young girl Ghost Spirit in the form of a Yellow Springs evil ghost, white bone-sharp blades on both hands flashing with a morose white light, a pair of cute snow-white small horns on top of her head, and her petite and flexible figure, quickly approached. You invited player Ghost Spirit to join the team. Shinfeng directly threw out a group invitation. All in all, let's finish challenging this tower of divine power first and by the book of divine authorization. Shinfeng turned around and looked at the tower of divine right that was tens of meters tall in front of him. The NPC that guards this tower of divine power was known as Old Mother in the Last Life. Compare that to the previous six-fingered wizard Vickery. This mom is much more normal, but of course, only superficially more normal. Chapter 133, Don't Call Me Brother. Anything else will do. Outside the ruins of Mordor, the Tower of Divine Power. It was first guarded by the NPC Queen of the Lunar Absence Vertsini, before becoming an NPC guarding the Tower of Divine Power. Vertsini had a pair of children who were killed in front of her, leaving her mentally deranged by the stimulus. She fantasized that her children were still alive. If a player comes over to challenge her, she will post a quest for the player to help find her son and daughter. But the truth is that this mission will not be accomplished at all. The real way to take advantage of this NPC is to have a young man and woman come over and team up for a challenge. For many players in the early stages, it is extremely difficult for two people alone to challenge the gold boss, but there are still plenty of people who can do it in the mid to late game with the raiders. As long as a young man and woman teamed up to challenge them, then the Veltsini would treat them as if they were their dead sons and daughters. When you finally buy the Book of Divine Authorities, you can buy it at a 10% discount. You can even get free whites if you trigger some conditions. That's why in the last life, this NPC was called Old Mother by the players. Even in the middle of the game, the players who walked into this Tower of Divine Power were young, a man and a woman. One of these players counts, and all of them are regarded as sons and daughters by Veltsini, resulting in Veltsini's sons and daughters being spread all over the country. And that, in turn, kept Vertsini selling the Book of Divine Mandate at a loss, even subsidizing her lifespan to produce the Book of Divine Mandate for her sons and daughters, leading to her eventual death when her lifespan ran out. At the time Qin Feng was reborn, the guard NPC of this Tower of Divine Power had already changed. I have to say, the NPC's story is pretty sad, but all Qin Feng could do was not let her lose money. Otherwise any more she is given will end up being cheaper for the other players who have gone before her. Player Ghost Spirit joins the team. Qin Feng brought the young girl Ghost Spirit and entered the Tower of Divine Power. A noble woman with a gentle white glow was directly visible, wearing a moonlit vestment and a wizard's pointed hat, her body sometimes illusory, sometimes solid. This is Vertsini's alter ego, level 20 gold boss. For the Tower of Divine Power challenge, the boss level is a minimum of level 20, but if the average level of the challenged players exceeds level 20, then the boss level is the same as the average level of the challengers. Oh my children, you have finally returned. When Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit came in, the noble woman looked at them, a pair of eyes that were originally a bit cloudy becoming soft and loving. You guys came back. Do you want the Book of Divine Instruction? As much as it would be tempting to just hand it over to you, according to the rules of the Tower of Divine Power, you must complete the challenge. Come on, beat mommy. What? The teenage Ghost Spirit was a bit confused when she heard these words. Children? Mom? What's going on here? Qin Feng patted her shoulder to bring her back to her senses. Don't think too much. Listen to my command in a while. The words fell. Qin Feng immediately struck. Sundering Shadow. Instantaneous Shadow Chop. In this instant, the entire field of shadows and swords swept across the field. Surprisingly, directly killing that Veltsini's gold level detached boss in seconds. The ghostly spirit was once again confused. She had just raised her hand in preparation for battle. As a result, she saw the blade light blossom on that gold level boss before it exploded into a burst of snow-white shattered light. The ghostly spirit silently lowered his hand. She realized that when she was teamed up with Shadow, it seemed like she didn't need to do anything at all. All she had to do was follow along and yell 666. It made her a little ashamed. Compared to my teacher, I'm too much of a novice. I have to work twice as hard to do that. When Qin Feng killed that Veltsini doppelganger in seconds, a white light descended from the top of the tower and enveloped him and the ghost spirit. Immediately after that was Veltsini's own body, bathed in holy moonlight, descending to the two. Ellen, Anna, let mommy hold you. With a happy look in her eyes, Vertsini hugged up towards the two, and at Qin Feng's urging, Ghostling said weakly and tentatively, love you, Mom. That being said, it's a direct keyword trigger. Anna, mommy loves you too. With tearful eyes twinkling, Vertsini waved her hand and took out the 9 books of divine authorization, handing them to the ghostly spirits, completely free of charge. As for Qin Feng, he didn't say this. With a 10% discount, he purchased 2 books of divine teachings that were not available in Jianhai City. Book of Divine Authorization, Dasha Tobacco and Book of Divine Authorization, ships respectively. That's right, Vickery sells a divinely inspired book that has no tobacco category. If Jianhai City players don't come to Mordor to challenge them, they won't even have a cigarette to smoke in the future. Thus, Qin Feng spent 100 days of his lifespan on each of these 2 books of divine instruction, which were actually of little use to him, but there was no harm in collecting them. Anna, if you are in danger, don't leave your brother. Brother will protect you. Listening to the NPC's soft words, the ghost spirit was getting confused. She silently accepted the 9 books of divine authorization, which don't want for nothing. Only after the NPC had finished speaking did Qin Feng take her away from the Tower of Divine Power and tell her the NPC's backstory. This made the ghost spirit worship Qin Feng even more. Even knowing this kind of NPC's story, that's too much knowledge, isn't it? But immediately afterward, this young girl probably remembered her own mother and couldn't help but ask, so is it really okay to whore herself out like this? Will she be alright? Xin Feng shook his head. All I know is that the cost for an NPC to produce the Book of Divine Authorization is 10 days of lifespan. I paid for 200 days, so she's not losing out is all. This shows how greedy the six-fingered wizard Vickery is. The base price will sell for 1,000. And if the player is stronger, the price will go up. Because of this, in the last life, there were players who had gained divinity who rallied together and directly took out Vickery. This perverted guy was too dark, and many strong people were pitched to death by him. After his purpose was accomplished, Xin Feng left this tower of divine power with the ghost spirit. Next, it's time to do business. Xin Feng planned to go back to the Magic City ruins first and finish off the Emerald Great Demon Blade. As for the Jianghai murderous demon, just let the ghost spirit make a move. So the two sides went their separate ways. Before leaving, Ghost Spirit asked with a bit of hesitation, teacher, do you think it's good for me to call you teacher or brother from now on? It seems like it's not bad to be called brother. Xin Feng immediately waved his hand. Don't, other than brother, you can call anything else. Teacher is also quite good. Laugh your ass off. In this life, Xin Feng must not have any more sisters. No one is good enough. Oh, the young girl was slightly disappointed. She was hearing the words of Vertsny just now, and felt as if brother was a bit more affectionate than teacher. As a result, I did not expect that Xin Feng refused so decisively. Is there some tragic past? After receiving the mission explained by Xin Feng, Ghost Spirit went down first. Then on the table, she saw a mount bell. That was exactly the ghostly night-walking wolf bell that Xin Feng had prepared for her. If you want her to go to Jianghai on business, you can't let her run back on foot, can you? So the ghostly spirit picked up the mounted bell. At night, a phantom wolf carries a young girl, remaining invisible, away from the beach restaurant, running towards Jianghai City. Just then, Jianghai City, inside a secret enclosed basement, there were all sorts of torture tools, chainsaws, drills and so on hanging on the walls, and right in the center there was a hospital bed. A man with a scarred face and skull-patterned black gloves was cleaning up blood and chunks of flesh from the hospital bed. Suddenly, the cell phone in his pocket rang. The man picked up his cell phone and glanced at the message on it. Prepare for the next hunt. It's time to pick another lucky winner. How about this? He looked to the side of the page with a perverted look in his eyes. Landscape impression. 11 blocks, 11 floors, houses for sale, price 380 days life, contact, MS. Qin. This was precisely Qin Feng's original residence in Jianghai City. Now that the house for sale information has been put up on the internet, it's obvious that MS. Qin is Qin Xiaoyu. Chapter 134. It seems that my luck is still good? Just then, landscape impression. Block 11, 11th floor. In the room where Qin Feng originally resided, there was a short-haired beautiful young girl who was none other than Qin Xiaoyu's bosom friend, Xu Yan. Beside her, there was a round woman, busy with something, with various light effects floating in front of her. This woman, with a round face, a round body, and round legs, can't be less than 200 weight by visual estimation. Suddenly, she exclaimed out, Xiao Yan, finished, divination out of the results. This bosom friend of yours brother. The location is more than 200 kilometers away to the east. That side is the sea. He must have been killed and then dumped into the sea. Xu Yan was dumbfounded. Xiao Mei, are you sure? Didn't you just say that there's too little information here, and that there would be errors in divination? The other party's name was Jia Xiaomei, a hidden profession diviner, and the godforsaken game code name Sunny Cheerful Big Girl. Jia Xiaomei was a native of Mordor. Her father was a professor at a university in Mordor, and her mother was a board member of a large securities company. After the godforsaken game descended, Jia Xiaomei's mom and dad, because of their good relationship with old Zhang Tu, the whole family joined the Heavenly Vault Guild, which was as popular as ever today. However, Jia Xiaomei's grandparents have remained in their old home in Jianghai City. It made her whole family anxious. Fortunately, her grandparents were in Jianghai City and were helped by the Dream Sand River Guild to bring them to level 3, thus avoiding the fate of being trapped in the godforsaken game. And the one who brought her grandparents to upgrade was none other than Xu Yan. So, through her grandparents, Xu Yan met Jia Xiaomei. Knowing that Jia Xiaomei was a hidden profession diviner, Xu Yan had an idea. She felt that now that Qin Xiaoyu was in a storm, if she could find Qin Feng, wouldn't it make Qin Xiaoyu's life better? No matter what, Qin Xiaoyu is her BFF. Maybe it can still be salvaged. So she requested Jia Xiaomei's help to see if she could divine Qin Feng's location. And then just now, the divination results came in. In the ocean? Killed and dumped? When Jia Xiaomei heard Xu Yan's skepticism, she smiled and said, if there is a blood relation, the divination result is going to be more accurate. But this room was lived in by the other party, and there is quite a bit of residual information, so the error of the divination's location won't be more than 30 kilometers. Xu Yan was a bit helpless. There's also land 30 kilometers away from that place. Right, so there's still a chance he could be alive? Jia Xiaomei shook her head. That area is a bird's nest, especially after the godforsaken game came down. Who would run from Jianghai City to stay in that place? Trust me, it must have been killed and dumped in the sea. Xu Yan did not say anything. In fact, she has been a bit of faith. After all, to her impression of Qin Feng character, if still alive, it is impossible to completely leave Qin Xiaoyu alone. She sighed darkly. Then he left Qin Feng's room and came to the hall, where he saw Qin Xiaoyu, who was packing up her things. Spoke the results of Jia Xiaomei's divination. Xu Yan comforted, but Xiaomei's divination has errors. You should not worry. As a result, Qin Xiaoyu laughed. What are you worried about? Just die. Who asked him not to apologize to me at that time, and even cut off his relationship with me? If he had joined the Knight Templar Guild like me, wouldn't he be fine? Even if he's still alive. I don't need him. Can he be as powerful as the Knight Templar Guild? Besides, there are many dead people these days. It's not like he's the only one. Even Brother Song Fei died. Speaking of this, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes seemed a little red. Xu Yan looked in her eyes and silently didn't say anything anymore. She realizes that this BFF of hers seems to be a bit of a major disease. Since people themselves were indifferent, there was even less need for her, an outsider, to get involved. Xu Yan is just a little bit of a pity. Xiaoyu's brother, so handsome, is still so good to her. Alas, soon, Xu Yan and Jia Xiaomei prepared to leave together. Yo, I'm moving to the gym with my friends from the Dream Sands River Guild, so if anything happens in the future, you can send me a message. Jianghai City officials have extracted the platinum level church sanctuary to reality. Located in the Jianghai City Gymnasium, covering an area of 800 acres, the oversized hideout not only accommodated all the official personnel of Jianghai City, but also invited members of the public interest guild Dream Sand River to move in with them. In the pre-disruption period, the emergence of the Dream Sandy River Guild helped the officials a lot. Therefore, Xu Yan could be said to have suffered. As for Jia Xiaomei, she came to Jianghai with her parents from the Magic City, to bring her grandparents to the Magic City to live. Came over to help with the divination. Just in passing. Good. Qin Xiaoyu looked at Xu Yan with a bit of envy. In fact, she kind of regretted it now. If he had joined Meng Shihei like Xu Yan, wouldn't he be backed by the officials now? In fact, she knew that if she wanted to quit the Knight Templar now, Chen Wuming should agree, and the guild contract could be dissolved early if both parties agreed. With Xu Yan's connections, it shouldn't be a problem for her to join the Dream Sand River. But for one thing, Qin Xiaoyu was really sick of going for any public service. Secondly, she's not happy about it. I'm guarding the door to the Shadow's hideout now. There's still a chance to meet Shadow. Hold on. You can't give up. Not to mention, the Knight Templar also just laid claim to a gold-level hideout. So once it's extracted, I should be able to be invited to live in it as well, right? Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but think. Right after Xu Yan and Jia Xiaomei left, Qin Xiaoyu was packing her things when she suddenly received a phone call. Ha, you want to buy my suite? Cheaper? Original price 380 days. Cheapest is 365 days. Can't get any less. Want to see the house first? You can. I happen to be over here right now. Qin Xiaoyu sighed in relief. After the godforsaken game came down, many people tried to sell their houses to stock up on life expectancy, only to find that they couldn't sell them at all. I guess I'm lucky. Ha, it's only been up for half a day and I've had people contacting to see the property. As long as the house is sold, with all this longevity, you can buy a lot of food from the officials and food won't be a worry. Qin Xiaoyu thought prettily. What she didn't know, though, was that she was indeed the lucky one. The man she spoke to on the phone had a scar on his face. When the man hung up the phone, he put on a black trench coat, skull-patterned black gloves, hid a perverted grin, and set off from a basement full of chainsaws, drills, and torture devices. More than half an hour later, Jianghai City, the officially stationed platinum-level hideout, the church sanctuary. It was a large building complex that occupied the original Jianghai City Gymnasium, with a large church in the middle of it, more than 30 meters high, becoming the official office hall of Jianghai City today. A young police officer was carrying some documentation. Suddenly he received a message. Taking out his cell phone, he said, "The hunt is ready." The young constable smiled slightly. "This person, Harayan use licking Jima Nai Liang. Wait for my news before you do anything. As usual, don't do anything extra, or I can't save you if you're found out about the evidence." Manai Liang sent a message back. Then he smiled and greeted and chatted with the other officers, showing absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. No one noticed the grimness that flashed through the depths of one of his eyes. "Shadow, how would you cope if the entire population thought you were a psychopathic murderer? Now, it's just the beginning. Every time you go offline from now on, I'll have someone slaughter one. It won't take long for public opinion to explode and society will be in chaos." The officials just don't want to deal with you, but they have to, ha ha ha. Chapter 135, request failed, unable to enter the game in battle condition. Manhwa thought back on everything that had happened recently, and his hatred for Shadow grew deeper and deeper inside. Originally, before the divine abandonment game descended, and you still occasionally talked to him or something, but now, and you, whom he had always begged for, already had only dark shadows in his eyes, even reprimanded him last time for having his brain eaten by reptiles? Duke Ma, who had never suffered or been wronged since he was a child, how could he stand this? Even though he knew very well that Shadow was now far more powerful than him, he was still unwilling. In his eyes, people die when they are killed, and no one is unkillable, as long as the crown is willing to step in, with heavy firepower. What's the difficulty in killing an assassin? Will stealth keep him alive? By chance, Manhwa meets the scar-faced man codenamed Man 2. The other guy is a psychopathic murderer. Manhwa could have arrested the other man, but a plan flashed straight into his mind to deal with the Shadow. Let Shadow take the fall. First, the last time Shadow appeared was to take out Qianshishir in Mordor, and since then, no one knows where he is realistically located. This is a prerequisite for framing the Shadow. The Shadow is too mysterious. No one knows where the Shadow reality is, and the Shadow can't prove to himself that he's not in Zhanghai City. Then Shadow has no alibi for the murder in Zhanghai City. Second, I can find a way to get the Shadow's up and down times, and jam the time for the Manslayer to do it. Officially in Zhanghai City, only the Secretive Strategy Department has relevant information, but Manhwa is the son of Director Ma. Isn't it easy to find an insider? The third and most important point, as long as the time of the body dumping is controlled, even the hidden profession search officer cannot search for the murderer, much less suspect me. This, too, relies on the convenience that comes with the godforsaken game. One of the most difficult aspects of law enforcement now, compared to the old days, is that there is absolutely no way to frisk people anymore. Anyone who gets to level 10 and extracts a storage backpack can store their stuff in it, as long as people don't take the initiative to take it out. Then even if people die, no one else can open that storage bag. It's the rules of the god-forsaken game. When you kill someone, you can only gain half of the other person's lifespan, and you can't take away their belongings. For Manhwa, he could use a secret communication cell phone whether he was communicating with the human slaughter or the insiders of the Ministry of Strategy. Usually put it in a storage backpack, take it out when you need to send a message, send a short message and throw it back. Totally godless. The previous lesson from Chiohanan from Magic City had long since sounded an alarm for Manhwa. Who keeps 3 cell phones on them these days? Put it in a storage backpack and no one can find it or even force a search. Even if the human butcher falls into the net and testifies against me, no one will be able to find evidence of my collusion with him. This is the most crucial reason why Manhwa thinks he is infallible. With that in mind, even if Manhwa knew that the plan was rough, it didn't matter. It's good to be able to make it. Naturally, it doesn't matter if it doesn't work out. Anyway, he didn't have any losses of his own at all. There was absolutely no chance of any rollover whatsoever. All he needed to do was to secretly find someone to spread the rumor that Shadow was a murderous maniac. Even if he could sicken and disgust Shadow, Manhwa's heart would be very comfortable, although there will be many civilians abused and killed. As a result, what does this have to do with him Ma Gongzi? But, what this Duke Ma would never have imagined was that the blade of the Yellow Springs that Qin Feng had abducted possessed the ability to track down the murderer. Most importantly, the official business is about evidence. But Qin Feng, you want proof from me? Do you know the value of not eating beef? In the meantime, within the divine abandonment game, the ruins of Zhanghai City, the church sanctuary hideout, the core area, the 4 of them, Wang Meng, and you, Lin Liu and Gui Shue, watched together as Shadow came back online after being offline for more than 10 minutes in the friends list, and you pursed her lips and said, the last time the great god went offline, we didn't report the information up, and up until now, we haven't found any new cases of body splitting. Lin Liu snorted lightly. I told you that Big Brother can't be a perverted murderer. Any normal person can see that Big Brother only wants to become stronger and kills people with his bones and ashes, but he's still playing split body with you? It's obvious that someone is framing you, and you smiled helplessly. You're right, but eggs can be fried, boiled, and made into egg tarts. Maybe the great god will change his taste? Of course, I never thought that the great god would be some kind of psychopathic murderer either. But the public is different, and once the rumor spreads, it's likely to cause unforeseen chaos. Therefore, even if the murderer isn't necessarily found that quickly, it's imperative to clear Daigami's name as soon as possible, or else the situation, which has been slightly stabilized with great difficulty, could collapse at any time. Now, as long as we don't report Oshin's downtime, there are 3 possibilities for follow-up. First, there was no split case. Second, the split case still happened but it doesn't match Oshin's downtime. Third, the split case continues to happen and still matches Ocean's downtime. If it's the first two scenarios, the great god can basically clear his name. As for the third possibility, that has nothing to do with us officially, but I believe it also has nothing to do with the great god, and the probability is that the great god's gaming buddies are in trouble. Hearing In Yu's words, Wang Mang nodded. Then this burly, strong man said in a deep voice, I've asked Chief Dai's side to speed up the process, so as long as we can train a second-order search officer as soon as possible, we can try to find the murderer. And Yu nodded. If we really can't, let's contact the great god privately, and look for the great god to take a picture when the great god is offline, so that if a body-splitting case also occurs at this time, we can also let the great god clear his suspicions. It's a last resort. After all, in Yu's opinion, spreading this matter now was already causing trouble for Dark Shadow. She'd definitely prefer to fix it herself if she could. Not to mention, the Shadow had almost never shown up in reality, making it clear that he didn't want to reveal his position. Is it the fear of being hit by official fire? And Yu smiled bitterly. All in all, if she were Shadow in her place, she wouldn't easily reveal her position in reality, and she naturally wouldn't rashly ask Shadow to do so. Right at this moment, the ghost spirit riding the ghostly night wolf had silently entered the Jianghai city limits. However, after entering Jianghai city, Ghost Spirit realized a very serious problem. She got lost. Jianghai city. She's never been here before. Which way to go? Zero at Golden Chicken's Lake Park. Lori looked confused. Not much longer. Mana Niliang pretended to organize the information while feeling that something was wrong. As per the previous pattern, Shadow goes offline every 6 to 8 hours. But now, it's almost 8 hours since he last went offline, and there's no word of him going offline? Every now and then, Ma Niliang took out a secret cell phone from his storage backpack, and when he realized there were no messages, he shoved it back in. There was no one there, and his face was a little cloudy. After extracting the levels and attributes to reality, the demand for food will increase, and there's no way he won't go offline to eat. The only possibility is that Wang Mang and the others didn't report it. Ma Niliang guessed the intentions of Wang Mang and the others. He frowned, feeling a little troubled. If I don't hear anything for too long, I can't afford not to do it. That psychopathic murderous maniac, man too, puts Ma Niliang under pressure as well. That guy is really into killing people. If they couldn't satisfy each other, Manarang didn't know what would happen. It's better to let the human butcher do it first, and satisfy him that he kills 3 people a day. As for the corpses, they can be disposed of at one-day intervals and thrown out again by professional means, making it impossible to accurately determine the exact time of death. Ma Niliang thought so, then took out his other secret cell phone and sent a short message. 1. A number 1 is the signal that it's time to do it. Request failed, Battlestate cannot enter the godforsaken game. Request failed, Battlestate cannot enter the godforsaken game. Xin Xiaoyu, who had her eyes closed, heard a loud system prompt coming from her mind, and became more and more alarmed inwardly. Her entire body was lying flat on her back, tied to a hospital bed with iron chains, her mouth stuffed with her own socks. The whole room was gloomy, the lights not far away were dim, and there was an extremely heavy odor of blood all around. When Qin Xiaoyu was in danger, her first reaction was to enter the game, but unfortunately, being tied up, she was considered combat status and could not enter the godforsaken game. When she opened her eyes and looked at the man dressed in black with skull-patterned black gloves in the dim light not far away, wiping a chainsaw with some impatience, she couldn't stop her body from shivering. Fear that had long ago spread throughout her body. Suddenly, the man in black seemed to get a message and suddenly stood up, raising the chainsaw in his hand in the process. Whoa. Qin Xiaoyu's pupils instantly dilated and she struggled hard. Chapter 136 Extreme Pain. Qin Xiaoyu lost her legs. Qin Xiaoyu was incomparably desperate. This world was far more dangerous than she had ever imagined. She was just selling a house, and when the opposite party came to see it, they actually bewitched her, and when she woke up again, she found herself tied up here. She was afraid. She was trembling. When the man in black stood up with a chainsaw, it was more than enough to make her struggle with all her might. It's a shame. Her strength attribute wasn't high. Despite reaching level 10, she simply didn't have that much lifespan to extract the ability into reality. No matter how much she struggled, she couldn't change her situation. In fact, such dangers were always present, even in the original world. It's just that the advent of the godforsaken game has amplified the desires of some and made the dangers more visual and pervasive. And she had heard something about the murderous maniac in Jianghai City, but in order to sell her house and get a large amount of life expectancy, she subconsciously ignored it, always feeling that it was far away from her. Never in a million years did she expect to run right into it. No, I don't want to die. She struggled hard, but her mouth, which was stuffed with her own socks, could only emit a whimpering sound of whimper. Whimper, 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 whimper. The man dressed in black with skull-patterned black gloves was seen slowly standing up with a chainsaw, but suddenly stood still for a moment, turned around and picked up another power drill. Power drill or chainsaw first? You pick one, sister. Oh, I forgot you can't talk, so scream. 1 bark is a power drill, 2 barks is a chainsaw. A cold, perverted, raspy voice rang out. At the same time the man looked up. Through the dim light, Qin Xiaoyu saw the scar on the man's face and the crazy and perverted expression in his eyes. Frightened, Qin Xiaoyu even distorted her features. She struggled harder. Oh, 6 sounds, even numbers, so let's start with the chainsaw. The man approached with a sick and cruel smile. Chainsaw, start. Listening to the zipping sound of that thing starting up, Qin Xiaoyu's mind became blank. It's times like these that should bring out the heroes. There will definitely be. Somebody help me. She fantasized that a strong person would appear at this time and suddenly finish off the sick murderous demon in front of her. But it's a shame. The hero always comes on time at the most crucial moment, and that's just a scene from a TV show. In fact, the hero who can now save her, Ghost Spirit, is only just finding his way because he's lost. It was too late to rush over and save her. So the next moment, Man Butcher gestured the chainsaw in his hand towards Qin Xiaoyu's bound calf, and then, suddenly lowered it. Qin Xiaoyu's pupils instantly contracted. Both legs are broken, like falling into an abyss. She had never suffered such pain. If Qin Feng was here, he would have spared his life to save me. Right. Amidst the extreme pain, Qin Xiaoyu's spirit quickly drifted into a trance. She subconsciously thought of Qin Feng. Once upon a time, if she encountered something similar, no matter who bullied her, Qin Feng would always give her a head start. She was never really in any danger, because Qin Feng had been protecting her. But now, Qin Feng is gone. Just when Qin Xiaoyu was about to be unable to withstand that intense pain, suddenly, in front of her, a burst of white light appeared. It was a healing light. White light enveloped her calf wound and was stopping the bleeding. A warm feeling that traveled through her entire body. Is someone coming to my rescue? Qin Xiaoyu's face was already full of tears and she couldn't help but be moved to think. But soon she fell into deeper despair, because she saw, the one who released a healing spell on her was clearly that perverted scarred man. To introduce myself, my codename is Human Slaughter. The scarred man was very excited. Originally, when I entered the game, I wanted to randomize a hidden profession, but I didn't expect to be given a priest. Would have thought a priest wouldn't go well with me. Never in a million years did I realize that this was the perfect career for me. Without the healing ability, it's too boring for the prey to casually play with it twice before losing consciousness. But with this hemostasis skill, ha, 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 ha ha ha. What? It is said to be Nima. Qin Xiaoyu cried and finally fainted in fear. Little sister, when you wake up, we'll play slowly. Next time, it's the power drill. Oh, it's here, isn't it? It was only until then that the ghost spirit finally arrived outside this abandoned warehouse. She'd had a hard time finding Golden Chicken Lake Park, the dumping site for one of the splits. Although the scene had long been cordoned off by the police, the ghost spirit transformed into the Yellow Springs evil ghost and dived right in with his level 4 stealth rating. The bodies at the scene had naturally been moved away a long time ago, but the ghost spirit still sniffed out the murderer's odor. Then, locked in a direction. Once she was sure of her direction, she was fast. It quickly arrived outside the abandoned warehouse where the human butcher was located. Before she even went inside, with her higher than normal attributes, she could barely hear a female whimper, which was clearly a wail of pain rather than a scream of fear. The killer is committing murder? The ghostly spirit sneaks in silently. Movement coming from her ears informs her that the victim appears to have passed out. She didn't care, and quickly found the entrance to the basement, found it locked, and threw her chain blade straight through the iron door panel. Who? The loud noise coming from the entrance made the human butcher in the basement react at first, but he had only just turned his head back when a miserable green chain blade already flew and attacked in front of him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The human butcher also extracted his rank and attributes, and his reaction speed was fast, and in his haste, he seemed to have forcefully avoided the vitals of his heart, and the sharp chain blade instantly penetrated through his right chest. Under the dim light, the petite figure of Ghost Spirit was revealed after launching the attack. In fact, she deliberately missed the vitals. It was because she was mindful of Qin Feng's instructions. The murderer, not necessarily the one who wants to harm Qin Feng. You're not the mastermind. Be honest about who is behind you and I can spare your life. The Ghost Spirit spoke out coldly. Mantu's right chest was pierced through, but his physical attributes were higher than normal and he wouldn't die in a short period of time. Hearing the Ghost Spirit's voice, the man sneered and raised his hand, preparing to unleash a healing spell on himself. However, kick! The Ghost Spirit stepped forward and kicked the man-thing in the face, interrupting his healing spell release action and putting it on cooldown. Say, The ghost spirit once again forced the question, while the chain blade in his hand flew out, instantly piercing through one of the thighs of the human butcher. Ah! The human butcher screamed out in a cold sweat. The man couldn't even think of where this unassuming little potato in front of him had come from. As for the ghostly spirits, she just looked at Qin Xiaoyu, who was tied to the hospital bed and had fainted. Poor thing, lost his leg. But in this day and age, maybe it could be picked up with a healing spell? The ghostly spirits didn't really understand it either, but she didn't bother with that. After all, she was here to kill, not to save. As the ghost spirit approached step by step towards the human butcher, holding a bloodstained chain blade, it caused the human butcher, whose healing spell had been interrupted, to have a look of horror on his face. Don't you come over here dash. Chapter 137, Film Shooting Man? What kind of social death nickname is that? In fact, Ghost Spirit didn't know if the scarred man in front of him was the mastermind. But anyway, let's torture and force the issue first. As for the human butcher, he had no loyalty to Ma Nai at all. A couple of casual threats immediately led to Ma Nai's confession. At this time, Ma Nai was waiting for news. Suddenly, he received a message. The prey ran away. I need 3 years of lifespan to extract a tracking skill. You come to this address and give me the lifespan. It was sent to him by the human butcher. Ma Nai cursed. Fark, you can't even handle this little thing. It couldn't be helped. There was no way that Ma Nai would let someone else deal with the human slaughter. And fearing bad things from runaway prey, he had to take a leave of absence from the official hideout. Only, when he arrived at the appointed place, he did not see the human butcher. Instead, they were just knocked out with a mallet. When Ma Nai woke up again, he first smelled the pungent smell of blood, and then found that his whole body was tied up. When he opened his eyes, he suddenly found that he was in a basement that looked like a torture chamber. You're the one, trying to hurt my teacher, aren't you? A young girl's voice, which sounded a bit like a voice changer, reached Manarang's ears. Ma Nai looked towards where the voice came from and saw a masked lowly girl, looking at him indifferently. Your teacher? Damn it, get off me. Do you know who I am? Ma Nai struggled hard to get up. It's no use if you don't admit it. The ghost spirit said in a cold voice. Mr. Run 2 sent a message and you showed up at the agreed upon location. If not you or who else? Alright, Mr. Run 2. According to the agreement, as long as you confess the mastermind behind the scenes, not only will I not kill you, I will also give you a chance to enjoy yourself. Now, you may begin your performance. The words fell. The ghost spirit reached out and released the scar-faced human butcher who was bound to a pillar on the side. Then, under Ma Nai's horrified gaze, with a perverted smile on his face, the human butcher approached towards Ma Nai with a power drill. Ah, no, don't you come any closer. My father is Ma Gang. If you dare to touch me I'm dead. Ah, help me. Mommy help me police. The next scene made even the ghost spirits want to vomit a little. This human butcher, it's just too perverted. Since you want to frame your teacher, taste the bitter fruit you've sown. Ghost spirit thought silently as he listened to Ma Nai's screams. When Man Butcher had made that Ma Nai into 8 pieces, and had only just put the chainsaw down, violently, the ghost spirit raised his hand and threw out a fierce poisonous dart, which accurately penetrated Man Butcher's heart and killed him. Earlier, she said that as long as the human butcher cooperated, she could spare him, but I don't think a child would believe such a thing. After doing this, the ghost spirit looked at Qin Xiaoyu, whose legs had been sawed off, and did not help, but quietly left. Soon after, Ganghai officials were alerted. A chief Dai, who wishes to remain anonymous, quickly led a team out to this abandoned factory. 10 minutes or so later, officials entered the abandoned factory and broke into the basement. They found out that this was the site of a horrific split-up operation. Here, there was a body that had been split into 8 pieces, and it was clearly Ma Nai, and a woman still alive. Woman with sawed-off legs has passed out. After investigation, the girl's name is Qin Xiaoyu, former student of Jianghai Normal University. The man is Ma Nai, our official man. Not long ago, he took a leave of absence from the hideout and disappeared, not realizing that he was here. Who the hell did this? Officials quickly began an investigation. A beautiful search officer in Jianghai City unleashes her search skills on Ma Nai's body, which has been divided into 8 pieces. But the results of the search shock everyone. Couldn't search for any information on the killer. This means that the murderer who killed Ma Nai is also dead. Before the ghost spirit left, in order not to leave clues behind, it naturally took the corpse of the human butcher with it, lest the officials search for information about her through the body of a human butcher. This situation is very confusing for the officials. Apparently the case had something to do with the recent psychopathic murders, but what exactly was going on? None of them could guess. The focus of the official personnel was then placed on the unconscious girl, Qin Xiaoyu. Perhaps, this girl would know something about the situation? Also, while people were waiting for Qin Xiaoyu to wake up, something unexpected happened. In the officially secretive Ministry of Strategy, one section member tearfully chose to turn himself in. Perhaps having heard of Ma Niliang's tragic situation, this section member could not withstand the pressure and gave an account of all the things Ma Niliang had ordered him to do. What? Privately revealing the shadow's up and down times to Ma Niliang? What does Mana Nilang want with this information? Could it be is he the one who's framing the shadow? The entire official investigators of Jianghai City were shocked. People instantly realized that Ma Niliang was the one behind the scenes who wanted to frame the dark shadow and use the social fishing wheels to push the dark shadow to the opposite side of the officialdom. And soon, someone found the cell phone of the unconscious girl, Qin Xiaoyu, in the room at the murder scene. On her cell phone, a video was saved. In the video, it's a man dressed in black, with a scarred face and black gloves with a skull pattern, who is holding an electric drill and chainsaw, and committing a murder on Ma Niliang. The back and forth went on for over 3 minutes before Mana Niliang's screams finally stopped. Immediately after that, there was a fierce poisonous dart that flew from outside the screen and killed the scarred man. The screen came to an abrupt end. After watching this video, where do people not understand what is happening? Ma Niliang cooperated with the murderer to create the split case, trying to frame Shadow, but some powerful man found out and took it all in one fell swoop. So here's the question. The strong man who finally killed the murderer, who was it? It was impossible to judge the opponent's identity by relying on fierce poison dart alone, as this skill was too common in the godforsaken game. Some guessed it was Shadow, but the Shadow was in the game from start to finish of this thing. He didn't go offline. That is to say, we have an additional enthusiastic member of the public in Jianghai City who does not wish to be named the film shooting man. Soon after, the Jianghai City officials announced in a high profile that the recent news about Shadow being a perverted murderous demon was a rumor. The real killer has been apprehended and a portrait of Scarab has been posted. Currently, the Shadow is our official strategic partner in Daxia, so please rest assured. Also, there are many dedicated people in the community, such as the heroes who apprehended that murderer this time. For security reasons, we will not release the identity of the dedicated member of the public, but please be assured that our community is moving in a better direction. All evil will be brought to justice. At this point, Qin Xiaoyu had not yet awakened from her coma. As for Qin Feng, he didn't pay much attention to that side at all. He was still more comfortable with the ghost spirit's work. When Qin Feng finished eating and went online, he returned to the Evil Spirit Academy and after organizing a backpack of loot, he planned to set off for the Magic Leaning Tower. This spirit swallower bloodline is really something. I was used to eating once every 6 hours, now I have to eat in less than 2 hours. Qin Feng felt a bit of egg pain, but appetite plus 200% from overeating believers doesn't look like it's just appetite. I'm afraid it also includes food quantity. Fortunately, when a person is in the game, after the real body digests the food, all the waste material, because it does not belong to the biological category, will be annihilated by the unknown energy of the other dimension. Otherwise, Qin Feng is now afraid that the whole day is in the cycle of eating excreting. Just then, and you sent Qin Feng a private chat. First, he apologized about the homicidal maniac that had caused Qin Feng trouble. Again, the beat man is mentioned. Qin Feng was dumbfounded when he heard this title. What kind of social death nickname is that? Doesn't my little Lori want to lose face? At the end of the day, and you also brought Qin Feng a good news. Right in a certain novice town in Jianghai City, news of the ancient god's stone tablet appeared once again. This time, though, it happened in the sky, thousands of meters up in the air. All the players in that town had been reduced to cowering in the safe zone. In the sky, there were 5 flying demons, circling and hunting, becoming the natural enemies of everyone in that town, making all players afraid to go out. The 5 magical creatures in the sky, all of which are gold-level bosses, acting in unison and hunting together. This is bound to be the work of the ancient god's stone tablet again. Looks like there's a way to obtain a flying mount. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Players wanting to get the ability to fly out of thin air are all very much on the back burner. The only way to fly in the early stages is through mounts, and it just so happened that Qin Feng only had to rise to level 20 to have a way to steadily obtain flying mounts. Qin Feng looked at his experience bar. Almost done. Finishing off that emerald level boss demon's blade is just enough to get up to 20. Chapter 138, Brothers, lend me a breath of cool air. Qin Feng departed from the Evil Spirit Academy. He naturally stayed invisible, and when he had just returned, he heard quite a few players in the Heavenly Vault Guild talking about the matter of the Jianghai City murderous demon. I still hear a lot of people talking about it when I leave now. However, those people before were still speculating whether or not that murderous maniac was the Shadow. Now on the other hand, they were all relieved. In the ground area of the Evil Spirit Academy, quite a few buildings were being repaired, and the players of the Sky Dome Guild were coming and going in groups. After renting into the Evil Spirit Academy, the Skyvault Guild's development accelerated by an unknown number of times. At the same time, however, the conditions for admission have become stricter. On this side, Shinfeng saw a lot of old men, all gathered in the place that is currently still the ruins of the building to play mahjong. As for the origin of mahjong, it is naturally the book of divine instruction. Not only mahjong, what with poker, dice, and other amusements that can be created in and out of the game. And these old men carry a lot of longevity in each of them. They were the pending, with, members of the Sky Vault Guild. No one had noticed Qin Feng's passing, and outside of the Evil Spirit Academy, there were still quite a few players all lined up, waiting for the Heavenly Vault Guild's membership review. They were still chatting amongst themselves, excitedly showing off their respective kill records. Kill records, internationally known as KM, kill mail. This is a feature of the godforsaken game. As long as the target player is killed, the system will generate a kill record in the history behavior screen. In the kill log, you can see a detailed record of that kill. Includes hit location, lethal damage, total damage, target code, target drop life, and more. Qin Feng's history behavior screen had the kill records pulled up long ago, but he didn't even bother to look at them. And now, when the Sky Vault Guild took in people, the one thing they needed to check was the kill record. First look for any innocent strikes. The second looks at how many Black Dragon Hall players were killed. Under this policy of the Heavenly Vault Guild, the players of the Black Dragon Hall of the Magic Capital were already like street rats. Whenever they are in the public eye, they are under siege. Even if you couldn't join the Sky Vault Guild with this, you could still come to the Sky Vault Guild to collect a small bounty. Without a doubt, this strategy of old Zhang Tu directly knocked the Magic City Black Dragon Hall into the abyss. It was also considered to be the fulfillment of the agreement made with Qin Feng in the first place. Qin Feng only looked at it slightly before leaving the Evil Spirit Academy and heading in the direction of the Magic Leaning Tower. Magic Leaning Tower. The members of Fei Ka Heavy Industry, who had been tortured by the Demon Blade, had long been waiting for the flowers. Although they have yet to kill the Emerald-class Demon Blade, they have all moved into range of the Magic Leaning Tower. If you move in like this, the Magic Leaning Tower is not protected by the defense boundary. And in addition, the range will continue to refresh the magical creatures. They were all waiting for the shadow to arrive. There were more than a dozen other players hiding behind the brick wall near the top of the tower, wanting to witness the shadow slay the Demon Blade. Since they were all hiding, the Devil's Blade on the rooftop of the Magic Leaning Tower did not discover them, but was crouching in the center of the rooftop, and was resting with his eyes closed, digesting his previous untradeable lifespan. At this point, these players were chatting about the topic of shadow and paid attention to the official briefing from Zhanghai City. I told you, how could the shadow be so low-end as to play some kind of murder and divide trick? If I say so, the shadow big brother must be too lazy to go back to Zhanghai. What's not better about our magic city than Zhanghai? Silly cup, people must have relatives in Zhanghai. Do you guys think the shadow big guy has a sister or something? A cousin would be fine. What? You want to go to Zhanghai City to pick up someone's sister? That is, if you go to Zhanghai City and find a random girl to fall in love with, what are the chances that it could be the sister of the shadow big brother? Not me. I like older ones. Hey, compared to a sister is better. Man, you guys might as well be buying lottery tickets here. You're right when you say that. Man, I used to buy lottery tickets every day, but now they don't sell them either. They had a chat. Suddenly, a dark, heavy object fell from the sky and blasted down in front of them in the drizzling rain, smashing up a splash of water. What the hell is this? A group of more than 10 players had jumped in fear. When they fixed their eyes, it turned out that, Nima, isn't that the head of that Emerald-class boss? Devil's Blade. It's dead? His big brother Shadow is here? What? Where's the big guy? Didn't feel it at all. A group of players turned around to take a look, only to see that the Emerald-class boss that was originally on the rooftop with its eyes closed had now lost its head, while its body showed an unnatural twist and had collapsed on the ground. The loot that the boss popped out had all been picked up. Only the lifespan light orb remained, being absorbed by an unseen figure. For a moment, these fake heavy industry players were shocked. Originally, they hid behind the brick wall with the intention of witnessing Shadow finish off the boss, thus bragging about it in front of their friends later. Results, they didn't even hear the slightest movement. The boss suddenly died violently. I'm super. Seconds? An emerald level boss? If I hadn't died under the hands of this boss 5 times, I would have thought this thing was just looking bluff. Brothers, is there any cool air left? Lend me a backward breath. I'm out of mine. I was so shocked my eyeballs came out and I just tucked them back in. Unlike the shock of that group of players, Qin Feng, on the other hand, was leisurely maintaining his stealthy state and absorbing the lifespan that the boss had popped out. A platinum promoted up emerald grade boss only, although the values in terms of blood and attack reached the level of emerald grade, but the complexity aspect of the mechanism has not kept pace. Therefore, Qin Feng created 3 shadow doppelgangers around the boss with a sundering shadow, a shot of instant shadow chop, 9x4, instantly stacks 36 combo points, and weakens the boss's physical defense and elemental resistance to 0. Then, his main body plus 3 doppelgangers simultaneously release the finisher Scarlet Blade, hitting the demon blade's head. 4 damage numbers of over 600, 000 burst out at exactly the same time. This boss didn't even trigger the 30% blood invincibility mechanic and was instantly seconded. As the demon blade head flew out, Qin Feng had already released greedy hands on the boss corpse. This wave was another 360 evolution points, plus a full 5 pieces of diamond level loot. Qin Feng finished absorbing the lifespan light orb and opened his backpack. A diamond level skill book that entered his eyes made his eyes light up. Chapter 139 Curse Change. Infinite firepower is here. Into the Darkness, diamond level assassin skill. Upon release, puts yourself and your teammates within 20 meters into level 2 stealth for 300 seconds. In dimly lit environments, the stealth level will increase to level 4. Cooldown 120, 55, 81, SEC. Required level, 15. It's a group stealth skill. Qin Feng's stealth at this stage was still dominated by Sneaky Shadow. But the skill, Sneaky Shadow, was only an initial skill after all. Even if Qin Feng had evolved it to epic level, it now only had a 60-second duration, 500 points of stealth breaking attack, and still only had an initial stealth level of 1. The Into the Darkness skill, on the other hand, provides at least a level 2 stealth rating and lasts for 5 minutes. The flaw is that this incorporates the Darkness skill and does not provide a concealment breaking attack, but the impact is not great. In a dark environment, this skill has 3 more stealth levels, and with the epic effect bonus of Dark Depths, it's equivalent to 900 more points of stealth breaking attack, surpassing Sneaky Shadow. If in reality, then the only way to get a 4 stealth level is at night. But within the game, the godforsaken continent is always shrouded in a gray, foggy, ragged shadow that never has a sun. This also means that this skill will basically be in effect up to stealth level 4 within the game. You can evolve directly 3 times. Qin Feng looked at the number of evolution points and with 391 points left, he directly gave the evolution command. You have consumed 1 plus 20 plus 300 evolution points and have 70 points remaining. Into the Darkness, Diamond Epic Legendary Mythic puts yourself and your teammates into level 2345 stealth for 300400500 plus infinity seconds. In a dim environment, the stealth level will increase to 46810. Legendary level added effect. Gain 20% damage reduction while in stealth state. Mythic level new effect. Stealth status duration changed to permanent. Evolving 3 times. From Diamond to Mythic. This skill instantly morphed. If you use this skill stealth, the initial 10 levels of stealth, the equipment Invisible Crawl provides 2 levels of stealth. The skill Dark Depths provides up to 7 levels of stealth level. And finally the occupational trait adds 2 levels of stealth. That's a total of 21 stealth levels. Such a high stealth level meant that it was impossible for any player to see through Qin Feng's stealth at this stage. After all, it was mainly from the stacking of the effects of 2 mythic rank skills. Moreover, a stealth level of 21 would provide Qin Feng with a full 300 points of stealth breaking attacks. In contrast, other assassins at this stage, if they could have a 200-point stealth breaking attack, they would already belong to the top tier of assassins. It wasn't even a fraction of Qin Feng's. And the mythic level of blending into the darkness lasts forever. That means I don't need to keep using subterfuge to refresh my stealth time like before. Sure, if Qin Feng suffers an attack, then he will still reveal himself from stealth. With an immunity shield, the ruling priority is a bit higher instead, preventing manifestation as long as the attack is resisted. But after all, there is a limit to the number of tiers of damage-free shields. In some cases, more than a dozen layers of damage-free shields can be emptied almost instantly. The good thing is, I can kill anyone I need in seconds at this stage. There's hardly ever a siege. You want to surround Qin Feng? Thinking too much. With Qin Feng's such a high stealth level, he would either strike for seconds where the opposite side wouldn't even know where he was. That's the intimidating power of an assassin with a high stealth rating. On the contrary, there is a situation in which Qin Feng is likely to suffer a siege, and that is when he takes the initiative to attack someone else's hiding place. Even for me right now, the damage isn't enough to instantly breach the defensive boundaries of someone's hideout. And defense boundaries, external not internal. When I attack the defense boundary, the opponent can, from within the boundary, release various group skills to attack me. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much about it. After all, such things are, for the time being, rather remote. Currently, there is simply no guild that dares to offend Qin Feng, and there is no need for Qin Feng to attack someone else's hideout. Finally, Qin Feng looked at the corpse of the demon blade and turned to leave. Of the loot dropped by this boss, there was only one copy of Into the Darkness that he could use. As he left, he opened the equipment screen. After killing the demon blade, the cursed tablet of the ancient god of natural disasters saved up its energy once more. You have attached Curse of Utos to which alienation ring? The Curse of Utos. Gain word, cooldown speed plus 369%. Negative phrase, all cooldown speed attributes from other sources are disabled. Does it retain the curse? If the curse is retained, the utterance Curse of Gift of the Black Flame, spiked bone leather armor will be nullified. Yes/no. Shipped? Shinfeng was a bit surprised. In fact, he used the curse tablet many times during the terrorist ghost ship swipe, but none of them are randomized to be better than before. Either that or the gain word gain is too low. Either that or the negative wordings are too deadly. And right now, this curse that randomly came out works pretty well. Gain 369% cooldown speed directly. This is really the equivalent of unlimited firepower. A skill that was originally on a 10-second cooldown now takes only 2 seconds out. As for the negative wordings of this curse, it's invalidating Qin Feng's cooldown speed attribute from other sources. It's not a big impact. After all, Qin Feng's original cooldown speed attributes only added up to just over 100%. Taken together, the effects of this curse have an explosive overall benefit. If the curse changes, it loses the 100% defense breaking effect of Rite of the Black Flame though, but in its place is Instant Shadow Slash with a 2.56-second cooldown, 3.19-second cooldown of the Gracious Deliverance active effect Cutthroat, 2.13-second cooldown of Dark Ringed Blade, as well as the 12.79-second cooldown of Shield of Black Light and Sundering Shadow. The Rite of Black Flame's defense breaking effect has been weakened, resulting in lower single damage. But if we're talking about second damage, it's definitely skyrocketed many times over. It was important to realize that the active effect of Graceful Deliverance was an additional 930% additional sustained damage. The cooldown is reduced to 3.19 seconds, so what's the concept? And that is just the effect of one cursed tablet. The Ancient God Stone tablet from that day in the Novice Town must be gotten. If there were 2 Ancient God slabs, then one could have 2 such effects. Shinfeng looked at his own rank. Having just finished off the Demon Blade, having risen to level 20, you can now enter the cranial ruins outside of the ruins of the magic capital, and from the cranial ruins, you can steadily obtain flying mounts. Of course, the difficulty of that challenge was not small, and it was currently unlikely that anyone other than Shinfeng would be able to complete that challenge and obtain a flying mount. And before departing, Shinfeng took the key to the Magic Leaning Tower hideout and found the female president of Feka Heavy Industry, Huang Huifan. Chapter 140, The Shadow. What's he worth? The Magic Leaning Tower. This platinum-level hideout totals 24 floors, plus a rooftop at the very top. The total height of the building is more than 400 meters, and each floor of the building is nearly 20 meters high, while the area is more than 20,000 square meters. When Shinfeng came down from the topmost rooftop, he saw Huang Huifan, the president of Feka Heavy Industry, waiting for him in the lobby of the lowest level of the Leaning Tower with some of the core members. Each of these players had a look of anticipation, nervousness and apprehension on their faces. Shinfeng, however, did not show himself, but maintained his stealthy state and arrived in front of Huang Huifan. The middle-aged woman at the head of the group launched a deal toward her. Player Shadow has initiated a trade invitation to you. Huang Huifan was shocked on the spot when she received the trade invitation. She looked around left and right and didn't see any shadows of anyone, leaving her with the feeling that she had seen a ghost. It feels a little creepy though. However, she still became excited all of a sudden when she saw the Magic Leaning Tower hideout key that Shinfeng had placed on the trade bar. She thanked again and apologized a little. Thank you so much, Comrade Shadow. This is 800 years of lifespan. There's still 1,000 years of life expectancy left. We'll have to wait for our guild taxes to come up before we can give it on. I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'll pick it up in 3 days. Shinfeng said this and clicked to confirm the transaction. When the deal was done, he just walked away. Throughout the entire process, the surrounding Feka Heavy Industry players only heard Huang Huifan's brief conversation with him. The deal was done without even seeing a shadow of a person. This was a bit of a disappointment to the players around Fisker Heavy Industries. Alas, it's a shame that the big man doesn't even show up for the deal. He's too shy, isn't he? Even if you show up, so what? You dare to go up and strike up a conversation? That's for sure. My old lady is socially awesome. As long as he dares to show up, I'll go straight up and hug his thighs, begging to be taken in, laughing to death. No wonder the big man doesn't dare to show up. So he felt your socially awesome aura? The players of Feka Heavy Industries were a bit sad that they didn't get to see the true colors of the shadow with their own eyes. But after waiting so long, the Magic Leaning Tower hideout had finally arrived, and it made them all very excited. Soon after, Huang Huifan used the key and became the hideout owner. From now on, We at Feek Heavy Industries will use this platinum-level hideout as a base to start developing. Moving on, the guild will be charging a 50% tax rate, which is higher, but everyone can now approach Old Wolf's logistics department and each find a room in the hideout. Fisker Heavy Industries is arranging it in full swing. Just then, a young man wearing glasses and carrying a battered black vase quietly passed through the crowd. Huang Ziqing, stop. Huang Huifan saw the other person at a glance, and with a frown, she called out to the man on the other side, it's her son. What again? Huang Ziqing, who wore glasses, turned around with an impatient face. He appeared to be 24 or 25 years old, 5'7", wearing plain mage robes, with some pimples on his face and short, disheveled hair. Huang Huifan was furious when she saw him like this, took a few steps forward, lowered her voice, and lectured indifferently. Arranged a team for you to practice. Why didn't you go? Huang Ziqing laughed. Almost got it. You arranged me from childhood to adulthood, and you still want to arrange me for the rest of my life? I fell in love twice and you stirred it up twice. What more do you want? Huang Huifan said coldly. As I said, that's because they don't deserve you. Huang Ziqing laughed. So the team you put me on, that priestess surnamed Feng is worthy of me? Fat as a pig. The person is the only daughter of Uncle Feng's family, or a hidden profession. How strong the battle power, with her together aggrieved you? Huang Huifan hated the iron. Do you know that it's already the era where strength is supreme? If you had Shadow's level, I wouldn't even care if you were the emperor of 3 palaces and 6 houses. Huang Ziqing was filled with impatience. Don't preach here day after day. Do you think it's you who knows the game? Or me? Leave me alone in the future. After saying that, he shook off Huang Huifan and found a room on the first floor of the magic leaning tower. Going in and unlocking the door. Inside the room, Huang Ziqing's body trembled a little when he was left alone. That's right, strength above all. In this day and age, if you're strong enough, you can do whatever you want. The Shadow. Ha, what kind of a dick is he? Huang Ziqing stroked the black vase in his arms, his expression becoming excited. Unfortunately, Qin Feng left the magic leaning tower after the transaction and did not see this scene. Otherwise he would have recognized the black vase at a glance. To be reasonable, if that black vase fell into Qin Feng's hands, it would indeed be a good thing to have because he had the experience of his last life and knew the proper usage of this thing. But for someone else, it's definitely going to be pitched as if it's going to die. At this moment, Qin Feng had already mounted the ghost wolf and was heading towards the eastern region of the ruins of the magic capital. Extracted to the reality of the ghost wolf bell. Just gave it to the ghost spirit. It's too lazy to retrieve it, so let's just extract the bone sword pterodactyl directly when the time comes. There is a limit to the extraction of equipment items. That is, each prop can only be extracted once. The ghost wolf's mount bell, having been extracted once by Qin Feng, could not be extracted a second time. In this case, the in-game mount bell is the original and the real-life mount bell is equivalent to the copy. As long as Qin Feng still possessed the original, then in reality, he could always summon the copy back to his hands. Sure, Qin Feng was already on his way to obtaining the flying mount bone sword winged dragon, and there was no need for him to retrieve that ghost wolf. Qin Feng checked his attributes as he moved forward. Rank, 20, non-tradable life, 6122. 1 years, tradable life, 1925. 7 years, reputation value, 177. Power, 214. Body mass, 272. Agility, 653. Spirit, 261. Life value, 19,040. Physical attack power, 1583. Elemental attack power, 1373. Cooling speed, 369%. Damage resistance, 275. Physical defense, 2197. Physical damage reduction 68. 7%. Full elemental resistance, 1623. Elemental damage reduction 61. 8%. The arrival of the Spirit Swallower bloodline almost caused Qin Feng's entire attributes to skyrocket, thoroughly formed to crush the other players in the current stage. Soon after, Qin Feng rode on the back of the ghost wolf and released Incorporate Darkness, directly entering the level 21 stealth state together with the wolf. As he passed through the center of the ruins of the magic capital, he found this place, which had slowly developed the prototype of the bustling city of the previous world. The resurrection point, right in the center, is guarded by officials. Since you can't waste too much of the official staff's practicing time, you'll be changing the guards almost every hour. Around the resurrection point, there were group areas, trading areas, and so on, according to zones. Both the group and trading areas are bustling with activity. The top team recruits 5 priests to raid the gold boss together, with enough milk, and the reporter who inquired about the location of the boss crawls. Northern Ruins Exploration, Platinum gifted big guy leads, have a reliable healer, Sister's Best, gold grade extreme shift shoes, bring a price if you want them, the highest bidder gets them. Band price? I'll bring NM. The guild is accepting people with silver level hideouts. Join the guild to check kill records. Only Daxia people. As he passed through the trading area, Xinfeng saw quite a few selling skill books. He certainly didn't bother stopping to shop the stalls. There was no need for him to waste his time on it. If he wanted to buy useless assassin skill books for the bloodline swallowing spirit, all he needed to do was to say hello to the official, and the official would naturally collect a whole bunch of them for him. In fact, Xinfeng had already greeted Yu and asked her to prepare some assassin skill books for him. When you get the flying mount, you can trade it when you go back to the ruins of Jianhai City. Right at this moment, Xinfeng passed through the resurrection point, suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Evening Night Shimmering Rain, who was wearing a black leather armor. She had her elite team with her and was frowning as she questioned the official guards around her. What? You guys let Tony go? They're the remnants of the Ace of Spades. How many of us have they killed? Orders from above? The other side sought out Theodore and took the diplomatic route? Asterisk. That last simple word shows how angry this girl is. What is this time for diplomacy? Chapter 141, Theodore the Diplomat. Miserable Tony. It was obvious that Late Night Shimmer was completely unable to comprehend the brain circuits above. Quickly opened the list of friends and found some officials to question. If it had been before, she would have been completely underranked. After all, she was just a plain little marine. But after the godforsaken game came down, any official who had a strong game was rehired to some extent, and only to a certain extent. Of course, it is not possible to let them decide all matters directly. Xinfeng was slightly surprised when he rode by on his ghost wolf and heard the words from this side of the Evening Night Shimmering Rain. Diplomacy via Theodore? Xinfeng narrowed his eyes. This guy was a North American diplomat. It was said that at the beginning of the godforsaken game's descent, Theodore had developed in the magic capital of Daxia, and had also cooperated with Daxia officials. But after the route was restored, Theodore brought major losses to Mordor officials when he left the city with his men. Later, Theodore became the top management of the top guilds in North America, and caused untold trouble for Daxia in the course of competing with it. I remember Theodore's team, most crucially, had a soul hidden profession. Soul Walker? It's the same professional that made all the Magic City officials willing to cooperate with them. Unfortunately, those who are not of my race will have different hearts. The others cooperated on the surface and still took a big bite out of the Mordor officials before they left. Xinfeng didn't think much about it. Riding the ghost wolf, he continued to the eastern region outside the ruins of Mordor. If he were to meet Theodore, it would be natural to take him out at will. Right now, Theodore and we both count as working with the officials. So, if there's a conflict between us, which side will the crown take? In the meantime, east of the ruins of the Magic City, several kilometers away, Tony, the airplane-headed young white man, brought his 4 teammates with him to a stagecoach ruin. 5 foreign players. As for the female priest who joined them, Mei Jing, naturally, she could not be pardoned through diplomatic channels and was directly arrested on the spot by the Mordor officials. Soon the 5 Tonys came to a well in the ruins of the stagecoach, met 6 other foreign players. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man wearing a grey priest's robe with a cigarette in his mouth, obviously already a strong person who had challenged the Tower of Divine Right. After all, in the godforsaken game, there's no other way to get cigarettes but through the Book of Divine Authorization. The middle-aged male pastor's name, Theodore. The Divine Abandonment game codename, on the other hand, is a string of English Valerian, which is not very recognizable to Daxia players. On the official side of Mordor, he was referred to by his name Theodore. This person's identity was originally a senior official of the North American consulate in Mordor, and after the godforsaken game descended, Theodore handpicked and gathered 5 other North American players to enter the rapid development phase. Theodore's profession, the hidden profession life sacrifice. It was the same as Qin Xiaoyu's occupation. This kind of hidden occupation, the total number of which wasn't too small on a global scale, it wasn't the only hidden profession. So in terms of profession strength, it was quite a bit weaker than Qin Feng's Dark Shadow and Ghost Spirit's Blade of the Yellow Springs. But overall, any hidden profession is definitely stronger than the average profession. And, the same life sacrifice profession. This profession in Theodore's hands was unknown how many times stronger than in Qin Xiaoyu's hands. On the one hand, Theodore has an emerald-level talent. On the other hand, the man's gaming and combat talents were already at the top of his game. If this person didn't specialize in assisting and healing abilities, then he would definitely qualify for the global top 100. Noteworthy, the so-called global ranking does not mean that these players have fought each other. Rather, it was a ranking of achievements in an event challenge. The Road to the Abyss. Late in the Divine Abandonment game, the Road to the Abyss event could only be participated in by a single player, and the stronger the player's overall strength, the farther they advanced, and the more enemies they killed, the higher their ranking would be. but some who specialize in assisting in healing will have a hard time getting better results in that activity. Theodore falls into this category. However, his supporting ability, in the later stages, could definitely rank in the top 10 in the world, even surpassing Gui Shui. Of course, Gui Shui that is too violent. The development route is a little crooked. Cough. At that moment, Tony led the way and came to Theodore. In front of Theodore, all 5 of Tony's men were all respectful. Thank you, sir, for relieving us. We know that we, North America, are the most powerful country in the world, and as long as Mr. Speak, Dasha won't even dare to make a move against us, Tony 5 said while looking a little proud. However, Theodore dangled a cigarette and said with a leathery smile, in fact, there are many North American compatriots who have called the consulate for help in this recent period, but I didn't ask for anything. I'm the only one who has helped you. Do you know why? Tony 5 sniffed. Tony scratched his head and frowned. Why? Stupid. At this moment a young girl sitting on the broken wall behind her was chewing bubblegum while laughing softly. We need the equipment on you. If you refuse, you'll be useless in our eyes. Right, uncle? The uncle she was talking about was Theodore. And this young girl, named Fury, she had short blonde hair, blue eyes, and wore light gold-colored gold-grade leather armor. A small beauty with delicate features, but unfortunately a pockmarked face. At her slender waist hung a musket. Her profession, the hidden profession musketeer. That musket was her exclusive weapon, and it needed to be searched around for different minerals in order to be upgraded. Equipment? The 5 Tonys looked at each other, and it finally dawned on them. The equipment they were wearing was truly luxurious. Because of Qian Shishir, they had almost a full set of gold-level equipment long ago. In comparison, Theodore and the others still only had a third of the gold-level equipment on them. After all, with the power of one squad alone, even if they could easily kill gold bosses, it would be difficult to find that large a number of gold bosses. Think about it, I still owe a favor to the Dasha officials for saving you, but I hope you won't make me lose money. Theodore smiled seemingly mildly and threw away a half-smoked cigarette, not forgetting to spit out. This Dasha tobacco is too hard to smoke. I really miss our cigars. Tony and the others looked at each other and cried. They were well equipped, but they were pretty sure that they couldn't beat Theodore's team. If they refuse, then not only will they be killed again by Theodore and others, but even the diplomatic assistance will surely be cancelled. Originally, it was thought that Theodore was helping them for the sake of nationality. The results were unexpected. Surprisingly, it's a different kind of robbery. A few minutes later, Theodore and the others left loaded with several sets of gold-level equipment and continued towards the east. With this equipment, that platinum-level boss at the entrance of the cranial ruins should be manageable. And when they leave, Tony, all 5 of them, had been stripped of their gear. The original full set of gold equipment was replaced with a pile of broken copper and iron, not even a silver level. And there are even 2 people who have no clothes to wear, bare bladders shivering in the cold wind. After all, before, Chen Shishir had only bought them equipment and didn't give them their lifespan directly. They also just asked for a gold outfit. I didn't realize that now. All of them have been robbed. The good news is that we can breathe a sigh of relief now that we are not officially wanted in Dasha. Still need to be careful of the Dasha players. Those players are like crazy when they see us. That's right, Blackie. Scout well and notify us immediately of anyone approaching. Tony, of the 5, was going to find a place nearby and brush up on some of the smaller monsters first. But what they don't know is that Qin Feng was riding a ghost wolf and was rushing over in this direction with his level 21 stealth. Chapter 142, The Only Hidden Profession, Soul Walker. When Qin Feng passed through the east gate of the magic capital ruins, he had wanted to go to the last platinum-level hideout in the ruins of Mordor and knock that one down as well. As it turns out, the official Mordor is sending a lot of people to the raiders now. There are a total of 6 platinum-level hideouts in the ruins of Mordor. The Evil Spirit Academy is the largest, with the strongest defensive boundaries. Also, the Magic Leaning Tower is okay, and I have the keys to 3 more. This Eastern Crimson Harbor is the smallest platinum hideout in the ruins of Magic City. Qin Feng thought about it and didn't bother getting involved. When the officials take the hideout, Qin Feng would be able to auction off the 3 hideout keys in his hand. I don't have a huge need for longevity right now, but with this stuff, of course, the more the merrier. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf and left the ruins of the magic capital, rushing towards the east in the direction of the cranial ruins. At this time, outside of the ruins of the magic capital, unlike before when it was completely deserted, it was already often able to see that some teams of players were searching for magic items around. Players are careful. Always be on the lookout for any bosses. If there's a glitch, swarm it and take it out. If there's a boss, you basically retreat and then take your time to see if you can beat that boss. However, any boss that had reached the gold level was not something that an ordinary player team could touch. If it's a platinum level boss, it's even more fierce. You can only run away if you come across it. As Chinfeng passed through a forest, it allowed him to see a few familiar figures. Tony? Chinfeng was a bit surprised. Isn't that Tony the airplane head? The 5 guys who followed Qianshishir before? The last time they encountered each other was outside the Tower of Divine Power. At that time, the 5 Tony, full set of gold equipment, spirited, even dared to call the shots with the official elite squad brought by the evening night rain. But now, these 5 people were covered in rags and brass, and some were even bare-chested, looking rather miserable. If it wasn't for the fact that they could more or less unleash a few gold-level skills in their hands to quickly clear up the small monsters, Chinfeng would even think that this group of people were all refugees. Where's their gold gear? This godforsaken game. Even if you get killed, you won't drop your equipment. It was just said over at Evening Night Shimmer that it was through diplomatic channels that the Dasha officials spared them? Chinfeng was a bit confused, but no matter what, having encountered these guys, it was only natural that they had to be resolved. Their status as foreigners is only secondary. Chinfeng wasn't about to kill foreigners when he saw them. The key is, this group followed Qianshishir and killed too many Dasha players. Just because the Magic City officials let them go, it didn't mean that Chinfeng would let them go. Kill. A dark blade light that instantly spread out. In the dimly lit woods, Tony's 5 didn't even have the slightest bit of room to fight back, and before any of them could even react, they all went black. You have been killed by player's shadow. You will die if your remaining life expectancy falls below 1 day. Tony 5. The final system beeps in his head. Then, they were not even resurrected, and were plunged into total darkness, because, they still had 2 or 3 tiers of Slayer status on them. They were first killed by Chinfeng once, and halfway through, they were also guarded by the official corpse of the Grand Xiao once, resulting in very little non-tradable lifespan left in them. That's why they had to brush up outside. Do not brush the monster. Life expectancy is almost gone. Do not enter the game is also waiting for death. Can only enter the game to take a chance so. As a result, he was now struck down by Chinfeng again, and the flower of death bloomed, sucking him to death on the spot. Originally, Tony and the others were very careful, also let one of them loose outside the forest. But it's a shame. Chinfeng's level 21 stealth status was not something these people could see. Come quietly, quietly claiming life. Leave quietly. The 5 Tonys who had been amnestied by the Magic City officials ended up losing their lives in Chinfeng's hands. When Tony 5 was taken out, their game IDs, both disappeared from their respective friend lists. Theodore led the team to a ruin where the cranial ruins were located, and was planning to raid the platinum level 1000 blade centipede Mawel. Just then, Theodore heard a system alert. Your buddy Tony has been killed for real. Will be removed from your friends list. A tall, skinny white guy beside him was a little surprised. Tony got add up? Apparently, the white guy had added Tony's friend as well. He froze, then said, just now they requested that they be left with 2 pieces of gold equipment so they could take them in exchange for their lifespan. It seems they're running out of lifespan? Theodore took a drag on his cigarette and said indifferently, they are infamous and have died so much kill value. Even if they are left with equipment, who can they sell it to? Giving it to them is also cheap for Dasha. Don't bother, just die. The group nodded. The only person who matters to them is themselves. Others, even if they are the same North Americans, they don't bother. Amos, get on. With the gold level armor and leg guards, your defense has been boosted a notch, and you're able to resist the boss's frontal strong attack. But be careful with the dodging too. Man, my healing isn't as high as you think it is. Theodore tapped the tall, skinny white guy on the shoulder and motioned for him to step in. The white guy named Amos nodded his head, only to see that he was wearing a set of gold-grade heavy armor and his hands carried gold-grade gloves. His occupation is Iron Fist, hidden professions of the tank class. As he rushed out of the ruins, he quickly arrived in front of a centipede boss that was 5 or 6 meters long and covered in scarlet blades. As for the centipede boss, the lower half of his body was a centipede, and the upper half of his body was actually a demonic woman, slender and slim, but his features were horrifying and hideous. Guardian of the cranial ruins, 1000-bladed centipede Moovel. Behind it lies a supergiant human cranium. Buried in the midst of this rubble, Iron Fist Amos made a jump, and the gold-grade gloves covering his hands landed on that 1000-blade centipede Mawel's head with a bang, smashing out 2 rays of gold and iron. Musketeer Fury. The short blonde-haired, pock-marked-faced girl, blew bubblegum while hiding behind a ruined wall, raised her musket, and launched an attack directly towards the boss. Theodore, on the other hand, raised his priest scepter in his hand and unleashed a shield-type skill on Iron Fist Amos. There was also a knight without a mount and a mage, all of which attacked towards the boss. In the line, only one person didn't move. It was a black guy with dirty braids, sitting leisurely on a broken wall, swinging his legs and enjoying the boss battle in front of him. The black guy's name is Zuma and he has the only hidden profession, Soul Walker. It was the existence of this black guy that made the Magic City officials want to cooperate with them. Chapter 143, Shadow. You can't kill us, Soul Walker. This career, it's very special. To talk about combat, it's really weak because this profession has no ability to do any damage. Although you can wear mage-type equipment, you cannot learn any mage-type skills. All of its abilities come from his vocational skills. Soul transformation. This profession, which transforms itself and its teammates into soul forms, cannot launch any attacks while in soul form, but also does not take any damage or even have any collision volume. Whether you're exploring a relic, or a labyrinth of sorts, a soul walker is a very powerful aid, and the key point is, soul walkers can also limit the abilities of their foes by transmuting them into soul form. Imagine a 6v6 squad battle. This person directly transformed the other 5 people into soul forms. Then the other side is only one person left with combat power. First 6 surrounded by 1 to solve, and then put 1 out, and then 1 by 1 to solve. How anticlimactic is that? It was this special ability that made the Magic City officials willing to cooperate with him. It was precisely because of this that the Magic City officials were willing to give Theodore a face and release Tony's 5. Not long ago, when the Magic City officials besieged a field platinum level boss, they even had the soul walker named Zuma come over to help. At the critical moment, his soul transformation skill saved several dying official players. Let the officials of the Magic City be amazed. This is the kind of situation that makes Magic City officials willing to maintain a cooperative relationship with Theodore. But the Magic City officials didn't realize that this Theodore had ostensibly cooperated with the officials and helped them out a lot in a small way. But in the end, one of Theodore's moves before he left directly caused the Magic City officials to lose a lot of money. For the black guy Zuma, he has no ability to do damage and can only exist dependent on the team. He is from North America and came to Dacia to participate in a street dance competition. Just as the godforsaken game descends. As for his soul walker profession, he didn't need damage, so he just needed to pile up cooldowns, pile up sustains, and in addition, the meatier the better. The equipment on his body was all stacked with body mass and blood. There's also physical defense, elemental resistance, etc. Due to the complete lack of damage, Zuma's resistance to punching was now second to none among all the French professions. It's even 2 or 3 times meatier than the average mana. After obtaining a full set of gold equipment boosted by Tony and the others, Theodore's output ability became much stronger for them. 2 minutes later, that platinum level 1000 blade centipede Mawel, its blood level was hit to 95%, and as it let out a sharp whine, a scarlet centipede crawled out of the surrounding ruins and walls. That was the difficulty of this platinum level boss. The ability to summon small monsters is particularly strong, and if you don't get rid of all the small centipedes within the time limit, the boss will also absorb and devour those small centipedes, returning blood while the number of blades on his body further increases. Dang it! 1000 blade centipede Mawel. Under the twisted 5 senses of abhorrence, the countless blade-like long legs of the centipede's body chopped down towards Iron Fist Amos. Amos dodged and fended off, and with Theodore's healing, the blood was kept at about half blood. The little centipede is out. Zuma, Theodore commanded calmly. They had already raided this boss once before but failed, because of the lack of damage. You can't kill all the little centipedes, thus causing the boss to go straight back to full blood every time it summons a little centipede. But now, each of them had raised their damage a notch. Watching dozens of small centipedes appear all over the place, the dirty braided black guy Zuma raised his hand, and a soul transformation skill was released. Directly, all 20 or so of these little centipedes were transformed into a soul state. A small centipede in this state can't launch an attack, but it doesn't take damage either. The essence is to reduce the stress on your teammates. Concentrate on output. The Uncle Knight, who didn't have a mount yet within the group, held a gold-grade halberd horde from Tony's hand, and smashed the ground with its shocking ground vortex skill, which gathered more than a dozen small centipedes all around and stunned the small monsters. A variety of group attack skills, toward those small centipedes attacked and rolled. I can see that this team is skillfully coordinated and individually strong. With the help of the Soul Walker, it wasn't impossible to slowly grind this platinum level boss to death. But it's a shame. The cranial ruins that these people were going to enter was exactly the place that Qin Feng was heading to. Without a sound, Qin Feng had already arrived at this area of ruins, and the movement of the battle was felt from afar. It wasn't until he got close enough to the scene that he unexpectedly realized that it was actually Theodore's squad, fighting a platinum level boss. From the golden halberd in the hands of the knight uncle in the field, Qin Feng realized. It turns out that the equipment that Tony and the others just had was robbed by this group. Awesome. First use diplomacy to release them from official hands, then grab their gear. Not bad for Theodore the diplomat's tactics. In his last life, Qin Feng hadn't dealt much with Theodore, but he was still familiar with the man. He had more than once lamented that if Jin Xiaoyu's level of assistance was as strong as Theodore's, then the Goddess of Destruction Guild would directly be a top 10 global guild, instead of shrinking in Zhanghai City. After all, they're in the same life sacrifice profession. And now, things are completely different. When Qin Feng came stealthily, that platinum level boss still had 94% blood. He certainly wouldn't give the other side any chance. Wordlessly, Qin Feng arrived behind the dirty braided black boy Zuma. The lad was completely oblivious to the danger. Suddenly, a black hand dryer flew out instantly and pierced his heart through from behind. Shadow Blade, -16. 4W, weak attack. An orb of lifespan light, larger than others, was exploded. Fark, someone's sneaking up on us. Zuma's been killed in seconds. How is that possible? Zuma is fully tanked and has a total of over 6,000 blood. Who can kill him in seconds? Retreat first. In the team channel, Zuma's shocked voice came out. Shadow. It was Shadow who killed me. When those words came out, Theodore, Fury, Amos and the others all had their hearts racing and retreated as fast as they could. But before they could react, a dark ring of blade light instantly spread towards the surroundings. Put. -18. 8W, weak attack. -17. 5W, weak attack. Iron Fist, Theodore, and the others were instantly decimated, and the lifespan light orbs fell to the ground. In the end all that was left was the short blonde-haired musketeer, the teenage girl Fury, who was clutching her musket and didn't have time to pay attention to the bubblegum smeared on her face from her mouth. The young girl had a panicked look on her face. Originally, this young girl had extraordinary self-confidence. She was an exchange student sent from North America to Mordor, and had always been treated well in Daxia, which always made her feel superior in Daxia. After the divine abandonment came, it was even under Theodore's leadership, developing rapidly, and the Book of Divine Authorization from the Tower of Divine Power was bought early. But now, facing Shadow, she felt like a bug that would be casually crushed. In just a few moments, her teammates, none of them left, were all dead. As for her, it was only because she was crouching in the corner that Qin Feng's darkness ring blade just happened to cross over her head and missed her. We are the official partner of Mordor. Shadow, you can't kill us. She knew she couldn't escape, simply stood up and yelled in a less than standard Mandarin towards the surroundings. But she was greeted by another black shadow blade shot that passed through her forehead. -17. 2W, weak attack. Teenage Musketeer Fury, with wide blue eyes, collapses limply to the ground and bursts into a huge ball of lifespan light. What's going on? Why would the Shadow want to kill us? Aren't we all official partners of Mordor? We've lost too much life expectancy. Quickly find the Magic City officials and deal with the Shadow. Theodore 6, have been resurrected in the ruins of Mordor. Their faces were marked with disbelief and anger. Theodore even directly opened his friends list, found a Mordor official and initiated a private chat. The news quickly spread through the official Magic City. Many of the official personnel of the Magic Capital were immediately sweating when they got the news that Theodore 6 were instantly slaughtered by the Shadow. Chapter 144, Oh Big Brother Living Buddha. At this moment, Qin Feng was leisurely collecting the lifespan light orbs from the field. What struck him was that the group had too much life expectancy as well. There were 10 or 20 years of lifespan on each of them, and all together, they exploded to over 130 years of lifespan. Qin Feng thoughtfully gave each person another cursed flower, once again reaping 130 years of tradable, plus 752 years of non-tradable lifespan. Still, it's amazing that none of these 6 guys are slayers. Qin Feng shook his head. It's no wonder that the officials trust these people, since Theodore didn't lead a rebellion on the Magic City side. It seemed polite and gentlemanly from start to finish. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng then looked towards the platinum-level boss Thousand Blade Centipede Morville in the middle of the field, which had already been hit with 6% blood. There were still more than 20 small scarlet centipedes around, which were staring dryly with the boss as they had lost their target all of a sudden. Qin Feng maintained his stealth and stepped forward like a gust of wind, raising his hand with the darkness ring blade. Right now his skills were cooling down extremely fast, so although he had just swept through a few of Theodore's men with this skill, the skill quickly cooled down. At this moment, the dark night blade light spread once again, instantly slicing the 20 or so scarlet centipedes around them that had raised their upper bodies into 2 halves. Killing this group of small monsters caused Qin Feng's combo points to skyrocket. Immediately after that was the Shadow of the Sundering. 3 invisible shadow doppelgangers surrounded the Thousand Blade Centipede Morville in the center. Scarlet Blade. At the same time, for Scarlet Blade stabbed at this platinum-level boss from all sides. Since this boss is near full blood, the decapitation effect is almost useless, but at the same time, 4,295,000 damage figures burst out, still killing this platinum-level boss on the spot. Qin Feng didn't know what kind of bloodlock this boss had, what kind of stage it had. In a nutshell, it just stood out as a second kill. It wasn't until he unleashed his greedy hand and pulled out a bunch of loot from underneath Mo Weier's slippery upper body corpse that he received a private chat message from Wang Meng. Wang Meng, big brother, did you just kill a foreign team? What was the name of the one leading it? V-A-L-E. Qin Feng interrupted his immature pronunciation of the letters just in time. That's right, it's me. What's wrong with this person? Wang Meng laughed. It's fine. I mainly want to ask if there's a misunderstanding somewhere. Their team has cooperated with the official side of Mordor, and they've helped fight bosses and saved many people. Qin Feng said. Alright, then when I see them in the future, I'll say hello before I kill them. Wang Meng? Although it was outrageous, Wang Meng also heard Qin Feng's meaning. Wang Meng, big brother means they messed with you? What's the situation? Qin Feng, I was observing the boss, and I was about to discover some hidden information, but then this team came up and started fighting, enraging the boss. So what do you think I should do? Wang Meng was dumbfounded. Observe the boss? Finding hidden messages? You can do that? Wang Meng immediately thought to himself, boy, so that's how Big Brother's knowledge base came about? Next time I see any boss, I'll also take a closer look at it first? Of course, the thought only flashed through his mind. After hearing Qin Feng's words, he immediately replied, so that's how it is, influencing Big Brother to discover hidden information. That's indeed a great offense. In that case, it's fine. The main official side of Magic City wants to ask about the situation. Big Brother don't mind, haha. Qin Feng certainly wouldn't mind, because these are the ones he's mouthing off. He could just take this opportunity to propose cooperation. That's right, talk to the official side of Magic City. Just look for me directly if you want to cooperate. As long as the bosses that have reached the platinum level, they can look for me. I can step in and help. The things that fall go to them, and I'll only take the longevity and the assassin stuff. Wang Meng was a bit shocked to hear this, but still immediately replied, okay, got it. Turn around, I'll let the official side of Mordor send someone out to discuss the details with Big Brother directly. In addition, Big Brother will always develop in Mordor in the future? If we find a big boss in Jianghai City, will Big Brother come? Qin Feng replied, there are platinum level or above. If you guys can't beat it, you can find me. I can go there when I have time. Of course there's a condition, so that after beating the boss, the corpse touching belongs to me. Wang Meng was happy. Alright Big Brother, he knows what touching a corpse means. Isn't it just a 20% chance of an extra share of the reward? Overall, this condition proposed by Qin Feng was too cost-effective in Wang Meng's opinion. The shadow big man, simply a living god, come all this way to help fight a boss and only take the assassin stuff. It was important to know that a boss that had reached the platinum level would definitely take a lot of time and cost if the official fought it on his own. In the end, there was even the possibility of failure. With Shadow's help, it saves a lot of time and longevity costs straight away, and you still get most of the loot. What is the shadow if not a living god? But what Wang Meng doesn't know is, with such a deal, Qin Feng made a big profit. This was because Qin Feng had several tiers of gains from killing the boss. First, lots of experience value. Second, the base drops. Third, longevity and evolutionary points. Fourthly, greedy hands extra gain. During the course of helping to fight the boss, Qin Feng was able to take the first, third and fourth items completely. Even take the assassin stuff from the base drop. What is this if not blood money? Of course, it's not really a loss for the officials, because for the officials, the boss hunting gain would have been only the first 2 articles as well. Even if someone officially also learns greedy hands, that's only a 20% probability of an extra reward, which is completely disproportionate compared to the price they have to pay. Let's take a platinum level boss as an example. The base drop, only 0 to 2 pieces of platinum level loot, 3 to 5 pieces of gold level loot, and when Qin Feng's greedy hands were unleashed, it was 0 to 10 pieces of emerald grade loot, plus 18 to 30 pieces of platinum grade loot. In this case, Qin Feng doesn't care even if he gives all the base drops to the official. After all, the boss is officially found. Qin Feng can harvest a lot of loot by flying over, striking, and killing in seconds. Isn't that great? Sure, such a form of cooperation could only be realized when Qin Feng obtained a flying mount, because this game map is so big. Without flying mounts, even with Qin Feng's speed, it was impossible for him to be able to help all the time, or else he'd be on the way to catch up day in and day out. Would he still want to upgrade? Such cooperation is only possible after obtaining a flying mount. In time, Qin Feng's gang will be very efficient in fighting the boss, and can completely incarnate the scavenger. Over here, Jianghai officials and Magic City officials, after getting Qin Feng's promise of cooperation, all boiled over and burst into tears. Then to take over, don't we just need to look around for the boss? We were seriously short on time and manpower. This will save so much. A big brother is a big brother. This temperament, admirable. Originally, I also said that when encountering a boss that can't be defeated, you can offer some extra life expectancy to ask the big guy to help fight, but it turns out that the big guy doesn't even want it, and just takes away the life expectancy and assassin's equipment that the boss explodes. Ooh, tears. Everyone, split up and head out to find more platinum level or higher bosses. In such a case, Theodore's squad of diplomats, without a doubt, lost the value of their cooperation almost immediately. Soon after, they received an official reply from Mordor. Chapter 145, Theodore's Revenge Plan. At the resurrection point in the ruins of Mordor, Theodore clenched his fists and cursed coldly and darkly. Fark, seeing him like this, the short blonde-haired girl next to him, Fury, also frowned. Uncle, what happened? Can we get back the lifespan we lost? Theodore shook his head and said indifferently, The official surnamed Zhu said that they have no way to sway the shadow, and that the conflict between us and the shadow has to be resolved by ourselves for this incident. They expressed their deep regret, but can give one of us 10 years of life to make up for our losses as much as possible. Zuma, the black guy, mulled it over. 10 years for one person, that's 650 days. Seems okay? It's better than nothing. Theodore slapped him on the head. Kid, you know, why did they give us 10 years? It's to prevent us from causing trouble. I, Theodore, still have a bit of influence in the Magic City. If I lead a riot, I can mobilize the 300,000 North American players within the Magic City's boundaries, as well as the 200,000 or so Sakura Nation players, who will also listen to us. Tekken Amos was shocked. There are so many foreigners in Mordor? Theodore smiled. That's for sure. This is after all the largest international city in Dacia. The young girl, Fury, let out a bah. Then do we want that 10 years of life? Great Xia officials are so despicable. Theodore nodded his head as he sniffed, a pair of eyes filled with intrigue. Yes, why wouldn't you want it for nothing? Listen to me. Fish death is not beneficial to anyone. The overall strength of Dacia is very strong. It's hard to deal with. After all, this is someone else's territory. I promised 10 years of life to an official named Sun, and asked for information that the reason why Dacia officials are ignoring us is because the Shadow has established cooperation with the officials. The Shadow will step in to help take out the bosses that the officials find. He'll just take the longevity and the assassin stuff. The crowd was a bit shocked at these words. The blonde girl, Fury, did the math. With Shadow's damage of over 100,000 in one slash, it would only take 6 or 7 slashes to kill a platinum boss. With the Dacia officials finding him a boss, this is too cost-effective. Theodore laughed. Do you really think it's that easy? This Mordor ruin is a couple 100 kilometers. If he cooperates with the officials like this, he'll be in a full rush all day. And instead he's delaying his own development. The middle-aged knight uncle in the team who was a bit hot-tempered said in a deep voice. What are we going to do then? Just take 10 years of life and be a shrinking violet? Theodore said lightly. Don't be anxious. I have my own countermeasures. The Shadow or the Dacia officials, they must pay the price. Zuma, the black boy, looked puzzled. What's the solution? That diplomat uncle calmly said. Remember earlier when I said that an old friend provided the location of a diamond-level boss? That boss has extremely strong battle power and special abilities. It's rumored to have the upper-level affix called Nightmare, and once you die at its hands, you don't just die once. A random skill of that boss has a damage of 10,000 to 20,000. Even the Shadow can't possibly withstand its damage, and it's even more impossible to kill a diamond-level boss in seconds. As long as we trick the Shadow and the official Dacia people, they'll definitely suffer heavy losses. The crowd lit up at those words. The grumpy middle-aged knight uncle laughed. Ness, then why don't you hurry up? Theodore shook his head. Don't worry, we're taking them there now. Once the tragedy is over, there's no way we'll leave the city alive. I've got definite news that in 3 days some of the Magic City's air traffic will resume, and we're taking a Columbia Airlines flight back to Washington, D.C., in North America. As for the in-game location, it is also possible to consume your lifespan to force a transfer to the Washington City ruins upon arrival in Washington, D.C. At that point, we'll be completely safe. This has now been proven in a number of national studies. If the player's real location changes, then the player can expend their lifespan and move to the game area corresponding to their real location within the game as well. This process is known as forced transfer. An analogy. Qin Feng reality from Zhanghai City Magic City. He can then consume his lifespan to force the in-game location from ruins of Zhanghai City Magic City ruins. Of course, this consumes a lot of life. The consumption of teleportation from the ruins of Zhanghai to the ruins of Mordor is 985 days of tradable life after reaching level 15 in the game. But if you do a forced transfer through a realistic location, it takes 10 times as many lifespans. If it's transnational, it's even more consuming. So Qin Feng had never used this function. Only, Theodore stood behind the entire North American Empire. as long as there was Zuma, the only hidden profession, then the North American Empire officials would surely be willing to spend this amount of life expectancy for him to transfer them back. One advantage of forced transfers compared to in-game teleportation is there is no level limit. Otherwise, you have to be level 15 to teleport between city ruins to each other. As for getting cross-country teleportation, you need to be at least level 30 before leveling up. The only way to transfer areas within the game is to spend 10 times your lifespan on forced transfers. So, when Theodore finished, everyone in the squad breathed a sigh of relief. The blonde girl, Fury, hugged Theodore and kissed him. Worthy of being an uncle, meeting you is the luck of my life. Tekanamus, on the other hand, laughed. So when we get on the plane and leave Dasha's airspace, we'll go back into the game and bring them to their deaths? Theodore smiled and nodded. That's right. Until then, in order to avoid being killed by the shadow again, let's not go out. Just rest and relax for these few days, and I'll trade some boss location information with the Disya officials based on the intelligence network. On the one hand, we can earn some longevity, and on the other hand, let them let their guard down until we get on the plane and give them hell. Theodore, as a North American diplomat in Mordor, still had a wide network of connections in Mordor. Most of the many North American businessmen, entrepreneurs, etc., who do business in Magic City know him. Through those North American businessmen and entrepreneurs, Theodore was again able to connect with all the hundreds of thousands of North American players in the Magic City. Soon enough, the location information of the 2 platinum level bosses was acquired. Theodore directly acted as a middleman, earning the difference in price and reselling the platinum boss location information to the Dasha officials. And Qin Feng's side, if he knew about Theodore's revenge plan, he would have sighed. This person is still weirdly good, because, in the last life it was the diamond boss that caused the real deaths of nearly 100 official top players, along with a series of serious consequences. Under normal circumstances, it could indeed cost Dasha a lot of money, but now, with Qin Feng's presence, the situation had become completely abnormal. A diamond boss that is not too difficult to press. That is, Qin Feng had only heard the news in his last life and didn't know where the diamond boss was, otherwise he would have already gone to fight it on his own, and would have had to wait for Theodore to lure him there? Qin Feng was worried about finding a diamond boss, and you brought it to my door. What's not a good guy? At this point, Qin Feng was still consuming evolution points and evolving skills when he suddenly received a reply from Wang Meng. Big brother. The Magic City side responded and said that they can cooperate like this. There's a platinum level boss right now. If you go over there, you can friend the person in charge there and just contact him in the future. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Without a flying mount, it would be too slow for him to get there, so he replied back, there's no rush. I'm going to explore a relic first, it'll probably take a few hours. I'll contact you when it's done. After saying that, he looked at the skill panel. After finishing off the 1000-bladed centipede Mawel, Qin Feng finally used his greedy hand to touch an emerald rank strength training skill book. This thing is also the power attribute of the White John. Qin Feng learned it directly and consumed 33 evolution points to evolve it 3 times to the legendary level. Chapter 146, Third Profession Advancement. Shadow Arc Light. You have consumed 1 + 2 + 30 evolution points and have 171 points remaining. Strength Training, Emerald Diamond Epic Legend passively boosts strength by 487296144 points. Requires level 18. Legendary level added, your total power attribute value increased by 10%. Previously, Qin Feng had learned an agility training and evolved to legendary level, adding 126 points of agility. That's because that agility training skill book was only level 14. This strength training, on the other hand, is a level 18 skill book, so the value will be higher. The total value of the percentage attributes added to the legendary level, however, was still 10%. Qin Feng didn't care. Look to the other skill book. It was an inferior skill book dropped by a centipede gargoyle, and it was clearly backstroke enhancement. Could use a rank boost. Qin Feng studied directly. Override skill effects. Backstrike enhancement, legendary. Required level 117. When launching an attack from behind the target, damage is increased by 100% 180%. Legendary effect. While stealthy, all your damage is considered backstabbing. In one word, fierce. Qin Feng obtained the inferior backstroke enhancement skill book, whose value was an 18% increase in backstroke damage. However, because Qin Feng's backstroke enhancement had long since evolved to the legendary level, the value had directly doubled tenfold. From the previous 2x backstabbing damage, it's now 8x. Qin Feng even smacked his lips a little. The point is that all of his damage is considered backstabbing as long as he is stealthy. Combined with the attacks do not remove stealth effect. He knifed the back of his knife and struck with a deadly blow. Moreover, Qin Feng had asked Wang Mang's Sai to wait for a few hours first, in order to brush up on the monsters in the cranial ruins and finish off all the wild monsters in the ruins. Cranial ruins, like the terrorist ghost ship, is a level 20 leveling area, and the same raging area where life expectancy is lost 100 times faster. After finishing the monsters here, it's almost time for the third career advancement. The last profession advancement had given Qin Feng a true permanent stealth ability. What will be the effect of this third advancement? Qin Feng was very much looking forward to it. When he finished packing up the lifespan orbs of light and loot at the entrance to the ruins, he remained stealthy as he advanced towards the cranial ruins in front of him. Presented to him were the ruins of a building, and in the middle of the building ruins was a supergiant human skull set into the ground. Of course, I'm afraid that such a large skull cannot be called human, even if it was humanoid in its lifetime. The size of a human skull is basically 10 to 20 centimeters, but this giant skull in front of him was hundreds of meters wide in front and back, and even just the part of the forehead that was spread out on the ground was tens of meters high. All Qin Feng was able to see was the skull's forehead and heavenly aura. For what exactly this skull is, no one knows, and the remains inside this skull. It looks like there was once some kind of tribal race that built up inside. The uppermost layer is the cranium. The lowest level is an irregular pile of giant bones. If the cranium still looks like a human, the part under the cranium has nothing at all to do with humans. Qin Feng walked towards a doorway on the forehead of that skull. The doorway is the entrance to the ruins. There is no level requirement to enter this relic. However, you need to be level 20 to enter the most central area to get a flying mount. You have entered the cranial ruins. This area is a berserk area. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 100 times. Qin Feng didn't care about this system prompt and directly opened the brush. Within the cranial ruins, many morose white twisted demonic creatures that at first glance looked like humanoids, but all had different lower halves. There are centipede-like ones, earthworm-like ones, beetle-like ones, and spider-like ones. The entire cranial relic resembles a biochemical modification site. Of course, in Qin Feng's eyes, no matter how strange these demons were, they were just experiences. In the stealthy state, a shadow blade slash, a darkness ring blade, plus an instantaneous shadow slash from time to time caused a horrible and miserable wail to emanate from within the cranial ruins. Qin Feng's experience value rose rapidly. All the demonic corpses along the way were eaten up by him. Within the cranial remains, the skull area alone is divided into more than 10 layers. Qin Feng swiped down layer by layer, and each layer contains several hundred demons, all of which were turned into experience value and evolution points under Qin Feng's hand. Occasionally some poor and common loot popped out. 2 hours later, Qin Feng had brushed thousands of magical creatures and had finally saved up 242 evolution points. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 8 plus 13 plus 210 evolution points, with 0 points remaining. Smoke Bomb, Bronze. Legendary releases a smoke bomb that obscures the enemy's vision and deals a small amount of dark elemental damage. You use Swallow Spirit on the skill, Smoke Bomb, Legendary grade. Your spirit changes. Each point of spirit converts 3-5 points of elemental attack and 5-7 points of all elemental resistance. Elemental attack power, 13731895. Full elemental resistance, 1623, 61. 8% elemental damage reduction, 2145, 68. 2% elemental damage reduction. Smoke Bomb skill that obscures the enemy's vision. But with Qin Feng's unbelievable stealth ability, he still needed to use smoke bombs? Swallow directly. With this bite of skill swallowed, Qin Feng's elemental attacks were further increased and his elemental damage reduction went up a notch. The damage of Shadow Blade, Dark Ring Blade, and including the finishing technique Scarlet Blade, have all been increased by quite a bit. According to this swallowing, it won't take me long to swallow both physical damage reduction and elemental resistance. Up to 90%, right? Qin Feng was very clear. Even a level 50 warrior with full defense additions plus a tank-type pedigree couldn't reach 90% double resistance. Either high physical defense or high legal defense. It's impossible to do both. Against different bosses, you also have to switch different equipment. However, in Qin Feng's current life, the Spirit Swallower bloodline in conjunction with the infinite evolutionary talent would become more and more counterintuitive in terms of attributes and would not have any shortcomings. After swallowing the skill, Qin Feng continued to brush down. He followed the white bricks within the ruins, and by the faint bright light of the surrounding morose whiteness, he penetrated deeper and deeper, layer by layer, into the cranial ruins, killed all the way down to the 12th level at the bottom. What appeared in front of Qin Feng was a pitch-black deep hole. It was the hole that led to the unknown area of limb trunks and bodies, below the head of the mysterious cranial creature. The area inside the cave will only be accessible if you have leveled up to 20, and is the key to obtaining flying mounts. However, Qin Feng didn't go in for the time being. It took him hours to kill his way down, slaughtering thousands of Mori white demons. The experience value is now saved up. Third career advancement. Your shadow profession has advanced. Current, second order, third order. Occupational attribute bonus, strength 2754. Physique 2754, Agility 72144, Spirit 4590, New Occupational Passive 5, Shadow Arc. When you are attacked while in stealth, you will not be immediately released from stealth and will not be immediately damaged. All damage, negative statuses in stealth lifting will delay the effect for 1 second, not valid for upper wordings. Note 1, you can offset the removal of stealth after 1 second by releasing the stealth skill. Note 2, you can heal/lifesuck/gain a shield to counteract damage that will be dealt in 1 second. Note 3, you can counteract negative statuses you are about to acquire after 1 second by dispelling/purifying them. Shin Feng was a bit confused when he saw the panel. This Shadow Arc Light. It seems to be a little bit invincible. Chapter 147, Compassion. The most extravagant emotion. Shin Feng observed the results of this occupational advancement. In terms of attributes, the increase was not as high as the second advancement, but the increase still exceeded that of the second advancement. The key lies in this new effect, Shadow Arc Light. I'm pretty sure none of the guys who got the Shadow profession in the last life lasted past the third progression. Otherwise, with the Shadow Arc effect, the mortality rate would be greatly reduced, both in game and in reality. Although Shin Feng was now permanently invisible and launching attacks, he wouldn't remove his invisibility. However, disregarding the immunity shield, he will still deactivate his stealth if he takes an attack. The first effect of Shadow Arcane is that it delays the lifting of any stealth for 1 second after he takes an attack. During this time, he can counteract the effect by simply renewing a stealth skill. Truly permanent invisibility. Seems like a short 1 second reaction time, but later on, the higher the level, the faster the reaction speed and the speed of releasing skills. Several skills can be released in just 1 second, enough to react. Beyond that, it's in the second effect that is truly anticlimactic. Damage delayed to 1 second later can all be counteracted through healing, life draw, and shields. An analogy. Shin Feng's current life cap was 19,000, meaning he would die if he took 19,000 damage, but that was before. Words for now. Even if Shin Feng took 100,000 damage, that damage would be delayed until 1 second before it took effect. During this period of time, Shin Feng could offset this 100,000 damage whether he was getting healed, getting shielded, or life-sucking. With my instant shadow slash, I can stack a shield of 100% of my life value with each hit. If all 9 hit, that's the equivalent of 171,000 shields. What's even more terrifying is that the finishing technique Scarlet Blade comes with a 600% blood drawing effect, and a single shot of Scarlet Blade from me that deals 300,000 damage can draw 1.8 million blood. Therefore, as long as Shin Feng had the skill cupped in his hand, even if he took 1.8 million damage instantly, he could just rely on the Scarlet Blade's blood drawing effect to counteract that damage. This Tan is already comparable to an Emerald class boss? Shin Feng even felt a bit outrageous. Of course, since Shadow Arc gives a reaction time of only 1 second, so there were some situations where Shin Feng didn't always succeed in drawing blood or getting a shield. Both of these require the existence of an attack target in front of him in order for them to be effective. It would have been a bit weak against high-level bosses, not enough survivability. Now if you operate properly, you can touch even an epic boss. Shin Feng thought to himself. Regardless, he was going to test the effect. He cleared his way down from the cranial ruins. There were still some corners left uncleared on the way, and there were still some demons remaining. He simply lifted his invisibility and walked within the cranial ruins shrouded in this dim, morose white light. Soon, it came to the corner of an alley stacked with morose white brick walls. He saw a young demon. It was the humanoid demonic creature with a morose white spine-like tail that looked very small, and was cowering in a corner with its head in its hands, shivering. Perhaps due to its young age, the demonic creature didn't look intimidating at all, and it didn't have the hideous and terrifying look of a normal demonic creature at all. Instead, they looked pathetic. Shin Feng saw it without the slightest expression on his face. In the last life, there were some female players who saw this kind and felt sorry for the person, and their motherly hearts overflowed and wanted to spare the other person. As a result, as soon as he turned around, he was attacked by his opponent and was brutally killed. So says, pity is the most extravagant emotion in this day and age. Not to mention demons of different clans, even between humans, once you let your guard down, you can easily be undermined. Shin Feng wore the right of the black flame leather armor and approached the young demonic creature step by step. When he crouched down in front of the demon, the young demon turned around violently. The sharp claws and spine tail instantly sped towards Shin Feng's face. If Shin Feng didn't crouch down, the young demon was too short to attack his weak points, but he squatted down. The demons immediately saw the opportunity. Put. Shin Feng did not react and allowed the other party's spikes and tail vertebrae to fall on his face. Human instinct made him close his eyes, but the attack of this young demon was too low for him. Even being hit with a weak point only dealt 1 758 and 278 points of damage. At the same time, about a quarter of a gray bar appeared on Qin Feng's 19,000 blood bar, a gray bar that meant that it would be deducted after a delay of 1 second. Qin Feng wielded his Mori white bone blade and directly performed a short-range instantaneous shadow slash. With just one hit of the chop, that young demonic creature was already killed. At the same time, the gray blood bar on Qin Feng's blood bar was completely eliminated and replaced by a shield bar of around 75% of his blood. A single slash from instant shadow slash generates a shield of 100% life value, or 19,000, after cancelling out that 4,000 plus damage. 15,000 shield bars remain. This situation was exactly as Qin Feng had expected. He nodded with satisfaction and released Greedy Hand directly at the young demon. One evolution point arrived. In addition to dropping Ben's level 19 mage initial skill Fireball, this thing was useless to Qin Feng. Although there is a Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement, but this exchange fixed 1 hour cooldown. Are not eaten cooldown speed bonus? Surely it is used in high-level equipment and skill books to maximize the benefits. It's time to go to the core of the relics and challenge them. Qin Feng turned back and turned around to return to the pitch black hole he had just been in. At that moment, he was subjected to a private chat and looked at it to see that it was from the president of the Knight Templar, Chen Wuming, codename Huiyao Wuda. Huiyao Wudu, big brother. I heard that you made an agreement with the officials to help kill platinum level bosses? So what? If I find a platinum level emerald level boss on my side, can I cooperate with Big Brother? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This guy is really trying to take advantage of the situation when he can. Fits the stereotype of this guy from his last life. Qin Feng thought about it and replied, yes, even the conditions can be the same as the official, but for each boss, you have to prepare some killers for me so that we can work together for a long time. Ah, this line. Chen Wuming gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as he could work with Shadow and let Shadow help kill the boss, he would make money either way. As for the Fallen Slayer members, just give more contribution points. In the Knight Templar Guild, contribution points can be exchanged for guild raid boss drops on a priority basis. Although being killed by the Shadow would drop non-tradable lifespans, the attraction of prioritizing access to equipment and skill books was too great. What's more, once you can work with the Shadow, then later on, the amount of high-grade loot will be increasing, as long as they can find enough bosses for Shadow to kill. Soon after, Qin Feng agreed with Chen Wuming. Help kill the platinum level boss and prepare 50 slayers. To help kill an emerald level boss, you have to prepare 200 slayers. As for the diamond level, wait until you find out. Even Qin Feng didn't expect that the Knight Templar, his nemesis in his last life, had now become his own toolman guild for eliminating his kill value. Soon, Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the pitch-black cave. Into the darkness. After stealthing, Qin Feng leapt down towards the pitch-black hole. You have entered the Cranial Ruins Core. This area is a disaster zone. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 1,000 times. Chapter 148, Who was really born in darkness? Core area of cranial remains. Here, it's a catastrophe zone 1 level higher than the Berserk zone, where lifespans pass at 1,000 times the rate. Means in this place, just staying for 9 hours will consume a year of your life. If you put an average human with 50 years of life left in this place, they would die in half a month when their life expectancy runs out. Sure, as long as Qin Feng was in a stealthy state, the rate at which he lost his lifespan was reduced by 90%. Equivalently, this disaster area with 1,000 times the flow rate was only equivalent to a Berserk area with 100 times the flow rate to Qin Feng. What's more, Qin Feng now has a non-tradable lifespan of more than 6,000 years, so he didn't care about this system prompt at all. When Qin Feng jumped down that pitch-black hole and arrived at the core area of the cranial ruins, this final challenge had already begun. A morose white skeleton demonic creature of all colors and sizes crawled up and burrowed out from the ground around them, attacking and killing towards Qin Feng. Only, Qin Feng was simply unable to see these demonic creatures with his naked eyes. For this place, it was pitch black, with no semblance of light. That's what makes this challenge so difficult. Here, vision fails, and you can either rely on your sense of hearing to kill monsters or some special means. To pass this challenge, level 20 players need at least 400 points of agility. The higher the level of the player, the higher the level of the magical creature will be, the less movement it will make when it moves, and the agility required to try to hear the movement of the magical creature will be higher. The key thing is to clear the small monsters up front. In the end, these small monster corpses would combine to form an emerald-class boss. Skeleton Spirit. The only way to get the flying mount reward is to defeat the Skeleton Spirit solo. In the last 9 years, the total number of players who got this flying mount was just 5. The others either can't be beaten, or by the later stages, have come to despise the flying mount. However, to the current Qin Feng, this was still the most stable place to obtain flying mounts. Sure, Qin Feng's last life also did not challenge the experience of this skeleton spirit. Just in the forum saw some strategy posts. A little bit of its understanding. I now have an agility attribute of 653 points. Counting the effect of the spirit swallower bloodline, the agility effect is increased by 32%, which equates to me having 862 points of agility. Already double the minimum requirements for this challenge. To Qin Feng's ears, the movement of the skeletal demons coming from the surroundings was just too obvious. Shadowblade, minus 27. 8W, weak attack. Shadowblade, minus 25. 2W, weak attack. The biggest difficulty in killing monsters in the dark, even if you can hear the target moving, is to hit the weak points. But to Qin Feng, a casual throw could hit a weak spot. No way. Weakness amplification from mythic graceful deliverance is so explosive in its effect. Feeling the number of skeleton demons around him growing, direct darkness ring blade. In the darkness, a blade light that completely blended into the darkness spread. Minus 27. 1W, weak attack. Minus 28. 2W, weak attack. Minus 27. 5W, weak attack. Those skeleton demons that surrounded them, once they died. However, at the same time, there were also some skeleton shooters and skeleton law creatures that launched various ranged attacks directly towards the field. Bone vector arrow rain, bone withering, white bone curse, all sorts of demonic skills covered towards the field. The demons couldn't see Qin Feng either. Moreover, Qin Feng's stealthy state didn't make half a sound at all. So, only ranged attacks can be released. Although Qin Feng could hear the sound effects of those ranged attacks clearly, he was still hit by a small number of ranged attacks in the end since he wasn't in the habit of fighting using only his sense of hearing. The field was too chaotic, a darkness with demons on all sides. Various skill sound effects and attack sound effects are endless. Luckily, even if Qin Feng was hit by a small number of attacks, he still had more than 10 layers of shield of black light on his body, and more than 10 times of damage immunity shield, which was completely enough. Right now, with my shield of black light, the cooldown is just over 12 seconds. Start counting cooldowns as soon as they are released. It's hard to be consumed. With the damage being resisted by the damage immunity shield, Qin Feng didn't even need to use the shadow arc light function, weaving in and out of the darkness, killing skeleton demons one at a time. The corpses of skeleton fiends around them gradually piled up. Finally, just a half hour after Qin Feng had come down, Qin Feng's skeleton demon kill count reached 1,000. He heard a great commotion coming from the darkness, and the cold ground beneath his feet began to tremble. Coming, though not visible to the naked eye. However, Qin Feng clearly heard and sensed that there was a behemoth that converged and appeared from not far away from him. The skeletons in the field all linked together, and together they formed an emerald-ranked boss that was over 10 meters tall. In the darkness, Qin Feng couldn't even see the boss's blood bar, but at the same time, the other party couldn't see where Qin Feng was either. If it was a normal player who came over, the movement was definitely grasped by the boss, because this boss was used to darkness and was born from darkness. In his last life, there was a strategy post that said that there was a special profession that had once gained the vision of this spirit of skeleton, and within the vision of this emerald-ranked boss, as long as it was a living thing, it would show a green light in its eyes. However, it was clear that this skeleton spirit was also not effective in the face of Qin Feng's stealth level of up to 21. Now, let me see, who is truly born in darkness? Qin Feng held the Mori white bone blade and the tidal wave blade in his hands. Double blade activated, toward where the movement was heard coming from. Shadow of Sundering, graceful deliverance, instant shadow slash. In the extreme darkness, 3 shadow doppelgangers coalesced and appeared. Graceful deliverance plus instant shadow slash instantly pierced through the invisible boss, and a series of 70, 000 to 80, 000 damage numbers erupted out. But soon, Qin Feng saw many immunized words popping up in the darkness. A wave is hitting the next stage. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 4 stages. Qin Feng released the shield of black light, and more than 10 layers of damage immunity shields once again enveloped him. Immediately after that, he suddenly felt a blade light that swung horizontally. It was clearly a skeleton spirit, holding a white bone blade and launching a wide chopping attack towards the surroundings. This skill was something Qin Feng hadn't seen on the strategy guide, and even that's not necessarily a skill, and just a normal attack. The reason for this was that boss couldn't see where Qin Feng was at all, and could only attack in a way that maximized its range, even if this way hurts the least, as long as it hits the target player. But it's a shame. The injury-exempt shield on Qin Feng's body was already enough for him to withstand such a single form of attack. The boss swung its chopping blow horizontally again and again. Qin Feng didn't even dodge it and didn't receive a single damage. At the same time, a round of shadow blades erupted from his hands. After 7 seconds, the 3 shadow doppelgangers disappeared. the damage dealt by Qin Feng remained immune. It wasn't until more than 10 seconds later that the damage numbers continued to appear, and Qin Feng directly released Sundering Shadow, Graceful Deliverance, and Scarlet Blade once again. -53, 5W, weak attack, -54, 8W, weak attack, -52, 2W, weak attack, -53, 3W, weak attack. For bright red damage numbers popped out, followed by that skeleton spirit once again entering an invincible bloodlock state. The difference is that, at this point the boss goes berserk. The entire ground of the cold dark space began to be filled with countless white bone blades that stabbed out crazily, forming a sea of white bone spikes. Chapter 149, Perfect Achievement, Perfect Reward. This boss's berserk skill was not something that could be dodged by maneuvering at all. Great damage range and high damage frequency. Even the damage avoidance shield type skills had minimal effect. A shield of black light of more than 10 layers would be shattered in no more than 2 seconds. The only flaw of this berserk skill is the relatively low single damage. According to the normal method of fighting, when the boss enters the berserk phase, players are relying on the continuous recovery ability to resist this berserk skill hard. Even Qin Feng had originally planned to rely on his shield and blood absorption to resist. But now, Shadow Arc took effect. At this stage, there will still be a lot of little monsters around. Sure enough, both launched ranged attacks. A skeleton demon revived and climbed up, enveloping the entire field along with the boss's berserk skill. At this moment, Qin Feng could be said to be shrouded in a rain of bullets. No matter how much he dodged, it was impossible for him to avoid the attacks. The damage-free shield on the body is quickly broken. -214, -274, -198, -425, weakness attack. Doesn't do a lot of damage, but it wins more often. The moment the damage immunity shields were all broken, all of this damage landed on Qin Feng's shield. Since he had just used instant Shadow Slash and Scarlet Blade, the shield bar on his body had long been drawn up. The composition of the blood strip is now 19k life, plus 190k shield value. In the Divine Abandonment game, if not otherwise noted, a player can only gain a maximum shield value equal to 10 times their life value. Right now, Qin Feng's shield value was 10 times his blood, with a full value of 190. 400, and when he sustained damage, a portion of the shield bar turned into a gray area, an effect from the Shadow Arc. In just an instant, Qin Feng received nearly 5,000 damage. The bloodstain composition becomes 19k life, plus 185k shield plus 0.5k gray shield. Gray shield values, meaning that these shields have not actually been deducted yet. Into the darkness, Qin Feng releases stealth, cancelling out the stealth removal effect after 1 second. Immediately after that, he unleashed the instant Shadow Slash that had long since cooled down, taking out more than a dozen skeleton fiends while generating a shield value that counteracted his gray shield bar. The bloodstain composition changed back, 19k life, plus 190k shield value. Dark Ringed Blade, a wide swath of blade light spread out, and another series of damage numbers popped up around them. No word on immunization. Means the boss has lifted its invincibility. Die. Qin Feng listened to the location of the boss and raised his hand to fire a Scarlet Blade. -74. 8W, weak attack. You killed Skeleton Spirit Bonded, Emerald Grade. You have gained 12. 8W experience points. Congratulations, you've gained 60 evolution points. You have gained 39. 8 years of life, tradable. As Qin Feng launched his final strike, he was still hit several times by the furiously raging white bone spikes, and a gray shield bar appeared. However, Qin Feng ended the boss with the Scarlet Blade, and the blood-sucking effect of the finishing technique directly cancelled out these gray shield bars. And what this brings to Qin Feng is, congratulations on completing the Cranial Ruins challenge perfectly, no injuries, very fast. You will be rewarded with a perfect level of challenge. The delivery of this system prompt caused Qin Feng to be a bit surprised. In his last life, a few people had obtained the Flying Mount Bone Sword Winged Dragon, all of which were just ordinary rewards. Never heard of it. And what's the perfect level of challenge reward? And rightly so. The condition for the perfect reward is to pass the level without injury and at extreme speed. Extreme speed aside, how can other people, even in the later stages, face bosses of a much higher level? How can they explode into bosses in seconds like me? As for being harmless, it's simply impossible to be unharmed during the final boss berserk phase. Only I, because of the Shadow Arc effect, was attacked but the damage was cancelled out before it could take effect. Equals no injury, whether it's lifesteal or shields. It's not considered harmless as long as it takes damage, but Qin Feng's Shadow Arc light allowed him to reach the no injury condition as if he was cheating. When Qin Feng completed the challenge, a faint bit of white light appeared in front of him, and the light gradually brightened, illuminating his surroundings. Xinfeng squinted slightly before seeing that this was actually a spherical room made up of white bones, and that the emerald-level boss spirit of skeleton was an assemblage formed from countless white bones. Dozens of arms, dozens of legs, holding dozens of white bone-sharp blades. The ground, on the other hand, is littered with the corpses of skeletal demons. Xinfeng waited for several minutes to confirm that the boss was not moving before he stepped forward and used greedy hand on the boss. Congratulations, you've gained 60 evolution points. Asterisk 5. You have gained 39. 8 years of life, tradable. Asterisk 5. You have obtained skeletal thorn, diamond grade. Out of diamond level assassin weapons? Xinfeng was a bit surprised. Direct view. Skeletal thorn, diamond assassin's weapon. Physical attack power plus 255. Elemental attack power plus 255. Strength plus 40. Spirit plus 40. Armor breaking plus 30%. Ignore elemental resistance plus 30%. Equipment requirements, level 20. Unique effect, when hitting a target, breaks an additional 30% of the target's physical defense and full elemental resistance. Note, negative statuses are less effective against bosses above diamond. It's an armor-breaking knife. Xinfeng thought about it and replaced the Mori white bone blade. The emerald grade right of black flame leather armor he was wearing also had an armor-breaking effect, but it was only emerald grade after all. Once faced with a boss of emerald level or higher, the armor-breaking effect from Gift of Black Flame will be drastically reduced. This was also why Xinfeng had switched the curse effect of the Ancient God's tablet from armor-breaking to cooling. If it's against an emerald or higher boss, then that armor-breaking effect is drastically reduced to the equivalent of nothing. If it was against an emerald or weaker boss, Xinfeng could take seconds anyway and it didn't matter if there was an armor-breaking effect or not. But the skeleton thorn is a different story. The basic attributes of armor breaking and ignore elemental resistance were not going to reduce their effects because the boss was too high in rank. Because it is an attribute that acts on itself, only special effects will be less effective due to boss level. Moreover, it was a weapon that exerted higher attributes in Xinfeng's hands. The legendary level double-edge mastery skill allows me to increase the base attributes of each of my weapons by 25%. That is to say, the 30% armor breaking attribute of this skeleton spike is equivalent to 37.5%. With the additional 30% armor shredding effect, that's a total of 67.5% armor breaking effect. Armor breaking effects from different sources can be stacked directly, taking effect at a maximum of 100%. In the godforsaken game in the middle and late stages, the physical system professions pile up armor breaking. The legal system professions pile up ignore elemental resistance. Basically have to pile up to 100%, or else dealing with high-level boss is just scraping the bottom of the barrel. Of course, percentage armor breaks and ignoring elemental resistance phrases on equipment are very rare. It's in the most expensive class of equipment in the mid to late game. Next, open the treasure chest. Let's see what this perfect level challenge reward will give. Xinfeng stepped on the skeleton spirit's corpse and arrived at its head to see a treasure chest that appeared from the void. The treasure chest was so glorious that it was impossible to tell what grade it was. As usual, Xinfeng changed into the believer's pendant and summoned the devout believers to go up and explore the path. The treasure chest pro, ved to be no trap. You have obtained the Mount Bell, epic grade. You have obtained the skeleton rune. The bone sword winged dragon that Xinfeng had learned about was only an emerald grade mount, but he got the Mount Bell. Heck, it's epic. Chapter 150, Epic Mount, King of Predators. Xinfeng checked his backpack and looked at the Mount Bell inside the backpack that was emitting an epic level golden light. Mount Bell, Bone Sword Pterodactyl, King of Predators, Osirio when used. Summons King of Predators, Osirio, LV20, which can help in battle or be ridden. Requires level 20, soulbound, non-tradable. Epic, 10,000 years ago. The city of Squam was destroyed by a group of predators from the vault of heaven. Millions of humans perished, and the killers showed no remorse. Same with the Bone Sword Pterodactyl. But this is the king of the Bone Sword Pterodactyl pack, the king of predators. Moreover, mounts that have reached the epic level are unique, possessing their own unique names and retaining a certain amount of intelligence, meaning that even if someone else comes back and completes the perfect challenge achievement, they won't be able to get the same Mount Bell. Auxilio. This name, Xinfeng had not heard of it in his previous life. After all, in the last life, no one had even managed to complete the perfect challenge of Skeleton Spirit. Xinfeng first put away the Mount Bell, then check out that skeleton rune. Skeleton rune, the grave rune of the god of skeletons. Collect all three to enter the remains of the god of skeletons' grave. The god of bones, like the ancient god of heavenly tribulation, belonged to one of the fallen ancient gods. Seeing this skeleton rune, Xinfeng was a bit dazed. It was by obtaining the 3 judgment runes and opening the remains of the judgment ancient god's tomb that he was finally able to obtain the judgment ancient god's eyeball. Of course, It wasn't a smooth ride. He had searched for several years just for the location of the Judgment Ancient God's relics. He also died dozens of times in the remains of that tomb before finally arriving at the Temple of Faith at the core. However, it's not the case that one can obtain an item of power inheritance just by entering the ancient god's catacomb ruins. I heard that there were others who entered the tomb ruins of other ancient gods in the last life, and although the harvest was not small, there was nothing related to authority. Qin Feng obtained the ancient god's authority, which was the news prompted by the entire service. Otherwise, no outsider would even know about it, so if anyone else had it, it would have been passed around already. Either way, this skeleton rune is precious, and I wonder what the other two can be obtained from. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng left the cranial ruins and arrived in the ruins outside the cranial ruins. This place, since it was a high-level area, still hadn't seen any sign of other players. Qin Feng didn't care. Taking out the epic mount bell he had just acquired, he shook it, immediately following a giant skeleton pterodactyl with a length of 12 or 13 meters and wings spread out to reach 20 meters coalesced out in front of Qin Feng. This bone sword pterodactyl, its wings were covered with white bone sword blade-like feathers. If it was in a combat state, these white bone sword blades could fly out or cut in melee, with extremely strong killing power. The size of this pterodactyl was far larger than the largest pterodactyl during the blue-starred dinosaur era. With such a large size, it would be impossible to fly into the sky without mastering a bit of elemental power, because it was too heavy. But, the bone sword pterodactyl race were originally born masters of the wind elemental power. Flight is completely instinctive for them. Not bad for the king of predators. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Standing in front of Ausilio, Qin Feng was completely like a tiny dot, and this top predator in the sky was huge, but not at all bloated. Its body presents a perfect streamlined arc, and under its wings are steel-like hard white bone claws, white bone fangs, and eyes with ghostly green fire floating in them. While Qin Feng was sizing it up, it was also observing Qin Feng. Soon after, it lowered its head towards Qin Feng, leveled its gaze at him, and let out a series of low roars. Human assassin, I have slaughtered your race by the millions. Not bad for an epic ride. After all, it was an intelligent being, and it couldn't be more normal to be able to talk. Hearing the bastard's low growl, Qin Feng casually returned. What does that have to do with me? 10,000 years ago, that certainly wasn't a blue star human. What Squam City? Never even heard of it. Hearing Qin Feng's words, this top predator in the sky and air let out a jia laugh. Very good, human assassin. You are in existence in the same category as me. Cut the crap and come over for a body check. Qin Feng stepped forward and directly checked this guy's attribute panel. Bone Sword Pterodactyl, King of Predators, Osirio, LV20. Grade, Epic, Soulbound, Non-Tradable. Power, 849. Body Mass, 945. Agility, 1085. Spirit, 1152. Life Value, 114,000. Lord of the Sky, activated when used as a mount. Flight speed increased by 360%. Bone Sword Feather Plume, continuously releases 18 Bone Sword Feathers, dealing physical damage to a single enemy with a 20-second cooldown. Bone Sword Tempest, unleash a large amount of Bone Sword Feathers, dealing physical damage to a wide range of enemies. Cooldown 120 seconds. Eternal Cyclone, unleashes a perpetual cyclone that continuously deals wind elemental damage to a wide range of enemies. Cooldown 600 seconds. Shield of Overlaying Bone, releases a feather of bone swords to form a shield equal to 100% of life value. Cooldown 60 seconds. King of Predators, summons 12 Bone Sword Pterodactyls, Emerald level. Cooldown 3600 seconds. When Qin Feng finished reading its attributes, he was a bit surprised. Good lord, how is this perpetual whirlwind? Not a tornado destroying a parking lot? Poor translation. All in all, this guy deserves to be an epic mount. Skill-wise, there's a 360% bonus to both offense and defense, as well as flight speed, if you convert it based on agility. The fastest flight speed of this Osirio can already break the speed of sound, reaching about 450 meters per second. Although as a mount, its combat power is certainly not comparable to the same rank boss. After all, there is no boss tag. There is no corresponding attribute increase and mechanism correction. Taking blood quantity alone, a level 20 epic boss would have at least tens of millions of blood. But this Osirio is only 100,000 out. This is the attribute gap with the boss. Of course, this is only a mount anyhow, and expecting its battle power to be the same as that of a boss is certainly impossible. The good thing was that this mount could be resummoned even if it died. Within the Divine Abandonment game, the resummoning interval after the death of all mount bells is 3600 seconds, or 1 hour. Only for the Knight series of professions, some skills can reduce or shorten the interval between the summoning of the mount's bell after death. The cooldown speed of other professions does not take effect on mounted bells. As for this King of Predators effect, you can summon 12 emerald-ranked bone sword pterodactyls. That's not bad. Bone sword pterodactyls can all fly and can give me a wide field of vision. Moreover, the summoning type of ability. Sometimes there are some special effects. For example, say Devout Believer. This silver-level summoning creature are gripped by Qin Feng Bald Skin. If not specified, the summoning class abilities within this game are all infinite in duration, but have a cap on the number that can exist at the same time. For example, Devout Followers, one at a time, are summoned, so the existence limit is 1. Bone Sword Pterodactyls, 12 at a time are summoned, so the upper limit for simultaneous presence is 12. Good. Take off. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly, a leap towards Osirio's back, then a casual into the darkness. A whopping 21 levels of invisibility covered both him and Osirio directly. This move, straight away, this epic King of Predators was dumbfounded. I'm invisible? Or is it level 21 stealth? I'm only level 20, hello? What kind of god is this human assassin? Millions of them raced through this Predator King's mind, finally converging into one word, 6. Chapter 151, Breaking the Speed of Sound. Lucky Town. 6. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. When he obtained this epic Mount Bell, the mount would be imbued with the same language used by Qin Feng as some NPCs. But Qin Feng didn't expect that this guy could even live and learn internet phrases. Go. Qin Feng sat on the back of this bone sword pterodactyl, feeling the cold touch of the white bone. His whole body sat on it, and it was only slightly bigger than its eyeballs. Immediately after that, unfolding his morose white wings that were more than 20 meters long, he took off boldly at level 21 stealth level. It was important to realize that many of Blue Star's medium-sized airliners had a wingspan of just over 30 meters. It was no exaggeration to say that the size of this epic mount was already equivalent to half an airplane. But, the acceleration of this ride, however, was many times faster than an airplane. In just 10 seconds or so, it accelerated directly to the speed of sound. Qin Feng grasped some thin bony plumes at its neck with one hand. His short hair was blown around, and his entire body was as if he was going to be blown out. That speed. Yes, it was worthy of being a top predator that controlled the power of the wind element. After flying into the sky, all the scenes on the ground began to get smaller, though it was still impossible to see the ruins of Mordor hundreds of kilometers away. In the dim clouds, the stealthy Osirio carried Qin Feng and flew towards the ruins of the magic capital at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound. Along the way, all sorts of scorched earth, ruins, dry riverbeds, black forests ablaze with black fire, various regional scenes fell into Qin Feng's eyes. There wouldn't be any particularly dangerous areas within 500 kilometers of the city's ruins, but 500 kilometers away, it's basically a frenzy zone to start with. That would be the level 25 plus practice area. After level 25, players who want to brush monsters and upgrade, almost all year round, are soaked in 100 times the lifespan flow rate of the berserk area of the, and that, in turn, amounts to setting the bar for a lot of players. If you're not strong enough, you won't even be able to practice. Qin Feng sat on his mount. He opened his friend channel and checked the private chat. Up until now, the officials had gotten him several platinum level bosses. However, to Qin Feng, these platinum level bosses were not the most important thing. With a flying mount, we still have to go back to Jianhai's newbie town first and get the ancient god slate. Qin Feng flew all the way to the ruins of the magic capital. The route is, Magic City Ruins Jianhai City Ruins Initial Town. From the ruins of Mordor to the ruins of Jianhai, consuming 985 days of life. Going back to the initial town from the ruins of Jianhai doubles the consumption from the first time to 1,000 days of lifespan since it's the second time you've gone back. That's a 4-year lifespan for a one-way ticket. Even if Qin Feng now has a lifespan of more than 2,000 years, he feels some heartache, not to mention others. A few short minutes later, Qin Feng could already see that a vast, 200 to 300 kilometers square city ruin appeared on the ground in front of him. That is the ruins of the Magic City. It took me 20 minutes to get here, returning yet it only took a few minutes. The acquisition of the flying mount allowed Qin Feng to reach the ceiling of what he could achieve at his current level in terms of rushing speed. Looking down from the sky, the center of the ruins of the Magic City was already a crowded scene. Currently, most players are still stuck within the newbie town. Some of these players are not good at fighting, such as most of the elderly, and return to reality when they reach level 3. So those who had risen to level 10 and came to the city ruins were basically those who had some combat power or were brought up here. These players account for less than 1/10 of the total number of players. Even so, the total number of players in the Magic City ruins was now 2 to 3 million. Looking down from the sky, you can see the ruins are densely packed with players, moving all over the ruins, like piles of ants. Qin Feng rode Ausilio to the center of the ruins of the Magic City. As he neared the ground, He landed with a jump and stowed the behemoth under his seat. The surrounding official player guards, as well as some resurrected players, felt what seemed like a gust of wind blowing away toward the surroundings, but didn't even see anything. Qin Feng entered the lower area of the center statue and came to the teleportation array. Transmission. 2 consecutive teleports brought him directly to the lucky town that Inu had mentioned to him. Lucky town. It was a relatively backward town within the boundaries of Jianghai City. Within the town, there were now over 700 people, mostly older people and some players who had entered the game relatively late. After the initial panic and drama, many old people, nowadays, are also getting up the courage to try to hunt some magic creatures to earn longevity. In contrast, the elderly have a far greater desire for longevity than the young. After all, they see the hope that they can keep themselves alive. Within the town of Lucky, there are a number of elderly people who are like that. But, obviously, descending on this town was not lucky. Suddenly 5 flying demons appeared in the sky, either in groups or in separate groups, hunting players everywhere. These 5 gold-level demons were not particularly strong in battle. At this stage, not to mention top-tier squads like Wang Mang, even some middle-of-the-road teams were able to deal with gold-tier bosses. But the point is, the players in this town, they're too weak. Even if the official quickly sent some of the expert teams that still remained in the town over, it was able to suppress the demon, but that demon couldn't fight it and flew away. The official powerhouses couldn't do anything with them. As a result, the 700 or so players in this town either went offline, teleported to other towns, or were stuck in the safe zone. Some players had originally teleported from other towns and didn't expect to encounter this. Trying to teleport away now costs a lifespan. Naturally, no one is happy about it. Of course, the key to this was still that the official announcement of Jianghai City had been made, saying that the Shadow would take the time to come over and help them solve the demons over here. That's what keeps a lot of people around. But, it's been hours and hours. Where's the promised Shadow? Really worthy of being a big shot. Really busy it. Coming over for a few seconds for a few bosses is dragging on for so long. That's right, if you're that strong, shouldn't you help your fellow countrymen more? I don't know how long we'll have to wait for it to come. I'm still waiting for my son to take me out to brush up on my life expectancy. What a waste of our time. There were some old and middle-aged women, gathered together to chew the cud, and there was some impatience. When Qin Feng transmitted to this side, he didn't lift off his invisibility. He only planned to ride Osirio, finish off the 5 gold-level bosses in the sky, and collect the ancient god slabs. But he never expected, when he came to this town stealthily, how dare anyone complain about his slow arrival? That's funny, Qin Feng sneered. Make it sound like he's obligated to clear these people of demons? If he didn't get a flying mount first, there was no way he could take out those 5 flying bosses together. That's it, and someone thinks he's wasting their time by being slow? Chapter 152 Step Back. Myocardial infarction. When Qin Feng came over, he heard quite a few people within the town talking about him. There are also a number of officials who are maintaining stability. There was an official little girl who walked past Qin Feng, codenamed Bionic Electronic Foxlet, looking at the suit as a mage with a decent face. When she came to the group of middle-aged and older women who were chewing the cud, she immediately persuaded. Bionic Electronic Little Fox, everyone calm down. People must also have their own things, since said to come, will certainly come. Everyone, if you cannot wait, first offline rest. The girl spoke softly and weakly, and the group of Amazons pressed her. On the contrary, the next sight of a slightly fat beauty wearing a black priest robe, a little look down, with them so polite. Why? A few of you old things shut up. People official out of time. Bring you to the level 3 is not enough, but also have to take care of your development? Where is the face of it? This slightly chubby and beautiful pastor had quite a swashbuckling personality and didn't give the other side any face at all. At once, a middle-aged curly-haired rich woman was not happy and glanced at her. Isn't it just about ascending to level 3? Make it seem like we can't level up to level 3 without you guys leading us. There was also an old woman who said nonchalantly, That's right. The officials sent you to deal with the monsters and you can't even handle them. What are you all doing? A big man holding a staff is pointing toward the beautiful priest. Nowadays, young people, obtain or what code? Alas, the world's wind is declining. Without MO. Gonna cannot, none of your business. Old thing. People shadow global first, willing to take the time to come to you to kill monsters is good. If I have a big brother friend, directly let him do not come to forget. A group of do not know good and bad things. The middle-aged, curly-haired rich woman shivered with anger and stretched out her finger to point at her. Do you really think we're rare? What? If you don't want to come, I don't have free teleportation right now. Otherwise I would have left long ago. Do you really think we can only wait for him? I can't do it without him. Then Gunnar, laugh it up. So what are you waiting for here? Not directly offline to eat and drink until 12 o'clock teleportation away? Curly-haired rich girl, well, isn't that trying to save some time and get out there early to brush up on the monsters? Not without Emo Morgana, your time is time. Big Brother's time is not? You mean you're going to waste Big Brother's time to save yours? Isn't that funny? The group was in an uproar. Inside the town, people did wait quite a long time. But, these players have long since reached level 3 and are all allowed to go offline. They were waiting here for one reason. That is, when the shadows come over to destroy the boss, they can go out at the first opportunity to look for magical creatures and earn longevity. Newbie towns, the demons refresh when they are killed, but the refresh rate is extraordinarily slow. This leads to the fact that many of the magic items that are refreshed are up for grabs. Some shrewd players realized that during this period of time, players were trapped in the safe zone, and there must have been a lot of magic items brushed outside. When the shadow eliminated the flying boss, the first time they went out they could grab more magic items. Originally, Xin Feng wanted to come over, finish off the boss and take the tablet and leave. However, upon hearing these people's comments, Xin Feng couldn't possibly be that dry. As the saying goes, take a step back from a myocardial infarction. How can we not teach these shameless old things a lesson? Sure, Xin Feng wouldn't waste too much time on these irrelevant guys. Marked as hostile. Xin Feng marked all the players within the town who accused him as hostile. A light red name means being marked as hostile by yourself. If it's a crimson-colored name, it means that the opponent carries a kill value. Xin Feng swept a glance. What fortune and peace number 1025. Happy Ying-Ying. Life's big stage more exciting in later years. In the crowd, a total of 15 outspoken people had all become light red code names in Xin Feng's eyes. Then, Xin Feng silently arrived in the woods outside the town. Raising his hand, he summoned Auxilio to his side. When it came out, it yawned first. Then its green eyes glanced in the direction of the town, obviously also heard the quarrel within the town, and suddenly laughed. This is the human. Gigi. 6 your sister. Put your little brother out. Xin Feng gave orders to Auxilio. Oh, Osirio nodded, then raised his white bone plume and released his summoning skill as the king of the predators. In the next moment, a full 12 bone sword winged dragons that were one size smaller than it appeared from the surrounding space. These bone sword pterodactyls were all of emerald grade, each with wings spread out 10 meters out, white bone sharp claws ferocious, and a pair of eyes that were the same ghostly green color. Only the skills aren't as many or as strong as Auxilio's. At this moment, Xin Feng was sweating a bit. This epic level mount, it was completely different in style from the epic level mount he had in his last life. Epic mounts from the last life, dungarees and honest. And this one, it seems to be a bit brain dead, or has it eaten too much of something? Keep an eye on the hostile targets. If they go out, kill. If they want to teleport to another town, stop them and don't let them into the teleportation room. Xin Feng casually gave an order, directly decided the fate of those 15 hostile players. No way. If it wasn't for those 5 flying bosses, which were related to the ancient god stone tablet, Xin Feng would have been too lazy to come and kill them. But even if he had to kill, he wouldn't let those 15 disgusting guys eat half the benefits. Immediately after that, a full 12 bone sword winged dragons, which were bigger and fiercer than the 5 flying bosses in the sky, flew out of the woods. 2 of them, the bone sword pterodactyls, flew directly into the sky of the town, and then fell down towards the teleportation array room in the center of the town. It stopped directly at the entrance to the basement where the teleportation array was located. As long as those 15 hostile targets wanted to get close, these 2 bone sword pterodactyls could directly stop them. Although the safe zone couldn't hurt people, players and summons had collision volume, and the bone sword pterodactyls could completely stop those 15 people from entering the portal just by using their physical bodies. The other 10 bone sword winged dragons flew around the town and circled at a low altitude, always ready to pick and choose. In this way, those 15 hostile targets won't be able to go out and brush up on their longevity. How dare you go out? Straight to slaughter. Want to go to another town? Sorry, you can't even get near the portal. Anyway, the summons lasted permanently and didn't know how to tire. So as long as Xin Feng didn't need to use these bone sword winged dragons elsewhere, these bone sword winged dragons would be able to crouch all the time. And this sudden scene, directly in the middle of Lucky Town, a burst of screams erupted. Everyone didn't think why a monster could land outside the portal in the center of the town. Isn't this a safe zone? Everyone's head is down. It was also at this point that people looked up and saw a scene that shocked everyone, only to see that the flying demonic bosses that were originally hovering in the sky, each one of their strange and twisted forms, were unexpectedly chopped into 2 by some unseen force. All the bloodstains on the top of his head disappeared instantly, and he died violently on the spot. What happened? Inside the town, hundreds of people were all dumbfounded. and there were even a lot of players who were directly scared by the bone sword winged dragon and went offline on the spot. Chapter 153 Don't Talk Nonsense. Beware, I'll sue you for libel. Boom boom. Above the sky, the body of the twisted flying boss that had been cut in half crashed down with a loud bang, landing in a heap amongst the ruins of the buildings in the town's safety zone. There were even a number of players who were directly hit by corpse blocks. Luckily it's a safe zone, so even if you get smashed or attacked, you won't be harmed. However, these players were all middle-aged and old, and after being smashed, one of them jerked in fear. Some were able to crawl out from under the body parts. Some can only extend one arm outside and wiggle for help. Just as people were screaming and panicking, in the middle of the sky, a 20-meter-wide morose white figure, blocking part of the sky, glided down towards the town. The streamlined figure and a pair of white bone plumes unfolded, giving an unimaginable mind-blowing impact. It wasn't just the middle-aged and older players in the room. Even the official players who were supporting this town were in a daze. That's too handsome, isn't it? Many people directly shouted and cried out in shock. That was none other than the king of the bone sword pterodactyls, Osirio, a pair of ghostly greenish pupils, looking down on the town from above, carrying chin foam like a fighter jet, descending on top of the town square. The gust of whirlwind that was brought up forced many of the surrounding players back by more than 10 to 20 meters. Then, it retracted its wings, and a pair of white bone-sharp claws like morose white steel grabbed the ground. Until then, it was only one after another that the players, who were barely able to stand on their feet, realized that there was a human figure on the behemoth. Whoa, 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 it's Shadow. It's really Shadow. Shadow struck out. Is this the great god's mount? So handsome. Oh my god. I'm water manifesting. Did no one pay attention to the fact that those 5 bosses were taken by him alone, in instant seconds? I've heard that the great god's platinum bosses are killed in seconds, so it's reasonable to kill a few gold-level mini-bosses in seconds, right? Sheen foam landed on Osirio and smoothly stuffed the ancient god's stone tablet that he had just caught from the sky into his storage backpack. The dark veil covered his face, with the skeletal thorn and tied blade hanging from his waist. His whole body's equipment looked like high-grade goods. In contrast, other players, even the official scent experts, also seems to be the same as the newcomers. A look with Chin Fong is not in a class. As he walked, every step he took caused the hearts of the surrounding players to skip a beat. This left Chin Fong a bit speechless. Without Osirio, he wouldn't have been able to create such a shocking effect even if he showed up. As you can see, humans are really visual creatures. He put away the ancient god slate and came to a few officials first. One of them was that little mage beauty, the bionic electronic little fox. Chin Fong said, "The bone sword winged dragons around here are summoned by me to protect the town, so I can inform everyone that they don't need to worry." Hearing this, the little bionic electronic fox's little face turned red and nodded repeatedly in excitement. Aha! Immediately afterward, Chin Fong turned towards those boss corpses that had crashed within the town. These could all mean evolution points and platinum equipment, so naturally Chin Fong would not let them go. Looking at his handsome back as he turned around, even if there were 2 self-appointed young experts in the officialdom, they all revealed a look of adoration, not to mention some of the girls in the crowd, each with eyes that turned into hearts. After the initial shock, the players within the town finally reacted one by one as well. The boss in the sky, solved by Shadow Ah. While the spectacle gave middle-aged and older players a little bit of a shock, most of them wouldn't realize that it meant anything. Some of them all thought that Shadow was just a high rank. As long as they leveled up, sooner or later they could become as strong as Shadow. The premise is to first gain enough lifespan to ensure survival. And so, when it was confirmed that all the heavenly bosses had been killed, the middle-aged and old-aged players, one by one, had their minds alive. Immediately some players formed a team and ran out towards the outside of the town. With people being stuck inside the town for hours before, there must have been a lot of piles of refreshed magical creatures outside, right? Grab life expectancy while you can. Originally, there were people who were afraid of the bone sword pterodactyls hovering outside, but didn't the Shadow say it all? It was summoned by the Shadow to protect them. I can't do this without Morgana. You guys, stop. Didn't you just yell at Shadow? Now that Shadow has killed the boss, you guys want to enjoy the benefits? Are you shameless? This sister was about 1.72 meters, and was not as skinny as the average sister, facing those old guys with an aggressive air. However, she has a pretty face and a bit of a baby face look that makes her flat out weaker. Middle-aged, curly-haired, rich woman aiming happy, asterisk 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 off. Spill it. Who cursed Shadow? Which ear did you hear? Next to her, the staff-wielding grandpa. Life's big stage is even better in later years. Glared with a sinister face. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful, I'll sue you for libel. Compared to the girls, these middle-aged and older players are really mean, like trying to rush to the supermarket to grab discounted items. Anyone who dares to stop them is their father's murderer. That girl was so disliked that she was directly depressed. Yeah, no proof. It's so infuriating. Why doesn't this game come out with a video recording feature? Not only can it record the incriminating evidence of certain people, you can also capture the awesome entrance of the great god on film. What this girl doesn't realize is that this feature is still available. In the Daxia range alone, there were several towers of divine authority that sold the Book of Divine Authorization light and shadow crystals, which allowed you to consume your lifespan to create light and shadow crystals that could record the sound of the screen in the game. Unlike traditional cameras, cell phones and the like, light crystals are disposable. Although it doesn't take much life to create a light crystal, it's more or less as convenient to use as a high-tech product. Sure, these several towers of divine power all belong to the Tower of High-Level Divine Power. Not only is the challenge extremely difficult, but also have prestige restrictions. Not anyone is qualified to challenge. Just as that beautiful priest was chagrined, suddenly, a series of screams came from outside the town. Ah, don't kill me. I thought these monsters were protecting us? The beautiful priest looked up and saw a scene that made her dumbfounded, only to see that the few middle-aged and elderly players who had just hardened their mouths had only just run out of the town when they were killed by the bone sword pterodactyls that were hovering in the sky, with a single bone splinter flying down to kill them. Happy ing, life's big stage is more exciting in later years, and a few other middle-aged and old-aged players with unclean mouths instantly turned into white light and resurrected in the square. What? This scene shocked not only those few killed parties, but also the other players next to them. What's going on here? Chapter 154 Blood Source Ancient God's Blessing Tablet. The players who left the town one after another were also shocked by this scene. Someone stopped and looked at the players that were taken out with a confused look on their faces. What's the situation? Why did Big Brother's summon suddenly do it? Oh my god, Shadow must not be able to control these monsters. The monsters are out of control. Wait, the ones that were killed, there seems to be something wrong with them? There was a lot of talk. A bald uncle had already crossed 1 foot out of the safety zone, but when he saw this situation, his buttocks twisted and immediately returned to the safety zone range. Looking at the bone sword pterodactyls hovering in the sky with a wary face, many more are afraid to leave the safe zone. However, there were some players who had long left the safety zone, and had run out more than 100 meters without being attacked by the bone sword winged dragon. So, speculations were made. There's something wrong with these old guys that got killed. The earliest to realize it, naturally, was can't do without emo just gonna. This beautiful priest saw this and his beautiful eyes lit up. The great spirit this is, marking them as hostile, isn't it? Otherwise it wouldn't be enough to kill just a few of them. But how is that possible? With so many people in the square, he was able to accurately mark the hostile. The beautiful priest was shocked. How? Exactly. Did the shadow learn that these people were cursing him? That's too good, isn't it? The few middle-aged and elderly players who were killed were also heartbroken. They had all lost several years of life expectancy in this wave. At that moment, the middle-aged curly-haired rich woman Inging Happy couldn't take it anymore and cursed in Qin Feng's direction. What kind of person there is something wrong with you? Manage the you raise well, and if you can't manage it well, give me back my life. I drop 3 years of tradable and 7 years of non-tradable. Do not return me to sue you for murder. A shrew is most deadly. Many of the young players around them were stunned. What kind of fairy is this? How dare you turn on the shadow and point your nose at the shadow bigwigs? What an ignoramus. And what's the saying? Ignorance is in the eye of the beholder. And I have a feeling something big is going to happen to this guy. You can't, can you? People are in the safe zone. What can they do to her? Qin Feng was releasing his greedy hand towards a gold boss corpse, pocketing a bunch of platinum equipment. But unfortunately, since all these bosses were only level 10, there were only 3 evolution points left in each one per reward. You know that the original gold boss gave 7 evolution points. This also made Qin Feng's mood not very good. I just heard that middle-aged curly-haired rich woman's cursing, and he faintly replied back, if you don't make a mistake, you won't die. Die once and still have a mouth? Inging Happy, a high level is terrific. Ha, my son is the guild leader. If you dare to touch me, I'll let my son kill you these later. What? The onlookers were even more confused. It's true. Thought this was the society of old? Even a few officials couldn't stand it anymore. This woman was too extreme. She was simply to the extreme. Bionic Electronic Little Fox Weekly said, just now an minister gave me a private chat. Said, investigated the information of this woman. Her name is Feng Xiaoying, just recently also by the police to find a number of times. She owns a large dog, brought out to walk the dog without a leash, chasing other people's children to scare the child rolled down the stairs. As a result, she refused to take responsibility. An official young master next to him laughed. Then isn't this person a double standard? All I can say is that Shadow did a good job. This kind of person just lacks lessons and is good to die. The other side, it's a pity that her people are in the safe zone, and Shadow can't help her. The man hadn't finished his sentence. Acilio on the square suddenly raised his wings, feathers made of mori white bone plumes, and instantly flapped down, landing beside Inging Happy. A violent whirlwind roared up, lifting the middle-aged curly-haired rich woman heavily out. By the time she reacted, she had fallen outside the safe zone. The bone sword winged dragon in the sky. Directly 2 bone swords attacked and penetrated her chest. Once again, she turned into white light. At the edge of the town's safety zone, 2 of her corpses have been left behind, which are system generated and will last for 5 minutes. Swish! Inging Happy is once again resurrected in the square. She was a bit dazed, and before she could react to what was going on, she was dead once more. Murder! How dare you murder! You're dead! This middle-aged, curly-haired rich woman screamed and cursed loudly, and her eyes closed on the spot, directly going offline. Seeing this, Qin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to her. Anyway, the bone sword winged dragon summoned by Osirio could crouch here for a long time. After all, Qin Feng usually couldn't use these emerald-ranked little guys. A few other middle-aged and older players who had also been killed once gulped at the sight. All the players in the arena were in a daze. What's the situation? This cool dragon-shaped mount that can also ing fan people and fly them out of the safe zone? Physically speaking, that's normal, right? Safe zones just protect people from losing blood. It's not like they make them immune to the laws of physics. Immediately a schoolteacher starts explaining. As for those few middle-aged and old-aged players who had also committed the same offense, they didn't dare to get high at all. And one by one, they looked at each other, and greatly wanted to enter the teleportation room and teleport to other towns to brush up their monsters. Results. Osirio yawned and flapped his beak with his huge bony wings, emitting a chilling and cold voice, ********, and dogs are forbidden to enter. The 2 bone sword winged dragons guarding the doorway directly swung their wings to stop those few people. Not only did they stop them, but they pushed them out for tens of meters, and one by one they fell eastward into the rubble. What? More giggles. This mount can talk? It's too good to have this ride, isn't it? Immediately afterward, though, a hint of doubt appeared in Osirio's green pupils. Then again, what's a dog? Qin Feng was a bit speechless. This one was indoctrinated in the language of Daxia, but did not gain basic knowledge about the blue planet. If you've never seen a dog, you naturally don't know what a dog is. Qin Feng quickly finished with the 5 gold boss corpses. Then, coming to the edge of the town's safety zone, he made all those corpses bloom with scarlet flowers. When he returned from outside the town, the scarlet flowers on the corpse behind him made a weird and morose picture together with his figure. It made the many players within the town unconsciously numb their scalps. It's done. I'll go first. Before Qin Feng left, he also greeted a few officials. Before he left, ignoring the dumbfounded players throughout the town, he walked into the underground teleportation room on his own. He looked inside the storage backpack. The biggest harvest of this line was this ancient god slate lying quietly in the backpack, the blessing slate of the blood source ancient god. Chapter 155. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. Blessing slab of the ancient god of blood source. This slate contains the power of blessing originating from the ancient god of blood source Alexis. Active use. Attach a blessing to any piece of equipment, which will provide a random gain phrase based on the characteristics of that piece of equipment and your profession. Blessed tablet of the ancient god of blood source. Alex. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. This ancient god was much more mysterious than the heavenly calamity ancient god. Even what Qin Feng knew, there was very little information about Alex. However, according to the name, this blood source ancient god, like the heavenly tribulation ancient god, should be on the side of the disorderly camp. Then there should be no conflict with each other. Qin Feng opened the equipment interface and blessed the weapon he had just obtained. Skeleton Thorn. You have attached Alex's blessing to skeletal thorn. Alex's blessing. Gain word, blight, upper, +4. 7. Does the blessing remain? Yes/no. Qin Feng froze when he heard the system prompt. Gave a superlative suffix? Withering. Qin Feng pondered slightly. Wither. The upper affix was weaker in aggression and was more of a defensive affix. The 4/7 blight phrase meant that every time Qin Feng's attack hit a target, it would cause the target to accumulate 4/7% of the blight gauge. If the amount of blight is expressed to 100%, then the target enters the blight state. While in the blighted state, all attacks deal 99% less damage. Since it's an upper-level affix, it's effective against boss of any class. Of course, the higher the grade of the boss, the higher the resistance of the upper word suffixes. Even if it enters the withered state, the recovery speed will be very fast, and this is from the attribute increase and mechanism correction of the boss. This upper-level word mark, it doesn't seem to be of much use to me. Qin Feng shook his head and ignored it for the time being. Anyway, it was the first slate blessing phrase, so let's keep it for now. You can wash it off when you brush some monsters. Soon, he passed through the teleportation array and returned to the ruins of Zhenghai City first. He notified 2 people. One was in Yu, who had mainly collected quite a few assassin skill books for Qin Feng to trade over. In addition, Qin Feng had just gotten quite a few level 8 to 10 platinum equipment from Lucky Town, so he could sell a wave of them on the spot. I can't help it. My backpack is almost full if I don't sell it. Before returning to Mordor, Qin Feng was still planning to kill some more bosses on this side of the ruins of Jianghai, so he definitely had to empty his backpack in advance. The other is Chen Wuming. Just now, Chen Wuming chatted with him privately, saying that he had found a platinum level boss, inviting him to fight it, and that 50 slayers plus the 100 or so heads owed from last time were ready and waiting for him to kill it. But, when Qin Feng opened his friends list, he realized that this Chen Wuming had gone offline. Perhaps there was some kind of emergency. Qin Feng didn't think much about it. He agreed on a coordinate with an Yu, summoned Ocilio to his side, and together they waited in the ruins of the city. 10 minutes or so later, and Yu rode a rhinoceros-like mount with a silver-grade longsword hanging from his waist as he galloped all the way back from outside the Jianghai ruins. Behind her, she was carrying Lin Li Fish. Big brother, big brother. From afar, Lin Li Yu waved her hand in greeting towards Qin Feng, her pretty face full of smiles. When they saw Ocilio, a touch of shock and envy even surfaced in their beautiful eyes. It's a flying mount. If they hadn't heard about Qin Feng's business in Lucky Town beforehand, they would definitely be surprised and unable to keep their mouths shut right now. When he saw the two women, Qin Feng nodded as a greeting. Both sides continued to follow the old rules and traded a wave of platinum and gold level equipment and skill books. Then, Qin Feng also received a total of 24 assassin skill books from an Yu at the market price. These skill books, starting from gray and normal, to bronze, silver and even gold. Actually, the number is not only 24, but the types are only these 24, so I have one of each for you. And Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Okay, thanks. Qin Feng nodded. Generally nowadays, a 12 or 3 level player would only have 30 or 50 storage grids on them. This and Yu put 24 skill books on their own. The genus is a bit occupied position, but also can be seen from this. This sister to Qin Feng's things, is really very important. That's right, Ukami. And Yu solemnly said, I heard that you taught a few elderly players a lesson in Lucky Town? Those few players have started posting short videos to smear Great God, but Great God don't worry, we will deal with them. Qin Feng heard, shrugged his shoulders, doesn't matter, I just happen to be an idiom solitaire with my mount to. Just get where? Ocilio gave him a cold look and said, do whatever you want. Qin Feng, then let's go on and do whatever we want. Ocilio, do whatever you want. Qin Feng, do whatever you want. Ocilio, do whatever you want. Ha 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 ha, can't stand it. Daxiao language as this king has seen, the most profound language. Do whatever you want, do whatever you want, ha 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 ha. Qin Feng reached out and pressed its mouth down and looked at an Yu. It's crazy, don't mind it. And Yu and Lin Li Yu looked dumbfounded. What the hell? It's not enough that this mount can talk, it can even do idiomatic solitaire? But then again, the two women also heard Qin Feng's meaning. Now Qin Feng, press doesn't care what people think of him anymore. What short video smears, what moralizing, what condemnation, is completely ineffective against him. Sure, Qin Feng could do whatever he wanted, and you couldn't just ignore that this was happening. This dragon swordsman laughed helplessly. That's fine, but we'll get things sorted out quickly. Qin Feng was non-committal. Instead of trusting the officials, he trusted himself more, or rather, trusted that girl ghost spirit more. It's time for Slapstick Man to go out again. We've officially found traces of 5 platinum ranked bosses right now, as well as an emerald ranked one, all of which are currently being watched. But the emerald ranked boss doesn't dare to follow too closely. There were 2 comrades who were following more than 100 meters away, and both of them were found and finished off by the boss. I'll send you the coordinates? And Yu asked tentatively. Qin Feng shook his head. Field bosses all walk around. The coordinates are always changing, and some of the terrain is complicated. It's not easy to find. Then by coordinates alone I'll look for someone to run an errand first. You guys store your stuff, and just take me directly to sweep the boss in a while. Lin Li Yu's eyes lit up. Ah, can I ride this mount, big brother? Qin Feng smiled. Just be careful not to fall. The two women were a little excited to go ahead and store the things they had just bought. After all, now the official Jianghai city, there is a church sanctuary hideout. The hideout already has a lot of warehouses that store the official collection of supplies. As for Qin Feng, he patted Ocilio and rode flying towards the entrance of the land of pure souls. In stealth, Ocilio landed in the nearby ruins. Qin Feng saw that there was a Knight Templar squad that was guarding the doorway at the entrance of the hideout and was chatting in boredom. Qin Feng directly showed up. Where's your president? Why did he suddenly go offline? Those 6 Knight Templar players were startled by Qin Feng's sudden appearance, but after taking a good look at him, each of them revealed a look of surprise and nervousness. The Great Spirit is you, our president. He just suddenly sent 3 question marks in a row on the guild channel. and then went offline cursing. I heard that it seems to have something to do with that yo, right? So the sister has sinned again? That's not true. I heard that he was sawed off his legs by a murderous demon and couldn't afford the treatment. So the officials asked our president to go over and take a look. Chapter 156, Do you really think I'm a clown? President Gao Ming. Hearing these players' comments, it was Qin Feng's turn to be confused. What? Qin Xiaoyu had her legs sawed off? Good. Cruelty. Qin Feng couldn't help but lament. In this case, it was normal for the official to have Chen Wuming ask about the situation. After all, in this era of godforsaken games, guilds corresponded to the companies and corporations of yesteryear. Then it's normal for guild members to seek out the guild when something happens to them. During this period of time, the official side of Jianghai City should have been large and small guilds are recorded, and with the various presidents have added friends, in-game and out-of-game can be contacted. Sure, according to the previous law, if the time and place of the employee's accident has nothing to do with the company is not liable. It's just that now that a new age has come, the Torah aspect hasn't caught up at all. Most of the specifics of what to do with what have to be negotiated. Qin Feng was planning to have the second in command of the Knight Templar come over and take him to the arranged Slayer position. Just then, Chen Wuming came online, and the first time to send a private chat to Qin Feng. Sorry big brother. Just now the guild has a sister in reality encountered something. The leg is gone. I went to pay her some treatment costs. Delay big brother time. I'm here to arrange the coordinates. You come over. Okay. Qin Feng looked at the coordinates. It wasn't far. Turned into the darkness and flew past on Asirio. Also a bit of a surprise. This Chen Wuming, he really paid for Qin Xiaoyu's treatment? In theory, Qin Xiaoyu's accident had nothing to do with Chen Wuming, and there was no need for him to take responsibility at all. This Chen Wuming is not a good old man. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. However, he didn't think much of it. Soon, he rode Asirio over the coordinates and looked down from the sky to find a gold-level hideout below. Gold level. Noble Garden Hideout. This garden was filled with rotting flowers and plants, while each of the four corners had a statue of a noble knight, and the four walls were in disrepair, with only the magical defense boundary open. The gold-level hideout is about the size of a soccer field. It's not too small, but it's still no match for a platinum hideout. Knight Templar players came and went, and there was already a group of players with kill values lined up at the north entrance of the hideout. Huya Wudu Chen Wuming, who had only just come online, was waiting for Qin Feng to arrive along with the guild's 10 or so senior management, chatting away. Rebirth of the Cake-Hand Milkman, Chairman. How's the situation with Xiaoyu then? So unlucky to have met that zombie-splitting maniac? Chen Wuming said with a smile. The good news is that the person is alive. The bad news is that her legs are gone. The official attending priest said that because her legs were completely severed and the wound section was severely damaged, it would be very difficult to connect her legs back if it was modern medicine. As for the new age healing art, the current healing strength is also not enough. At the moment, the official line is that we can only maintain her severed legs, slow down the tissue degeneration as much as possible, and see if more intense healing skills will be available in the future. But that costs money. Hearing Chen Wuming's words, the surrounding crowd nodded, but the reborn Cake-Hand Milkman sniffed and was a bit surprised. Chairman, you're not going to become a clown again, are you? You paid her? Chen Wuming smiled. Yes, people little girl how poor young age lost both legs, in the future also do not know cannot pick up back. She shelved there has been crying said one a brother and so on. I have a soft heart. Rebirth of the Cake-Hand Milkman, huh? A soft heart? She has a brother who won't let her brother take charge? Chen Wuming shook his head. Her brother is responsible for. She has a best friend who helped find a person to divine, saying that her brother has been killed and thrown his body into the sea. Rebirth of the Cake-Hand Milk Daddy looks odd, but Chairman you won't help pay for people just because they are poor, right? Chen Wuming looked solemn. What words? Do I look like the kind of person who would see death and save lives in your eyes? All of you can rest assured that as long as you are a member of our Knight Templar, we are 100% responsible to the end when something happens. That's right, you guys publicize this matter outside, and collect more members back. All of you remember, make Xiaoyu sound as miserable as possible. No one is willing to help her. Only our guild is willing to help. Hearing his words, the 10 or so guild managers around him had a look of sudden realization. One by one, they gave a thumbs up towards Chen Wuming. The president is awesome, so he's using her as publicity. That's right, this little yo has brought us too much loss. Using her as publicity to attract more people to join the club is the real waste of money. I thought the president was a clown, but the clown turned out to be myself. Ha ha, the president is high, really high. This way we'll have more leaks. Chen Wuming said with a straight face. What leak? Where are there leaks? We are helping people who cannot live. A little bit of hope. Qin Feng landed next to him and stealthily walked over at the same time. He heard Chen Wuming and the others chatting and was a bit speechless. Nice guy. This Chen Wuming is really still the same Chen Wuming, never changed. Since Qin Xiaoyu was so miserable, it would be better to simply utilize it as a means of publicity so that more black slaves could be attracted to join the club. Only, this Chen Wuming seemed to have thought things too simply. Since taking Qin Xiaoyu's example and going out to publicize it, it was equivalent to binding the Knight Templar's reputation with Qin Xiaoyu. Then Qin Xiaoyu mustn't catch this guild and gripe hard? Of course, Qin Feng didn't bother with this. He's just a little curious. I was killed and dumped at sea? Where is this coming from? Qin Feng was dumbfounded. Good thing he was experienced. Considering he was by the East China Sea, it was obvious that the other party had divined in the right direction, with only a small error. Did that girl Chu Yen find the diviner? Now they all think I'm dead. Seems to be doing okay. Qin Feng thought to himself faintly. Soon, he maintained his stealth and arrived at the gate of that noble garden. An instantaneous shadow slash directly took out the nearly 200 slayers standing at the entrance. Qin Feng looked at it, and after taking out these nearly 200 slayers, his slayer tier, from the original 4 tiers, was lowered to a little over 3 tiers. The results were pretty good. This meant that as long as the Knight Templar Guild provided a steady supply of slayers, it was going to be much easier for Qin Feng to act in the wild in the future. When Qin Feng finished off that group without even showing his face, Chen Wuming and the others were all startled, but soon they reacted. Big brother is here. That's awesome. That damage, and launching attacks all while being invisible is outrageous. Nonsense. Can it be the world's #1 if it's not outrageous? The crowd laughed and complimented towards the air, and the crowd was filled with rapture. Qin Feng naturally lazily ignored them and directly chatted privately with Chen Wuming. Give me the coordinates of the platinum level boss. Chen Wuming immediately saluted towards the air and sent a coordinate by private chat. Here are the coordinates. Take your time, big brother. Chapter 157, Tearful. Will big brother lose blood? Since there was only one platinum boss on Chen Wuming's side, Qin Feng just needed the coordinates and had no intention of bringing anyone along. He stealthily rode Osirio and flew up into the vault of heaven, toward the coordinates. Fast forward. The invisible giant bone sword pterodactyls passed through the sky of the Jianhai ruins without a sound. Just outside the ruins of Jianhai City, more than 100 kilometers away, there was a canyon of dead trees. On the cliff next to the canyon, there was a party of Knight Templar players who were staring at a shaggy minotaur giant Black Ruru, platinum grade, inside the canyon. This was a level 18 platinum boss, about 5 meters tall, covered in long black hair, with only 2 black bull horns showing on top of its head. It's looking for prey in the canyon. When they encountered any demonic creature, they simply went up to it, tore it apart with their hands, and then swallowed the demon's corpse alive. The Shadow God is on his way over. Let's get ready. Wow 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 wow. That's the #1 big brother in the world. What do you guys say? If I buff the big guy later, is there a chance to add a friend? Well, that depends on whether your buffs give or not, I guess. I'm good at handiwork. I just don't know if the big guy will give me a chance to show it. These 6 players, 3 men and 3 women. The 3 sisters were gathered together and were chattering and flushed with discussion. It made the 3 male players sweat. Not bad for the Shadow. Usually they look conservative. I can't believe the Shadow bigwigs are coming. All of them so proactive? The players on this team had originally thought that if Shadow was coming to deal with the boss, they would need their priests to put on some gain status. The priest girls in the group were especially excited, fantasizing about the days of adding Shadow buddies. But, what they didn't expect was this. 5 short minutes later, they're still talking about it. Suddenly, 4 scarlet slashes of light appeared beside the long-haired minotaur giant Black Ruru in the canyon, instantly severing its entire body's long hair, and the blood bar on top of its head instantly disappeared. Boom! This platinum boss's gigantic body, which was 5 meters tall, collapsed heavily in the middle of the canyon. You have killed shaggy minotaur giant Black Ruru, platinum level. You have gained 72,000 experience points. Congratulations, you've gained 20 evolution points. You gained 17 years of life, tradable. To skip the mechanics and more crisply decimate the platinum bosses, Qin Feng directly looked for distant monsters and saved up 30 combo points. Then, before the combo points subside, stealthily come to the boss. Sundering Shadow plus Scarlet Blade. Instantly kill. This method was the only one Qin Feng could use. Other people simply didn't have the amount of damage that could kill the boss in seconds. Not to mention that even if they had saved up their combo points, they weren't that fast, and by the time they arrived at the boss, the combo points would have faded away. Speed, damage, lack of it, greedy hands. Qin Feng maintained his stealthy state and directly touched 100 evolution points, close to 26 years of lifespan, from the corpse of the long-haired minotaur, plus 7 or 8 pieces of emerald grade equipment, plus about 20 pieces of platinum grade equipment. Put the stuff away and go. The only thing left on the spot was the miserable corpse of the platinum level boss, as well as several pieces of gold equipment and a platinum level skill book that it had originally dropped. According to the agreement, the boss's fixed drops were reserved for the Knight Templar Guild, sort of a reward for the other party providing the boss coordinates. It was important to realize that this kind of boss was basically always on the move, and even for a reborn like Qin Feng, it was impossible for him to remember the location of every single boss. The only way to find the boss quickly is with more help, and when Qin Feng left, the 6 Knight Templar players on the cliff had their mouths and eyes wide open in disbelief. What's the situation? The big guy didn't even bother to take the gain and directly secured the boss? Stop crying, go down and see what the boss dropped. According to the agreement, the big guy has to leave us quite a lot of stuff. On Qin Feng's side, he mounted Ocilio and had left the canyon. He sent a private chat to Nameless Chen and sent the name of the item dropped by the boss. One was to prove that he had left everything behind, and the other was to let Chen Wuming know if his members had swallowed anything. And this speed caused Chen Wuming and the others to be completely shocked. Hiss, that fast? That place is over 100 kilometers away, right? It's only been 5 minutes? Does the big guy fly supersonic airplanes? Rushing plus killing a platinum level boss in seconds adds up to 5 minutes. Worthy of being a shadow big brother? Terrifying as hell. Everyone step up and find more bosses. It's time for us to get rich. Oh my god, there's a platinum level mage skill book. That's worth at least a couple decades of lifespan, right? Big brother is too trustworthy to leave all this stuff to us. Ooh-hoo, tears, will the big man lose blood like this? Pity. The equipment skill books popped by this level 18 platinum boss were all level 16 to 18. At this stage, apart from Qin Feng, no one could use it at all. For the Knight Templar Guild or the officials, letting Qin Feng help brush the boss would not improve their guild's combat power much in a short period of time. Qin Feng, on the other hand, was not at all like the blood loss that was being discussed. On the contrary, he earns hemp. The platinum level equipment and skill books on the market are all priced to sell. Even if there are any for sale, most of them are opened out of treasure chests, and the quantity is extremely rare. And I've got platinum level stuff here wholesale. Qin Feng thought about it. In this case, opening an auction must earn more, right? He opened the leaderboard and looked at it. On the Zhanghai City leveling charts, besides him rising to level 20, the ones in second place were the 6 people on Wang Meng's team, all of whom were only at level 13 right now. It's better to wait for a large force to level up before auctioning it, and keep it as a strategic reserve material first. Qin Feng shook his head and temporarily dismissed the idea of organizing an auction. Of course, even if he really wanted to organize an auction, it was impossible for him to personally appear. This thing, it might be good to let old Chang's head do it for you. Moving on, Qin Feng first threw all the items he had just touched out of the boss back into the land of pure souls. Then he found In Yu and Lin Liu, intending to drive the 2 women and go together to clear the officially discovered platinum and emerald level bosses. In the meantime, beyond the ruins of the magic city, more than 300 kilometers away, right at the foot of a hot volcano, Theodore, with his elite team, is trying something. Only Iron Fist Amos, the tall, thin, white sailor, was standing at the mouth of a passageway on the side of the volcano, manipulating in his hands a divinely ordained book of construction. The mouth of the passageway in front of him was the only one that led to the interior of the volcano. One could reach all the way to where the diamond-level boss Nightmare Hellflower was located. Only just now, the mouth of this passageway had 3 thick stone walls blocking a dead center, making it impassable. But as Amos maneuvered, he recycled those 3 stone walls quickly. The 3 stone walls, rapidly dissipating into white points of lifespan light, merged into Amos's body. Chapter 158 Physical Annihilation in Case of Indecision. Great, Amos, you're getting better at building. Ha ha. Theodore clapped his hands while holding a cigarette and smiled with satisfaction. Now as long as we lure the Shadow and the official Dasha people in to fight the boss, we'll build a stone wall here to block the passageway so they can't get out. These 3 stone walls, each of them has 4 to 5 million durability. By the time they blast through them, they'll have long been finished off by the boss. Of course, to put their minds at ease, Zuma is with us, accompanying them inside. When they start fighting the boss, Zuma will turn on her soul state and take us out through the volcano wall. As for them, just get stuck in there and enjoy the nightmare. The bubblegum chewing, blonde, pockmarked-faced teenage girl Fury smiled back. She blew a bubble out of her mouth before saying excitedly, I wish the flight home had opened earlier. I was looking forward to seeing the scene where Shadow was killed and plunged into a nightmare. Iron Fist Amos shook his head and said, I think 3 walls are not enough. Shadow's damage is too high. When the time comes, spend more life expectancy and just build 10 walls to make sure he can't get out. Theodore nodded. That's right, old man. I'll give you support life expectancy when the time comes. This plan can be implemented once we board the plane. Also, I have the coordinates of a platinum level boss here. Sell it to the officials first so that they can let their guard down. More than 2 hours later, the ruins of Jianghai City. Osilio carried Qin Feng and Yuan Lin Liu and landed with a bang on the square outside the church sanctuary hideout. That cool and morose giant pterodactyl body instantly attracted the attention of thousands of people around. I go to. It's so exciting. Lin Liu and Yu had gone numb. In just 2 hours, Qin Feng had taken them on a leap of several thousand kilometers, causing their heartbeats to slow down even now. My rhino doesn't smell good anymore. My goats don't smell good anymore either. Whoops. Both women were a little reluctant to get off of Osilio's back. Of course, the specific is reluctant to give up Osilio, or reluctant to give up Qin Feng. That is not known. In short, their journey is over. Along the way, when Qin Feng saw a boss, he directly killed it in seconds. They would just be responsible for picking up the basic loot dropped by the boss after Qin Feng finished off the boss. The only one that was a bit of a pain in the ass was an emerald class boss. The boss is called Demon Maru Swordsman Hinama and comes with a super high evasion rate. Officially, there were player squads that were caught up by the other side due to being too close, and when they attempted to resist, they released more than a dozen skills, and only one of them actually hit, while the others were dodged. Even Qin Feng, after turning on the sharp eyes effect of the veil, only had a hit rate of nearly half. Without the sharp eyes effect, Qin Feng's hit rate would have been less than 1/3. Fortunately, Qin Feng's skill cooldown was fast enough. It ended up taking 3 minutes to finish it off, and gave Yu and the girls a burst of an emerald grade one-handed longsword. The longsword made Yu tear up, because the silver rank longsword in her hand had followed her until now. She hadn't even seen a gold level longsword during that time. Although this emerald grade one-handed sword, which required level 15 to equip, was already a relatively low level requirement. Other emerald level equipment and skill books would have to be level 17 or 18 at any rate. This is still thanks to the fact that the evil ghost Maru swordsman Hinama's own level is only 17, and the stuff that pops out will only be level 15 to 17. At this point, Qin Feng sent the two women to the church sanctuary and turned around, ready to leave. The two women jumped off the ocelot. Lin Liu waved her hand somewhat reluctantly. See you later, Oreo. Osilio sneered in a low, condescending way, not bothering to respond. For its part, it has destroyed a city and slaughtered millions of humans. Apart from Qin Feng, other humans are no different from mole crickets in its eyes. Soon, Qin Feng rode it and flew into the sky. It felt as if Osilio was a bit disinterested. Qin Feng, what's wrong with you? Osilio, nothing. Qin Feng, forget about it. Osilio, don't. Ooh-hoo, just now the two of them look at you in the eyes. Let the king remember my princess. Once upon a time, they look at my eyes. Also that kind of worship. I am the sun in their hearts, the love in the eyes, how hot and strong. Qin Feng, turn around and find you some female dragons. Osilio, 666. Dig ups. The bastard got all excited at once. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng left the ruins of Jianghai City, teleported back to the ruins of Mordor. Go back to the Evil Spirit Academy first and save everything in your backpack. That's how you get in touch with the official Magic City, aka Late Night Drizzle. This valiant demon hunter girl had come to the Evil Spirit Academy in advance to wait, ready to go out with Qin Feng. On the magic capital side, 7 or 8 bosses had been found during this time, including an emerald level one as well. This was the task that Qin Feng took over, and before Qin Feng set off, he used Bathic's equivalent exchange agreement to transform a diamond grade ring with decent attributes, replaced the damp finger ring on his body, Eye of Soul Snatcher, diamond universal ring for all professions, Spirit plus 88, Spirit plus 55. Spirit plus 22. Equipment requirement, level 17. Special, inviolability plus 14. 4. Unique effect, control strength plus 168%. That only special effect. Increasing control strength by 168% is not much use. If it was against a player, Qin Feng would have directly secured it. If against a boss, the opponent is even more immune to all normal control effects. But the inviolate prefix is still useful. Although he hadn't encountered any at the moment, Qin Feng would still be in danger if he encountered a boss that pulled full control, and the invulnerable affix directly counteracts all normal control effects. Finally, 88 plus 55 plus 22 totaled 165 points of spiritual attributes, which was equivalent to giving Qin Feng a boost of over 800 points of elemental attack power. This ring alone was comparable to the attributes of many other law players, currently equipped with their entire body. Immediately afterward, Qin Feng looked at the 977 evolution points. Brushing bosses to get evolution points is really fast. In that case, let's save up 400 points first and evolve the greedy hand to mythic level. At this rate, it won't take long to save up. Departure. Qin Feng left the Evil Spirit Academy and took the evening night weather with him. At the same time, he sent a private chat with old Zhang. giving the Sky Vault Guild the same conditions as the official. As long as he found a platinum level and above boss, Qin Feng directly helped fight it and only took away the lifespan and assassin equipment that the boss exploded. It was also at the same time that Qin Feng started clearing bosses everywhere. Yellow Spring Blade, Ghost Spirit, arrived at an upscale neighborhood in Zhanghai City. After she finished dealing with Mantu and Manai Liang, she stayed in Zhanghai City, and within the game, she additionally looked for a place with a high number of demons to brush monsters and upgrade according to Qin Feng's suggestion. Today, she received another mission from the Shadow. Target, Feng Xiaoying. Ghost Spirit looked up some news on the internet and easily found Feng Xiaoying's neighborhood. In the meantime, Feng Xiaoying, also known as Enging Happy, the middle-aged curly-haired rich woman, did not stop after being killed off the game by Qin Feng. As in Rain would say, she's trying to hype up the situation by slamming the Shadow for killing people indiscriminately. At the time, no one had proof anyway. So, in tears, she accused the Shadow of coming to cheat and sneak up on her. An old man. She was contacted by someone official to edit out the posts, but they were all refused, and instead she was exposed as saying that the officials were in cahoots with Shadow. Despite the official controls, these posts of hers, nonetheless, generated quite a bit of buzz before they were moderated, and she has only one claim. That would be to put pressure on the officials to compensate her for being killed twice by the Shadow. She won't stop until official compensation is paid. Confronting this kind of person, Qin Feng had only one solution: physical annihilation. And as the ghostly spirit arrived in this upscale neighborhood, he soon heard, from within the neighborhood, the sound of someone arguing, along with a flood of barking dogs. Woof woof woof. Obviously, it was the vicious growl of a large dog. The ghostly spirit remembered the information given to her by Mr. Shadow. Feng Xiaoying has a large dog, walks the dog without a leash, chases a child causing the child to roll down the stairs and fall into a concussion. As the ghostly spirits approach, just heard a distant argument. It seems to be the parents of the concussed child, is looking for the door in Feng Xiaoying theory. Your kid rolled down the stairs by himself. That's his own underdeveloped brain. What's that got to do with my baby? What? You're a great mage? My son is still an enemy mage. Get lost. If you don't get lost, I'll have my son put you guys on the wanted list in the game. It's the same familiar flavor, the deadly shrew. Yet the woman didn't know that. The ghostly spirit in the guise of a Yellow Springs evil ghost had arrived quietly. Chapter 159 appeared. The film Shooting Man, Zhanghai City, waterfront villa neighborhood. It's a luxury neighborhood built on the waterfront with an area of townhouses. At this time, the sunrise rose from the east. It was only early in the morning, and the sound of arguing was coming from the door of one of the villas. A middle-aged, curly-haired rich woman was standing at the entrance to the villa, spitting fenugreek at a young couple with a sharp-tongued look on her face. Outside the door of the villa, the young couple was completely suppressed by the other party in terms of their aura, but their child still lies in the hospital to this day. They couldn't accept that the culprit who had caused their child's concussion hadn't been half punished. The key thing was that the other party was arrogant and domineering, with no remorse at all. So this young couple, no matter what, had to get a statement, even if, just an apology. Woof woof woof. Ferocious barking, coming from the cottage yard. A large four-eyed dog was standing upright, lying on the fence and frantically outputting noise. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, there was suddenly a tall and thin youth who walked out from within the villa. He had a freshly lit cigarette in his mouth, a sneer on his lips. This person had obviously mixed well in the godforsaken game, and in his hands, he was even playing with a pair of gold great scimitars, their sharp blades shining with golden aura. When he looked at the young couple, "Did you hear what my mom said? Hurry up and get lost. Just now I asked your friends and found out your game code names. If you keep messing around, you won't be able to mix in the godforsaken game. Or, do you want to die now?" When he finished saying that, the pair of golden scimitars in his hand were already held in front of his chest, and his cold eyes stared deathly at the young couple. When this youth appeared, the young couple immediately changed their faces, because this youth is Feng Xiaoying's son, and was the president of the Frostwolf Guild within the godforsaken game, with the initial funds to acquire life expectancy start. Now Zhanghai City also belongs to the ranking of the top 100 guilds. Its overall strength, absolutely not the general civilian players, can be compared. The husband of that young couple, however, did not flinch. After all, at the moment, the official deterrence of Zhanghai City was well maintained, and in reality, killing someone openly and honestly would definitely result in being wanted and arrested. So no matter what, the couple wants justice for their child. Apologize. The husband sank his voice, his eyes dead on Feng Xiaoying. "I do Nima. I see you guys are not seeing the coffin. That Frost Wolf Guild president, the youth with the hidden profession enemy mage, sneered and stepped forward. In an instant, he stowed the golden scimitar in his backpack, and his body dashed forward, flying up and slamming his fist into the husband's face. Shield of fire. That young husband raised his hand and released a shield skill, but unexpectedly, that enemy mage youth president turned around, changed his fist into a claw, and directly choked that young wife's neck. Get out or I'll kill her. The enemy mage youth sneered. Stop. The young husband's eyes widened in anger, but he raised his hand at the sound of his wife's agonized voice. You've got to let her go. Rolling or not, the enemy mage youth put the young wife in a chokehold by the neck and gradually lifted her off the ground. The young wife struggled with her legs. Obviously, this wife hasn't extracted any ability to reality. There was no resistance at all against the enemy mage youth. I'll go. I'll go. The young husband gritted his teeth, held up his hands, and stepped back. The enemy mage youth sneered at the sight. Wouldn't it have been better to see the situation earlier? After saying this, he took the cigarette in the corner of his mouth and burned it directly into the face of the young wife in his hand. To give you a little lesson. Ah! The young wife screamed miserably, but just then, suddenly in the middle of the field, a flash of sharp white blades appeared out of thin air, instantly attacking from the back of that enemy mage youth. Pust! In an instant, the enemy mage youth's heart was pierced through and blood splattered. With an incredulous look on his face, he lowered his head and looked at the sharp white bone blade that had penetrated through his chest with a feeling of disbelief. This can't be. Before the words were finished, he fell on his back, his entire body collapsing in a pool of blood. As for the young wife, who was choked by him, she finally got out of the trap and coughed as she quickly backed away, the marks on her face from the cigarette burns clearly visible. The young husband quickly stepped forward to assist. Both of them looked at the fallen enemy mage youth with a somewhat shocked feeling of having their scalps tingling. Look up again. The morose white figure that had passed by in a flash had once again entered a state of stealth. Aha, son! Feng Xiaoying screamed loudly. Murder, murder, murder. This middle-aged curly-haired rich woman didn't even react to escaping as she screamed. And immediately afterward, she was attacked by a miserable green chain blade that flew at her, directly piercing through her brain. Go, go! The young couple's faces turned pale. While it was a relief to have their enemies taken out, the scene was horrible. They couldn't be sure what the other side was really after. Will it be done to them? So trying to escape at the first opportunity was the right thing to do. More than 5 minutes later, an official Xia team of 6 strong men rushed over with grave expressions. There was also one of them, an archer profession with a level 2 anti-concealment ability, but naturally, he couldn't discover any traces. When they rushed over, they found that Feng Xiaoying and her son's bodies were gone. Even the large dog was killed and its body taken away. Throughout the villa yard, no clues related to the murderer were found. Although 2 angles of surveillance video were found, the murderer came and went without a trace, and the surveillance video made it impossible to identify the other party. Eventually, they found a cell phone somewhere in the courtyard of the villa. That cell phone took a video. It just happened to be the scene where Feng Xiaoying and her son, oppressing that young couple, ended up with both mother and son being instantly killed. And the video was posted on the internet. Most importantly, the phone was still Feng Xiaoying's own, and it was posted online under her account. Originally, her social media accounts were smearing the shadow, but the video went out and the comments below were all a series of question marks. Asterisk 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 asterisk, is this old woman that disgusting? I found out she walked her dog without a leash and chased someone's kid down the stairs with a concussion. Not only did she not apologize, but she coerced the parents of a child, and her son burned them with a cigarette? I was wrong. I deserve to die for my sins, and I helped to give her a voice before, thinking that she was being bullied by the shadow. Oh, I know with my ass, if she's fine on her own, the shadow would waste time bullying a normal person like her? That's right, I told you I was there. This woman kept cursing Shadow like a madwoman, and Shadow made the move, and you guys just don't believe me. What had been a contentious topic was directly ended by this video. The vast majority of the audience clapped for Feng Xiaoying to be taken out. However, there were also some people who were worried that with the advent of the Divine Abandonment game, which led to the unlimited amplification of individual strength, would the social order be maintained in the future or not? And the officials of the city of Jianhai, after seeing this video, it all makes sense, appeared. The Beat Man. Chapter 160. Teacher, I've grown a tail. Who's the Beat Man? Jianhai city officials, who would love to know, never had any clues. Even this time, the whole process of Beat Man showing up, doing his thing, and disposing of the body took just over 10 seconds. Even from the surveillance, only a blurry, morose white figure could be seen, and no valuable information could be obtained at all. To be sure, he really isn't the shadow. If it's the shadow, it won't even be a human shadow at all. Looks like this Beat Man, kind of like a superhero in a movie. Ha, that's right, both times the scene appeared, it was to punish the wicked, although this time this wicked man's crime was not to death. Oh, I don't think that these two people are not guilty enough to die, judging from what they did. If they are strong enough, they are a great threat to all civilians and a source of social unrest. Within the official Jianghai city, the evaluations of that mysterious film shooting man were all completely different. There are righteous people who feel that this beatnik kills people at will and is a source of unrest. But there are those who think that Slapshot Man only kills evil people and picks his targets with a clear purpose. So maybe he can help deter some evil people? Soon, the official decision was made in Jianghai city. Take this thing and publicize it. On the surface, appealing to the film shooter to turn himself in. But in reality, deterring the entire Jianghai city. Perhaps, the chaos in Jianghai city can be reduced and the order can be developed towards a better aspect. With the existence of such a cynical film shooter, many people in Jianghai city would have to weigh their options if they wanted to commit any more crimes. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Qin Feng at all. He was constantly traveling between Jianghai city and Magic City within the godforsaken game, unceasingly clearing out the platinum and emerald level bosses that all parties were looking for. Soon, the time passed. 2.5 days passed. During this time, players around the world have been developing rapidly. Players with better talents and professions gradually pull away from the rest. The vast majority of players are still only level 10, but the strong ones, who had reached level 15, had opened the teleportation function between the city ruins. News from around the globe refreshes the perception of the powerful. It was said that there was the only hidden profession from Gotham City in North America, the Joker, who was only level 13 but had already professionally advanced twice, becoming a nightmare for many rich people in Gotham City. There's even a hidden profession gourmet in Tianju Kingdom, which is supposed to make food for the players who consume it to get an increase in their attributes, but as a result, due to its use of ingredients, it actually led to the deaths of more than 100 people from food poisoning. There was also a newsflash that a hidden profession demolition expert from Sakura Nation had shocked the world by taking out the Prime Minister of Sakura Nation in public once again. Wait, why say again? All in all, the globe is in disarray due to the coming of the godforsaken games. Some of the smaller countries, in particular, have gone into complete disarray. Official control is not strong enough, and the whole society has already developed the law of the jungle in just a few days. The strongest through and through, the weak can only be slaves, or even become a captive lifespan tool for the powerful. Only the officials of some large countries that were originally strong enough remain in sufficient control. For example, Daxia, the North American Empire is one of those behemoths. But even so, the social order in these two countries has still suffered a serious shock, especially Daxia. The North American side, after all, was already chaotic enough, and now it's just intensified in degree. On the other hand, on the Daxia side, many honest people have been pushed to gain strength in the game and directly created tragedies that shocked the world. Fortunately, the Daxia officials either cultivated or recruited many hidden professions search officers, animal tamers and so on to assist in solving the case, finally barely maintaining order. Sure, in such an environment, most production and service industries have basically come to a halt. In terms of food and drinking water, the Daxia officials have already created them in bulk through that book of divine authorization and put the cost down to flow into the market. A large part of the livelihood problems have been solved. Only, this is also a great pressure for the Daxia officials, because the route to acquiring longevity through printing money has been completely cut off by now. Global currencies, complete collapse. Instead, it's a whole new system of lifetime trading. The Daxia officials, with the longevity of their previous acquisitions, would be able to hold out for a good while. Once players develop their levels in general, and more people are able to challenge the Tower of Divine Power and purchase the Book of Divine Authorization, there will be much less pressure on the means of living. The whole community, big change. Everyone around the globe is struggling to adjust to this whole new world. Only Qin Feng was still carrying out the simple, boring, plain and simple activity of killing bosses in seconds. At this point, Qin Feng was riding Acilio and was carrying Demon Hunter Evening Night Shimmering Rain to the next platinum level boss. Suddenly, he received a private chat from Ghost Spirit. Teacher, I'm growing a tail. Qin Feng was a bit confused when he received this private chat, looked at the opponent's rank. Level 10. This? You're not mentioning this level at all. Just going for career advancement? The Blade of the Yellow Springs, the third career advancement, brings about a change in the form of a tail that grows when incarnated as a Yellow Springs evil ghost. A white bone blade tail with a tail attack that comes with a high attack and also brings a very high balance modifier. Agility, speed, and dodging ability are increased across the board. It had to be said that the increase in strength that this brought to the Ghost Spirit was definitely a qualitative change. Even the current Ghost Spirit could easily single-handedly take on a gold-level boss. You can't just career advance without upgrading. This made Qin Feng cry and laugh. Ghost Spirit, on the other hand, let out an ah. Teacher, I heard you say that career advancement boosts a lot, so I saved up my experience to advance my career. Qin Feng responded helplessly. Take over. First rise to level 20. Ghost, good QAQ. That said, it was quite good for this girl to make her third career advancement so quickly. This is also due to the fact that Qin Feng introduced her to several efficient leveling spots one after another, plus her day and night liver. Soon, Qin Feng arrived in front of the last platinum level boss of the day. Finish off this boss and I'll have enough evolution points to evolve Greedy Hand. 3,400 evolution points. That's hard to get. Qin Feng was a bit emotional. He raised his head and looked towards the platinum level boss in this rotting forest. A large tree surrounded in corrosive poisonous gas. Corrupted Ancestor Azurov, LV19. Grade, Platinum. Introduction, the source of poisonous gas in the Forest of Corruption. This big tree, even the official personnel couldn't keep an eye on it because the poisonous gas and corrosive aura around it was too strong, and once it got close, the official personnel couldn't block it at all. But when Qin Feng arrived, next moment, as some of the corrosive small trees were taken out, Qin Feng's combo points were saved up, for scarlet blade lights directly appeared in the swirl of poisonous gas around that big tree. Thus, the corrupted ancestor appeared. The corrupted ancestor fell. The corrosive aura in the entire forest dissipated in an instant. Evening Night Shimmering Rain let out a sigh of relief and quickly ran over. Following Qin Feng for the past 2.5 days had made her a bit numb to second bosses, but she knew it wasn't that boss was too good. Rather, the shadow was too strong. If she leads the team, this platinum level boss can't be taken down without half a day, and it's likely that she'll have to die many times during the period. This kind of second boss scene, no matter how many times I saw it, it still gave Evening Night Shimmering Rain a feeling of shock, and Qin Feng paid no attention to what others thought. When he reached out and touched an additional 100 evolution points from this corrupted ancestor, his evolution points were finally saved up. 3,422 points. Direct Evolution Greedy Hands. Chapter 161, Witch Apostle Livia's Tears. You have consumed 3,400 evolution points and have 22 points remaining. Greedy Hands, Legendary Mythic. There is a 500% chance of gaining an additional loot bonus. The additional loot gained has a 100% chance of being upgraded by 1 rank. Legendary Effect, you gain 100500 frames of greedy space. Mythic Level New Effect, you can synthesize 10 items, equipment or skill books, of the same rank into 1 item of a higher rank. Items synthesized through this route cannot be used for synthesis again. When Qin Feng saw the system prompt, he was a bit disappointed at first. The probability and amount of additional loot touches didn't change, nor did the probability of upgrading your rank. Only that 100 squares of greedy space was increased to 500 squares, but the effect of the mythical addition. Yet it is able to synthesize high-level items. Although it was 10 synthesized into 1, it was still an extremely heaven-defying ability for Qin Feng. This means, the upper limit of the grade of the equipment and skill books that Qin Feng was able to obtain was raised by another layer. In total, I've killed more than 20 platinum bosses and 4 emerald level bosses in these 2.5 days. In total, more than 100 pieces of emerald grade loot were dropped, and more than 20 pieces of diamond grade equipment and skill books. Due to the equipment on Qin Feng's body, all of which possessed some special effects, he basically didn't change it in terms of equipment, just learned some new assassin skills, and now, diamond level equipment and skill books that can be 10 in 1 to get something directly epic. It was important to know that in the Divine Abandonment game, the higher the level of the boss, the rarer the number was. For example, diamond level bosses, which were already the strongest bosses below the epic level, were naturally the rarest in number. Bosses in godforsaken games are not refreshed, they are dropped. I don't know where it was dropped from, but it wasn't dropped very fast. Bosses that have reached the diamond level, around each city, 3 found every month is already considered pretty good. As for the epic level, several cities combined, you'd be lucky to find 1 every month. From this, it could be seen that even if Qin Feng possessed greedy hands, it was not that easy to follow up by wanting high-level equipment and skill books. The number of bosses is too low. The good thing is, emerald level bosses are still relatively common around major cities. Therefore, in the last generation, the backbone of many guilds is basically a set of emerald level equipment. Learn skills, but also with emerald level skills as the most powerful means. And for Qin Feng, originally, you could go through emerald level bosses and get diamond level equipment at most. Now, however, it was possible to obtain up to epic equipment and skill books through the synthesis ability of the greedy hand. In that case, synthesize first, then transform. Qin Feng pulled out 10 pieces of diamond grade equipment on the spot, which were for each profession, but he didn't care. Use greedy hand synthesize ability on the spot. You have consumed diamond grade equipment *10, flesh and blood cracking cranium heavy hammer, fiery arcane robe, etc. You have obtained Jericho's Berserker Greatsword, epic grade, a greatsword type weapon of the warrior line. This thing has good attributes. Qin Feng was a bit surprised. Jericho's Berserker Greatsword, epic warrior weapon. Physical attack power plus 998. Armor break plus 44%. Skill range plus 19%. Base attack power 12%. Attack speed minus 27%. Equipment requirements, level 18. Unique effect, 119% damage increase for frontal attacks on targets. What about this weapon? Positive damage more than doubled. Worthy of being named after a weapon with the prefix Jericho. A real man. It's all about the astral front. Unfortunately, Qin Feng was not a warrior in this life anymore, much less giving this weapon to someone else. I'm sorry, brother Jelly. Qin Feng was a bit unfortunate and could only silently use equivalent exchange on this weapon. You have lost Jericho's Berserker Greatsword, Epic. You have obtained Witch Apostle Livia's Tears, Epic Grade. Qin Feng equaled it and transformed it into a piece of equipment usable by assassins. Witch Apostle Livia's Tears, Epic Grade Assassin Necklace. Full attribute plus 99. Required level, 19. Unique effect, all assassin skills leveled up by 7 levels, can exceed your own level, and reduce base cooldown time by 20%. Qin Feng took a look at the attributes and was immediately struck by the feeling that it was worthy of being an epic level equipment. This equipment is definitely an explosive boost for players in the assassin line of professions, even for Qin Feng. Qin Feng directly replaced this dark droplet-like necklace. Your sneaky shadow skill level 1017. Your backlash enhancement skill level 1724. Your greedy hands skill level 18. Your instant shadow slash skill level 411. A series of system prompts came, refreshing Qin Feng. He first looked at the greedy hand, which had just evolved to mythic level. Hand of Greed, mythic grade level 18. With a 570% probability of an additional loot bonus. You gain 500570 frames of greedy space. Mythic level new effect, you can synthesize 1010 items of the same rank into one item of a higher rank. Items synthesized through this route cannot be used for synthesis again. The probability of extra loot is increased, and the greedy space grid is increased. Also, the amount of equipment needed to synthesize can be changed by raising the skill level. But unfortunately, raising it by 7 levels did not result in a qualitative change. So it's still 10 in 1. If it becomes 9 in 1, 8 in 1, it'll be even better later. Qin Feng's need for high-grade greedy hands became even more desirable. Of course, the best thing to do was to level up to 45 and invite the Judgment God envoy Asahis to the hideout. That way all of Qin Feng's skills could follow the level at any time. That would be the biggest boost for Qin Feng. As for the other output skills, the level of all of them had been raised by 7 levels, and the effect on Qin Feng was that his overall output had been raised by nearly double. If anything, you could casually second platinum levels before. The next thing you know, he was able to even spike an emerald ranked boss. The increase in skill level allows him to raise all aspects of his attributes by a cut, such as breaking concealment attack, backstrike damage increase, skill additional damage, and so on. Not to mention the 20% base cooldown reduction. This is a cooldown attribute independent of cooldown speed. Don't look at only 20%. The late effect is much better than 100% cooldown speed, with base cooldown reduction. Then the final cooldown will calculate the base reduction first, then the cooldown speed. For example, Instant Shadow Slash has a 12-second cooldown. Originally, with Qin Feng's 369% cooldown speed, this skill cooldown was 56 seconds. Now with a 20% shorter base cooldown, the final cooldown of this skill has been shortened again to 4 seconds. I've been saving up evolution points for the past 2 days, and I haven't even evolved any of the other spirit swallowing skills. Next, you can evolve the skill of swallowing spirits more, so that the attributes get a big boost. Also, rank. Qin Feng looked at his attribute panel. He was still level 20, but his experience had built up to the point where he could go straight to level 24, and he wasn't far from level 25. It is important to know that the experience multiplier required for players to upgrade after level 20 is further increased. The gap between the other players and Qin Feng had grown wider and wider, and the reason Qin Feng didn't upgrade for the time being is that once he does, the evolution points he gets from brushing a boss that's 5 levels below him will be reduced. Until today, officials or not, the Heavenly Vault Guild and the Knight Templar Guild were finally exploring further into the ruins and starting to find level 20 plus bosses. Then Qin Feng could also upgrade along the way. As for the lower level bosses after that, with the overall strength of the players increasing, many of the top teams, on their own, would be able to handle it. Qin Feng was also too lazy to grab soup from others. Wouldn't it be nice to be the leader and eat the meat yourself? And that's when it happened. Qin Feng was observing the changes in his skill values after wearing the Witch Apostle Livia's Tear. Evening Night Shimmering Rain received a private chat and suddenly relayed it to Qin Feng with a bit of excitement. Great God, there's just been a message saying that someone has discovered a diamond level boss. It says it's called something like Nightmare Hellflower. Are you interested? Nightmare Hellflower? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the diamond boss that Theodore, the North American diplomat, found in his last life? This diamond level boss comes with the nightmare upper level word mark. Once you die at its hands, you will be stuck in a nightmare for days, unable to wake up, and unable to be resurrected after dying within the game. Even more horrifying, the boss has branching tentacles that will hang the player's corpse and absorb all of the tradable lifespans. Finally, the area where this boss is located is the nightmare area where 10,000 times the lifespan flows. Once you are killed by the boss and hanged, there is a great possibility that you will not be able to come out of the area alive. This, then, was the first major catastrophic event to befall the official Dacia. Thought they got killed by me once and subsided. I didn't expect that, but still a thief's heart? Good thing too. It's time to give the world a little oriental shock. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled slightly. Chapter 162 Magnanimous International Friends? Just as Qin Feng learned the news about the nightmare hellflower, Theodore, with his squad, was already waiting near that volcano. In reality, they had just boarded the Columbia Airlines flight, and to be on the safe side, even after the flight had taken off, this was the only time the boss information was given to the Magic City officials. Tekken Amos, the tall, skinny white sailor grinning, sat on a large rock off to the side. Boss Theodore, I'll just stand guard here alone. When you take that group of Dacia dogs into the volcano, I'll wait 3 minutes and build a stone wall in this passageway to block it. Amos flipped through the construction-based book of divine authorities in his hand, which he had been playing around with lately. You can expend your lifespan and build stone walls. It is also possible to dismantle a freshly constructed stone wall and recover 90% of the life expended. Both construction and demolition require delicate maneuvering based on the terrain, but Amos has long been practiced at it. Theodore was still holding a cigarette. This middle-aged uncle's face was wearing a chesty smile. Don't be pressurized, there's nothing difficult about this. The official surnamed Sun in Magic City replied to me, saying that Dark Shadow will come with the official team. They have a total of 10 squads, forming a team of 60 people to raid this diamond-level boss together. Perhaps they think that they can slowly test and grind this boss to death just like they do with normal bosses, but they definitely can't imagine that once they enter the battle, the entire interior of the volcano will be under the nightmare's shroud. Once their retreat is blocked by us, they will soon fall into a nightmare state, thus being hoisted up one by one by the nightmare hellflower and absorbing all their tradable lifespans. As far as I understand it, many players don't have much non-tradable lifespan left when the official Magic City team raided the boss recently. Once caught in the nightmare, being hoisted by the boss and being in the nightmare area of 10,000 times the flow rate, they can only die. These, however, are the most elite and strongest squads of the official Magic City. Once they die, it will be a great loss for the entire Grand Xia, especially Shadow. This man is too much of a threat to us in North America once he rises, and we must take this opportunity to try and kill him. Once we succeed, we will be heroes to all of North America. Listening to Theodore's words, the people within the squad were all a little heated. Soul Walker Zuma, the little black guy, hemmed and hawed. I just want to know how much prize money the North American officials will give if we can take down Shadow? Theodore took a drag on his cigarette and patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, as long as you can take out Shadow, you won't have to worry about anything in your life. After this time, I can also go home and see my wife and children. The short blonde-haired girl Fury frowned slightly. She spat the bubblegum out of her mouth in one gulp, then grunted softly. Uncle, you're not going to forget about me when you see your wife, are you? Theodore, haha, how come? Little Fury, you will always be my teammate, my partner, my lover. Fury smiled softly. She played with the musket in her hand, which had advanced to platinum grade, seemingly absent-mindedly, but inwardly wondering how she was going to go back to Theodore's wife without leaving any trace of a single shot. Qin Feng sighed. He first explained the situation to Evening Night Shimmering Rain, and then drew up a plan with her privately. Only then were they ready to rejoin the other 58 of the official party. The reason why you have to join so many people with the official, it was because this diamond-grade nightmare hellflower had some mechanisms that would make it difficult for Qin Feng to single-handedly take it out if he was alone. The main thing is that Qin Feng's equipment isn't up right now. Not enough nightmare resistance values, so some of the skills that stack the nightmare scale need to be shared among more people. On the way to carry Late Night Shimmer over to meet up with the others, Qin Feng checked the boosts of each of his key skills. Backstrike Enhancement, rank 1724. Backstrike damage increased by 180% to 15%. Instant Shadow Chop, level 411. Maximum blinking distance 4047 meters. 700770 attack power added to each chop. Ghostly Blur, rank 512. Passively gain 85% 87% dodge rate. Graceful Deliverance, rank 1623. Weakness attack modifier 410% 480%. Slash damage per second 310% 380%. Dark Night Ring Blade, level 1118. Range 1518. 5 meters. Additional 20002350 Dark Elemental Attacks. Shadow Blade, rank 1421. Additional 151850 Dark Elemental Attack. Scarlet Blade, rank 1522. Additional 900010400 Blood Elemental Attacks. On top of that, there was also the level up of Double Blade Proficiency, which increased the attributes of both of Qin Feng's daggers by 5%. Adding to this, the leveling up of Dark Depths had increased Qin Feng's additional stealth breaking attack per 1 stealth level from 300 points to 335 points, although each skill boost doesn't seem like a big deal. But, taken together, that's a qualitative change. At this moment, Qin Feng looked into his backpack, already expanded to 570 compartments of greedy space. You basically don't have to worry about filling it up. It held 6 pieces of diamond-grade equipment of each profession and 7 diamond skill books of each profession. The 10-in-1 ability of the greedy hand can only work on items of the same kind. There's no way to synthesize anything new for a while. But, Qin Feng found a blind spot. What is synthesized with a 10-in-1 can't continue to be 10-in-1. So what if it's after it's been exchanged by an equal exchange? Qin Feng opened the 10-in-1 interface. Then, try to put Witch Apostle Lydia's Tears in it. Found on. Surprisingly, you can really put it in there and use it for 10-in-1. Awesome. Qin Feng was all a bit confused. This bug card he can batch create legendary equipment and skill books It's a bit of a shame, though, that the Barfetch's equivalent exchange agreement can only be used on equipment or skill books that don't exceed epic level. So, after synthesizing legendary equipment/skill books, you won't be able to take advantage of this bug. Moreover, the equivalent exchange special effect of these leather pants, which has a fixed cooldown of 1 hour, can't be converted casually. If this wasn't on cooldown, Qin Feng would really be invincible. Well, small openings don't count as openings. Qin Feng smiled and turned off greedy space. At that moment, he rode Osirio, carrying the demon hunter Evening Night Shimmering Rain, maintaining stealth, and quickly arrived at a scorched clearing outside the ruins of the magic capital. Here, there were 58 top players from the Magic City ruins, assembled to wait for Qin Feng and Evening Night Shimmering Rain. 57 top players, to be exact. There was also a glasses-wearing officer with the surname Sun, who was on the team as an operational advisor in charge of contacting Theodore and the others. This guy is just average in battle. In fact, the Shadow once killed Theodore and the others. But the international friends are magnanimous and don't care about their past grudges. They found the diamond boss and still gave us the location information. When we finish off the boss, I suggest taking some of the loot and sharing it with the other side, showing our manners as a nation of etiquette. What? Qin Feng had just landed on the ground when he heard the words of the official surname Sun, which felt a bit outrageous. Magnanimous? No hard feelings? That's too much licking, isn't it? They're thinking of wiping you out, and you're still showing your etiquette? Chapter 163, What am I? Letting me ride a boar? Qin Feng also didn't really know what some of the top players of Dasha who had died at the hands of the Nightmare Hellflower in his last life were. Late Night Shimmer is definitely not one of them, but as for this Sun official, the odds are that he is among them. Never would have thought that this guy actually licked so much. There is a kind of being sold but also help count the money that flavor. To be more realistic, it's like a pig that's helping its master sharpen a knife to kill itself. His name is Sun Xing, and he's the advisor for this operation. Late Night Shimmer also maintains stealth and leaps off of Osilio's back. Her single ponytail was a little dazzled by the breeze, but her posture was upright and valiant. She frowned slightly as she looked over at the officer named Sun. Of course, operations advisor is just a nice way of putting it. In fact, Sun Xing is only responsible for contacting Theodore and the others. We don't need to pay attention to him. The specific battle work is commanded by me. Of course, when we arrive at the scene it's still just for you. Great God, to command, we all listen to you. Sun Xing? Very criminal indeed. Qin Feng naturally wouldn't care about such a thing. Immediately afterward, he gathered up Osirio and emerged with Late Night Shimmer. Player Uncanny has joined the team. Player I've been walking on thin ice all my life has joined the team. Player Quickly Show Your Ape Form has joined the team. Evening Night Shimmering Rain, as the leader, directly invited all those 58 people to join the team. What made Qin Feng a bit speechless was that the official surname Sun, the game code name was called Contemporary Junjie. Is this the handsome one who knows what's good for him? This guy was holding a silver-level priest scepter, and when Qin Feng arrived, he lowered his head and didn't dare to speak. It seems that it is also so impressed with the shadows not eating beef that it doesn't dare to have any nonsense. Qin Feng naturally didn't bother with him. It was obvious that the other players on the team were very much in awe of Qin Feng. Regarding the words that Sun Xing had just said, no one took them to heart at all. They all saw him as a joke. What a time to be alive. Shame on you for licking others like that. Everyone move on my command in a moment. Evening Night Shimmering Rain held a platinum-grade crossbow and calmly walked to the forefront of the team and looked around. Of course, If Shadow has other orders that conflict with my command, priority will be given to listening to Shadow. Now, action. The team, except for Sun Xing, were all the most elite group of players from the official Magic City. They are well trained and work extremely well together within the game. Even when they saw Qin Feng, they didn't have the slightest bit of panic and nervousness, because half of the players here are selected from the military and are extremely high quality. But, that night, at Night Shimmering Rain's command, everyone took out their mount bells and summoned their respective mounts. In the Divine Abandonment game, the mounts don't come out at a high rate, but the official channels are wide enough that it's still possible to give one mount bell to each of the top players. With a mount, it's easier to brush up on monsters and catch up on the road. Even if it's just a couple hundred meters per second, it's still much faster than the pre-player's own running speed. Various wild wolves, lions, big snakes, stoners, and other mounts appeared in the field. The crowd rolled onto their mounts. Only Sun Xing is a bit embarrassed, because his battle power is not strong, and the official did not give him a special configuration of mounts. Evening Night Shimmer had prepared for this and threw out a mount bell to him. Ride first and return it when you get to the place. Evening Night Shimmering Rain said indifferently. Hey. Okay. Sun Xing, who wore glasses, smiled and took the mount bell. Jingle bells. When he shook the bell, a black-haired boar suddenly appeared in front of him. Sun Xing's smile stiffened on his face. Wild boar? What am I, letting me ride piggyback? 20 minutes or so later, the group arrived in great numbers at the foot of a volcano more than 300 kilometers away from the ruins of the magic capital. Soon after, meeting with Theodore and others, Qin Feng rode the ghostly nocturnal wolf and did not become invisible, but moved with the team. Despite his low profile, Theodore and the others saw him at once when he arrived at his destination. At once, 5 foreign players came before Qin Feng. Dear Mr. Shadow, although you killed us once, there's an old saying in the East that you don't fight to stay alive. Theodore was very enthusiastic, with a smile on his face. Regardless of your impression of us, please believe that we mean you absolutely no harm. Hearing this, Qin Feng hadn't even said anything yet. Sun Xing, who was riding a boar on the side, jumped out. Ha, Mr. Theodore is too polite. You were able to give us the coordinates of the diamond boss regardless of your former enmity, so of course we believe in your sincerity. However, before he could finish speaking, Evening Night Shimmering Rain jumped off the back of a leopard and arrived in front of Sun Xing. We've arrived at the place. Mount Bell. Oh, what's the hurry? Are you afraid I won't return it? Sun Xing frowned and reluctantly jumped off the boar. Although the appearance of the black boar is a bit stupid, he rode it and realized that having a mount is really cool. Even a wild boar, that's better than nothing. Qin Feng was too lazy to waste time and went up to Theodore with a leathery smile. It's fine, let's go. We'll go in together and open up the boss. Qin Feng noticed that there were only 5 people on Theodore's side. There was another one that was supposed to be Iron Fist that wasn't present. Qin Feng certainly knows what the other party wants to do. Isn't it to trap them inside the volcano? And Qin Feng didn't care, because he had already made arrangements with Late Night Shimmer. Before entering, Evening Night Shimmering Rain looked grave and once again confirmed in the team channel. After entering, listen to my command for all actions. Don't act rashly. If you disobey, you will be punished for treason. The crowd, including Sun Xing, confirmed it. Sun Xing was still a bit unimpressed and secretly grunted. Treason? Which is not that serious. Soon, the crowd entered through that only passage and followed the fiery red rocky path toward the interior of the volcano. You have entered the depths of the Purgatory Volcano. This area is a nightmare area. Lifespan loss rate in the area, 10,000 times. Hearing this system, the faces of the crowd showed a look of gravity. After turning several corners, the crowd felt the temperature in front of them getting warmer and warmer, and finally came to an empty underground space. They were surrounded by mountain walls that were red with lava, and at the bottom of the deep pit in the middle was an interlocking river of lava, and at the center of the river of lava was a fiery red nightmare hellflower that was more than 60 meters in diameter. More than 60 people came to a stone platform, which was about 30 meters in length and width, and was more than 30 meters high from the magma river. The boss, at the bottom of the deep pit. People looked down at the diamond-level boss in the pit in front of them, and each of their eyes were very shocked. Currently, that boss is resting and doesn't seem to notice the players who have entered this place. Just then, Theodore received a private chat from Iron Fist Amos. Boss, it's done. I built 9 stone walls one after the other, guaranteed to trap them all. Okay, let's go. The corners of Theodore's mouth quirked. Looking at the 60 Dasha powerhouses in the field, he was about to give the order for Black Guy Zuma to release his Soul Walker ability so that they could leave across the mountain wall. Yet suddenly, pust, a pitch-black demon hunting arrow, violently shot out from the Evening Night Shimmering Rain's hand, accurately hitting on Zuma's back. -467. Zuma froze. Theodore and the others also froze, and all the surrounding Dasha players, too, were a bit surprised. What's going on here? Zuma subconsciously raised his hand and tried to release his vocational skill and enter the soul state. However, you are in the state of being silenced and cannot release any skills. That arrow from Evening Night Shimmering Rain came with a direct silencing effect. Keeps Zuma from unleashing any skills for 8 seconds. Zuma blushed. Before he could react, Evening Night Shimmer raised his hand and fired a triple knockback vector. A trio of demon-hunting arrows landed accurately on Zuma, knocking him back towards the deep pit of lava where the boss was located, and his entire body was pushed out of the stone platform and fell downwards.